My name is Fong Ping. Today is the 0th of April, 2008, and I am currently in the 4th year, 3rd year, Yang City High School. Just a moment ago, I accepted a terrifying truth. I have reincarnated back 10 years ago, but I forgot to record the lottery results. No, to be more precise, it's a different world 10 years ago. Here, things are a bit different from the alternate world. The college entrance exam still exists, but there's also an additional martial arts examination. Fong Ping, Chen Fan, 2 days from now is the registration for martial artist. Are you going to participate? The registration fee is 10,000, and you'll definitely fail. Why bother going? It's just a waste. Chen Fan was startled upon hearing this. The registration fee is 10,000? What are they eating, that expensive? I want to register too. Anyway, this is a huge opportunity to change the life of someone living in a small city like ours. Suddenly, a friend rushed over, panting, "Hey guys, did you watch the news last night? Grandmaster Ma broke through to grade 8. The Chi-E Group officially challenged the CEO of Taimui Group." What? Is that true? Isn't it just a few years ago that Grandmaster Ma broke through to grade 7? Fong Ping sat in a corner like a forest person, his face full of question marks. The other students gathered around and started discussing excitedly. It's true, the Central TV reported it. Has the Grandmaster ranking been updated? Did Grandmaster Ma make it into the top 3? I think at least top 20. Fong Ping secretly laughed to himself, thinking, so that's it. In my past life, I read quite a few rebirth novels, and from what the Grandmaster said, this world definitely has high-level professions. Fong Ping turned to ask his friend beside him, Chen Fan, is Grandmaster Ma Manhwa Pang? Chen Fan, unexpectedly a hardcore fan of Grandmaster Ma, replied, I say, Fong Ping, how can you directly call Grandmaster by his name? It's so disrespectful. Wow. So it really is Manhwa Pang? Fong Ping immediately realized the issue. Sorry, what's wrong with my mouth? Asking too much, it feels a bit awkward. I should just go online. Right, is there an internet CAF near our school? Didn't you often go there to read books? I haven't been there in a long time. I don't even know if the beautiful manager of the internet CAF is still there. I remember back when I was in school, she would often sneak into my dreams and do embarrassing things. Scene shifts to the internet CAF. As soon as he saw the beautiful manager from his memories, he was taken aback. What's going on? Why was my taste so strange when I was young? The memories and reality are so different. She said, brother, would you like to sign up for a membership? Top up 50, get 10 extra. After that, Fong Ping pulled out 28 coins, which didn't seem like much, but it was still more than what the admin had. No need, I only need 5 coins to go online. Humph, poor yet still pretending to be rich. The attitude changed so quickly. It's true that when you don't have money, you're looked down upon wherever you go. A moment later, Fong Ping sat down at the computer to browse study materials. My God, in this world, there are rules that everyone knows. To achieve great things, you must first become a martial artist. Martial artists here aren't much different from those in the wuxia novels of my previous life. But martial artists have very high social status and privileges. Martial artists are divided into 9 grades, with first grade being the lowest and grade 9 being the highest. Moreover, only martial artists are allowed to open companies, and only grade 4 martial artists can become provincial supervisors. Only grade 7 martial artists can manage multinational corporations, and even the entertainment industry and other professions follow similar rules. The martial artist university exam is the hope for countless people to soar to the top. No wonder Yang Jian said it's a life-changing opportunity. But the martial arts exam isn't as easy as it seems. The registration fee alone is 10,000, and there are only 2 days left for registration. Characters like the neighborhood shield hero and the smiling were reborn with cheats, but someone like me, who's been reincarnated, is at a disadvantage. Where do I even make money now? He remembered, right, does our family in this world have money or not? Is it a house or a villa? I must have been thinking too much. As soon as he stepped into the house, a familiar damp smell made Fong Ping dizzy. He was about to take off his shoes to enter when a pair of legs appeared from somewhere. Fong Ping, you're a thief, pay me. Fong Ping's attention suddenly collided with a round face, and without thinking, he reached forward to pinch it. This was his younger sister, Fong Yuan, whose round, chubby face that had disappeared as she grew up was always a regret for him. Fong Yuan immediately pushed Fong Ping's hand away, saying, Fong Ping, hurry up and pay me. Ha! What are you pretending for? Didn't Mom give 50 coins for each of us, half for you? There are only 5 coins on your table, how can you ask for more? It turned out that the 28 coins in his pocket included some of hers. I don't know. Maybe you've already spent it, right? Go look for it. Mom, tell him. She's making a fuss over a little pocket money. Stop making noise, Dad's about to come home for dinner. This is my mom, Li Yuan, she looks too young. He thought, I remember back then, to take care of me and Fong Yuan, Mom only worked half a day each day, earning 800 coins. 10,000 was a huge number for me. He looked over at his father. My father is Fong Ming Rong, a worker in a ceramic factory. Every day he works amidst the dust and smoke, earning a monthly salary of 3,000. Why are you still carrying your bag? Hurry up and get ready for dinner. I just got home. Father, you have to tell him, he stole my heart. Don't listen to her nonsense. A while later, the whole family sat down at the dinner table. Fong Ping ate while thinking, maybe being a martial artist isn't something that can be achieved easily, let alone improving our family's life. Fong Ping struggled to swallow a bite of rice and then spoke up, Father, I want to become a martial artist. Hearing this, all 3 of them were stunned. It seems like the registration fee is too much for our family, maybe we should think of another way. I'm just saying it, don't take it seriously. Suddenly, Fong Ping's father took out a card. The registration fee is 10,000, right? I heard from a colleague at the factory that you didn't dare bring it up with me. Take this card, tomorrow you can go withdraw the money. Whether or not you pass, it's the thought that counts. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping felt warmth in his heart. Even though our family is so poor, they still give me money and don't want to put any pressure on me. Don't worry, this time, in this new life, I will definitely do better than before. The next morning, Fong Ping went to the bank to withdraw money. Suddenly, Fong Ping noticed something strange. The moment his hand touched the money, these things appeared before his eyes. In his past life, he had read many reincarnation novels, and the condition to achieve the neural link had been met, the connection was successful. The money was 2,000, chi and blood 1, spirit 1. Is this the system? Cut to Fong Ping's room. At this moment, Fong Ping was thinking, the experiment I did earlier at the ATM showed that the amount of money is the cash I currently have. Money that doesn't belong to me, even if I hold it in my hand, doesn't count toward the money index. The money index truly cannot change. If this index could fluctuate, then the chi and blood and spirit could definitely increase. System, give me a bit of chi and blood. The system remained silent, unresponsive. Then, Fong Ping started bowing in every manner possible. Great system, I exchange money for chi and blood, gods above, Ahmadba, why isn't it changing at all? Give me some blood, if you don't, I'll destroy you. Immediately, the money index skyrocketed without restraint, while the chi and blood increased to 1.1. Fong Ping's heart began to race, his blood flowing more freely, the chi and blood increased? Is this the feeling of it rising? 10,000 is worth only 0.1 chi and blood, and just increasing by 0.1 feels this good? Wait a minute. While feeling anxious about the 10,000 I had just withdrawn this morning disappearing, it turned out it hadn't vanished. Luckily, the money is still there. If it were gone, how would I explain it to my parents? It seems like spending money in the real world hasn't decreased at all. Outside, Fong Yuan was eavesdropping and silently thought, Fong Ping, could it be that he's eating with his nose? Scene changes to Yang City High School, where everyone was silent. For those participating in the martial artist exam, please proceed to the office to submit your registration fee. Fong Ping immediately stood up, making those around him think he was going to the bathroom, but to their surprise, he was heading to register as a martial artist. Scene changes to the teacher's office. I didn't expect Fong Ping to come to register as well.
How much is his chi and blood now? Fong Ping nervously asked. Should I say it? 1.1 seems a bit low. I don't think Fong Ping could possibly know, otherwise, he would have said it long ago. The last time I went to the hospital for a checkup, it was 108 kcal. Fong Ping is as thin as a dried fish, so his value is definitely lower than mine. Hearing this, Fong Ping was on the verge of tears. 108 kcal, is it really that much of a difference? Wu Zhihao said, how about after school, you come to my house and I'll check for you, Fong Ping? A person was surprised. Wu Zhihao, did your family buy a chi and blood measurement device?
Yeah, I measure it regularly, so my dad bought a small one.
Although it's not as accurate as the one in the hospital.
That thing costs at least a few $100,000.
What's so expensive about it?
In my previous life, the most expensive cardiovascular measuring device only cost a few hundred.
Is Wu Zhihao's family fundraising?
A moment later, Wu Zhihao took Fong Ping home to admire the chair. After Fong Ping sat down and finished the measurement, Wu Zhihao looked a little surprised.
Zhihao, do you have the results?
Your chi and blood index is 113 kal.
Wow!
Fong Ping, your chi and blood index is 113 kal.
I see now.
The calculation method of the system and reality are different. 113 kal in the system shows 1.1, which means a metabolism rate of 1 in 100.
Hey Fong Ping, why aren't you reacting at all? Your chi and blood index is second in the class, how come you're so indifferent?
Scene change to Fong Ping's house, where Fong Ping's father was sitting, thinking, I heard the class monitor say that martial artists seem to need tens of thousands for supplements.
If Ping wants to become a martial artist, we can't just ignore it.
He said, there's only 20,000 left at home, if that's not enough, I'll go withdraw more tomorrow. Suddenly, Fong Yuan shouted from outside, stop bragging, 110 is enough to become a martial artist, how come you have 113? Sorry, my older brother has a natural talent, he'll definitely score 9 out of 10 on the martial arts exam this year.
Ping Ping, come here, Mom and Dad have something to say to you. Don't know what's going on, what's with this serious and solemn atmosphere? Ping's here.
With that, the father handed a wad of money to Fong Ping.
This is the goodwill of your parents, take it. Use this money to buy some supplements, if it's not enough, just let us know.
As soon as Fong Ping touched the wad of money, his cash balance jumped to 20,000. Before, when Mom and Dad didn't pay attention, they ruined my future, but now they'll definitely support me in becoming a martial artist.
Fong Ping was so moved he cried out loud. Sitting at his desk, Fong Ping thought of all kinds of things. What if I buy supplements with this money, but they don't work? The scene played out in his mind. Fong Ping buys a pill and tries it, but, because of my special body and system, what if it doesn't work? That'd be such a waste.
The scene shifts to the next morning. Fong Ping is on his way to school but is sluggish and distracted. Last night, I tried to increase not just one, but a mental stat, similar to chi and blood, except for my 10,000. The difference was that it felt like a young girl's small hands were hugging my head, and my thoughts expanded as if I were running across a prairie.
My focus and understanding grew significantly.
Later, he had been reading physics books all night. As he was walking, suddenly someone jumped up and hit him with a painful blow. This action is dangerous, so the viewers are warned not to try it.
Fong Ping was utterly frustrated. What the hell, Yang Jian? Are you crazy? You've been hiding it well. 113 kal, huh?
I just reached 110 kal.
Tell me, have you been secretly training?
Indeed, in this school, if one person knows, everyone knows. Young Yang Jian was thrown aside by some friend of his. The friend then sat down, observing Fong Ping muscles bulging, a solid back, chi and blood at 108k. Meanwhile, Fong Ping appeared as thin as someone sick, with chi and blood at 113k, his limbs lacking strength. The friend cried tears of frustration.
That's just ridiculous. Is this the difference between an ordinary person and the male protagonist?
At this moment, someone approached.
What are you two doing here?
Just at that moment, the teacher handed Fong Ping some documents. Fong Ping, take these books home and review them.
All the training is in here.
If you've registered for the martial artist exam, you have to do well. Although you may be a little behind compared to others, the teachers will support you to the best of their ability. Fong Ping smiled brightly. I wasn't very familiar with the old class before, but I have to say, he's a good teacher.
That's right. You guys don't need to attend class today, I've got a task for you.
I had to ask Xiao Zhang several times to get this opportunity for you.
Go pick up Nanjiang Wuda University's Wang Jinyang.
Scene transition to the Yangchang bus station. It had been a long time since Fong Ping had been to Yangchang, but it hadn't changed.
For those who don't know, this young man is Wang Jinyang, a first-year student at the Nanjiang Martial Artist University. Shortly after, Fong Ping's group arrived.
Wang brother, over here, everyone, thanks for your hard work.
Fong Ping observed Wang Jinyang and thought there was nothing special about him. Is he really Wang Jinyang? He looks so ordinary.
Even if he's a martial artist, he's just a freshman in college.
Scene transition to a few minutes ago. What? You're asking who Wang Jinyang is? Should I have known?
She said, if that's the case, let me tell you something. Wang Jinyang, male, 19 years old, 1.78 meters tall, from Yangchang, likes to eat apples and herbs, hardly dislikes anything, loves physical training, and especially enjoys watching comics on YouTube. His family is not wealthy, but he has never given up on learning martial arts. In the end, when he took the exam, he achieved the top score in Yangchang's martial arts and got into Nanjiang, also being the first student from our regular class to pass Nanjiang. He still didn't neglect his physical training after passing, and by his first year, he was already a martial artist.
Now tell me, how can there be anyone as outstanding as him in the world?
At this moment, there was a small celebratory party in the car, leaving Fong Ping speechless. By the way, while we're at it, senior, can you share with us the secret to getting into Martial Artist University?
He said, the secret?
I'm sure everyone already knows that the 5 major criteria for Martial Artist University are political evaluation, culture, profession, physical examination, and survey, with the most difficult ones being the physical exam and the survey. The chi and blood of those of you sitting here is around 110 points, which makes it quite dangerous to get accepted into Martial Artist University.
However, if you can switch your emotions, the results might be different.
He said, happy, anger, sorrow, excitement. Once these emotions reach their peak, they will make your chi and blood boil, especially anger.
It's simple, yet very effective. It's like the feeling of being humiliated. Once you pass the physical test, the survey isn't hard.
There's nothing to it except for assessing explosiveness, endurance, and agility. Of course, there are some weaklings who grow up with the help of drugs. Only their chi and blood are strong, but in other areas, they're useless.
If you put a chicken in front of them, they wouldn't even be able to kill it. How can they expect to kill a person? Killing a person is much harder than killing a chicken.
As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Ping reacted strongly. This guy speaks so calmly, as if he's actually killed someone before.
Even in this world, martial artists are bound by the law. There's no opportunity to kill anyone, right?
Besides, he's just a first-year student.
The scene shifts to Fong Ping's house. You're back? Not going to school?
Yes, I just picked up a senior from Martial Artist University, and later I need to take him to school for an exchange. Sitting on the bed, Fong Ping thought about what had been said earlier. Killing a person is much harder than killing a chicken.
How can Wang Jinyang say something like that so calmly?
There's only one possibility: he has killed someone. The scene shifts to another location, the sound of a phone ringing.
Wang brother, sorry to bother you, just now the news came through, the suspect has entered Songshan. Songshan runs through 2 provinces, once the opponent escapes. Didn't I already say? The opponent is at the same place, waiting for me to arrive before taking action.
I'm really sorry, Wang brother, if he escapes this time, the higher-ups will blame us, and we will be held accountable.
That's your issue. How about this? 500,000, regardless of life or death. The scene shifts back to Fong Ping's location.
At this moment, Fong Ping is focusing his mind, increasing his qi and blood by 0.1 points. Immediately, his money points are drained, and his qi and blood rise by 0.1. However, this time, a problem occurs. The increase in qi and blood is too rapid, causing his body to be unable to withstand it.
Fong Ping is breathing heavily and then loses consciousness in the room.
While he is unconscious, his veins gradually reconnect, and the blood flows more smoothly.
After a while, Fong Ping wakes up. Wasn't it quite comfortable last time when I increased my qi and blood? Why does it hurt so much this time? Could this be a side effect of increasing qi and blood?
I've gotten a bit used to it now, but it feels like the blood in my body is surging. Suddenly, Fong Ping remembered something. That's right, I almost forgot to pick up Wang Jinyang and bring him back to school. As Fong Ping hurriedly put on his clothes to leave, he accidentally bumped into a man, an older guy dressed in thick clothing, who looked quite suspicious.
Sorry, Fong Ping quickly apologized, but the man didn't seem to pay much attention. He just bent down to pick up a knife. Is the new tenant upstairs? Feels a bit strange. Sorry for making you wait, seniors, I'll be right there.
Our school really is amazing, being able to invite Wang Jinyang to come and interact with us before the exams.
What's so impressive about that? It's just an alumnus coming back to give a talk.
Most alumni wouldn't be anything special, but Wang Jinyang is different.
He's a martial artist.
Just thinking about his reputation, there are so few who make it as martial artists, let alone someone like Wang Jinyang, who became a martial artist in his first year.
Wow, that's really impressive.
As Wang Jinyang passed by Fong Ping, he placed a hand on his shoulder and spoke softly. I understand that you all would do anything for a martial artist, but remember, the body is the most important thing. Fong Ping, I don't know how far you've pushed yourself, but the increase in your qi and blood over such a short period is concerning.
You can't just take any kind of medicine with such strong effects.
If you're not careful, it could cause a disaster. If you only rely on supplements without proper training, in the end, the only result you'll get is the consequences of greed.
He thought, thank you, Wang brother, for the reminder. So this is a martial artist? Sensitive to fluctuations in qi and blood like that?
The scene shifted to evening.
Fong Ping couldn't let the incident from earlier happen again.
He did push-ups and sit-ups in the yard, 600 reps each day. I don't know if it's due to the increase in qi and blood, but I feel like the exercise isn't as tiring as before. Indeed, I should listen to Wang Jinyang and train my body. Suddenly, Fong Ping felt a murderous aura that froze him in place.
Turning around, he saw the uncle he had bumped into this morning. Was that murderous intent just now? I must be overthinking.
At that moment, the news on TV was reporting that a martial artist at the second peak level had killed his teammate after discovering the teammate was watching a video but forgot to like and subscribe. No, wait, it was because of an uneven share after a robbery. The police stated that the last known location of the suspect was Tsung Shanyang Chang, urging nearby residents to take security measures, close their doors and windows before going to sleep.
Fong Ping, do you think I don't need to go to school during this time? You're so cute. If something happens, wouldn't it still be a loss for the country, like Hing Tuing Si? Don't worry, I'm only worth a little money anyway.
She said, go die, Fong Ping. At this moment, he paid attention to the news report.
Netizens enthusiastically analyzed the video using custom software, determining the weapon used in the crime. This knife seems familiar, like I've seen it somewhere before. Fong Ping recalled the night on the deserted street when a stranger pointed a knife at him.
His face was filled with fear as he watched the knife lunge towards him.
Blood splattered everywhere. He woke up suddenly, realizing, I remember now.
The live broadcast revealed the weapon used by the suspect.
He thought, it's that same knife, and a man was holding it.
Looking back at the image of the knife, he recognized it as belonging to the man from upstairs.
Fong Ping pondered, though it was just a dream,
the murderous intent I felt during training was definitely not an illusion. A martial artist at second peak level, fleeing from a manhunt, moving into the apartment above mine. Isn't that a bit too coincidental? Could he be targeting us? He was confused. For money? No way. My family doesn't have any money. Could it be the system? But only I can see the system, so it can't be that. This dream is terrifying. I don't want it to come true again. Fong Ping decided, I have to do something. Before he takes action against me, I must be prepared. In the afternoon, in the neighborhood, the radio was broadcasting the news. Some netizens commented, to seal off Tsang Shan for several nights because of a martial artist grade second peak is really inappropriate. What does expert Neo think about this? I feel that the power of martial artists cannot be underestimated. Even ordinary martial artists of grade 2 can easily deal with a whole battalion of soldiers. Now the police have to deal with a grade second peak. For the safety of the people, I feel like someone has turned off the radio. He threw the radio into a trash bin, and in the bin, there was a knife wrapped up. He murmured to himself, those idiots were indeed lured to Tsang Shan by me. Looks like escaping won't be an issue. This small area doesn't have any cameras. As long as I can survive the storm, I'll be fine. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He was startled, who's there? The knocking continued. His eyes narrowed, filled with caution. Eventually, he decided to open the door, forcing a smile and greeting, hello, nice to meet you. I'm the new tenant who just moved in. I was wondering, did you need something from me yesterday? The door opened, but there was no one standing in front. He looked around the staircase, searching. At that moment, Fong Ping darted into the house. He sat down on a chair, holding a bag of snacks. Uncle, good morning. His sudden appearance caught the man off guard. When did you come in? He was annoyed. No getting angry. You have to hold it in. With an awkward expression, the man asked again, kid, did you get the wrong room? This isn't your house. Fong Ping explained, Uncle, I was going to watch football, but the TV at my place is broken. While speaking, he stuck a straw into the glass of milk. So, I came over to your house to borrow yours to watch. I even brought breakfast. Fong Ping smiled and handed the glass of milk to the man. Eat and watch at the same time, Uncle. The commentary from the TV played, Messi has the ball, making a quick attack, his acceleration is incredible, weaving through the defense. He shoots but misses the goal. The man gripped the glass of milk tightly to calm himself. He realized, I got caught up by this kid. At this moment, isn't he the one sent to capture me? Fong Ping turned to the other person and said, it's so frustrating, what kind of kick was that? Right, Uncle? His words made the man feel a little relieved, it must just be a kid. But he was still worried, the night is long and full of dreams, let's deal with it directly. No, it's too hot right now, we can't cause any more trouble. Just get rid of him. The other person took a sip of milk, soy milk's pretty good. He then started to probe the young man, aren't you going to school today? Fong Ping remained focused on the TV. Today's the weekend, he said awkwardly. Ah, I see, then your family must be really worried about you. He looked saddened. Do you want to kick me out like this? The other person immediately denied it, no, I'm just worried about you. Fong Ping put on a pitiful expression, I can't blame you. It's the rare weekend, and a cute young man wants to help the new neighbor feel the warmth of community, but instead, he's disturbing you from enjoying your weekend alone. Someone like me is really a troublemaker, huh? His words made the man feel guilty. Fong Ping quickly made a decision, how about this, so you can directly feel my kindness, let me help you clean up. After speaking, he flung the window open, needing more ventilation, the fresh air drove away the irritability. The other man, seeing this, hurriedly rushed over to close the window curtains.
Fong Ping was confused, then he looked guilty. I've gotten used to living in the dark.
Unable to hold back, he pulled the curtain shut. I'm allergic to ultraviolet rays, just allergic to ultraviolet rays.
He kindly grabbed a broom to sweep. Then let me help you clean the bedroom. The man blocked the door to the bedroom. Thank you, young man. I'll clean my own bedroom. We're both men, you understand. The other man said reluctantly, it's already noon, shouldn't you go home for lunch?
He cursed Fong Ping inwardly. Once the storm passes, I'll definitely kill this little brat.
He listened to the man's words and looked at the clock, sighing, is it already this time? I should head home.
As he stepped out the door, Fong Ping waved to the neighbor. Well, I'll leave first, uncle.
I'll come again next time. See you next time.
Seeing Fong Ping leave, the man felt a sense of joy in his heart. Finally, he's gone. Just as Fong Ping was about to exit, he tripped over a box. He fell, and the impact made the man panic.
Fong Ping sat up and rubbed his head. Uncle, what's in the box?
The man immediately stepped forward, raised his leg, and kicked Fong Ping. The kick sent him crashing into the wall. He pulled a knife from the box, removed it from its sheath.
Fong Ping, kicked in the stomach, coughed violently.
The man pressed the knife to his neck. He laughed maliciously, a strong murderous intent emanating from him. He pushed Fong Ping toward the door, pressing the blade against his throat. Fong Ping, terrified, stammered, Sir, please calm down a little.
I won't say anything, I swear I won't tell anyone. The man didn't believe him. Humph, do you think I'll let you live long enough to do that?
He raised the knife, ready to stab down.
Fong Ping couldn't accept it. Is this how I die, here? Suddenly, the man froze, his vision blurred. What's happening? Am I drugged? Recalling when he drank the milk, he couldn't believe it. It couldn't have been then. Quickly, Fong Ping knocked the knife away. Whoosh! The knife flew and stuck into the ground.
Seizing the moment when the man was still frozen, Fong Ping ran, grabbed a stick, and swung it, hitting the man on the back of his head. The man collapsed, and Fong Ping gasped for breath. It's still not working. I thought the store sold fake drugs. Fong Ping stroked the stick, lucky that he had left it here when he entered. The other person struggled to stand up, and seeing him get to his feet, Fong Ping was surprised. Is this real or fake? The person got up and punched Fong Ping. He took a hit to the stomach, coughing up blood. It's over, he muttered. He quickly stepped back, pushing the other person away. Fong Ping gasped for breath. It's not easy to be reborn. I absolutely can't die here. After thinking this, he gripped the stick tightly. Fong Ping struck the neighbor repeatedly on the head. The other person took several blows and spat out blood. He staggered backward, his head hitting the door. After taking the blows, the neighbor passed out. Fong Ping blamed himself. I was too careless. A second peak martial artist. He's that strong? If he hadn't taken 10 times the usual dose of sleeping pills, I'd have definitely died just now. But anyway, at least I managed to keep my life. In the evening when he returned home, Fong Ping counted the money 190,000, 200,000, but his wealth points didn't increase. The other person had woken up, and he was still focused on counting the money. Looks like the system's evaluation doesn't consider this money mine. The other person started calculating. I didn't notice the chi and blood of this kid earlier. Isn't this the martial student from downstairs last night? No matter how you look at it, I'm a second peak martial artist. I never expected to lose to a martial student today. Could it be that this is part of some arrest operation? Thinking this, the guy raised his voice and asked, Hey, who exactly are you? Fong Ping replied sarcastically, Idagawa Conan, the famous detective, catching criminals is my job. Hearing the response, the guy cursed, Did you buy the copyright? Fong Ping held up a bag in front of him, inside which were 200,000 in cash and several bottles of medicine. The guy answered, What does it have to do with you? He thought to himself, These are all the pills I prepared to break through to grade 3, But who would have thought they'd end up in this kid's hands? The guy made a trade offer. How about this? Make a deal with me. If you let me go, the 200,000 and those bottles of medicine will be yours. 2 bottles of chi and blood, 1 bottle of normal blood chi pills, 1 bottle of first grade chi and blood, 1 bottle of grade 2 normal pills, 1 bottle of grade 2 nursing pills. The market value is 5.24 million. Upon hearing the price, Fong Ping was stunned. Isn't money in the martial artist world still money? Just a few bottles of medicine, and they're worth millions? The guy laughed. Why wouldn't they be expensive? He continued negotiating. The chi and blood tonics are great for your current exams and future cultivation. For instance, the first grade chi and blood pills in your hands are essential items for any martial artist. Hearing the words of that person, his hand held a vial of medicine. The other person continued, when facing battles that last day and night, this has a stronger effect than normal chi and blood medicine. There are also the bone hardening pill and the nursing pills in the bag. Martial artists are actually just a group of ordinary people who break through the physical limits. If they don't train their bones to be strong or use medicine to protect their weak internal organs, once their chi and blood exceed the limit, death is inevitable. The words of that person had an impact on Fong Ping. He asked further, have you thought it through? As he spoke, he tried to twist his hands behind his back, attempting to break free from the ropes. As long as you let me go, everything here is yours. But once you hand me over to the police or the pursuit department, none of these resources will belong to you. Don't think you can just kill me and everything will be fine. The clues I've set up will at most mislead them for 10 days or half a month. By then, when they find me and see that I am dead, you definitely won't be able to escape. You're still young, your chi and blood are very high, and you will definitely have a future. Will you die with me? He muttered to himself, the medicine this kid used is really effective, but it still takes some time to recover. Fong Ping hesitated. Just like he said, killing him, sooner or later, the Yangcheng authorities will find out. Letting him go, what if he comes back for revenge? This guy is a level 2 martial artist, too dangerous. The next step should still be left to the police to handle. You're worried about the items in here, the things worth millions will definitely be confiscated. Fong Ping hesitated. To become a martial artist, chi and blood must be at least 150 points. Even though I have the system, the wealth points a martial artist needs aren't a small number. 5 million could exchange for quite a bit of chi and blood. Even if I don't exchange them, just taking these pills would make me a martial artist. Is there any way to achieve a win-win situation? He calculated and sought help. For a martial artist, resources are extremely valuable. What if Wang Jin Yang wants to claim them for himself and kill me? The guy is impatient, and if he doesn't deal with the brat in front of him, he will definitely kill me. Unable to hold it in any longer, he asked, do we really need to think about this for so long? This is 5 million, no matter how you think about it, it's money you earned, right? Fong Ping remained silent. There's a fierce tiger in front and a hungry wolf behind. All I can do is pray that the chance of encountering the hungry wolf is low. He held the bag and picked up the stick, gripping it tightly. He was confused and asked, what do you want to do? Fong Ping started walking forward and said, I'm wondering, after the transaction, will you let me go? The man confidently replied, of course. Huang Wu had said he would keep his word. The rope had been loosened by him. The man charged forward. Fong Ping immediately struck him on the back of the neck with the stick. In Songshan, Yangchang, Wang Jinyang turned on his flashlight. He shone the light, searching for something in the forest. Wang Jinyang thought for a moment. I checked all the places it could have appeared. Where on earth has this rat gone? Suddenly, his phone rang from his jacket pocket. Beep beep beep. Wang Jinyang answered the call. Hello? The voice on the other end hurriedly said, you picked up. Hey, Wang brother, can you hear me? It's Fong Ping. Wang Jinyang was confused. Why is Fong brother calling me this late? Fong Ping hesitated. How should I put this? I wanted to ask if you're still in Yangchang. Yeah, I'm still here. He said, actually, I ran into the criminal on the run from the news, and, unfortunately, I accidentally hurt him.
Wang Jinyang heard the news and was surprised. The fugitive, it can't be Huang Wu, can it?
Fang Ping continued, the martial artist I know from Yangcheng is only Wang brother, so I wanted to ask you to come and take a look. A moment later, at room 2011, Wang Jinyang stood in front of the door, thinking, no, how could Huang Wu, a second peak martial artist, be defeated by a martial student? Even if it were me facing Huang Wu, I'd still have to remain cautious.
Fang Ping ran to open the door. Wang brother, what are you doing standing outside? Come in, I thought you weren't coming.
Wang Jinyang stepped inside. I happened to be in Yangcheng, just passing by. I'll say this up front, if the situation is too troublesome, I won't be able to help much.
Looking inside the room, Wang Jinyang was surprised. It was Huang Wu. Fang Ping reassured him, don't worry, he just fainted, it's nothing serious. Hearing this, Wang Jinyang remained silent. Fang Ping continued, Wang brother, if I call the police to handle this, I suppose I'd get a reward, right? Wang Jinyang was confused. What are you trying to say? Fang Ping opened the bag and explained, I won't beat around the bush with you.
I found quite a few valuable items in his bag, the prices are beyond imagination.
Wang Jinyang asked, do you know why he was being hunted?
His hands were stained with the blood of the martial artist.
Fang Ping laughed, isn't that why we need Wang brother's help? Ha!
Of course, how this loot is divided will depend on Wang brother's decision. Wang Jinyang smiled lightly, you're a smart person, and in the future, we'll definitely have more opportunities to do business. He moved towards the other man, there are some things I need to make clear first, to avoid any misunderstandings later on. The grade 2 bone hardening pill and the bone hardening pill, you can't use them. I'll swap them for first grade ones, and then I'll give you 1 million in cash.
Right now, I'm at the breakthrough limit, and I can still afford ammunition.
He pulled out something, but there's still this missing, and it's very expensive. Wang Jinyang tucked the item into his coat, you can't use this either, so let me have it. But don't worry, after my breakthrough, collecting resources will be much easier.
In the future, if you need anything, feel free to come find me.
Jinyang said, it's already been said, if you agree, you don't need to worry about Huang Wu's next steps, just leave it to me. Fang Ping sighed, I didn't expect he still had more on him, big trouble now.
He laughed and said, well, then it's all on you.
Wang brother, the things you don't need, I'll take them with me. Fang Ping cheerfully responded, not bad, right now this is the best situation, after all, this hungry wolf doesn't eat everything. After confirming that the money belonged to him, the fortune point has increased, and with martial arts training, no problem.
Looking at the system, he was confused. Wait a minute, this ammunition should have 3.5 million fortune points, why is it only a little over 2.4 million? Fang Ping realized that maybe the system listed the actual value, not the market value, and considering that, it wasn't too much of a difference, right? Fang Ping turned back to Jin Yang and said, Yang brother, if Yang Cheng takes the confession, he'll definitely be at ease, he won't have the chance to speak. Wang Jin Yang gave a dangerous smile, killing someone in defiance of an order, executed on the spot.
A few days later, the phone rang with a beeping sound.
A notification of a money transfer appeared. Wang Jin Yang had just transferred 1 million yuan into the account. The wealth system's ranking increased, the old leaderboard shattered, and a new one emerged. Fang Ping was surprised, the system leveled up, the interface and the unit value are different now.
He rested his chin and thought, last time, the increase was always 0.1, 10,000 wealth points got 10 points of qi and blood.
Now the units are more precise. Could it be that 1,000 wealth points could increase 1 point of qi and blood?
Thinking this, he checked the system, and it confirmed that 1 point of qi and blood had increased.
Fang Ping was angry, so it's true.
With money, you get to level up, without money, you have to grind it out.
This system really gets blinded by money. Wang Jinyang sent a message, did you receive the money? I also sent some items to you, you'll need them in the future. Fang Ping pondered, he sent items too? He texted back, thanks, Wang brother.
Wang Jinyang replied, Yeah, I've grown up this much, and I haven't been impressed by many people. You're the first.
Fong Ping rubbed his nose. That comment really makes me feel embarrassed.
The younger sister jumped onto her brother, calling out loudly, "Wake up, Fong Ping, I'm hungry."
Fong Ping got up in distress. Go eat by yourself. The younger sister laughed and said, If I can use your money, why would I use my own? TSK, how could I leave you alone at home?
He pulled his sister's cheek and scolded her, "I heard what you just said."
The younger sister took the package and said, It's from Wang Jinyang. It's already here?
The younger sister thought for a moment. I think I've heard that name somewhere before.
She paused for a moment, then gasped, Isn't he Wang Jinyang from Nanjiang Martial Artist University?
Yeah. Hearing this, the younger sister frowned and begged Fong Ping, "Oh my god, when did you meet Wang Jinyang? Please help me get his autograph."
Fong Ping was confused. Your husband is a fan of him too?
The younger sister teased him, "With your skills, I'm sure you don't know how famous Wang Jinyang is."
Fong Ping replied, I don't want to be called an idiot by a little girl like you.
She explained, in Yangchang, at least 3 people, both men and women, like him, and there are 2 people who particularly like him. Our school has about 5,000 people, the male to female ratio is 2 to 3, one signature costs 10 yuan, and with 3,000 people, that's an additional 500. Rounding it up, it's already 1 billion, Wang Jinyang is number 1.
Fong Ping waved his hand, Is this the reason you like him?
The younger girl smiled confidently, "By then, I'll support him 7, and we'll make a fortune."
Looking back and not seeing Fong Ping, she called out, Hey, where did you go? If not, I can also go 4 to you, 6 to me. Hey, Fong Ping, why did you leave? We can still negotiate. Fong Ping walked down the street. What did Wang brother send me? He didn't ask him further. Curiously, he tore open the envelope. Fong Ping was surprised. Inside, there are 3 volumes of martial arts manuals.
Previously, when I was at the internet CAF, I found that in order to break through as a martial artist, 2 conditions must be met. First, high qi and blood. To become a martial artist, the minimum qi and blood must be 150.
Second, strong bones.
The strength of the bones cannot just depend on taking medicine, but requires professional martial arts techniques. I was worried I wouldn't be able to find any martial arts manuals, but unexpectedly, Wang brother has already sent them. He thought, but the small yard in front of your house can't be used for cultivation. A voice rang out, you can now get the shared area for free when you buy.
A real estate agent greeted, wouldn't you like to learn a little more about why real estate is limited?
At Guanhu Yuan, the agent introduced, Guanhu Yuan not only has convenient transportation and living amenities, but its design is also the best on the market. The total area of this semi-detached house is around 230 m, and the estimated price is 860,000.
Fong Ping hesitated, this house isn't bad, but the price is a bit high. Hearing the complaint, the agent became irritated, seems like just a student. Doesn't even dress like someone wealthy.
The agent continued, if you think this fully furnished house is too expensive, we can go check out the neighboring unfinished house.
Fong Ping replied, no need to see it. He smiled and held up his card, if I pay in full, will there be a discount?
The agent was thrilled, his eyes lighting up as he spoke excitedly, congratulations, sir, so refined and elegant, young and talented. He smiled brightly and held out the contract, if you sign the contract now, not only will you get a 5% discount on the management tax, but all maintenance and repair fees will be waived, and with a 20% deposit, I can even ask the boss to reduce the rent further. Fong Ping felt embarrassed by the compliment, but he still said, today is the first time I've seen you, and I could tell right away that you're a person of great talent. That's why only this house suits someone of your exceptional temperament. He asked, so when can I move in? The sales agent immediately replied, this is a fully furnished house, so you can move in whenever you want. For customers who pay the full amount, we'll handle the next steps for you, so you don't have to worry about a thing. He sighed, having money really is great. As he walked home, turning the key, he hesitated, there's no way to explain to my parents where the money for the house came from. Or maybe it's better if I just don't tell them.
At least now I have a place to practice. I'll go buy some more equipment and gym machines. On the way, there was lively chatter. Fong Ping heard the noise and curiously peered inside. The battle between Grandmaster Ma and Tai Mui was intense. People were standing around watching as the program was being broadcast. Even though we are still 5 km away from Grandmaster Ma and Tai Mui, we can still feel the strong wind pressure. Now, let's turn the camera towards the heart of the battle between the two Grandmasters. The camera zooms in, but everything is blurry. He watches the narration as the once dense forest has turned into a dusty battlefield. A loud crash echoes, followed by Tai Mui's thunderous blow, and yet another mountain vanishes. Too intense. Another bang follows. Grandmaster Ma retaliates, using his signature move. The mountain shatters, rocks flying everywhere, and the reporter is hit by a stone hurtling towards him. Watch out for the debris. Loud crashing noises reverberate, thundering. The screen flickers and then goes black. The people there are in awe. Grandmaster Ma and Tai Mui are just terrifying. Someone else says, I heard this was just a discussion, not a fight to the death. Fong Ping is stunned, so this is basically the human version of an RPG, right? The destructive power is no less than a nuclear bomb. Who knows, this might not even be their full strength. The screen continues. Apologies from the reporter, there were some unexpected events just now. We never expected that standing this far away while filming would still leave us in the line of fire. If we weren't grade 3 martial artists, we might have died just now. Fong Ping hopes, I wonder if one day I'll be strong enough to do that. Grandmaster, I will definitely achieve that. At the shopping mall, a delicate female voice rings out, honey, this sofa is so beautiful, let's buy one. The sales staff chimed in, beautiful lady, what a great gaze you have. This sofa is high-end, and right now, it's only $79,999. The man heard the price and pondered, $80,000. Let's think about it for a moment. Upon hearing this, the woman sulked. She flopped back, wriggling, you said you love me, but you're lying to me. This made the man hurry, all right, I'll buy it. The salesperson was awkward, I'm sorry, sir, but this sofa has already been bought by that handsome gentleman over there. He looked toward the counter where Fuang Bang was paying. He raised his card, smiling and waving at him. It was dark at Fong Ping's house, and his younger sister tattled, it's already so late, and Fong Ping still hasn't come back. He's definitely sneaking off to eat snacks outside. I'll have to teach him a lesson when he gets home. Their mother laughed and responded to Fong Yuan, didn't your brother say on the phone? The martial arts competition is coming up, so he has to practice as much as possible. At that moment, Fong Ping was at his newly bought apartment, keeping his chest straight, his back straight, and his head aligned. He practiced the stance, chest out, back straight, neck aligned. The body is made up of 206 bones, including 29 skull bones, 59 rib bones, and 126 bones in the limbs, along with blood, flesh, meridians, and internal organs. Martial artist, these two things must support each other. Whether one is a martial artist or not, to effectively condition the bones, it can be done through the training method combined with martial arts. But just then, the phone rang, and Wang Jinyang's voice came through. The key to the conditioning method is to compress the qi and blood, which is like a sponge, allowing the body to endure the pressure of the qi and blood and become stronger. At the same time, the bones must be cleansed so they can absorb the qi and blood, thus increasing their strength. Fong Ping asked, Wang brother, if the qi and blood and the strength of the bones can no longer be improved, is it possible to consider breaking through to become a martial artist? Wang Jinyang replied, that's right. If the conditioning method can be combined with martial arts, the effect on bone conditioning will be even better, but of course, the difficulty will also be greater. As for martial arts, one can choose a technique related to the next step. Fong Ping listened and took notes. Wang Jinyang assessed the first grade realm. Someone specializing in the arm section is relatively safe, nothing particularly special. Someone specializing in the leg section can fight, can run, and has a solid foundation. Fong Ping asked, then Wang brother, if I focus on the legs, which martial arts would be suitable? Wang Jinyang immediately responded, the horse step pile work, this is the first choice for a martial artist focusing on the legs. However, conditioning the legs can be somewhat dangerous. Once injured, it's easy to become crippled, and not only would the appearance be affected, but you might also find it impossible to walk normally. Fang Ping ignored, these things don't matter, the key is that under the condition of not being able to fight, I can still run. Hearing this, Wang Wen sighed, what an outrageous idea. He continued, hey Fang Ping, there are a few things I need to remind you of once again. Your qi and blood are not bad, and the health check for martial artists has no issues. Training methods in martial arts will increase the limit of your qi and blood, but in reality, your qi and blood will decrease significantly. The health check will only become more troublesome. Fang Ping suppressed his qi and blood and created a sound by focusing it in his legs, sizzle. Sizzle. Wang Jinyang warned, once the major artery near the brain is damaged, you might very well miss this college entrance exam. Fang Ping ignored him, isn't it just the college entrance exam? I can review for another year. As long as I break through in the first training session, it will improve a lot. The premise is not to damage the major artery. Open your eyes, as long as you're determined, there will be absolutely no problem. After a while, Fang Ping lay on the floor, panting, and said happily, the first training session was successful, just as Brother Wang said, both qi and blood and mental state have decreased. Wang Jinyang closed his eyes, his qi and blood and mental state rising, with the system points increasing. Wang Jinyang was surprised, not only has it recovered, but the limit has also increased. Using the system to recover qi and blood and mental state means skipping the digestion phase. You've miscalculated, he said. People practice for 3 days at a time, and they have to take over 100,000 pills to replenish their qi and blood. But I only need to push my body to endure however many times I can. At this rate, who knows? I might catch up to Wang brother soon, maybe even surpass him. Every day after that, Fang Ping kept training hard, and everyone around him also put in effort, some running, some working on their arms, some trying to eat as much as they could. By April 28th, Fang Ping was drinking water to replenish his strength. He counted the days left until the martial artist health check, 3 more days. In some office. Luo Ting, this year Rui Yang doesn't have any martial artist candidates. The person tapped the desk and continued, if I'm not mistaken, this year marks the 10th year in a row. In the past 10 years, Ruiyang City hasn't had a single martial artist candidate. The deputy leader of the Nanjiang Province inspection team frowned. He asked, tell me, where did all the education funding go? If it wasn't for Wang Jinyang from Yangcheng performing excellently at Nanjiang Martial Artist University last year, the Ruiyang City Education Department might have been completely eliminated by now. He said, this year, if the students with qi and blood over 120 from Ruiyang City do not reach at least 100 people, or if no outstanding martial artist emerges, or if no martial artist is born, then Minister Jean will have to go down into the hole for a trip. On May 1 estate, groups of cars gathered in front of the school gate. Fang Ping, determined and confident, went to take the exam. The moment to decide his fate had arrived. 2 people hugged each other, crying, last year's score was 112, I heard this year the requirement is higher. Right now, our qi and blood score is only 110, there's basically no chance. At the gathering area, another student patted them on the back to comfort them, relax, later on, think about the qi and blood burst technique that Wang brother taught. You guys will definitely be fine. Hearing this, the 2 others cheered up, that's right, we also have the technique that Jin Yang taught us. We'll be fine now. Over there, another classmate patted Fang Ping on the back and asked, by the way, Fang Ping, how many points do you have now? Fang Ping replied, I haven't checked yet. A voice called out from behind, and both classmates turned around. The person asked again, are you Fang Ping? Hearing the question, he was puzzled, yes, is there something wrong? The other person suddenly said, aren't you Tan brother, the deputy minister of the Ministry of Education? The person smiled and replied, I have something to discuss with Fang Ping, let's talk privately. They moved to a quiet corner, and Fang Ping spoke first, Tan brother wants to talk to me privately, it must be something important, right?
please, go ahead. The other person scratched his head and said, well, I'll be straightforward. Our Ruiyang has a total of 5 counties, 3 districts, and 1 city. Yangchang is a county-level city, not much stronger than the districts, but slightly stronger than the 5 counties. Each year, the number of students who pass the martial artist qualification test is a key assessment target for the Ministry of Education, a top priority. This time, we are going to Xianxi County, with Anping District as the health check testing site. This one county, one district situation has always viewed Yangchang as a thorn in their side. After a pause, the person asked Fangping, your qi and blood score is over 120, right? Fangping replied, we'll find out after the test later. He was puzzled and asked, why would a deputy minister of the Ministry of Education be curious about me? The man was blunt. Earlier, I met with Wang Jinyang, and he mentioned you to me. Anyone who can earn Wang Jinyang's recognition is definitely not an ordinary person. He lowered his head and said, I don't quite understand what you mean. The other person suggested, before the test, I hope you can unleash your qi and blood, overwhelming all of them. He looked at the other person awkwardly, and the person explained, you must know that a person's mood has a significant impact on the performance of their qi and blood. If those around you are weaker, naturally, you will be filled with confidence, and the test results may be unexpectedly good. But what if those around you are all very strong? The confidence gets shaken, or anxiety sets in. When the mood controls the qi and blood like that, you won't be able to perform to your full potential. Fangping felt uncomfortable and muttered, you want me to use my qi and blood to scare the students from those 2 districts? This old man is really cruel. He said to the other person, this isn't very good. Besides, unleashing my qi and blood before the health check will also affect my test results. The man made a condition, don't worry. Once the matter is settled, the city will compensate you with a qi and blood pill. That pill is worth 900,000. Martial artists must compete, must fight for it. Agreeing with your opponent is not the style of a martial artist. He sneered, martial artists must fight, huh? Fangping grabbed his hand and agreed to the condition, alright, I'll give it a try. He was suddenly struck by something. He calculated, 120, 130, not just that. This kid's qi and blood might even be higher. A group of students was walking together when suddenly one of them rushed forward and bumped into a girl. Bam! He didn't feel sorry at all. Nowadays, everyone wants to be a martial artist. Nearby, a classmate was worried about the girl who got hurt. One classmate grabbed the collar of the other boy's shirt, apologized to her. Everyone was shocked. Ji Hao. He spoke with contempt, clearly, you guys are blind, just a bunch of bumpkins, only know how to shout loudly. Ji Chang was furious, did you do that on purpose? Fangping stepped forward and sighed, these 2 high school students have never been taught by society, don't know how to speak properly. It's going to be hard for them to get by in society later. Ji Chang turned and called out, Fangping. The other boy was surprised when he heard that, huh? Fangping unleashed his qi and blood, I should be the one to teach you what manners are. Do you know how to speak properly in society? The person collapsed under the pressure from Fangping, I can't breathe anymore. Jinping's group was shocked, this burst of qi and blood is almost at the level of a martial artist. How exactly did that Wang Jinyang guy train this kid? A voice called out beside him, Mr. Tan, is that young man from your area? In the waiting area of the health examination center, everyone was discussing what had just happened. The surge of qi and blood earlier almost made it impossible for me to breathe. Look, my hand is still shaking. That feeling was terrifying. I still feel scared just thinking about it. I heard he's a student from Yangchang No. 1 school. His qi and blood is unbelievably high. I have no idea who the students there are, but they're all so strong. Fangping chuckled lightly, I feel like I'm overwhelming these little brats. I guess it's just some training for them. Suddenly, someone grabbed Fangping's hand and pulled him into a room. Fangping saw the person's face and was surprised, you, Tan brother? He handed Fong Ping a pill. Fong Ping, take this first-grade Qi and blood pill and become the ultimate standard martial artist.
Fong Ping was confused.
He pushed Tan Jinping's hand away. Tan brother, I cannot fulfill your request. He explained, the potency of the first-grade Qi and blood pill is too strong. If someone who hasn't undergone rigorous martial arts training consumes it, it's not only extremely harmful to the body, it could even be fatal. Tan Jinping continued to persuade him, it's fine, your foundation is very solid. As long as you use the first-grade Qi and blood pill, you can temporarily reach the 149 standard of a peak martial artist. He still refused, no, this is too dangerous. Tan Jinping frowned, this is the request of Minister of Education Rui Yang, Jin Kuming. He threatened, rejecting the favor of a grade 3 martial artist brings no benefit.
Fong Ping was irritated, this old fox is threatening me.
He grimaced, grade 3 martial artist. I heard that my brother Wang has recently broken through to grade 3 as well.
Maybe I should call him and see what he has to say.
The response caught Tan Jinping off guard. He sighed and immediately softened his tone, pleading, I'm sorry, actually, I was forced into this.
Fong Ping, please help me just this once, I'll accept any condition.
Upon hearing that, Fong Ping smiled lightly, I'll accept the request, but only if you provide me with 2 first-grade Qi and blood pills and 2 million in cash.
Then, I'll risk my life to try it once.
Jinping's group calculated, now Jin Kuming is rushing like crazy.
Even if Fong Ping's conditions are higher, he definitely won't refuse.
After thinking it over, he agreed, alright, I'll accept the conditions on behalf of Mr. Jin.
Fong Ping stepped outside, not forgetting to say, okay, we'll meet later.
By the way, Tan brother, I need 3 first-grade Qi and blood pills.
Just give me 2 later. What he said surprised Tan Jinping, is he a high school student? And he still wants to give me good stuff?
He frowned, this kid is indeed not simple.
In the health checkup room, the recorded results showed that no one had scored above 120 Qi and blood points. He was worried, no student has surpassed 120 points yet?
Then, he noticed a name on the list, found Fong Ping.
The person quickly rushed towards Fong Ping.
Minister Jin turned towards Fong Ping, who was standing in the exam room. He looked up and said, I didn't expect there would be cameras inside this Qi and blood chamber.
Fong Ping thought to himself, looks like I still have to pretend. I'll take a pill. He picked up the pill and swallowed it.
Since he had the system, he didn't need to use a first-grade Qi and blood pill. A regular Qi and blood pill would be enough to pass as long as it looked the part. The pill was swallowed and slid down to the throat.
Fong Ping found it strange, this feeling is different from before.
Although it's just an ordinary Qi and blood pill, the Qi and blood power within this pill is unlike that of the system, it's incredibly deep, and basically doesn't need to be purified again.
Fong Ping opened his eyes, his gaze flashing with light.
He yelled out and unleashed his Qi and blood. The gauge slowly began to rise.
He looked at the gauge anxiously. Fong Ping, if you're holding my precious item and don't meet the extreme standard. Minister Jin's gaze turned cold. I won't let you off. The gauge had risen to 149.
He smiled with satisfaction. In the meeting room of the inspection center, the teacher announced that the Ministry of Education had just released the new Qi and blood standards. The teacher paused for a moment before saying, 15 points.
The students are really surprisingly high, do they expect people to survive this? What is this, a joke?
Last year, 112 points was enough to get into Martial Artist University, and I thought 112 was the limit, but now it's 115 points.
It's over.
The teacher continued, as I said before, all roads lead to Rome, so don't worry too much. Let's have a moment of silence, then I'll announce the list of students who passed the test.
Lu Ruoqi, 115 points. Ma Dongmei, 112 points.
A classmate beside him asked, Hey Fong Ping, why aren't you worried at all?
This time it's 115 points. Fong Ping replied, 115 points is really high? Zhang Hao didn't believe it, are you kidding me? How many points do you think you got this time?
Fong Ping frowned. Probably 149 points. The classmate patted his shoulder and said, "At this time, you're still joking around, calm as a tree."
Your attitude is really admirable. Fong Ping responded, "I'm serious."
The teacher continued reading. Yang Jian, 116 points, Wu Zhihao, 120 points. Upon hearing this, Zhihao chuckled. Fong Ping read to this point, and the teacher stumbled a bit while reading the next result. The teacher paused for a moment and then said, "Next, let's congratulate Fong Ping for achieving an outstanding score of 149 points, ranking first in Ruiyang City." Hearing this, Fong Ping smiled proudly, and the students started whispering to each other, "Who is Fong Ping?"
"I don't know.
He's a martial arts student from our school.
I think he's in the class with Wu Zhihao. 149 points for Qi and Blood, that's amazing."
Zhang Hao was surprised. "Fong Ping, you really got 149 points." Fong Ping sighed, "The teacher already said it, and you still don't believe me." The teacher continued, "This is the complete list of students who passed the physical health test.
Those who didn't make it, don't be upset."
He said, "Next year there will still be a chance, disband." A student cried, "Because I took the martial artist exam, my family has always endured hunger and deprivation. How can I face my parents now?" Fong Ping looked at the female student, his gaze filled with regret. "Indeed, becoming a martial artist is not an exam that just any group of people can enter. Thinking back, in order to recover my Qi and Blood, I spent hundreds of points of wealth. A normal family simply cannot bear it." He stood up and patted the student's shoulder. "Zhang Nan."
Fong Ping comforted her, "You've always had to endure a lot, haven't you?
Because of the martial artist exam, you couldn't eat this, couldn't eat that."
He smiled and said, "You really like eating French fries, don't you? Come on, let me take you to eat something delicious."
"I'll pay, just eat whatever you want."
The female student's tears continued to flow.
Fong Ping, seeing this, everyone rushed over to comfort her. "If someone's invited you to eat, you should go. Zhang Nan, with your ability, passing the martial artist exam next year will definitely not be a problem." Hearing this, Zhang Nan felt touched. She regained her composure. "Let's go then, let's go buy something good to eat." Seeing this, Fong Ping smiled with relief.
The group of students walked off happily to buy food. Someone stepped forward. "Don't you think the martial artist exam is unfair?"
He said, "As long as you don't pass, you'll be a lowly person for the rest of your life.
Why should we follow the rules they set?"
The whole group was confused upon hearing this. The person continued, "In 2012, martial artists will lead the world to destruction, while the true gods will lead people to save the world. Join us, punish the privileged classes, with grandmasters at the helm."
Fong Ping was confused. "Who is this?" Fong Ping whispered to the others, "I feel like this person isn't quite right. Let's take a different route." The group unanimously agreed.
They all ignored the person and turned down another path.
The man grabbed someone's hand and begged Zhang Nan, "Classmate, don't go. Let me lead you to a place."
Zhang Nan was frightened. "Let go of me."
The man persisted, "We won't harm you.
The real God Guild treats good people well."
Fong Ping was furious. "Didn't she just tell you to let go?"
He unleashed his Qi and Blood towards the man.
Fong Ping stood there angrily.
The man, seeing this, let go of Zhang Nan's hand, his eyes still unwilling to leave the group of students.
Fong Ping, annoyed, said, "Is this what we're teaching here? Is there no one to stop such reckless behavior on the streets?"
Zhang Hao turned back and said, "Fong Ping, just ignore him.
Let's go quickly." He frowned. "Forget it, no need to think about it.
Right now, it's neither necessary nor do I have the qualifications to care about these things.
Right now, the only thing I'm concerned about is the survey and the professional exam the next day."
He looked at the group of students walking away, a wicked smile creeping across his face. The next day, at the examination school, a survey was conducted with the students in various subjects.
In the professional exam room, Fong Ping focused intently on his exam paper.
The bell signaling the end rang, and the students rushed out joyfully. The exam was over, and parents outside the school gate eagerly awaited their children. Fong Ping skillfully maneuvered through the crowd. In a car outside the school gate, a voice pointed out, "That's the one." The heretic from yesterday said, "That's the one, the student with incredibly high chi and blood." The person sitting beside him responded, "High chi and blood are the essence of a martial artist, the privileged class of the future." Another person cursed, "These privileged scum deserve to die." The woman laughed. "Exactly, these people are beyond redemption. There's no way to save them anymore. The only thing left is for us to purify their souls." She assigned the task. "You handle the other students, this kid is mine." Upon hearing this, the group opened the car door. They rushed onto the road, attacking the students who had just finished their exams, creating chaos in front of the school gate. A person was pulling the hair of a female student, while another was hitting a male student with a stick. Fong Ping saw that everyone was terrified, and he was confused. "What's going on?" The woman from earlier called Fong Ping over. "Little brother, where are you going?" She stepped back. "Before leaving, let's offer a soul sacrifice to the true God first." Fong Ping was startled, quickly turning around to take the blow. "That hurts." Fong Ping was surprised. The martial artist had been trained through his upper body. He noticed the symbol on the face. The symbol on the face belongs to the same group as the cultist from yesterday. Fong Ping jumped up, spinning to gain momentum. "Do these people want to take revenge on me?" He kicked at her, but she blocked it. Fong Ping was sweating. "It hurts so much, I haven't learned combat tactics yet, I'm completely relying on my physical condition to resist." She charged at him, grabbing his collar, and threw Fong Ping down onto the pavement. She raised her hand, intending to defeat Fong Ping. He dodged the blow and kicked hard at her ankle. She lost her balance, tilted sideways, and her punch missed. Fong Ping tensed up. "This is not just a staged disturbance. Damn it, they really want to kill me." He feared a punch that could pierce through the ground. "This is a newly advanced martial artist. Last time I could handle a Huangwu grade 2 because I was prepared." She raised her hand again. His mind was working at full capacity. "Now I have to deal with a martial artist in a fully alert state." As the fist flew toward him, Fong Ping panicked. "It's over, I might die here." A loud sound echoed. Blood sprayed from her body as she was punched into the fence. The one who landed the punch was a young man. He shook his hand to clean off the blood. "I can't believe these people dared to come to the exam site and cause trouble." Fong Ping stood there, dumbfounded, unable to say anything. The man asked, "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Fong Ping stood up, glancing down at the woman, covered in blood, his gaze dazed. He covered his mouth to stop himself from throwing up. One punch can turn someone into this? Noticing Fong Ping seemed unwell, the man asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Anyone who sees something like this for the first time would feel sick. After a while, the man asked again, "Are you feeling better?" Fong Ping, having vomited, wiped his mouth with his hand and looked up to ask, "Who are you?" The person introduced himself as someone from the pursuit department. Fong Ping asked further, "So, what about them?" The other person replied, "They're just a bunch of lunatics." Hearing this answer, he became angry. "Stop joking. Are you saying that this is just a case of a bunch of lunatics causing trouble? That person earlier wanted to kill me." The other person, sensing Fong Ping's anger, felt awkward. He lowered his tone and tried to ease the situation. "Right now, Rui Yang has sent both the army and the pursuit department to clean up the city. This kind of thing will definitely not happen again." Tanjin Ping, worried, rushed over. "Fong Ping, are you all right?" He shook Fong Ping's body. "Why is there so much blood? Are you injured? Do you need to go to the hospital?" The other person reassured him, "Mr. Tan, don't worry, he's fine." The person continued, "But, no matter what, Fong Ping here is the one with the highest chi and blood in Rui Yang, right?" Tanjin Ping was surprised. "Zhang brother?" He continued, "Just now, I saw many of your pursuit department members on the street.
It seems like this isn't just some simple disturbance.
The other person pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and replied, "That's right. This isn't the first time they've ambushed martial artist reserves. Their attitude toward the martial artist world can be described as hatred to the bone." The person said, "For them, a martial artist reserve is just a group of privileged class individuals who haven't been exposed to combat tactics, making them the best target for attack. But I didn't expect them to make such a fuss at the exam venue this time, and furthermore, one of them was actually a martial artist."
Tan Jinping was shocked upon hearing this. There was actually a martial artist?
The other person responded, "Yes, it was the one who attacked Fong Ping earlier." The group of Jinping members felt relieved. Fortunately, our deputy minister stepped in, otherwise Rui Yang would have lost a talent.
Fong Ping, hearing this, clenched his fists in fear. "What are you worried about? He's just a martial artist and still encountered me. Maybe this time it was a coincidence, but what if we run into him again like last time? Damn it, before even entering the martial artist world, I've already faced such danger. I can't even protect my own life, how am I supposed to become a grandmaster?"
A soldier reported, "All the members of the creation sect have been captured, 3 killed, and 20 students injured, 6 of whom have broken bones."
Could this person come back?
The soldier continued, "He probably won't be able to attend martial arts school anymore." Tan Jinping patted his shoulder. "Zhang, you go handle the cult issues first, and leave the reassurance work here to the Ministry of Education."
The person turned away. "It seems that it can only be left to your Ministry of Education to worry about." Tan Jinping politely replied, "In times like this, what do you mean by worrying?" He turned back to Fong Ping and examined him from head to toe. "Fong Ping, are you really not injured? Here, take this tissue and wipe your face. If you are hurt, I wouldn't know how to explain things to Wang Jinyang." Fong Ping took the tissue and said, "Tan brother, can you tell me something about combat tactics?" Tan Jinping was taken aback. "Why do you want to practice combat tactics?" Fong Ping was determined. "Yes." He thought to himself, "I need to become stronger." Tan Jinping patted his shoulder. "Wait until you get into martial artist university. Once you become a martial artist, the school will teach you."
"But, just like these peaceful years now, practicing those things doesn't have much effect."
Fong Ping was confused. "What do you mean by that? Didn't Grandmaster Ma, Tai Mui, and the person from earlier, along with the people from the arrest department, all know combat tactics?" Tan Jinping continued, "You shouldn't be too surprised. In fact, many martial artists nowadays don't cultivate battling tactics, they only focus on forging their bones and cultivating their vitality. Furthermore, battling tactics are from the past, and they aren't useful anymore. Problems like this one are usually dealt with by the pursuit department, it has nothing to do with us." He said, "Being a vitality-reaching martial artist and having an office job like you is really good. Otherwise, it's like being one of those guys from the pursuit department, constantly fighting and killing, never knowing which day might be your last." Tan Jinping turned away, saying, "In my opinion, I'll take you for a shower, find you some new clothes to wear, and then drop you off at home, where I'll conveniently greet your mother." What Tan Jinping said left Fong Ping confused. So martial artists, the majority of them are just for show. The voice on the phone rang. "The number you are calling is out of service area." Fong Ping became a little worried. "What's old Wang doing? I can't get through to him, I wanted to ask him about some martial artist stuff." Tan Jinping looked at Fong Ping's phone and asked, "What's wrong? Is no one picking up at home?" Fong Ping replied, "No." Tan Jinping then said, as he used his own phone, "Right." Fong Ping's phone notification rang. The message on the screen read, "Mr. Tan Jinping has transferred 2 million yuan into your account." Fong Ping was a bit surprised. "I've been busy with exams these past few days, almost forgot about this. I didn't expect old Tan and Chief Jean would actually transfer the money to me." Tan Jinping said, his face bright with joy, "The other day, the test you did great. The city has already sent the scholarship money down." He extended his hand. "Don't be so down, you did well, kid." Seeing Fong Ping's confusion, Tan Jinping chuckled and explained, "High five, give me a high five. I really value your future development."
His words made Fong Ping beam with a smile. He gave Tan Jinping a high five, of course.
Tan Jinping smiled lightly. Yeah, no wonder you're the one Wang Jinyang put so much effort into training. You've got a lot of ambition.
The matter with the cult issue had come to an end, and just surviving it was already a blessing. Overthinking it wouldn't change anything, so just like old Tan said, I should look ahead to the future now. Back at Fong Ping's house, firecrackers went off, and the whole family came out blowing trumpets and banging gongs in celebration. Congratulations to Ping Ping for reaching first place in the city's vitality ranking. Tan Jinping awkwardly said, "Sorry for the disturbance."
Fong Ping's family looked at him with a judging gaze. Who are you? Fong Ping stepped out from behind. Parents, Fong Yuan.
The whole family was happy to see him.
Fong Ping introduced, this is Vice Chief Tan of the Department of Education of Sun City. He's the one who brought me home.
Hearing that, his family felt awkward. Oh, Vice Chief of the Department of Education. Tan Jinping was invited into the house, and Fong Ping's mother poured him some water. This child didn't even mention that you would be coming.
We weren't prepared at all. Let me go out and buy some things.
Tan Jinping declined. No need to be so polite. I just came to speak with your husband for a few minutes and then I'll leave.
Fong Yuan teased Fong Ping. So impressive, big brother, getting a personal visit from the Vice Chief of the Department of Education.
He responded to her, oh, but I don't even know why he's here. Jinping laughed and greeted, I just came by to say hello to older brother Fong, sorry for the trouble.
Fong Ping's father politely replied, it's no problem, I should be calling you sir.
Tan Jinping got straight to the point. Actually, the Department of Education in Sun City has looked into the background of Fong Ping's family a little. I know that you and your wife must have worked very hard raising Fong Ping. If you agree, I'd like to offer you a position at the Department of Education as a security guard. The monthly salary is 5,000, plus social insurance. Hearing that, Fong Ping's father was surprised. Salary? A monthly salary of 5,000? Why is that? Fong Yuan ran over and hugged his father. Dad, isn't that great? We won't have to work so hard anymore. Fong Ping also agreed, that's right, Dad, you should accept old Tan's suggestion. Everyone's words made him think, Tan Jinping asked to leave first. Alright, I still have some matters to handle, I'll leave now. Fong Ping's father tried to keep him. Stay for a meal before you go. He declined. No need, you all should spend time together. Fong Ping said, let me see you off, old Tan. Fong Yuan happily commented, Vice Chief Tan is really great, taking the time to send brother Tu home, and even giving dad a job. Fong Ping's mother suggested to old Fong, we should arrange a meal for old Tan sometime soon. Fong Ping's father agreed, I think that's a good idea. After we get the results from Fong Ping's martial arts exam, we can invite him. After seeing Tan Jinping off, Fong Ping closed the door. He asked, Mom, Dad, are you free tomorrow? His parents were puzzled. Why? Fong Ping announced, the Department of Education awarded us a house, we can go see it tomorrow. Everyone in his family was surprised, and they all exclaimed loudly, what? Fong Ping led his parents to the house he had bought. Fong Yuan was excited, wow, it's so big. She cheerfully added, and it even has 2 floors. I have to go upstairs to take a look. Fong Ping's mother advised, be careful, don't fall. Fong Ping's father, content, said, after living for half a lifetime, this is the first time I've seen a house like this. His mother joined in happily, exactly, even the furniture is all set up. I wonder how much the Department of Education spent. Fong Ping's father asked again, Ping, this house really is a scholarship from the Department of Education? Fong Ping was taken aback by the question. He hesitated, well, about that. He thought to himself, should I tell my parents that I bought it? The lie about receiving the house as a gift would be too hard to believe. Old Fong, excited, said, look, this is the popular LCD TV in the market now. It's so big, watching Invincible Vengeful Woman on it will definitely be awesome. Seeing how happy his parents were, Fong Ping was surprised, do they really believe it? He whispered, "Mom, Dad, this house was actually a special gift from the Department of Education, so please don't tell anyone."
Fong Ping's father nodded, I understand. Fong Ping's mother said, "It's not the martial artists, but they have such good benefits. If they really become martial artists, I can't even imagine." Fong Yuan excitedly shouted, "There's a flower garden upstairs." Both of Fong Ping's parents were eager, "Is that true? I'll go up and check, I want to see too."
At that moment, the news broadcast, "Urgent news, 14:28 today, an 8.0 magnitude earthquake occurred in the west, with a very strong impact, causing serious damage to buildings."
Fong Ping was startled by the earthquake.
He recalled, "That's right, in the previous world, there would have been a major earthquake on this day." The report continued, "The earthquake has already caused 3 fatalities, 73 injuries, and 1 missing person." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping thought, "I remember the number of casualties and injuries being much higher back then.
Could it be the effect of martial artists' powers?"
The news went on, because the earthquake had been predicted early, the public was able to evacuate in time, preventing large-scale casualties.
The rescue teams have quickly entered the disaster area and are actively conducting rescue operations.
Grandmasters are providing aid, and the people in the affected areas are cooperating positively, working together to rebuild a strong homeland.
Fong Ping realized that martial artists were not as useless as Old Tan had said. Hadn't they saved many people?
He had already stepped into the world of martial artists, with no turning back.
The phone rang, it's Old Wang's phone.
Fong Ping answered immediately, "Old Wang, I've been trying to reach you for the past few days, but I couldn't get through."
"Are you doing all right?"
He replied, "I've been out on a mission for the past few days and couldn't take my phone with me." "I saw your message, you said your vitality has reached 149 points, not bad at all."
Fong Ping felt a little embarrassed hearing that. "Well, this is all thanks to your guidance, Old Wang." He asked, "You didn't just call me for some compliments, did you? Come on, tell me, what's the real reason you're looking for me?" Fong Ping responded, "Old Wang, let me be honest.
Over the past few days, I've completed the elementary stage of bone forging, and my vitality has broken through 150 points."
Hearing this, Old Wang said, "So, you want to break through to become a martial artist?"
Fong Ping replied, "No, I'm not yet ready to break through to become a martial artist. Right now, my vitality growth and bone cultivating progress have slowed down, so I wanted to ask you about something related to battling tactics."
"Didn't you always say that practical combat is key?"
"I want to train in battling tactics, but there's no one to guide me." Wang Jinyang replied, Battling tactics are very important, but right now, cultivation isn't the best timing. 150 points is the limit for an ordinary person to break through to a martial artist, but it's not what we pursue in the non-martial artist stage.
Nurturing vitality reaching to a higher level is more beneficial for the future.
I can quickly complete the bone cultivation of the limbs because my vitality reaching is high. Right now, you're not only breaking through 150 points, but also completing the first round of bone cultivation.
If you train battling tactics now, it won't provide much benefit for the future.
For the long-term goal, focus on the second round of bone cultivation."
Fong Ping, hearing Wang Jinyang's words, was confused. Second round of bone cultivation?
Wang Jinyang continued, "Do you feel that the speed of your bone cultivation has slowed down?"
Fong Ping agreed.
Wang Jinyang suggested, "If the conditions allow, you could buy some body strengthening liquid to bathe in. It could speed up your bone forging process."
Fong Ping didn't understand. Body strengthening liquid? I've never heard of it. Wang Jinyang explained, "It's not surprising you haven't heard of it.
The body strengthening liquid is only used by people whose vitality reaching and physical body have reached their limits. There are very few users, so people in Sun City usually can't get their hands on it." Without waiting for Fong Ping to speak, Wang Jinyang had already made the decision. "Let's do it this way. I'll send you some words from the school, and you send me 500,000 for 3 bottles.
Transfer it to my card later, and hang up now." Hearing the price, Fong Ping was confused. 500,000.
He quickly added, "Wait, Old Wang. But the phone already made a sound, indicating the call had been disconnected.
Fong Ping regretted the money. Wasn't he going to give this to me? And it's so expensive. But in this world related to martial artists, what's not expensive? He made up his mind, now I have to focus on training. I can't waste this money. Fong Ping worked hard on his bone cultivating.
He trained both his mind and his body. Pausing, Fong Ping circulated his energy, and his bones gradually changed, with energy flowing out of his body. Before he knew it, a month had passed, and Fong Ping was soaking in the bathtub. He looked up at the system's interface. With the body strengthening liquid over the course of 1 month, my vitality limit has reached 170. 3 bottles of body strengthening liquid cost 500,000, and the system appraises it at 600,000. The price difference will be covered by the system, so I've made 100,000 in wealth. Normally, the medicine was priced at 2/3 of the market value, so the market value of these 3 bottles of body strengthening liquid is probably up to 900,000, 300,000 per bottle. After finishing the calculations, Fong Ping smiled greedily. He, looks like selling medicine is the best way to make money. Fong Yuan stood outside, feeling uncomfortable. Fong Ping, you've been taking a shower for over an hour, hurry up, I need to use the bathroom.
A moment later, the whole family was focused on the computer screen.
Fong Ping, feeling pressured, said, everyone, if you keep watching like this, I won't be able to check the results.
Fong Ping's father responded, aren't we just concerned about you? Fong Yuan, losing patience, said, you're so useless, let me do it.
They were checking the martial arts exam results in Sun City.
Fong Ping's father leaned in, with these scores, getting into a normal martial arts university should be no problem, right? Fong Yuan replied, not just a normal martial arts university, with these scores, getting into 2 martial arts universities would be no problem.
The whole family was happy with the results. Our son has made the Fong family proud.
His mother rubbed his head, you worked hard. Fong Yuan hugged her older brother, big brother, you're amazing.
Fong Yuan made a phone call to brag, I want my brother to sign something. With our relationship, getting him to sign 10 papers is no problem.
Fong Ping's father answered the phone, congratulating, thank you. It's just the results, right? We haven't even filled out the application yet. Fong Ping helplessly said, it's just knowing the exam results, that's already enough to be happy, right?
A message arrived on his phone, a message from Wang Jinyang, I've arrived at the Sun City, let's meet.
In the afternoon at the sports hall, Wang Jinyang and his younger sister were playing catch. When Wang Jinyang saw Fong Ping, he asked, you're here? Fong Ping smiled and replied, yeah, long time no see, old Wang. He noticed a little girl standing next to old Wang and asked, you even brought your sister along? She's so cute.
The little girl, shy of strangers, hid behind Wang Jinyang.
Wang Jinyang turned around and introduced, this is my teacher's daughter, and I. Fong Ping was puzzled, what's old Wang up to?
Bringing a teacher's kid along when going out.
He extended his hand for a handshake, hello, and I'm Fong Ping. The little girl seemed to ignore Fong Ping's greeting, hiding further behind Wang Jinyang.
Seeing her like this, Fong Ping felt a little annoyed, such bad manners.
My Fong Yuan is much cuter. Wang Jinyang patted the little girl's head and said, and I, go play over there for a while, okay? I'll talk with this guy for a bit. Fong Ping curiously watched the little girl run off to another spot. Has old Wang started doubling as a nanny now?
Wang Jinyang was annoyed, don't provoke me anymore, you don't need to know about these things right now.
Fong Ping was taken aback by the words, his face blank.
Wang Jinyang suddenly threw a punch, but Fong Ping dodged it. Wang Jinyang laughed, look at you, you've already completed the 2nd round of bone forging.
How about a sparring session? Hearing this, Fong Ping hesitated, spar? But I only completed it a few days ago.
Right now, old Wang, you're a rank 3 martial artist, and I'm not even a martial artist yet.
Wouldn't sparring just be a waste of time?
Upon hearing this, Wang Jinyang punched Fong Ping once, without the will to fight, how can you become a martial artist? Fong Ping was sent flying and fell to the ground.
Wang Jinyang frowned. Is this your steady stance?
Your legs are weak, your posture is scattered, and you can't even stand properly with this little external force.
How can you practice battle tactics like this? Fong Ping rubbed the painful spot and responded, Old Wang, if you want to test the results of my training, you don't need to go that hard, do you?
Before Fong Ping could get up, Wang Jinyang jumped and charged at him. Fong Ping had no choice but to jump to dodge.
He assessed, Old Wang has mastered batting legs, no wonder he's a rank 3.
He jumped down and landed lightly on the ground.
Wang Jinyang smiled and complimented, quick reflexes. Fong Ping, hearing this, flattered, isn't it thanks to Old Wang's guidance?
Wang Jinyang raised his fist again, this is your own effort, it has nothing to do with me. He threw a punch, no need to be too modest. Wang Jinyang continued, at the beginning of April, when we first met, you were actually quite ordinary. When the situation with Huang Bin ended, I knew you had talent, but I didn't expect that in just 2 months, you would be able to complete 2 bone forging sessions. He kept throwing punches, your talent and abilities really are impressive.
Fong Ping replied, Old Wang is praising me so much, I'll get arrogant at this rate.
Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Jinyang grabbed Fong Ping's hand, and before Fong Ping could react, Wang Jinyang threw him to the training floor, I hope you can get into Nanjiang Martial Arts University.
He was surprised, what? Fong Ping repeated, oh, Nanjiang Martial Arts University.
Wang Jinyang continued, as the president of the Martial Arts Society at Nanjiang Martial Arts University, I can help you access all the resources for free before you reach rank 3.
Fong Ping was stunned, free resources before reaching rank 3?
He calculated that the cost of bone forging pills and vitality reaching pills, before reaching rank 3, would still amount to more than 10 million.
Wang Jinyang laughed and replied, but it still depends on your choice. With your potential, you could even attend 2 universities. Fong Ping responded, this isn't the first time someone has told me I could attend 2 universities. Is it really that good? Wang Jinyang immediately replied, of course. He explained, the reason why famous schools are famous is because they must be better than ordinary martial arts universities. The first factor is resources. Every year, the Chinese nation provides a large amount of resources to the 2 martial arts universities, and countless powerful graduates and celebrities also offer strong financial support to their alma mater. As a result, they can provide bone forging pills and vitality reaching pills for free while students are breaking through rank 1. Hearing this, Fong Ping was shocked. Free? He quickly calculated, each freshman class has over 1,000 people, which would cost at least 800 million. The 2 martial arts universities are incredibly rich. Wang Jinyang continued, apart from the school subsidies, the remaining resources can only be obtained by relying on yourself, so the number of missions at the martial arts university is incredibly important. He continued, do you remember Huang Bin, the one I helped you deal with last time? Actually, that task was exactly what the Sun City branch here assigned to me. But for a regular martial arts university like Nanjiang, such tasks are rare. Sometimes, you even have to face the situation of not having any tasks to take on. But for the 2 famous schools, it's different. One is located in the political center of Beijing, the other in the commercial hub of Shanghai. Both are big cities, with tasks so numerous they're countless, and the rewards are generous. There are even tasks like delivery missions. In short, as long as you have the ability, you'll get a reward that matches your effort. He paused for a moment before continuing, the third point is also why everyone wants to get into these 2 schools. Fong Ping, curious, asked, and what's that? He went on, well, it's something that regular martial arts universities can never match. The quality of the teachers. At Nanjiang Martial Arts University, the lowest requirement for a teacher is rank 3, and anyone above rank 5 can become a school leader. The 2 big schools are on another level in this regard. The lowest rank for a teacher there is rank 4, and there are many rank 5 and rank 6 teachers. As far as I know, the martial arts university in Shanghai has as many as 4 grandmasters. Hearing this, Fong Ping exclaimed in admiration,
for grandmasters at Shanghai Martial Arts University, just like Grandmaster Ma.
That's impressive.
Wang Jinyang stood up and continued, but these are all external conditions.
The key lies within oneself.
Gold is gold, it can shine anywhere. After giving this final piece of advice, Wang Jinyang left. Think carefully about it.
And let's go.
Fang Ping, I really hope you can make it into Nanjiang. Fang Ping sat down, crossed his arms, and pondered. The price of bone-forging pills and vitality-reaching pills before reaching rank 3 has to be over 10 million.
Old Wang can afford this price.
It seems like he really wants me to go to Nanjiang, but the overall strength of the two famous schools fits better with future development.
Which school should I choose in the end?
A few days later, Fang Ping took out the admission letter. He shoved it into his backpack and headed to the train station.
His father, Fang Ping's mother, reminded him, "Have you packed everything? Don't forget anything." He replied, "I've packed everything."
His father said, "If you don't have enough money, call me, and I'll transfer it to you." His mother scolded his sister, Yuan, your brother is leaving, and you haven't even said a few words to him."
Fang Ping rubbed his sister's head and reassured her, "Mom, it's not like I won't come back."
He turned to his sister and said, Yuan, I'm leaving now. Listen to Mom and Dad while I'm gone.
It's time, I have to get on the train.
Then he turned away, and his younger sister suddenly ran up to him. Fang Yuan, crying, said, "Fang Ping, you idiot, if you find a girlfriend, you have to tell me. Only then can I tell her all your bad habits." Fang Yuan continued with a sobbing voice, "And also, if I'm not there, you have to take care of yourself properly." Fang Ping listened to his sister, his eyes reddening. He scolded her lovingly in his heart, "Silly." Magic City was the economic hub of the nation's headquarters, tolerant and equal, with vast lands. Even ordinary people without family background could come here and, through their own efforts, achieve deserved success. As Fang Ping stepped off the train, he marveled, so many martial artists. A security officer approached. "Hello, sir, could you kindly provide your identification?"
Fang Ping took out his ID, "Sure."
This was a railway police officer. As he checked, he said, "Your vitality reaching device shows a score of 199, but you haven't registered as a martial artist, so currently, you're not allowed to move freely in Magic City."
Fang Ping was confused, "Huh? But I'm not a martial artist."
The police officer was surprised, "What?
You're not a martial artist?"
Fang Ping explained, "Yes, I am a freshman at Magic City Martial Arts University. I came to Magic City early to familiarize myself with the environment." After hearing the introduction, the officer sighed, "A freshman with vitality reaching this high already?"
Fang Ping replied, "I see.
In that case, please proceed with the registration process."
Normally, the Martial Arts University would have organized everything a few days before the opening.
"Since you arrived early, I'll take you to get a temporary martial artist certificate." He agreed, "Yes." In his mind, Fang Ping thought, a martial artist is like a human weapon, much more powerful than an ordinary person. It's no different from an automatic firearm, which is why Magic City has such strict regulations. No wonder it's a major city, the scrutiny is indeed stringent. After stepping out of the police station, Fang Ping looked at the temporary martial artist certificate inside. The martial artist certificate is just like an ID card.
Life in Magic City is becoming more and more promising.
A little while later, Fang Ping arrived at the university gate.
The gate overwhelmed him. This is Magic City Martial Arts University. The gate is so big.
Fang Ping heard someone speaking behind him, "You look so innocent, like you haven't experienced the world yet.
Are you a new student at Magic City Martial Arts University?" He turned around and replied, "Yes, may I ask who you are?"
The person smiled faintly and introduced himself, third-year student from the School of Weaponry, Magic City Martial Arts University, Qin Fengqing.
Fang Ping noticed the sword the senior was carrying. It turned out he was from Magic City Martial Arts University.
He was surprised. The person suddenly drew a saber.
Fong Ping looked at him in confusion.
The senior spun the saber, pulling it out to strike a flashy pose. Suddenly, the senior swung the saber, and Fong Ping immediately dodged. He trembled and said, "Senior Qin, it's too dangerous to use a blade or a sword in public." Seeing Fong Ping dodge, the senior laughed and said, as expected of a junior who has forged bones twice, "Your stance and footwork are not bad."
"What's your name?" Fong Ping answered, "Fong Ping."
The senior nodded and said, "A new student with 2 times bone forging. Indeed, only someone like you could come to Magic City Martial Arts University." After speaking, he left, saying, "Trust me, choosing Magic City Martial Arts University was the right decision." Fong Ping hesitated. He could tell I had forged my bones twice with just a glance, and I'm not even a martial artist rank 1. This guy's strength is really impressive. The senior had just left, and he hummed. Qin Feng Qing rubbed his head, recalling, "The accent of that kid just now seems familiar."
"Which region's accent is that?"
After thinking for a while, he dismissed it. "Forget it, that stuff doesn't matter." Qin Feng Qing put his hands in his jacket pockets. He tightly gripped a few bottles of medicine. "This time, I managed to exchange for some bone forging pills. It might be enough to complete my body's bone cultivating." He thought to himself, "Once I finish bone cultivating, I'll definitely defeat the Nianjiang Martial Arts University Martial Arts Society."
Fong Ping continued dragging his suitcase according to the directions. He looked at the map. "We're here." Looking ahead, Fong Ping felt disappointed. What is this? A dilapidated, collapsing building appeared before him.
He sighed, "It's such a huge difference compared to the Grand Gate." Entering inside, he greeted, "Excuse me, sorry." The woman at the front desk put down the newspaper she had been reading.
Tilting her head, she asked, "New student?" He replied, "Yes."
Fong Ping handed over his documents. "Here's my admission notice and martial artist certification."
Upon hearing this, she complained, "You're already here to register? The school hasn't even finished preparing everything."
Usually, new students arrive early, but only by 3 to 5 days. You, on the other hand, are here a whole month in advance.
Fong Ping replied, "I'm really looking forward to going to the martial arts university, so I came early to have a look." Fong Ping felt irritated. The attitude here is really bad.
She was annoyed. "Your having a look just doubled my workload today." He bowed his head and apologized. "I'm sorry for the trouble."
She typed while responding, "The dormitory isn't open yet. You'll have to find a place to stay on your own."
Suddenly, she noticed something and was startled.
Fong Ping's information popped up on the computer.
Seeing it, she immediately stood up. Her attitude changed. "Student Fong, take a rest for a moment. I will immediately arrange a room for you at the Magic Uni guest house."
Fong Ping was surprised. Isn't the change in attitude a bit too fast? She spoke in a lively tone. "Student Fong, do you plan on breaking through to the martial artist realm? I can notify the school right now to arrange for a teacher to assist you." Fong Ping was confused. Is it possible to do that even before classes have started? She quickly responded, "Of course. At the Martial Arts University, strength determines the treatment."
You're a double bone forging limit martial artist, definitely a genius among this year's freshmen. If you want to break through to the martial artist realm, the school will definitely arrange a teacher to guide you. Hearing that, Fong Ping thought to himself, if I haven't completed the 2 bone forging stages yet, wanting to break through at 150 points, the school might not necessarily agree to that. A voice called out from behind, "Sister Zhang, I'm here." She introduced the person at the counter. "I see, Student Fong, this is the director of the Magic City Martial Arts University Guesthouse Management Department, Li Changzhe." The young man was panting, rubbing his head awkwardly. "When I heard there was a big shot arriving, I quickly rushed over here." He complimented Fong Ping. "You are Mr. Fong, who has completed the 2 bone forging stages, right? That's truly outstanding." Fong Ping felt embarrassed. "Thank you." He reminded Fong Ping, smiling as he spoke, "Mr. Fong, if you ever need any help while staying at the Magic City Martial Arts University Guesthouse, please don't hesitate to ask." Fong Ping hesitated. "Managerly, I can handle my luggage myself."
Changzhe smiled, don't be polite, it's my job to do so.
Looking at the luxury car in front of him, he marveled, so extravagant, they even have a fancy car to pick me up. At the Magic City Martial Arts University guesthouse, the gym was beautiful, the dining hall neat, the living room shiny, and the bedroom spotless.
After observing everything, Fong Ping was stunned. Is this really all free?
Managerly introduced, the guesthouse of Magic City Martial Arts University mainly serves students and their parents, so everything, including food, lodging, and activities, is free of charge.
He looked around and sighed, this room is great, everything is here.
The other person continued, because Mr. Fong is at the second stage of bone forging, this room is slightly better than the others. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping fell silent. Managerly understood and prepared to leave. Mr. Fong, please rest, I won't disturb you any longer.
If you need anything, feel free to call me at any time.
He replied, all right, thank you, managerly. He waited for the sound of the door closing. Fong Ping felt awkward, so, I become part of the privileged class now. At the dining hall of Magic City Martial Arts University's guesthouse, Fong Ping sat eating. He calculated, the food, lodging, and rest at the guesthouse these past few days must have cost several tens of thousands already.
It's nice to have these privileges, saving quite a bit of money.
Recently, I need to prepare for my third bone forging, which will definitely consume a lot of wealth points.
Based on the energy expenditure during cultivation, I'll need more and more wealth points in the future.
Opportunities like the one with Huang Bin can only be seized by luck.
If I want to gain unlimited benefits, there's only one way.
After thinking it through, Fong Ping made a decision, start a company. He thought, although the two worlds are not the same, their development trends are quite similar. The future is, of course, the era of the internet.
Online shopping and remote payments will become an indispensable part of life. But these all require huge investments in both money and technology.
It will certainly be difficult to achieve. In 2008, the Alibaba Group was not yet famous, but in fact, it already had a considerable scale. I had never dealt with money.
I wasn't interested in wealth.
Manhwa Tang was said to have broken through to rank 7, but I only had 1.6 million at the moment, not enough to start an online business.
But if it was a delivery company, what about that?
Fong Ping thought for a moment, the technical requirements aren't high, it's not difficult in the beginning, and in the future, the profits will be substantial.
He decided, then let's do it.
If I want to start a company near Magic City Martial Arts University, I'll need to find someone familiar with the environment here to manage it for me.
Lately, the people I've interacted with. There are only a few. Suddenly, a noise rang out, look at this, how is anyone supposed to eat like this?
The server explained, but when I brought it out, it was still clean.
The customer, dissatisfied, grabbed the server's collar. What, are you implying I'm trying to extort you?
The girl, terrified, said, no, that's not what I meant.
I'll change the dish for you immediately. The man, dissatisfied, retorted, what are you changing? I don't want to eat anymore.
Call your guesthouse manager out here. Hearing this, the girl lowered her head and apologized, I'm really sorry, the manager is out on business. The man continued to press, then immediately call your manager to come out here and let me see her face.
Fong Ping, feeling uncomfortable, asked, are you trying to cause trouble? He stood up and said, people like this are really annoying. Let's teach him a lesson. Fong Ping glanced over, and Manager Li had arrived. Good day, sir. I am Li Changzhe, the manager of the guesthouse department at Magic City Martial Arts University. The employee, seeing Manager Li, was visibly relieved. Manager Li. The man smiled and asked, sir, is there a problem?
The other man continued to be difficult. I want to see the general manager, not some department head.
You can sleep with me if you want. Upon hearing the girl's soft words, Manager Li nodded, I understand. He picked up a strand of hair and said, so, it turns out there's a hair in the food?
Manager Li held up the strand of hair and added, however, our guesthouse has a regulation that prohibits employees from having hair longer than shoulder length.
I wonder who dared to break the rule.
The man continued to act arrogantly. I'm sure your hygiene conditions don't meet the standards. I have to report you. Manager Lee immediately agreed. Alright, I sincerely apologize for giving you and the lady here a poor dining experience. He made a suggestion. To ensure your consumer rights, I will take this hair to the testing department of Magic City Martial Arts University for DNA analysis. We will definitely uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately pulled the man away. No need. Fong Ping praised, Manager Lee, you're impressive. The waitress left. Manager Lee, I'll get back to work now. Manager Lee bowed. Mr. Fong, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Fong Ping courteously responded, you always do this to me. He continued, Manager Lee may not be a martial artist, but being in charge of the guesthouse at Magic City, you must have been working here for a long time. Hearing this, he scratched his head. Not that long, actually about 8 years. Fong Ping said, I think a recent graduate from Magic City Martial Arts University probably has a higher position than you. Have you ever thought about becoming a martial artist? Upon hearing this, Manager Lee paused for a moment before saying, Actually, I've always been saving up to enroll in a martial artist training course. Once I become a martial artist, perhaps the benefits will be 3 times better than what I have now. Fong Ping continued, so how long will it take? 4, 5 years? By then you'll be 30, vitality reaching its peak and then dropping, and you'll be stuck at rank 1 forever? Manager Lee smiled bitterly. Well, that's already a pretty good outcome. Fong Ping made a suggestion. In 3 years, I can help you become a martial artist without you having to pay any price. Hearing this, he was surprised. Fong Ping directly asked, Manager Lee, would you be interested in switching jobs? After saying this, he smiled confidently. Manager Lee finished a glass of water, set it down, and gave his opinion. Mr. Fong, the courier company you mentioned is indeed ahead of its time, but I can't say for certain what the future holds for my company. What you're asking for isn't just my 3 years, it might even delay several years of cultivation. He looked troubled. That price is even bigger than the promise of becoming a martial artist. Furthermore, if I don't live up to your expectations, I wouldn't dare take on that responsibility. Fong Ping smiled and said, Manager Lee, you're being too modest. There's no need to talk to me like that. What I want is not just your talent, but also the connections you've built over the past 8 years at Magic City Martial Arts University. He spoke convincingly. I am a student of Magic City Martial Arts University, also a qualified martial artist with 2 bone forging stages. I'm sure I will reach rank 3 before my 2nd year. By the 3rd year, I will become a mid-rank martial artist, and by then, I'll make sure the school arranges for you to become the general manager of the guest house. Do you think that's possible? He thought to himself, not to mention the detailed business plan, and the way he speaks is much more mature than his age. I've waited for too long. Perhaps this is the opportunity to turn my fate around. Fong Ping spoke directly. Right now, I need you. If you are willing to help me, it would be like offering charcoal on a snowy day. Isn't a favor from a future rank 4 martial artist worth something? Manager Lee decided to agree. Manager Fong, it's an honor to work for you. 1 month later, at the guest house of Magic City Martial Arts University, Fong Ping's bones underwent a transformation. He just needed a little more effort. A flash of light appeared, his bones changed, and blood flowed from his body. Fong Ping was delighted. The 3rd bone forging is complete. Looking at the system panel, vitality reaching increased by 6 points, spirit increased by 10 points, and the effect of the 3rd bone forging isn't bad either. He thought, the consumption is too high, almost a month and nearly 2 million points of wealth. Fortunately, the company assigned everything to Li Changzhe to handle, saving me a lot of time. The opening ceremony is tomorrow. The advantage of the 3rd bone forging is its speed. The final stage of bone forging is much faster than the 2nd stage, which is really worth it. The important thing is that I've managed to do something that old Wang still hasn't. He opened the door and stepped out of the room. The freshman dorms at Magic City Martial Arts University were divided into 4 areas based on performance. Of course, as Fong Ping passed by, the students whispered in admiration, that person is from Area 1, impressive.
I heard Area 1 is full of martial artists. He had been assigned to Area 1 with the best conditions. Standing in front of room 86 in the dormitory, looking inside, he was surprised. If someone said this was a student dorm, it'd be better to call it a high-end fully furnished room. Although I've already enjoyed a privilege at the Magic City Martial Arts University Guesthouse, seeing this place still makes me marvel at the financial strength of the Magic City Martial Arts University. A knock on the door sounded, and Fong Ping went to open it. The person smiled and greeted him, introducing himself. "Hello, I'm Fu Changding from the room across. It's a pleasure to meet you." Looking at the appearance, Fong Ping exclaimed, "Handsome, really handsome, not only good looking but also ranked above me. Is there still any justice?" Fong Ping smiled and greeted, "Hello, I am Fong Ping." The other person was surprised to hear his voice. "You're from Nanjiang, right?" He replied, "Yeah." The person asked again, "Then you must know Wang Jin Yang, right?" Fong Ping responded, "Yeah, he's a senior from high school." "Do you know him?" Fu Changding's eyes lit up. "He's the role model for our new generation of martial artists. I heard that this year, he single-handedly defeated all the rank 1 students from Magic City Martial Arts University." Fong Ping was taken aback. The other student continued, "Come to think of it, a few days ago, he even caused a stir in my hometown's capital. On his first day in the capital, he defeated people from 8 martial arts training classes. Those classes all had mid-rank martial artists." After finishing, Fu Changding turned away. "By the way, we have to gather in front of the practical training building this afternoon. Don't forget." Fong Ping clenched his fist, his vitality reaching an uncontrollable peak. He scratched his head. Old Wang really is strong. Fong Ping made up his mind, "I can't fall behind." Fu Changding left, still contemplating. As soon as Wang Jin Yang's situation was mentioned, he unleashed such high-level vitality reaching, it must have been 2 rounds of bone forging. No, he might actually be much stronger than that. That afternoon, in the training area of the building, the teacher stood above, reminding, "Everyone, please be quiet." Seeing that the noise persisted, another teacher awkwardly said, "Everyone, quiet down a bit." A third teacher, standing at the back, angrily said, "You bunch of newbies, not afraid of the tiger at all, hurry up." That teacher released their vitality reaching and shouted, "Stand still." A group of students, affected by the teacher's vitality reaching, collapsed to the ground. The pressure is really terrifying. Fong Ping was concerned, this person's vitality reaching is extremely strong. As the students fell silent, the teacher continued, "Let me introduce myself. I am Huang Jing, the dean of the School of Weaponry, and I am the one in charge of this academy division for the new students." Fong Ping, confused, thought to himself, "Academy division for new students?" The dean explained, "The building in front of you is where the academy division will take place today. The first floor is the Academy of Humanities, focusing on politics and culture. The second floor is the Academy of Crafting, where we research pills, weapons, and martial arts techniques. The third floor is the Academy of Tactical Command, where military strategies and tactics are studied. The fourth floor is the School of Weaponry, which places the most emphasis on real combat." After the introduction, the dean continued, 5 minutes later, everyone will enter the building and go to the floor of the academy they want to attend. 1 hour after that, the building will be sealed off. Whichever floor you stay on, you are considered a student of that academy." The students discussed among themselves, "Isn't this too simple? Why not just assign us when we enroll? Why make things so complicated?" After a pause, the dean spoke again. "Also, each floor cannot have more than 400 people. If the number exceeds that, all students on that floor will lose 30 study points." The dean smiled ominously. "Let me remind you, the starting points for new students at Magic City Martial Arts University is 50 points. What does that mean? 1 study point equals 30,000 cash, and 3 study points can be exchanged for a normal bottle of vitality reaching pills from the school." Hearing this, the students quickly changed their attitude. 50 points, and you lose more than half of them? That's too cruel. With 30 points, you can exchange for 10 bottles of vitality reaching pills already. On the first day of enrollment, they're already playing such a thrilling game.
The dean reassured them, don't worry, once you run out of study points, Magic City Martial Arts University will provide tasks for you to earn more.
But that will be after you become a martial artist. Fong Ping realized, as expected, the entrance exam for Magic City Martial Arts University can't be that simple. Fu Changding called Fong Ping. He suggested, do you want to do this with me?
Fu Changding explained, the School of Weaponry is the academy with the most resources, and also has the best faculty in Magic City Martial Arts University.
There will definitely be many people who reach the 4th floor.
Honestly, given our conditions, it's not hard for us to work together and reach the 4th floor.
It's certain that we'll enter the School of Weaponry, but that doesn't mean we'll get the best teachers. Fong Ping was confused. What do you mean?
Fu Changding explained, every year, all the teachers come to observe the academy placement for new students. They'll be there to choose the students they want to guide. So, we must stand out during this placement to catch the attention of the teachers. Hearing Fu Changding's words, Fong Ping recalled, catch attention, old Wang once said that choosing a mentor is very important.
Fong Ping bit his nail and calculated, if I can catch the attention of all the teachers, then I can freely choose my mentor. He smiled maliciously, we must cooperate.
Looking at Fong Ping's expression, Fu Changding sighed, your face looks like that of a villain. The teacher continued, the principal of Magic City Martial Arts University once said that a true martial artist emerges from struggle. So, everyone, enjoy your first lesson to become a martial artist. After hearing this, all the students fell silent at once. Then, they quickly ran to the practical training building, starting to divide the new student academy. They fought and argued to secure a spot to go up. The teachers who were observing remarked, the physical fitness of this class is not bad. The dean, annoyed, said, you people who have only enjoyed a peaceful life wouldn't understand the real goal. These kids only have vitality reaching. One person retorted, everyone goes through this. Why be so harsh? The dean, angry, replied, the underground tunnels are becoming more and more dangerous. So many elites have died on the front lines, and the skill level of these new students is simply not enough. After the dean finished speaking, everyone fell silent, watching the students on the screen racing to climb. One student kicked another to secure a spot to go up. The fallen student was asked by others, are you okay? The one who had fallen sighed, martial artist rank 1 really is powerful. We really can't make it up there. The other person helplessly said, so frustrating. He pointed upwards, hey, big head, the 4th floor still has room, why won't you let us go up? We're all classmates, don't be unreasonable. The person standing above sneered, ha, ridiculous, accept reality, if you don't have 140 vitality reaching points, you're not worthy of going up to the 4th floor. The other person stepped back, that guy's vitality reaching is way higher than ours. Fong Ping jumped up from where he was, circling around the stairs, and with a quick step, he leapt. The other person, still not processing, was immediately kicked away by Fong Ping. Fong Ping smiled confidently, watching as the guy was sent flying and fainted. He looked at the person with disdain, already fainted, I thought people on the 4th floor were supposed to be impressive. Looking at him, all the students there were astonished. Fu Changding quietly praised, Fong Ping, they're all looking over here now, you really showed off this time. Fong Ping remained silent for a moment before standing up. Before coming to Magic University, everyone always said that the 2 top schools are like the autumn leaves, full of genius students. That's why I gave up the immense benefits from Nanjiang Martial Arts University and chose to come to Magic City Martial Arts University. But I never expected that the students here are just as weak as this. He sneered, Magic City Martial Arts University doesn't deserve its top-tier school status. His words shocked all the teachers. An announcement blared through the speakers, all students, listen carefully, defeat this arrogant person and earn 50 study points. Hearing the announcement, Fong Ping was surprised. Everyone approached him with eager eyes, hungry for points. He felt awkward, I just wanted to attract the attention of the instructor, and now it's causing trouble. Fu Changding saw that the situation was not good, and he reproached him, Fong Ping, you went a bit too far just now.
Fong Ping didn't care much, so what? Should I go all out with them, or should I just let them beat me?
His question made Fu Changding think.
After a moment, he agreed, what's the use of one-person councils? Two people facing everyone else, even if we lose, we won't lose face. Hearing this answer, Fong Ping smiled. He raised his voice to state his terms to the dean. Dean, if beating me earns 50 points, what happens if I defeat them?
There was a brief silence on the other end, and then the loudspeaker announced, martial artists, 1 point.
5th level martial artists, 5 points.
Fong Ping clenched his fist, full of confidence. Dean Huang is really stingy, but anyway, he's not that strong.
Fu Changding was helpless. You really are something. Another student shouted, hey Fu Changding, are you with this guy? Fu Changding sneered, oh, dang Songding, I didn't expect someone like you to get into Magic City Martial Arts University. Hearing the insult, the other person became angry. What did you say? Fu Changding slapped Fong Ping on the shoulder and declared war on everyone. Alright then.
Today, Fong Ping and I will have fun with you bunch of trash.
The principal inquired for information. What's the relationship between Fong Ping and Fu Changding?
Another teacher answered, Fu Changding is a relatively famous young master in the capital city, a rank 1 martial artist with 2 bone forging cycles, and his right leg is completely tempered. Upon hearing this, the principal sneered, humph, a young master, but coming to Magic City Martial Arts University is nothing special. The other person continued, as for Fong Ping, he comes from an ordinary family in Sun City, Nanjiang.
He's undergone 2 bone forging cycles, but he's not yet a martial artist, though he's the top of Ruiyang City.
Another teacher assessed, I suspect this kid has not just done 2 cycles, based on his current state, I think he's already at 3 bone forging cycles.
Someone else was stunned, the person from Sun City, Nanjiang, could it be the number 1 high school in Sun City?
The teacher responded, according to his records, he indeed graduated from the number 1 high school in Sun City.
The principal repeated, the number 1 high school in Sun City, no wonder he seems familiar.
Another teacher recalled, I remember Wang Jinyang, the one who caused a ruckus at Magic Uni last year, he also graduated from that school.
The teacher from the School of Weaponry continued, didn't that guy, Fong Ping, just say that Magic City Martial Arts University offered a lot of money to recruit him? Could it be that Wang Jinyang is behind all this? Someone else agreed, Old Su is right. It seems that the relationship between Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang is more complicated than it appears. One teacher remained silent, just observing. Fong Ping kicked away a guy rushing at him. He scoffed, too weak.
Another person threw a punch, but he dodged it.
Fong Ping grabbed his arm, swung it around, and landed a punch on the guy's face. Don't you guys realize you're just giving me points?
The guy was hit so hard that blood sprayed from his mouth, sending him flying a few meters away.
Fong Ping breathed heavily, feeling exhausted. He thought to himself, this 1 against 100 thing is draining my vitality way more than I expected.
Another person quickly charged at him.
Fong Ping was surprised, too fast. The attacker warned him, this is no time to be in a daze. Fong Ping took the punch, but he didn't fall, I'm steady now. My stance training wasn't in vain.
A girl attacked from above, full of confidence, 50 points are mine. She leaped and struck from behind, her eyes filled with determination.
Fong Ping was tense, this is bad, my stamina can't keep up with my reactions, I can't dodge.
He furrowed his brows and called the system, supplement vitality reaching.
The system responded, consuming 100,000 fortune points, vitality reaching replenishment complete.
Immediately, Fong Ping was able to dodge the girl's strike. That was too close, lucky I have the system. I didn't expect to burn through so many fortune points like that, I need to be more careful with my spending. The girl looked at him in surprise, vitality reaching suddenly restored. Before she could react, Fong Ping kicked her in the face. She was sent flying and crashed into another student. Furious from the kick, she shouted, Shuimei, Yunshi, don't just stand there, attack him, how dare he kick me in the face. Hearing this, her friends rushed in to attack, but one missed as Fong Ping bent down to dodge. He then punched the girl in the stomach, sending her crashing to the floor. The students around them couldn't help but exclaim, "This Fong Ping is amazing, he's been fighting for so long and vitality reaching hasn't decreased at all." "That's right, we're basically no match for him." Fong Ping was tense again. "If it weren't for my hack, I would have probably been defeated by those martial artists with 2 bone forging stages." He turned to Fu Changding and said, "Fu Changding, stop wasting vitality reaching on those tough martial artists. Not all martial artists count for points. Just take them down one by one." Fu Changding struggled, "I know, but there are too many of them. Dozens of them rush in at once, and vitality reaching can't recover fast enough." After saying that, Fu Changding was punched by someone else. He groaned, "Damn it, this performance is so rough. If I were alone, I would have been surrounded and beaten by now." Fu Changding, unable to fight back, ran while yelling. A person came toward him and jumped up. Fong Ping frowned, "Another 2-time bone forging martial artist. Let's see how this attack goes." He turned around to strike, but accidentally squeezed his girlfriend's chest. She froze and stopped her attack. The girl blushed with embarrassment. Fong Ping quickly pulled his hand back. The girl scolded loudly, "Bastard." Fong Ping immediately grabbed another student beside him. He lifted the person to dodge the attack. Fong Ping laughed and explained, "My hands and feet aren't very accurate." Ha ha ha. He glanced to the side, and another student charged in to attack. The person growled angrily, "Stop crowding together. I'm Yang Xiaoman, Jia Shuimei. Each of us will lead a team and attack in shifts. Fong Ping, Chen Yanxi, and Dang Songding will lead a team to hold back Fu Changding." Fu Changding was horrified upon hearing this. "No, it can't be. I just took the medicinal pills, and my vitality reaching hasn't even recovered yet." He turned to Fong Ping for help. "Fong Ping, help me out, wait for my vitality reaching to recover." Fong Ping replied, "I can't get away, you're on your own." Fu Changding cursed angrily, "This guy, if it weren't for you." Before he could finish his sentence, the group of students turned back and started attacking. Fu Changding could only curl up and beg, "Please, don't hit my face." The students on the lower floor looked up, hearing that a fight had started on the 4th floor, but they didn't expect it to be this intense. Fong Ping took down everyone. He sighed, "Spent so many valuable points on this." He turned and looked at the others, then walked over to their group. The 3 of them looked at him and explained, "Damn it, don't come over here, we're just watching, it's not the 4th floor." Fong Ping smirked maliciously, "The dean didn't say anything about not fighting on other floors. You guys are throwing punches like crazy, and now that you're here, you're all on the scoreboard." The school announced, "The Academy's student division activity has ended, and everyone is injured." The senior students passing by exclaimed, "This time, there have been so many fights among the students. Look at how badly that person has been beaten." Fu Changding was beaten to the point where his wounds piled up, and he staggered as he walked. He still shouted, "We fought 100 against 1, though we failed, it was glorious." Fong Ping, feeling helpless, said, "All right, you've been beaten this badly, stop talking." Fu Changding, looking at Fong Ping who was still fine, asked in confusion, "But why aren't you injured at all?" Fong Ping, feeling smug, replied, "Because I'm very strong." The dean passed by and warned, "No matter how formidable a young king is, he's still just a child." The secretary walking beside him announced, "Dean Huang, next we need to go to." Fong Ping sensed, "Is this the pressure of a grandmaster's realm? One day, I'll be as strong as him. No, I must be stronger than him." The school announced, "New students from the School of Weaponry, please go to Stadium Number 1, new students from the Academy of Tactical Strategy, please go to Stadium Number 2. Fong Ping, puzzled by the announcement, asked, "Why aren't they talking about academic points?" Fu Changding interjected, "Is the dean embarrassed?" The teacher explained, "After the division, the Academy will tally up the scores and distribute them to you. Small matters like this don't require a grandmaster like Dean Huang to handle personally." Fu Changding pulled Fong Ping down and bowed, "Teacher, we were wrong." Fong Ping snapped, "What are you doing?" Fu Changding whispered, Teacher Tang Feng, rank 6 at peak, is called the Wild Lion.
He's second only to the dean, and we shouldn't offend someone like him. The teacher complimented, your performance during the academy's division wasn't bad.
He raised his hand to give recognition and called out, Fu Changding.
Fong Ping was shocked, not me?
The teacher commented, you stood firm when faced with a group attack, displaying some of the spirit of our Magic City Martial Arts University. Fong Ping silently retorted, it wasn't that he refused to back down, it's just that he couldn't.
Haha, this instructor really doesn't have an eye for things.
The teacher turned back to look at him, then frowned, I can't stand students who aren't honest. Those words made Fong Ping visibly uncomfortable. The teacher gave a few instructions before leaving, Fu Changding, when choosing an instructor later, feel free to come directly to me. Fu Changding responded, thank you, teacher. Fu Changding comforted him, don't be angry, everyone knows that Teacher Tang never cares about sparing anyone. Fong Ping, feeling upset, replied, I'm not angry, but I will definitely make this Tang Lion regret it in the future. At the number 1 stadium, the teacher announced, we will begin now. Everyone is free to choose a teacher. Please read the requirements for each teacher displayed in front of you carefully. Tang Feng requires martial artists, both male and female, at least 2 times bone forging, only teaches foundation fist techniques, foundation leg techniques, and only accepts 5 students at level 8. Luo Yichuan requires martial artists or vitality reaching 180 or above, with a preference for those who have trained their upper limbs to stand firm. Bai Rushi requires female students, no specific bone forging progress required, loves sword techniques, mainly teaches basic sword techniques and versatile sword skills. Su Jianzhou requires a preference for those who have undergone bone forging twice, mainly teaches basic saber techniques. Note, recently very busy, mainly because 4th-year student Luo Feng is filling in and teaching instead. Fong Ping looked around at the teachers on the field, each teacher has their own strengths. So, choosing the right teacher for oneself is the best option. He and Fu Changding walked around the field. Fong Ping thought to himself, although many teachers require martial artists, I've completed bone forging 3 times, so no teacher will refuse me. But who should I choose? He turned to Fu Changding and asked, have you chosen a mentor yet? Fu Changding, holding his head in distress, thought, is teacher Luo Yichuan the best choice for me? But the teacher prioritizes those who have forged upper limb bones. What if I get rejected? Would that make me seem like someone who doesn't think things through? But then again, the top teacher from the School of Weaponry, Tang Feng, has shown interest in me. Seeing this, Fong Ping decided to walk off, take your time to think it over. I'm going to take a look around. He wandered around, observing the recruitment tables, when suddenly Fong Ping's attention was drawn by a voice, Wu Wu Di, that name really stands out. A teacher sitting with his legs propped up spoke, I've never heard of him. A new teacher from Magic City Martial Arts University, huh? This person is making very specific demands. Wu Wu Di, he requests Fong Ping, Fu Changding, Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, Xin Yinxi, 5 people who may become official students. Jia Shuimei, Dang Songding, Jin Lei, Su Yikai, Zheng Han, Shen Jihua, 14 people who could become intern students, with good performance leading to official status. A student looked at the requirements with regret. These are the people with the best academic scores this semester. It seems we don't have a chance. Fong Ping glanced over inside, there are even internship students. This girl is really something. He then turned in another direction, where the teacher from earlier had seen him. She called him over, Fong Ping, come with me. I'll make sure you're safe at Magic City Martial Arts University. Turning back, Fong Ping asked, confused, what do you mean? The teacher asked again, do you know Wang Jinyan? Fong Ping replied, I think no one doesn't know him. After hearing this, the teacher smiled lightly. She continued, last year, how many fellow students did that guy beat up? With your relationship to Wang Jinyang, do you think you'll be safe here for the next few years? You wouldn't want to face those upperclassmen who hold grudges against Wang Jinyang, would you? Teacher Tang Feng, upon hearing this, slammed his hand on the table in anger, hey! The teacher frowned, clearly annoyed by this.
Tang Feng immediately fell silent. He then said, "Students of Magic City Martial Arts University aren't so petty."
The teacher immediately retorted, "If they were just fellow locals, that's one thing, but Wang Jinyang once taught Fong Ping."
Lionhead, would you dare guarantee that the students won't hold grudges? Tang Feng remained silent upon hearing this.
Fong Ping also glanced around at the people who were discussing. The teacher suddenly stood up and said, "A dispute between martial artists of the same rank that results in a loss is a grudge that cannot be resolved.
Wang Jinyang hasn't lost yet, they won't stop until they do."
"But if they bully you, Fong Ping, just tell me. Your teacher has the protection of a grandmaster, someone who can sweep the south and pacify the north. No one will dare to say anything."
Fong Ping paid attention when he heard grandmaster.
Tang Feng shouted, "You can stir up trouble by yourself, but don't drag the students into your mess."
The teacher continued, "Lionhead, are you suggesting that the task assigned to my students is too dangerous? I won't deny that. But if you've chosen the martial arts exam, you must be prepared to fight."
She patted Fong Ping on the shoulder and said, "I know your situation is similar to Wang Jinyang's ordinary family, no martial artists in your home.
If you've been taught by Wang Jinyang, then you should understand.
With your circumstances, it's much harder to make a name for yourself in the martial arts exam compared to others." The teacher assured him, "But I am different. I have shares in a pill-making company, so you can take as many pills as you like." Fong Ping only heard the last sentence, "Take the elixirs freely, take the elixirs freely, take the elixirs freely."
His eyes lit up. "So, how much money can be saved?" The teacher said regretfully, "What's wrong? Are you afraid I'm deceiving you?"
"These are 10 common vitality-reaching pills, consider them as a gift for our first meeting."
The bag containing the elixirs seemed to glow, sparkling.
Fong Ping sighed, "Wu Wu Di is really generous, tossing out 10 vitality-reaching pills just like that.
This is worth hundreds of thousands. Following her will definitely bring many benefits."
He reached for the bag of elixirs and immediately made up his mind, "Then I'll follow you to learn from now on." She threw him the room key and left. "This is the key to my dormitory room.
If you have any problems with martial arts, you can come find me." Tang Feng responded, "You have to take responsibility for your students.
Over the years, you've guided 12 students, and more than half of them have already been injured or killed before graduation." These words made Fong Ping fearful. Injured or killed, more than half.
Wu Wu Di frowned, "You don't need to worry about me, I can handle it myself." Tang Feng watched Wu Wu Di leave. "I hope so." Fong Ping cursed inwardly, "Why didn't that old Tang Lion say this earlier? Is it too late to regret now?"
A pair of footsteps approached, and a student called out to a girl, "Shui Mei."
Shui Mei stepped forward and asked, "Wu teacher, can I choose you as my mentor?"
Wu Wu Di agreed immediately, "Of course, welcome to join, Zhao Shui Mei." The girl who had spoken earlier whispered, "Shui Mei, most of her students have suffered heavy casualties.
You'd be better off studying with teacher Tang Feng, like me."
Shui Mei smiled and replied, "I feel that Wu teacher is the most suitable for me."
Fong Ping was surprised, hearing about Tang Lion, and you still dared to choose Wu Di. This girl has some guts. Fu Changding patted his shoulder and whispered, "Wu Wu Di? Your mentor's last name is Lu, her full name is Lu Fengro." Fong Ping repeated, confused, "Lu Fengro?"
Fu Changding explained, "Although her students have a high casualty rate, her strength is not bad at all. She's on par with Tang Feng."
Fong Ping asked, "Then why didn't you choose her?"
Fu Changding replied quickly, "Because I wanted to learn shooting, so I chose teacher Luo Yichuan."
Fong Ping, hearing this, teased, "Aren't you worried Tang Lion will hold a grudge against you?" Fu Changding scoffed loudly, "What's there to be afraid of? Am I Fu Changding someone who's scared?"
He angrily said, "The top scorer Zhao Lei and the one who attacked you earlier, Yang Xiaoman, have both chosen that teacher already.
Does Tang Feng even care about a small character like me?" Fong Ping teased, "Are you trying to motivate yourself?" The two turned away. "So, should we go collect our study points or head to the hospital?" Fu Changding was confused. why go to the hospital? Fang Ping replied, your face is so swollen, no one will recognize you soon. Are you sure you don't want to go? Fu Changding waved his hands, of course, collecting points is more important. Why did I get beaten up like this, if not for something important? At the Academy Center, Fang Ping laughed, Fu Changding, how many points do you think we can exchange? Fu Changding was confident, I got beaten up this badly, if they don't give me a lot of points. How can that be worthy of my handsome face? At the Magic City Martial Arts University Logistics Department, on the first floor exchange area, Fu Changding looked around and sighed, wow, so many people, probably upperclassmen. Fu Changding was puzzled, why do I feel like they're all staring at us? Fang Ping immediately responded, isn't it because your young master face is so funny? The two walked up to the service desk, and Fu Changding poked his head in, hello, miss, could you help me check my points? The teacher paused for a moment and then continued, full name, student ID number, dorm room. Fu Changding, upon hearing this, shouted, what? Only 45 points for me? Is there a mistake? Teacher, please double check. I remember I fought all over the place, defeated quite a few martial artists, how can it be so little? The teacher coldly replied, go ask your dean, this isn't something I handle. Next person. Fang Ping poked his head in and said, Fang Ping, student from Block 1, Room 86, student ID number is. She looked at the screen and read the information, Fang Ping, basic points 50 points as a reward. She paused for a moment before continuing, 152 points. Fu Changding was surprised, 152? That's much higher than mine. Fang Ping arrogantly said, that's because I'm much stronger than you. The teacher continued staring at the screen, still not calm, I've been doing this job for 3 years, and this is the first time I've seen a freshman with such high reward points. Fang Ping then asked, teacher, I want to ask something. Apart from using academic points to exchange for pills, do they have any other uses? The teacher replied, there are many. From small things like food and sleep to big things like the right to use training rooms or borrow some advanced auxiliary equipment. In short, at Magic City Martial Arts University, there is nothing that cannot be solved with academic points. She continued, in addition, academic points and cash can be exchanged for each other, 1 point can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan, and 30,000 yuan can be exchanged for 1 point. Fu Changding complained, that's too cunning, exchanging for money only gives 10,000, but using money to get points costs as much as 30,000. The teacher, upon hearing this, said, you don't have to exchange, the school doesn't encourage students to exchange money for academic points, but some students, if they don't exchange, won't even have enough points to get a meal. That's why we create opportunities for students from wealthy families like you. Fu Changding looked pitiful and said, don't say that about me, I wasn't planning to exchange. Fang Ping helplessly smiled, even if your family is wealthy, they can't keep up with this kind of buy and sell situation. Luckily, the semester just started, and I've already earned quite a bit of wealth value, plus the vitality-reaching pills, so now my total wealth value is increased by more than 4 million. That should last me for a while. Seeing Fang Ping standing still, Fu Changding asked, Fang Ping, why are you grinning like that? I was thinking of going to exchange some pills, are you coming? At the exchange counter for pills, the person handling the exchanges said, for new students, we don't offer the full exchange menu, but for those under rank 3 like you, what we provide should be enough. The point exchanger continued, to break through as a martial artist, you need a vitality reaching pill rank 1, a bone forging pill rank 1, and a defend organ pill rank 1. These 3 items only require 45 learning points. This is also why the school provides you with 50 basic points, eating them and then breaking through is the safest method at the moment. Fang Ping looked at the pricing table and calculated, a defend organ pill rank 1 is worth 2 million on the market, but here it only costs 60 learning points, which is equivalent to 600,000. Could it be that I shouldn't resell the pills for a profit? I could also increase the value of my wealth. He realized that this was an opportunity. That night in the dormitory, Fang Ping lay with his hands behind his head, staring at the ceiling. He thought, if I didn't have the system, I might not even be able to defeat those martial artists with 2 bone forges today.
martial artists will start focusing on practicing one limb bones, thereby strengthening other areas. No matter how beneficial my 3 bone forges are, it's still just 3 bone forges. If I go head to head with them, the density of my bones is simply no match for theirs. Lying there thinking for a moment, Fong Ping closed his eyes and went to sleep. Although his eyes were shut, he was still restless. No, tomorrow I have to find Teacher Lu and quickly break through to martial artist rank 1. The next morning, at the teacher's dormitory, Feng Ro sleepily opened the door. "You're here too early." Fong Ping immediately noticed the teacher's chest, and his face turned bright red with embarrassment. Feng Ro grabbed him by the collar and said, "Is it that tempting? Want to take a closer look?" Fong Ping, flustered, said, "Teacher, you're being too blunt. Don't you see me as a man?" The teacher replied, "Come in, and while you're at it, close the door." He answered, "Yes." Feng Ro sat down and asked, "All right, speak up. Why are you here so early?" Fong Ping tightened his lips, feeling nervous, and immediately got to the point, "I want to break through to become a martial artist." Upon hearing this, Feng Ro laughed, "I thought you were going to drag me to your 4th bone forging session." Fong Ping was honest. Non-martial artists, no matter how strong they get, are still just non-martial artists. At first, I thought I was really strong after 3 rounds of bone forging, but after yesterday's battle, I finally realized the gap between myself and martial artists. My vitality is high, but it's weak, my attack power is low, and my physique is only slightly better than others. Feng Ro agreed, choosing this moment to break through as a martial artist is the right decision. You must understand the difficulty of full-body bone forging. Continuing to bone forge up to the 4th stage would be a waste of time and offer no benefits. But once you reach rank 1, it's different. You can focus on cultivating a specific meridian. Cultivating up to the 9th level at this point, the advantages of the 3 previous bone forges will really show. Training the following levels will be easier than for others because you only need to train 6 more parts. Since you've practiced the hardening methods, you must know they only harden the veins, right? He replied, "Yes, non-martial artists practicing the hardening methods only train the 14 main meridians, running all over the body, while non-martial artists who break through to rank 1 have opened up more meridians, allowing them to cultivate vitality to a deeper level." After saying this, she turned and asked, "Did you bring any elixirs?" He answered, "Yes, I brought them." Fong Ping brought out a pile of elixirs and placed them on the table. Feng Ro looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, you really brought a lot." Fong Ping, confused, asked, "What's so funny about this?" She continued, "This is the first time I've seen a student like you who's so scared of death. Honestly, given your conditions, even without these elixirs, your success rate would still be very high." Fong Ping replied, "Safety comes first." He thought to himself, if I use a pill with a 100% success rate, then even if there's a 1% chance of failure at the start, I don't have to take the risk. Feng Ro continued, "From watching your battle yesterday, it seems you've trained with under limb, right? Then you should remember the order of expansion. Start by opening the primary meridian in the lower limbs first. Only after that should you proceed to deeper levels. If you mess it up, get injured, or become disabled, don't blame me for not warning you." Fong Ping practiced, recalling what had been taught to him, gathering vitality reaching and gradually channeling it into his meridians. Feng Ro observed Fong Ping, evaluating, looking at him. Even without taking vitality reaching pills, he could still complete the entire process. Before she finished her sentence, Fong Ping had already taken out the pill. She sighed, "He's really scared of dying. This kid truly is a rare talent, but then again, who among my students isn't a genius?" Feng Ro recalled the memories of the past, memories that were both joyful and heartbreaking. She silently told herself, "Lu Feng Ro, you shouldn't get emotionally attached to your students anymore." Over here, vitality reaching swirled around Fong Ping, and the system announced, "Mental limit increased, vitality reaching limit increased." Fong Ping opened his eyes and saw the notification that he had reached the level of martial artist. He gasped and looked at himself. He had broken through. Fong Ping happily informed Feng Ro, "Hey, I've broken through." Feng Ro immediately replied, "What's the big deal? You've done bone forging 3 times, breaking through to martial artist is only natural. While your meridians are still open, use the usual vitality reaching pills to supplement your vitality reaching and see what the maximum value of your vitality reaching is. Looking at his system, Fong Ping was shocked. This much vitality reaching consumption. One vitality reaching pill can't even replenish enough. Haze, I'll have to use wealth points to recover, gotta save on the pills. Fong Ro looked at Fong Ping's vitality reaching and was surprised. This kid's vitality reaching recovers so quickly. His absorption of pills is that strong? Does that mean all 3 bone forging stages were like this? As she watched Fong Ping recover his vitality reaching, Fong Ro said, Fong Ping, today you've broken through, so go ahead and get used to the sudden increase in your vitality reaching. Tomorrow. She changed her mind immediately. No, on Saturday, go to the new student training grounds. I'll teach you some life-preserving techniques. Fong Ping immediately agreed. He secretly rejoiced. Great, I didn't expect to be able to start learning martial arts so soon. Fu Changding heard the news and exclaimed, Fong Ping, you're amazing. The school just started 2 days ago, and you've already broken through to martial artist level. Fong Ping replied, I've done bone forging 3 times. Breaking through isn't that difficult, right? Fu Changding looked at him with suspicion. Tell the truth, did you hack it? Fu Changding's words made him uneasy. Ha ha ha, hack? What do you think, I'm playing a game? Ha ha ha. He only dared to respond in his mind, yes, not only did I hack, but I have the super expensive version. Fu Changding changed his tone. I don't care. Anyway, you have to treat me to a meal today. Let's go to canteen number 2. Fong Ping chuckled lightly. I thought you wanted some fancy delicacy, but turns out it's just canteen food. Well, go ahead and choose whatever you want. Don't be polite with me. A moment later, he regretted his decision. Fong Ping was furious when he saw the price list. This is way too expensive. Are they robbing us? Fu Changding put his arm around his shoulder and explained, Canteen number 2 is a special area for martial artists. These dishes all have special pills added to them, they're not that expensive. Fong Ping immediately retorted, not expensive? Does your family send you living expenses in the millions? Fu Changding replied, are you joking? Do you think money grows on trees? Even if my family had money, we still couldn't eat this kind of food regularly. He smiled cheerfully, and besides, you're the one inviting me. Fong Ping, irritated about the cost, snapped, then take less. The two of them collected their food and sat down at a table to eat. At that moment, a group of people walked over. Hey, isn't that the new freshman king, Fong Ping? Both Fu Changding and Fong Ping were confused. The person asked, you know Wang Jin Yang, right? Fong Ping sighed, as expected, it was bound to happen. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and replied, first of all, yes, I know Wang Jin Yang, but if you're looking for revenge, go find him. He has too many enemies, I can't deal with them. Secondly, my teacher is Wu Wu Di, and he has a grandmaster backing him. Before you cause trouble, think carefully. Thirdly, you guys are grade 2, and I've just broken through to grade 1. If you're planning to pick a fight with me based on your level, the school won't allow it. Fong Ping calmly added, fourth, this is the dormitory area, fighting is strictly prohibited. The person who heard this response nodded in approval and said, quite wise, no wonder you're the new freshman king of the 2008 class. He continued to ask, so, would you be willing to take on part of Wang Jinyang's debt? Upon hearing this, Fong Ping's face darkened, and he spoke irritably, are you saying that if I don't take it on, you guys will stop causing trouble? If others speak up, don't make it sound so unpleasant. The old student teaching the new student is actually a school regulation. Another person, angry, interjected, you've already made a name for yourself after coming to this school. Even if it weren't for Wang Jinyang, we'd still come after you. The one who started the trouble first smiled lightly and said calmly, all right then, you've just broken through, and we won't take advantage of your weakness. We'll give you a month. After that, a martial artist at grade 1 will challenge you.
That okay?
Fong Ping was put in an awkward position, thinking about a fight where life and death weren't considered. The person laughed and added, "It won't go that far, we're all students of this school, so we won't be too harsh. But punches and kicks have no eyes, and injuries are hard to avoid.
3 times, I've broken through to grade 1 and fought against grade 1 peak level. There's not much of a difference, right?
A new freshman king should at least act like one."
He turned to Fong Ping and asked, "Fong Ping, what do you think?"
Fong Ping casually replied, his tone indifferent, "It's fine, do whatever you want."
Hearing the answer, the group of people left. "All right, then it's settled. You all continue eating, we'll meet next month." Fu Changding, displeased, said, "What are you agreeing to? Just ignore them, they won't dare do anything to you." Fong Ping responded, his voice full of determination, "I want to experience it a little."
"Ha! I want to know what a true martial artist is, what a bloody battle really feels like." The next day, at the freshman training area, Fong Ping opened the door and walked in.
He curiously looked around.
As he observed, he noticed someone else was in the training room. It was a girl standing in the middle of the room, her gaze sharp and her posture confident. Fong Ping realized that this girl had chosen Lu Feng-ro just like he had during the academy division.
He thought to himself, is Lu Feng-ro showing favoritism towards me? Didn't expect her to bring someone else along.
He walked over and extended his hand to greet her. "Hello, I'm Fong Ping, we're in the same class." The other person shook his hand and smiled, introducing herself, Zhao Shuimei. They shook hands without paying attention to the time, and by the time they realized it, a minute had passed. Fong Ping began to feel awkward, thinking to himself, how embarrassing.
Why hasn't Lu Feng-ro arrived yet? Should I say something now?
Suddenly, Zhao Shuimei spoke first, her voice calm but with a hint of teasing. Fong Ping, could you let go of my hand now?"
Fong Ping quickly withdrew his hand, blushing. Sorry." Zhao Shuimei asked, her voice full of curiosity, "I heard you're challenging an upperclassman in a month?"
Fong Ping sighed, helplessly saying, "It's not really a challenge, I was challenged." She was worried, but they have quite a few people who are already at grade 1 peak. Even if you're the strongest in this class, you're still no match for them.
Fong Ping scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "It's fine."
Hearing this, Zhao Shuimei couldn't believe it, exclaiming, "Aren't you worried at all?"
Feng-ro stepped forward and spoke, "Are you two done talking?"
Both Fong Ping and Shuimei turned around and greeted in unison, "Instructor." Feng-ro crossed her arms, her gaze cold. "I've heard about this.
It's a challenge you chose to accept on your own, no one forced you to do it.
I originally thought you were someone who valued your life, but looking at you now, it seems you're just after hollow glory."
Fong Ping immediately retorted, "We're all grade 1. I just want to give it a try. It's better than letting others keep picking at me." Feng-ro turned away, responding indifferently, "Maybe."
She stepped forward and clarified, "I called you here today because you're officially martial artists now. Going to the battlefield and facing combat is part of your responsibility. So now, you need to learn the techniques for killing the enemy and protecting yourself." After saying this, Feng-ro took a step back, then swung her leg and kicked strongly into a wooden post.
A loud bang echoed as the post couldn't withstand the force and a large hole was punched through it.
Fong Ping and Shuimei stared at the hole in the post, stunned.
Fong Ping thought to himself, "It looks like a simple kick, but it actually went right through.
This is a wooden post."
Feng-ro finished practicing and then explained, "The move just now is called the puncture kick. Its meaning is just like its name, the key to it is piercing.
You condense the blood qi at a single point and release it, combined with bones that have been tempered, to pierce directly into the temples, throat, chest, or the Mingmen point of your opponent.
A single kick, piercing to kill the opponent, that is its purpose." Seeing this, Shuimei asked, "Teacher, if this move hits someone, could it really kill them?" Hearing Shuimei's question, Feng-ro shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Combat tactics are the techniques of battle and killing.
From the moment they were created, the main purpose has always been to prepare for this. Now, you all must understand that, from the first day you entered the martial arts academy, you are no longer normal students. You are destined to live in the struggle between life and death. Do not treat any battle as a child's game on the arena. Every fight is a life or death duel. Even if your opponent is a classmate or a normal friend, one day, Fong Ping, if you must face Wang Jin Yang on the arena, you must defeat him, even kill him. Feng Ro stepped toward the two of them, her gaze sharp and cold. This challenge of yours is considered a trial mission. She patted Fong Ping on the shoulder and encouraged him, if you win, I will give you a big gift. Fong Ping finished his move, lowered his foot, and took a deep breath to regain his strength. Feng Ro clapped her hands and praised, your ability to learn is not bad. He scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. As long as you master force concentration, force gathering, and explosive force, it's simple. Shui Mei, who was standing next to him, looked at him with tears in her eyes and sighed, simple? Right now, I haven't even mastered force concentration yet. Am I really that slow? Fong Ping teased, you're not slow. You just don't need to compare yourself with others. Some people are just born smarter. Hearing this, Shui Mei got angry and threw her shoe at him, raising her middle finger in defiance. Just wait. I'll master it quickly. Watching the two argue, Feng Ro laughed, then comforted Shui Mei, don't let Fong Ping distract you. He really is not like ordinary people. What you need is to maintain your breathing in rhythm. Shui Mei nodded and took a deep breath, focusing. Yes. Fong Ping stood aside, confused. Wasn't I the one comforting him? Why is he getting so angry? Feng Ro pointed toward a few columns and ordered, Fong Ping, demonstrate once more. If anything is off, I'll guide you. Fong Ping replied, ah. Okay. He recalled each step, focused on gathering the force thoroughly, concentrated the force to its peak, and then let the explosive force flow through his entire body. Feng Ro watched him demonstrate, stunned, then laughed and scolded, I just told you to practice, not to do it so seriously. Feng Ro looked at Fong Ping, her voice reprimanding, I didn't tell you to kick the wooden stake. I'm grade 6, kicking a wooden stake is as easy as eating porridge. He's only just learned a little and dares to try kicking it. Shui Mei, remember this well. If your bones aren't strong enough, you'll end up like that reckless guy. Fong Ping wasn't convinced, frowning, there's no need to use me as a bad example for teaching. Feng Ro sighed, tired, and waved her hand, that's enough for today. Go back and think it over carefully, we'll continue tomorrow. Fong Ping immediately asked, teacher, what's the big gift you want to give me? Feng Ro smiled slightly, waved her hand, and said as she left, wait until you win the match next month, then we'll talk. Suddenly remembering something, she turned back to remind him, almost forgot. Make sure to prepare a pair of sharp-toed metal alloy shoes. Fong Ping nodded, understanding clearly in his heart. What Feng Ro meant was that he needed to wear a pair of pointed shoes for the fight. The puncture kick truly needed to have the power, like the move Feng Ro had just demonstrated, a quick, precise kick that pierced through the opponent. In the school dormitory, the sound of the TV echoed in the room, Air Kong. Where are you? I can't see you anymore. Air Kong. Fong Ping picked up his phone, thinking to himself, I haven't called home since I enrolled. I wonder how Mom is doing now. On the TV, the voice continued, Ziwei, don't be scared, I'm here. As soon as the call connected, Fong Yuan's scolding voice came from the other end, Fong Ping. You actually remembered to call? You must have been too busy to even think of it, right? Fong Yuan sniffled and said, I thought you didn't need us anymore. The little girl, on the verge of tears, held the phone to her ear and sobbed, expressing her fear that her brother no longer needed everyone. The young man sat alone on the sofa, phone pressed to his ear, listening to the girl speak. His face was gentle, and he told her she was being foolish. How could he not need everyone anymore? He then asked about their parents. She wiped her nose with a handkerchief and answered his question, saying their parents were still in good health. The adults in the room with her realized it was Fong Ping calling. One of them scolded, why are you only calling now?
The mother responded, maybe he's been too busy. Fong Ping's voice came through the phone, asking, why is Tan Uncle's voice in the background? Tan Uncle came over to visit. Fong Yuan wiped away the last of her tears, while the man in the blue shirt stood up. Fong Ping asked his sister to greet Tan Uncle and then share some good news. He blushed, wiped his nose with the back of his hand, and said that he had made a breakthrough. He had officially become a martial artist. Fong Ping spoke with great excitement. The people in his house, including Tan Uncle, were all so surprised they shouted into the phone. Fong Ping's composure was remarkable. He wasn't startled by the sudden noise. Fong Ping only scratched his face, looking a bit shy. On the other end of the line was Tan Uncle, and as soon as Fong Ping heard his voice, he politely greeted him. Everyone in his family was overjoyed to the point of tears because of their son. Tan Uncle was the first person to encourage him, shaking his hand proudly. His breakthrough was indeed a source of pride for young Chang and his family. Fong Ping remained humble in the face of Tan Uncle's praise, saying that there were already nearly 100 martial artists in his department. He had just made his breakthrough, so it was nothing special, and he didn't want to make an old man like Tan Uncle embarrassed. Tan Uncle seemed a little surprised by this. A top school is indeed a top school, he remarked. Fong Yuan, in her mother's arms, was excited and wanted to speak with her older brother. Tan Uncle handed the phone back to his niece and went over to speak with Fong Ping's father. Now that Fong Ping was a martial artist, it no longer made sense for his father to stay as a doorman. Tomorrow, Tan Uncle would report it to the HR department. The office was still short-handed. Fong Ping's father was skeptical about this news. The office is full of secretaries and leaders' assistants. How could they be short-handed? But he quickly changed his tone. Thanks to my son, I now have the chance to enter the official personnel ranks. Fong Ping was at a store, asking the staff to help him make a pair of alloy shoes. The saleswoman tilted her head back and said, "You're not a martial artist yet. Only martial artists can change weapons." Fong Ping immediately showed her his ID card. He indignantly said, "A few days ago, I already broke through and became a martial artist." However, the employee merely turned away and continued stacking items on the shelves. She wasn't interested and replied, "It's not enough to just say you've broken through. You need to go to the appraisal room on the second floor for an evaluation, then change your temporary martial artist certificate to a formal one before we can process anything here." Fong Ping scratched his head and looked at his ID card, now understanding the process. The appraisal room echoed with a loud thank you. Before Fong Ping could knock on the door, the handle turned, and a hand from the inside opened it. A beautiful girl with pink-colored hair, eyes, and attire walked out and bumped into him. It was Yang Xiaoman, the girl who had ambushed him during the academy division. She recognized him immediately as well. Her face changed momentarily, and she pointed at him before starting a conversation. "Isn't this the new guy who beat even the girls?" She then stepped closer to him and continued, "I heard that a month from now, you'll be challenging the seniors." Fong Ping blushed a little and took a step back. Sweat dripped down his forehead. This girl sure has strange ways of speaking. But he quickly regained his composure and replied, "If I can fight a girl, I wouldn't mind." He counterattacked, stepping closer to her, successfully making her blush. He continued, "So, are you saying that just because someone's a girl, they're not a martial artist? Do 2 female martial artists rank lower than 1 male?" Xiaoman was so enraged that her face turned dark, her lips pressed tightly together, and her eyes widened. She shouted loudly, pointing at him, "Don't accuse me falsely." She continued to defend herself, saying that Fong Ping had been able to rank first previously because they were still inexperienced. "This time, your opponent is senior students, so be prepared to take a beating." Fong Ping slightly lowered his head, clenched his fist, and said, "I'm not really afraid of those people." He opened his hand and continued, "In an environment full of resources like Shanghai University, and you only rank first?" His face became serious, and with a sneer, he finished the sentence, "What's there to be afraid of with someone like that?" Xiaoman still warned him not to underestimate his opponents, or he might suffer losses. In response to her words, Fong Ping confidently smiled and said, "I've never underestimated anyone, nor will I deny my own abilities.
Hearing his words, Yang Xiaoman felt a mix of anger and embarrassment, perhaps because her concern had been dismissed. She turned on her heels and walked away, ignoring him.
Fong Ping entered the assessment room.
As soon as he crossed the threshold, the professor immediately knew the purpose of his visit.
The professor asked briefly, "Rank 1?" Fong Ping answered with a single word, "Yes."
A machine to test his abilities was set up in the room. The professor pointed at a thin piece of wood and said to him, "Leave a mark on this steel plate, and you will be recognized as a martial artist rank 1. Fong Ping was a little confused about leaving a mark, but the professor gently explained, "You can bite or scratch, as long as you leave a clear mark that proves you have the destructive power of rank 1, that will be enough."
Fong Ping thought to himself, if it's a direct test like this, I might as well try using the move I just learned.
His face became serious, and he kicked the steel plate with force. The mark left on it was quite large, and the light on it turned green. The professor saw this and quickly entered the information into his computer. Then, he handed Fong Ping his martial artist certification and made the temporary one invalid. He also rewarded him with 50 points for breaking through to martial artist rank 1 and advised, for any future breakthroughs, come here for the assessment.
Fong Ping asked again, "What should I do if I reach the middle stage of rank 3?
The professor looked at him with a vague expression and replied, "Don't dream too far. When you reach the middle stage of rank 3, then you can ask."
Fong Ping smiled gently and thanked him very politely.
After Fong Ping left, the professor glanced at the mark he had made on the steel plate. A freshman just breaking through to reach this level.
Looks like this year's Magic University has quite a few talents, he thought.
He smiled with satisfaction while thinking. Several other students entered the room, examined the marks, and commented on Fong Ping with an air of disdain, unaware that the professor was also observing them. "His strength is rather dispersed and not very concentrated, still not as good as rank 1 peak," one person said. The other quickly laughed and agreed, "Unless he reaches rank 1 peak within a month." Then, as he stood up completely, he finished his statement, basically, no one can break through to peak in just 1 month. The professor silently blew on his cup of water, saying nothing, while the two young men happily left.
The professor thought to himself, laughing at their foolishness, because who would exert their full strength during a test?
He then sneered lightly, "Although gathering information about the enemy is quite smart, this kind of inaccurate intelligence will only harm oneself." He commented, "Fong Ping only used one leg earlier, probably around 200 points, and his blood chi might be over 240. I'm sure this challenge will be quite interesting."
Fong Ping's martial artist certification card had been recorded and certified as a martial artist rank 1.
The employee at the shoe store checked and then said, "The type of shoes you want is a special order, it will take a week to get them."
"Since you're rank 1, alloy grade E will be fine for now."
The staff member began calculating the cost. A pair of shoes weighing 2 kg requires 20 study points, additional costs are 10 study points for family expenses, and 10 study points for the custom service fee, totaling 40 study points. The staff member smiled as he held up the calculator, in stark contrast to Fong Ping, who was so shocked he almost spit out his drink. Fong Ping thought to himself, he raised his hand, sweating as he made a mistake in the calculation. 40 points is equivalent to 1.2 million, that's even more expensive than my house. He hesitated, "But right now, I haven't learned any weapon skills yet, I can only protect myself with these legs. A pair of shoes is still more useful than a sword that doesn't fit my hand." He trembled, biting his lip, sweating as he reluctantly decided to buy a grade D brass knuckle, but his hand still wouldn't let go of the card, not wanting to lose any study points. The staff member was sweating too, as the small item glowing in the velvet-lined wooden box was just a tiger claw, which cost a whole 10 study points. Fong Ping held the box in his hand, smiling with tears streaming down his face, sighing, "Being a martial artist is so expensive. I just earned 50 points from appraisal, and in the blink of an eye, they're all gone. I need to go ask Li Changzhe about the company's situation. I need to make money quickly." At the CAF, Li Changzhe waved when he saw the director.
Fong Ping walked closer and said, "The company is small, there's no need to call me director, just call me Mr. Fong."
The other person scratched his head upon hearing this and repeated the 3 words after him, "Mr. Fong." Fong Ping placed a small box on the table. Inside it were 10 ordinary blood chi pills. He smiled and said, I don't need them for now, so I want Li Changzhe to take them and sell them to get some capital to run the company. Li Changzhe quickly closed the box and said in a firm tone, Mr. Fong, between business and martial arts, you should prioritize martial arts, business is secondary. It seemed he was the one with more experience than Fong Ping. Li Changzhe continued, if you interrupt the resources for martial arts just for business, then you are forgetting the most important goal. It sounded like a touching lecture, but Fong Ping's response sent a chill down Li Changzhe's spine. The main reason being that Fong Ping no longer needed the pills because he had just broken through to rank 1, and the ordinary blood chi pills were no longer effective. He spoke while observing the surprised expression of the person in front of him. Li Changzhe was so shocked that he asked loudly, you really broke through? Fong Ping gave a smug smile and confirmed, yes. Li Changzhe trembled with pride, his hand covering his mouth and thought as he said, clearly astonished, it's only been a week since the semester started, and you've already broken through. Once you're a martial artist, expanding the business will be much easier. Fong Ping held a cup of coffee with one hand, while using the other hand to toss something to Li Changzhe, telling him to catch it. The other man hurriedly caught it and looked at his palm, still unclear about what it was. Fong Ping smiled and said, these are the common blood chi pills, and as you mentioned, if Mr. Li does his part well, they will help him quickly become a martial artist. Li Changzhe was visibly excited and couldn't hide his emotions. He stood up and bowed deeply to thank him. A week quickly passed. At the store selling goods, Fong Ping was trying on his new shoes, which were better than he had expected. Even though the material was metal, they were surprisingly comfortable to walk on. He was holding onto the railing with one hand while trying the shoes. A middle-aged man, responding to Fong Ping's praise, said, of course. The Weapons Manufacturing Academy of Magic Uni is top-notch. He corrected himself and suggested that Fong Ping come along to try out some of the items. Fong Ping politely followed him. They arrived at another area, surrounded by models placed for the purpose of testing and examining weapons. The man walked as he introduced the items to Fong Ping. The swords here have the hardness of an E-grade alloy and were created for testing alloy weapons. Feel free to test your weapon here. Fong Ping seemed a little overwhelmed as he looked around. The traces left by the weapons were all enormous, with all sorts of shapes mixed together. The entire room where Fong Ping was standing made him almost doubt that these marks had been left by weapons. A new hole had just been created by Fong Ping's strength, and the middle-aged man from this place was inspecting it. He squinted his eyes and commented, the penetrating force isn't weak, maybe he's just recently learned. If my leg bones were completely trained, even martial artists of rank 1 would have to be cautious around him. He smiled with satisfaction, then threw away several steel plates with traces of Fong Ping's attack, turned his back, and left with a remark, the freshmen this year are stronger than before. As for other classes, I can just stay here and enjoy my retirement in peace. The training room was in use, with students competing against each other. Everyone was giving their all, to the point of exhaustion. It was September 30th. Fong Ping was resting with a female friend, drinking water, when she asked him about the challenge, has it been cancelled? Fong Ping, almost finished with his bottle of water, wiped the sweat from his cheek and replied, no, the battle is tomorrow. She was surprised by the timing and scolded him, why didn't you say earlier? I'll tell Xiao Mang and everyone else to come cheer you on tomorrow. Fong Ping guessed, most of the disputes and challenges probably fall under the responsibility of the martial artist, so this fight is probably the same. But it's not like we're playing family games, why call them here? He asked further. The girl with green hair replied with a hint of dissatisfaction, anyway, you're still my classmate and we have the same teacher. For an ordinary person, that's already a very close relationship. But you, Fong Ping, you're too much, not even a bit enthusiastic. She then tilted her head up, speaking triumphantly, if it were a beauty like Xiao Man or Yin Shi, you'd probably be more enthusiastic. The guy, feeling a bit exasperated, tried to explain, it has nothing to do with looks. Besides, this girl isn't bad looking at all. Hearing that, she blushed a little, shyly tucking a lock of hair behind her ear, then asked, are you being honest?
Fong Ping, with the glow of a male lead shining brightly, responded, "You're very beautiful. As long as someone has eyes and a nose, they're already beautiful." The girl, now glowing with the same sparkling aura as a female lead in a romance novel, murmured his name with deep emotion. But in the next second, her face turned red with anger when she heard him continue, "It's just that you're a bit sloppy and careless, like a guy." She was so furious she almost cried, grabbing his shirt and shaking him as she demanded, "So you mean I'm not just ugly, but I'm ugly to the point of not even looking like a girl?" Fong Ping was startled and frightened, quickly apologizing. A voice interrupted the argument between the two young people. Someone had called her. A woman in a white dress, with a serious expression, told Shui Mei to go home early so that she could speak with Fong Ping for a few minutes. Shui Mei obediently complied. Lu teacher directly praised, "Your skills are decent for now. Tomorrow, you need to focus, don't pay attention to anything else." Lu teacher added, "Once you step into the ring, life and death are fate. If you can't win, you can admit defeat." Fong Ping nodded and chuckled at Lu teacher's advice, teasing, "These words are nothing like her usual style. There's no enmity between me and them, how could they kill me?" Lu teacher, being more experienced, immediately advised, "I've helped you gather information about the students organizing this challenge. The leader is Lu Yongwon, a third-year student, martial artist grade 3. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping remarked, "He's even stronger than Brother Wang. The challenge at Magic Uni has nothing to do with him, so why is he causing trouble with me?" Lu teacher glanced at him and responded right away, "Lu Yongwon has a younger brother, who was once a genius student at Magic Uni. Last year, he was beaten badly by Wang Jinyang, his ribs were shattered, and he's still in the hospital." She continued, "If you miss the golden period for cultivation, then the path of a martial artist is essentially over." Fong Ping frowned, not expecting that Brother Wang, who was usually so cheerful and polite, would act without restraint like this. It had caused him so much trouble, this debt, I'll have to settle with him. Teacher Lu handed him a large jade, green in color, called a blood chi pill, grade 2. It can erupt once when needed, but whether it will actually erupt or not depends on your luck. Fong Ping let out a slight sound of acknowledgement and thanked her. He thought to himself, Lu Fengro really doesn't let any student off lightly. On October 1 the day of the martial artist competition, someone came to find Sister Yen. When this person informed her, she made a face of displeasure. A student dispute. Why are these teachers here just to watch the excitement? Before she finished speaking, some individuals from the higher seats approached and provoked her. This classmate Chu sure has a big mouth. She coldly responded, "It's just that today, a student of teacher Zhang is fighting. I hope the other teachers will follow the rules and not interfere." The individuals who heard this felt insulted, clenched their fists, and cursed, "This martial artists society is getting more and more disrespectful." Zhou Yan looked at them with the kind of gaze one would give to insects and replied, "It's not a reminder, it's a warning. If he dares to interfere, the martial artists society will deal with it." He furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he called her name, but Zhou Yan continued, "If you're not satisfied, you can file a complaint with the school." This made the teacher so angry that he almost wanted to leap at her. Zhou Yan and the young girl turned to leave, and Zhou Yan began instructing her, "Go tell Brother Jin to keep watch, and also inform the club presidents and vice presidents to see if anyone can come." The young girl quickly noted these instructions down. Suddenly, Zhou Yan seemed to notice something, and hurriedly said to the other person, "I'll report it to the dean so that person can come and take charge." What surprised Zhou Yan was the appearance of Lu Fengro, who, half asleep from high up, mumbled, "Good morning." Lu Fengro and Shui Mei slowly descended, scratching their heads as they walked and saying, "Zhou Yan, you don't need to inform the dean. After all, if a rank 1 student dies, they're already dead. It's not such a big deal." She found a seat and quickly settled down, saying, "If Zhang Guoru's people dare to make a move, I'll beat them to death." These words not only made Mr. Zhang clench his teeth in anger but also caused Zhou Yan to silently watch her. Lu Fengro then asked, "Has Fong Ping arrived yet?" Zhou Yan turned her back, walking while calling out, "Not yet." She added, "These members of the Martial Artists Society really have such proud tempers, but then again,
how come Fong Ping still hasn't shown up?
Did he die somewhere? Elsewhere, Fong Ping was panting heavily, cursing under his breath. Which way is north? I'm completely lost.
The crowd in the auditorium had begun to stir, puzzled by Fong Ping's delay.
He's late for the match, surely he didn't run away, did he?
The door swung open, and Fong Ping entered with a forced smile, waving his hand in apology. He walked step by step toward the ring, and as he approached Zhou Yan, he heard her ask, "Did you volunteer for this match?" He replied coolly, "What if I say I didn't?" As soon as he finished speaking, a man quickly stood up, scolding him and telling him to mind his manners. "You were the one who agreed to the challenge at first.
Was anyone forcing you?"
Zhou Yan, seeing the argument escalating, angrily stood up and slammed her hand on the table, telling both of them to shut up. She raised her voice, scolding the crowd, "I'm asking Fong Ping a question, it's not your turn to speak." Seeing her fury, the others fell silent, too intimidated to say anything.
Zhou Yan continued, speaking loudly to lecture them, "At Magic University, life and death matches aren't prohibited, but both parties must voluntarily agree. If one side is unwilling, the challenge cannot take place.
And since the Martial Artists Society has been entrusted with maintaining order, they must arrange everything in an open and transparent manner.
If anyone is forced into something, the Martial Artists Society must intervene and suppress it." Fong Ping had walked to the center of the arena when Zhou Yan repeated the question.
This time, his answer was more serious, as he replied, "Of course, no one forced me, I volunteered myself." Zhou Yan continued, "The reason Fong Ping is a freshman, and also fighting against 4 people, is that he will be able to propose reasonable conditions within the rules." After hearing this, Fong Ping thought for a moment and then said in one long sentence, "You are not allowed to use cold weapons, because I am afraid they might injure themselves. I have a request for a grade 2 blood chi pill because I am fighting against 4 people, and without a single dose, I won't be able to fight." He was about to continue speaking when Zhou Yan consulted with the senior students. The others pondered for a moment before deciding, for grade 1 pills, or nothing.
Fong Ping quickly agreed, thinking to himself, "I can't believe that casually asking got me 4 grade 1 blood chi pills. These people are really wealthy.
Then let's set up the match and start the competition." One of them stepped onto the stage, becoming his first opponent.
Fong Ping, with a look of disdain, asked, "What is your name?"
After learning that this was Lu Yongwan, a third-year student from the Vitality Department, he smiled and continued, "I just enrolled, and I haven't offended you in any way.
Why do you want to challenge me? Could it be that Brother Jin was also beaten by Wang Jinyang?"
Upon hearing this, Jin's expression quickly turned sour.
Fong Ping continued to provoke, "Even if I've been beaten before, I can understand it, but in the end, I'm not the same as Wang Jinyang. I shouldn't be used as a tool to settle this." He went on, "I don't think Brother Jin really intends to hurt me, does he?"
Jin's face flushed red from Fong Ping's teasing. Lu Fengro, from above, shouted down, "If you want to fight, then fight.
If not, admit defeat. Why talk so much?"
The crowd quickly echoed Lu Fengro's words, even standing up to urge them on.
Fong Ping calmly replied, "Fine, then I admit defeat." Jin frowned and asked, "Are you really admitting defeat?"
Fong Ping replied nonchalantly, "You're at rank 1 peak, and I've just broken through to rank 1.
Besides, I've already reached peak now, so admitting defeat wouldn't matter, right?"
Zhou Yan from below chimed in, "You can admit defeat, but that would cause you to lose the advantage with martial artists."
Fong Ping smiled and said, "What choice do I have? They're grade 1. What if they use this excuse to kill me? Isn't admitting defeat the best option now?" Someone from the crowd shouted angrily, "What are you trying to do?" Fong Ping's expression grew sharp as he responded, "Do you think those people want to kill me?"
Lu Yongwen replied, "Unexpected events always happen, no one wants to kill anyone, but sometimes you just can't hold back your hands, and that's something beyond control."
Fong Ping understood Mr. Lu's words and no longer felt any psychological burden.
He said sincerely, "Since I was young, I've always been afraid of killing even a bird. Wang Jinyang wanted to fight for the title of martial artist, but I just want to quietly practice martial arts and grab as many resources as I can." Lu Fengro, sitting in the stands, grew even angrier with each of Fang Ping's words. He kept saying things that made no sense and were unrelated to the fight. The spectators started murmuring, with all this talking, is he going to fight or not? If not, just leave, stop wasting our time. Fang Ping kept talking, indifferent to the growing annoyance from the crowd. This is the first time I've met all of you seniors, and the grievances between you and Wang Jinyang shouldn't have anything to do with me. He closed his eyes and continued, but now, it seems like I'm the one taking the blame for all of this. I won't say who provoked whom. Lu Yongwen asked again, do you admit defeat, or do you want to continue? Fang Ping smiled and replied, if admitting defeat still leads to trouble, then isn't it better not to admit defeat? Zhou Yan, already furious, didn't want to hear anymore. He immediately signaled for the match to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yongwen exerted pressure, forcing Fang Ping to take a few steps back. The official match had begun. Fang Ping unleashed his skills, but Lu Yongwen raised his hand to block. He felt somewhat victorious, as he had cultivated his upper-level techniques, so he was more than capable of blocking a kick from Fang Ping. However, the attitude of this man immediately changed after a moment, as Fang Ping's foot slammed into his flesh, causing blood to spill out. When he withdrew his foot, the tip of his shoe was still stained with the blood of the man named Jin. He was half surprised, half angry, shouting shameless as he pushed Fang Ping away. Fang Ping's expression was unusually serious, his hands ready with weapons, and he swung both hands towards his opponent. Lu Yongwen still raised his hand to block, cleverly avoiding his injured hand, but his face was somewhat grimaced. Lu Yongwen gathered strength in his hand, shouted Fang Ping's name, and threw a punch at him. Fang Ping smoothly tilted his body to dodge the blow, his eyes never blinking, staring directly at his opponent. He braced himself with both hands on the ground, supporting his body, while lifting his leg to counterattack. Lu Yongwen anticipated Fang Ping's attack, extending his hand in an attempt to catch his leg, thinking to himself, if I catch it, I'll make sure he dies. But Fang Ping is, after all, the main character, it won't be so easy to catch him off guard. He spun around, bracing his leg down, and used the other leg to kick Lu Yongwen's body. The man was completely caught off guard. When his foot made contact with Lu Yongwen's head, it immediately caused blood to spurt out. He staggered as blood continuously sprayed from a hole Fang Ping had made. Lu Yongwen could no longer say anything, as blood poured out from his head. Then, he fell to the ground behind Fang Ping. Fang Ping glared at him, his expression unchanged. Lu Yongwen lay on the ground, blood flowing from the wound on his head, forming a large pool, and blood was also coming from his nose and mouth, making the scene quite horrific. The crowd was completely stunned by the sight. Shuimei and Xiaoman were no exception, this is deadly. Shuimei stammered, speaking in shock. Those who opposed Fang Ping were all equally furious, some clenched their fists, others crossed their arms, but everyone looked uncomfortable. Medical personnel had arrived and were gathering Lu Yongwen's body, covering him with a white cloth. Fang Ping seemed to pause for a moment, silently thinking, the two words I'm sorry to Lu Yongwen, remembering the beautiful moments with my family, who are the real reason I must keep striving. Fang Ping was truly afraid of death. He slightly lowered his head and spoke seriously, I unintentionally killed someone, my abilities are limited. Lu Yongwen was also a bit silent, but then spoke, once you step onto the arena, life and death are your own responsibility, no need to say those words. He closed his eyes and added, since I lack understanding, then I'll just continue. The people in the stands asked him if he didn't want to rest. He responded with a disdainful remark, I've already booked a ticket for the afternoon, so I'll finish this quickly. A man in a green robe jumped up from the stands and didn't wait for Fang Ping to ask before introducing himself, I'm Zhang Guowei from the 3rd year military academy. Earlier this year, Wang Jinyang broke half of my ribs, and I couldn't practice for half a year. This means my path as a martial artist has been cut in half. People like us originally have limited talent and no powerful family backing, so my dream of graduating as a grade 3 martial artist has been shattered. I no longer have any chance for revenge. He walked up to Lu Yongwen and continued, if your martial artist has been taught by him, then it's only natural for me to come to you for revenge.
Zhang Guowei's face tightened, and he gritted his teeth. It's simple. I'll either beat you to death, or you'll beat me to death. Revenge for revenge, hatred for hatred. I have no friends, no family, so if I die, the hatred will be erased. Fong Ping said with sympathy, they are quite similar. Wang Jinyang probably won't help, and even if he gets beaten to death, it won't be dangerous. Zhou Yan loudly announced the start of the match. Zhang Guowei quickly rushed in to attack Fong Ping with a hand strike, but Fong Ping managed to dodge in time. Zhang Guowei continued to unleash several more attacks, forcing Fong Ping into a defensive stance. The strikes from Zhang Guowei were dense and precise, leaving Fong Ping with no choice but to raise his hands to block the blows. Shui Mei and Xiao Man, sitting in the stands, discussed among themselves. This time, there was an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that someone would die. Zhang Guowei, feeling triumphant like his teammate who had just been killed, said, Fong Ping is only rank 1, his blood chi is limited. As long as I close in and strike firmly, I can wear him down. Another strike from Zhang Guowei landed squarely on Fong Ping's torso, forcing him to exert all his strength to block it. Fong Ping gasped for breath, but his eyes still shone with determination. At this moment, Zhang Guowei was certain that Fong Ping wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He thought to himself, let's see how many more blows you can take. The people in the stands also believed in Zhang Guowei's strategy. Fong Ping's blood chi is almost depleted. As expected, a rank 1 novice and a rank 1 maniac can't be compared. Shui Mei, on the other hand, was worried for Fong Ping and shouted, that's right. Quickly, take a blood chi recovery pill. But Zhang Guowei was pressing too hard, not giving Fong Ping any time to recover. Fong Ping continuously retreated, while Zhang Guowei advanced, taking advantage of the situation and throwing more provocative words. What's this? Can't even stand properly? He sneered, thinking to himself, this time, I'll settle both my grudge with Wang Jinyang and beat him down to the ground. With that thought, he channeled all his strength into a powerful punch aimed at Fong Ping. Would Fong Ping be able to escape? Suddenly, a notification appeared from Fong Ping, consumed 140,000 worth of wealth. Blood chi replenishment completed. This proved that he wasn't giving up, his eyes still gleamed with unyielding determination. Zhang Guowei felt something strange, his eyes widening in astonishment. Fong Ping unexpectedly delivered a powerful kick toward Zhang Guowei. While Zhang Guowei was throwing his punch toward him, Fong Ping's foot struck his face, creating a hole that pierced through the air and hit its target. Blood spurted from the wound. How is this possible? Zhang Guowei wondered, his mind in chaos, just like his emotions after being unexpectedly counterattacked. His vision turned red as blood blurred his sight. Nevertheless, he could still see Fong Ping smiling, unable to believe that his blood chi had recovered. Before he could finish his thought, Zhang Guowei's head slammed hard onto the ground, taking his whole body down with it. Blood continued to spurt in jets from the wound on his temple. The winner and the loser were clear, and the stands erupted in noise once again at the result. The challengers were sweating, their eyes wide in shock at the scene before them. Zhang's name flashed through their minds as they wondered why Fong Ping's blood chi had recovered, even though it had clearly been almost depleted earlier. Lu Fengro was deep in thought, I wonder when that Fong Ping started taking medicine. Fong Ping stood proudly on the stage, clenched his fist, and addressed the challengers, come on, keep coming up. A middle-aged man questioned, aren't you going to rest? Fong Ping turned and walked back to his side of the arena, answering as before, I've already bought the ticket. The medical team quickly removed the body of Zhang Guowei to prepare for the next match. The others, without any prompting, stared after them. When the organizers asked who would be the next challenger, a moment of silence fell over them. Then, a trembling hand was raised. At first, it seemed like a desperate move, but no, a young man with purple hair raised his hand to surrender. Though he grimaced slightly, he reluctantly admitted defeat. From that moment on, he would quietly focus on learning martial arts whether as a rank 1 or grade 2. He stammered, I guess being a martial artist is not really for me. Finishing his words, he immediately left, despite another person hurriedly standing up to call him to stop. The pink-haired girl sitting next to him, witnessing this scene, could only remain silent.
She then decided to challenge him, her face turning more determined. After taking 2 steps, she was stopped by Lu Yongwon, who grabbed her hand. "Forget it, we concede," he said, but the pink-haired girl disagreed. Although upset and unwilling to accept, Lu Yongwon had to admit that their abilities were not on par with the others, and losing meant no complaints. Lu Yongwon turned to Fong Ping and recounted, "My younger sibling was also a genius like you, the family had high expectations for them. But after being injured by Wang Jinyang, the wound hasn't healed until now, and they're still in the hospital receiving treatment, unable to progress past rank 1 for the rest of their life." Lu Yongwon closed his eyes and sighed, continuing, "There's no hidden meaning in telling you this, I just want you to understand that the competition among martial artists isn't about right or wrong, it's only about strength." Fong Ping did not turn to face Lu Yongwon, but his gaze was still directed towards him as he listened. Lu Yongwon gritted his teeth and continued, "If Wang Jinyang could cripple my sibling, then I could cripple you. But martial artists have their own rules, right now, my level is above yours, so I can't do anything to you, Fong Ping." Lu Yongwon's face darkened slightly. Once he reached grade 3, he was pleased that Fong Ping could understand the feelings of his junior. From a distance, near the entrance, a figure appeared, carrying a sword on his back, drawing all attention in the stands with his powerful voice, saying that there was no need to wait for Fong Ping to reach grade 3. It was Wang Jinyang, the person who had been the topic of discussion from the beginning, a grade 3 martial artist ranked 2nd. Wang Jinyang's face tightened, and his energy radiated, suppressing those around him. He then looked at Lu Yongwon with a gaze that was half contemptuous, half furious. "Lu Yongwon, I challenge you," Wang Jinyang spoke up. Wang Jinyang's appearance caused a stir throughout the entire hall. Some people stood up in surprise, all eyes turning toward Wang Jinyang, who stood motionless. The crowd murmured excitedly, "It really is Wang Jinyang. I can't believe he still dares to come to the Magic University." Wang Jinyang ignored the murmurs of the crowd, his cold and challenging eyes fixed on Lu Yongwon as he asked, "Well? Are you accepting the fight?" Lu Yongwon gritted his teeth, his face contorted in a frown as he muttered Wang Jinyang's name. He hasn't even said whether he accepts the fight or not. A teacher from the Magic University stood up in anger, pointing his finger at Wang Jinyang's face and said, "This is the Magic University, not Nanwu." At this point, he provocatively added, "Kiddo, do you even understand the rules?" Wang Jinyang mimicked every word the teacher had just said, then added, his face still radiating danger. He said, "It is precisely because I follow the rules that I am starting the challenge, otherwise, I would have already made a move." He continued speaking to the teacher, still sounding polite but with a tone that was anything but, "Sir, are you grade 4? In 3 days, I'll be promoted to grade 4 myself." The teacher was so furious at hearing this that he couldn't say a word in response. Wang Jinyang went on, "Anyone here today, whether student or teacher, if you're not convinced, you can come and fight me." Lu Yongwon and the girl with pink hair remained silent, but beads of sweat had started forming on their faces. Lu Fengro, who was deep in thought, reflected, no wonder he disappeared for a while. He must have broken through to grade 4. That means he's now grade 3. Lu Fengro sighed, then thought to herself, given the grade 3 students present today, if any of them were to really fight with Wang Jinyang, Magic Uni's reputation would be in shambles. The crowd didn't look too welcoming of Wang Jinyang, but everyone remained eerily silent, none of them foolish enough to challenge him. After waiting for a moment and seeing no one daring to step forward, Wang Jinyang began to sneer, "I knew no one would dare to challenge me. You're all just good at bullying newcomers. The students of Magic Uni are nothing but this." Fong Ping was somewhat surprised that his senior came all the way here to stand up for him, but he couldn't help feeling threatened by the pressure coming from him. Lu Yongwon was angry but still maintained a respectful attitude when speaking to Wang Jinyang, saying, "This match was voluntarily agreed to by Fong Ping, so this is a fair challenge." Wang Jinyang praised the words fair challenge and then laughed, adding with a mocking tone, "A whole group of rank 1s challenging a student who has just broken through to rank 1. Is this what you call fair?" Then Wang Jinyang continued, sneering as he spoke, "So now I'm grade 3. Does that mean there's no one of the same level who wants to kill me?" The teacher from before had lost his composure. He cursed loudly when he saw the magic university being disrespected like this and responded in a raised voice. But Wang Jinyang countered with an even louder voice, releasing an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the entire area around him. Wang Jinyang patted his chest and continued, "Does this group really think I wouldn't dare kill one of their magic university students? Today, Wang Jinyang is challenging a grade 3 student from Magic University, and I will not refuse anyone who comes." The teacher had nothing else to say, only stammering, You. Lu Fengro saw this and told him to shut up. She stood up, crossed her arms, and spoke, reminding the crowd around her, "Wang Jinyang, the one who wiped out grade 3, is that right? And the person who got crushed was even the deputy commune chief of the Marital Artist Society." She looked at the crowd and continued, "Because of Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang is angry now. If you provoke him, today may not just end with a few people dying." Then she turned to the teacher, who was sweating profusely, and added, "Are you able to bear this responsibility?" At this moment, Wang Jinyang turned to Fong Ping and said calmly, "His matter has nothing to do with you. If you feel it's dangerous, you can refuse the duel. Don't be afraid of retaliation. Wait until I reach grade 4, and if they try to pull this stunt again, I'll kill all the grade 4 students of Magic Uni. And when I reach grade 5, I'll kill all the grade 5 students of Magic Uni." Fong Ping had remained silent the entire time, not saying a word, just staying quiet. Lu Fengro continued, "Fong Ping is my student, so it's not for Wang Jinyang to control. This fight is caused by the trash that you, Wang Jinyang, made fade in spirit and essence. The true elite of Magic Uni would never act this way. So, don't underestimate Magic Uni." She looked directly at Wang Jinyang, her voice firm. "The trouble today also stems from him. If you've thought about Fong Ping, you can't just keep protecting him. Therefore, don't cause him any more trouble." Wang Jinyang paused for a moment, his gaze turning cold as it shifted to Lu Yongwen. "Don't think I don't have ways to catch him. If you dare to make things difficult for Fong Ping again, your father will be the one to bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, Lu Yongwen was enraged, but before he could respond, Wang Jinyang's cold voice interrupted, "If it weren't for your grandmaster's protection, I would have already taken action. Your grandmaster values you because you have great potential, so just endure it." At this point, Zhou Yen could no longer tolerate it. He stood up and asked, "Who brought you in here?" A young man with green hair from behind Wang Jinyang spoke up, admitting his fault. "He happened to meet me at the bus station, then led me around. I didn't expect to witness the commotion." He nodded in agreement with Wang Jinyang and added, "Those who play games in circles are just scared." Wang Jinyang remained silent for a moment before turning around and leaving a final word, "Anyone who wants to fight can come find me." With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving behind a tense and silent atmosphere. Fong Ping stayed behind, forced to smile, and thought to himself, "This Mr. Wang has only just appeared and already stolen all my glory. He appeared just to clean up the mess." Wang Jinyang had successfully dispersed the crowd, with people leaving one after another. Only Lu Yongwen and his group left with frustration in their hearts and a few puffs of white smoke on their heads. It was over. Only Fong Ping remained standing alone on the arena. Today, he had killed 2 martial artists of rank 1, and in the future, it seemed no one would come to trouble him again. Aside from him, there were a few others: Lu Fengro, Xuemei, and Xiaoman, who stayed behind to talk with him. "Your performance wasn't bad, and your strength earlier was decent," Lu Fengro commented. Yang Xiaoman, who was standing next to her, chimed in, "Clearly, Fong Ping, your blood qi was completely depleted, so how come it's been replenished? I didn't see you take any medicine." Fong Ping was annoyed by Yang Xiaoman's question and retorted with another question, "Hasn't your teacher taught you not to pry into other people's secrets?" He continued to scold her, saying, "Your family background isn't bad, your mother is a martial artist. Haven't they taught you anything?" Yang Xiaoman felt her face flush with embarrassment from Fong Ping's words, but he wasn't done yet. His face hardened as he finished his sentence, warning her, "Prying into other people's secrets casually can lead to life and death enmities. Do you understand? Don't ask again in the future." Shuemei beside her also warned Wang Xiaoman, saying, now that Fong Ping has killed someone, it's better to be cautious. Wang Xiaoman pressed her lips together, her face darkened, unable to say anything. Fong Ping waved goodbye to Lu Fengro and said he was leaving. Wang Xiaoman blushed, annoyed, and scolded him, what are you waving for? The three women watched as the young man left. It wasn't until he had gone that Lu Fengro spoke, this is his first time. His mental state surely isn't easy to handle. Let him think about it for a bit. After leaving, Fong Ping immediately called Wang Jinyang, Mr. Wang, where are you? I'm at the guest house of your school, Wang Jinyang replied. This answer completely took Fong Ping by surprise, making him involuntarily exclaim loudly in the middle of the road. Wang Jinyang, hearing that, asked, what's wrong with you? Fong Ping spoke quietly, his expression a bit hard to describe, that guest house is the territory of Magic Uni. Wang Jinyang, aren't you going there? Are you really waiting for them to come and challenge you? Wang Jinyang smiled kindly, his demeanor completely different from earlier. Yes, I'm waiting, but no one dares to come. They quickly met at the Magic Uni guesthouse, where the meeting took place in the guesthouse's restaurant, consisting of Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang, and the young man with green hair from earlier. Wang Jinyang was the first to speak about Fong Ping being challenged. He had known about it for a while. If he had appeared earlier, Fong Ping might not have needed to take action. He let Fong Ping fight 2 matches because he wanted him to understand that blindly yielding is not the path to strive for strength and survival as a martial artist. Fong Ping slightly lowered his head, repeating the last few words, strive for strength and survival, huh? Then, his attitude changed, and he continued, whether or not I am being bullied is up to me deciding to participate. I accepted this partly to understand more about what it means to be a martial artist, and partly because I simply wasn't comfortable with the situation. In response to his words, Wang Jinyang gently asked, so now, in your eyes, what is a martial artist? Fong Ping fell silent for a moment before quietly saying, a martial artist is a group of people indifferent to life and death. Wang Jinyang smiled, lightening the tense atmosphere, and said something nonsensical, who isn't afraid of death? A young man with green hair, his mouth full of food, still picking at his plate, added, even a grandmaster fears death, because it's a human life we're talking about. He continued, not taking his eyes off his rice, take the people who challenged you today, for instance. They're the ones who had their path to strength severed by Wang Jinyang, so they're angry, unwilling to accept it. Fong Ping was deep in thought, replaying the words Zhang Guowei had said in his mind. The guy with green hair continued, in my opinion, they never even thought about killing you. To put it bluntly, they're just a bunch of pathetic insects too afraid to admit their own failure. The person next to him nudged him to stop talking. Seeing Fong Ping's expression darken, he quickly reassured him, you don't need to overthink it. Martial artists have their own rules, they don't die unjustly, nor are they afraid of death. Then he grew more serious, there is one point where you're right, Fong Ping. Life and death in the martial artist world are nothing unusual. Getting used to this is not a bad thing for you. He continued eating, leaving Fong Ping alone with his thoughts, is it really that shallow? Is this what martial artists are like? Fighting for power, fighting to survive. If you don't get stronger, you can't live. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang spoke up, pulling him out of his negative thoughts, Fong Ping, you're different from the others. Wang Jinyang smiled as he continued, don't worry about it, just focus on your cultivation. Once you get used to it, it'll be fine. Fong Ping finally smiled, I get it now, but the way those two try to enlighten me is quite strange. The young man with green hair stood up, releasing his emotions for Fong Ping and told him to eat quickly, even picking up some food and bringing it to his mouth. Fong Ping changed the subject and asked Wang Jinyang, do you have a mission this time in Magic City? Tell me about it. The young man with green hair blew on a spoon of soup and said, it's a big mission, an underground excavation. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinyang quickly covered his mouth. Xin Feng Chung. Both of them were startled when they heard that. Wang Jinyang shook his head, and his intentions were pretty clear. Then he continued, Xin Fengcheng, Fong Ping, don't ask too many questions about this. He can't participate right now.
Fong Ping didn't press further after hearing that.
The atmosphere became quiet again, but Qin Fengqing alleviated it. He told Fong Ping to just focus on his cultivation, as it was because Wang Jinyang was strong that they were able to take advantage of the opportunity and make some gains.
Fong Ping smiled brightly and responded with a simple yes.
Inside, he was thinking, underground excavation is probably something that doesn't concern me right now.
It's pointless to ask too much. When I'm stronger, I'll understand everything on my own. After some more time passed, in the Yangchang Lake Garden, on a busy street, everyone was chatting and laughing. Fong Ping, with his suitcase, smiled contentedly and said, "I'm home."
From behind him, a voice called out. Fong Ping turned around and saw his younger sister, Fong Yuan, wearing a baseball cap, staring at him in surprise. Upon seeing her, Fong Ping couldn't help but shed a few tears. He had never mentioned that he would come home today, yet she had known and was waiting for him at the door.
Is this what family love is?
Even when they don't know you're coming home, they will still wait for you every day, hoping for your return. Fong Ping opened his arms wide, eagerly running toward her to give her a hug, but she quickly crouched down, causing him to miss.
She looked up at him and asked, "Why did you come back in the afternoon?"
She hastily pushed him away as Fong Ping was still speaking. "It's too crowded in the morning, and there are fewer people in the afternoon."
"It's better to come back in the afternoon."
His sister continued, "Let's go inside." But it was probably too late, as someone shouted loudly twice, "Sister!"
Fong Yuan sprayed some blue, freezing in place.
Fong Ping turned around to see who had called.
3 girls, around Fong Yuan's age, were standing there.
One of them excitedly said that they had to properly teach the boys in the neighborhood a lesson today. They had dared to take over their turf in the village. Another girl wondered about Fong Ping, while the third girl commented that he was too thin and scrawny. Fong Yuan hurriedly gestured for silence, but the 3 girls had no idea what he meant.
A dark aura appeared behind Fong Yuan, and it was obvious who it was coming from.
He repeated the words he had just heard, "Sister."
Fong Ping exuded an intense pressure as he asked the girl, "What exactly happened over the past 2 months? When did you become a sister?" "So, you weren't waiting for me earlier, you were actually waiting for these people to join in and seize territory together, huh?" Fong Yuan stammered, sweat pouring down her face. It was too late now. Fong Ping angrily pinched Fong Yuan's cheek and dragged her away.
"Let's go home for interrogation," he said, leaving the 3 girls completely confused. Their mother looked out the door when she saw the 2 of them coming back. She scolded him for not saying anything when he returned. Fong Yuan, with one side of her face red from the pinch, shouted loudly, "Mom!" The 2 siblings sat down on the sofa, with Fong Yuan sniffling and holding her cheek.
Fong Ping was still very angry, telling her to talk to their mother herself.
He pinched the other side of her cheek and then scolded, "So now you're all grown up, huh?
Little sister's the boss now, huh?
I'm your brother, everything stops for me."
Both of the parents on one side sighed and said, "This kiddo needs to be properly taught.
Only this big, and already out there with friends setting up shop, selling things. Every day, they take up a spot to sell, causing such a commotion that even the teachers at school know about it."
Fong Ping was even more surprised. Fong Yuan muttered, "Isn't it just selling a few of your things? Does it really need to be like this, pinching me like that? You never use them anyway, so why are they just taking up space?" Fong Ping overheard, placed his hand on her head, and asked, "What did you sell?" Fong Yuan stammered, breaking out in a cold sweat.
Their mother had no choice but to confess with a smile, aside from 2 sets of clothes for changing, everything else is gone.
Fong Ping stared in astonishment at his completely empty room.
He pinched his little sister's cheek and scolded, "You really are something, huh?"
Fong Yuan tried to explain, "It's because you've become a martial artist, so everyone's fighting for your stuff. How could their families let such a good money-making opportunity slip by?"
That night, Fong Yuan ate dinner with 3 or 4 lumps on her head. Their father was puzzled, but their mother replied, "It's nothing important.
This kiddo brought it upon herself." Their father, still unaware, asked, What exactly happened when I wasn't around? A family of 4, after dinner, sat down to chat together.
Fong Ping smiled, but in his heart, he was still preoccupied with the thoughts of the fight from the day before. Luckily, I'm still alive. He arrived at his father's workplace with the lunchbox his mother had prepared for them, smiling as he invited his father to eat together under the admiring gaze of a female colleague. He even went to the supermarket with his mother and younger sister, scolding his sister for eating too many snacks. At home, Fong Ping made Fong Yuan practice properly before handing her the key to the snack cupboard.
He truly enjoyed every moment spent at home. But every good time must come to an end. Fong Yuan and Fong Ping had to part ways quickly at the Yangcheng bus station. He was on the bus, looking through the window and trying to comfort his tearful younger sister. They were talking on the phone because the soundproof windows separated them. His sister, with tears and snot all over her face, said she was worried about him, afraid he would be bullied at school. Fong Ping smiled gently and said, "No one dares to bully me.
It's only me who goes around bullying others."
An announcement came on: the bus to Magic City is about to depart. We kindly ask all guests to move back behind the yellow line. Thank you.
Fong Ping urged his younger sister, "Hurry back home, take good care of our parents. You're growing up, you need to be more understanding." Fong Yuan's eyes were still red from crying, but she responded that she understood.
As the train started moving, Fong Ping couldn't bear to watch. Fong Yuan ran after the train, calling out his name for a while. He stood by the window, watching her, feeling both sad and proud to have a sister like her. She's really so good.
Once Fong Ping disappeared from sight, Fong Yuan stopped chasing and pulled out her phone, completely changing her tone as she told the other girls to gather at her house. This time, we can make some extra money from the things Fong Ping left behind.
The sibling bond really feels cold.
At Magic Uni, where currency exchange took place, Fong Ping was staring at the screen, thinking, "I've been spending quite a bit lately, both cash and assets. It's about time I exchange some peak for selling." An old man at the place noticed him and started a conversation, pointing at the hidden shoes and saying they were pretty good. "You only lost 40 study points, Fong Ping.
You've really made a profit." The old man rested his chin on his hand and continued, "Just those 4 rank 1 blood chi pills they gave you have already earned you back the cost." Fong Ping was surprised that even the teacher at the currency exchange knew about the competition. He closed his eyes and told the man that today he wanted to exchange some regular blood chi pills. The teacher nodded, asking, "Is 3 pills enough?" Fong Ping replied that he needed 67 pills. The teacher paused for a moment, but adults always understand children well, and then he reminded him, "Kid, you're exchanging that many because you want to sell them for a profit, right? The school doesn't have a strict ban on it, but dealing in peak level items is a professional business. If you sell in large quantities, you could get fined to the point of bankruptcy if you're caught." Fong Ping smiled, holding the card in his hand as he said, "So, selling in small quantities wouldn't be a big issue?" The teacher continued, 67 regular blood chi pills would cost you 2011 academic credits, leaving you with just 1 portion. Right now, you're rank 1, and regular blood chi pills won't be enough to support your cultivation." He asked seriously, "Have you really thought this through?" Fong Ping decisively placed the card on the table, asking him to deduct the amount. His assets were now in a flash. In the dormitory, Fong Ping, after completing the exchange, called Li Changzhe, "CEO Li, I currently have 70 blood chi pills in hand. Is it convenient to sell them?" Li Changzhe seemed surprised by the number. He honestly said, "It's not easy to act with so many peaks. Their strength is still weak, and if they get caught by the supervisory department, it will be troublesome." Fong Ping knew this, which is why he asked him, "Can I do it the same way as last time?" Li Changzhe replied from the other end of the line, "Last time, the quantity was small, and it wasn't a problem for a big company to act secretly, but we have no martial artists besides you. This time, with so many peaks at once, it's easy to be watched. It's too dangerous." Fong Ping responded, "I'll think of another way." Fong Ping dragged all the peaks over to his friend's place. His friend was completely surprised when he found out Fong Ping wanted to sell all of these peaks, especially with so many rank 1 ones. He asked half jokingly, half seriously, is Fong Ping's family in urgent need of money for something? Fong Ping replied curtly, not denying what his friend said. His friend pondered for a moment, calculating, then said, to maintain blood qi consumption and nurture future generations, you need peaks. Any blood qi pill company has a large demand, but when buying from individuals, people want to buy cheap. Normally, it's only about 6-7% of the original price. Fong Ping showed a clear look of dissatisfaction and said, 6-7% is too low. I don't just have 70 regular blood qi pills here, I also have 11 rank 1 pills, the market price of which is equivalent to 10.3 million. Fong Ping silently calculated in his mind, these blood qi pills have already reached a value of 71, I must surpass 7.1 million to make a profit. He looked at his friend with an expectant gaze, sighed, and began dialing his phone to call his family to see if they needed anything. These blood qi pills aren't afraid of being numerous. Fong Ping added, all of these are ready-made, don't push the price too low. His friend managed to get a price of 9 million and asked Fong Ping what he thought. Fong Ping happily calculated with his hand and said, 9 million, that's almost a 10% discount, way more than I expected. He closed the deal and immediately received the payment. The training building was bustling with activity, quite a few people had arrived. Someone suddenly asked, isn't there no class today? Why are we suddenly gathering? Yang Xiaoman, while checking her reflection in the mirror, said to her friend, lately, I haven't had a proper rest from training, even dark circles under my eyes are showing now. And I even said this morning there was no class, so I could sleep in a bit more. Her friend, perhaps busy with something, was indeed busy. Fong Ping, who was annoyed, told Yang Xiaoman, stop staring, it's blinding my eyes, and staring more won't make it go away. Yang Xiaoman, irritated, had a few friends laughing but they dared not say anything. The group burst into laughter. The door opened, and a few people walked in, probably their teacher. They quickly lined up, and the earlier commotion faded away. The red-haired professor began speaking, the reason I've gathered you here today is to discuss the establishment of the special training class. Everyone, including Fong Ping, has been curious about this special training class. The professor continued, using his hands to emphasize his points, the special training class will mainly be taught by him, Lu Fengruo, Luo Yichuan, Su Jianzhou, and Zhou Shiping, 5 instructors in total. In addition, our dean will also participate intermittently in teaching you all. Everyone was simultaneously surprised to hear that the dean would personally teach them, they all admired the dean's talent. Before graduation, there's a hope of breaking through to grade 3, one person said excitedly. The brown-haired young man raised his hand and asked immediately, then why did the school have to open a special training class and even involve the dean? His question was praised as insightful. The professor responded seriously, at the end of this year, major martial arts schools across the country will hold a competition for new students. This competition is related to our honor, it's a battle we absolutely must win. The teacher spoke each word with utmost seriousness, causing Fong Ping to feel a bit startled. The crowd began to murmur, nationwide? Doesn't that mean we'll have to face some very talented people? I've heard those guys from the north are extremely fierce, fighting them could lead to injury. They're the top players, how can we possibly defeat them? The teacher, seeing the students' reluctance, angrily shouted, you're already terrified just by stepping onto the path of martial arts, what kind of future do you think you'll have? Hearing him shout, everyone immediately fell silent, as still as the air, listening carefully to what he had to say. Everyone here has been chosen by the school from the new students, all of you are martial artists and the future of Magic Uni. By participating in this special training, the school will reward you. I will select official team members and reserve team members, with each student receiving 10 credit points. Later on, there will be additional and more rewarding prizes. Fong Ping appeared cold and serious on the outside, but inwardly he thought, I can't give out the credits. However, I can still exchange them for a peak token, which would be a waste not to take. Now, they were about to follow the usual procedure of selecting a class leader. Usually, the class leader helps the teacher to notify classmates about study gatherings and handles some tasks, with a reward of 10 credit points. Fong Ping sighed and retorted, just 10 credit points, and they want others to do the chores? Lu Fengro responded with a smile, don't complain. To be a class leader, you naturally need to be strong. Just beat a few people in the class, have them do the chores for you, and it'll be done, won't it? The red-haired teacher angrily shouted at her, that doesn't sound at all like something a teacher would say. But Lu Fengro's argument was so convincing, she spoke in such a way that they were filled with enthusiasm. Even saying this much wasn't enough, everyone needed to be sure that there would be changes. She smiled brightly as she continued, the class president will rotate every half-month, with each rotation awarding 10 academic credits. She then winked at Fong Ping, which caught him by surprise. Is the teacher helping me gain benefits? He thought to himself. He switched into scheming mode, starting to calculate the pros and cons. The exchange competition is still 3 months away, so there could be 6 rotations as class president. If I get 60 academic credits, that's no small number. Nevertheless, the other teachers were dissatisfied with Lu Fengro's decision, but she yawned, showing that she wasn't concerned with their objections. What's wrong with stimulating the students' drive to improve? If not, ask them yourself whether they agree, she said. The crowd became noisy, but their enthusiasm had clearly been stirred. He had no choice but to agree and started asking, whoever wants to run for the position, step forward. However, Lu Fengro interjected sharply, wasting no time. She then called out the names of 3 people, Fong Ping, Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, step forward. The 3 called quickly stepped forward, while Lu Fengro remarked, the strength of these 2 students is beyond question. She said, as for Fong Ping, his performance in the competition wasn't bad at all. The 3 of them are being considered by the class leader selection committee. Does anyone have any objections? The students discussed among themselves, but ultimately agreed that they had the ability and deserved to be class leaders. Seeing this, Lu Fengro turned to speak to the red-haired man, let's do it this way. Whoever among the 3 wins will become the class leader, and the one who loses will do chores for others for free. They all felt the subtle attack from Lu Fengro. Fong Ping, however, had his own plans. Tang Lion, looks like you'll have to dislike me even more now, because I'm determined to win this subject. Zhao Lei and Fong Ping fought first, perhaps still upset about being defeated by him last time. He was convinced that time was just because I was too careless, and gave Fong Ping a sneer as he spoke. He clearly mocked, don't be so polite, don't be so polite. He then continued to provoke, wanting to make things clear to Zhao Lei, watch out, don't cry, and don't hold a grudge. If I win, you'll have to work for me without pay. Zhao Lei responded in a similar manner, well, if I win, Fong Ping, you'll have to do the same. Fong Ping hurried to start the match, charging forward to attack Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei wasn't any less determined. He immediately assumed a stance to block Fong Ping's strike. Ever since finishing his time at the sub-academy, Zhao Lei had been relentlessly training, and in just 1 short month, he had completed all 9 stages of bone tempering. When it came to speed, Zhao Lei was confident that Fong Ping wouldn't be able to defeat him. He had his reasons and his goals. He was determined to reclaim the first place that rightfully belonged to him. Zhao Lei blocked Fong Ping's strike and then used his strength to counterattack, channeling all his killing intent into a punch aimed at his opponent. Fortunately, Fong Ping managed to quickly duck, avoiding the blow, his hands hitting the ground. Zhao Lei was momentarily surprised to see Fong Ping dodge, and at the same time, he sensed something wasn't quite right. Soon enough, he realized that Fong Ping had never intended to use his fists to attack from the beginning. As Fong Ping's hands touched the ground, he immediately launched a kick, his knee targeting Zhao Lei directly. The counterattack came so suddenly that Zhao Lei had no time to dodge. However, instead of showing pain, Zhao Lei burst into laughter, claiming that he was now far different from who he was back at the branch academy. The unfortunate thing was that while speaking, his face was completely unprotected, becoming a vulnerable target. Fong Ping didn't miss the opportunity, landing a punch squarely in the middle of Zhao Lei's face. Zhao Lei was knocked back, blood splattering from his nose, and the smug smile on his lips instantly vanished. He cursed Fong Ping, calling him a bastard for punching his nose, tears streaming down his face, though it was unclear whether from pain or anger. Fong Ping quickly rushed forward, grabbed Zhao Lei by the collar, and growled, "I told you not to cry, but you keep crying." With that, he kept punching Zhao Lei's face, shouting as he did, "I told you not to hold a grudge, but you keep holding one. So what if you're better than me? You dare provoke me again, and I'll beat you so badly that even your father won't recognize you." The crowd was stunned by this one-sided situation. After the beating, Zhao Lei collapsed to the ground, his face swollen and bruised, blood and tears streaming everywhere. Lu Fengro crossed her arms and commented, saying, "Fong Ping's strikes aren't ruthless enough yet. It may seem like he hit hard, but actually, he hasn't even injured Zhao Lei at all." Tang Lian had a different perspective. Zhao Lei was beaten, but he's not dead. His face, though, has been beaten to the point where he won't be able to show himself in public for at least a week. Fong Ping stretched out both arms, smiled at Xiao Man, and said in a soft tone, "It's their turn now." Bai Ruo she was startled. She frowned, and her friend next to her advised, "Maybe you should forget it. Zhao Lei's already been beaten like this, and later, Fong Ping will treat you the same way." Bai Ruo she glanced at Zhao Lei, breaking out in a cold sweat at the thought of herself being beaten to the point of looking like a swollen pig's head. She would have to hide her face, unable to look at anyone, and would be laughed at by others. She stammered, sweating, and asked Fong Ping, "Will he be as rough with me as that?" Fong Ping tilted his head in confusion, then with a brilliant glow surrounding him, he gently replied, "Of course. Striking a beauty is also a form of training. I'm not wrong, am I, Tang teacher?" Fong Ping turned to him and said. Bai Ruo she fell into deep thought, and when he supported Fong Ping's opinion, martial arts cannot have sympathy. Bai Ruo she blushed, stammering in defeat. Fong Ping, as if achieving his goal, spread his hands in a gesture of regret, which made Bai Ruo she even more annoyed. Tang Lian was forced to announce, "The class monitor this time is Fong Ping." Fong Ping triumphantly waved his hand. Tang Lian looked at Zhao Lei lying on the ground and said to him, "Come by my place later to pick up the training schedule." Zhao Lei wasn't sure if he heard him. Tang teacher continued, "The training will start tomorrow. It will not delay your normal class time. The specific arrangements will be announced tomorrow. Now, everyone, disperse." The crowd quickly filed out, and the fear towards the teachers and Fong Ping's opponents seemed to have disappeared. After lying on the ground for a while, Zhao Lei started to sit up. Although it was a bit difficult, Fong Ping walked over to him and teased, "Finished resting already?" Zhao Lei's face was swollen, tears still streaming down, but his tone was anything but weak. This time, he admitted defeat, but he should still wait. The university had just begun. Fong Ping teased Zhao Lei again, saying that the way he was crying made Fong Ping feel like he was bullying a child. Zhao Lei angrily retorted, "If you hadn't punched me in the nose, I wouldn't have cried." Afterward, Fong Ping and his friend left. As they walked outside, the friend half-jokingly, half-seriously praised Fong Ping for having beaten Zhao Lei so badly. Fong Ping responded indifferently, "He keeps thinking he lost because of carelessness, so he'll always hold on to it. This time, I wanted him to truly experience the feeling of despair, so there will be no regrets left." As they passed by Lu Fengro, Fong Ping took the initiative to thank her. She casually replied, "No need to be polite. It was all because you fought for it yourself. The quicker you gain resources, the faster you progress, but maybe you'll also burn out faster. Still, it's good to take advantage of this opportunity to gather more resources and credits." Lu Fengro continued, "Once Magic Uni loses in the exchange competition, the national resources will be dispersed. By then, credits won't be as easy to obtain as they are now." Fong Ping broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that, but he tried to ease the mood by joking, "Fengro, already thinking about losing before the battle starts, this really isn't like you." His friend chimed in, helping to lighten the conversation. Lu Fengro shook her head, "It's not about looking down on them. Magic University Mo and Jingwu, as two major schools, have always received a supply of resources several times greater than usual. However, in the past 2 years, students from these two major schools have continuously been defeated by outstanding students from regular schools. With so many resources at their disposal, yet still failing to the students of regular martial arts schools,
the schools are naturally dissatisfied with this kind of resource allocation. They believe that if they had the same amount of resources as the major schools, they could cultivate a few Wang Jingyangs.
Fong Ping couldn't help but feel that Wang Jingyang was the real protagonist of this story.
Teacher Lu continued, recently, there have been some incidents that have caused the regular martial arts schools to scramble for resources.
The Martial Arts Association this time is an opportunity that cannot be missed.
Hearing the words incidents, Fong Ping immediately remembered what Wang Jingyang had said about not letting him participate in the dungeon, which surely meant something significant was about to happen.
Fong Ping and his friend placed their trays of food on the table.
The cafeteria was still quite noisy, no different from usual. After hearing what teacher Lu Fengro had said, Fong Ping became pensive, his mind occupied with thoughts of how to cultivate faster, make use of his time wisely, and be prepared for whatever might happen.
That was his hope, anyway.
Suddenly, the girls at the next table saw Fong Ping and started discussing his abilities, and even though they were speaking in whispers, Fong Ping could still hear them. Among the 4 girls, one said, Fong Ping hit Zhao Lei too hard.
Another girl guessed his rank, saying, top of the 1st grade. One of them immediately refuted that. Another girl, chewing her food, continued speculating, is Fong Ping insecure?
She felt that, at the branch academy, Fong Ping had deliberately let Fu Changding get beaten to a pulp. The girl in the red dress agreed, thinking that was probably the case. Fong Ping is so strong, yet he didn't help Fu Changding. One of the girls shifted the topic to their appearances, saying, Fong Ping doesn't look that bad, though. The girl in the red dress countered, saying, Zhao Lei is way more handsome than him, so it must be jealousy. Bai Ruoshi suddenly appeared and joined in, saying, Fong Ping is not just jealous of boys, he doesn't spare girls either. The girl in the red dress was so startled by Xiao Man's gloomy expression that she spat out her drink. Bai Ruoshi went on, you should listen up, girls. Back at the branch academy, he fought with girls, and yesterday in the special training class, he even tried to fight Xiao Man. One of the girls, looking confused and doubtful, asked, is that really true? Xiao Man closed her eyes, nodded seriously, and said, yes. Then she emphasized again that the girls should absolutely avoid looking for a boyfriend with such violent tendencies and a narrow mind. She continued, saying, Fong Ping should stay lonely for the next 4 years, and when juniors enter the school, Bai Ruoshi, will also warn them.
The other girls eagerly agreed, Xiao Man is absolutely right. Who would like someone as cruel as Fong Ping?
Every word of this was clearly heard by Fong Ping. He angrily chewed his food, silently vowing to teach this Bai Ruoshi a lesson. The brown-haired guy sitting across from him also overheard the conversation and, putting on a charming expression, asked, is Fong Ping jealous of his looks? To which he received a loud get lost. Later that night, under the bright moon, the area around Fong Ping suddenly shook with loud rumbling sounds and vibrations from the ground.
Fong Ping thought to himself as he looked around and saw students hurriedly rushing outside, is it an earthquake?
When everyone had left their rooms and gathered in a large area, the shaking finally stopped.
A student reassured everyone, saying, the school's earthquake prevention system is very good. Everyone should just go back and rest. The crowd all agreed that it was just an earthquake. They filed back to their rooms, brushing past Fong Ping, who had a different thought from the crowd, is it really just an earthquake? He pondered, the tremor was strong, and if I remember correctly, Magic Uni is not in an earthquake-prone area. At Magic Uni, a man with blonde hair led a group of people wearing cloaks, all radiating a red aura, with no clear target. Everyone was drawn to the figure who passed by. Whether male or female, they all blushed shyly at the sight. A girl with long hair, graceful and elegant in her demeanor, walked in holding a stack of books. She was Bai Ruoshi, the teacher from the Weaponry Academy, responsible for teaching the specialized course to the students in the advanced training class. Fong Ping's friend, upon seeing the beauty, started daydreaming excitedly, maybe I can ask her a few questions about swordsmanship. Fong Ping stood beside him with an expression of boredom. Bai Ruoshi placed a stack of papers on the table and tapped it, before we begin the lecture, there is something we need to do. Then, she raised the papers, this is a confidentiality agreement, a responsibility contract, and a life and death document. Everyone was a bit surprised but still listened intently.
She said, once you enter this special training class, everything you learn and everything you hear is classified. It cannot be shared outside. If a serious injury or death occurs during the mission, the consequences must be borne by everyone. If you're afraid, you can choose not to sign up and leave the special training class. She spoke with a chilling tone, yet her face remained completely innocent, making the whole situation even more eerie. Everyone was thinking, Fong Ping included, the 10 modules aren't easy to pass, but now that we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. By Ruo, she waited a moment, then asked, does anyone want to leave? In response to her question, everyone fell silent in unison. By Ruo, she seemed pleased with their resolve. Students of Dang Songding must have such qualities, she commented. Then, let the first lesson of the special training class begin. The first lesson was history. Before 1921, martial artists were merely rumors, considered groundless. In January of that year, the nation H officially acknowledged the existence of martial artists. In the same year, the Martial Arts Society was established in the capital, which later became the foundation of what is now Magic University Jingwu. She continued, regarding the establishment of the Martial Arts Society, it all started from a major event. In December 1920, an earthquake of the highest magnitude ever recorded in history occurred, causing tens of thousands of casualties. Since then, the leading martial artists began systematically and on a large scale to cultivate martial artists. Over the years of accumulation, the number of martial artists in the country has reached millions. So why do martial artists always have such privileges and establishments? The bigger reason is that society needs them, and on a broader scale, humanity needs them. In the classroom, all the martial artists were attentively listening to the lecture, expanding their knowledge. By Ruo, she continued to explain, the enemy of all humanity is the dungeon. What is the dungeon? No one really knows. Initially, people thought it was an underground world. However, despite martial artists' organizations excavating thousands of meters deep, they still found no trace of the dungeon. Its entrance is beneath the ground, but that world does not truly belong to the earth. When the dungeon moves, the most obvious phenomenon is an earthquake. Currently, in Nation H, 22 individuals have been discovered who are directly related to the dungeon. A student raised their hand and asked, so, what exists inside the dungeon? Is it zombies or monsters? The teacher answered, but her face showed no sign of ease, it is a complete world. Aside from lacking modern civilization, the humans, animals, and monsters inside are all very similar to what we have here on Earth. There was once an incident where the dungeon gate was broken, and creatures from within poured out, causing catastrophic consequences. Next, Fong Ping asked, why did the creatures from the dungeon invade the Earth's surface? Is the environment inside the dungeon deteriorating? She closed her eyes before replying, the true cause is still unclear. Dungeon is just what we call it, but in reality, it's a world with no major differences. In fact, in terms of the environment, it might even be better. However, any external energy sources, including scientific weapons, lose all effectiveness when they enter the dungeon. Only the vitality-reaching power from martial artists' bodies can truly defeat the creatures inside. Fong Ping secretly smiled and thought to himself, if it only takes vitality-reaching power, then doesn't that make me an endless supply of vitality-reaching power from that generator? Could it be that God sent me here to save this world? But then he thought of Wang Jin Yang, the famous leader of the academy. Maybe Wang brother is the real savior? He's the real deal. He doesn't need a system and can still cultivate so quickly. At this moment, Wang Jin Yang and Tai Fengqing were in danger. Wang Jin Yang tried to pull Tai Fengqing along as they fled, constantly scolding him for being brainless, blaming him for leading both of them down a path of death. As he tightly gripped Fengqing's collar and dashed through the forest, Jin Yang didn't forget to yell, I told you that place was huge. It definitely has powerful people there, but you wouldn't listen. Fengqing remained stubborn, arguing back, but I saw the energy mine. If we can seize it, we'll strike it rich. While running, Jin Yang, still frustrated, remarked, the dungeon near Magic City is a bit strange. Many villages are completely empty, the residents probably all fled toward the main dungeon gate. If this keeps up, this place will end up just like Tiannan. Feng Qing, pale-faced, tried to reassure him, Magic City has many powerful people, we don't need to worry about this.
Jin Yang, now even angrier, shouted louder, do you really think so?
If the situation is like Tiannan, the Grandmasters will definitely decide to seal the gate.
If that happens, we'll be trapped inside the dungeon, and there'll be no way out.
As they ran, past memories suddenly flashed in Jin Yang's mind. He recalled the time he tried to stop the teacher from recklessly entering the dungeon.
However, the teacher wouldn't listen and even left a message asking him to take care of Nini.
Wang Jingyan paused for a moment. Currently, the dungeon Tiannan was sealed, and it was unclear whether the teachers inside were alive or dead. He blamed himself for being too weak, thinking that even if he could get in now, he wouldn't be able to infiltrate on his own, let alone go look for the teachers.
Tai Fengqing still had the strength to speak and asked, will you bring Feng Ping next time? He's progressing very quickly, and he's cunning. If the three of us form a team, it will definitely be fine.
Wang Jingyang kindly reminded him, don't forget, Feng Ping is only rank 1.
If he enters the dungeon before reaching the martial artist university, wouldn't he just be bait for the dungeon monsters?
Tai Fengqing chuckled wryly, that's true. That brat is progressing so fast that it made me forget he's still rank 1. They had reached a cliff and were looking at the entire dungeon from above. They couldn't help but sigh, moved by the view. Sometimes, they thought that if this world didn't have those people and monsters, it would actually be quite beautiful, even more so than the place they came from. Wang Jingyang suggested to his friend, why don't you marry a dungeon monster and see if they'd accept you? At the practical training building, the special class students were participating in a real combat drill. Feng Ping was being utterly beaten by the teacher. The teacher had struck Feng Ping so hard that his face was bright red, yet he continued teaching without pause. He emphasized, the chest, heart, and throat, these are our targets. When throwing, your grip must be firm, and you must strike with full force. At that moment, the teacher swung his weapon high, bringing it down straight onto Feng Ping's head. Feng gritted his teeth, trying his best to block with all his strength. It was obvious to everyone that this sparring session was far more brutal than usual. Nevertheless, the teacher continued to demonstrate while teaching, when you push the enemy into a defensive state, you can increase your offensive power. When the enemy's strength and focus are concentrated on their upper body, shift your target to the lower body. As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher immediately changed his attack direction, aiming directly at Feng Ping's legs.
Feng fell to the ground. The class fell into a suffocating silence, no one daring to move.
Luo Yichuan, the teacher, withdrew his weapon and concluded the lesson. The basic moves are exactly what I just demonstrated.
Did everyone see clearly?
The entire class replied in unison, no, teacher.
Please demonstrate again.
It was clearly an attempt to tease Feng Ping.
Luo Yichuan shot him a glance before signaling for him to return to his place.
Feng Ping stood up, his face swollen, but his eyes filled with resentment. The teacher then announced that the class would be split into smaller groups to focus on specific techniques, stressing, if you don't understand, ask right away. Feng Ping silently trudged back to his spot, unable to hide the frustration on his face. Bai Ruoshi and Zhao Lei, along with a few others, were quietly laughing to one side, while the brown-haired guy seemed concerned, though his concern came after his laughter. He said, your face is swollen, only to be scolded by Feng Ping with a curt shut up. The kind-hearted guy reminded him, being class president isn't easy. What if the other teachers ask you to demonstrate? You'll get beaten to death. Feng Ping was furious, his face burning with anger, and with a fist as big as a clay pot, he warned the guy, say another word, and you'll get beaten to death first. Unfortunately, the warning from the guy wasn't without merit. In Tang Feng's footwork class, Feng Ping got beaten. In Zhou Shiping's boxing class, he got beaten again, and then the whole class laughed at him. During the student sparring session, despite being covered in injuries, Feng Ping still maintained a bold spirit, determined to find the most energetic classmate to spar with him. When they finished the class, each of them took a stack of materials to review. I didn't expect the martial artist ranking to have an internal version. Fu Changding was surprised to learn that their principal was only ranked 41 saint. But the girl next to him quickly responded, saying that it was normal. The list online only records the familiar public martial artists, while this board includes both sex and military branches.
It's already impressive that the principal can reach such a rank.
Then they continued discussing the rankings of others.
Fong Ping quietly smiled and searched for Wang Jingyang's name on the ranking list.
He was also quite surprised to see that his rank was much lower than he had imagined. It seems that someone as strong as Wang Jingyang in the martial artist world is just a small part of the iceberg. But this also proves the authority of the ranking list. They all looked up to the sky, dreaming of the day when their names would be on the ranking list, imagining how glorious that would be. Another class began, and Lu Fengro was the one speaking. Her face was a bit smeared, and she said, "I just returned from the dungeon, the work there has temporarily concluded." Fong Ping and Fu Chanding also had scratches on their faces from training.
Fong Ping asked, "Is it safe now?"
Lu Fengro shook her head and replied, "It's just that this wave of attacks has been cleared. Now, dungeon creatures attacking the dungeon portals are becoming more and more frequent. From now on, the demand for resources will keep growing. The school will also increase the difficulty of training."
Lu Fengro continued speaking.
While Fong Ping and Shui Mei listened thoughtfully, their attitudes proved that this was not a simple matter. She instructed further, "When we return tonight, you two clean up a bit and take 2 days off.
I will take you out on a trip." Fong Ping frowned, a look of doubt on his face. "Are you planning to take us to a dungeon?"
Shui Mei, however, was excited. "Even if we go to the dungeon, I'm ready to give it my all."
Lu Fengro sighed, her eyes clearly showing disdain. She mocked, "With your pitiful skills, you want to go to the dungeon? You might as well just go and reincarnate." With that, she domineeringly lifted Fong Ping's chin with one finger, her voice full of provocation. "Do you remember when I said that if you win the upcoming competition, I would give you a big reward?" At that moment, a car sped toward them, coming to a perfect stop in front of them. Fong Ping gaped, stammering, This is. He seemed to let his imagination run wild, unable to hold back as he reached out to touch the car, then asked, "Is this my reward?" Lu Fengro looked at him and scolded, "Don't dream." She then ordered, "Get in the car." Fong Ping and Shui Mei quickly obeyed. The car took them to the outskirts of Omato, stopping in front of an old-style house with 2 bodyguards standing watch. As soon as they stepped out, the 2 bodyguards arrogantly spread their hands, demanding an entry fee of 10,000 each. Without hesitation, Lu Fengro placed 2 ordinary vitality-reaching pills in their hands. Upon receiving the ticket, the 2 bodyguards immediately let them in without any further obstruction. Fong Ping followed behind, while Lu Fengro was casually scanning the surroundings, puzzled. "Isn't this just an ordinary courtyard in the countryside? Why is there an entrance fee? What exactly is Lu teacher trying to give me?" Someone had been beaten to the point of broken teeth and bleeding. It turned out they were at the fighting arena. The crowd was roaring with energy from the stands. The 3 people stepped inside, and the bloody scene was no less intense than the one during Fong Ping's previous challenge. The girl immediately covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes, utterly shocked by the sight. Lu Fengro coldly told her, "If you can't handle it, leave now and never mention this exchange competition again," but the girl insisted that she could manage. Fong Ping, lost in thought, mused, "This situation reminds me of the past I once went through." One of them stepped forward, seemingly familiar with Lu Fengro, and courteously said, "It is an honor to have you here." However, she was not at all friendly with them and coldly replied, "Please arrange for Fong Ping to go to the morgue and wait there." Fong Ping was completely stunned, unsure whether she was referring to him or someone else. The man smiled, but his smile was ice cold. "Xiao Xiao, take Fong Ping to the morgue and leave him there alone." Fong Ping disgruntledly asked Lu Fengro, "Didn't you say you wanted to reward me with a big gift?" Lu Fengro smiled and said, "Isn't a 1-day tour of the morgue a big gift?" Fong Ping was speechless, petrified, and resigned to his fate. The people here seemed dissatisfied with Fong Ping being brought here. The martial artists who came here to train their courage before were so scared they almost peed themselves. What gives the upper-ups the right to support those martial artists? Every one of them thrown into the arena would be dead within seconds.
I bet Fong Ping will only last 30 minutes before dying. Another person bet, he'll only last 10 minutes.
Someone else remarked, but isn't he a student of Magic Uni? How could he be so weak?
That person didn't bother to argue, simply saying, just watch.
The room only had a small red light.
Fong Ping was walking through the room, and on the table, there were a few people lying down, their status unclear, alive or dead.
An old-fashioned TV was showing blurry images.
Fong Ping rubbed his hands in a creepy manner as he passed through the room. The body lying on the autopsy table had its eyes wide open, still not closed in death.
As he walked past, Fong Ping reverently clasped his hands in a prayer for the deceased.
He observed the corpse, left hand muscular, sturdy bones, probably completed upper limb bone training. Most likely, they were killed by a punch. He thought to himself as he touched the throat of the person, the harm is here, with a single strike, the throat's bones could be shattered.
How pitiful.
Maybe I should take the opportunity to check out the other two corpses as well, observing them a bit wouldn't be a bad idea. Suddenly, the three corpses sprang up, and Fong Ping sensed the eerie presence of these corpses.
His eyes quickly glanced at them.
He turned around and kicked the corpses, sending all three crashing up onto the ceiling. A string of something flew through the air, presumably launched from the corpses. Fong Ping was slightly confused, but he quickly realized that this was the work of those people. Struggling, he carried each of the corpses back to the autopsy table. After finishing, Fong Ping clasped his hands together, apologized to the corpses, and said that it was unintentional. The battle on the arena was still raging, the two fighters clashing fiercely without mercy, while the crowd cheered and screamed, hoarse from shouting. The logistics crew systematically carried away the corpses of the defeated.
Fong Ping helped them as well. These corpses were taken into the red-lit room and carefully placed into body bags.
The man with spiky hair whispered to the man named Zhao, Fong Ping is no simple guy. The way he carries the corpses shows no fear at all. The Zhao guy also agreed, saying, earlier, we scared Fong Ping so much, yet he still wasn't afraid.
That's impossible. Unless this kid, Fong Ping, has seen blood before.
Fong Ping stood silently by, still quietly praying for the corpse, paying no attention to the surrounding chatter. He gazed at the body, thinking about martial artists who had no family backing in difficult circumstances. In order to increase their strength, they can only rely on doing dirty work to gather resources. He slowly pulled the zipper on the body bag, thinking to himself, martial artists without strength are no different from ordinary people. At this moment, a tempting plate of fresh beef was placed on the table. As soon as Shuemei saw it, she turned away and vomited uncontrollably. Lu Fengro, sitting beside her, said, it's fine to throw up a little, you'll get used to it.
Fong Ping, however, felt speechless. We just watched a bloody battle, and now they're inviting us to eat fresh beef? There must be some kind of plot behind this. Fong Ping only dared to think it, but didn't say it out loud. Lu Fengro continued to explain, when you enter the dungeon, you can only eat dry rations or raw food. If there's an energy mine, then you can eat cooked food, but the value of that food is certainly not worth the energy mine being used to trade for pills. She then asked with a sarcastic tone, how does it feel to scavenge corpses all day? Fong Ping remained silent for a moment before speaking. Being a martial artist is not as glorious as most people think. Lu teacher held the knife gently, her face unchanged. That's correct. She then asked Fong Ping, have you considered entering the life and death arena? It can help you gain combat experience, and while improving your strength has its limits, it would be very beneficial. Fong Ping was a bit surprised, stunned by this sudden suggestion. Shuemei, who was beside him, covered her mouth with a cloth but still raised her hand. Master, can I go? Lu Fengro, upon hearing this, looked at her with a difficult expression. Then she shook her head, putting a piece of beef into her mouth as she refused Shuemei. No, you're too weak. Shuemei seemed offended by these words and retorted loudly, my bone reforging has reached 40 blocks, and I know basic battle tactics. I'm about to reach the true stage of combat and will succeed. The people on the life and death arena today, I'm not afraid of them. Lu Fengro cut a piece of beef. Whether you're afraid of them or not doesn't matter. What's important is that you still haven't really come into contact with blood.
She quickly ate a few pieces of meat, drank a glass of water, and loudly declared that she could do it. But as fate would have it, she ate too quickly and started choking. She hastily stood up and excused herself to go to the restroom. Fong Ping could only watch her leave. When she had left, Fong Ping asked Lu Fengro, "Why is Shui Mei so enthusiastic?" Lu Fengro explained, Shui Mei's father was a rank 4 martial artist who died in the Tiannan dungeon battle. Right now, various forces are eyeing the company her father left behind, and without strength, she won't be able to protect the family business. That's why Shui Mei pursues strength so intensely. She's not like you, who has no motivation at all. Fong Ping responded irritably, I do have motivation. Lu Fengro only agreed half-heartedly, saying, yes, Fong Ping doesn't want to die, so that's also a kind of motivation. She propped her chin up and continued, if you're too scared to fight a life or death battle, then at least try a regular competition. Fong Ping thought, since she's being so clear about it, how could I not agree? So, he went along with her suggestion and accepted. The bright lights above the arena shone down. The host came up to Fong Ping, encouraging him not to be too tense, as the regular competition was still relatively safe. Normally, people didn't intend to kill their opponent, but Fong Ping was focused on the prize. The host said, if you win, you'll receive 50,000. It's not much, but you can still wager. The opponent that Lu teacher has chosen for you is a highly skilled rank 1 martial artist, with a compensation ratio of at least 1-3. Fong Ping's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he raised his hand, saying, then I'll bet 100 on myself. The boss found him a bit strange but agreed. Lu Fengro yawned, saying, I'll bet 5 million on you. If you lose, you'll have to compensate me. Fong Ping was truly at a loss for words with this girl, using a student's life to make a bet. Shui Mei, who was standing nearby, also raised her hand with a smile and said, I'll bet 10 million on you. Fong Ping was not just at a loss for words with Lu teacher, but with this girl as well. The MC had already stepped onto the stage and was starting his usual introduction. Now, let's invite the two competitors to the arena. The lights blazed, and the crowd roared with excitement. The MC laughed loudly and introduced the king of the arena, a top first-grade martial artist, Blackface. This man was tall, muscular, and appeared to be over 30 years old, exuding the presence of someone who often fought in the arena. The crowd chanted his name, Blackface, Blackface. The MC continued, and his opponent, the brave newcomer, a mid-level martial artist, the Blade King. When the crowd saw someone like Fong Ping, they couldn't help but mock him, urging him to step down, don't get too crushed when you challenge Blackface. Spoiled brat. Shui Mei, standing below, chuckled softly, Fong Ping isn't even using a blade, so why call himself the Blade King? Lu Fengro, upon hearing this, quickly corrected her, saying, Fong Ping isn't stupid, he deliberately left a first impression to mislead the enemy. Shui Mei didn't quite understand and asked, what does first impression mean? Lu Fengro gave an example, Luo Chuan is very skilled with a spear, but he can also teach you how to use other weapons. Tang Lion's punches and kicks are very strong, but he's also skilled when using weapons. She continued explaining, if you really think Luo Chuan only knows how to use a spear, and if you tightly bind Tang Lion's legs, do you think the two of them will just let you be torn apart? If that happens, you wouldn't even know why you died. She instructed Shui Mei, learn from this. In the future, when facing an enemy, don't just focus on their nickname. Shui Mei quietly nodded. On the fighting stage, Fong Ping was chatting with his opponent, saying that it was his first time on the arena and he was feeling a little nervous. He scratched his head, raised his hand in a friendly gesture, and continued, let's just spar a bit. If I can't win, I'll admit defeat. I hope you'll go easy on me. His opponent frowned but replied politely, let's see how things go. Fong Ping went on, you're being so serious, it's making me nervous. I feel like this is just a regular competition. Let's just go through the motions. We don't need to fight to the death. Don't you think so? Blackface felt a bit irritated upon hearing what you said. A man holding a stick struck the drum and shouted the command, start the match. Fong Ping immediately charged forward to attack, kicking at his opponent.
Blackface managed to block it.
Annoyed, he cursed under his breath, realizing he had momentarily let his guard down and lost the opportunity. With Fong Ping's continuous strikes, Blackface raised both hands to defend, quietly assessing that his opponent was not just some ordinary mid-tier rank 1 fighter. He blocked while retreating, and the crowd, dissatisfied with his actions, began shouting at him to counterattack, urging him not to give way just because the opponent was a newcomer.
Fong Ping swiftly slipped under Blackface's guard and lunged forward.
Furious, Blackface focused his strength into his arms to strike back.
But before he could land a blow, Fong Ping landed a punch from below, upward into his chin.
Blood spurted from Blackface's mouth as he staggered backward a few steps, reaching the ropes of the arena, which meant he had no more space to retreat.
Fong Ping didn't miss the chance and quickly charged to attack again.
However, Blackface managed to raise his hand to block.
Fong Ping smirked, realizing his feint had worked. From behind, he put all his strength into a kick to Blackface's face.
With blood still pouring from his mouth, Blackface loudly declared his defeat before Fong Ping.
The crowd fell into an unexpected silence. Fong Ping clasped his hands together, expressing his gratitude for Blackface's concession.
Everyone gaped in astonishment, even Xue Mei was no exception.
Then, they erupted in indignation. Why did it end so quickly? Was it a fake fight? Who is the Blade King really?
Only Lu Fengro remained silent, observing, her eyes sharp as knives. The fight lasted less than a minute and provided no significant benefit to Fong Ping. At the prize exchange counter, the clerk pushed out a suitcase full of money and told Fong Ping to check if the amount was correct before leaving. The compensation rate is doubled, plus a 10,000 yuan fee for getting on stage, totaling 3.5 million.
Fong Ping felt the suitcase.
His assets had increased by 2.5 million, and the system automatically deducted 1 million from his betting amount. Earning this much in 1 minute isn't bad. The system then notified, asset value has exceeded 10 million, system upgrade in progress. Fong Ping was surprised by this, and then the system successfully upgraded and reconnected. New function unlocked, reforge bones.
Do you wish to use it now? Fong Ping pondered, does this mean I can directly use the reforge bones system in the future?
Normally, reforge bones is a very complicated and dangerous process.
In short, let's just try it and see what happens.
Then, using his skills in the blink of an eye, Fong Ping successfully reforged the bones. Indeed, it feels like an improvement.
Reforging the bones was done in the blink of an eye. Doesn't this mean I'm about to reach martial artist university?
System notification, asset consumption value, 100,000. This shocking notification made Fong Ping spit water out. One reforge of one bone costs 10,000 yuan. If this keeps up, don't even talk about reaching martial artist university, just getting to the top of the first grade would cost at least 10 million. It turns out there's no easy way to do things in this world.
Fong Ping cried bitterly under the confused gazes of the others. He didn't even have enough money to spend. As night fell, Lu Fengro's car drove Fong Ping and Fu Changding back. Fong Ping looked unusually uncomfortable as he stared at Lu Fengro.
She knew exactly what he was thinking, so she preemptively spoke up, don't even think about the reward.
The part of the bet that I won is mine, you can't have it.
Fong Ping panicked, his intentions exposed, and quickly changed the subject. But Lu Fengro said, stop it.
Your wicked intentions are written all over your face.
Unable to attack the teacher, Fong Ping turned to Xue Mei and made a gentle gesture. She immediately cursed at him, disgusting.
Fong Ping began to babble about wanting to keep using Xue Mei's money.
Xue Mei, flushed with anger, scolded Fong Ping, stay away.
Lu Fengro surprisingly suggested that Fong Ping should pursue Xue Mei to avoid splitting the prize money. Xue Mei immediately opposed this suggestion, saying, no way. Fong Ping himself also said, I don't have those intentions.
But when it comes to thinking about a partner, teacher Lu's suggestion isn't bad. Xue Mei loudly scolded Fong Ping again, while the car continued speeding down the road. At the logistics department where the tasks were assigned, the members of the special training class had gathered. Tang teacher spoke first, everyone in the training class, their task authority has been activated.
Over the next month, they can take on tasks here. Everyone was excited to hear the announcement. Finally, they would be able to take on tasks and have a chance to earn more money.
Fang Ping was also quite pleased with this, as it now provided another way to accumulate wealth. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere, angrily scolding everyone, "What's all this noise? After a month of special training, you're still this lazy." It turned out to be the dean. The dean swung his hand as he entered and immediately said, "The situation in the dungeon is becoming more critical. Although the demand for strong individuals is growing day by day, the resources to train these individuals are becoming increasingly scarce. You all must win in this exchange competition, so the school can regain enough resources to train even more powerful individuals. Therefore, I hope you little brats will show some enthusiasm."
Understood?
The authority of Dean Qin Fengqing was not to be underestimated, and everyone immediately shouted "understood" in unison after hearing his words. He continued, "Next, you will be divided into 5 teams, each led by one of the 5 teachers. The team that performs the best, completing the most tasks, will be awarded an additional 100 credits and will also represent Magic Uni in preparing for the upcoming exchange competition."
Fang Ping thought to himself, since this involves the interests of Magic Uni, the school is clearly making calculations for their own benefit.
Qin Fengqing then said, "Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changding, Bai Ruoxi, and Chen Luoi Xian, all of you have outstanding strength and have been chosen to be team leaders, each leading a team. Everyone, familiarize yourselves with the groupings as listed on the sheet that has been distributed." All the members of the special training class quickly found their teams. In Fang Ping's group, besides Zhao Xuemei and Li Changzhe, the level of the others was not very high.
Was this arrangement meant to target him on purpose?
The young man with brown hair, Fu Changding, draped his arm around his friend's shoulders and teased him, causing Fang Ping's face to darken even more. Fu Changding continued, "If I could choose my teammate, I'd really want to team up with a beautiful girl.
The way Teacher Tang divided the groups is just."
Hearing this, Tang Lion immediately switched Fu Changding's group, pairing him with 2 girls who, while pretty, were at the bottom of the rankings in terms of skill. Fu Changding froze for a moment. He screamed at Teacher Tang, saying, "I was just joking.
Doing this is really going too far."
The special training class teacher, Zhou Shiping, spoke up, "I am a teacher during the period when you all are carrying out your mission. Although I don't have any students myself, you should all know me. The assignments are decided by the team leader, and my role is to ensure you all survive and make it back safely." The group of Fang Ping listened quietly. The teacher explained that everything, from the mission assignment to the division of tasks, was decided by Fang Ping, while his job was solely to keep the students safe. He wouldn't get involved in anything else, so they didn't need to ask for his opinion. Fang Ping nodded in acknowledgement, but in his mind, he had already figured a few things out. "This has nothing to do with my attitude, it's about ensuring fairness."
Aren't teachers supposed to guide their own students?
Zhou Shiping was about 50-60 years old and usually spoke little. Magic University did not promote his style of martial arts, so he had relatively few students. Despite being the oldest, his strength was still very reliable. Fang Ping selected a task from the system. Choosing the right task is very important. 1 month is a short time, and other teams are probably already looking for tasks with the highest value. The key is to find a balance between time, difficulty, and reward. That said, it's still better to start simple and practice first. A team member, Li Changzhe, felt dissatisfied that Fang Ping chose a rank 1 difficulty task. Their strength was comparable, so there was no need to be so cautious. The results would influence the selection of participants for the competition. With such a small reward, there would not be much left after dividing it among everyone. Even if one was conservative, they should at least take on a rank 2 task.
Fang Ping didn't change his attitude and asked Li Changzhe, "Have you ever fought against a rank 2 martial artist before?"
Li Changzhe hesitated and replied, "No, I haven't."
Fang Ping's expression grew more serious for a moment.
"Then where does your confidence come from in taking on a rank 2 task?
This isn't a martial arts competition.
Criminals will fight for their lives against you.
If someone is left behind during an attack, someone could die. Li Changzhe didn't know how to respond, so Fong Ping continued, even if you don't care about human lives, what if the number of members decreases? The next mission will be even harder.
Li Changzhe remained stubborn, thinking it wasn't that serious and that there would still be teachers watching over them. Fong Ping shot him a glance before speaking in a commanding tone, I'm the team leader, so I make the decisions. Also, for the next month, you all have to follow my orders.
I don't want to play any democratic voting games with you. Words alone weren't enough. Fong Ping concluded by challenging anyone who was dissatisfied to a one-on-one duel. Li Changzhe, whether he liked it or not, had to swallow his frustration and agree. The objective of this mission was lynching. Fong Ping began summarizing for everyone, according to the information in the files, the last time he was seen was in the north part, and he's also a regular gambler. So, the plan is to search the underground casinos in the north part. Shuemei asked, there are so many casinos in the north part. What if we can't find him? Fong Ping quickly responded, if we don't find him within 3 days, we'll give up and take a 10% penalty on the reward. He shoved his hands in his pockets and started to leave, reminding them to prepare and that they would set off in an hour. As soon as the captain disappeared from sight, a few of the members started to talk behind his back. In general, there was no other choice, they had to follow orders. Only Shuemei noticed the odd behavior of Fong Ping and was the only one to question it. At the north part, they arrived at a casino and began their investigation. The casino was larger than they had imagined. Fong Ping took charge, directing them to split up and search. If they discovered the target, they were not to act on their own but contact the other teams first before taking any action. Team A reported first, they were in the main hall, and so far had not spotted the target. Team B was at the back gate but had already been spotted by the casino staff. They began to worry, fearing that, despite their disguises, they were still too obvious because they were just students. Fong Ping reassured them, telling them to act normal, at worst, they'd just be questioned. He sighed. As soon as they were thrown into real action, everyone seemed confused and inexperienced. He looked around and quickly spotted Zhou, the teacher. As expected, he was only observing, coldly watching. In the face of his expression, Fong Ping couldn't help but wonder, if something unexpected happens, will he really help them? You think, not necessarily. If it hasn't reached the level of total annihilation, he won't take action, because ultimately, the casualties of the students might be something that Magic Uni actually wants. The logic behind this is an exchange of equal value. No matter how much you emphasize certain moral principles to the students, in the end, it's just teaching. The danger of death is an abstract concept. But if casualties really occur, it won't be like that anymore. The lives of a few weaker students would exchange for the awakening of all the elite students. This is a big win. Why are the new students the ones to participate instead of the third-year students who are stronger? Because even if they die, there is no significant loss, on the contrary, if they succeed, they will be respected, so it's worth the risk. That's how Magic Uni operates. After speaking, Team B immediately noticed something. Fong Ping, upon hearing this, rushed over and told them to wait for the whole team before acting. But Deng Songding had already approached the target and quickly finished him off. When Fong Ping and the others arrived, everything was already taken care of. Deng Songding, as if to reinforce his thoughts, frowned and lectured Fong Ping, saying that wasting time like this only resulted in a reward of 120,000, and the credit for the assignment wasn't clearly divided. They should have taken on a tougher mission instead. Fong Ping replied, I've already said from the start, we have to wait until enough people arrive before we take action. Deng Songding stubbornly objected, this person's strength isn't that great, I can deal with him alone. Besides, what if the target runs away? Don't think just because you're the team leader you can do whatever you want. Shuemei, enraged, spoke up to defend Fong Ping, asking Deng Songding what he meant by saying that. Unfortunately, the members of the team all sided with Deng Songding and started whispering among themselves. Shuemei remained determined to protect Fong Ping, supporting his decisions, saying that he did so to ensure everyone's safety.
Deng Songding stood up, faced Fong Ping, and loudly said, "If you're this afraid of death, then what are you even doing as a martial artist?"
Fong leader, remember, we are students of Magic University, we are martial artists, not some weaklings who just barely survive. Fong Ping coldly responded, "If Deng Songding is dissatisfied, he can leave and join another group.
Furthermore, anyone who agrees with Deng Songding can go with him."
Deng Songding gritted his teeth.
If it weren't for Fong Ping having killed 2 rank 1s before, he would have already attacked him. Not knowing where to vent his anger, Deng Songding kicked the corpse of the man nearby. Fong Ping looked at the others and said thoughtfully, "The first mission was too easy, so easy that now everyone is overconfident.
Continuing like this is really not good."
In a secluded room, the teachers were reporting their results to Dean Chen Yin Shi. Some of the teachers commented that Fong Ping wasn't suitable to be the team leader because he lacked a clear stance. Fu Changding wasn't bad, he handled teammate relations very well, often consulting everyone before accepting a mission. Zhao Lei tended to act alone, taking on very difficult tasks. Yang Xiaoman was also acceptable. As for Fong Ping, he was stable and a suitable team leader, but a bit too cautious. The teachers had different opinions on the candidates for team leader in the exchange competition, each supporting a different individual. It was at this point that the dean spoke up, telling teacher Zhou to observe Fong Ping a little longer. "Isn't he quite steady? The next mission will cause him a bit more trouble. I really want to see how team leader Fong Ping will handle danger. Will he run away, call for help, betray his teammates, or fight to the death? There's still much to consider in nurturing an elite."
At the mission reception point for Fong Ping's group, teacher Zhou was handing out rewards to them.
Li Changzhe alone took 20%, 2 others discovered the target and were allocated 25%, while the remaining 7 people shared 50% in total.
One of them voiced his dissatisfaction, "So how much can we even get?"
Turns out this mission was all in vain. Li Changzhe placed a hand on his shoulder and reassured him, saying it was fine. He confidently stated that their second mission would secure a top-tier first-grade martial artist, so everyone would receive a reward in the end.
It wouldn't be a mission that yielded just a few tokens. Everyone fell silent and looked at Fong Ping. Li Changzhe sneered, "Am I right, Fong leader?" Fong Ping remained silent and did not answer.
Seeing this, Li Changzhe became more arrogant, walking over to the mission terminal to select the task. As they saw the reward, they began to discuss excitedly, "This mission isn't bad, it offers more credits than other types. We have 10 students, working together to take down a top-tier first-grade martial artist should be easy." The others agreed, nodding in approval. Fong Ping, however, merely observed with an indifferent look, saying nothing. He hadn't expected the reward to be so much higher than other tasks of the same level. He thought to himself, for just one escaped criminal, a top-tier first grade, why would they need a group of 3 top-tier first-grade martial artists? He squinted thoughtfully, "This mission isn't quite right. The teacher couldn't possibly have missed the issue in this mission, but he hasn't said anything about it.
Does that mean the mission is safe, or is he intentionally making us take on a problematic mission?"
He spoke up to the others, saying that the mission was acceptable, but he still had to remind them, although the reward is significant, this target is definitely a tough opponent.
If we can't win, we should withdraw immediately. Survival is the prerequisite to completing the mission.
The others laughed at Fong Ping's advice. "Got it, Fong leader.
Don't underestimate us. We're not going to seek death.
No matter how strong the opponent is, we can definitely catch them.
Besides, this guy is only rank 1, and we have so many people. There's no problem." Fong Ping was completely ignored, and he remained silent, only hoping that maybe he was overthinking things.
They didn't know that Zhou, the teacher, was standing nearby with a friendly smile.
The next day, on the main road, Fong Ping was evaluating his own abilities.
Currently, his vitality had reached 290 calories, which was comparable to a typical martial artist at the early stage of rank 2. As long as he didn't panic, made no mistakes, and didn't let the opponent break through, even if the opponent was rank 2, he could still take a chance. The multicolored vehicles all stopped at some location.
Fong Ping's group simultaneously got out. Fong Ping held a piece of paper and read.
From the clues provided by the military department, it seemed that Shifeng might be hiding in a village near this port. He thought that perhaps Shifeng planned to escape the country tonight. Shuemei, confused, asked, "The address is unexpectedly so detailed.
Did the military department assign this task to the school because the dungeon is quite troublesome and they don't have enough people?" Fong Ping also thought for a moment, it might not be that simple. This task should normally belong to the Search and Capture Bureau.
But now it appears under the military department's jurisdiction, which suggests that the martial artist Shifeng killed might be related to the military. Another person agreed, the military department isn't so incompetent that they can't even find a martial artist of rank 2 or 3. Teacher Zhou, who was standing nearby, spoke up, "They're not wrong. On one hand, the military department wants to give some novices the opportunity to practice, but on the other hand, it's also a warning."
The last words from Teacher Zhou were said with a very threatening expression. The others, upon hearing this, all asked in unison, "A warning? What does that mean?"
Teacher Zhou continued to explain under the curious gazes of Fong Ping's team, "Some martial artists, just because they have a bit of power, consider themselves to be a privileged class, an elite. They kill people, start fires, and use force to oppress the weak, treating human life as if it means nothing." He continued, "The Ministry of War, the Pursuit Department, handed over these tasks to the students in battling tactics so that they would understand that no matter how high the position of a martial artist is, if they make a mistake, they will still bear a corresponding responsibility."
Fong Ping thought to himself, indeed, one cannot underestimate the abilities of a martial artist. Even at the beginner level, they still have a significant impact on society. The Magic University, especially with its large population of martial artists, directly allows people to understand the power and responsibility through tasks. This approach is really in line with the worldview of this world. He thought for a moment and then smiled quietly, leaving others puzzled. Fong, the leader, began speaking, "There are a lot of people here during the day, and if things aren't done properly, it can easily cause a negative impact. We should still wait until night before we start searching." One person disagreed, saying, "It's actually better for us to act during the day. The workers in the town are all away, which makes it less likely to cause chaos. Moreover, the target is heading by sea tonight. Now the likelihood of him being in a fixed location, waiting, is even greater." Zhao Qing continued, "They have a large group, and searching everywhere is too obvious. It would be better to go directly to the location the Ministry of War provided for investigation. If the target appears, we can all move in together." Fong Ping looked at Zhao Cheng and commented, "He was the one who found the target in the previous mission. Although his strength isn't very impressive, his personality is calm and he observes quietly, which is the complete opposite of Li Changzhe. Our team now has someone with intelligence." They decided to follow Zhao Qing's suggestion. At the East Port, everyone was busy working. Fong Ping's team was hiding, and they had located the house where the target was likely hiding. Zhou Yuhong, Wu Kupang, and Zhang Hao were stationed outside, keeping watch and preventing any passers-by from approaching. Li Changzhe was assigned to knock on the door. He was somewhat surprised when he heard this. Fong Ping, however, took the opportunity to encourage him, "Your strength is considered quite strong among them. Moreover, according to the distribution of credit, the reward for the first person will definitely be high." Li Changzhe felt like he had just been scratched in the right spot, scratching his nose and agreeing, secretly thinking that he played a very important role. Someone noticed the disappearance of Teacher Zhou and asked Fong Ping whether they should continue. Fong Ping answered with an irritated expression, "Continue." Teacher Zhou had disappeared again at this moment, and it seemed like his suspicion was probably right. They arrived and started knocking on the door. "Is anyone home? Your trash has been thrown at our door, come out and deal with it." Li Changzhe continued to pound on the door, "Stop pretending you're not here, I know you're inside, and I'm not the one causing trouble. If you come out and handle the trash, this will be over." The knocking continued relentlessly. Li Changzhe looked at Fong Ping and received the signal to continue.
Li Changzhe knocked even harder. Open the door now, we're neighbors, I don't want to make this ugly.
If you don't open it, I'll call the police. Open the door now.
They heard noises from inside, and a strange voice came from within, claiming that they hadn't thrown any trash.
Li Changzhe kept knocking on the door.
This kind of situation hadn't happened before, it was only at this new place that it occurred.
Open the door now.
Fong Ping seemed to sense something was wrong, and hurriedly pushed Li Changzhe away.
As Li Changzhe's head just emerged from the door, it exploded.
The door was blasted open, flying off its hinges, and a figure appeared from inside. The person was eerie, and their strength was explosively unleashed.
Fong Ping and the others were all equally shocked.
That person shot out of the house, swiftly passing by Shui Mei and continuing to run.
Fong Ping quickly ordered to chase.
The members of Fong Ping's team, all armed, swiftly followed the shadow that had dashed out from the house. Deng Songding spoke, swinging his sword towards him, "Sure Fong, you can't escape."
The target expertly bent down as Fong Ping moved to block his path.
Sure Fong gathered momentum and struck at Fong Ping's face.
Fong Ping felt discomfort from the blow.
Sure Fong quickly slipped through the gap between Fong Ping, not wanting to engage in a prolonged fight but rather aiming to leave quickly. Fong Ping also realized that Sure Fong didn't intend to linger with them. Sure Fong, his aura still burning fiercely, continued charging forward, nearing Shui Mei. She had already armed herself with a knife, ready to counterattack. Sure Fong slid a short distance to slow down before coming to a complete stop. He glanced around to see who was facing him.
With a sneer, he said, "Arena students?"
He thought to himself, while his mouth let out two curse words, "Not military, not investigation department, they really underestimate me." Several members of Fong Ping's team were charging towards Sure Fong, while he was contemplating. This works too, sending a whole group of students like this for a mission, it just shows their strength isn't that impressive. He thought quickly and then continued charging toward Shui Mei. The girl seemed a bit frightened. Sure Fong didn't necessarily need to waste time with Fong Ping and the others, if there were any pursuers afterward, it would be troublesome. Shui Mei raised her weapon high, aiming at Sure Feng's head, while at the same time, he gathered strength in his hand to strike at Shui Mei's side.
Fong Ping yelled from behind, "Shui Mei, get out of the way."
She was taken aback, bit her lip, but quickly pushed her hands against the ground to dodge the attack. She retreated, while Sure Fong rushed forward. Deng Songding and Fong Ping had just arrived. Deng Songding, irritated, turned to scold Fong Ping, "You bastard, why tell Shui Mei to dodge? The target is right in front of us, do you even want to complete the mission or not?" Fong Ping's expression turned serious, "The target is very strong. If she doesn't dodge, Shui Mei will definitely die." Deng Songding didn't believe him and asked again, "What?" Fong Ping's face darkened, and he said, "Sure Fong is rank 2, his bones in the hands have been fully tempered." The others didn't believe it, as the mission clearly stated that Sure Fong was rank 1. Deng Songding shouted, "Don't worry, even if he's rank 2, it's only a low-level rank 2. We can still handle it. If we fail, we'll lose credits, so don't let him escape." The man, Sure Fong, thought that these martial artist students didn't know he was rank 2. The students' battle tactics nowadays were of this type, and it seemed like this was the end. Fong Ping was also puzzled. Clearly, the mission had stated top of the first grade, so why had it suddenly changed to rank 2? Could it be that the school's mission system had malfunctioned? Sure Fong looked toward the boat at the dock, the thing he thought would help him escape, avoid fighting these students. He sneered when he saw the boat, "Lucky for me, I'm smart enough to have prepared a boat to flee with." Suddenly, he froze, shocked by something. The vitality reaching emanating from his own life-saving boat left him stunned. The vitality reaching was so strong that Sure Fong struggled to keep his balance. What rank is this? Rank 4, rank 5, or maybe rank 6? It turned out to be Teacher Zhou. His cold, impassive face was looking at Sure Fong. Sure Fong gritted his teeth. The appearance of both the expert and the battle tactics students here meant that they were planning to use him as practice. Sweat poured down his face as he decided that, no matter what, he was doomed this time.
He might as well risk it with them.
At that moment, Fong Ping and the others arrived, wondering why the man had stopped. When Fong Ping got close enough, he also sensed the overwhelming vitality reaching. It's Joe teacher, he's trying to make us engage with his group.
Fong Ping muttered in frustration, really?
The arena teachers were cold-blooded. They had witnessed too many deaths, and perhaps their concern for their own survival had grown numb, no longer caring about the deaths of others. If someone in their team were severely injured or in life-threatening danger, to spur the stronger ones to improve, it was deemed worth it. This was why Zhou teacher was using vitality reaching to force the target into fighting with them, and there was no way out for the target. If pushed to the limit, they would have no choice but to fight. Shifeng cracked his knuckles, glared at the martial artist students behind him, and muttered, "Killing one is enough to break even, killing two would be a big profit." Having decided to fight Fong Ping's group, he no longer ran but turned back, facing them directly.
Fong Ping's group was also approaching quickly.
Fong Ping was extremely irritated with Zhou Shiping and promised himself that if he completed this mission, he would definitely find Zhou Shiping to settle the score.
A girl running beside him voiced her concerns. Do you think they can beat rank 2? If we lose, not only will we lose the reward, but we might die too. Fong Ping replied, no matter what the outcome is, right now we have no choice but to act. Don't let Shifeng's rank 2 intimidate us and throw us off. As long as we're not chased down by him, we still have a chance to win. He gave the order to fight.
The others fell back, while Dang Songding and Zhao Xuemei would join him in charging forward to surround him. Shifeng observed the three advancing and easily deduced that they were the strongest among the students. The kid in the middle, Fong Ping, was clearly the leader, and he could tell from just a glance that he wasn't someone to be underestimated. He then turned his attention to the other two and decided to use Fu Changding to strike first, charging toward her. Fu Changding's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected this. The other two noticed his intent and both thought it was over. Yet, Fu Changding shouted loudly, "Don't underestimate me." As she surged forward, her hand gripping the weapon tightly, Shifeng seized one end, bringing both of them into a tug of war.
Fong Ping and Dang Songding leapt from behind, attempting to attack him.
Shifeng pursed his lips, quickly glancing over at them before channeling vitality into Xuemei's weapon, directly forcing her to release it. Xuemei's hands trembled after they left the weapon, unable to believe she had been disarmed so easily. Shifeng jumped up to dodge Fong Ping's attack, simultaneously swinging the iron rod to block Li Changzhe's strike. Damn, he was able to easily neutralize the three strongest members of the group like that.
Fong Ping was not happy about this at all.
The other 7 members of the group stood at a distance, discussing among themselves. Xuemei's weapon was taken away. It feels like they've lost their strength.
We should go help them.
Someone next to them said, "Yeah, it's clear they're not on the same level. We can't just stand here and do nothing, we can't watch them like this." The 3 people continued fighting with Shifeng. The guy Fong Ping had praised for his intelligence told them to wait a little longer. "Let's follow the captain's orders." Li Changzhe fell to the ground, letting out a cry, "Ouch." Shifeng slammed the iron rod into Xuemei's body, causing her to cry out in pain as well.
Before he could retract his strike, Fong Ping, from above, prepared to kick.
He shot Shifeng a glare.
Yet, Shifeng was quick enough to plant the iron rod on the ground as a support and kicked back at Fong Ping's incoming strike. Their legs collided in mid-air.
However, Shifeng was at a disadvantage. Fong Ping's kick made him spit blood. He quickly retreated several meters, close to where Li Changzhe was sitting.
I didn't expect this kid's power to be so strong.
Dang Songding continued to attack, but Shifeng easily used his hands to control the Tan St sword to block.
He then used the momentum to send Dang Songding's weapon flying into the air.
Dang Songding, clutching his arm, cursed loudly, his face twisted in pain. Taking advantage of the brief opening, Shifeng struck again at his upper arm, cracking the bone there. Dang Songding staggered backward, his sword falling from the sky and landing in Fong Ping's hands. Quickly, Fong Ping seized the sword and delivered a strike that severed Shifeng's weapon arm, causing him to collapse to the ground in agony. Feng's severed arm fell to the ground, still bleeding profusely.
After the first strike, Ping quickly sought to sever his opponent's neck.
Feng, however, noticed the incoming attack and raised his severed arm to block the strike, completely catching Ping off guard. He didn't dodge but used the already disabled arm to deflect the blade, accepting its sacrifice in order to control the opponent's weapon.
Feng's combat experience was truly extensive.
Ping thought to himself, while Feng grinned with a smirk. Both were locked in a deadlock, and Ping immediately commanded his team to advance. In response to his command, the team members rushed forward in unison. They struck all over Feng's body. Although he still had one uninjured hand and used it to retaliate, the members of the team managed to block his attacks. This was because the gap between rank 1 and rank 2 wasn't large enough to make someone feel completely hopeless. Now, Feng had lost one hand, and his leg was also injured. He thought victory was within reach. Ping laughed, but his brows were still furrowed. Feng, with blood flowing from his mouth, also smiled. He crawled on the ground, surrounded by the martial arts students, and began to groan, "I was too arrogant, I never thought I'd be so badly beaten by you damn dogs." Then he reached out, trying to grab Si Dang Song Ding, "Even if I die, I'll drag one of you down with me." With a face covered in blood, Feng shouted loudly. Dang Song Ding was terrified, wondering if he wanted to die with him. Feng quickly closed the gap to Dang Song Ding, but the latter still didn't want to die. Dang Song Ding screamed, Ping, save me." Suddenly, blood splattered from Feng's head. Everyone was stunned. Dang Song Ding also started crying from fear. Feng, his face drenched in blood, his eyes wide and completely white, fell to the ground and released the hand that was choking Dang Song Ding. So it was Ping. He really responded to Dang Song Ding's call for help, using his hands to smash Feng's head open. Ping was breathing heavily, his hands covered in blood. Feng, with a hole in his head, blood pooling around him, was dead. Ping collapsed to the ground. Finally, it was over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling victorious. Some of the girls even shed tears. "We finally won, thank goodness, we're still alive." The intellectual of the group asked his teammates, "Is everyone alright? Check if anyone's injured?" Mei spoke up, standing beside Ping. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." She cried like a child, taking responsibility. "If I hadn't lost my weapon, no one would have been hurt so badly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, really sorry, everyone." Ping, still sitting on the ground, said, "There's nothing to apologize for. He was a rank 2 martial artist, taking your weapon from you was like taking candy from a baby." Mei kept crying, but it seemed like her mood had been somewhat comforted. The others agreed, "That's true, rank 2 martial artists are just too strong. Luckily, you 3 talents were able to hold him off. If it had been my uncle up front, I'm afraid he'd be done in an instant." Mei cried heavily, but she no longer felt guilty like she had earlier. If it hadn't been for Ping during this mission, they wouldn't even dare to think it would end up like this. Even though they had won, the treatment still required more than 10 lessons. Li Chengzhe changed the subject. "Don't look at me, I was badly injured too." The port was still as usual, with no one affected by what had just happened. After resting, the Fong leader would move on to the next objective. It seemed like it was time to talk to Zhou leader. Why had the top of the first grade target suddenly become rank 2? Zhou teacher had already reached the shore, his face still cold and expressionless. In response to Ping's question, Zhou teacher scolded them, "Your performance was terrible. There are over 10 of you, with 3 carrying alloy weapons, and you still struggled so much. Not to mention, the target this time wasn't even that strong." Ping, even with Mei or Li Changzhe, either of them could have won. Ping sat on the ground, giving a faint smile, "Not too strong." He asked him a question. The mission clearly stated it was top of the first grade, so why has it suddenly become rank 2? Could it be that the Magic Uni mission system has a bug? Everyone agreed with what he said, noting that the description of the mission did indeed have issues. Why did Feng suddenly become rank 2?
Joe teacher closed his eyes and replied, "This is very normal. It could be a temporary breakthrough, or it could be due to inaccurate data. As for the reward from 15 credit points, haven't they figured it out yet?" They fell silent upon hearing this. Fong Ping continued, "But Joe leader, earlier when Shifeng was fleeing, someone suddenly unleashed vitality reaching, forcing him to turn back and fight to the death. Was that you?" Joe teacher froze for a moment upon hearing the question. He did not answer, but his gaze became deep, surprised that this kid, Fong Ping, was so sharp, able to discern his intentions. He replied briefly, "I was the one who did it." Fong Ping went on, saying that carrying out the mission was their responsibility. Joe teacher was their instructor, and if he wasn't going to help them, he shouldn't have created more trouble for them. Could this just be brushed off? Furthermore, he didn't need to make excuses. Shifeng's sudden breakthrough to rank 2 wasn't genuine, and the mission data was originally false. Joe teacher remained silent for a moment before asking Fong Ping, "What do you want to do?" Fong Ping, as if waiting for this moment, immediately responded that he wanted double the mission reward, and double the reward from the school as well, meaning 60 credit points. Li Changzhe, with his fractured arm, was sitting on the ground but still raised his voice, wanting to say, "Wait a minute, 60 credits? Fong Ping, what is he talking about? This is only a 15 credit task, how could the school possibly approve so many?" Teacher Joe thought the same. That was too greedy, even the rewards for the martial artist university's tasks weren't that abundant. Fong Ping shrugged, "Teacher Zhou, you're a rank 6 expert instructor, of course, we wouldn't dare challenge you." But then his eyes sharpened, "Isn't Magic Uni the one that loves talking about rules the most? If you're just going to sit back and watch the tigers fight, then we have nothing more to say. But you intervened in the battle, almost getting us all killed. Does that count as breaking the rules? You surely don't have the authority to decide the rewards, right? In that case, I guess I'll have to go and negotiate with the dean along with everyone else." The other members also agreed with what Fong Ping said. Li Changzhe now had to admire him, everything he did was okay, and when it came to negotiating, he was always at the top. Teacher Joe also thought, Fong Ping really knows how to play the game. As the team leader, fighting for his teammates' rights is certainly not a bad thing. He had no choice but to give in to them this time, stroking his beard and saying, "All right, 60 credits, but only this time." Before he could finish his sentence, the mischievous students eagerly interrupted. They were all excited to have secured 60 credits, quite a windfall, though not an easy one to obtain. Joe teacher still had a few words to say to Fong Ping, "When engaging in direct combat, don't overthink it. If you worry too much about your teammates being injured, you'll end up dying faster." Fong Ping looked at him but said nothing. He knew the teacher was right. He thought to himself, "This time, it was my hesitation. Shifeng's strength, if it were just me and Li Changzhe together, we definitely could have won. But as soon as I found out Shifeng was rank 2, I immediately thought it was risky and pulled back." He had made the mistake of thinking that if something felt off, retreating would be the best option, which kept him from daring to take risks. Lowering his head, he thanked Joe teacher for the reminder. As the team leader, fear and hesitation could indeed lead to the whole team's demise. In the training tower, Fong Ping was quite satisfied as he checked his assets. The medicinal pills from before, along with this latest batch, had brought his wealth up to 110,000. By completing missions to earn more wealth, he would be able to buy medicinal pills much faster. The people around them were gossiping when Zhao Lei returned. Zhao Lei's team walked down the stairs quietly, and immediately, whispers filled the air. "I heard Zhao Lei's team had 1 dead and 3 injured, and their important mission failed. There must be something wrong. It seems like he was too impulsive and took on a rank 2 mission." Everyone had their own opinions, and they all talked about him. Fong Ping, who was there, listened but didn't feel happy. Several members of Zhao Lei's team were completely disheartened. They had just now realized the harsh truth that the instructors wouldn't step in, unless all of them were dead. This time, Lu Koan Chang had died, and next time, it could be one of the others. It seemed that in the school, some of us who didn't have a martial artist mentor would die in vain, they would only save the elites in the team.
One of the overly excited team members grabbed Zhao Lei by the collar and yelled at him, "You piece of trash! Why wasn't it you who died? If you hadn't insisted on taking that grade 2 mission, no one would have had to sacrifice themselves." Zhao Lei's face was bruised, but he didn't say a word. They continued to compare. Team Fangping also encountered a grade 2 martial artist, but no one died. "Zhao Lei, you're really useless." From that moment on, Zhao Lei was officially ostracized by his teammates. Shui Mei and the brown-haired guy beside her, witnessing the scene, suddenly understood, Fangping was right. The reward for the mission is to trade your life for it. A girl spoke up, "Captain, the school didn't say we have to carry out missions consecutively. Why don't they rest for a few days?" He sighed and shook his head, "No. We have to collect as many items as possible and gather as many rewards as we can to prepare for the future grade 2 missions. The strong survive, the weak get eliminated. One step back means we'll keep falling behind. If we stop now, it's the same as retreating. Does anyone here want to retreat?" he asked, scanning the crowd. Deng Songding was the first to speak up in support. "We've already made it to Magic Uni, what's there to retreat from?" "Of course not. A little injury like this is nothing. I just need to eat a few chicken legs and I'll be fine." Fangping conceded defeat to Deng Songding, silently thinking to himself, "This guy is quite reckless, but his skills are really impressive." Shui Mei also agreed, "We are martial artists, how can we retreat?" Her words acted as a spark of encouragement, boosting the resolve of the others. They all thought to themselves, "A little injury is nothing. We still want to fight together." Fangping's team advanced once more, their spirits higher than before. Fangping smiled brightly, blending into the team's eager atmosphere, though he didn't notice the sorrowful gazes following him. Not just one, but quite a few eyes. Afterward, he and the team began discussing their plan. "Now, we'll rest and do a few simple rank 1 tasks. Earn some rewards, and once everyone is fully recovered, we'll upgrade to alloy weapons and prepare for grade 2 missions," Fangping said. True to his word, the team split up to complete various simple rank 1 tasks. From searching for missing children, taking care of kittens at a cat CAF, apprehending wanted criminals, to hunting down rank 1 criminals in the middle of a prison break. Everything was completed neatly and efficiently. Fangping held the new alloy sword in his hand, inspecting it before commenting, "Indeed, the damage of this blade is much stronger than the baton. It's perfect for the current situation." Deng Songding, standing beside him, also sighed, "Fangping, your strikes are too heavy. Just think about it, every blow, every slash, each one has cost a life." Fangping remained silent. What he had gone through flashed in his mind. After 7 missions, he had taken the lives of 4 criminals and 2 students from the school, a total of 6 lives. It was a number he never expected. "I never imagined I could become so ruthless," Fangping thought to himself, his gaze gradually turning colder. Fangping looked at his blood-stained hands. Is it only through this kind of real combat training that one can truly mature? Another day at the real combat training ground, they were reviewing the mission rankings of the teams. Even after adding the extra reward from capturing Shifeng previously, they were still only ranked 2nd. "We've already pushed ourselves to the limit, but the number of rank 1 missions is still too few," Fangping muttered. Deng Songding suggested, "At this stage, everyone is making progress, so we should take on grade 2 missions, right?" It was a suggestion, but Fangping could sense that Deng Songding had changed in some way. Fangping began calculating. Recently, thanks to the system, the average number of broken bones per 2 days has been increasing rapidly. It's now up to 47 pieces. If this continues, I'll soon break through the 300 blood chi mark. This is still much higher than most martial artists who have just reached grade 2. If I encounter a grade 2 martial artist, I can handle it alone, he said confidently. Moreover, everyone had been making great progress recently, especially Deng Songding. Deng Songding raised 3 fingers and said, "We will split into 3 teams. Fangping, Zhao Shuimei, and I will take on the grade 2 missions. Zhao Qian, Wu Kupang, and Zhang Hao will continue with the rank 1 missions. As for Zhou Yuhong and Zheng Ping, since their injuries aren't fully healed, they will focus on reconnaissance and intelligence gathering for now. After they complete their missions, they will receive 10% of the rewards. The two girls were very pleased when they heard that, if everyone continues to complete the mission, they're afraid they might not even get 5% of the points, and they could continue to recover from their injuries. The captain really has a heart. Shuemei raised a question: if they split into two groups, what will the instructor do? Deng Songding and Fong Ping thought for a moment. Anyway, we never expected him to help. He can go wherever he wants. In Shijiang, at a building under construction, the three people who had taken the Grade 2 mission arrived and looked around. Their mission was to eliminate the cult followers. Shuemei spoke up: "It's strange if we just stand here." "No, it is a bit odd." In such a vast space, only the three of them were present. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaching made Fong Ping quickly say, "Someone's coming." Shuemei was startled. Is it the cultists? Have they been discovered? A group of young people carrying weapons approached. Leading them was a young man with hair covering his eyes. He asked Fong Ping's group, "Are you from the martial uni?" Fong Ping answered, "We are freshmen from the magic uni." The young man politely introduced himself, "Dongwu Martial Uni, Wang Huijin. We are a martial arts student team from the Martial Uni Student Association in Shijiang City, here on a mission." Fong Ping found the situation with the mission a bit strange, so he asked cautiously, "Are they all from Dongwu?" Wang Huijin scratched his head and explained, "In this small place of ours, we don't have many new martial artists, so the three Dongwu schools train and carry out missions together." Fong Ping assessed the other person. This person's blood qi is 250, roughly equivalent to Deng Songding. Among martial artists here, those slightly stronger probably have this level, so they might understand a bit. But the problem is, why are there two teams for one mission? Is there a malfunction in the mission system again? Suddenly, several black cars stopped nearby, almost surrounding all the students from both sides. Fong Ping broke out in a sweat. Now even the leaders are coming? It's just a level 2 mission, do they really need to deploy such overwhelming force? A girl with short pink hair got out of one of the cars. The first thing she asked was, "Excuse me, which of you are from Magic University?" The crowd fell silent when the pink-haired girl spoke. Fong Ping, with a cold demeanor, responded, "We are. I'm team leader Fong Ping." The pink-haired girl held a notepad in her hand, frowned slightly, and asked again, "Mr. Fong, this is a level 2 mission. Are you only assigning 3 people?" Wang Huijin was slightly startled. "Grade 2? Are Fong Ping's team taking on a Grade 2 mission?" One of the members from Wang Huijin's team asked in return, with a face full of doubt, "Is it just the 3 of them? No one else? But their target is a rank 1 peak. What's going on? Is there a system error or something?" The pink-haired girl continued calmly, "It's a bit complicated. Let me explain a little." She turned to Fong Ping. "Mr. Fong, your team's mission target is Tao Jin, a Grade 2 martial artist. He hasn't been active here, but recently, he's come to our Shijiang area. As for Mr. Wang, your team's target is Zhang Jichang, a rank 1 martial artist. Currently, due to the gathering of heretical forces, the 2 mission targets have coincidentally appeared in the same building. Moreover, these 2 targets have teamed up, making this mission even more dangerous. According to the latest intelligence, there are at least 5 martial artists inside the building. However, their specific ranks are still unclear. The area around the building has already been tightly surrounded by the department." Upon hearing this, the members of Wang Huijin's team hesitated slightly. Fong Ping broke the awkward silence. "We just need to make sure we don't interfere with each other, right? If we have any energy left afterwards, we'll definitely lend you a hand." Deng Songding agreed, with a hint of arrogance in his tone. "That's right, they are very strong." The members of Wang Huijin's team discussed the confidence of Fong Ping's group. Meanwhile, the girl with pink hair suddenly asked directly to Captain Wang, "If it's convenient, I'd like to talk to you privately for a moment." Wang Huijin frowned, confused. "Do you want us to abandon the mission?" The girl with pink hair shook her head lightly, explaining, this is just personal advice. Right now, there is at least one martial artist of grade 2 and one peak rank 1 inside, both of whom are followers of the evil cult. The mission of the Magic Uni team was actually assigned by the military. But the situation has become much more dangerous now. Initially, we thought that both sides could coordinate and work together. This way, not only would it be more convenient for you to complete your rank 1 mission, but it would also increase the chances of success for the grade 2 mission. Unexpectedly, the Magic Uni team only sent 3 people. Although the strength of the Magic Uni students is very formidable, your team, Wang Huijin's, consists of the elites of Dongwu and are the local hope. The Bureau cannot just watch you take such risks. If possible, I hope you consider abandoning it. Either wait for the Magic Uni team to fail, or wait until the grade 2 target is eliminated before you act. Wang Huijin, upon hearing this, couldn't help but feel skeptical and asked again, are the freshmen from Magic Uni really that strong? The girl with pink hair was slightly startled, her eyes revealing disbelief. Wang Huijin continued, his voice full of confidence, the 3 of them are also rank 1 martial artists, right? The pink-haired girl replied, according to the data, Captain Fong Ping has indeed failed 3 times, but he is still confirmed to be rank 1. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Huijin interrupted her, then thank you. He turned to his teammates, speaking decisively, Dongwu and the others still want to test the strength of the new students from Magic Uni. The pink-haired girl respected Wang Huijin's decision. She instructed, they will surround the area outside. The heretical sect disciples definitely won't dare to chase after you. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Make sure to come back alive. One of the boys in the group expressed reluctance to enter. Do we really have to go? Dongwu has already been dragged into this by Magic Uni. Wang Huijin replied, his tone calm but firm, they only have 3 people and still dare to enter. Are we really going to lose face? Magic Uni has already entered. When did that happen? At that moment, Dongwu noticed that Magic Uni had left Shuemei outside the building. This puzzled Wang Huijin's group. One of his teammates whispered, could they be watching them? As soon as he finished speaking, Shuemei quickly entered the building. No sooner had she stepped inside than someone suddenly rushed out from within. This person was none other than their mission target, Zhang Zhichang. Zhang Zhichang ran out of the building, his eyes filled with panic as he saw Dongwu's group. He shouted angrily, You didn't keep your word. With that, he activated his blood chi and charged straight at Wang Huijin's group, shouting in a frenzy, I'll risk everything against you. Zhang Zhichang pinned someone down, continuously striking that person. His hands kept delivering powerful punches. The others were panicking, wanting to stop him, but they couldn't do anything, this man had completely lost control. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around his neck, halting his crazed actions. Wang Huijin, with his quick reflexes, swiftly ended Zhang Zhichang's life. The people around hurriedly checked on the beaten person, while the rest were puzzled about Zhang Zhichang's last words. He said we didn't keep our promise. What did he mean by that? Wang Huijin thought for a moment, this guy was severely injured, and on top of that, he was so terrified that he lost control. A rank 1 peak power like him died so easily at my hands. Zhang Zhichang must have encountered something before facing us. Wang Huijin decided to take a risk, pushing open the door and stepping inside. The scene before him shocked him, bodies scattered across the floor. His eyes froze as he surveyed the blood-soaked scene. 2 of his teammates were helping an injured person, walking toward him with serious expressions. Wang brother, we need to leave quickly. Wang Huijin glanced into the room, his eyes scanning the scattered corpses. He asked, grade 2? Which one are you talking about? Another teammate, looking terrified, replied, what? They were this brutal? Could it be magic users? They took advantage of the fact that Wang brother was talking to the people from the department, slipped away, and cleaned up all these bodies. Before the scene could calm down, the car carrying Fong Ping's group rushed down the road. Fong Ping spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere, let's summarize a bit, the fight we just had. Deng Songding and Zhao Shuemei remained silent, no one saying a word. Dang Songding turned to look at Fong Ping and said, "You summarize first." Fong Ping thought for a moment before replying, I'm considering whether I should switch to a heavier weapon, like an axe or something similar. If it's used for chopping down, a heavier weapon would deliver more power. A sword is too light, he added. Dang Songding said loudly, then continued, "It's too light. Did you just add more strength to your arm again? How are you so strong?" Jia Shuimei, looking worried, spoke up. Earlier, Dang Songding was busy dealing with the rank 1 martial artist and the other cultists, so he didn't see what was happening on Fong Ping's side. I was in charge of blocking the back door to make sure no one from Dongwu could come in, so I could see everything clearly. At that moment, Fong Ping and Tao Jin weren't just swinging their swords, they were expending all their blood qi. In just a few short seconds, Fong Ping swung his sword over 50 times, each strike filled with violent and sharp blood qi. Even though the opponent was clearly a grade 2, his blood qi wasn't ordinary. During the fight, Tao Jin was struck repeatedly, his body covered in blood, unable to defend himself. Luckily, in the end. How many grades? Jia Shuimei recalled and then said, yet Fong Ping only needed a dozen or so sword strikes, unleashing blood qi with each one, to drain the enemy's blood qi completely. She looked at Fong Ping and spoke, "Fong Ping, you haven't used up all your blood qi yet, have you? We're both rank 1, and even if you've enhanced your arm strength 3 times, the difference is still huge." Fong Ping forced a smile and said, actually, this is already at its limit. Thanks to you all suppressing the rest, I was able to focus on dealing with the creature. However, in his heart, he was calculating. Just now, he had unleashed too much blood qi, and Zhao Shuimei had seen it. Fortunately, he managed to cover it up. Zhao Shuimei, drenched in sweat, said, "I haven't even used my tree yet." Fong Ping frowned, but, if there are enough points, theoretically, it's possible to replenish blood qi infinitely. During battle, once the blood qi runs out, I can immediately use the system to replenish it. So as long as it's a battle of blood qi, I absolutely can't lose. Dang Songding frowned and spoke up, "Those cult members are really too weak. I was even planning to test a few moves with a grade 2 to see how it goes. And Dongwu's target, Zhang Zhichang, his strength is far inferior to the previous guy, Shifeng. Plus, when I saw you blink and then cut down the strongest one, he almost pissed his pants." At that moment, Fong Ping's expression was extremely sinister as he said, "Hand over the drugs and money you have, and we'll let you go." Once the words were out, the man immediately ran off. Dang Songding threw the green diamond in his hand and said, inside the briefcase he was carrying were also a lot of valuable items. I actually thought about just killing him right there to finish it. Anyway, in the end, we took his money and stuff. Unexpectedly, those cult members were so plump and well fed. Jia Shuimei stretched, also carrying a bag full of gold and silver, then said, "Fong Ping, you really do care about Dongwu and the others." At the construction site, a group of people surrounded a dead body. These are the people of Wang Huijin. They're smiling, and the people from Magic Uni really know how to think of us, intentionally leaving a target for us, even helping us beat him to the point where he only has a bit of life left. As for the ranking, we've made it this time. I didn't expect that Fong Ping guy to not be so bad after all. Wang Huijin observed, looking at the dead body on the road in silence, not saying anything. He thought carefully, then muttered, "I suspect what he means is that he was too weak, not worth killing." As Wang Huijin thought, Fong Ping sneered and said, "This kind of trivial matter can be brushed off easily." Dang Songding frowned and said, "That captain of Dongwu used a pretty cool move against Zhang Zhichang. But if he's already the best student at Dongwu, then the national exchange competition won't be much of a concern. At least he can't beat me." Zhao Shuimei glanced at him and replied, "In a fight of strength, you'd definitely win." Dang Songding was a little angry and said, "What fight? I'd win any time. With blood qi equipment, skills, and combat experience." Just then, the phone rang. The phone screen displayed the latest news about the current ranking points: Team Fongping 132 points, Team Zhaolei 128 points, Team Bo Changding 110 points, Team Yang Xiaoman 108 points, Team Chen Yinshi 90 points. Dang Songding frowned and said, "Our team has 132 points. Zhao Shuimei shouted, Zhao Lei's team already has 128 points, they're only 4 points behind us? The three of them stared at each other with serious faces. Fang Ping ordered the driver, turn the car around and head straight to the location. We cannot let Zhao Lei catch up. We must take the top spot. The car turned back onto the road they came from, speeding like the wind, and reached the training building, where all the teams had gathered. A person standing at the front announced the results. We have arrived, and now we will announce the accumulated points rankings of the teams. The number 1 team is Team Fangping with 186 points. The additional reward for the top team is 100 points, bringing the total to 286 points. Fangping murmured, what a shame, if we had completed that last task, we'd have reached 200. Zhao Shuimei smiled bitterly and said, we've already done really well, you should be satisfied with this. The person continued, Team Zhao Lei has accumulated 179 points, ranking second, Team Bo Changding 150 points, ranked third, Team Yang Xiaoman 138 points, ranked fourth. The last team, Team Chen Yunxi, only scored 100 points. Chen Yunxi was saddened to hear that her team had come last. The members of the team began arguing, we've struggled for an entire month, and even with 10 points each, it's still not enough. It's all because of you slowing us down. The other person blared, it's my fault? What have you contributed? The team leader didn't organize things well. Chen Yunxi should take responsibility for this result. Fang Ping glanced at Chen Yunxi. She lowered her head in silence, saying nothing. The person in charge shouted, silence. This month, the performance of all of you has been under constant observation by your instructor. Zhao Lei, because of your reckless actions, 30% of your team members were lost. Your income will be deducted to compensate his family. Do you have any objections? Zhao Lei's face darkened as he responded, no objections. The person in charge praised, Bo Changding and Yang Xiaoman have always prioritized the safety of their team members before focusing on completing the task. They have fulfilled their duties as team leaders excellently. Team Fangping, using the method of splitting into 2 smaller teams to complete the task simultaneously, is commendable. As for Team Chen Yunxi, with the lowest score, heavily injured members, and a disorganized team, you will have to return and reflect on your own problems. After a month of practical missions, I think everyone has gained quite a lot and experienced a range of emotions. Some sacrificed, some were severely injured, and some returned victorious. He said, a martial artist is formed through layers of tasks and countless real combat experiences. Tang Lion said, after a month, our instructor also tested each person's abilities. During the testing, several of you were deemed suitable to join the combat team. A month later, you will prepare for the upcoming freshman exchange competition. The exchange competition is related to our honor. I'm sure I don't need to emphasize its importance again. Next, I will announce the list of members for the combat team based on the results of the tests. Fangping, Zhao Lei, Bo Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Deng Songding, Zhao Shuimei, Sui Kai, Li Jiaosu, Kim and I have joined the combat team. He finished reading and folded the papers. The crowd murmured, is that all? Didn't they say there were 10 people? It seems like one is missing. Finally, he stood in front of Chen Yunxi, his gaze darkening. Chen Yunxi, I want to advise you to transfer to the art academy. Martial arts are not suited for you. Although your blood qi and the amount of vital energy in your body are the highest in the class, and your combat tactics training isn't bad, you lack the qualities needed to be a martial artist. A martial artist must be willing to face battle, not avoid it. Your performance in the tasks has truly disappointed us. A blonde-haired person frowned. During the mission, she didn't dare to step forward and eliminate the enemy, which resulted in the team members getting injured, he said. The woman beside him asked, but she's the team leader, isn't she? People started whispering, I heard Chen Yunxi is a martial artist. Turns out, her grandfather is a grandmaster. Clearly, resources aren't lacking, and her cultivation is high, but she can't protect the team members. Whenever she encounters the enemy, she retreats. I also feel she's not suited to be a martial artist. If only I had those resources, it would be much better.
Fong Ping thought to himself, Chen Yunxi is a martial artist.
In terms of strength, she could be ranked in the top 5 of the class. But her personality is truly very weak, fragile. Tang Lion is right, perhaps she should look for another path. At this moment, Chen Yunxi spoke up, Tang teacher, I will try my best. Please give me another opportunity, I want to join the reserve combat team.
Tang Lion sighed.
In the end, he decided, then, the last person on the list to join the reserve combat team for the exchange competition will be Chen Yunxi.
Fong Ping glanced at her.
Chen Yunxi, unexpectedly, rejected Tang Lion's suggestion. Tang Lion may seem fierce, but in reality, he's just trying to provoke me. The next day, Fong Ping was checking his scores. After a month of missions, my score has reached 161, plus some medicine and weapons obtained from the tasks. Now, my wealth points have reached 12.8 million.
Great!
He decided to visit Li Teacher.
When Li Teacher saw him, he was delighted. Isn't this Mr. Fong? What good item are you looking to exchange for this time? Last month, I exchanged an F40 sword for you. The grip wasn't bad, was it? Fong Ping waved his hand. It's not bad.
But now I feel my blood chi has increased, so I want something a bit heavier.
Stronger, and still easy to carry around. Can you recommend something, Li Teacher?
Li Teacher stood up. You have quite a few requests.
Come with me to the weapon warehouse. We have nothing in the magic uni exchange that you can't get. How about this sword? The Phoenix Beak Glaive, the entire blade forged from D-grade alloy, weighs about 32 kg, is 1.8 meters long, and can be disassembled and compacted for easy carrying. Fong Ping thought for a moment, this glaive seems to meet all my requirements. Li Teacher quoted the price, this fine sword will cost you 320 points. Hearing the price, Fong Ping almost spat blood. 320 points? That's around 10 million. He grimaced, it's too expensive, I can only afford 150 points. Li Teacher angrily replied, are you crazy? Don't try to haggle too much. Fong Ping gave a pleading look, Li Teacher, I don't have many points left on my card. Can't you lower the price just a little bit more? Li Teacher said, if you won't pay 300 points, then forget it. Fong Ping kept negotiating, only 150 points. Li Teacher, now annoyed, said, do you think I'm some kind of vegetable vendor? The sword itself is already worth 250 points. Fong Ping shook his head, I'm a regular customer now. Just give me a little discount. Li Teacher shouted, no way.
10 minutes later, Fong Ping was panting after their argument, and Li Teacher was just as tired. The two of them shook hands, and Li Teacher, trembling with anger, said, Mr. Fong, I can't talk anymore. Take your sword and leave.
Fong Ping winked, Li Teacher, awesome, I'll come back next time. Li Teacher wiped the sweat off his forehead, this kid knows how to haggle too well. The sword's broken and chipped, some weapons are worn out. With the old weapon trade-in, you're getting a 90-point discount. Add in the 4.5 million in cash, and we've barely covered the original price.
The cultivation resources for martial arts students are hard to come by, so it's understandable to save some points.
With the cash included, there's really not much left on your card.
The staff returned the card to Fong Ping. Mr. Fong, you have exchanged a total of 50 ordinary blood chi pills, leaving 11 points after subtracting 150 points from the card. When Li Teacher saw this, he nearly spat blood in anger. This thick-skinned guy is neither frugal nor poor. It turns out he kept the points to exchange for pills and sell them again. At the training hall of the Great Training Building, Fong Ping was holding a new weapon in his hand. Bo Changding started a conversation. Fong Ping, it's been a few days since we've seen this guy, and yet he's already swapped for a new weapon.
Moreover, it's a high-grade alloy one. Fong Ping looked at Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman, isn't today the day to choose the class leader? Shouldn't you prepare a bit more carefully, so as not to be disrespectful to the challengers? Yang Xiaoman stepped forward with a smile, Fong Ping, don't think you're the only one making progress.
Another person, firmly gripping his saber, said, that's right, after this period of cultivation, I've gotten stronger.
Fong Ping, I'll be the class leader this time.
But before he could finish his sentence, Fong Ping quickly turned around and made a grab at him. The man fell to the ground, silent and not saying a word. Fong Ping sat down beside him. I haven't even used my new saber yet.
Didn't you say you're stronger? Go ahead, don't cry if you lose. Fong Ping stretched and teased Xiaoman. Xiaoman, are you going to fight this time or not? Yang Xiaoman turned around sharply and replied, I never said I wanted to be class president. The teacher was speaking privately with Fong Ping in Shuimei. She said, there's less than a month left until the new student exchange competition. Considering your current strength, it's too weak.
Shuimei, when you go back, use the grade 2 blood chi pills to accelerate your bone refinement. 1 pill every 2 days should allow you to reach rank 1 peak by the time of the competition.
Shuimei looked a bit worried and asked, 1 pill every 2 days? Fong Ping calculated and said, grade 2 blood chi pills cost 700,000 on the market.
If converted to points, it's probably about 20 points per pill.
20, 10, 15.
That's 300 points in a month, which is even more expensive than the money I spent buying the knife.
Shuimei nodded seriously and said, I understand.
I will definitely complete the bone refinement of both legs and reach rank 1 peak before the competition.
The teacher nodded, then go prepare the pills.
From now on, come to my place every night to train.
Shuimei nodded and left the room. Fong Ping sighed in admiration. Shuimei is really wealthy. He then turned to the teacher and asked, Teacher, what about me? You must be sleepy, but you want to learn advanced combat tactics, right? Fong Ping scratched his head and continued, Yes, I'm currently at rank 1 peak.
Both my legs have been fully refined, my blood chi is at 3, and the piercing leg technique is already mastered. The teacher nodded and said, Got it, you should check out these martial arts materials. 1 mid-grade footwork technique, 1 mid-grade glaive technique.
Fong Ping muttered, Why doesn't anyone praise me?
The teacher pointed to some boxes next to them and replied, There are still a few boxes here.
Fong Ping was startled and asked, All of them?
The teacher turned away, her face looking like she was very sleepy, and answered, The piercing leg technique you learned before was just a low-grade combat tactic, so there's no need to check the materials for that.
Mid-grade combat tactics go into more detailed theoretical knowledge, and the steps are more complicated. If you don't understand something, ask me after I wake up.
Fong Ping muttered, who came up with the name Violent Blood Raging Blade.
Sounds so childish.
The teacher said proudly, The Violent Blood Raging Blade was created by our Nanjiang boss, Zhang, when he was at rank 6. I messaged him, and after a quick word, he agreed to pass it on to you. Also, back in the day, he was a young boss completely infatuated with me.
Do you remember, your teacher used to have the nickname the Heart Thief? Fong Ping nodded and said, Yes, yes.
The teacher continued, The Violent Blood Raging Blade is simply a technique that continuously erupts with blood chi. There are a total of 7 slashes in the sword skills. The strongest one can cut 7 times in a row. Each slash releases more and more power than the previous one. No matter how much blood you have, it will all be poured out in the final slash.
The 7th slash is fatal, overwhelming and lethal.
Fong Ping rolled up the book and slammed it against the boxes next to them.
He pretended to practice the sword, thinking to himself, My blood chi isn't running out, so doesn't that mean I can keep chopping endlessly? When the time comes for the competition, no one will be my match.
I'm eager to get on the stage and test out this new sword and Dao skills.
He continued to think, Let's see about the footwork.
The cloud step uses blood chi to greatly increase movement speed. After reaching the stationary air realm, blood chi condenses under the bones of the feet. It's not great for striking, but running is more than enough, perfect for my combat tactics. Then, he remembered another problem, but there's still one stage left. How do I practice this stage? Suddenly, Fong Ping had an idea.
He quickly called and asked, Wang brother, I've been stuck and can't seem to break through. Can you give me some pointers? Wang brother replied, The most important point of this stage is controlling your own gravity. Isn't there a lake shore in the training ground?
Go and step into the water, adjusting your center of gravity so the water doesn't go above your knees, and as long as you don't sink, you'll be able to break through to the stationary air realm.
Fong Ping was overjoyed and said, "Got it, thanks Wang brother." He. Wang brother, let me tell you, recently I've been. But Wang brother quickly interrupted, "I'm a bit busy right now, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up."
The call ended. Fong Ping sighed, feeling regretful. I was planning to show off some of the sword skills I just learned. At Magic Uni in the South District, at the entrance to some cave, Wang Jinyang sternly looked at his phone. This kiddo Fong Ping really knows how to pick the right moments to call me, huh? The green-haired man beside him cracked his knuckles and said, "Wait until we enter the cave, there won't be any signal inside." Wang Jinyang frowned and replied, "It's taken us months, but we've practically wiped out the whole tribe already. There's only the 5th grade chieftain left.
Let's take care of him this time." The man asked, "If we bring back so many rank 4 creature corpses, we might earn up to 500 reward points, right? If we can also deal with the chieftain of this cave, we'll be rich. Once we leave the cave, I'll be rank 4 too."
Wang Jinyang looked at him and said, "Don't get cocky and forget about the task, or you might end up tripping me later."
The brown-haired woman glanced at the person next to her and asked, "Have you guys noticed that recently, someone has been wearing full clothes and jumping into the school's lake to swim?" The person next to her answered, "I've seen it, but it doesn't look like swimming. It seems like they accidentally fell into the water."
The other person laughed and said, "I've seen it a few times already."
"How can he fall into the water every day? Is it some kind of performance art? I don't even know which academy he's from. It looks so funny, doesn't he feel cold?"
He said, "Is that person mentally unstable? I don't even know if he can climb up by himself." It turned out that it was Fong Ping practicing.
He thought to himself, "He's not messing with me, right?"
Recently, I've been training in mid-grade sword skills. One slash can release 35 points of blood chi. To recover that consumption, it costs 35,000 wealth points, plus other medicines, which have already used up over 1 million unmarked currency.
The cost of cultivation is one thing, but now people are treating me like a fool. It's really frustrating.
Fong Ping stared at the front of his phone, typing continuously, not sure what he was doing. At Dongsheng Company, Fong Ping entered with a sword, and CEO Li approached to stop him. "Mr. Fong, the boss of the opposing company is a martial artist who graduated from Huadongshu University, grade 2 realm. They're using tricks to prevent our delivery staff from going upstairs."
Fong Ping replied, "I know.
Recently, my cultivation has been going poorly, and I'm in a bad mood.
Now they're bringing trouble to me.
I'll use you as a practice target." Everyone was whispering, apparently talking about the martial artist. "Look at that sword, it seems like he's here to cause trouble.
Quickly inform Manager Wei." Wei Dongsheng, at the early stage of grade 2, appeared without any announcement.
He raised his hand in greeting. "I'm Wei Dongsheng from Dongsheng Company."
"You must be Fong Ping from Yuan Fong Company, right?" "It's a pleasure." Fong Ping refused to shake hands, coldly staring at Wei Dongsheng. "Wei Dongsheng, does your company have any explanation for obstructing the work of Yuan Fong?"
Wei Dongsheng sneered and replied, "Mr. Fong, look carefully.
I am grade 2, you are rank 1.
For a small issue, your boss has to come out personally. As for us, with over 100 employees, I suggest you sell your shabby company to me so I can teach you how to run a business."
Fong Ping became angry and said, "Fine, we're both martial artists, no need for any roundabout ways. Let's settle this the martial artist way.
I challenge you, if you win, Yuan Fong won't expand anymore. If you lose, Dongsheng should know his place."
Wei Dongsheng contemptuously flicked his finger and laughed, "You're very confident.
I propose we raise the stakes. If I win, I'll buy Yuan Fong for 2 million. If I lose, Dongsheng will sell it to you for 3 million. The people around them murmured with interest. "We've got a good show to watch.
And we'll get to see Manager Wei in action. Fong Ping, a rank 1, dares to come knocking. What's he thinking? a young and impulsive Magic Uni student. Fong Ping restrained his anger and replied, "Fine, let's do it your way. Let's begin."
Everyone dispersed to give space, and one person brought a sword to Wei Dongsheng as his weapon for the fight. He firmly gripped the sword in his hand, then, as swift as lightning, charged to attack Fong Ping. A powerful slash was delivered toward him. Fong Ping blocked it with his blade, causing the sword to be knocked backward, leaving Wei Dongsheng in shock. "What? He blocked my strike, and my hand is trembling in return?" Fong Ping didn't wait for him to recover and swiftly pressed the blade to Wei Dongsheng's throat. He thought to himself, "The martial artist society here is much weaker than I imagined." Then, he gave a slight push, causing Wei Dongsheng to spurt blood and fall backward. Fong Ping declared, "You've lost. You truly are grade 2. Wei Dongsheng, furious, shouted, "I lost because my skills are inferior. It has nothing to do with the school, don't look down on me." Fong Ping looked at him coldly and said, "No one looks down on any martial artist, so don't you dare underestimate the students of Magic Uni." He turned and walked away. "CEO Li, the matter of taking over Dongsheng Company is yours." CEO Li, full of pride, responded, "Mr. Fong is truly formidable." At Fong Ping's home, Bo Changding hurriedly called, "Fong Ping, big news. The freshman exchange event has been publicly announced to society. It's already trending on all the media sites. Look, soon you'll have to buy tickets, and it's going to be live streamed nationwide." He said, "Martial artists always fight with blood everywhere, can ordinary people handle that?" Fong Ping was not surprised. Was he just learning this now? Bo Changding flicked his hair. "Well, I've been in seclusion recently, breaking through to rank 1 peak. I'm at rank 1 peak now, so if there's any trouble, come to me and I'll take care of it." Fong Ping threw a cold splash of water on him. "Oh, I've actually been thinking lately about whether I should break through to grade 2 just for fun. As for the public reveal, Lu teacher already told me the school won't let the public see bloodshed. There will definitely be masters controlling the mortality rate, so we'll be fine." Bo Changding scratched his head. "Fong Ping, I remember your family isn't made up of martial artists. If they see you get hurt in the ring, they'll probably be really worried." Fong Ping smiled brightly. "It's okay, my family will probably just watch the live broadcast. That way, they won't see me getting hit, they'll only see me hitting others." While Fong Ping was pondering, the phone on the other end rang. Fong Yuan was calling him. "Fong Ping, I want to go to Magic Uni to watch the new student martial arts exchange competition. You're a student at Magic Uni, so you should be able to get some tickets, right?" Fong Ping was surprised. "Even you know about it?" Fong Yuan laughed loudly. "The news is all over the internet. The exchange competition is being held at Magic Uni, and not only is it being streamed live, but they've also released 5,000 tickets for the stands." She said, "Hee, listen to me, now a ticket price has been jacked up sky high. The original price, let's say 100 per ticket, but people will still buy them for 1,000. With these 5,000 tickets, no matter how we sell them, they'll be gone in no time." Fong Ping, feeling annoyed, said, 5,000 tickets. Do you think team leader Fong will give me all the tickets to sell, old lady?" Fong Yuan muttered, "Useless." Fong Ping advised, "Focus on your final exams. Are you still thinking about stuff like this? Is it because you don't have enough homework, or you're not practicing enough with your communication skills every day? Here's the deal, if you do well on your finals, I'll reward you with a ticket. But if you don't do well, you're going to be studying day and night during the winter break." Hearing this, Fong Yuan quickly hung up. "Goodbye, big brother, I'm going to class now." Fong Ping was speechless, daring to hang up on me. This kid spends all day not focusing on studies and keeps thinking about buying and selling to make money. I wonder who she's learning this from. At Fong Ping's school, Tang Lion was gathering everyone. Today was the final assembly before the competition. Out of the 10 of us, we will choose 5 to be the primary team members and 5 to be reserves. If any primary team member is injured or their blood chi runs low, a reserve will step in. The primary team lineup consists of Fong Ping, Zhao Lei, Yang Xiaoman, and Deng Songding, with Fong Ping taking the role of team leader. The other 5 members were reserve team members. Zhao Shuimei suddenly spoke up. Teacher Fong Ping glanced at her, puzzled. Zhao Shuimei had a serious expression. I want to be a member of the vanguard team. I want to challenge Dang Songding. Dang Songding also seemed quite happy. Shuimei, do you think I'm the weakest in the team of 5? Alright then, I'll accept the challenge. Tang Lion also agreed. Zhao Shuimei challenges Dang Songding. Let's begin. As the words were spoken, the two of them charged at each other. Zhao Shuimei swung her large sword with a strike, but Dang Songding easily blocked it, his movements smooth as he responded, I'm not your match. Zhao Shuimei quickly jumped to avoid Dang Songding's attack. She forcefully planted her staff into the ground and then launched a series of attacks towards him, a continuous barrage of strikes. Bo Changding was surprised. Why is Zhao Shuimei so fierce? Yang Xiaoman was excited. Shuimei, you go girl. Fang Ping observed the battle. Teacher Lu had once said that Zhao Shuimei had to work much harder than ordinary people to inherit the family legacy. A month ago, her abilities were still weaker than Dang Songding's, but now she's already able to fight him head to head. Zhao Shuimei continued charging forward. She relentlessly kicked, causing Dang Songding, who was using 2 swords, to struggle to block the attacks. He clenched his teeth and said, how has Zhao Shuimei improved so much? Does she want a quick, decisive victory? Dang Songding swung his sword, forcing Zhao Shuimei to retreat. He charged forward, launching a fire blade disorder technique that made her iron staff swing away. She leaned back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Dang Songding pressed on, it's over, admit defeat, Shuimei. But Zhao Shuimei used her bare hands to block his heavy blade. Everyone around her gasped in shock. She trembled, sweat pouring down her face, her hands covered in blood. Shuimei's voice quivered, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Seeing her in this state, Dang Songding hesitated for a moment. Bo Changding muttered, has Shuimei been possessed or something? Fang Ping thought, facing Shuimei's fearless attitude toward life and death, it's Dang Songding's mindset that will ultimately decide the outcome of this battle. Dang Songding was also slightly shaken. Hey, there's no need to take it so seriously, we used to be teammates, remember? Zhao Shuimei said nothing. She used her arm to push Dang Songding's sword away, then swiftly disarmed him. She grabbed the sword she had just taken and charged toward Dang Songding, who was stumbling backward. He shouted loudly, stop, I won't fight anymore. The crowd cheered, Zhao Shuimei wins. Zhao Shuimei's face was filled with satisfaction. She confirmed the lineup for the upcoming exchange competition: Fang Ping, Zhao Lei, Bo Changding, Yang Xiaoman, Zhao Shuimei. The countdown to the exchange competition is down to 7 days. On the 10th of the month, at a fitness gym in Magic Uni, Fang Yuan and Tan Uncle were there before the match started. The place was packed with people, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. The little girl's eyes lit up. It's so big, there are so many people. Tan Uncle said, this is the arena for the new student martial artist exchange competition. There are even many important figures coming, it's so lively. Fang Yuan frowned, Tan Uncle, why hasn't my brother arrived yet? The opening ceremony is about to start. Tan Uncle replied, Fang Ping said he has something to do. Let's just wait for him here for a bit. Fang Yuan slapped the chair next to her. Fang Ping is so annoying. If he doesn't want to watch, he might as well sell this chair for a high price. Tan Uncle suggested, do you think we could sell this chair for 2,000? It's in the front row, maybe even 3,000 would work. Who knows, maybe even 5,000 could sell. The host shouted loudly into the microphone, quiet down. The martial artist exchange competition is not a live show for singers or actors. Everyone, please settle down and find your seats. Do not cause any disturbances and do not interfere with the progress of the competition. This is the first public martial artist competition, so please be serious and respectful. I hereby declare the official opening of the first National Martial Artist Exchange Competition. The person speaking was Zhang Beihao, the Deputy Minister of Education, the chief referee of the competition. Fang Yuan hesitated, looking at the camera in his hand. Fang Ping is so slow, the match has already started, I'll go back and show it to him.
Zhang Beihao began the match, and the martial artist team members participating in the competition advanced. This competition has a total of 4 teams participating, divided into the Magic City Martial Artist Team, the Capital City Martial Artist Team, the Martial Artist Alliance Team, and the 8th School Alliance Team. The 8th School Alliance Team is made up of martial artists from Nation H, Jingdu University, and several other martial arts departments from various universities, forming an alliance. The Martial Artist Alliance Team consists of 89 martial artists from across the country, who have formed their own alliance. This competition follows a full team elimination system. Each team will send 5 members per match, and one will fight against one. The loser will leave the ring. The winner can choose to continue challenging. The 4 teams in the first round will be drawn into groups A and B for their matches, and in the subsequent rounds, the winners will face each other. The 2 losers will fight in a final match to determine the ultimate result. The first team is entering, the Magic City Martial Artist Team. Fong Yuan's camera captured Fong Ping's close-up. Fong Yuan was startled. Tan uncle, look. Your nephew is in the team. Tan uncle was also shocked. What? 6 months ago, Fong Ping was still participating in the entrance exam and wasn't even a martial artist yet. In such a short period, he broke through to rank 1, which was already astonishing enough. Now, from the martial university full of geniuses, countless talents are stepping forward proudly, becoming members of the exchange team. Fong Ping has really made rapid progress. Fong Yuan was angry. Fong Ping is a team member in such an important matter, yet he dared to hide it from me. Zhang Beihao said, next, I will introduce the members of the Magic City Martial Artist Team. Team leader Fong Ping, rank 1 peak. Fong Yuan raised her voice even more. Team leader? Fong Ping even hid so many things from me? Tan uncle sighed. The waves of the sea keep rising. He's only reached rank 1 peak, a blood chi martial artist. Zhang Beihao began to organize. Magic University team members: Bo Changding, rank 1 peak; Zhou Lei, rank 1 peak; Yang Xiaoman, rank 1 peak; Capital City Martial Artist Team, team leader Han Su, rank 1 peak. Han Su has reached rank 1 peak 3 times. Jingde University's Li Ran, rank 1 peak. Fong Wenxiang, rank 1 peak. 8th School Alliance Team, team leader Wei Bin, rank 1 peak. 8th School Alliance Team Kai Ha Qing, rank 1 peak. Yang Xiaoman whispered to herself, introducing one by one. Everyone seems to be rank 1 peak. Rank 1 peak really seems to have lost its value now. Bo Changding smiled. Even within rank 1 peak, there is still a difference. For example, you can't beat me. Yang Xiaoman, angry, raised her fist. Who can't beat who? Zhao Shuimei reminded. Hey. Fong Ping glanced behind. Bo Changding is right. Even within rank 1 peak, there are differences in strength. Right now, all the geniuses from across the country are gathered here. If I can defeat all the rank 1 peak fighters, wouldn't that be an opportunity to shine? I could become rank 1 peak? Zhang Beihao continued with the competition rules. The Martial Artist Alliance Team, team leader Sun Mingyu, grade 2 early stage; team member Qin Jiashang, grade 2 division. Fong Ping frowned. The Martial Artist Alliance Team already has 2 grade 2 fighters. What's the big deal? The author just put them in for the necessary tension. These guys will probably just end up being background later. Zhang Beihao pointed to the box in front. The team introductions are done. Next, I will host the drawing. This will determine the order for the first round of the competition. Team leader, please step forward. Fong Ping felt a bit tense as he stood in front of the box. He raised his hand. Fong Yuan, below, was just as anxious. Tan uncle, isn't grade 2 stronger than Fong Ping? Won't my nephew be in danger? Tan uncle thought. First is the Martial Artist Alliance, second is Jingdu University, third is Magic City Arena, and fourth is the 8th School Alliance Team. For now, based on the current level of each team, the Martial Artist Alliance is the strongest among the 4. If we fight against them, we will lose. Fong Yuan prayed, Heaven, please bless us, don't let us draw the Martial Artist Alliance, don't let us face grade 2. Fong Ping, on the other hand, thought the opposite. Heaven, bless us, ancestors, please make sure we draw the Martial Artist Alliance.
I originally wanted to test myself against rank 1 peak, to shine for a while.
Who would have thought there would be grade 2?
Now there's a good opportunity right in front of us, to fight against the famous rank 1. Fighting against those famous grade 2s, choosing a nationally renowned grade 2.
Fong Ping excitedly looked at the ball he had just drawn. What's this?
On the ball appeared the letter B.
Hansu held the ball with the red letter A. Not bad. We, Jing University, drew the Martial Artist Alliance. This works out well. Weibin drew a blue ball, with the letter B. Chen Jiashang drew a red ball, with the letter A.
Hansu calculated, although the Martial Artist Alliance has 2 grade 2s, they're all new students.
In just half a year, they've reached grade 2,
but they probably haven't had time to train combat tactics or complete missions. This means these 2 grade 2s will be defeated by our rank 1 team. Hansu thought to himself, Jing University rank 1 peak consumes 1000 resources, total strategy 1100, while Martial Alliance grade 2 early stage consumes 1000 resources, total strategy 890. This made Sun Mingyu extremely angry.
Fong Ping thought, Hansu's judgment skills are quite good, and he's confident as well.
No wonder he's the captain of Jing University. Jing University's strength must be really impressive. He recalled what Tang Lion had once said, Jing University and Magic Uni have both been at the top for many years, always fighting for first and second place. So, this time, Jing University is our biggest opponent in the competition. If we defeat Jing University and become the champions, Jing University will have to give 10% of the national resources to Magic Uni. At that point, each of you who participates in the competition will probably get at least 300 points.
Bo Changding patted Fong Ping on the shoulder. Fong Ping, did you hear that?
300 points.
With 300 points, you can exchange for a new, top-quality weapon.
We have to defeat Jing University.
Fong Ping smiled and congratulated, Hansu is just lucky.
Rank 1 against grade 2, the opportunity for you guys is huge. Hansu, however, sneered, as for Magic Uni, don't even think about competing with us for the top spot.
Even our reserves are all rank 1 peak.
You guys should just prepare yourselves for a crushing defeat.
Fong Ping replied, don't get too smug yet.
Jing University and Magic Uni will inevitably clash sooner or later.
Besides those 300 points, I'll definitely be crushing all of you. Let's just wait and see. At the martial arts arena of Magic Uni, Zhang Beihao announced, the match will now begin.
Team A, Jingdi University will face off against the Martial Artist Alliance. The first match, Jing University's Hansu will compete against Martial Alliance's Sun Mingyu.
Bo Changding stood observing the match.
Hansu was the top scorer in the national entrance exam, a 3-time martial artist, and his strength was impressive. Fong Ping acknowledged, the first match is a good chance to see how strong he really is. Zhang Beihao announced, the match begins.
Sun Mingyu took the initiative to attack.
He decisively swung his axe at Hansu, thinking he had hit him, but no, Hansu moved so quickly that he managed to slip behind him. Bo Changding was amazed by Hansu's speed and said, Ghost Step, mid-grade footwork.
Hansu's footwork is excellent.
At this speed, Sun Mingyu won't even be able to touch him.
Hansu quickly thrust his blade straight into Sun Mingyu's chest.
Sun Mingyu gritted his teeth in pain.
Bo Changding nonchalantly said, Hansu's spear technique is also good.
Just one move and he's already stabbed Sun Mingyu.
It's over. The gap in strength is just too big.
Sun Mingyu still refused to give up, gripping Hansu's spear tightly and trying to pull it out.
Bo Changding was astonished. What? Sun Mingyu is holding the spear with one hand?
Hansu, seizing the opportunity, swung his axe with his other hand towards Sun Mingyu, coldly saying, let's see where you can run now. Bo Changding was left speechless, watching the tense situation and thinking, unless Hansu lets go of his spear, Sun Mingyu will be cut in half by it. The situation grew even more dramatic. Sun Mingyu resolutely swung the axe towards Hansu, determined not to lose. Hansu used his other hand to draw his sword from his spear, moving with such speed and precision that it left everyone stunned. Sun Mingyu fell backward, but his axe was no longer able to respond to the situation. His hand was severed by the strike, and the crowd in the stands panicked and screamed, "Oh my god, what's going on? Isn't this just a match? That student's hand got chopped off, this is so cruel." While the crowd was still in confusion, Han-soo, injured at his side, silently listened to the shouting around him. The referee from the Martial Artist Union raised his hand to declare defeat. Zheng Beihao announced, "The first match, Jing University wins." The members of the Fangping team were in a state of disbelief, murmuring, "Oh, my poor heart, weren't we supposed to just have a friendly exchange? We've already gone to the point of life and death." Fangping reflected and realized, Jing University's strength is truly formidable. Han-soo definitely had a hidden trick in his spear, and it was at the moment when Sun Mingyu's axe was about to strike him. Han-soo drew his sword and closed in, instantly severing Sun Mingyu's right hand, reclaiming the spear. Han-soo's technique and sword skills were so fast that they were almost beyond belief. However, Sun Mingyu's axe had displayed immense power, and in the end, Han-soo was struck by the axe's handle, suffering a considerable injury. The student exchange competition was clearly not going to be an easy fight. The next match was intense. Despite his injuries, Han-soo inflicted a heavy blow on another opponent. With his blood chi running low, he left the arena, and by the end of the first round, every team member had sustained varying degrees of injury. At Jing University, Li Ran faced off against Martial Alliance's Yang Bai. Li Ran managed to strike Yang Bai's leg with his sword. However, in the next match, he was struck hard by Liang Wei Yang, causing him to vomit blood. When Liang Wei Yang fought Zhang Chengguang, he had his arm broken by his opponent. Although Martial Alliance was weaker than Jing University, each member showed a strong will to fight. Even when outmatched, they fought to the death, using their lives to exhaust their opponents. As a result, while Jing University won the first round, the cost was high, 2 members were severely injured, and 2 others had minor injuries. After the morning's matches ended, the blood-soaked arena caused nearly half of the spectators to leave the stands. A student martial arts exchange event had ended in such a brutal, bloody fashion. Martial artist fights, this is truly the world of martial artists, Fang Yuan said in fear, trembling and crying, "Hobu! Fangping, can we stop fighting? I don't want you to get hurt." On the 10th, in the afternoon, at Magic Uni's gymnasium, Tang Lion was instructing, "We've already seen the match this morning. Next, we're fighting against the 8th School Alliance team. Everyone must remain vigilant and take the match seriously. The people from the 8th School Alliance might be as resilient as those from the Alliance, so remember, never underestimate your opponent." Fang Ping's expression turned serious as he replied, "Understood." Zheng Beihao began the Magic City Martial Artist competition, facing off against the 8th School Alliance team. The first match was between Magic Uni's Fang Ping and 8th School Alliance team's Guan Lin, at rank 1 peak. After the announcement, Zhang Guanlin moved forward to attack Fang Ping, surprised, "I didn't expect someone from Magic Uni to not rush in to seize the initiative." Fang Yuan yelled, "Fang Ping, hurry up and make a move. Are you waiting to be hit?" Zhang Guanlin swung his sword to attack, Fang Ping dodged swiftly and countered, "See my move, Hasagi." He quickly avoided the blow and circled behind. Zhao Shuemei observed, delighted, "Cloud steps, Fang Ping has successfully learned it." Bo Changding also smiled, "With this speed, Zhang Guanlin definitely won't be able to touch him." Yang Xiaoman glanced at him, wondering, "Could it be that your vocabulary only consists of that?" Zhang Guanlin relentlessly swung his weapon towards Fang Ping, but Fang Ping was quick, dodging every strike. Zhang Guanlin, enraged, chased after him, shouting, "Let's see where you can run." Fang Yuan, terrified, tightly covered his eyes and asked, "Tan uncle, has my brother been hit?" Tan uncle reassured him, No, we must trust Fang Ping." After a while of running and chasing, Zhang Guanlin seemed to have grown tired. He recalled his teacher's advice, "In the first Magic Uni match, to build momentum, we will definitely send the team leader in the first round. Since Fang Ping can be the team leader, his strength must not be weak. We can't just throw stones at him. I think the best tactic for now is to wear down his blood chi." In the second round, Wei Bin will take care of Fong Ping when his blood chi is exhausted.
Wei Bin nodded in agreement and said, yeah, no problem.
The teacher had suggested Zheng Guanglin for the match and told him to go fight. Wei Bin patted him on the back, encouraging him, kiddo Fong Ping, leave him to you for now.
Guanglin nodded, I understand.
Even if I can't beat him, I'll make sure to injure him, but not too badly. Panting heavily, Guanglin cursed, damn it, I can't catch him at all.
Fong Ping arrogantly said, it's over now, so it's my turn, right?
Before the match started, Teacher Tang had reminded them, I must be careful when facing the 8th School Alliance team.
They might be as resilient as the Martial Alliance, fighting desperately to drain their opponents.
Teacher Tang said, that's true, but I believe I no longer need to think any further. Because right after he finished speaking, Fong Ping attacked Guanglin with a blade filled with power. He blocked Fong Ping's sword with his own, and marks appeared on the blade, but Fong Ping didn't stop attacking and swung his blade once more. The sword cracked even further.
Fong Ping said, I won't give you a chance to be resilient.
I'll crush all of you.
With another swing of his blade, Fong Ping used the violent blood-raging blade. Guanglin's sword was instantly severed in two. Not only that, but a deep cut also appeared on his body. Guanglin fell, blood spilling across the floor.
Zheng Beihao announced, the first match of Group B, Magic University wins. Bo Changding calculated, Fong Ping only made 3 slashes in total. The first two released 60 points of blood chi each, and the last one at least 80 points. That's a total burst of over 220 points of blood chi. As for my martial arts, the best I can do is 30 points of blood chi at most.
Zhao Shuimei was shocked, is he really that strong? Yang Xiaoman wondered, clearly you're that strong, why didn't you act sooner? Fang Yuan was relieved not to be injured, saying, that's great. I didn't expect Fong Ping to be this strong.
I wasted all that time worrying.
Suddenly, Fong Ping dropped to one knee.
Han Su and his teammates observed to see what had happened to him. Bo Changding and Zhao Shuimei were also startled.
Fang Yuan frowned and asked, hey, brother, what's wrong? Perhaps Fong Ping had also exhausted himself after the earlier fight.
Guanglin smiled contentedly, saying, humph, although it's not quite what I expected, the operation was successful. At the training ground, Fong Ping was putting all his effort into using his weapon to smash large rocks. The teacher next to him looked at the shattered stones and said, not bad, your total blood chi must be above 300 points now, right?
Fong Ping panted heavily, replying, yes, teacher.
The teacher frowned and continued, your violent blood-raging blade, a full force strike, can now unleash 80 points of blood chi. That means in one hit, you're expending a quarter of your total blood chi. We call this the assassin strike that consumes a quarter of your blood chi, while a 1/3 or half blood chi move is also considered a fatal strike. If a single blow can unleash a third of your total blood chi, we can call it a true ultimate move. You need to be careful. If the remaining blood chi in your body falls below a third, you could die.
Fong Ping recalled, that's not wrong, a normal person would think that way.
Next, when blood chi is insufficient, you can only rely on pills. Zhao Shuimei, worried, asked, wait, you said Fong Ping just exploded with 220 points of blood chi, doesn't that mean he will? Bo Changding confidently responded, it's fine, Fong Ping, in the next match, let me help you continue teaching those 8th School Alliance team members. Yang Xiaoman, seeing him taking pills, anxiously said, taking pills to replenish blood chi won't work in time, pills aren't absorbed that quickly.
Teacher Tang thought for a moment and said, Fong Ping, what strategy does this kid have? He's already exhausted his blood chi in the first match, how will he fight next? Fong Ping remained silent, waiting for something.
At this moment, his blood chi had been fully replenished, with 220,000 points of wealth used up.
Bo Changding was completely stunned and exclaimed, huh? Fong Ping's blood chi suddenly recovered. Yang Xiaoman also gaped and asked, yeah, is it because his body absorbs pills quickly? Fong Ping deflected, saying, yes, it's because my body absorbs pills super fast.
Zheng Beihao spoke up, in the next match, Magic Uni Fong Ping will face off against 8th School Alliance team's Wei Bin. Weibin gave him a thumbs up and said, Fong Ping, your strength is really impressive.
Fong Ping turned his head and asked, I know I'm strong, don't I?
Weibin smiled and said, your sword is not bad. I didn't expect it to be able to cut through my friend's level D grade equipment.
Looks like it's made of D alloy, right? Fong Ping remained silent, not responding.
Weibin continued, your sword skills are also very strong. You've unleashed your blood chi, and your total points have already surpassed 200. To have reached this level at rank 1 peak is truly impressive.
It's an honor to spar with a powerful opponent like you. Magic Uni New Freshman King, as the name suggests.
Upon hearing this, Fong Ping felt quite pleased and responded, oh no, you're flattering me, too much praise. Weibin raised his hand in a gesture and continued, especially that 3/death move you used.
I really want to see it again.
Jia Xuemei, puzzled, asked, why is that guy Weibin praising Fong Ping as soon as he comes on the scene?
Bo Changding smiled and said, that's really strange.
Yang Xiaoman was sweating, feeling even more bewildered that Fong Ping seemed to be enjoying it.
Fong Ping, delighted, said, thanks for the compliment.
I'll use my 3/kill again later.
The match began. Fong Ping quickly charged towards Weibin.
Weibin took a defensive stance and said, the violent blood-raging blade is indeed very powerful. The strike just now from Fong Ping had almost caused his sword to give way. But Weibin smiled cunningly and said, however, Fong Ping, you've fallen into my trap. As long as I manage to make you unleash your blood chi in 3 consecutive strikes like before, I will definitely win. Your sword is indeed grade D, very sturdy, but so is mine. When Fong Ping's sword made contact with Weibin's blade, Weibin gritted his teeth. The second strike was even stronger. Sword skills can indeed release high levels of blood chi, that's true, but your limit is only 200. Now, as long as I can withstand your third strike, you'll be nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. At this point, Weibin swung his sword, knocking Fong Ping and his blade far away. Fong Ping struggled to use his feet to avoid falling off the ring, pulling out a green stone from his pouch. Weibin charged at him, saying, Fong Ping, don't even think about taking the medicine.
Admit defeat already.
You've used up all your blood chi, the game is over. Your current state is what we call a bird with broken wings. Weibin used his claw technique but failed to catch Fong Ping, who had quickly opened the vial of medicine.
Weibin trembled and asked, what? Fong Ping smiled and replied, well, you told me to fly.
So, I'll fly.
Fong Ping truly flew up into the air. Jia Xuemei was shocked and asked, is Fong Ping flying? Bo Changding explained, that's the stationary air realm. Fong Ping's connection to the stationary air realm has already broken through. Fong Ping put the pills into his mouth and said, Weibin, do you want to scheme against me?
Unfortunately, all your plans are already within my calculations. Fong Ping flew back toward Weibin, using a swift kick to strike directly into his chest. Weibin immediately spat blood.
The announcer declared, Magic Uni wins.
We will now continue bringing you the live broadcast of the first nationwide new student exchange competition. The third round of Group B has just concluded. Fong Ping from Magic Uni only used a single move, Violent Blood Raging Blade, and in the blink of an eye, he defeated Chen Hongwei from the 8th School Alliance team. Fong Ping can be considered the dark horse of this qualifier, having continuously defeated 3 members of the 8th School Alliance team and is still completely unscathed. Those watching the match commented, with one team leader saying, the captain of Magic Uni is so strong, isn't he the son of Mr. Fong? Ha, Nanjiang is famous now. Fong Ping's father was also very surprised, saying, I didn't expect him to be this strong. In Group B, Fong Ping had completely won the match, defeating Guan Lin, Weibin, and Chen Hongwei. Zhao Xuemei frowned and remarked, this is completely different from the intense back and forth battles we saw this morning with Jing University. Fong Ping has already fought 3 rounds and hasn't even torn his clothes. Bo Changding resolutely said, Fong Ping, I know you're very strong. Come down here so we can have a chance to compete too. Fong Ping thought to himself, the national exchange competition is easy to win. If I keep playing like this, my name, Fong Ping, will soon echo throughout the country.
Everyone cheered. Fong Ping is slaying it.
Zheng Beihao announced, fourth match, Magic Uni's Fong Ping versus the 8th School Alliance team's Jingdong. Zhang Jingdong entered the ring, unarmed, unable to match Fong Ping.
Fong Ping's eyes gleamed as he thought, this is a great opportunity to become famous. I must seize it.
He used the violent blood-raging blade, delivering a powerful slash towards Zhang Jingdong, forcing him to dodge quickly.
Fong Ping softly said, don't run.
He then used the soaring void step technique.
Zhang Jingdong's face showed clear fear.
Zhao Xuemei stammered, the stationary air realm kills in the blink of an eye.
The distance between me and Fong Ping is getting wider. Bo Changding stood there with his mouth agape, is this just a warm-up exercise?
That last powerful slash from Fong Ping was nearly 100 points, and his blood chi is even higher than the last match. Tang Lion, arms crossed, observed the battle and commented, the power of this blade is like chopping the ground. Even a pursuit in midair can't be faster than moving on the ground.
This damn Fong Ping is just wasting blood chi, showing off.
Fong Ping delivered another slash, this time striking Zhang Jingdong in the stomach.
Zhang Beihao declared, Magic Uni wins. Will Fong Ping continue?
Fong Ping shook his head, I can't continue anymore, all the pills in my hand are used up.
Bo Changding reproached him, so you finally tired out your hands, huh?
The other members of the 8th School Alliance team don't need you to worry about them anymore, leave it to me. Bo Changding smiled, be careful, don't let the boat capsize, it would be embarrassing for Magic Uni. He glanced at his friend, choosing to get off the stage after winning 4 matches not only gives the teammates a chance to get on but also preserves some face for the 8th School Alliance team. If I were to wipe them all out myself, there would be no face left. And besides, I've already demonstrated my strength. It's like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, I really am a genius. Tang Lion reminded Fong Ping, you started off really well, but let me remind you of something. Wasting blood chi recklessly earlier was unacceptable. If you keep wasting it like this, the pills the school provides will soon be used up. Fong Ping pouted, right, Tang teacher, I've used them all up, the school just gave them to us. Each team member only got 5 rank 1 blood chi pills, which is basically not enough. If I've already fought 4 opponents by myself, considering my achievements, do you think it's possible to give me an extra 15 pills? Tang teacher was angry, your mouth is like a lion's. However, upon seeing the pleading look in Fong Ping's eyes, she didn't know what else to say. Fong Ping, not giving up, smiled at Tang teacher and then turned to Zhao Xuemei, saying, Xuemei, look, you don't need to go up and waste blood chi. If the pills are saved, would you consider giving them to me? Zhao Xuemei fell into deep thought, recalling how she had once felt some sympathy for Fong Ping, but she also understood that the current situation was somewhat different. Tang teacher, still angry, spoke up, enough, Fong Ping. When you return, go to the logistics and submit a request for 5 rank 1 blood chi pills.
No bargaining, understand?
After this battle, you'll be restricted from participating in future fights.
Fong Ping pouted, thinking to himself, less participation in battles? Fine by me.
Missing 2 or 3 matches would actually make me feel relieved. To give only 5 pills like that really stingy. Bo Changding, observing the situation, felt a little worried. He walked over to Fong Ping and nervously asked, we won, but I have to say, Fong Ping, why was your victory so easy? I had to struggle a lot to win my match. I fought someone from the 8th School Alliance and got pretty badly injured. How am I supposed to handle the match against Jing University? Fong Ping patted him on the shoulder, it's okay, with me here, we will definitely win against Jing University. At this moment, Jing University must have been sweating profusely. Zheng Beihao announced, we will now proceed with the 4th match of the National Freshman Exchange Tournament. Jingdu University will face off against the Magic City Martial Artist team. In the first match, Magic Uni's Zhao Xuemei will compete against Jing University's Wei Shujia. The crowd cheered, go Xuemei, Magic Uni will definitely win. Bo Changding, full of confidence, said, Wei Shujia, after just one or two moves in the first round, was already defeated by someone from the Martial Alliance. I'm sure Shui Mei will win. Fang Ping, frustrated, said, the opponent is weaker than Shui Mei, yet I'm not even allowed to compete. The teacher continued with the announcement, today, we are holding the second round of the morning session. The Martial Alliance team has already defeated the 8th School Alliance team. In the afternoon, our Magic Uni will face Jing University. If we win, we can directly advance to the finals. Based on various factors, Zheng decided on the following lineup for the afternoon match against Jing University: Zhao Shuimei, Bo Changding, Yang Xiaoman, and Deng Songding. Fang Ping felt the pressure. Magic Uni was holding back 99% of its strength. Fang Ping scratched his head and ears. I didn't expect the school to go against me like this, it's really disappointing. On the field of Jingdu University, Wei Shujia, rank 1 peak, was angry. This is really disappointing. Why is my opponent not Fang Ping? Is it Zhao Shuimei? Rank 1 peak, a martial artist once, Magic Uni's first match, and they send a weakling like her to the arena, and she's a girl too. She's not even worthy of being a shield for Fang Ping. Yang Xiaoman shouted, so what if she's a girl? Our Shui Mei isn't weak. Fang Ping curled his lips and said, do I need anyone to shield me? Ha! Bo Changding frowned and said, Wei Shujia isn't that strong, what right does he have to criticize Shui Mei? Shui Mei frowned and replied, what do you mean by shielding or not shielding? Your opponent is me. The match began, and Shui Mei and Wei Shujia rushed at each other. Wei Shujia smiled wickedly, using his weapon to strike at Shui Mei. This blow made her tremble. What? Hansu was satisfied and said, Magic Uni wants to challenge Jing University, we are still 800 years early. Mr. Wei can defeat her in 3 moves, this girl from Magic Uni is too weak. Fang Ping thought for a moment and then said, Wei Shujia didn't show much in the last match, he only unleashed 30 points of blood qi, but she just released nearly 50 points. He was hiding his strength last time. Yang Xiaoman shouted, don't be so arrogant, Shui Mei is also very strong. Wei Shujia, confident, said, so, you finally realized you're weak? Not bad, you managed to take 2 of my strikes. Zhao Shuimei swung her staff to attack, but Wei Shujia showed no sign of weakness. He swung his club to block her strike, causing her hand to get dislocated. The club fell and hit Zhao Shuimei's leg. Wei Shujia didn't let up, saying, you're too weak. Then, he knocked Shui Mei far away, causing her to crash to the ground. Wei Shujia tossed aside his club and said, and you're already down after just this? I think Magic Uni really has no strategy at all. He raised Shui Mei's broken arm and said, with your strength, after taking 3 of my strikes, both your arms are broken, and your internal organs are severely injured. He said, wasn't she very arrogant earlier? Does she think she's worthy of being my opponent? Then he directly broke Zhao Shuimei's arm. Yang Xiaoman, furious, shouted, this is really too much. Jing University, you corrupt bastards, I'll kill you all. Bo Changding stopped her, saying, don't provoke the referee, quickly stop the match. Chen Yunxi urged, by teacher, let's surrender quickly, don't let Zhao Shuimei suffer any longer. Hansu observed with a smile, it was indeed the right choice to send Wei Shujia in first, his fighting style is the most ruthless. It's demoralizing Magic Uni. The people around him laughed loudly, the Magic Uni guys were so arrogant in the last match, we should learn from Mr. Wei. Fang Ping gritted his teeth, thinking, Wei Shujia's fighting style is no longer about injuring the opponent. This is pure humiliation. Wei Shujia grabbed Zhao Shuimei by the collar, lifting her up, and raised his fist, quickly admit defeat. Zhao Shuimei frowned and replied, don't dream. Everyone in the match was worried for her. Zhao Shuimei suddenly erupted with blood qi in her leg, striking him in a vulnerable spot. He grimaced in pain, biting his lip. Zhao Shuimei trembled, and Wei Shujia collapsed onto the floor. The referee announced, Jing University concedes defeat, Magic Uni wins. As soon as the words were spoken, Zhao Shuimei also collapsed to the ground. Zhao Shuimei was quickly taken into emergency care. Everyone rushed after her, cheering, "Shui Mei, hang in there." Bo Chongding twisted his wrist, furrowing his brow, and said, "Let me take the next match." Fong Ping silently looked at Zhao Shuimei on the stretcher. At this moment, Zhao Shuimei slowly opened her eyes, gradually waking up. Yang Xiaoman called out, "Shuimei, that Wei Shu Jia, not only does he look down on others, but he also brutally beat you up like this." Her arms and face were covered with injuries, and Zhao Shuimei sighed, "How hateful." Chen Yunxi, looking worried, said, "Shuimei, I know you've always wanted to become stronger, but is it really worth it to get hurt this badly? Even if we admit defeat, the teammates behind can still win. But now, with such serious injuries, your future cultivation will face setbacks." Zhao Shuimei smiled gently to comfort her, saying, "Yunxi, it's fine. The people from Jing University always want to crush our morale, but how could we let them have their way?" Zhao Shuimei comforted, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Xiaoman said, "Zhao Shuimei, don't say anything more, you should rest." Fong Ping stood outside, clenching his fists. Zhao Shuimei clearly couldn't defeat her opponent, but she still went all out to win. Fu Chongding walked in, his body covered in injuries. "Oh my god, Xiaoman, the pighead on the stage is yours to deal with." Xiaoman swung his arm and said, "Alright, I'll take care of it." When he stepped onto the ring, he stared at his opponent and realized it was Han Su, the one who had just been punched in the face. Xiaoman laughed loudly, saying, "Truly a pighead. Your face is swollen like a bun, it's so ugly. You're not going to get off the stage to treat that, are you?" Han Su assumed a defensive stance and said, "Just because my face is swollen doesn't mean my strength is weak. Even if I go down, only a few female martial artists would care about a swollen face." "How shallow." Xiaoman smiled back, "What's wrong with caring about your face? So what if you're a female martial artist? I really don't understand, why are all of you from Jingdu so arrogant? Today, I'll teach you a lesson. In a competition, you should respect your opponent." Han Su caught Xiaoman's punch and said, "Alright, if you care about your face so much, then I'll scratch it all up." Han Su's other hand quickly reached for Xiaoman. Xiaoman immediately raised her other arm to block the attack. Han Su was about to grab her other hand as well. He smiled confidently and said, "In order to protect your precious face, you've allowed me to control both your hands. What will you do now with these well-trained arms of yours?" Xiaoman didn't respond, instead, she kicked, but Han Su tightly gripped her leg, causing her to tremble in frustration, feeling disgusted. Han Su frowned as he noticed how skillfully she had aimed for his lower body. The sensation made him unable to suppress a quiet laugh. However, before he could say anything further, Xiaoman slammed her head hard into his chin. Han Su staggered back, dazed, while Xiaoman continued to throw punches, aiming for his face. Han Su quickly drew his sword and stabbed it near Xiaoman's shoulder blade. Xiaoman was momentarily shocked as blood began to flow from the wound. She frowned and asked, "When did you draw your sword?" "That was too fast." Han Su sneered, "Did you think you could beat me? My speed and strength surpass yours. Even if you use any heretical methods." Xiaoman, however, refused to admit defeat. Despite being stabbed by Han Su's blade, she was determined to headbutt him again. She kept pressing on with all her might, even though her head was bleeding, and still, she didn't stop. Han Su was also severely injured, nearly losing consciousness. Xiaoman delivered a decisive punch that sent him flying, even knocking him out of the arena. He lay motionless, unresponsive. The announcer declared, "Magic Martial Uni wins." The crowd erupted in disbelief, unable to comprehend that Magic Martial Uni could have emerged victorious. Magic Martial Uni really is quite impressive. At this moment, Xiaoman was lying in a hospital bed next to Zhao Shuimei. Despite being injured, Xiaoman was still concerned about his appearance. "Chen Yunxi, do you have a mirror? I need to check if my face has been disfigured." Chen Yunxi replied, "Stop causing trouble, your shoulder and arm are both injured." Meanwhile, Fu Chongding was also being bandaged. The doctor instructed, "Student Fu, you need to lie down. Your internal injuries haven't healed yet." Tang Lion also reminded him, "Dang Songding, you're up next."
Try not to get injured again.
Fong Ping was confused. Magic Martial Uni has played 3 matches, and every player who stepped up has been seriously injured.
How did things turn out like this?
Deng Songding stepped onto the arena, and the sound of painful cries filled the air as both of his arms were twisted backwards. Fong Wenxiang from Jingdu had won. The announcer continued, "Please send the next member of Magic Martial Uni onto the stage," but no one stepped forward.
The person from Jingdu arrogantly spoke up, "Are you still daring to fight?" He kept stomping his feet, causing a stir among the crowd. Has the Magic Martial Uni team really all run away?
Zhang Beihao spoke up, "The next member of Magic Martial Uni, Fong Ping, please come to the stage."
Fong Ping, the next person, please come to the stage. Zhao Shuaimei was resting and recovering in the infirmary.
Fu Changding and Yang Xiaoman were no exceptions.
Fong Ping looked at his 3 injured friends, feeling sorrowful.
The members of the Magic Martial Uni team, in their pursuit of victory, had thrown caution to the wind and fought recklessly against their opponents. Yet, their captain deliberately wasted time, showing off, only thinking about his own reputation. With the large amount of medicine used, the match had been restricted, leading to the serious injuries of each member beforehand.
Fong Ping blamed himself. "I relied too much on the system, was arrogant, stubborn, and obstinate. Does this captain even deserve to lead?" My teacher hurriedly called out to Fong Ping, "Fong Ping, what are you doing here? It's your turn to go up now." The last person from Jingdu is very strong. If you can't defeat them, you need to save your strength for the finals.
Fong Ping gripped the saber tightly in his hand and said, "By teacher, in order to protect those around us, sometimes we have to use any means necessary, right?" Chen Yinshi heard this and widened her eyes in surprise, staring at Fong Ping.
Fong Wenxiang stretched his shoulders, laughing as he said, "Oh, isn't this the famous person who defeated 4 members of the 8 factions in a row, Fong Ping? After that battle in Jingdu, everyone has wanted to fight you. If they beat you, they'll become famous. Looks like I'm really lucky today." Fong Ping interrupted, "Stop talking nonsense."
He continued, "Let's get started." Fong Wenxiang assumed a fighting stance and prepared to attack, then swiftly charged towards Fong Ping. He raised his fist and used the sky-regretting fist. But Fong Ping simply raised his blade, and although Fong Wenxiang's punch landed on him, it caused no harm.
Fong Wenxiang was stunned. How could this be? Teacher Bai observed and noticed that Fong Ping must have put in considerable effort training his body technique.
With a punch that had a strength of 80 points, Fong Wenxiang's attack was easily broken. Fong Ping taunted him, "Sky-regretting fist, decent killer, but I'm stronger than you."
Then, Fong Ping unleashed his signature move, Violent Blood Second Combo. In an instant, he slashed an X-shaped cut across Fong Wenxiang.
His opponent's arms couldn't defend against the blow, and he took the full force of a powerful strike.
Fong Wenxiang was severely injured, with his vitality reaching 100 points. Fong Ping had mastered the technique. Fong Wenxiang's hand continued to bleed, while Fong Ping's vitality was restored thanks to a healing elixir.
The teacher smiled. "The ultimate move. It's called the ultimate move because it is the strongest lethal move, clearly only meant to be used for survival in desperate situations."
But Fong Ping's physical condition allows him to use it continuously.
The crowd behind cheered, "Fong Ping, you're amazing, defeat Jingdu."
Teacher Tang pondered, if the ultimate move can be used continuously, can it still be called the ultimate move?
Chen Yinshi thought for a moment, "It's the first time I've seen Fong Ping use all his strength. He's avenging Zhao Shuaimei and the others." Fong Wenxiang stood nearby, his body covered in blood, trembling as he watched Fong Ping.
Fong Ping, angry after taking the medicinal pill, said, "Well? Do you still feel lucky now?"
Fong Wenxiang glared at him.
Fong Ping continued, "You people from Jingdu, each of you is so arrogant, always thinking that any opponent is easy to bully.
Now, my team members are all seriously injured by you. As the team captain, I can't swallow this indignation." Violent blood raging blade. Without hesitation, Fong Ping slashed twice toward Fong Wenxiang, forcing him to block with his hands. Both of his arms, without the protective steel layer, bled profusely.
Fong Ping said, the last pill is here. After you eat it, just wait to die. Fong Ping swallowed the pill, and the bottle was now empty.
Fong Wenxiang trembled, lying in a pool of blood. Referee, I surrender.
Zheng Beihao said sternly, magic martial uni wins. The second round ends.
My teacher was extremely happy, but Fong Ping paused for a few seconds.
He shouted, I ate the pill too, why are you declaring surrender? You have to compensate me for the pill.
Zheng Beihao grabbed his head tightly, saying, Student Fong Ping, the opponent has surrendered, you cannot continue to fight.
Fong Ping kept shouting, Fong Wenxiang, right? If I meet you next time, I will definitely kill you. Give me back my pill.
On January 13th, in the gym of Magic Martial Uni, Teacher Tang was gathering the team to face off against Jingdu. In the semifinals, the Jingdu team had already defeated Liandu.
In today's final, we will fight against Jingdu, Teacher Tang announced. Now, I will announce the lineup.
Fu Changding stood up at this moment, I'm ready.
Teacher Tang declared, Chen Yunxi.
Shen Yunxi nervously wondered if she would be called to the field.
Next were Li Jiaosu, Sui Kai, Zhao Lei, and Fong Ping to lead the team. Fong Ping frowned, what if the substitute team members go up first and end up getting injured like before?
Fu Changding explained, from what I see, the school wants everyone to practice in real combat. After the previous battle, this time Jingdu was basically full of rookie losers.
And as for us at Magic Martial University, we still have you and me.
The two ace players basically mean that, no matter how the three substitute members perform, in the end, Jingdu will be swept away by Magic Martial University.
Li Jiaosu and Sui Kai are only of first-grade high-tier strength, while Chen Yunxi, although her vitality and grade aren't bad, will quickly lose because of her soft nature and fear of fighting. She will just voluntarily give up and leave the arena. I've put myself ahead of you this time. Once I'm up, I won't leave anyone behind for you. 1 for 3. But Fong Ping still pondered, I'm still worried.
Zheng Beihao announced, next match, Magic Martial University's Chen Yunxi vs Jingdu's Han Su.
Both teams, please send your members to the arena.
Fu Changding twisted his body, it's almost my turn to go up.
Chen Yunxi was extremely nervous.
Han Su spoke first, Chen Yunxi, I've heard of you. Your grandfather is the principal of Jingnan Martial Artist University, a grade 7 grandmaster. He continued, from childhood to now, she has always had access to a great deal of educational resources. I think it's a waste for those resources to be poured into her, because it turns out that her personality is weak, she doesn't like to fight, and she's fundamentally not suited to being a martial artist. I advise her to just admit defeat as soon as possible.
Chen Yunxi's face darkened as she looked at her classmate Han Su.
She furrowed her brows when she saw that his internal energy had been injured. You should go get treatment right away.
It's more important to take care of your body. Fu Changding was stunned. What is Chen Yunxi saying? This is a martial arts competition. Zhao Lei warmed up his limbs and laughed. Ah, you're still concerned about your opponent? You should just admit defeat, that would be better.
Fong Ping scratched his head and chuckled, Chen Yunxi is so kind-hearted. Even after Han Su insulted her, she still isn't angry.
Han Su's face darkened. Are you advising me to admit defeat?
I am the team leader of Jingdu, the top student in the martial arts examination.
And you dare to tell me to admit defeat? I hate being looked down upon.
Chen Yunxi was as fast as lightning and had already appeared behind Han Su.
Fu Changding was shocked, so fast. Is Chen Yunxi really this strong?
Chen Yunxi continued to advise him, classmate Han Su, you've misunderstood.
That's not what I meant.
If you don't go get treatment soon, it might hinder your cultivation later on. Han Su gritted his teeth, I told you, I hate it the most when people look down on me. But no matter how hard he swung his sword, Chen Yunxi dodged every strike.
Fu Changding laughed loudly, hurry up and fight back, this is not the time to be merciful with your opponent.
Chen Yunxi glanced at her friends behind her and saw Xiaoman and Zhao Shuimei injured. She thought to herself, the Magic Martial Uni team is giving their all for victory, So what reason do I have to be afraid of battle and retreat? You all have awakened in me what it means to be a true martial artist. She swung her leg, unleashing vitality, reaching, knocking the sword out of Han Su's hand.
Han Su was stunned.
Chen Yin, she said, classmate Han Su, I truly did not intend to look down on you, but if you want to fight, then I'll show you how seriously I can fight. She stepped forward and struck Han Su's shoulder, sending him flying far away. Zheng Beihao announced, Magic Martial Uni wins.
People began commenting, is this young lady a reserve team member?
I didn't expect her to defeat Han Su. She looks so fragile, but you can't judge a book by its cover. Yang Xiaoman cheered, Chen Yun, she is amazing. Fu Chongding was astonished, I didn't expect Chen Yun she to strike so gently. I had to exert so much effort just to barely injure Han Su.
Fang Ping was delighted, Chen Yun, she is no longer as weak and afraid of combat as she was before. She has become an elite martial artist.
In the subsequent matches, Chen Yun she continued to showcase her superior strength. Her mastery of both the cleft law and swordsmanship defeated one opponent after another from Jingdu. Apart from Han Su, the other members of Jingdu were merely substitutes. The outcome of the final match had already been decided.
Fang Ping approached Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, I heard you're planning to go for a 1 against 3?
Zhao Lei felt a pang of sadness in his heart.
Zheng Beihao declared, the champion of this freshman exchange competition is Magic City Martial Artist University.
The sound of congratulatory fireworks rang out. Everyone at Magic Martial University was overjoyed. Zhang Beihao continued, the competitors in this freshman competition do not fear battle, do not avoid it. Fight to showcase the prestige of Martial Artist University. Each competitor has shown the spirit of a martial artist. I proudly announce the successful conclusion of the first National Freshman Martial Arts Exchange Tournament. Magic Martial University has finally claimed the winning cup.
At the Magic City train station, people were bustling in and out. Fang Yuan leaned close to the newspaper Fang Ping was reading. What are you so focused on reading? Fang Ping pointed at the newspaper. After the Nation H exchange competition had announced the rankings of Magic City Martial Artist University, where Fang Ping's name appeared. Fang Yuan took a closer look and said, this is wrong, big brother. They made a mistake. Aren't you the champion of the exchange competition? Why are you only ranked 6th? Fang Ping leisurely leaned back, 6th place is fine, I don't care. Fang Yuan was very confused. Fang Ping whispered in her ear, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone, okay? I've broken through to become a rank 2 martial artist. Fang Yuan shouted, you're rank 2 now? Fang Ping quickly clamped her mouth shut. Everyone around them turned to look. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, great, Fang Ping's autograph will be worth more now. 1 autograph will be 200, 5 autographs will be 1,000. Fang Ping sighed, I really shouldn't have said anything. But speaking of money, this exchange competition has made me quite a fortune. The prize for the tournament was 500 points, the breakthrough reward for rank 2 was 100 points, and on top of that, my wealth points have increased by 20 million. Fang Ping thought to himself, time to go home, relax, and celebrate the new year with my family. The 2 siblings were only thinking about money. Finally, the train arrived. Fang Yuan happily ran toward their mother. Mom and Dad, we're back. Fang Ping's mother said, Ping Ping, Yuan Yuan. Fang Ping's father looked out, you're back? Fang Yuan boasted, listen, Mom, my brother is amazing. He's ranked 2nd now. Everyone around gasped, ranked 2nd? Fang Yuan proudly continued, I'm the first one to know. Fang Ping thought to himself, Fang Yuan really has a big mouth. Fang Yuan went on to recount the details, and there was the friendly competition too. Brother Ping knocked his opponent to the ground. At first, I was worried, but then he just kept striking, one after another. And then he won the championship. Fang Yuan's mother laughed loudly, no wonder your dad got promoted a few days ago. At that moment, Fong Ping's father had been promoted to deputy director, and someone else complimented Fong Ping on his impressive performance in the friendly competition. Fong Yuan asked, "So did Dad get a raise?" Fong Ping's mother lightly scolded, Yuan, why do you only think about money?" Fong Ping's father remained unbothered. He turned toward the kitchen. All right, put down your luggage and get ready for dinner." Fong Ping also noticed his father's strange attitude. The four of them ate dinner and chatted happily. The two siblings even received lucky money from their mother. Afterwards, both of them went on to paste riddles and decorate for the new year. The TV is airing the program The New Year is Coming, Flowers Bloom to welcome the new year. This is the time for families to reunite, bidding farewell to the old year and welcoming the new one. We would like to send our New Year greetings to all citizens across the country. Outside the living room, Mother and Fong Yuan are lying down watching TV. In the tea room, Fong Ping is sitting with his father. Fong Ping's father recalls the moment when Deng Songding's arm was broken. Everyone in the company frowned. Oh my god, this boy, both of his arms are broken. Is this still a competition? How cruel. The student Fong Wenxiang from Jingdu is too strong, and his style of play is even more brutal than the other students. Magic Martial University's team is in trouble now. When hearing the news that the next player from Magic Martial University, Fong Ping, would be stepping onto the stage, Fong Ping's father became very tense. One person in the group called out, "Old Fong, your son is about to step on the field, where's Old Fong?" Weird, he was just standing here. Fong Ping's father spoke up, "Is this how exchange competitions are supposed to be?" Fong Ping was a little surprised. He smiled and said, "No wonder you've been so quiet and upset, turns out it's because of this." He waved his hand, "Dad, don't worry. This exchange competition is just due to some special circumstances, so the fights got a bit too intense. We normally know how to stop during practice at school, it's not always this harsh." Ba Fong Ping put the teacup down, his face filled with concern. In his heart, he thought, as long as you have your own plans, that's fine. I don't fully understand, and I don't know why you all are risking so much. People in the bureau say that the Fong family is very fortunate to have such a good son. Whether you're the champion or second place, we're happy for you, but the greatest hope your mother and I have is that you can come home safely. Fong Ping was deeply moved upon hearing these words. He smiled and continued pouring tea for his father. "Don't worry, Dad, I'm not foolish. I won't get involved in anything dangerous." His father smiled back. "That's good, then." At that moment, Fong Yuan entered angrily. "What are you two doing here? Zhao Ben Shan is about to perform." Fong Ping and his father were both startled. "So soon? Has he arrived?" Fong Ping thought for a moment. "If you ask martial artists why they risk their lives, I think it's probably to protect something." At the Nanjiang General's office, the governor of Nanjiang, Zhang Dingnan, a 7th level grandmaster, had a stern expression. He said, "This operation to suppress the evil cult in Nanjiang is to prepare for the second-tier students to enter the underground cave area." The teacher stood up and objected, "A rank 2 martial artist, no matter how strong, is still only rank 2. Entering a dungeon is like walking to your death. I can't let my students take such risks." Zheng Beihao raised his hand to calm her down. "Feng Ro, don't be so agitated. The Ministry of Education is doing this out of necessity. The situation in the dungeons is becoming more tense, and the evil sects are also struggling. We don't have much time left to properly nurture new students." Feng Ro still firmly opposed, but someone next to her grabbed her hand. "In the dungeon, besides martial artists, there are also a large number of soldiers stationed. They are ordinary people, but martial artists don't run from battle, they don't shy away from fighting. The students of the Martial Artist University, as martial artists, have even less reason to avoid combat. Vice Minister Zhang, this decision must be made now. Our Magic Martial University will not let others take on our responsibilities." Fong Yuan excitedly held up a poster. "Look, everyone, there's going to be fireworks by the river on Chinese New Year's Eve this year.
His mother also cheerfully replied, I heard this year's event will be very big.
There will probably be a lot of people.
If we want to go, we need to leave early to grab a good spot. His father was just as excited. Since they banned fireworks, the New Year's vibe has really been lost.
This time it should be quite lively. Fong Yuan turned to ask, Big brother, are you going? Fong Ping answered, I'm not going.
It's fine to watch from home, no need to squeeze outside. Fong Yuan's eyes sparkled as she pleaded, Come on, please, it's been such a long time since our whole family went out together.
Fong Ping thought for a moment, it does seem like that's true. The last time we went out as a family was over a year ago. Just then, Fong Ping's phone rang. At the Yang City Big Hotel, many people were gathering. Fong Ping answered the call, Uncle Tan, what's going on?
On the other end of the line, Uncle Tan replied, There's an announcement that needs to be made. All the martial artists of Yang City are required to attend. In the conference hall, Bai Jin Shan, the governor of Yang City and a rank 3 peak martial artist, began speaking, Welcome, everyone, to this martial artist exchange event in Yang City. I am Bai Jin Shan, and today I'll be direct about the reason for gathering you all.
The Nanjiang province has just issued a new decree, which enforces 2 key provisions concerning vitality reaching martial artists.
First, every district in the city must establish a civil martial artist combat team and conduct battle tactics training within 1 month. Second, an annual assessment of vitality reaching and battle tactics will be held, with personal ranks being re-evaluated from scratch.
Immediately, the hall erupted in murmurs, What's going on? What? They want us to train in battle tactics? Are you kidding? I'm 50 years old, what's the point of training now?
Someone else protested, Governor Bai, this is ridiculous. Another person voiced frustration, exactly, I have a mountain of work at my company back home.
Where am I supposed to find the time for training?
We're martial artists, not trying to lose our livelihoods.
Yet another person spoke up, why don't we just go straight to the battlefield then? Bai Jin Shan angrily shouted, This is an order.
If you don't want to follow it, immediately cancel your status as a martial artist and revoke all benefits. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, and no one dared to say anything further.
Fong Ping pondered, among the vitality-reaching martial artists, there are many elderly ones who hold their positions and await their end. For Yang City to develop better, reform is indeed needed. However, the urgency with which it's being implemented has something happened.
In the hallway, Bai Jin Shan walked and conversed with Fong Ping.
He asked, Student Fong, what do you think about the real world of martial artists? How much do you understand about it? Fong Ping awkwardly replied, I guess you're not talking about the dungeon, right? Bai Jin Shan nodded, that's right. It seems you've learned a bit already.
Actually, this reform policy is being implemented in only 3 provinces, Nanjiang, Nanhe, and Nanzhou.
The main reason is related to the dungeon.
Based on the timing, locations, and patterns of finding dungeon entrances over the past years, it is speculated that the next entrance will likely open in Nanjiang province.
Fong Ping was stunned, Nanjiang? Could it really appear right here in our Yang City?
Bai Jin Shan furrowed his brows, the possibility is very high. That's why the reform must be rushed in this province, to strengthen local defense forces. He continued, in Nanjiang, our economy is weak, it is difficult to even have a powerful expert appear, and even more difficult to retain one. Classmate Fong, when I tell you these things, I have no other intention.
If one day the dungeon opens here, I truly hope that you can return to assist Nanjiang and protect Yang City. Fong Ping's gaze was firm as he responded, Governor, don't worry.
As long as I'm strong enough, I will never shy away from a battle. During the Lantern Festival, the streets were decorated with lanterns, and the atmosphere was lively.
Fong Yuan's father comforted her, Yuan, don't be sad.
Your older brother suddenly received a notice from the instructor, and there's nothing we can do about it. Her mother smiled gently, encouraging her, later, we'll record a video for your brother to watch. That way, it will feel like the whole family is watching the fireworks together.
Fang Yuan was upset and protested, "I'm not recording anything." If he didn't want to come, then fine, who cares?
In the sky, the fireworks bloomed brilliantly.
Fang Ping was elsewhere, watching the video on his phone.
The voices of his parents echoed in the video. Ping Ping, when you get to school, remember to buy some rice cakes. At school, focus on your cultivation and don't put too much pressure on yourself. If you get too tired, come back home.
Fang Yuan grumbled, "Fang Ping, you're such a big liar. You promised you would come, and then you didn't."
If it weren't for Mom and Dad begging me, I wouldn't have recorded the fireworks for you.
Fang Ping sat on the train, deep in thought. Will Yang City have a dungeon entrance? It's not impossible.
Yang City is my hometown, the place where my family and loved ones are.
To protect them, I must become stronger, and I need to do it fast. When he arrived at school, Fang Ping sought out Feng Ro and asked, "Instructor, is there something important? Why did you call me back so urgently?"
Feng Ro answered, her voice serious, "There's no time left. At the end of the month, the Academy will send you all to Nanjing for a mission to suppress a cult. There's a high chance you'll face a rank 3 enemy, and there's even a possibility that rank 2 students will enter a dungeon before long."
Fang Ping was taken aback. "Does that mean?" Feng Ro nodded. "It's essentially a suicide mission. That's why the most urgent thing right now is to improve your strength quickly."
In the training room of the real training tower, Fang Ping was training fiercely alongside Chen Yunxi.
Around them, people kept cheering, "Chen Yunxi, you can do it. Fang Ping, stay focused." Fang Ping was drenched in sweat, but his mind was still clouded with dark thoughts.
Ever since he learned about the dungeon invasion threat, he had been plagued by nightmares. In his dreams, he saw his parents and Fang Yuan cold and lifeless, lying motionless on the floor. The thought surged through his mind, causing Fang Ping to kick Chen Yunxi away with all his might. He clenched his fists, silently swearing to himself, "I will never let that happen.
I must become stronger, stronger than ever."
Fang Ping thrust his dagger into the ground, his gaze resolute. "Guys, I want to form a rank 2 team that specializes in taking military missions.
Are you interested?" Fu Changding asked in surprise. "Military missions?" Meanwhile, the others showed great excitement. "Sounds good, I'm interested. Military missions will definitely be thrilling. The rewards must be generous too. We've all reached rank 2, we should be doing something that matches our level." Fu Changding raised both hands and laughed loudly. "Military missions? For us, that's as easy as pie."
Chen Yunxi was silent for a moment before speaking. "Even though I've reached rank 2, I'm afraid I might drag everyone down."
Zhao Lei immediately waved his hand. "If you're worried about dragging us down, then don't go. Don't let your kindness harm the whole team." Fang Ping scoffed. "Zhao Lei, are you a dog? Why do you have a back leg itching to be scratched?"
Zhao Lei's face darkened, his voice rising. "What did you just say?"
Fu Changding burst into laughter, teasing, "Oh, let me check if your back legs are actually dog legs."
With that, he made a move to pull down Zhao Lei's pants.
Zhao Lei's face turned bright red, and he shouted, "Fu Changding, I'll beat you up right now."
Ding Xiaoman, angered, spoke up to mediate. "Chen Yunxi, don't mind what Zhao Lei says.
He's just talking nonsense."
Zhao Lei couldn't hold back anymore and threw a punch toward Fu Changding. "Fu Changding, I'll kill you."
Fang Ping smiled and comforted. "That's right, you have to trust yourself. You are Chen Yunxi, you're no weaker than anyone else."
Chen Yunxi nodded, her eyes full of determination. "Yeah, I will definitely try my best."
Upstairs, Feng Ro and Zhao Xuemei were observing them. Feng Ro commented, "In the next few months, rank 2 martial artists will have to carry out dungeon missions.
It's good to practice a bit now, so when the time comes, they won't be caught off guard and flustered." Zhao Xuemei raised her hand and said loudly, "Instructor, I want to join too."
Feng Ro shook her head and refused outright. "No.
Your injury has just healed, and you haven't broken through to rank 2 yet. Don't push yourself too hard." Zhao Xuemei lowered her head, her voice full of sadness. "Yes." In the forest, Fong Ping and his team were discussing their upcoming mission plan. The target this time is to eliminate the base of the Chaos World sect. According to the intelligence, the leader of the base is a rank 2, and there are 3 first-grade martial artists providing support.
Fong Ping assigned the tasks. Yang Xiaoman and Dang Songding will guard the back entrance to cut off the enemy's escape route.
Zhao Lei and I will deal with the rank 2 pinnacle. Fu Changding will handle the first-grade martial artists, and Chen Yunxi will take care of the non-martial artists.
Chen Yunxi hesitated and asked, "Is the mission information accurate this time? Last time, we almost got killed."
Upon hearing this, Fong Ping immediately tore up the mission plan in his hand.
Yang Xiaoman stared in shock, mouth agape. "Fong Ping, are you crazy?" Fong Ping signaled and lowered his voice, "Keep it down, don't let anyone hear.
I want to remind everyone of one thing, don't completely trust the intel. If a rank 2 or even rank 3 shows up unexpectedly, I'll deal with the strongest one.
Zhao Lei will handle the other.
And remember the principle, if we can fight, we fight, if we can't, we retreat.
We're here to make money, not to risk our lives, got it?" One by one, the teammates responded through their earpieces. Yang Xiaoman, in position.
Duong Dung Ding, in position. Fu Changding, in position. Zhao Lei, in position.
Chen Yunxi, in position. Fong Ping replied, "Good. Listen for my orders and get ready to move."
In front of them, an old man was fast asleep, snoring steadily.
Above his head, a giant spider had spun a massive web. Fong Ping began signaling, 3, 2, 1.
The spider was hanging right in front of the old man's mouth, and the team had closed in.
Fong Ping gave the order, "Move."
He quickly shoved the spider into the old man's mouth, then swiftly squeezed his throat to knock him out without making a sound. Despite this, the team remained on high alert. Once the old man was completely immobilized, Fong Ping moved up to the front door. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind. Fong Ping broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes frantically scanning the surroundings as his heart pounded in his chest. Zhao Lei accidentally stepped on a dry twig.
Fong Ping frowned and exclaimed, "It's over."
Before he could finish his sentence, a figure rushed out of the darkness and attacked Zhao Lei. Chen Yunxi quickly used his sword to block the punch of the attacker. Zhao Lei was startled, his mouth agape, unable to say a word.
Chen Yunxi turned back and asked, "Are you okay?" However, the situation wasn't over.
From behind, 2 more figures appeared and quickly supported the one who had attacked. The 3 of them divided their opponents, each taking on one. There was a noise from the door, and suddenly, 2 sharp blades aimed directly at Fong Ping. He quickly used his own blade to block, realizing that these were the 2 rank 2 leaders. Fong Ping struggled to block their consecutive strikes, but the strength of both forced him to retreat a bit.
The 2 of them charged forward, launching a relentless attack. Fong Ping thought to himself, "Although my strength is limited, my combat skills have reached a stable level. Dealing with them isn't a problem."
Fong Ping smiled confidently, "With teammates supporting me, I don't need to use any resources in this fight.
I just need to hold them off until reinforcements arrive."
Suddenly, from behind Fong Ping, a sharp sword shot toward him.
He turned around warily, thinking, "What? Are there still enemies left?" The sword struck Fong Ping's head hard, causing a sharp pain and leaving a bump.
He staggered back, still clutching his blade, his eyes filled with determination. Fong Ping sat down, clutching his head and crying out, "Oh my god, it hurts so much, I feel like I'm going to die." The 2 rank 2 fighters in front of him were confused, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, Zhao Lei rushed forward, shouting, "Haha! Even your swords got knocked away by me. You're so weak." It turned out he was dealing with another opponent, not paying attention to Fong Ping's situation.
Fong Ping, furious, shouted, "Zhao Lei! That sword almost hit me. Are you trying to kill your teammate?"
The 2 rank 2 fighters charged at him again.
Fong Ping quickly raised his guard, trying to block the attacks.
On the other side, Fu Changding was fighting another opponent, yelling, "Die already! He swung his spear, aiming directly at his enemy. The opponent quickly dodged, but the spear shot straight toward Zhao Lei. Fu Changding yelled in panic, "Zhao Lei, move!" Zhao Lei was surprised but quickly jumped up, narrowly avoiding the spear's path. Furious, he shouted, "Oh my god, Fu Changding, are you trying to stab me to death?" Fu Changding refused to back down, shouting back, "Who told you to appear right then? I don't have eyes in the back of my head. Can't you move out of the way yourself?" At that moment, an explosion rang out at the spot where the two had just stood. Both of them quickly retreated in panic. From a distance, Yang Xiaoman hesitantly called out, "Sorry. I couldn't control the power of the sword." "Are you both okay?" Seeing the chaos unfold, Fong Ping roared, "Are you kidding me? Can you have a little team awareness?" He thought to himself, it was supposed to be a quick mission, but the heavens really are forcing my hand. If that's the case, it looks like I'll have to spend these 390 vitality reaching points after all. Fong Ping executed the Violent Blood 3 combo, tearing apart a rank 3 opponent with a single strike. He narrowed his eyes, there was still one more, and that one was trying to escape. Fong Ping immediately chased after him, determined not to let him get away. Spending 430,000 wealth points, the vitality reaching was restored, and with a violent blood-raging blade, he slashed straight into the man's torso. The opponent screamed in pain. Fong Ping was truly enraged now. He shouted, "This is the last time I'm saying this. The whole point of this team is to make money, to accelerate our training. Get serious, all of you." After dealing with the two rank 2 opponents, Fong Ping saw that Chen Yunxi was still fighting. He quickly used his blade to pierce through the chest of the enemy in front of her. The one fighting Fu Changding behind him was also wounded by Fu Changding's strike and impaled through the body, lifted up into the air. Zhao Lei immediately swung his fist, finishing off the last one, "Die, you bastard." At that moment, Dang Songding ran over, "Are there still enemies left?" Yang Xiaoman immediately responded, "We've got your back." Fong Ping sighed, "But all the enemies here have already been eliminated." He placed a bag on the ground, and all the spoils of war were here, totaling around 6 million. However, the cost for this mission was already 2 million, meaning that after deducting the initial cost, only 4 million would remain, which would then need to be divided among 6 people. Fong Ping frowned and thought to himself, with this bunch of amateurs, who knows how long it will take before we save up enough money. Half a month later, at the Sioux City Big Hotel, Fong Ping was deep in thought. It's been half a month already. We've completed 12 missions, but the rewards are still a bit low. He looked at everyone and said, "We need to pick a mission with a higher loot drop rate." Fu Changding picked up a piece of paper and looked at it. "How about this number 58? It's worth 10 million. And it's a cult mission, one we're familiar with." It had a bounty notice number 508, for a person named Yellow Hair, cult chief, charged with murder, inciting rebellion, illegal proselytizing, and 10 other crimes. Rank 3 initial stage, with a reward of 7 million, requiring the target's elimination at Sioux City Park, with an active period of 20 months. Yang Xiaoman, worried, asked, "Are you crazy? A rank 3 wanted criminal, do you think we can take him on?" Fu Changding answered confidently, "Fong Ping is already rank 2 pinnacle. With the 6 of us against 1, do you still think we can't catch him?" Chen Yunxi flipped through the book. "Everyone, look at the next 2 pages, and try to check this arrest warrant 511. It contained information about Pan Xiaoyang, a researcher at Nanjiang Martial Artist University's research department, charged with commercial espionage and involvement in the trafficking of classified materials. He was a rank 3 pinnacle martial artist, with a reward of up to 10 million for his capture, alive. The last place he was seen was Donglin province, and the time of his activities was undetermined." Yang Xiaoman shouted, "Chen Yunxi, are you crazy? We just chose a rank 3 initial stage mission, and you pick a rank 3 pinnacle one. This yellow hair guy is a combat martial artist who has killed people before. Clearly, he's a dangerous and cunning criminal. Meanwhile, the bald guy is just an intellectual martial artist who only deals with classified information and has never killed anyone." Fang Ping analyzed, an intellectual martial artist has weaker combat intent, so it would be easier to fight him. However, the bald guy's time of activity is undetermined, and we basically don't know when he'll show up, so I've decided to go after yellow hair.
Fang Ping tore down the yellow hair arrest warrant.
On March 20th, at Sioux City Park, yellow hair was pretending to be a balloon seller in the park, selling cheap balloons. Yang Xiaoman observed, "That's definitely yellow hair, no mistake." Fu Changding sent a message, "Fang Ping, confirm the target." Fang Ping received the message, "Everyone pay attention, be careful and surround them." Deng Songding and Zhao Lei were ready, their hands itching to move. The children rushed out, "I want a balloon, I want a balloon." The children's mother eagerly said, "All right, let's go buy them." Chen Yunxi worriedly said, "This is bad, there are children here." Fang Ping ordered, "Everyone move quickly, we must get ahead of the children." Fang Ping and Chen Yunxi walked through the crowd, heading towards yellow hair. Suddenly, Fang Ping passed by Pan Xiaoyang. Chen Yunxi whispered, "It's him." Fang Ping frowned, "Brothers, we've spotted the bald guy." The crowd murmured, "What should we do? Which one do we catch first?" Fang Ping quickly gave orders. He thought for a moment, turned his head to look at the bald man, but then stared intently at yellow hair. A child approached yellow hair. Fang Ping frowned, "This is bad." The child hugged yellow hair's leg, "Uncle, I want a balloon." Fang Ping ordered a halt. The others worriedly asked, "Damn it, is the child dangerous?" The children rushed in, "I want a balloon too." Yellow hair waved his hand, don't make a fuss, everything is here." Fang Ping analyzed, "Don't worry, yellow hair still has a mission. As long as we don't show up, he won't harm the kids." Everyone nodded in agreement. Chen Yunxi asked, "So what do we do now?" The bald man, Pan Xiaoyang, seemed to be looking for something. Fang Ping spoke up, "Then let's change our target and start chasing the bald guy." Pan Xiaoyang walked to a vacant spot, opened a hatch leading to an underground tunnel, and climbed down. Below, there was already a large bag waiting. Pan Xiaoyang's hearing was sharp. He heard a sound and turned his head upwards. It was Fang Ping, who was using his blade with all his strength to slash towards him. Pan Xiaoyang quickly dodged, but Fang Ping continued to swing his blade down into the tunnel. Pan Xiaoyang unleashed a burst of vitality reaching power. Fang Ping wiped his sweat, "The strength of that blade is incredible. Turns out he's rank 3 peak." Thanks to the powerful blade strike, Pan Xiaoyang managed to escape from the tunnel, clutching the large bag. He sneered, "A rank 2 dare to make a move against me?" Fang Ping confidently stepped forward, "Who said there's only one rank 2? In the blink of an eye, the 6 members of Fang Ping's team surrounded Pan Xiaoyang. He remained vigilant, thinking, "What's the difference if there are 6 people?" Fang Ping observed, his vitality reaching out, and the pressure he exuded was incredibly strong. He glanced at Chen Yunxi, thinking to himself, "If I wanted to kill someone, I would definitely kill her first." Fang Ping admired, "No wonder you're at rank 3 peak, you can spot weaknesses in the encirclement with just one look." Pan Xiaoyang lowered his head, "However, I don't want to kill anyone." Fang Ping smiled, "What a coincidence, we don't want to kill anyone either. We just need to capture you and exchange you for the 10 million reward." It seemed like Pan Xiaoyang had the upper hand but voluntarily chose to be conciliatory. The fighting spirit of this knowledgeable martial artist was truly weak. Pan Xiaoyang opened a bag, "In that case, how about we make a deal? It's just 10 million, isn't it? No matter who you take it from, it's the same, right? I'll give you this 10 million, and you pretend you never saw me." Fang Ping was a little surprised, the opponent is intent on avoiding a fight, so we must change our approach. Chen Yunxi, Yang Xiaoman, and Deng Songding were all puzzled by his actions. Zhao Lei and Fu Changding had similar thoughts. Fang Ping then lowered his weapon and raised both hands, "All right, everyone, put down your weapons." Zhao Lei was angry, "Fang Ping, what are you doing?" Fang Ping thought for a moment, "If war breaks out, Chen Yunxi will definitely be in danger, so I'll just calm Pan Xiaoyang down for now and figure things out later."
He smiled. If this is something money can solve, then why bother with fighting and killing, right, uncle? Everyone lowered their weapons. Pan Xiaoyang nodded. If that's the case, then I'll back down. Fang Ping bent down to pick up the money and, after checking the wanted notice, realized this uncle wasn't the kind of big-time villain. Pan Xiaoyang's face darkened. I have my own difficulties. Fang Ping asked cautiously, is that so? So the unjust world forces people to do bad things, huh? Pan Xiaoyang didn't answer. Is the money counted correctly? If there's no problem, I'll be leaving. Fang Ping stopped him. Hold on. Deng Songding stood in front of him, raising his knife to block. Pan Xiaoyang was furious. Little brat, are you trying to play tricks with the computer? Fang Ping reassured him. Haha, don't misunderstand, this million is for you, as a token of our sincerity. Pan Xiaoyang was confused. What are you trying to do? Fang Ping stuffed the money into his pocket. Like I said, this is our sincerity. Moreover, there are 6 of us, 10 million is hard to split, but 9 million is just right. Pan Xiaoyang frowned. Well, thank you then. Fang Ping waved his hand and walked leisurely. Yang Xiaoman shouted loudly, Fang Ping, why are you dealing with criminals? Haven't you awakened your martial artist ethics yet? Fu Changding, curious, said, Bro, I want to help you, but this time. Chen Yunxi looked dejected. Sorry, it's because of me that you. Fang Ping's phone rang. Ignoring the shouting from the people behind him, Fang Ping calmly answered the call. Hello, Wang brother? On the other end of the line was Wang Jinyang. What's going on, Fang Ping? Fang Ping replied, Traitor Pan Xiaoyang, I just planted a tracking device on him. Send someone to catch him quickly. Everyone shifted from anger to surprise. A tracking device? Fu Changding admired. Wow. That's amazing. Chen Yunxi smiled. So it wasn't because of me after all? Fang Ping was also at a loss for words with them. He placed the stack of money that Pan Xiaoyang had given him earlier on the ground. Smiling, he said, Please, gentlemen, we can start dividing the spoils now. Song Ding grabbed his share of the money. Only you could do this, getting money from a criminal's pocket. Zhao Lei, surprised, said, Next time, let us know in advance if you have something. Don't make us play the fool again. Yang Xiaoman lowered her voice. Alright, I misjudged you this time. Fang Ping arrogantly replied, So, do I have martial virtue? Do I have enlightenment? Do I have knowledge? Fu Changding cheered, Yes, you have everything. In the end, I've finally realized what the joy of making money is. Yang Xiaoman expressed concern. Fang Ping, after Nan Martial University catches him, do you think they'll reward us for the tip? Fu Changding explained, the reward for reporting information won't be much. It's probably better to just directly find Wang Jinyang and ask him to show us a brighter path. Fang Ping, agreeing, nodded and said, Yeah, that's true. Wang older brother is already rank 4 now. If we find him, we'll definitely get something. At Nanjiang Martial Artists University, Wang Jinyang smiled, You're here now. You even brought 6 rank 2 people to Nan Martial University. Magic Martial Uni seems pretty bold, huh? Fang Ping scratched his head awkwardly. Wang brother, stop teasing us. We're about to be poor and destitute. We came to you to make a bit of money. Wang Jinyang asked, I do have quite a few ways to make double the money. Not sure if you guys are interested? Fang Ping was stunned. Double the money? What kind of method is that, bro? Wang Jinyang explained, Do you remember when I mentioned how to manipulate your spirit? The anger from humiliation can not only temporarily unleash superhuman vitality but can also help someone progress. He continued, The students of Nan Martial University no longer want to make progress, they are only interested in playing. The leaders of Nan Martial University want to reform, but they always delay and procrastinate. Therefore, I want to borrow your strength. The ball that had just fallen landed at Wang Jinyang's feet, and others came to ask for it back. Sorry, Wang teacher, could you pass the ball over to us? However, Wang Jinyang crushed the ball, making it explode, then said, Let the students of Nan Martial University taste the humiliation.
Seeing the ball explode under Wang Jinyang's feet, the two people who had come to ask for it back were scared, not daring to approach.
Fong Ping recognized Wang Jinyang's attitude. Wang brother, do you mean you want us to challenge Nan Martial University?
Wang Jinyang glanced at him. Exactly, challenge Nan Martial University, let's have a rank 2 battle.
Fong Ping scratched his head and ears. Wang brother, that's not appropriate, what if someone gets hurt? Wang Jinyang responded, don't worry, you won't suffer any losses. Each person will get 3 rank 2 vitality reaching pills. Also, I'll invite Governor Zhang and Principal Lu, those two masters, to watch the match. Fong Ping looked at his teammates behind him. So, what do you think, are you in? Everyone chorused, of course we're in.
Fong Ping nodded, alright, we'll take on the villain role, no problem. On the campus of Nan Martial University, there were a lot of people gathered around at this moment. Wang Jinyang reminded, on our side, we've only selected 5 rank 2 pinnacles, so one of your 6 must step down from the battle. Deng Songding gritted his teeth and said, among the group, I'm the only one who hasn't reforged bone twice, so I'll step out. Wang Jinyang nodded, alright, we'll have to rely on you guys later. Zhao Lei stretched his arms and legs, don't worry, leave it to us, Wang brother.
Chen Yunxi anxiously asked, Xiaoman, have you seen Fong Ping? I wonder where he went.
Yang Xiaoman pointed behind her, he's sneaking off making a phone call. Everyone's so worried, but he's fine, he even has time to make a phone call. Chen Yunxi said, it's fine, he's just making a phone call. Fong Ping hung up the phone and said, guys, I've got some good news. Dean Huangjing and instructor Bai Ruoxi are coming to support us.
So? What's the reaction? Don't believe me?
Fu Changding frowned, no, it's just that we can't believe you're this happy over this news.
Fong Ping pressed his lips together, is it that obvious?
He continued, that's right, these matters are not the most important. What matters is that in this challenge, the school will award 2 first-rank vitality reaching pills and 5 second-rank vitality reaching pills to encourage the participants. Fu Changding smiled, Fong Ping is truly a genius businessman in the martial arts world.
When it comes to making money, who can surpass him? Yang Xiaoman murmured, why is this man shining so brightly today?
The host declared, the match begins. The announcer introduced Chen Pengfei, a third-year student at Nanjiang Martial University, ranked rank 2 pinnacle and currently serving as the captain of the school's second-tier martial arts team. His opponent is Zhao Lei from Magic Martial University, rank 2 middle stage. Both quickly rushed into battle, while a man stood observing from outside. He was Zhangding Nan, the governor of Nanjiang province, who had reached the grade 7 Grandmaster realm. He laughed loudly, ha! Not bad, not bad. The smell of gunpowder is already strong right from the start. Huang Jing, the associate dean of the Magic Martial University Weaponry Academy, a master at the grade 7 level, stepped forward and greeted, Governor Zhang, Principal Lu, I apologize for being late.
Zhang Dingnan smiled and responded, Elder Huang, you're late? Probably thought your team would win for sure and took it easy, huh?
Huang Jing remained calm and said, I just received news about that young fellow Fong Ping, so I came immediately. Principal Lu Zhaozhang of Nanjiang Martial University, a rank 7 master, sneered, you're late, the later the better, so you don't have to witness your student being defeated so miserably. Huang Jing replied with a frown, yes, if I had to stand here and watch your student lose both matches right away, that would truly be heartless. Lu Zhaozhang, enraged, retorted, that damn old fool. This is not your Magic Martial University. Zhang Dingnan, standing next to them, thought to himself, in the end, we'll have to wait for the fight to know who wins. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chen Pengfei swung his spear arrogantly at Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei skillfully dodged, leaping onto the spear's tip.
Chen Pengfei looked up and coldly laughed, you dare jump onto my spear? Your foot is already off the ground, sooner or later, you'll have to land.
He pulled back his spear, preparing to unleash his next move, predicting spear. However, to his surprise, Zhao Lei did not land on the ground as Chen Pengfei had expected, but stayed balanced on the spear's tip. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Fang Ping, observing from the sidelines, gave a subtle nod of approval. It's a pity Zhao Lei has already reached the airstep realm. Immediately after, Zhao Lei delivered a powerful kick, sending Chen Pengfei flying away. Grabbing Chen Pengfei's spear, he spun around and pointed it coldly at his opponent. Do you submit? Chen Pengfei trembled, fear evident in his voice. I concede. Wang Jinyang instructed, in the next match, you must quickly defeat the remaining 4. Only then can we smoothly carry out the reforms at Nanjiang Martial University. Fang Ping nodded slightly. All right, the customer is always right. Fang Ping, a student of Magic Martial University, at rank 2 Pinnacle, smiled and said, I hope sister will go easy on me. His opponent, Lan Kai, a third-year student of Nanjiang Martial University, also at rank 2 Pinnacle, charged at him fiercely. Who's your sister? Take this. Fang Ping swiftly dodged the strike with ease. He thought to himself, for this match, I probably won't need to use the system, both to save money and to test my true strength. Outside the arena, Zhang Dingnan observed and murmured, I remember this kid used my violent blood-raging blade technique in the National Martial Arts Tournament. Lu's Liao Zhang continued, this kid is from Jiangnan. It's a pity he couldn't get into Jiangnan Martial University. Truly a loss of talent. Huang Jing smiled lightly and responded, Principal Lu, why say such things? Whether it's Magic Martial University or Nan Martial University, both contribute to the country. Zhang Dingnan had a flash of thought, tell him to meet me later. I have something to give him. Back in the match, Lan Kai still couldn't land a hit on Fang Ping. Frustrated, she shouted, damn it. Is running all you know how to do? Fang Ping calmly dodged the attack and shrugged, if you can't hit me, what other option do I have? Lan Kai angrily shouted, if you're so tough, then stop running. Fang Ping chuckled and shrugged in response, if I can counterattack, let's see if you can handle it. A rank 2 martial artist like you can't even withstand a single move. With that, Fang Ping faced Lan Kai, who was holding a sword, with his bare hands. He unleashed the violent blood 3 combo, and instantly, that terrifying power sent Lan Kai flying off the arena. Outside, Zhang Dingnan nodded in satisfaction, quite impressive. One strike from Fang Ping not only made Lan Kai spit blood but also sent her tumbling off the platform. Fang Ping coldly looked down and said, you've lost. Next. At that moment, a man with a pouty mouth charged up, shouting loudly, I'm next. My name is. Before he could finish introducing himself, Fang Ping raised his hand to stop him and calmly said, don't bother, no need for introductions. A weakling like you, I won't even remember. The man with the pouty mouth angrily yelled, I'll chop you to death. But before he could do anything, Fang Ping swung his sword and struck him in the face, knocking out a few of his teeth. Fang Ping yelled, get lost. The man immediately collapsed, his face pale, too scared to make a sound. Everyone around looked at each other in astonishment, not daring to speak. Fang Ping even pointed the tip of his sword at him, his gaze cold and sharp. The man trembled so much he could barely stand, almost embarrassing himself right there. Outside the arena, Wang Jinyang furrowed his brow and muttered, Magic Martial really has talent, but Fang Ping, you're playing the villain a little too much. A green-haired martial artist from Magic Martial University stepped onto the stage, his gaze full of confidence. Fang Ping was indeed talented, but when he saw Fang Ping's arrogant attitude, he let out a faint chuckle, shaking his head as he said, isn't that a bit too arrogant? Fang Ping was on alert, silently thinking, this guy is different from the others. Finally, a worthy opponent. No need for the system, no need for a weapon. I have to make the audience below truly respect me. He signaled with a simple gesture and said, all right, in this match, we'll fight one-on-one. As soon as the words left his mouth, Fang Ping and the green-haired guy rushed at each other, exchanging a flurry of punches. Both quickly sprang back to avoid the blows. Fang Ping looked at his hand, slightly trembling, this punch. It's pretty tough. The green-haired guy wasn't much better, several scrapes appeared on his body. However, he didn't let that stop him and immediately charged forward to throw another punch. Fang Ping flipped and delivered a kick, but the green-haired guy swiftly grabbed his leg. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Ping used the momentum to slam a powerful kick into his chest, forcing him back a few steps. Despite that, the green-haired guy only roared, "Keep attacking." Fong Ping gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Damn it, I won't be able to dodge this time." Sure enough, he took a powerful punch from the green-haired guy, stumbling backward. Below the stage, Bai Ruoshi was stunned. Who is this guy? Has he fought on the battlefield before? Fong Ping is in danger. Wang Jinyang furrowed his brows and said, "Instructor Bai is right. This guy is Gu Xiong, from a military family." On the stage, Gu Xiong yelled, his voice dripping with mockery, "Fong Ping, a weakling like you dares to act tough on the battlefield?" Fong Ping's eyes flashed with a cold, fiery glare. "You really think I'm afraid of you?" The two charged at each other again, determined to fight without mercy. Blood began to ooze from both of their hands, and the force from each strike was so powerful it left everyone around them in awe. Chen Yunxi frowned and murmured, "This is terrifying." Their bones seem to have been tempered. Every time they collide, it sounds like metal striking metal. Zhang Dingnan couldn't hide his shock. He looked at Huang Jing, who was standing beside him, and the latter spoke up, "What's wrong?" Zhang Dingnan said in a deep voice, "Students from Magic Martial University don't just rely on resources to accumulate strength. If they didn't have the courage to face real battles, Fong Ping wouldn't have been able to become the top freshman. But if this keeps going, both of them will be severely injured. Perhaps it's time to stop and call it a draw." Huang Jing nodded in agreement, but Zhang Dingnan suddenly raised his hand to stop him. "Wait." On the arena, Fong Ping shouted loudly, his eyes blazing with determination, "Come on." He charged forward, using his own head to slam forcefully into Gu Xiong's head. The collision made Gu Xiong grimace in pain, but Fong Ping refused to back down. He challenged, "Bring it on." The two rushed at each other once more, this time engaging in a fierce headbutting clash. Both were in pain, and eventually, they were knocked back. Gu Xiong staggered to his feet, but it was clear that the impact had left him dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Ping delivered a decisive kick to his chest. Gu Xiong could no longer defend himself. He was thrown off the arena, tumbling toward the audience before collapsing to the ground, unable to stand up again. Fong Ping panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and thought to himself, "Without using the system, I just barely managed to win. I'm still too weak." He lifted his head and shouted, "Next." Wang Jinyang stepped forward and raised his hand to stop him. "Get off the stage, defeating Gu Xiong is enough to prove your strength." Fong Ping frowned, puzzled, "Didn't you tell me to suppress them? I can still take down a few more." Wang Jinyang shook his head calmly, "That's enough. Besides, Governor Zhang wants to see you." Fong Ping was surprised. "Governor?" In the large room, Zhang Dingnan was waiting for Fong Ping. When Fong Ping entered, he didn't turn around but spoke in a steady voice, "You seem to frequently use my violent blood-raging blade technique." Fong Ping scratched his head, laughing awkwardly, "Yes, it's simple, brutal, and easy to use." Zhang Dingnan smiled and turned around. "The violent blood-raging blade you use is something I created when my skills were still quite limited. It's just a basic technique." He gently raised his hand, and a book from the shelf floated toward him, the motion graceful as though no effort was involved. Zhang Dingnan handed the book to Fong Ping and said, "This is the new version of Violent Blood Raging Blade. I improved it after reaching the master level. Take it and use it." Fong Ping looked at the book, secretly admiring, taking items from a distance. Truly a powerful technique. He lowered his head in gratitude and said, "Thank you, Governor." Zhang Dingnan waved his hand, his tone calm, "There's nothing more to discuss, you may leave." As Fong Ping was about to leave, Huang Jing stepped out from the room next door and nodded to Zhang Dingnan, "I hope my student won't disappoint the governor." Zhang Dingnan pondered for a moment, his gaze distant. Nanjiang Dungeon. The risk of an imminent outbreak is clear, we can only hope that the younger generation matures quickly. The two of them stared intently at the map, lost in thought. Meanwhile, the next participant from Nan Martial University was defeated, blood spilling from his mouth uncontrollably. The host announced,
the final match goes to Magic Martial University. Fong Ping clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Xiaoman, great job.
Yang Xiaoman, feeling proud, shrugged. The opponent was just a bunch of rookies.
I didn't even go all out. The opponent, hearing this, shouted angrily, what did you say? Wang Jinyang stepped forward, coldly explaining, what's the matter? Did she say anything wrong? In this competition, how many of your senior students from Nan Martial University have been utterly defeated? And yet, Magic Martial University, with all freshmen, wins every match. Think about it, why did you join Martial Artist University in the first place? The entire hall fell silent.
Fong Ping clenched his fists and spoke in a deep voice, of course, to become stronger, to have the ability to protect.
Wang Jinyang shouted loudly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the crowd, exactly.
But let me ask you, the weak will always have to bow their heads.
Are you willing to be weak?
The crowd gritted their teeth, and in unison, they roared, we are not willing.
We are not willing.
Fong Ping thought to himself, Wang brother is using this match to wake up his junior brothers and junior sisters, it must have been a tough decision. But the strange thing is, I also learned something from this. Wang Jinyang stepped forward, his voice powerful and commanding, if you're not willing, then think about what path you will take in the future. Fong Ping recalled the book from earlier, his mind constantly thinking, of course, I have to become stronger. With the upgraded version of Violent Blood Raging Blade, once I return to school, I must break through to rank 3. At Magic Martial University, South District, on the 3rd floor, Fong Ping opened the system for inspection. He thought to himself, this trip to Nanjian was definitely worth it. I've put in so much effort and finally managed to earn some money. My wealth points have increased to 21 million, plus an additional 80 points. The only thing is, I'm not sure how much money it will take to break through to rank 3. At that moment, Feng Ro called out to Fong Ping, come with me. The two entered a room where everyone was practicing. Fong Ping was surprised to see a familiar face and exclaimed, that's Qin brother. Feng Ro nodded and explained, they are sparring with each other. Just in time, Qin Fengqing has reached rank 3 peak, you can see the strength of a rank 3 peak. Fong Ping curiously asked, who is the person sparring with Qin brother? Feng Ro replied, it's CLA, rank 3 high tier. Besides you, he is the second person in the school who has reforged his bones 3 times. CLA, angry, shouted, Qin Fengqing. Do you think that just because you've reached rank 3 peak, you can look down on everyone else? Qin Fengqing stood tall in the middle of the room, his gaze cold, not avoiding CLA's punch. He used his other hand to block the powerful punch, stunning everyone around them. CLA widened his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. But in the next moment, he was thrown back by a powerful force. Qin Fengqing arrogantly said, is refining bones 3 times really that impressive? Today, I'll play with you until the end. CLA looked at his blood-covered arm and gritted his teeth. Fong Ping opened his mouth, unable to believe it, brother Qin is so strong. He's playing so ruthlessly and yet hasn't even been scratched. Feng Ro wasn't surprised at all and said, this is the peak of rank 3. What else do you see beyond that? Fong Ping frowned, feeling the vitality reaching automatically circulating, both offensive and defensive. Feng Ro observed and explained, that's right. As a rank 2 martial artist, my vitality is dispersed throughout my limbs. It's difficult to focus it into one point, but once you reach the peak, it becomes much easier. A rank 3 martial artist trains the bones of the torso, connecting the limbs, and enhancing the overall strength of the body. This is why rank 3 martial artists are considered elites. Fong Ping was puzzled, then why does brother Qin attack with such certainty? Feng Ro explained, the muscles, skin, and blood of a rank 3 peak have all been fully tempered. He's almost like a man of steel now, while CLA has only completed his bone training. His torso bones are still just ordinary flesh and blood. Fong Ping smiled and thought to himself, so, in addition to bones, muscles, skin, and blood also need to be trained in stages. Rank 3 really is fascinating. At the energy chamber, the receptionist smiled, hello, trainee. To open the energy chamber for 5 hours, you need to pay 50 points.
Please present your martial arts license.
Feng Rou reminded him, don't look at me, pay on your own.
Fong Ping complained, do you think I can just earn these points easily? This is so expensive. Feng Rou took out a card and unlocked the training room. Fong Ping muttered in frustration, it's my money, and I feel like I'm being robbed.
Feng Rou said, stop complaining, you'll understand once you're inside.
Fong Ping looked up and surveyed the room.
The entire room was enveloped by energy, abundant energy that made him feel like the vitality reaching his body was boiling up.
Feng Rou explained, that's the effect of burning the mineral energy.
Vitality reaching will recover quickly, and my core will be refined more carefully.
Once you're ready, we can start. Fong Ping nodded.
She continued, to break through rank 3, you must connect 26 meridian threads in one go.
You cannot stop, or it will be life-threatening.
If you encounter difficulties, don't panic, I'll be watching over you.
Fong Ping nodded in response, I understand, instructor.
He shut his eyes tightly, feeling the power flowing through his bones. Feng Rou was surprised and looked at him, this kid, I didn't expect him to use spiritual power to sense the meridians. Normally, only a rank 6 martial artist can sense the existence of spiritual power.
Could it be that Fong Ping is a master seedling? Fong Ping relaxed and thought, things are much simpler than I imagined.
The instructor scared me half to death.
But suddenly, something made him grit his teeth, something wasn't right.
Feng Rou used her power to press down on his back, reminding him, focus, don't think about anything else.
Fong Ping gradually calmed down, sweat starting to pour out like a stream.
4 hours later, the system notified him that he had leveled up to rank 3.
Fong Ping let out a sigh of relief, instructor, I've reached rank 3. Feng Rou yawned repeatedly, keep practicing on your own. Don't get greedy and continue training, I'm leaving now. Fong Ping replied, thank you, instructor.
The door slammed shut.
Fong Ping looked up at the ceiling, this feeling of cultivation is full of energy, but it's only meant to consolidate my realm. Is it a bit of a waste?
I think I should take advantage of the time and continue practicing, try to reach the middle stage of rank 3. With such a costly cultivation process, I need to make the most of it to recover my investment. He began to meditate again, but suddenly Fong Ping's nose started bleeding.
Just as Feng Rou left, someone else stepped forward.
The old man with white hair was very cautious, leaning in to observe the situation inside. Heh, my special guest is progressing so fast.
He's already able to use the cultivation room.
I have to secretly check what realm he has reached now. In Fong Ping's mind at this moment was the image of his entire family hanging from the floor, unable to think clearly. He began to circulate his energy, but suddenly, Fong Ping vomited blood, and sweat poured from him like a stream.
He collapsed onto the floor. The instructor was silent, muttering, this little brat, he can't be slacking off, can he? Why hasn't there been any movement for so long? A young woman approached and greeted, Senior, why did you come personally to maintain this? This isn't the room that needs repairs.
The instructor awkwardly replied, the room next door has been fixed, I'm just checking this one. The girl was puzzled.
This room seems fine, there's even someone cultivating inside. The instructor quickly covered his mouth, hesitated for a moment, then said, is that so? Then, when will this person check out? The girl knocked on the door. Actually, it's already past the time, I came to hurry them up a bit. The instructor furrowed his brows, sensing something was wrong. He didn't say anything more and kicked the door open forcefully.
Inside, Fong Ping was lying motionless, blood still flowing from his nose and mouth.
The girl was panicked and asked, Senior, what should we do?
The instructor calmly replied, don't worry, he can still be saved. Then, he gently lifted Fong Ping's chin and placed a pill in his mouth. The instructor began circulating his energy, and his strength spread throughout the office. Fong Ping opened his eyes wide, first noticing the shoes of the instructor, and then slowly looking up to his face. The instructor, why are you here?
The instructor angrily replied, do you think I have nothing better to do?
Fong Ping scratched his head and ear, explaining, no, it's just that I didn't expect the instructor to be so powerful.
Thank you, instructor. The instructor frowned and scolded, you little brat, you should thank me properly. Try punching the floor with all your strength.
Fong Ping was surprised, but then he punched the floor with all his might.
He began circulating his energy and struck the floor with full force.
The floor immediately emitted an overwhelming power, even cracking in the process. The girl was terrified, while the instructor seemed very satisfied. Fong Ping, you've reached middle stage rank 3.
The instructor placed a piece of paper on Fong Ping's forehead. Fong Ping removed it and curiously asked, what's this?
The instructor explained, a high-grade stone tile, and a cultivation chamber door, totaling 1 million.
Please make the payment within 7 days. Thank you for your business. Fong Ping stood there, mouth agape, and said in surprise, huh? The floor was something you told me to punch. And I didn't break the door either.
The instructor said goodbye and reminded him, also, you still owe me a life, remember that.
Fong Ping was shocked.
He never expected the instructor to say something like that. 3 days later, at the dormitory, Professor Fong Ro shouted loudly, you've advanced straight to middle stage rank 3 again. Fong Ping scratched his head and ears, thinking to himself, it must be because of how well she teaches. Fong Ro pondered for a moment, looking at him with a satisfied gaze, silently thinking, this little devil is indeed a master seedling, I must take better care of him. This was the journey for this mission. Instructor Tang Feng was leading the team, and the location was still Nanjiang.
Fong Ping felt a little uneasy. Nanjiang again? Could the next dungeon really open there?
Without hesitation, Fong Ro handed a piece of paper to Fong Ping and explained, that's right, martial artists of the heretical sect have gathered in Nanjiang. They're waiting for the new district's constitution to open and welcome the dungeon creatures. Fong Ping opened the paper and saw the names of these guys. He thought to himself, Fong Ro has already mentioned that this mission will be a joint operation between Magic Martial Uni, Jingdu, and Nanjiang's 3 major martial arts schools.
Fong Ping pondered, then it's over, most of them have already been beaten by me. I wonder if we can still cooperate happily.
Fong Ro placed a hand on his shoulder and said gently, although they were your opponents before, when facing a common enemy, you will become comrades.
This is also an essential lesson for becoming a master. Fong Ping wore a serious expression and said, I understand.
The sky grew darker, and a car sped down the road, heading towards a military camp.
Fong Ping's team had arrived.
There, Jingdu, Han Su, and Fong Wenxiang stared at them. Not only that, but Lan Kaiyi and Gu Xiong were no exception. Fong Ping smiled, I didn't expect the 2 enemies Jingdu and Nan Martial University to arrive so early.
Are the good brothers all doing well?
However, the people from Jingdu immediately slammed the door shut, their faces cold. Lan Kaiyi and Gu Xiong also turned their backs, ignoring him. Fong Ping scratched his head and thought to himself, I can only blame myself for being too handsome, like the idol Su Q. Forget it, to be honest, we're all here for the mission anyway. The general of the Nanjiang military district, Lu Shiping, shouted loudly, all students from Martial Artist University, assemble. Immediately, everyone lined up neatly. Lu Shiping said, I don't like wasting words, so let me be straightforward with 3 rules. First, no fighting with your comrades.
Second, no deserting.
Third, no hoarding war trophies for yourselves.
Understood? Everyone replied in unison, understood.
He unfolded a piece of paper and continued, the evil sect martial artists are currently surrounded by the army in its Songshan range. The task assigned to you is to secure a small stone village. There are about 300 heretics in the village, equivalent to your numbers. Your mission is to eliminate all of them. Fong Ping stammered, 300 people from the evil sects, this situation is really tough. Tang Lion spoke up, 300 against 300 is fine, 1 against 300 works too. The battle strategy, you all can negotiate it yourselves. And one more thing, all the teachers will retreat 5 km and will not participate in this operation.
Everyone was stunned. What? But the three hosts didn't care about their reactions, walking away coldly. On the Jingdu side, whispers arose. What's going on? What does this mean? Are they no longer concerned with us? Looks like they no longer value us. The car carrying the three hosts drove off. Fong Ping pondered, people like them are from teams that have never experienced real combat. Without a good strategy to force them to work together, it's certain that things will descend into chaos. Yu Chen spoke up, everyone, I have a suggestion. I am Yu Chen, the captain of the Jingdu team. How about we send out the strongest members from each team, and we can discuss tomorrow's battle plan together? Fong Ping nodded in agreement. Everything in the camp became quiet. At the surveillance post 5 kilometers away, Tang Lion and Lu Shiping were watching them through the cameras. Lu Shiping frowned. After negotiating the battle plan, they all went to sleep. There's not even a night watchman. These fools are really hopeless. I seriously suspect that every year, Martial Artist University divides the money for this and whether it's even worth it. Tang Lion explained, newcomers are like that, especially since Martial Artist University has trained so many powerful individuals. Don't you understand that? Lu Shiping snorted coldly, do they really think the enemy will just sit there waiting for them to attack? Tang Lion continued, for large-scale encirclement missions like this, they really lack experience, which is why they brought them here for training, isn't it? Lu Shiping's eyes burned with anger. The enemy's base is only 15 kilometers away. If the martial artist Dark Cult launches a surprise attack, how many people do you think will die? Tang Lion fell silent and didn't respond. Lu Shiping smiled coldly, in the end, I want them to remember this, to never forget. Tang Lion glared at him, finally realizing his malicious intent. On the other side, Fong Ping heard the noise and quickly grabbed his knife. It turned out to be Gu Xiong. He stammered, it's me, Gu Xiong. Fu Changding woke up, confused. Are you planning to take revenge tonight at our camp? Gu Xiong was furious. Don't think everyone is as shameless as you. Zhao Lei questioned, so you're scared and want to sleep with us now? Gu Xiong became even angrier. That's even more ridiculous. I came to tell you that there might be a cult ambush on the camp. If you're not too tired, come keep watch with me. Fong Ping, Zhao Lei, and Fu Changding were left speechless upon hearing about the raid. In the quiet of the night, they were hiding behind some bushes. Gu Xiong explained, with a battle of this scale, the chances of a raid on the camp are very high. In the military and in dungeons, martial artists have to stay alert even while sleeping. We've been too careless. I don't feel at ease. Fong Ping asked, aren't you going to the dungeon? Gu Xiong replied, rank 3 martial artists are required to go to the dungeon. The last time I went, the 2 armies were engaged in battle, and the casualties were devastating. That's when I truly understood the deep hatred between us and the dungeon. There was no hope for them. Fong Ping listened in silence, saying nothing. Gu Xiong led the way, not bringing up the topic again, you'll understand soon enough. The reason I came to find you was mainly because Wang, the village chief, said that in critical times, you could be counted on for help. Fong Ping smiled contentedly, Wang brother really holds me in high regard. Suddenly, Fong Ping's sharp hearing kicked in. He signaled to everyone, Shu, someone's coming. A figure darted through the trees in the forest. It wasn't just one person, there were several, and they were above them. They were armed, retreating. A man with green hair shouted loudly, Boss, there's a martial artist university camp ahead. I feel like those students are deliberately luring us in. The red-haired boss angrily said, the army can be ignored, but now even a bunch of filthy students dare to bully us. One of the black-haired men observed, it seems there are some students below, but their clothes don't look the same as earlier. Anyway, we haven't escaped the military's encirclement yet. We might as well kill these filthy students. The black-haired man nodded, exactly, kill one to get one, keep one as a hostage. Who knows, we might still be able to break through the military's encirclement.
Our sacred soul will finally return to the real world. Suddenly, a painful scream rang out as one of them was torn in half. The others didn't even have time to comprehend what had happened before they watched, wide-eyed, not knowing when. Fong Ping had already appeared right in front of them, retrieving the knife from earlier. He smiled, "Your lives are as good as ours." The remaining men were now surrounded by Fong Ping. Gu Xiong swung a fist, and the red-haired man dropped to the ground to avoid it, then kicked toward Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong leaped down and landed safely. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, "These filthy students are seeking death." He swung his knife toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping effortlessly blocked the attack with his own knife. The two blades clashed, releasing a terrifying force. Fong Ping was on high alert, recognizing that his opponent was a martial artist at the middle stage of rank 3. This was the first time since reaching rank 3 that he had encountered someone of the same rank. He called out, "Gu Xiong, leave this one to me, you go help Fu Changding and the others." On the other side, Fu Changding was attacking an opponent with his spear. He quickly changed direction, aiming the tip of his spear at the man, but it missed and got lodged into a tree. He struggled to pull it out, muttering, "Damn, it stuck." The opponent quickly kicked Fu Changding. Fu Changding gasped, "I'm done for." At that moment, Gu Xiong rushed over and broke the man's leg. Fu Changding thanked him, "Thanks." Gu Xiong smiled politely, "We're in this together, after all." Meanwhile, Zhao Lei had taken down another enemy. He slammed the man into a tree, and he met the same fate as his comrade. Zhao Lei delivered a powerful kick, punching him straight in the chest to finish him off. Back on Fong Ping's side, he was dodging the attacks of the red-haired man, who seemed to be the strongest in the group. Fong Ping blocked with his saber, realizing that with the same level of effort, this wasn't the best approach. "Got any special combat techniques? Show me what you've got." The red-haired man sneered, "Are you looking down on me? Our divine souls will eventually return to the real world." He swung the blade towards Fong Ping, but missed. His blade was sharp enough to cut through a large tree. Fong Ping, feeling worried, said, "This really is a deadly move." He placed his blade on the ground, and the other man immediately threw his sword at Fong Ping. Fong Ping used his knife as support and launched the violent blood-raging blade, and a sharp, slicing sound echoed through the air. Fong Ping said, 800 points. 800,000. The loudspeaker announced, "Attention all martial arts master students. Attention all martial arts master students. The base score for this assessment is 100 points. The Academy's strategic direction will subtract 10 points, and other academies will subtract 5 points." Shen Yunxi gently shook Yang Xiaoman, "Xiaoman, wake up." Yang Xiaoman, still groggy, murmured, "What's going on?" The loudspeaker continued, "Gu Xiong is awarded 15 points. Fu Changding is awarded 15 points. Zhao Lei is awarded 30 points. Fong Ping is awarded 80 points. The next morning, the camp was bustling with activity. Yu Qin was discussing plans. "After last night's ambush, we can't deny that everyone was too optimistic. We need to discuss what to do next." Gu Xiong spoke up, "The heretical faction now knows about our existence. We can't continue to pretend we're blind and deaf. I propose we immediately attack Boulder Village." Fong Ping nodded, "Exactly. If we keep hesitating, we don't know how many more ambushes they'll launch against us at night." In Magic City, Year 3, Wu Xianghua, Rank 3, said, "But how are we supposed to get there? Boulder Village is 15 kilometers away, and all the vehicles have already been taken by the military." Everyone fell silent, their gazes all fixed on Gu Xiong. Gu Xiong frowned, "If I'm not mistaken, they are doing this so that we can get accustomed to the combat environment of the catacombs. The catacombs don't have transportation, we can only walk." As everyone moved forward, Yang Xiaoman scolded, "Fong Ping, you guys really have no sense of camaraderie. You went out for night watch, why didn't you call me and Yunxi?" Shen Yunxi's face darkened, "I didn't know anything. I woke up and found points deducted." Fong Ping awkwardly responded, "How was I supposed to call you?
I couldn't exactly barge into the girls' tents. Yang Xiaoman angrily retorted, twisting the words, don't you have a phone?
Chen Yunxi, looking worried, sighed lightly, if we don't perform well, we'll finish the assessment with only 85 points.
When we get back to school, we'll definitely be scolded.
Fu Changding smiled faintly, offering little comfort. That's not true, Yunxi.
I bet you'll finish the assessment with just 60 points.
Yang Xiaoman immediately crossed her arms and grabbed his neck. Fu Changding, shut up.
If you're not going to help us, why are you speaking like that? Fu Changding begged, I was wrong. Fang Ping gently said, if you don't want to be scolded, then kill a few more cult members later. That'll increase your points. You better prepare yourself mentally. Chen Yunxi's expression turned serious, I understand.
She looked at the backs of the people ahead and suddenly something fell near them.
A large rock hit the ground. Chen Yunxi's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening.
Immediately after, several large rocks were hurled toward the martial arts students.
Everyone panicked and shouted, it's an ambush. Everyone scatter.
The third-ranked martial artist was providing support. Chen Yunxi hesitated, Xiaoman, Fangping, he. Yang Xiaoman shouted loudly, Junxi, get out of the way. A large rock was heading straight for Chen Yunxi.
Fangping moved quickly, slashing the rock in half, saving Yunxi. At the same time, Xiaoman pulled Yunxi away. Fangping asked, is everyone okay? Yang Xiaoman, supported by Fu Changding, stood up and sighed in relief.
I'm fine, but Yunxi scared me to death just now. Chen Yunxi worriedly said, I thought it was Fangping just now. Fangping frowned and spoke softly, sorry, if I had noticed the danger earlier, it would have been better. But before they could catch their breath, a member of the evil cult swung a sword at Fangping.
Fangping widened his eyes, quickly swinging his blade and killing him in an instant.
Before the three of them could recover, a bloodied body fell from the tree. At the same time, many evil cult members rushed from all directions, surrounding the group. Soon, the martial arts master's students were surrounded. Fangping only said one word, kill. The others immediately followed the command, okay. Fu Changding and Yang Xiaoman worked in perfect coordination, taking down the evil cult members. Fangping drove his blade into the foot of one man, causing him to writhe in pain. Chen Yunxi, wielding a sword, thrust the tip of her blade straight into the chest of one cult member. He died instantly, and the remaining ones looked visibly frightened. Chen Yunxi was somewhat surprised, her voice trembling slightly, he's dead. Fangping's eyes flickered, silently observing Chen Yunxi. At this moment, Gu Xiong ran over and asked, Fangping, how's it going over here? Fangping answered in a calm tone, 2 of them escaped, the rest have been dealt with.
What about you guys?
Gu Xiong remained silent for a moment before speaking, many people here are dead. Some had their arms severed, some were injured in the chest and head, and some were even crushed to death by large rocks.
The atmosphere was extremely heavy. Gu Xiong continued his report, 9 seriously injured, 3 dead.
Fangping frowned, his voice heavy, it shouldn't have been like this.
We haven't even reached the village, and we already have casualties. Gu Xiong furrowed his brow, looking into the distance, this is war. The catacombs are far more dangerous than here.
Yu Chen continued, instead of sitting here discussing how dangerous the enemy is, we should talk about strategy. A large-scale military operation is truly not suitable for our martial artist style.
Speed, strength, and destruction are the key traits of a martial artist. Fangping asked, what do you mean by that?
Yu Chen explained, form a strongman squad, immediately surround and attack Boulder Village.
They're the rats in the trap.
Gu Xiong pondered for a moment before saying, right now everyone's blood chi is full, and even if we encounter the enemy, we can still fight.
But if we keep dragging this out, we'll just waste energy. Fangping thought deeply, changing our fighting style makes sense.
Maybe the purpose of the assessment is this very thing. In dangerous situations, continuously adjusting strategies is essential.
The adaptable will survive, the weak will be eliminated. After a while, Fong Ping said, if everyone agrees, then it's easy to discuss.
I have a suggestion. After Boulder Village, there's a mountain. We can split into 3 attacking teams from 3 directions. The Jingdu team and the Magic City team will be the first 2 squads, and the 3 from Nanjiang will form a 3rd team. Each team will have 10 members, with a mix of rank 3 and rank 2 martial artists. The others will stay outside as reserves, to support or withdraw if needed.
What do you think?
Fong Ping had not finished his sentence when Yu Chen and Gu Xiong immediately agreed. In Boulder Village, they communicated through their earpieces. Nanwu team, assume position. Jingdu team, assume position.
Martial artist team, assume position. Yu Chen gave the orders, and everyone responded in unison, understood.
The martial artist team also moved forward, but Fong Ping suddenly noticed an unusual old man standing guard in the center of Boulder Village.
Everyone was in an uproar. Wait a minute, why is it an old man? What's going on?
The old man furrowed his brow and shouted loudly, giving an order, kill.
Fong Ping and the others immediately became alert.
Many people from the village rushed out, wielding weapons, charging forward to attack. Fu Chongding and Fong Ping couldn't believe their eyes. They are
children.
From the right side of the village, a group of old people and children rushed out, as if they had gone mad.
Gu Xiong reported, it's the same on the left side of the village.
Yu Chen ground his teeth, it's the same on my side. A child with a sickle charged forward to attack.
Seeing the child, Fong Ping couldn't help but think of Fong Yuan. Fu Chongding shouted loudly to snap Fong Ping back to his senses. Fong Ping, what should we do now?
Before the words were even finished, a man rushed forward, only to be struck with a powerful kick to the chest and fell dead on the spot.
The man was Yu Chen. Yu Chen ordered, knock out the children and take them back for the army to handle.
As for the remaining heretics, kill them all. Gu Xiong quickly acted, knocking down an old man before shaking his head and saying, this is the only thing we can do. I can't bring myself to harm children. Fong Ping dodged an attack from a young girl, then knocked her out from behind. He shouted, knock out the children, kill the adults.
Everyone replied in unison, understood.
Then, both teams plunged into battle. Yu Chen focused on knocking out the children in the village, while Nanjiang and the others worked to eliminate the heretics.
Fong Ping used his blade to take down the last one.
When the battle ended, only unconscious children remained in the village. However, 3 heretics were still resisting fiercely. They panicked, retreating while shouting, retreat! Retreat! Yu Chen smiled and confidently said, just as I thought, these heretics are no match for us.
Everyone, press on. Fong Ping immediately warned, don't chase them. It could be a trap. We should capture the children and get them to a safe place first.
At that moment, the 3 of them, Yu Chen, Fong Ping, and Gu Xiong, heard an angry voice ringing out, killing the innocent, is this what you call being martial artists?
Old men pretending to be righteous.
You dare use us as practice dummies, then practice all you want.
Let's see if you can ever forget today. Fong Ping thought, the blood qi and qi power of the opponent are truly formidable.
He could sense that the enemy was very close, but he couldn't pinpoint their exact location. Yu Chen shouted loudly, martial artists are not for the heretical cults to comment on.
Come out here, we'll make sure you die.
As soon as Yu Chen finished speaking, a loud explosion suddenly erupted around them.
Yu Chen's eyes widened in shock. Fong Ping turned around, his face pale as he yelled, a bomb. A bomb. Where did the bomb come from? The explosions kept going off one after another.
A shoe flew into the air, clearly indicating that someone had died.
Fong Ping's face darkened.
A member of the martial artist team screamed, my hand.
So many of the martial artists are dead. Everyone quickly communicated with each other, retreat. Save the wounded. Retreat first, save the wounded. The remaining healthy people quickly helped the injured and moved away from the scene.
The martial artist team also swiftly retreated in the chaos.
Elsewhere, Yu Chen gritted his teeth in anger, damn it. If we had discovered those bombs earlier, maybe they wouldn't have died. The atmosphere turned heavy. Everyone lowered their heads, weighed down with guilt. At this moment, Wu Xianghua spoke up. The person who carried the bombs is indeed mentioned in the historical records of battles with the heretical cult. It's just that we've never encountered this on the battlefield ourselves, so we only knew how to charge in recklessly. Shen Yinshi's voice choked up, the children in there. They were only 6 or 7 years old. Zhao Lei yelled, his eyes filled with rage, what are we waiting for? Let's go kill those bastards. Fang Ping reassured everyone, don't get excited, we have the advantage in terms of base location. Rushing into the village recklessly will get us caught in a narrow alley, and one by one, they will be taken down. The only way to fight them head-on gives us a chance. Yu Chen followed up, then we must eliminate their terrain advantage, we need to destroy Boulder Village. Gu Sheng paused, then said worriedly, but to destroy their buildings, we need a rank 2 martial artist, which will consume a lot of blood qi. If the cult takes advantage and launches a surprise attack, we won't have time to recover, and we might run into trouble. Fang Ping answered confidently, that's not a big issue, I can absorb pills quickly. As long as I have enough pills, I can continuously recover my blood qi. If everyone is willing to contribute some blood qi dan to me, I will become the vanguard destruction machine and level Boulder Village. At that moment, Boulder Village began to show signs of disturbance. In the village, a man, looking anxious, shouted, Great Missionary, those students are attacking the village, they'll be here soon. The Great Missionary, upon hearing this, leisurely picked up the teapot, poured some hot tea, and said, why panic? A bunch of lackluster martial arts masters, they haven't even fully grown their fur. If they're using this kind of blood qi consumption strategy to force us to appear. The Great Missionary raised the cup to his mouth, smiling as he continued, then let them continue. A house in the village was slashed into pieces by the male protagonist, collapsing with a loud crash. He landed on the ground and looked toward the ruins still buried in rubble and dust. The male protagonist panted heavily, thinking to himself, it should be fine now. He looked toward his teammates and thought, if the cult isn't stupid, they'll likely take advantage of our blood qi depletion to show up. He pretended to be recovering his blood qi, but in reality, the greatest consumption is only by me. However, if I keep pushing, it might raise suspicion from the cult. After thinking this, the male protagonist shouted loudly, if there's not enough blood qi, then fall back to the camp. Don't stay here to replenish it. If the cult ambushes us, we'll be dead. Upon hearing his words, Jingdu looked back, and Nanwu shouted for everyone to run. At that moment, a series of running footsteps approached, and the students, surrounded by the cult, began to flee in all directions. Surrounded, Nanwu, Jingdu, and the martial artists all shared the same thought, it's a trap. The Great Missionary led the charge, pointing at the group of male protagonists, grinning and saying, kill these hounds, let them have their fill of trials. Immediately, the entire cult charged forward, weapons in hand, shouting, kill. The students were full of vigor, wielding weapons to fight back. He slashed once, kicked once. The missionary boss, seeing the male protagonists fighting fiercely without the blood qi depletion he had imagined, was so shocked that he stammered, what's this? Sun Mingyu ran towards the Great Missionary, thinking to himself, you fools, look down on us and see what happens as a result. Just as the Great Missionary was muttering to himself, wondering if he had fallen into a trap, Sun Mingyu closed in, intending to throw a punch while thinking that to capture the enemy, one must first capture the general. Suddenly, the Great Missionary turned to face Sun Mingyu, his expression dark, and said, I'm so scared. This time, Sun Mingyu widened his eyes in shock. Before he could throw any punches, the Great Missionary kicked him. Sun Mingyu was sent flying back 5 meters. He shouted loudly, rank 3 peak, bring a few more people to surround him. When the protagonist heard these words, he thought, rank 3 peak, is it like the Qin Fengqing I saw last time? He replied, come here. Afterward, the Great Missionary was surrounded by elites from 3 teams. He merely showed disdain, casually picking his ears as he said, how interesting. 6 rank 3s? Don't hesitate, all of you, come at me. Provoked by the Great Missionary, martial artists rushed in to attack but missed.
Next, Zhao Lei also charged in with a punch. Jing Du landed a blow that sent the great missionary flying 3 meters, followed by a kick from the protagonist. The blood chi on the great missionary sent him flying. The male lead gritted his teeth and thought, a puncture kick is useless against him. A student from Jing Du was slapped by the great missionary, spitting blood. The great missionary laughed joyfully and said, "Is that all? Are you kidding? I'm not even warmed up yet." 2 people nearby asked, "Zhao brother, are you okay?" Xiao Zhao raised his hand and said, "I'm fine." He was boiling with blood chi and then said, "Hold him down for me, give me a chance." Taking advantage of the crowd gathering around the great missionary, Yu Chen gathered his energy into his fist and leaped from behind to strike at the great missionary. At that moment, the great missionary unleashed his blood chi, sending the people around him flying. However, Yu Chen's punch still landed on the great missionary's back, tearing his shirt. But unexpectedly, this powerful attack didn't even leave a scratch on the great missionary. He turned around with a smile, mocking Yu Chen, "What a pity." Yu Chen, disappointed, murmured, "I missed." Then he was sent flying by the great missionary's strike. Yu Chen fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Sun Mingyu saw this and, while cursing, "Damn it," rushed to strike the great missionary. Immediately after, others also charged in, but one by one, they couldn't land a blow on the great missionary and were sent flying, with the great missionary even managing to snatch their swords and strike back. In the end, he kicked the sword toward the male lead. The male lead gritted his teeth and used his spear to block it. Sun Mingyu, struggling to stand up, said, "Everyone, pay attention, he's trying to toy with us, draining our blood chi." Great missionary laughed loudly, "Ha, are you backing down already? Keep going." Despite being provoked, the group was exhausted from fighting. The male lead thought anxiously, a martial artist at peak rank 3, with blood chi reaching 1,000 points. Except for the muscles, his bones and flesh have been forged into an impenetrable weapon. The other side's humiliation of the strongman is only draining our energy. His random attacks are on par with our lethal moves. Continuing like this is not a solution. On the other side, the junior of the dark sect was also energetically defeating students. One of them shouted, "There's a peak rank 3 here, this way, send some more rank 3s to help." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and felt helpless. The male lead gritted his teeth, thinking, "One peak rank 3 has already controlled 6 of us rank 3s. If this continues, we will be the ones surrounded." The male lead decided to speak, "Everyone, go take care of the rank 3 over there, leave this side to me." Everyone, surprised, asked, "What did you say?" Great missionary, disdainfully twisting his ear, said, "Huh? Did I hear that right? You want to solo with me?" He looked at the male protagonist confidently. A rank 3 mental blood chi, with less than 600 points, while rank 3 peak's power, every time it erupted, was twice or even 3 times as strong as the middle ranks. And in a one-on-one fight, it would only take a few moves to defeat the opponent. The male protagonist charged forward and said, "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and go." Sun Mingyu saw the male protagonist use the violent bloodthirsty blade and shouted, "Be careful. We'll go help them first." The great missionary sneered and laughed, "Haha, a bunch of you can't even win, yet you want to solo? You martial arts master students really are a bunch of idiots." While fighting, the male protagonist thought, the power gap is too big, but there's no choice but to risk it. Another strike was blocked. The great missionary looked down at him, saying, "Humph, don't overestimate yourself. Let's see how many moves you can still make." The male protagonist responded with blood fury 5 strikes. This time, the great missionary was forced back and a few cuts appeared on his hand. He was a little afraid and asked, "How could you do that?" The male protagonist simply cursed, "Kneel down and I'll tell you." Then, another blood fury 5 strikes. The great missionary was pushed back again. He thought to himself, "Can it really explode like this? Could this be what they call a genius student?" Great missionary revealed a disgusted expression and said excitedly, "Then I'll just kill you, wouldn't that be better than killing a dozen rank 3 ones?" At this point, the protagonist seemed much more confident than before. He said, "If you want to kill me, go ahead and try." Great Missionary, enraged, charged forward and said, "Then let's see." He repeatedly threw punches at the protagonist. The system deducted 750,000 points, and the blood chi was replenished. After the replenishment, the protagonist dodged the attack and began to counterattack. Once again, he used the Blood Fury 5 strikes, injuring Great Missionary. The man was knocked back, but the protagonist didn't give him a chance to recover. The protagonist appeared behind him and attacked. The Blood Fury 3 strikes hit Great Missionary's body, but unexpectedly, it only left shallow wounds. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, "This tortoise is too tough. One strike consumes 100,000 points, and now it's almost 4 million. He kept attacking while counting, 36 strikes, 37 strikes. Unexpectedly, by the 37th strike, his hand cracked and bled. Great Missionary saw this and laughed joyfully, "Ha!" The protagonist, tense, thought, "I'm running out of time. Although my blood chi is limitless, my body has reached its limit." Great Missionary, with a surge of energy, said, "What's wrong? Keep attacking." The male protagonist took a punch from him, spat blood, but he still tried to grab his sword, hoping to attack Great Missionary in this moment. However, to his surprise, the man punched him in the foot, causing him pain so intense his face contorted in agony. Great Missionary then kicked him, sending him flying far away. The male protagonist adjusted his posture to avoid falling. His shoes, which had cost him 40 skill points, were torn apart by the punch. He thought to himself, "I didn't expect someone at rank 3 peak to be this strong. 5 million points, and now my shoes are ruined. What a loss. Even if I kill this guy, I'll still be at a huge disadvantage." He observed the others fighting, silently thinking, "I just need to hold on a bit longer, and wait for them to clear out the rank 3s. At that moment, Great Missionary said, "You're really something. With your strength, you could probably wipe out an entire rank 3 squad." Then, he sneered and added, "But too bad, your martial arts come to an end here." Hearing this, the male protagonist immediately realized the man was about to unleash a special move, and he quickly raised his spear to defend himself. However, the spear bent under the force of the punch. This blow caused the male protagonist to cough up blood and sent him flying once more. It seemed that Great Missionary had exhausted all his strength with that move, as he stood there, panting heavily. The male lead lay on the ground next to Tan Dao Gong, uncertain whether he was still alive or dead. Great Missionary, seeing this, became confident and laughed loudly, saying, I've killed the martial arts genius, it's well deserved, it feels so good." Everyone, having just dealt with the rank 3 high-level fighter, froze and looked at him, saying, "What?" Then, they saw Great Missionary continue laughing and saying, "My ultimate move can crush the internal organs of a rank 3, he must be dead." The martial artists were also stunned. Fong Ping is dead? The first person to rush over was Chen Yunxi. She thought, "No way, Fong Ping is so strong, he can't just die like that, right?" When she got closer, she saw the state of the male lead. There was blood on his lips, and the worst injury was a dent in the middle of his chest, from the punch of Great Missionary. Could it be that the male lead dies here and that's the end of it? Chen Yunxi trembled and approached him, muttering, "Fong Ping, please wake up, take this pill." She brought the pill close to his mouth, but he didn't react. Chen Yunxi's heart ached even more, and she almost pleaded, "Please wake up." Finally, the male lead stirred. He slowly opened his eyes and immediately saw Chen Yunxi's tear-streaked face. He couldn't help but say, "Junxi, why are you crying?" "I'm still breathing." Chen Yunxi snapped out of it when she saw this and called his name. Without hesitation, she handed him the pill and said, "Please take this." The male protagonist asked, "What is this?" Chen Yunxi immediately replied, "The rejuvenation pill can quickly heal external injuries and internal organs. Take this pill." Meanwhile, the Great Missionary continued slaughtering the students. He kicked one student with a powerful blow and cheerfully said, "What if I exhaust all my blood chi? So what? He swung 2 punches, knocking 2 people away, and continued, "You can't kill me like this." At that moment, someone ran over and shouted, "Get out of the way, he's mine." When everyone heard this voice, they felt relieved, while the great missionary was confused, thinking to himself, "How could this be?" It turned out to be the male protagonist, who charged forward with a sword. The great missionary thought, "He's still not dead." At this point, the male protagonist was struggling greatly. Sun Mingyu jumped out and looked at Fongping, saying, "Fongping, I knew you wouldn't die so easily." The male protagonist seemed on the verge of death, but when he turned around, he continuously used moves like the violent bloodthirsty blade, 5 consecutive slashes, and 3 consecutive slashes to strike at the great missionary. The great missionary, under pressure, glanced at a sword he picked up. At this point, he no longer had the same momentum. He took the sword and blocked Fongping's attacks. Seeing Fongping continue his relentless strikes, everyone was astonished, thinking to themselves, "Is Fongping really rank 3 middle?" Sun Mingyu thought, "One strike after another, it's like he doesn't know when to stop." The male protagonist, like a fighting machine, kept attacking while saying, "You use children as human shields to block the bullets." After that, he was knocked away, but he charged forward again. "You seduced an old man to kill a fellow student, martial arts master, I am facing off against you like this." Great missionary was somewhat afraid, thinking to himself, This is unbelievable." The protagonist shouted again, "You destroyed my sword, caused me a loss of more than 1,000, what kind of damage is this?" The protagonist struck great missionary's sword out of his hand, causing him to feel fear. The protagonist growled, "You must die too." With one final strike, the protagonist cleaved through great missionary, severing his head from his body. Everyone was silent for a moment as they watched the head of great missionary roll away. After a while, someone finally spoke, "Did we win?" Looking at the headless corpse of great missionary, everyone cheered, we won, Fongping won." As everyone was happily celebrating the victory, the protagonist stood trembling. He opened the system interface, thinking, more than 100 strikes, nearly 1,000,000 points of blood chi. The protagonist leaned on his spear to support his body, thinking, finally, I've killed that mouthy bastard. But he did not fall, instead, he was supported by Chen Yunxi and Fu Changding. You've worked hard, Fongping, you were amazing, my friend. The protagonist, however, said gloomily, big loss, a reviving pill costs 200 points, how am I going to pay for that? Chen Yunxi laughed and said to him, the reviving pill was to save your life, it wasn't meant to be something you'd have to repay. The male protagonist smiled with narrowed eyes upon hearing this, I still have a rank 3 blood chi pill. Would you like it? Chen Yunxi blinked, not quite understanding. The male protagonist looked at Chen Yunxi expectantly. Chen Yunxi, feeling helpless, said, all right, I'll take it. Seeing that the male protagonist was satisfied, Sun Mingyu spoke up, let's go. Fongping has already solved the toughest problem. Now, the rest is up to us to clean up. The male protagonist handed Chen Yunxi a vial of pills and said, 10 rank 3 blood chi pills, I'll sell them to you for 11 million. How about it? Chen Yunxi was almost speechless, thinking to herself that, given how close he had come to dying, she reluctantly said, all right, no problem. Just as she raised her hand to take it, the male protagonist pulled it back. He fell silent for a moment, then lowered his head to calculate. If we go by points, each rank 3 blood chi pill is worth 400 points. Subtracting the lifeline pill worth 200, I'll take 5 million from you. Chen Yunxi then said, there's no need for that, I already told you the lifeline pill is a gift. The male protagonist, making his own decision, patted Chen Yunxi on the shoulder and said, that's settled then. Don't forget to give me the 5 million when we get back. After the brutal battle, nearly everyone was injured. Bo Changding, sitting beside the male protagonist, asked, aren't you supposed to be the stingiest guy around? Yunxi already said you don't need to pay, yet you're still insisting on paying. The male lead, while examining his own wound, said, when was I ever stingy? This is called give and take. Fu Changding sighed, you really treat everything like a transaction. People used pills to save you, and you turn around and exchange it for money, without even considering the friendship. The male lead stood up and said, "My instructor once said, between martial artists, there's no need to put too much emotion into it." Fu Changding smiled wryly upon hearing this. That's really her style, cold-blooded indeed. The male lead looked into the distance and said, "I used to think Ka's words were cold-blooded too, but after going through life and death, I suddenly understood her meaning." Fu Changding, confused, asked, "What do you mean?" The male lead thought of the image of Chen Yinshi crying and said, "Us humans, we never know when we might die. The deeper the emotional attachment with someone, the more painful it is for the one who remains." Fu Changding gazed at the male lead, Fong Ping, with a complex expression. Both of them then noticed the people approaching them, some leaning on walking sticks, while others supported each other. Fu Changding cheerfully said, "Everyone's back, how did it go?" Wu Kupang, who was being supported, collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Sun Mingyu then said, "We've just finished the tally. In total, we killed 214 rank 1 evil martial artists, 140 rank 2, 65 rank 3, and 6 of our martial arts masters died in battle. All of our rank 3 martial artists are severely injured." Yu Chen was sitting, continuing the conversation with Sun Mingyu about the spoils. "The total value of the various pills and weapons is 50 million, minus 10 rank 3 blood chi pills worth 12 million, which are allocated to Fong Ping, as well as compensation of 3 million for each of the 6 fallen comrades' families, leaving 20 million remaining." After a brief pause, Yu Chen added, "This remaining 20 million should be divided according to contribution." Fu Changding, upon hearing that only 20 million was left, was taken aback. 20 million divided among 300 people, how much does that leave for each of us? This battle is a big loss. Seeing Fu Changding's reaction, Sun Mingyu comforted him, "If we count the spoils, we've definitely suffered a loss, but compared to an ordinary battle, we still won." Yu Chen interrupted Sun Mingyu, "That's enough, it's just a Pyrrhic victory. I originally thought we were all elites of elites, but now it seems like we're nothing at all." Wu Kupang also chimed in, "Yes, if it weren't for Fong Ping holding off the great missionary, we wouldn't have just lost 6 people." Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "You all are truly disappointing." Everyone exclaimed, "Tang Master, it's Tang Lion." Tang Lion's face was stern as he said, "A bunch of self-important fools. Do any of you even know the meaning of strategy?" The male protagonist was scolded and didn't dare to say a word, only continuing to listen as Tang Lion spoke. "In the barracks, 500 alloy spears were prepared, yet no one noticed. Are your eyes only for watching live streams? There's mountainous terrain nearby where you could have set traps, but you didn't even think to use it. Everything the school taught you, you just threw it back at the teachers, didn't you?" Tang Lion glared at his students, over 200 rank 2s, who were waiting outside to receive orders for Fong Ping to fight a solo battle against a rank 3 peak. "What if he really dies?" "That's because you are all too weak and too stupid," Tang Lion snapped. The students all bowed their heads in silence. Tang Lion continued to lecture them, "When you're on the battlefield, you need to use your brains. You can't just be useless." Hearing this, the male protagonist was the first to speak up, "Tang Master, don't blame them. It was my own request." At that time, there was no other option. Before he could finish, Tang Lion pinched his ear. He twisted it while scolding, "You still have the face to speak on their behalf? Out of over 3 people, you're the one with the biggest problem." Tang Lion shouted directly at the male protagonist, "Where did all that blood chi go? How did you consume so much?" The male protagonist weakly replied, I was storing it." Tang Lion's face clearly showed disbelief as he asked, "Storing it?" The male protagonist broke out in cold sweat, thinking to himself, "I'm done for. How do I explain this? Maybe I can come up with some excuse to get through this." He spoke in a low voice, hesitating, "Well, you know, if you take pills and they aren't fully digested, they can store blood chi in your body. I thought this might be dangerous, so I already took 10 pills in advance." Tang Lion grabbed the male protagonist's shoulders and shouted, "Are you trying to die? Don't you fear blowing yourself up by taking so many pills? Come with me to get a checkup, do you hear me?" "I'm not getting checked," the male protagonist replied, his eyes firm.
This is my secret technique. No one else can casually pry into it. I have the right to keep it confidential. Tang Lion opened his mouth but couldn't say anything, as if he had been convinced. He turned around and said, "Fine, I won't press you for answers, but many people have already seen it. You'd better come up with a perfect explanation." He waved his hand. "If not, just wait to be caught and used as a test subject." The male protagonist glanced at the crowd, then thought to himself, Tang Lion is right. With so many people seeing it, if the instructor asks me to demonstrate swallowing a dozen or so blood chi pills next time, I can already imagine how dangerous that would be. Wouldn't I just explode and die? This is a huge problem now. If someone asks me again, what should I say? A soldier called out, "Fongping, someone is calling for you." The male protagonist, still holding his head in distress, heard the phone ring. Why didn't they just call my own phone? He suddenly remembered and grabbed the broken phone, muttering in frustration, "Great, I finished the mission, didn't get any spoils, and now my phone's broken." He walked alongside the soldier, scratching his head and thinking to himself. But at that moment, someone called him. Who could it be? He answered the phone, and the male protagonist said, "Hello, this is Fongping." "Lu Master, is there something you need?" Lu Fengro asked, "Did you kill a rank 3 peak?" The male protagonist felt happy inside, smugly thinking, I didn't expect my achievement to spread so quickly. However, he only said out loud, it's all thanks to Lu Master's excellent teaching. Unexpectedly, just a second later, the lion-like roar of Lu Fengro came from the phone, "Bastard! You hacked at the opponent over 100 times, each strike with more than 100 points of destructive power, releasing blood chi. What the hell is going on? Do you think everyone else is an idiot?" After scaring him a bit, Lu Fengro continued, "You can recover blood chi without pills, that's a special trait only grandmasters have, even someone below rank 3 can do it. Bone marrow like a fishman, with extraordinary divine power." Hearing this, the male protagonist listened as Lu Fengro added, "If you can't do these two things, just wait to be taken to the research lab for study." He mumbled in fear, "Research lab, I can already imagine the scene clearly." Shivering, the male protagonist said, "Teacher, I don't want to go to the research lab. Please don't leave me to die." What does bone marrow like a fishman mean? Lu Fengro sighed in frustration. Bone marrow like a fishman only occurs when you break through to Grandmaster level. Lu Fengro explained to the male lead, one's marrow will become as dense as mercury, and the entire body will undergo a transformation. The bone marrow training will be completed in 1 day, and through the process, it will achieve crystallization. From then on, the entire body can absorb energy from the surrounding space, and the blood chi will not break. Upon hearing this, the male lead listened attentively as she continued, "You probably don't have an issue with divine power, but the key is to focus on marrow refinement." He thought to himself, so marrow can be refined too? The system still hasn't unlocked the marrow refinement option for me yet. Just as he was getting sleepy, someone came over with a pillow. Lu Fengro said, "I know of someone whose bone marrow is naturally like that of a fish, you could go ask him." The male lead, somewhat excited, asked, "Who is this person with fish-like bone marrow?" "Nan Jiang, a potential grandmaster." At a coffee shop, Wang Jinyang held a cup of bubble tea and said, "There's no way to refine it, I was born this way, I've never gone through any refinement." Hearing this, the male lead felt discouraged and dropped his head onto the table. And that's it. I don't want to be dragged off to the lab either. Wang Jinyang smiled at him and said, "Although I've never gone through marrow refinement, I could offer some ideas, but it depends on whether you're willing to pay the price for it." The male lead regained some hope and straightened up, saying seriously, "Tell me more." Wang Jinyang suggested using energy ore for cultivation and explained, when the energy from jade is released to its maximum limit, it will liquefy, and the liquefied energy can penetrate the bones and enter the marrow. There was already a plan in place. The male lead immediately got to the important matter and asked, "Wang brother, do you know how much the energy ore costs?" Wang Jinyang replied nonchalantly, 1 million per piece. Upon hearing this, the male lead silently sighed to himself, how can he say it so casually? Then he heard Wang Jinyang continue, "This isn't even the hardest part.
He explained, although liquefied energy can penetrate the bone marrow, it won't stop there. It will prioritize choosing the skull that hasn't been fully refined. The only solution is to use divine power to extract it. The male lead responded, then it's just that the energy ore's vaporization is a little more difficult. Wang Jinyang was taken aback, huh? The male lead bragged, my divine power is almost on par with a grandmaster's. Wang Jinyang just smiled. Seeing that his senior didn't believe him, the male lead slapped the table and stood up, I'm serious. He unleashed his divine power to demonstrate to Wang Jinyang, but Wang Jinyang still remained silent. Suddenly, the male lead's face twisted as if he were enduring a massive force, and an invisible wave of energy swept through Wang Jinyang's bangs. This made Wang Jinyang stand up in shock, visibly stirred. Now do you believe me? Said the male lead. Wang Jinyang frowned, how could this be? It's not that it's impossible, after all, there are all kinds of people, but looking at the male lead. Wang Jinyang smiled and said, interesting, I'm half convinced by what you say. If we just gloss over this, there shouldn't be any problem. The male lead, with a mysterious look, asked, Wang brother, I heard you're about to reach Grandmaster level? Wang Jinyang replied, Grandmaster? If you invest 3 to 5 billion in me now, then I might see some hope. Upon hearing about money, the male lead quickly changed the subject, let's drink some tea, drink tea, brother. In his heart, he seriously thought, now I figured out a way, but energy crystals are a regulated resource, expensive and hard to obtain. If the system could be a bit more ruthless, that would be great. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized, right, the system upgraded when the points hit 1 million and 10 million. The next upgrade will be at 100 million. The male lead became more cheerful, is it possible that there will be an option to train bones up to 100%? I still have to force myself to make money, raise the points to 100 million, and only with money can I taste the sweet fruits. At the martial arts logistics department, the male lead presented his damaged weapon. Li teacher, the quality of the martial arts weapons is too poor. Li teacher scolded, you play tough with a rank 3 peak and then run back saying the weapon is bad. Do you have any shame? The male protagonist smiled wryly, teacher, you know about this too. You see, I've achieved a great feat for the school, and the repair fee is reasonable. But after I roll up my sleeves and work, I've been injured to this extent. How much do you think my sister had to spend? Li teacher squinted at him. He could only say, the phoenix chasing blade can still be repaired, but your shoes are beyond repair. The best we can do is take them back and charge a repair fee. The male protagonist, hearing this, became agitated and said, teacher, those shoes I bought cost me 40 points for the repair fee, and now they're worth over 1 million. Li teacher replied, if the shoes are completely worn out, that's all they're worth. The male protagonist cried, but Li teacher, losing patience, asked, are you going to repair them or not? He sadly said, repair. The male protagonist stared intently at the weapon being taken by the staff. He changed his attitude, acting spoiled. Li teacher, the male protagonist asked with a pout, has the school considered setting up an online shopping channel? Li teacher, confused, asked, what channel? The male protagonist answered, everyone is buying things online these days. Why shouldn't we martial artists keep up with the times? Every time we change resources, we have to return to the school. It's so inconvenient. Then he smiled cutely, teacher, do you think the school would support me if I set up an online shopping channel for logistics, with me in charge of the transportation? Li teacher was surprised and asked, are you in charge of transportation? The male protagonist enthusiastically waved his hand and described to Li teacher, I won't hide it from you, teacher. I've started a transportation company that specializes in delivering goods for people. The school won't have to spend a single cent on labor. I'll take care of everything. Li teacher then said, I understand. He frowned, pointing at the male protagonist, you're trying to steal the school's resources, grab a big haul, and then run off, aren't you? The male protagonist was stunned by Li teacher's words and quickly defended himself, how could I dare? There are so many grandmasters at this school. Seeing that Li teacher disagreed with his idea, he softened his tone and said, "My family is in a tough situation, I just want to earn a little money by handling the small deliveries for the school." But in his heart, he thought, at that time, the delivery fee will definitely be 100 coins. Martial artists are all rich, so they won't even care. He continued, "Right now, the e-commerce channel is rising, and it's a great opportunity for development. My company has been operating till now, and it hasn't been easy." Li teacher remained silent, thinking. The male protagonist leaned forward on the table, trying to persuade him, "Teacher, I know what you're worried about. Every resource in the school is worth hundreds or even thousands. For now, I'll only be handling deliveries within the school. If anything goes missing, I'll compensate for the loss. Besides, I've even thought of a future development plan. Once the sales channel is operational, the allocation of credit points for the courses will also be handled by the school, starting with lending out credit points so students can spend them in advance." Teacher Li began to feel intrigued. "Oh, what does that mean?" The male lead explained, "Students now have very little pressure, they can spend their points as they please, progress according to their own pace. Is a sea-level weapon any good? Are pills any good? Primordial energy, sustained vitality, upper rank pills you can just borrow points and use them right away, even if you only have 200 points. The wool comes from the sheep itself, most of the supplies in the logistics department are brought back by students from the catacombs. With a loan, everyone can quickly enhance their strength. The value of items brought back from the catacombs will also be higher. If you bring back high-level items and repay the points, isn't it a better deal to buy lower-level items? It motivates people and stimulates their enthusiasm. This is the necessary cycle. Moreover, think about it, don't people who are in debt tend to work harder to avoid getting killed by their debts?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Li was startled and thought, "Us old martial artists really don't understand the tricks of e-commerce. Giving these kids a chance to hustle doesn't seem like such a bad thing." Convinced, Teacher Li asked him, "What do you gain from this?" At that moment, the male lead pretended to act all righteous and said, "What do I gain? I'm just serving the people." Li teacher smiled and scolded, "Liar." Seeing that his lie was exposed, he quickly covered up, "Well, it could yield some profit, just consider it the channel management fee." Li teacher smiled and complimented, "You're quick with your numbers, but this matter is too big, I'm afraid I can't make the decision on my own." At the dean's office, the male lead stood before Dean Huang, speaking clearly, "Dean Huang, I can guarantee that if we proceed with my plan, martial arts will soon surpass Jingdu." Dean Huang smiled, quite a bold claim. He looked at the male lead and advised, "It does sound feasible, but you're still too weak. It would be better for you to focus on cultivating your spirit." Seeing that Dean Huang was not yet convinced, the male lead said, "Dean, doing business can stimulate spiritual growth." Dean Huang and Li teacher listened intently as the male lead spoke. He concentrated his spiritual energy, and a surge of energy brushed across Dean Huang's bangs, similar to Wang Jinyang's power. Suddenly, Dean Huang stood up, unleashing his blood chi grandmaster power, knocking the male lead back. He cursed silently, "Damn it." The male lead was knocked into the wall. Though unhurt, he fell onto the sofa. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he thought, "Indeed, this is even more terrifying than Mr. Wang's reaction. No wonder he's a blood chi grandmaster, he doesn't need money." Dean Huang, excited, said, "Interesting, a rank 3 martial artist can actually control spiritual energy." Li teacher continued, "Could this be the reason why political governors and businessmen often break through so quickly?" Huang Dean, with his dark eyes, replied, "Whether in business, politics, or descending into the catacombs, it's all a form of practice to keep the brain in a constantly vibrant state. Perhaps this is why Principal Wu's divine power breakthrough was so rapid." Upon hearing this, Li teacher took the opportunity to speak for himself, "Dean, how about you let me manage the martial arts business as well?" Huang Dean patted Li teacher's shoulder and said, "Mr. Li, don't be so greedy. Leave some capital for our school." The martial arts assets were the result of everyone's gradual, painstaking efforts, not something easily earned, which made Li teacher quite angry. The main character, standing aside and watching the scene unfold,
was holding back tears from laughter. He was thinking, the level of Huang Din really is unmatched. Without leaving any space, Huang Din asked Fong Ping, "Are you sure it was because of doing business that you sensed the divine power?" The main character then started to perform. Genuinely, when business wasn't going well, it was really stressful. I had to rack my brain to find solutions. Over time, the concentrated divine power built up, and naturally, I sensed a trace of divine power. While lying through his teeth, he thought, a rank 3 martial artist with divine power, no matter how much I bluff, the truth is right in front of me, and it doesn't matter how I spin it. Dean Huang sat in deep thought for a moment, then sat down and said, "All right, it's possible, but I don't support profiting from students by granting points. The essence is for students to improve." Upon hearing this, the male lead stepped forward to explain, "Dean, the profit isn't about how much, but rather to show everyone that they can't just sit and wait. They have to act to earn." Dean Huang responded, "This idea could actually serve as a slogan for martial artists." He was persuaded by the male lead and said, "Then, as you said, you'll be in charge of setting up the sales channel within the school. The quota is 100,000 points, with 90% of the profits going to the school, and the remaining 10% covering the management fees for your channel." The negotiation was successful, and the male lead immediately bowed to thank the dean. With a quota of 100,000 points, he could earn more than 10,000 points in profit annually, which meant tens of millions in value. Dean Huang then set out a condition, but before that, you still need to meet the requirements set by the school. First, you need to have a strong man to bear the risk of losing any items. Second, no outsiders are allowed to participate in martial arts transportation. The male lead sighed inwardly, making money really isn't easy. After finishing the task, the male lead and Li Teacher walked out of the building. He happily smiled at Li Teacher and said, "Li Teacher, I sincerely thank you." Li Teacher replied, "Don't thank me just yet. Lu Feng Ro over there also has to take responsibility for you. Only then can this work out." The male protagonist stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and then said, Lu Master over there should be fine. The important thing is whether the school agrees to let outsiders in, and if so, we can only recruit students to do the deliveries." He then thought of another issue, but hiring martial artist students would be expensive. Li Teacher, standing beside him, gave a sly smile and said, "In the end, I was right to praise your brain, I spoke too soon." The male protagonist asked, "Do you have a solution, teacher?" Li Teacher then explained, "Here's the thing, we use the excuse of martial arts exchange to create a club. Just say there will be opportunities to meet senior students with rank 5, or even a 6th grade instructor. There are so many martial artists, but actually, many of the new students aren't even martial artists yet. They'll pay the transport fees. What they're lacking is upper rank instructors. Now, there's a chance for them to make connections, learn something new. Plus, this club will be founded by the strongest new student." Li Teacher grinned wickedly, "See, won't they be begging LCXIN to join?" The male protagonist was left dumbfounded, constantly marveling to himself, the older the ginger, the spicier it gets. I was still worried about the salary, and now it looks like I won't even need to pay Ling anymore. But outwardly, he acted embarrassed and said, "Do you think this is really appropriate?" Li Teacher simply replied, "Actually, what you're doing is also helping your classmates who are behind. Whether you do it or not is up to you." The male protagonist thought to himself, as the strongest new student, I should indeed create a good training environment for my classmates. While they were talking, a few cars drove up. Tang Lion stepped out of one. Li Teacher and the male protagonist stood frozen, staring. Tang Lion was so angry that his blood qi began to surge. He called out, "Fong Ping, come here." The male protagonist immediately sensed that something was wrong. Tang Lion angrily questioned, "Who told you to leave early?" Seeing the male protagonist in trouble, his classmates secretly laughed and pointed. Tang Lion scolded, "Disorganized and undisciplined." The male protagonist, frustrated from the scolding, was further reprimanded by Tang Lion. "And don't bother Mr. Li when there's nothing going on." Tang Lion continued, "I've heard you often make trouble with the logistics department.
If this becomes a habit, everyone will start demanding the same thing.
What will Mr. Lee do then? The male protagonist stubbornly retorted, I'm making bulk transactions. This is what we call buying in bulk, sir. Tang Lion changed his approach.
Even so, you shouldn't make things difficult for Mr. Lee.
The prices set by the school aren't something Mr. Lee can change on his own.
To be honest, the discounts you get are all covered by Mr. Lee's own pocket. The male protagonist was stunned upon hearing this. Tang Lion turned and said, all right, you can think this through for yourself. Everyone gather at the Real Combat Training Building. The male protagonist's mood darkened. While lost in thought, the phone rang with a notification.
A message, hello Fong Ping, the account Chen Yunxi has transferred 5 million.
Chen Yunxi stood from a distance, holding his phone screen toward the male lead, and said thank you. The students gathered and were notified of their reward points. Zhao Lei 130 points, Wu Tian 85 points, Fu Changding 120 points, Fong Ping 800 points, Yang Xiaoman 95 points. Tang Lion stood on the high podium, looking at the students, and remarked, the basic score for this assessment is 100 points. More than half of you did not pass, don't make any excuses.
As elite students of martial arts, this is a form of disgrace.
After criticizing them, he added, of course, those who passed have passed, credit is given where it's due, and the mission of capturing the target has been completed.
The reward for this assessment is 25% of the test score. If you do not meet the basic score, there is no reward.
Upon hearing this, the male lead was the first to raise his hand and voice his opinion, teacher, this is too little. He muttered to himself, I scored 800 points, and in the blink of an eye, it's reduced to 200, just enough for a reviving pill.
Tang Lion coldly responded, this reward is a quota added by the school, not from the department. Dealing with heretical teachings is a duty. Don't equate everything to money and rice. The male lead, dissatisfied, said, then who will compensate for the personal losses we've suffered?
He pulled all the students out and said, you are all students, relying entirely on missions to earn points for cultivation. If we follow this reward system, it's basically enough for your studies, but it will severely affect your future cultivation. Not everyone here is in a financially stable position to bear such high costs, so I hope the school can be understanding of our situation.
Teacher.
When everyone heard Fong Ping whispering, they thought, I didn't expect Fong Ping to think of us like this. What they didn't know was that what bothered him the most was the fact that his 800 points had been reduced to only 200. Suddenly, the person next to him kicked the male protagonist. It turned out to be Zhao Lei. The two exchanged glances.
Zhao Lei was sweating and asked, what are you doing?
The male protagonist glanced back, mind your own business. If we don't fight for our rights now, are we supposed to just accept whatever comes? Zhao Lei agreed, raising his hand and saying, teacher, this is really too little, and we didn't even get much loot.
What everyone's whispering about is right, the lack of resources will make cultivation in the future harder.
My family is in a difficult situation, and even the pills my sister loves, we can't afford.
If it continues like this, how can we get into the catacombs? Tang Lion shouted loudly, all right, quiet down.
He too was persuaded by the students and fell into deep thought for a long while.
Finally, he said, I understand now.
All students will receive 50% of the points as a reward.
The negotiation is successful. Everyone replied in unison, thank you, teacher.
The students were happy, but Tang Lion frowned and said, however, those students who don't achieve enough points will have to complete at least 3 rank 2 tasks, going through many life and death situations.
Without this, you won't be able to grow.
Hearing this, the male lead asked seriously, Tang Master, has the time for entering the catacombs been set yet?
Tang Lion answered him, also informing everyone present, we will enter the catacombs in June.
The remaining time will be spent on completing academic tasks, studying humanities, geography, and the various species in the catacombs.
The curriculum will start tomorrow.
After speaking, Tang Lion said, dismissed. The male lead thought to himself, there's just over a month left, time is running out, so he must make use of it to improve his strength and check his points.
He waved goodbye to everyone. As he watched them leave, he picked up his phone and called, "Hello, Lou Master, are you free? I need you to help me guarantee something." The next day, the male lead was seen setting up tables and chairs in the schoolyard to recruit members for the new club, which had been guaranteed by Lu Fengro. He asked the person, "What's your name?" "Guai Shang." "Are you a martial artist?" "No." "Do you know who I am?" "Yeah, teacher, we were told you're a genius, strong and smart." Hearing the compliment, the male lead shyly scratched his nose and said, "Right now, I'm looking to establish a club, recruiting a few comrades to work hard together. Would you like to join?" The male student holding the paper looked at it, surprised. "Club?" He thought to himself, the school's club only accepts martial artists. Who would want to accept someone like me, who's not a martial artist? Surely, they're not asking for a fee, are they? Thinking this, Guo Shang finally said, "Although I'd really like to join, if it's a fee, then never mind. Right now, I don't even have enough money for cultivation." Before Guo Shang could finish, the male lead interrupted him, Hey, Fong Ping, am I that kind of person?" Seeing Guo Shang turn around to leave, the male lead slammed the table and spoke loudly, "Classmates, listen to me, this really does attract the students on campus." He said, "Here, only martial artists are considered true students of martial arts." Fong Ping started to intimidate everyone. For new students, becoming a martial artist is not easy. Martial arts are difficult, and it's even harder for the weak. To enter martial arts, who isn't a genius? Why are we progressing so slowly? I often think one reason is that we come from poor families, lacking resources. The other reason is that we don't have high-ranking instructors or guidance from senior martial artists. At this point, Fong Ping shouted loudly, releasing his blood qi, "Students, I ask you, are you satisfied with this?" Fong Ping spoke with great confidence, his expression fierce as he said, "Am I really willing to graduate and still be rank 1, standing below others for the rest of my life?" Upon hearing these words, Guo Shang first muttered softly, "No." Then, thinking about what was just said, he shouted loudly, "I'm not willing." Facing Fong Ping, he said with determination, "I want to become a martial artist. I want to become a martial artist recognized by everyone." Another person beside them, though clearly unwilling, voiced the harsh reality, "But what can we do?" Fong Ping's expression darkened as he replied, "Relying on others is no better than relying on ourselves. We must force ourselves to become stronger." He served chicken soup to the new students, then continued, "Fong Ping, I won't go down that path, relying on myself, using the system's efforts to become a strongman, the strongest new student. Now I'm already rank 3 middle, and by the end of my first year, I will challenge the martial arts club." He released his blood qi to prove himself, then said, "I dare say, before the leader of the martial arts club, I can also sit there." The arrogant words of a first-year student caused people to point and gossip. Someone standing by the window on the upper floor, witnessing this scene, sneered and said, "Ridiculous. Master Zhang is level 4, and this guy doesn't even know his own strength. He should check his own abilities. What a liar." Fong Ping looked at him confidently and said, "Senior, just because Muda is useless doesn't mean I, Fong Ping, am the same. You're being scolded for being useless, and you're so angry you can't even speak, huh?" Fong Ping wasn't afraid of anyone provoking him. "If you're not convinced, come down here and talk, let's spar a few moves." The senior shouted angrily, "Come down if you want, who's afraid of who?" Someone from the scene tried to stop him. "Forget it, you're only rank 2 peak, would you go down there and get humiliated?" Fong Ping lowered his head, covering his face, and said in a deep voice, "I come from a humble background, but I've never given up on my dreams." His eyes flashed with a longing light, "Grandmaster, one day I will step onto that path." He worked hard to rally the crowd. "Today, I'm establishing the Ping Yuan Club right here. No questions about your background, no questions about your level, just come and join." Everyone in the schoolyard listened in silence as Fong Ping continued, "Let's fight together in martial arts, share our experiences, and the club will provide opportunities for everyone, allowing you to connect with senior members and instructors of higher ranks." He spoke passionately, "I just hope that one day, everyone here can become a grandmaster." Then, he took out a registration form. "If you're willing, come and fill out the form. If not, I won't force you." We're only recruiting 100 people.
The crowd was convinced by Fong Ping's words, and they all scrambled to get a registration form. I want to join too.
I want to join the club, give me a form. One more form. Yang Xiaoman crossed her arms, looking at the male lead with a mocking expression. What kind of poverty is he talking about?
I even bought 20 million pills from him before.
Zhao Xuemei was surprised and asked again, 20 million? Did he really sell pills worth that much?
Yang Xiaoman replied, yes, that guy is quite capable.
This semester, just selling pills alone, he has already made money. Bo Changding confidently said, so, are we going to join the Ping Yuan Club? Yang Xiaoman, confused, asked back, why would we join? Bo Changding responded, think about it. We know Fong Ping too well. If something isn't in his favor, what would he do?
Right, he would fight back. In the dean's office, Huang Dean, sipping tea, spoke to Tang Lion. When he first enrolled, you said he wasn't ambitious.
Now he's more ambitious than anyone, it's shocking. Who would have thought that a freshman would dare challenge the leader of the martial arts club? Tang Lion was also puzzled and asked, why would he suddenly want to establish a club?
Huang Dean explained, he set up an online sales channel for the logistics department, but the school doesn't allow outsiders to deliver goods.
Do you think he's going to deliver them himself? Tang Lion suddenly understood, I thought so.
This kid is always talking about righteous causes to save the world. I even thought he was thinking of the non-martial arts students. Huang Dean disagreed upon hearing this and said, we can't be sure about the future.
If he truly wants results, it's not certain he wouldn't take care of the members he tricked.
It's just that he wasn't smart enough. Being deceived at school and gaining some experience from it is better than being tricked to death in the catacombs.
Tang Lion agreed upon hearing this, his expression more relaxed. That's true.
Our school does need some cunning people like this, just like Principal Wu. Thinking about being called cunning, Huang Dean coughed awkwardly and thought to himself, Tang Lion isn't stupid either. If he's not careful, he might end up getting cursed at by him. On the school grounds, Fong Ping was happily explaining to a few people, we have enough members now, if you haven't joined, you'll have to wait for the next opportunity. He then added, tonight, I'll hold a club meeting. Members, please pay attention to the messages. Now, you can all disperse. As everyone heard the dismissal, they began to discuss among themselves.
Is that it? It's over? No ceremony or anything?
Noticing the crowd murmuring about the lack of proper treatment, the male lead quickly reassured them, I guarantee you won't regret this choice. Suddenly, someone slammed a stack of papers onto the table.
Fong Ping, so why didn't you call us to join the Ping Yuan Club?
What about Yang Xiaoman, Fu Changding, and Zhao Xuemei?
Bo Changding angrily said, Fong Ping, why won't you let us join the club? Fong Ping calmly continued packing while replying, you guys don't meet my requirements. Bo Changding questioned, what requirements? From what I see, you mostly accept people who aren't martial artists. Are we not strong enough?
Yang Xiaoman also chimed in, if we join, we'll at least help strengthen your brand. Zhao Xuemei clasped her hands and said, we've been running low recently. If you have a way to make money, take us along with you.
Fong Ping was silent for a moment after hearing what they said.
Then he spoke, I can accept you into the club, but you'll need to put in effort for it. The three of them spoke in unison, no problem.
But Yang Xiaoman seemed to sense a problem and asked, hold on, what do you mean by putting in effort? Yang Xiaoman didn't know why she asked that, isn't the point of earning money to work for it?
The male protagonist didn't raise his head but spoke, addressing the question about martial arts from the new students, if there are disruptive members, we'll handle it. The three of them went silent, glancing at each other when they heard they would have to work. Seeing this, Fong Ping waved his hand gently and said, if it's too difficult for you, then forget it.
Let's pretend this conversation never happened. Hearing this, the three of them hurriedly said, don't, who said it's difficult? It's not difficult at all.
In his heart, Fong Ping was secretly thinking, with such labor being offered on a silver platter, it would be a disservice to my friends if I don't accept. In the meeting room, Fong Ping stood in front of the club and said, "Comrades, tonight, our club will officially hold the first General Assembly." He then promised to encourage everyone's dedication, including myself. There are a total of 108 people here. In the future, these 108 people will be the members of our club. The dream is already in place, and becoming a grandmaster is just a matter of time. Skipping the opening remarks, he now announced some good news. After enduring many difficulties and efforts, the logistics department will launch an online sales platform managed by our Ping Yuan Club. We will need 50 volunteers to assist with the shipping. Someone asked upon hearing this, shipping, does that mean delivery staff? Fong Ping then asked in return, may I ask, can a staff member acting as a shipper deliver goods to the homes of martial artists every day? Everyone looked at each other, uncertain, and replied, it seems that might not be possible. That's true, Fong Ping agreed. He then began to explain, the recipients of our shipments are upper-ranking seniors and instructors. Normally, we can't even enter the professors' dorms. So don't underestimate this opportunity. He said, who knows, maybe one day, while delivering goods for some instructor, the instructor might notice us and give us some rare resources. Do you think that's possible? If you meet a senior and ask them a few questions about martial arts, would they refuse to answer you? One person disagreed, raising their hand to object, but what if the instructor doesn't notice us? What then? Fong Ping slyly replied, well, if some of you are unlucky and don't get noticed, that's just bad luck. Don't be upset if you don't get guidance or good items. I promise you this, as long as you do well, the club will give you the chance to buy pills at an extremely favorable price. Others buy pills for 30 points, but you'll only pay 27 points. Upon hearing this benefit, the members started whispering to each other, 3 points off. That's quite a bit. Seems not too bad. Looks like joining this club was the right decision. Seeing the positive impact, Fong Ping began to act. He sighed, if I hadn't mentioned it, you probably wouldn't have known how difficult this really is. He ran his hand through his hair, looking helpless, and said, just a few minutes ago, the dean was worried about potential losses and required every student to pay a 5 million deposit. I was the one who handled it. Thanks to Lu, the 6th rank peak instructor, who vouched for me, I managed to avoid that payment. Therefore, everyone, we must do well. We cannot let Master Lu lose face. In the future, the sales channel will also be synchronized online, and a point lending system will be available for everyone to borrow points to improve their strength. Yang Xiaoman immediately raised a question, Fong Ping, if it's in the form of borrowing points, wouldn't the interest rate be very high? Fong Ping didn't answer right away, but instead pointed out Yang Xiaoman's mistake and called out, the leader, huh? Which made Yang Xiaoman angry. Zhao Shuimei had to hold back, and only then did he respond, of course, borrowing points requires paying interest, but as long as you're a member of our club, you'll enjoy benefits with an extremely low interest rate. If you borrow 100 points for a month, the interest you need to pay is just 1 point. Yang Xiaoman forgot her earlier anger and patted the table, praising, well done, you could even create new incentive policies in martial arts. But he shook his head, personal growth doesn't represent much. I hope everyone grows together. Fu Changding whispered to Yang Xiaoman and Zhao Shuimei, do you think I'm wrong? Following Fong Ping is definitely beneficial. Seeing Fu Changding's sanctimonious expression, Yang Xiaoman sneered, alright, you're the best, number one. Finally, Fong Ping said, now, I've explained the club's work and benefits. If anyone wants to withdraw, you can leave now. When everyone stayed seated, Fong Ping happily said, good, now I will officially assign the club positions. Zhou Yuhong will be in charge of the club office, responsible for handling the order confirmations with a team of 50 people. Wei Sheng will be the minister of the Ministry of Transportation and Connections, in charge of shipping. He said, Fu Changding takes on the role of vice leader, responsible for communication and connection between the clubs. Zhao Shuimei is in charge of the Ministry of Foreign Operations. Yang Xiaoman is the Minister of Supervision, responsible for inspecting various departments, as well as grading and allocating rewards.
Yang Xiaoman asked, "What about you?" He answered, "Of course, I'm responsible for calculating the overall situation and ensuring everyone's benefits."
Saying this, he even felt a bit moved. Although it's very difficult, for the greater good, I will sacrifice myself to make sure everyone knows that the strong man is strong, not because of external connections. Yet, these naive sheep were fooled, and they cheered, saying, "The leader is right. We just need to work harder and we can surpass them. Yes, we must rely on our own efforts." The three friends, understanding Fong Ping, couldn't help but think to themselves, these people have no clue about Fong Ping. Meanwhile, Fong Ping, with a gloomy face, thought, "Next, I just need to lie back and wait to collect the rewards. I should start cultivating myself, only when I'm strong will I have a voice in the club." Fong Ping, feeling smug, said, "We all start somewhere, sooner or later there will be a day. All martial arts resources will be in the palm of my hand." On the floor, drops of sweat fell, Fong Ping's veins bulged, and his body tensed, every muscle straining. He lay flat on the floor, thinking about the scammer. "Mr. Lee, he said that by taking the pills, my body would be able to withstand the effects of rank 5, but he didn't mention it would hurt this much." He gritted his teeth and endured the pain, wondering to himself, "I want to become stronger, but do I have to keep suffering like this? Is it really just to become some ridiculous savior?" But then, he thought of the image of his family being chased and killed by beasts and immediately countered himself, "No, I'm not some kind of deity. Everything I do is just to survive, to keep my family alive. The pain I endure today is to avoid the feeling of helplessness tomorrow." He didn't know how much time had passed, but Fong Ping collapsed, sitting up with his mouth wide open, gasping for breath. He stood up, hunched over, and had to support himself with his hands on his back. Even then, he still felt quite exhausted. The effects of speeding up the bone training were obvious. Each time he finished, there was a period of adaptation, but it didn't last long. The best training method was to improve his potential first, then use the system to train all his vertebrae at once, shortening the adaptation time. Fong Ping opened the system interface and thought, since reaching rank 3, the system consumes 30,000 points for each 1% of training. To complete the entire training requires 18 million points. Right now, I have 32,600,000 points and 24 million in cash. Training the 2 blocks of vertebrae will cost 40 million. That should be enough for now. The system displayed Fong Ping's information: money, 32,600,000, blood chi, 650 points, spirit, 443 points, trained bones, 151 blocks at 90%, 1 block at 65%, 54 blocks at 30%. The points must reach 100 million to level up, but they cannot remain like this forever. To improve strength and enter the catacombs, one must be able to survive. At the Martial Arts Southern Block, in the second-floor Simulation War Center, a voice was explaining to the students gathered around the terrain map, the entrance to the catacombs and the real world correspond to each other. The catacombs are extremely vast. No one has ever entered the catacombs and exited through a different door. The entrance to the catacombs is in the southern magic city by the sea. Heading north, 1,000 km is where the creatures of the catacombs gather. The diameter spans 5,000 km, with a total of 13 cities. The protagonist stood beside the teacher and said, "So, you're saying the catacombs under the magic city of Guang are as large as half of the nation H?" The teacher replied, "Correct, this is still the result of our incomplete exploration." This astonished Fong Ping, "That's already too big." He then asked, "Does the catacombs have a sun? How do we tell directions inside the catacombs?" The teacher explained, "The catacombs have an object like an energy ore that serves as the sun. It doesn't rise and set like the sun during the day and night, but alternates like the blink of an eye." The teacher said, "The terrain map is also coordinated, but it's completely blacked out. The common knowledge of humanity is useless in the catacombs. Recognizing the way can only be based on the model maps that we have created." Fong Ping broke into a sweat and thought, "How am I supposed to remember this? The mountains and trees all look exactly the same." Fu Changding, noticing the worried expression on the male lead's face, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Aren't you good at remembering the way?" The male lead retorted, "What do you mean?" Fu Changding thought to himself, Fong Ping may be a genius, but he still has his weaknesses. He then continuously patted Fong Ping on the shoulder, threatening, remember, you must stick with us. If you get lost, we won't be able to find you. Fong Ping, seeing Fu Changding's smug attitude, threatened back, I think there's a practical combat class tomorrow. How about we practice together beforehand? Unable to win the argument, Fu Changding reluctantly said, forget it. The teacher continued instructing the students, saying, to defend against the invasion of the catacombs, we have established a stronghold at the entrance of the catacombs. The closest fort to our stronghold is Tianmen Wall. Tianmen Wall has 2,000 people, 200,000 soldiers, and among them, 20,000 martial artists. He folded his arms and said, but in our stronghold, the catacombs magic city, we don't even have 5,000 martial artists. Zhao Lei offered his opinion, with 5,000 people, we can defend the city. It seems they're not very strong. Immediately, the teacher said, wrong. He continued, it's not defense, but rather reluctant defense. The opponent has been hit before, so they are afraid to underestimate us and attack. We also cannot destroy the Tianmen Wall, unless we have the strength to unite and fight against their 13 closest forts. He recounted, 70 years ago, more than 40 grandmasters gathered in the capital, intending to destroy the capital's catacombs. The result led to a strongman at the very end of the catacombs, resulting in 16 grandmasters perishing in battle. The students were shocked, 16 people. One student asked, teacher, do we still have hope? Is it only defense we can do? The teacher, seeing the young people's arrogance and their fear of not achieving anything in this life, smiled and said, everyone, don't be too pessimistic. Our future is the light. In recent years, our country has had more and more grandmasters, which is why we have always defended, giving humanity time to grow stronger. Memorize the catacombs notebook in your hands. Go to the catacombs to find energy ores, medicinal plants, hunt and kill catacomb creatures, and the human forces in the catacombs. Especially the energy ores, their applications are vast, making weapons, scientific research, practicing martial arts, conducting scientific research, making weapons, or directly using them to create pills. He said, the energy ore is divided into two types based on purity, 30% and 90%. The basic energy ore has a purity of 30%, while the cultivation energy ore has a purity of 90%. For every 50 pieces of basic energy ore, only one piece of cultivation energy ore can be refined. The energy ore with impurities cannot be used for cultivation. The price of energy ore varies depending on its purity, 30% costs 1 point, 40% costs 2 points, 50% costs 5 points, 60% costs 10 points, 70% costs 15 points, and 80% costs 20 points. In the future, you all won't need to worry much about this. The human exploration zones are limited right now, but the chances of finding better resources will increase over time. At the very least, there will be opportunities to directly break through to Grandmaster. Upon hearing this, the students became excited. What? A direct breakthrough to Grandmaster? Everyone couldn't help but murmur, is it really true that the catacombs have such good items? If one could instantly break through like that, it would be amazing. Why haven't we heard about this before? The teacher, hearing the question, replied, this is a confidential matter of Nation H. The greater the strength, the more one naturally knows. Of course, I cannot provide you with all the details. You are not qualified yet. If you want to know, then strive to become stronger. All the students listened attentively to the teacher's words. An excited person said, I want to go into the dungeon and kill the enemies. The person next to them also said, I want to go into the dungeon and cause a commotion that shakes the heavens and earth. The male protagonist also thought to himself, I need to study this carefully, maybe I can find an item worth several thousand points, which would increase my breakthrough points to 100 million. Suddenly, a classmate ran in quickly, everyone, the teacher from Lon Siwei's support team has arrived. All students gather at the main gate. At Martial Artists University of Magic City, Tang Lion and the principal appeared with an elderly man with long white hair and a beard. It turned out this was Principal Yurin of Magic City Martial Artist University, an 8th peak level warrior on the field. The cars were parked steadily, and people gradually got out. Medical staff carried stretchers down, and individuals stepped down from the red vehicles, each holding a wooden box. The men still had visible wounds on their faces, their expressions solemn as they lined up neatly. The students also gathered at the location. A man with a disheveled appearance walked up to the principal, saluted seriously with his hand raised. Though he was sorrowful, he shouted loudly and clearly, "In this battle, we did not dishonor our mission. We killed 3 level 8 warriors of Lan Siwei in the dungeon, 11 level 5 warriors, and 27 level 4 warriors, reclaiming our national honor, reclaiming the power of demonic martial arts." At this point, he couldn't hold back his tears, and they flowed down his face as he said, "Our martial artist university will fight to the death with 6 instructors, not taking a single step back." Principal Yuren heard this but showed no emotion, only patting his shoulder in comfort. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." The group of students, including the male protagonist, silently watched this scene. Yurin shouted loudly, "Pay your respects, greet the heroic souls." Immediately, the teachers stood at attention and saluted. Then, all the students followed suit, performing the funeral ceremony, honoring the heroic souls. The first-year students bowed their heads, listening carefully to each word of the principal, who understood and cared for the families of the martyrs of Martial Artist University. Once it was over, everyone saw Yuren unexpectedly leap into the air. Tang Lion and Huang Din exchanged glances, and without hesitation, the two of them jumped up after the principal. The teachers watched the 3 of them leave, sighing, "Today, the Dungeon Martial Artist University is sure to go to war. The old principal has long been ill, his body wounded, and we fear his injuries will only get worse." As everyone was watching, Chen Yunxi suddenly ran out and called, "Teacher." It turned out it was her instructor. Bairuoshi hugged Chen Yunxi, and she softly called, "Teacher." Bairuoshi had no choice but to say, "The teacher is fine." Chen Yunxi cried uncontrollably, and Bairuoshi's arm had been severed up to her upper forearm. Lu Fengro stood from a distance, witnessing this scene, and shouted, "Bairuoshi is still alive, why are you crying like this?" She walked closer and said, "Life and death can sometimes be this simple. If one day we die in a dungeon, there's no need for these useless tears." She frowned and continued, "If you have the ability, go subdue the dungeon and avenge us." The group of main characters silently nodded. Bairuoshi looked at Lu Fengro and said, "Sister Ro, please take care of Yunxi from now on." Chen Yunxi asked in confusion, "Teacher?" Lu Fengro then explained, "Your teacher has suffered internal injuries, it will take at least 2 years for recovery, and she won't be able to continue teaching you martial arts." She then set a condition, "I can take her in, but I cannot protect her in secret the way you did. If you had done things properly, you wouldn't have delayed for a month. You could have reached level 6 warriors by now, and this time you wouldn't have been severely injured." Upon hearing this, the main character immediately asked, "By teacher, when we went on missions before, was it always you who protected us?" Chen Yunxi apologized, "If that's the case, I've dragged you into this." However, Bairuoshi comforted, "Don't overthink it, the new students assigned to missions for the school are always accompanied by protectors, let alone you all are elite students of the Martial Artist University. The teacher is just saying that to motivate you to improve." Lu Fengro, hearing Bairuoshi defend her, snorted coldly. Bairuoshi, understanding her personality well, ignored it and simply smiled, saying, "But you all are no longer new students, so be careful in the future." The students and the male protagonist stood silently. Bairuoshi had no choice but to say, "All right, everyone go back, Lu teacher and I still have to visit a grave." Looking at the 2 teachers' backs, the male protagonist thought to himself, "Is this the dungeon? Is this the fate of a martial artist?" He muttered, "Dungeon." Fu Chongding couldn't help but curse, "They all deserve to die." The group today was still not accustomed to seeing friends die in the dungeon, but it wouldn't take long. They would be some of the ones who would return, or perhaps, some of them would fall. Over the years, many people had died, and in the hearts of many instructors, only hatred and the resolve to become stronger remained. The Martial Artist University would not sleep tonight. At this moment, in Lu Fengrou's room, Fong Ping had reached mid-level 3, while Zhao Lei and Fu Changding had also advanced to mid-level 2. As for Chen Yunxi, with 199 vitality points, she had broken through to become a martial artist. She possessed strong potential, and her family was not lacking in resources, but up until now, she had only reached mid-level 2. Lu Fengrouw glanced at her and said, "If it weren't for Bai Ruoxi, I wouldn't need a useless person like you." Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxi simply lowered her head in silence. Zhao Xuemei, seeing this, looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. The male lead coughed awkwardly to break the tense atmosphere. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, "Teacher, how about we hold a master-apprentice ceremony?" Lu Fengrouw decisively replied, "Get lost." The male lead meekly responded, "Yes, I'll leave immediately." Lu Fengrouw closed her eyes and said to Chen Yunxi, "By the end of this month, if you don't reach 100 blocks, then go back to your Chen family." Chen Yunxi quietly responded, "Yes." The male lead and Zhao Xuemei watched Chen Yunxi leave. Lu Fengrouw then continued, "Zhao Xuemei, try to reach peak level 2 before entering the dungeon and then sell the company to your uncle. Isn't that what he's always wanted? Convert it into money and bring it to me to buy pills, then go to the practice room to cultivate." Zhao Xuemei said, confused, "But teacher, that's the property my father left for me." Lu Fengrouw didn't let her finish, cutting her off and scolding her, "Stupid, do you want to die fighting in the dungeon like your father? Be beaten until you're in agony, and still remain silent." Lu Fengrouw continued, "At this stage, it's more important to convert assets into resources to advance. Your company is worth around 200 million, enough for you to cultivate to peak level 3. By then, taking back the company will be as easy as flipping your hand." The male lead, sensitive to money, immediately thought to himself, almost 200 million, so Zhao Xuemei's family is that rich. Once it's sold, all I need to do is pop pills like candy. After Zhao Xuemei's thoughts were cleared up, she agreed, "I understand." Lu Fengrouw then turned to look at the male lead. "What about you? You haven't made any progress lately." The male lead scratched his head, offering an excuse, "Teacher, I advanced too quickly before, and it consumed a lot of resources. Now, a level 3 pill costs 40 points, it's too expensive." Then, he made a helpless face, "My family doesn't have a company to sell, so now I can only rely on myself to recover my vitality reaching." Of course, Lu Fengrouw couldn't stand the male lead's expression, "Don't come crying to me about being poor. You invested tens of millions in your company, do you think I don't know?" The male lead, when exposed, was no longer as eager as before. He said, "The company is not worth much now anyway." Lu Fengrouw seemed to snap back to reality, and she asked, "Are you blaming me for not giving you the benefit? Then let's make a deal." As she stood up, Lu Fengrouw smiled and said, "Help me kill someone, and I will pay you 1,000 points." The male lead was taken aback, but he quickly reconsidered, "What's wrong with 1,000 points?" He asked, "Teacher, you're almost a master yourself, if you can't kill, how can I?" Lu Fengrouw took a scroll of paper from the shelf and said, "It's not about having you kill right now, you can do it when you have the ability." When the male lead asked if the other party was a master, Lu Fengrouw replied, "No." She continued, "It's a human from the dungeon." She handed the scroll to the male lead and asked, "Do you agree? If you do, I will give you 1,000 points right now. If you die later, I won't take it back." The male lead stared at the scroll, but in his mind, he was thinking, "This is 1,000 points, I'd have to complete dozens of difficult tasks to earn this. Since it's not about killing right now, if I don't hunt a sale, I might not get another chance later." Lu Fengrouw waited for a long time before deciding to provoke the male lead, "If you don't like it, then forget it." But as expected, the male lead completely lost his rationality and accepted it, not criticizing her at all. He happily thought, "These 1,000 points are mine now. Lu teacher is treating me quite well this time." At the weapons area, Lu teacher tapped on his computer and announced, "Level 4 creature armor for warrior's dungeon, a pair of C-grade alloy combat boots, and a pair of gloves, a total of 700 points. Pick up the items in half a month." Upon hearing the price, the male lead sighed. He thought, "Now I understand why martial artists are always complaining about being poor.
21 million, right?
Please give me a card so I can exchange 600 level 1 vitality reaching pills for points.
The teacher seemed puzzled and asked, this kid isn't bargaining today? So generous all of a sudden? While processing the payment, he asked, where did you get so many points from?
The male lead happily replied, I accepted a mission from Lu Instructor, 1000 points.
The teacher took the scroll, glanced at it, and asked, did you already receive the 1000 points? The male lead proudly answered, I received them right away. The teacher just laughed heartily. The male lead then asked, teacher, do you know this person? He replied with a cheerful laugh, of course, Lu Fengrou's enemy is also my enemy.
The next words made the protagonist fall silent like a statue. Level 9 warriors, leader of Tianmen Fort.
The protagonist screamed internally, this is bad. You only used 1000 points and want to hire future level 9 warriors like me?
But he could only sigh and say, Lu teacher truly has foresight, knowing I'll soon be able to become a level 9 warrior. Seeing the protagonist's confident expression, Li teacher teased, if you're not using your skin for that, sell it to me to make bulletproof tank armor.
Then, he asked again, did you say the leader of Tianmen Fort is also your enemy?
Li teacher fell silent for a moment before answering, 10 years ago, Lu Fengrou's daughter was killed by that leader. I was there at the time, the disparity in strength was too great, not only could I not save her, but I almost lost my own life. The protagonist was taken aback, as he had never heard Lu teacher mention his daughter before. Now, he understood that Li teacher's extreme and cold-blooded personality was due to the loss of a loved one. He could feel the sorrow deep within Li teacher's soul. Li teacher, sadly, said, let's not talk about this anymore. How have you been lately? You haven't made any progress, have you been spending too much time on the sales channel? The male protagonist was once again asked about this issue, and he hesitated before answering, indeed, the progress of my cultivation has slowed down a bit recently, those teachers have very sharp eyes. Teacher Li walked over, patted the male protagonist on the shoulder, and said, this won't do, follow me, I'll take you to a place. On the table, there were various medical devices and surgical tools. On the bed, a person was being operated on by a doctor, with the knife at the top of his head. Suddenly, the body of this person began to tremble violently. The doctor, wearing a white coat and sweating, quickly said, this is not good, he can't take it anymore. The person struggled, causing the restraining ropes to snap. Unexpectedly, his body began to disappear. In the end, only the broken ropes remained on the operating table. The male protagonist and teacher Li looked through the glass window. He asked in astonishment, is this a human dungeon? Teacher Li stared at the scene inside and answered, the human dungeon on Earth, after death, the physical body is resurrected in the dungeon. Those who are killed in the tombs do not vanish. This phenomenon is something we cannot explain, we can only study it slowly. The male protagonist asked further, so what are you studying here? Do you need living people? Teacher Li tapped his forehead with his finger and replied, we are studying the relationship between mental energy and the brain. Does the brain have a conductor for mental energy? He furrowed his brow and said, actually, all of this is a matter of forced circumstances. Spiritual energy is related to the master force, and if it yields results, it might help people perceive spiritual energy earlier, thus allowing more masters to emerge among humanity. As for the previous research in the mission, you suddenly unleashed tens of thousands of vitality points. Some in the military have suggested that they hope to popularize this within the army, and you might be tested here. Upon hearing this, the protagonist was startled and jumped up. He thought of the dissection earlier and felt dizzy. He quickly said, teacher, I'm born with this, the test won't show anything. Wang Jingyang is the same. Teacher Li rebutted, he's a normal phenomenon, but you are a first-time occurrence. The protagonist became even more worried and said, my bone marrow is like a fish's, spiritual energy can replenish energy particles. Teacher Li calmly responded, what you're saying to me is pointless, the results of the test will be more convincing. But you don't need to worry too much, it won't kill you. At most, they'll cut a bit of meat, saw a bit of bone, and suck out some marrow, it's nothing serious.
The protagonist was so terrified that he trembled all over, cut meat, saw bones, sucked marrow. Seeing this, Teacher Lee felt pleased and thought, got a scare, huh? He. Seeing that the joke was enough, he changed the subject. Lee Teacher said, Lu Feng Ro told me you're about to enter a dungeon war, so the army won't send anyone to look for you. Martial Artist University can reduce the pressure, but you also need to show us your value. If someone wants to dissect you and you don't have the strength, resisting will be pointless. The male lead heard clearly and simply replied, yes. The teacher waved his hand as he walked, let's go, I'll show you something else. They arrived at a place with red gemstones. The male lead pressed his face close to the stones and said, this is the first time I've seen real energy stones up close. The teacher looked at him and said, you can pick them up and try feeling them. The male lead picked up the smallest one to feel it. The small stone emitted an immense amount of energy. The male lead was startled, and he quickly exclaimed, that's too dangerous. Lee Teacher asked, are you using your spiritual power to feel it? He replied, yes. The teacher explained, that's right, spiritual power can lead to energy stones exploding, so it will make you feel dangerous. When your spiritual power becomes stronger, like a master, you might even be able to predict the danger beforehand. The male lead was surprised, thinking that spiritual power had so many uses. He asked, Teacher, what are the criteria for becoming a master? He spouted a heap of advanced knowledge, explaining, the process of tempering the skull can help the mental force project outward. Combined with vitality reaching to release battle skills, this could be called the Master Mid-Rank 3 Warriors, even though the skull hasn't been tempered. The skull requires the combination of vitality reaching and mental force to be refined. When the tempering of the skull is completed, the person will enter level 8 of the indestructible spirit, their body will become vastly different from that of an ordinary person, reaching the true state of real invincibility. The protagonist then had a question, if real invincible means invincible, then why does the principal seem weak and sick? Lee Teacher explained, real invincible doesn't mean immortal. The principal was previously struck by the general of Tianmen Fort, who used mental force to destroy some of the immortality seals, which is why he looks like he does now. The protagonist deduced, so, it can be understood that only upon reaching a higher level, can mental force harm an opponent. That's why Lu Teacher can't take revenge, she can't kill that leader, right? Lee Teacher sadly nodded, yes, that's why we all hope she won't become a master. If she does. Lee Teacher didn't finish, but everyone understood his meaning. The protagonist murmured, Master. Then he grabbed the energy stones and began absorbing them. Seeing this, Lee Teacher panicked, quickly swatting his hand away from the energy stones, I told you to look at it, not absorb it. The male lead cheerfully said, Teacher, this feeling is amazing. He thought to himself, no wonder everyone talks about energy stones, they really are a wonderful item. The conversion speed is incredibly fast, even more useful than potions. Lee Teacher couldn't stand it anymore and quickly pulled him outside, instructing, later, if anyone asks, don't say anything, okay? Otherwise, you'll have to pay compensation. In another room, various herbs were being cultivated in glass containers, including the luoshang fruit. The male lead was given the opportunity by Lee Teacher to broaden his horizons, and he said, today has truly opened my eyes. Thank you, Lee Teacher. Lee Teacher replied, cheer up. You're the greatest hope in this school to become a master. Upon hearing this, the male lead became serious and responded, yes, I must make as much money as possible. Lee Teacher was displeased upon hearing this, picked him up, and said, kid, don't you know what's important and what's not? I showed you so many things to let you know that martial arts are the most important. Making money is just secondary. Don't focus too much on that channel of yours, understand? Of course, the male lead didn't really listen because he still had to rely on the system to cultivate, but on the surface, he answered, got it, teacher. In his heart, he thought, teacher still doesn't understand anything. Without money, how am I supposed to progress so quickly? The male protagonist soaked in the bathtub, the water in the tub was a strange yellow liquid. Dungeon class on humanities. The male protagonist eagerly raised his hand to speak.
In the practical combat class, he was looked down upon by many and surrounded by attacks. In the dungeon geography class, the male protagonist focused on watching the simulation. In terms of tactical reasoning, the male protagonist was not negligent and diligently read books. Martial Artist University, Building No. He said to Song teacher, "Could you please help me open the practice room for 3 days?" Song teacher smiled and said, 3 days in total will be 720 points. Please present your martial arts card. The male protagonist began to hesitate and said, "Teacher, I am already at mid-level 3, considered a genius student. Is it possible to get a discount?" Song teacher, fully aware of his intention, still cooperatively gave him a thumbs up and praised, "What? You're already at mid-level 3, no wonder you're a genius student. Well done." So, 720 points in total. The male protagonist reluctantly handed over the card but didn't give up. "Teacher, I feel that." Song teacher lost patience, 720 points. Spending that much money made the male protagonist feel like he was bleeding. "I'm so frustrated." Just as he finished paying, Lu Fengro arrived. "Sorry, I'm late." Song teacher smiled, "Thank you, honored guest." The male protagonist glanced at his teacher with half an eye, thinking to himself, "Great acting, clearly waiting for me to finish paying before coming in." Meanwhile, in the training chamber, Lu Fengro was instructing the male protagonist. She said, "After the refining process is complete, the bones of the entire body will form a circulatory system. The opportunity to dissolve the body at that point is your chance. You can try refining the bone marrow." The male protagonist understood. From the outside, it turned out to be Vice Principal Wu Guisheng of Magic City Martial Artist University, a peak level 8 warrior, accompanied by Li teacher and Huang Din. After Lu Fengro finished her instructions, she turned and said, "Prepare to begin." He replied, "Understood." Li teacher remarked, "This kid is interesting. Not only is he refining a single bone, but he's using his life to form a complete refining process." Huang Din was also astonished, "Refining 26 blocks of bone marrow in one go, is that possible?" Refining simultaneously, with his vitality reaching capacity, he can only sustain it for about an hour. Lu Fengro then said, "I've been observing, he isn't using any pills, and there are no signs of accumulated vitality inside his body." Li teacher found it intriguing, saying, "Let's see, this kid erupted with more than 10,000 vitality reaching points in Nanjiang. He must have some secret to achieve something like this." Wu Guisheng just looked inside and said, "It's starting." The male protagonist prepared his stance and began the process of refining his abilities. Streams of energy were drawn into his spine, and he furrowed his brow in concentration as a green light energy surrounded his body. He used that green energy to grab a floating energy particle. Wu Guisheng widened his eyes in astonishment and said, "He's using mental power to capture the energy particle." Huang Din also spoke up, "His mental power is still too weak. Although he can grasp it, he can't channel the energy into his body." Teacher Li and Teacher Song were sweating, turning to each other and asking, "Can you see it?" "I'm only a level 4 warrior, how could I possibly see mental power?" The system notification sounded, "Consumed 49,000 points of wealth, mental power has been restored." The male protagonist felt tense inside, thinking to himself, "Damn, right now I feel like a guinea pig in an experiment. They clearly know there's something wrong with me, but they still choose to help me hide it, to play along with me." He knew that only by using mental power to control the energy particle could he explain his vitality reaching in self-recovery. The system interface appeared. Wealth, 29,300,000. Vitality reaching, 830 points, max 869 points. Mental power, 499 points, max 499 points. Bone core, 151 blocks, 90%. 26 blocks, 35-70%. 29 blocks, 30%. He thought, the spirit power has always been stuck at 499 points, never increasing. Could it be that forced enhancement is required? Would there be any consequences to forcibly upgrading the spirit power? The teachers outside were also watching the male protagonist attentively. After a moment of thinking, he decided not to worry too much and told himself, I don't believe that increasing by just 1 point will put me in danger. He decided to increase his spirit power. With a spirit level of 499 points, it was now raised to a limit of 500 points. Immediately, a powerful surge of mental energy shot out from his mind. As for Teacher Li, he couldn't sense the spirit power and was alarmed, shouting, "What is this?" Wu Guisheng immediately reacted, running over and shouting as he opened the door. When everyone rushed in, the male protagonist remained in the same posture, showing no signs of change. Teacher Li asked, "What's happening?" Lu Fengruo waved her hand in front of the male protagonist, but he didn't respond. She confusedly asked, "Have any of you encountered something like this before?" Wu Guisheng observed the situation and then explained, his spirit power was originally only at the level of sensory perception, unable to manipulate energy particles like before. It seems that in an instant, he broke through, and his spirit power suddenly surged, causing a large amount of mental energy to spill out and directly impact his consciousness. He pondered deeply. Normally speaking, if one's strength is insufficient, their spiritual power cannot break through. However, he has managed to do it. It's like a normal person suddenly lifting a 1,000-pound stone, only to harm themselves afterward. Truly reckless. Li Teacher anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" Wu Guisheng used his spiritual power and replied, "His consciousness hasn't completely scattered yet. I will use my spiritual power to guide his consciousness to condense. If we don't recover it in time, it could lead to brain death. The current situation is not very optimistic, it also depends on his willpower." Li Teacher asked again, "Do you mean his desire to live?" Wu Guisheng confirmed, "Yes." Li Teacher rested his chin on his hand, silent, his face showing extreme worry. Soon after, he jumped to the protagonist's side and hurriedly coaxed, "Fengping, I'll give you 10,000 points, will you take it? 500 vitality-reaching pills, free of charge." "Fengping, someone is trying to steal your sales channel." The other three teachers looked at each other, unknowingly thinking, will this method work? Li Teacher muttered, "Fengping, if you don't wake up soon, I'll send you to the laboratory for dissection." I didn't expect those words to actually have an effect. The male protagonist's fingers twitched slightly. Wu Guisheng said excitedly, "He's about to wake up." Inside the male protagonist's consciousness, a struggle was taking place. Huh? What just happened? Where am I? That's right, I forcibly broke through my spiritual power earlier, maybe that's why I've temporarily lost consciousness. He opened his attribute panel and saw that his spiritual power had increased slightly. He thought, I've successfully raised the limit of my spiritual power. I feel great, no obstacles. The male protagonist focused even more, let's try again. With that thought, he immediately channeled his spiritual power and focused on it. This time, he once again sensed the energy particle, just like before. The male protagonist used his spiritual power to grasp the energy. As soon as it touched him, the system displayed vitality reaching +5. He happily thought, the effect is truly astonishing. A single energy particle can restore 5 points of vitality reaching. The teachers stepped outside so the male protagonist could concentrate. Huang Din sighed, he's actually able to move the energy particle now. Wu Guisheng replied, for a level 3 warrior to achieve this, it's really beyond my expectations. Huang Din continued, however, his spiritual power is still weak. If he forces himself, at most, he can restore about 40-50 points of vitality reaching. This still doesn't explain what happened before, when he restored 10,000 points of vitality reaching. Wu Guisheng said, look closely. The male protagonist continuously spent 300,000 points of wealth, and his spiritual power had been restored. However, he thought, restoring 5 points from an energy bead costs more wealth points than restoring 5 points of vitality reaching. But spiritual power consumption and recovery cannot be directly observed. I hope I can deceive them by manipulating this concept. He thought, vitality reaching +5, vitality reaching +5. When Huang Din saw this situation, he was surprised, his eyes wide open.
What is this endless flow of spiritual power? Teacher Li said, I'm wondering, could Fong Ping also be a mutated martial artist?
Wang Jingyang, Crystal Bones, Li Han Song, who had naturally tempered his skull, the Yaochang military, level 4 warriors, could all project their spiritual power outside. Fong Ping might be similar to them, with some special master quality in his body. Wu Guishang also nodded. Even though Huang Jing and I don't understand much about spiritual power, continuing to study it might not yield any results unless we invite a level 9 grandmaster to examine it. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengro became angry and said, Wu Guishang, if you dare target my student, I won't be polite. The group of people was confused and stared blankly at Lu Fengro. Only Wu Guishang asked, what are you talking about? Lu Fengro lowered her head and said, you're so cunning, you've turned even my daughter into bait. Who knows what you're really planning? Wu Guishang was struck in a sensitive spot, his anger boiling over as he shouted, nonsense. Yes, I must take responsibility for that matter, but it's absolutely not as you say. How could I deliberately harm my own flesh and blood? Lu Fengro fell silent, then continued, then why is it that you didn't die, but my daughter did? Now I suspect those students were also killed by you. Wu Guishang remained silent, saying nothing more. Huang Din had no choice but to speak up in an attempt to mediate. Fengro, your students are also our students. Li teacher has said, no one wants their loved ones or students to die in a dungeon. This is something unavoidable. Unexpectedly, Lu Fengro pointed at Li teacher's face and cursed, Mr. Li, shut your mouth. You were there too, and sooner or later, I will uncover the stone under this river. Wu Guishang angrily retorted, this is utterly unreasonable. With that, he turned and walked away. The atmosphere was so tense that Song teacher had to step back. He witnessed the scene, his face dripping with sweat, and he found it truly terrifying. It's better not to cross her. Right now, I wouldn't dare fight Lu Fengro. 60 minutes later, the male protagonist was still practicing. At this point, he was exhausted, his mind only wanting to rest. Currently, only Teacher Li and Lu Fengro were waiting for him. It's almost done. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengro opened her eyes. The male protagonist's back was bent, the bones in his spine seemed as though they were about to protrude. Lu Fengro anxiously reminded him, Fong Ping, remember to try tempering your marrow. The male protagonist opened his eyes, a determined light flashing in them. Suddenly, one side of his cheek puffed up, and shortly after, his entire body swelled. The male protagonist was startled, not understanding what was happening. However, after a sound, Fong Ping went from being plump to muscular. He felt his body and his face showed a proud expression, top level 3, this really is different from other stages. The expansion of my body has made my skin firmer, and the bones and vitality reaching in my body feel like they're undergoing a transformation. System notification, vitality reaching is below 15%, transformation will be halted. Wealth, 3.2 million, vitality reaching, 179 points, mental strength, 370 points, marrow, 177 blocks, 29 blocks. He calculated the points and realized he had spent over 20 million. After reading it, he gritted his teeth and continued practicing. System notification, consumed 82 wealth points, vitality reaching recovery complete. The male protagonist's body swelled up again, just like before. Lu Fengro and Teacher Li looked at him intently. Finally, the protagonist stabilized his energy and successfully leveled up to top level 3. Eagerly, he punched his fists together to test his strength. After testing, the protagonist happily thought to himself, I've become a man of steel now. Lu Fengro and Teacher Li entered the cultivation room and praised him, not bad, your bones and skin have been tempered to a new stage. Teacher Li smiled but still seemed regretful, it's a pity, you're still one step away from peak level 3. Your marrow hasn't been tempered yet. The protagonist smiled awkwardly upon hearing this and replied, I've tried my best. Just transforming my body alone has consumed all my vitality reaching. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered and asked Teacher Li, didn't you say you would give me some points? Teacher Li looked at him with disdain, giving him a half-hearted glance for his greed. The protagonist refused to give up and continued, "You also said you would give me vitality-reaching pills." Teacher Lee made a face as if he didn't want to admit it and hurriedly replied, "Impossible, you must have heard wrong." The protagonist thought this was strange, but Lu Fengro paid no attention to their conversation and continued, "Next, you should focus on diligently practicing combat tactics, accumulating strength and foundation. Don't rush to break through the peak." The protagonist immediately felt excited and asked, "Teacher, does that mean I can easily defeat mid-level 3 now?" Lu Fengro looked down on him and replied, "Not necessarily, it still depends on how well I can control the strength. In the middle stage, I can unleash up to 100 points of vitality reaching. In the advanced stage, I only need to unleash 40 points to exert a similar level of power, but right now, I can only unleash 40 points. If I want to increase my burst capacity, I need to improve my control over vitality reaching and my battling tactics. A martial artist is considered to have mastered their strength when they can unleash 10% of their vitality reaching through their battle tactics. But in my opinion, martial artists who are not skilled in assassination techniques are useless." The male protagonist was no longer as enthusiastic as before. Sweat poured down as he anxiously asked, "So, does that mean I still can't grasp the power of the high-level intermediate stage yet?" Just then, a flash of light appeared, and a sharp sword stabbed into the spot where the male protagonist's heart was. He screamed, "Lee teacher, you." But immediately afterward, he softly asked, "What are you doing? My life is now in someone else's hands." Lee teacher said seriously, "Your strength is still weak, but with your physique." The male protagonist stared at the sword, feeling the wound on his body, and spoke with a sense of grievance, "But Lee teacher, you're a level 6 warrior, my heart is bleeding." Lee teacher exclaimed, Sorry, I forgot, what I meant is that you're already very strong, don't lose heart." The male lead calmly said, "Thank you for the knife, teacher." He felt helpless, not because he was discouraged, but because his heart ached. He looked back at the attribute table and thought, to reach a high level, I had to spend all my wealth points. The male lead appeared determined, but from this day onward, he officially became a martial artist elite in a company high rise. He was talking to Director Lee. He poured tea for Director Lee while asking about the investment situation. Director Lee thanked him and then said, "There is a company very interested in our culinary channel. They hope to invest 20 million to acquire 30% of the shares." The male lead glanced at the numbers and commented, "The company's current value is only about 60 million, it's a bit low." Director Lee continued to explain, Yuan Fong, since its establishment, has invested 35 million in online distribution, 20 million in building and promoting the channel. Over time, we've accumulated a large user base along with the development of the internet era. The value of these users will be far greater than we can imagine. The male lead took the teacup and said, 30 million, I can sell 30% of the shares to them. Director Lee hesitated, looking worried. "Mr. Fong, we've invested less than 20 million in the culinary channel, isn't it too risky?" You continued, "The business is online, and the products we sell are not physical goods. If you say it's worth 100 million, then it is 100 million. But if you say it's not worth anything, then it has no value. Please convey the words I'm about to say to the other party." The male lead said, "Fong Yuan is a company founded by me, Fong Ping. Right now, I urgently need money, which is why I have to sell company shares at a low price. You are the first company to show genuine interest in investing in us." Director Lee, after hearing this, immediately passed on the male lead's message to the other directors. "In addition to owning shares, you also have the opportunity to build a friendship with our company. Investing in Fong Yuan is equivalent to investing in Mr. Fong. Smart people will certainly see the benefits in this." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged surprised glances, and one of the directors asked, "Has Mr. Fong reached level 3 already?" Director Lee nodded in affirmation and continued, "Please make your decision quickly. Mr. Fong will be going on a business trip soon, and there won't be another opportunity after that." On June 5th, the Martial Artist University's buying and selling platform, as well as the loan system, went live online and achieved its highest revenue since its inception. On the other side, at Martial Artist University, Qin Fengqing angrily shouted, "Fu Changding, What right does Fong Ping have to refuse to lend us the points for medicinal pills and weapons?
We've checked everything, we're just waiting for the payment.
Now, everything has been stolen from us. Fu Changding and Zhao Lei sat squeezed among the crowd, looking very angry. Level 1 and level 2 can borrow, why can't we?
One person in the crowd said, doesn't the school manage this? Fong Ping is bullying people too much.
Xin Fengqing, holding a sword, pointed it at Fu Changding's face, then let out a cold smile and said, tell Fong Ping to come out and talk.
If he doesn't come, we'll draw our swords on you. Fu Changding, pushed to the brink, shouted angrily, who's spreading rumors?
I have a deep grudge with Fong Ping. He pointed at Zhao Lei, who was confused. Zhao Lei is Fong Ping's closest ally.
I've even seen him go to the bathroom with Fong Ping. A group of thugs looked at him. You went to the bathroom together?
Fu Changding smugly stuck out his tongue.
Right then, a loud voice yelled out, who's Fong Ping's closest ally? The main character was in the dean's office.
He said, the new loan system has been out for just 3 hours, and already 80,000 points have been loaned out. You can see how much our students need points.
Dean Huang asked, why aren't level 3 students allowed to borrow points? The main character explained, it's not that I didn't choose, but I'm controlling the risk. Actually, there are only 20,000 points, the rest is saved for them.
However, eligibility to borrow points must go through a strict review. He continued, for level 3 martial artists, part of the strategy is to encourage them to enter the dungeon, while another part involves controlling them, because there are some students who are very arrogant. I'm worried that once they get good equipment and potions, they'll rush into the dungeon, recharge their mana, and increase their enhancement levels.
It may be that for level 3, we still need to raise the profit. Huang Dean frowned and asked, raise the profit?
The protagonist explained, for level 3 martial artists going into the dungeon, if the casualties are too high, our company won't be able to bear the losses, unless the school can give us more points.
Huang Dean said with a headache, raising the profit is fine, but we don't have any more points to give. The school's cash flow is in deficit.
The new school year is about to start, and we still need to prepare weapons and potions to supply to the freshmen.
The protagonist didn't expect this and asked, didn't Jingdu give us 10% of the resources during the last exchange meeting?
Huang Dean rubbed his eyes and said, we're still short.
The protagonist thought for a moment and then said, actually, solving this problem is very simple.
This year marks the 60th anniversary of the school's founding, so we could organize an anniversary celebration to encourage graduates to donate.
Most graduates of the Martial Artist University have high status in society. Let me take charge of this and persuade them to donate 800 million. $1 billion is absolutely not a problem.
He still had an intention but didn't say it all. Who knows, maybe this opportunity could help me get to know some big shots in different industries and make them invest in me?
Dean Huang seriously considered, are you planning to approach the graduates?
The male lead continued to persuade, the president of the Martial Artist University also needs to cultivate more powerful individuals.
I think donating a little wouldn't hurt.
For some reason, Dean Huang asked him to leave. I got it, go out now, I need to think for a while. The male lead smiled smugly, feeling that the matter was already settled. All right, I'm leaving, President. As the door closed, the male lead hesitated and turned back, saying, President, if you want a fundraise, I can take charge.
A student like me is easier to approach.
Seeing the male lead's shamelessness, Dean Huang grew angry, stood up, and walked out.
Near the school's lake, Dean Huang gathered his vitality, spitting blood as he went.
The male lead was holding a book, flipping through and reading. This technique looks so familiar. Lu Fengro explained, many martial artists, when injured, will spit some blood to disrupt the enemy's vision.
This petty trick doesn't work against stronger opponents. But my blood arrow is a life-taking battling tactic. Lu Fengro tossed a stone into the air, then said to the male lead, watch closely.
Then, Lu Fengro spat out a mouthful of blood and shot it at the flying stone. To everyone's surprise, the blood pierced through the stone, shattering it into pieces. The male lead, witnessing this scene, gasped in awe, silently thinking, oh my god, this battling tactic is so devious. Sensing the melancholic gaze of Lu Fengro, the male lead reluctantly smiled and gave a thumbs up, awkwardly explaining, "What I mean is, this battling tactic is really powerful." In his heart, he slyly smirked and thought to himself, "It's not just powerful, it's practically tailor-made for me." Engaging in close combat with the enemy, and then suddenly a blood-spitting skull-piercing move, what could be more convenient than that? Lu Fengro said, "In fact, many people have thought of this type of battling tactic before, but no one has been able to create it. The reason is that the key to it isn't in spitting blood, but in training the cartilage of the throat. When you train the throat cartilage, because the skull bones haven't been trained yet, the vitality reaching the throat will be weaker. The blood arrow technique is a method that perfectly resolves this issue. Remember, this is a secret technique passed down through generations, and it must not be revealed to anyone." The male lead immediately responded, "Understood, master." Lu Fengro instructed him, "Training the throat bones isn't difficult. You can take a look at the technique first and then begin." The sky gradually shifted to dusk, and the male protagonist was still gathering a mouthful of blood in his mouth before spitting it out, shooting like a bullet. The blood hit a large rock in front of him, creating a small hole in it. Lu Fengro observed him and then complimented, "The power is still a bit lacking. To pierce through the skull, the blood arrow needs to explode with at least 30 points of force. Keep going." Hearing that he had to continue, the male protagonist rubbed his neck, pointed at the rock covered in dents, and said, "Teacher, I've spat out blood more than 10 times already. My throat feels like it's about to break." He thought to himself, "No wonder this battling tactic is so powerful, it truly requires sacrificing one's life to practice." Lu Fengro responded carelessly, "At most, you'll be mute for a few days. What's there to be afraid of? Keep practicing. You haven't even trained in blood blade and agility yet. Once you reach top level 3, almost everyone can master the air step realm to gain a speed advantage. You need to focus on improving your footwork techniques, otherwise, even if your burst power becomes stronger, you won't find anyone to fight, which would be completely useless." Upon hearing this, the male protagonist also thought to himself, "Indeed, agility must be trained diligently. Not being able to fight is not the scariest thing, but I must be able to escape faster than others." Battling tactics are not just theory, they require practice, and practice consumes vitality reaching. Right now, I can only rely on self-recovery and vitality replenishing pills, but the speed is just too slow. Thinking this, he shamelessly said, "Teacher, with the intensity of this training, is there any elixir to help me recover a little?" Lu Fengro paid no attention to the main character's act, only sighing as she replied, "I'm too sleepy." Afterward, she turned and walked away, leaving the main character in a daze, tears of the poor falling down. 10 months later, the combat strength ranking of Martial Artist University of Nation H had drastically changed compared to last year. This was the first time the rankings featured the achievements of level 3 martial artists. Zheng Longjiang ranked first with his peak achievement. In April, when ambushed, he killed a level 4 warrior and 4 peak level 3 warriors. Xin Fengcheng, a third-year student of Martial Artist University, also appeared on the rankings. News related to the Martial Artist University rankings quickly rose in search rankings, especially the level 3 martial artist rankings of Nation H. Two outstanding figures in the martial artist world, the 3 things to prepare when becoming a martial artist, and the 4 ways to cook river crab soup were also discussed, making many feel uneasy and confused by the rankings. Regarding the public opinion from the online community, the management responded simply, "Martial Artist University students have the right to enforce the law, and those killed were all bad people." From the exchange event to the formation of the combat team, and then the public announcement of the achievements of Martial Artist Nation H, step by step, they made the public accept the truth. Gradually, people would come to understand, and one day, when the full truth was revealed, the public would no longer be in a state of panic. Fang Yuan stood outside, making a phone call. "Fang Ping, you've killed someone." The male protagonist was having dinner. Hearing his sister's call, he felt a bit concerned and asked cautiously, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Fang Yuan hesitated before replying, "No, it's just. You only killed bad people, right?" The male protagonist simply hummed in response.
Just a moment later, a loud laugh rang out from the other end of the line. Ha, I knew it, you only kill bad people. Fang Yuan continued, her voice full of confidence, I'm going to become a martial artist, and then the two of us will go kill bad people together. The male protagonist was a bit taken aback by her shout. He reminded her, don't keep thinking about nonsense all day long. How's your preparation for the high school exam going? Fang Yuan answered confidently, it's fine, I just want to take the test tomorrow and get it over with. It's on the 17th. Can you come back? The male protagonist felt warmth in his heart and replied, I'll try my best. You focus on doing well in the exam, and after it's over, I'll give you a big gift. Fang Yuan eagerly asked, a big gift? What kind of big gift? The male protagonist chuckled, guess. At Yuan Fang's company, the male protagonist shook hands with a man. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Fang Ping. Mr. Jiang smiled politely. A pleasure, a pleasure. He is Jiang Yuanhao, the vice president of the Xinwu investment fund, who has reached peak level 2 in martial arts. He said, Mr. Fang, it is an honor that you, so busy, still took the time to meet with me. The male lead also smiled and jokingly said, Mr. Jiang is joking. With your sincerity, it should be our Yuan Fang who feels honored. Jiang Yuanhao handed a stack of papers to the male lead and said, Mr. Fang, our company highly values Yuan Fang's cuisine, and we also trust your martial arts abilities. However, we are concerned about the possibility of prolonged delays. The male lead had no choice but to speak up, Mr. Jiang, if there are any conditions, we can discuss them without hesitation. Jiang Yuanhao then said, Mr. Fang, you are indeed quick-witted, so I will speak frankly. Xinwu is not only investing in Yuan Fang, but also in you personally. I'm sure you are aware of this. However, we have a concern, and therefore we would like to add a clause to the contract. If, in the future, Fang Yuan shares change and you are no longer the CEO of Yuan Fang Cuisine, then our investment will lose value. In this case, Xinwu reserves the right to demand compensation for the loss, and the compensation will be 3 times the value stated in the contract. Upon hearing Xinwu's conditions, the male lead thought to himself, are they joking? How could I ever sell the company I've poured my heart and soul into building? Nevertheless, he still smiled and said, no problem. Mr. Jiang extended his hand in invitation, in that case, let's proceed with the contract. Xinwu will invest 30 million to acquire 30% of Yuan Fang Cuisine. The male lead signed the contract and said, Mr. Jiang, if possible, I hope the 30 million can be transferred today. Mr. Jiang asked, is it that urgent? The male lead nodded and said, I need the money urgently. Mr. Jiang waved his hand to signal the secretary. After a moment, the male lead's phone buzzed with a notification, hello, dear customer, Xinwu Investment Fund has transferred 27.6 million to account number ending in 18 at 11:12 a.m. on June 12, 2009. Please confirm whether you have received the funds. Note, this message cannot serve as proof of receipt. The male lead was excited and thought to himself, 27.6 million, fantastic. The missing 2.4 million must be due to taxes. Wealth points increased by 80.5 million. As expected, selling 30% of the shares causes the system to indirectly assess the current value of the company. It seems that this company still requires a lot of effort, but who knows, one day its value could reach billions. By then, will I still worry about not having enough wealth points to spend? After a series of thoughts, the male lead spoke up, thank you, Mr. Jiang. Yuan Fang will not disappoint you. Mr. Jiang shook hands with the male lead, also waiting to see the results. The male protagonist thought for a moment, the plan is to enter the dungeon, but it might cost up to 10 million wealth points. So, I still need to earn another 30 million before I can reach my goal. The 100 million I have now has to be spent carefully, and the days without wealth points are really difficult. When the male protagonist returned to the guild, he saw the group of level 3 individuals still causing a scene. Where's Fang Ping? Didn't he say he was supposed to come here for me? Why are they calculating interest on my behalf more than others? The male protagonist angrily thought, Qin Fengqing,
if you dare come after me again, let's see how I deal with you. At the professor's dormitory, a group of people were present in Lu Fengrou's apartment, each introducing themselves one by one. Yi Jing, 3rd year of the top-level weapons academy, level 3, Lu Mingdao, 3rd year of the mid-level weapons academy, level 3, Liang Huabao, 2nd year of the mid-level weapons academy, level 3, Liang Fenghua, 3rd year of the peak-level weapons academy, level 3, Chen Yunxi, 1st year of the peak-level weapons academy, level 2, Zhao Xuemei, 1st year of the mid-level weapons academy, level 2, Fong Ping, 1st year of the top-level weapons academy, level 3. Yi Jing courteously said, I've long heard of Fong brother, your talent surpasses others, truly impressive. The male protagonist smiled and replied, you're too kind, older brother. It's all thanks to Lu teacher. Lu Fengrou, feeling annoyed, cut off the conversation, stop with the obvious compliments. The male protagonist could only remain silent. She coldly said, in the past few years, I have taken in a total of 15 students, but now only 7 remain. I've called you all here to say that you are not allowed to die anymore. Fenghua is about to break through to level 4 warriors. After graduation, she will join a unit and serve, but she will not join the military. Liang Fenghua replied, yes. Lu Fengrou continued, Huabao and Meng Dao are about to break through to top level 3, and Yi Jing is about to break through to peak level 3. None of you will be entering the dungeon anymore. Fong Ping, Xuemei, Yunxi, the 3 of you have never entered a dungeon before, and this time, you will be forced to go. Remember what I'm telling you, as long as you have your life, you have a future. Many instructors at school will tell you that martial artists must be brave, and cannot avoid fighting. But I must tell you that sacrificing your life is an act of the foolish. Fong Ping, those who don't care about themselves are doomed to perish, while if others die, it's none of your business. But for your fellow disciples, you must bring them back in one piece. However, if you really face a life-threatening situation, then running away to save your life is also a form of survival. Adapt to the situation. Zhao Xuemei and Yunxi, I especially remind you, when Fong Ping runs, you must run faster than him. The 2 girls immediately burst into laughter. Fong Ping, however, felt embarrassed and thought to himself, is teacher Lu praising me or mocking me? How am I fast enough to be the one who runs? But on the outside, the male lead still had to say, got it, teacher. I will never abandon my teammates. On the inside, he thought, this is the first time I've seen teacher Lu talk so much. She's really worried about us. Lu Fengrou rubbed her temples and said, that's all I'm saying. Go back and work hard on your training. All the students obeyed and left one by one. As the male lead was walking out, he heard Lu Fengrou call, Fong Ping, stay behind. The male lead turned back, sat down, and smiled flatteringly, teacher, is the reason you're keeping me behind to give me a surprise gift? Lu Fengrou ignored his joke and said, the dungeon entry time has been set. It's 5 days from now. The time to enter the region is confirmed on June 20th. Tang Feng will lead the team. The male lead recalled the last training session and muttered in dissatisfaction, why Tang Feng again? Lu Fengrou explained, Tang Feng, level 6 warrior. His IQ might not be enough, but your safety is still guaranteed. She then took something and held it out to the male lead. This is for you. My father left it behind, it contains a photo of him. He went missing after entering the region last year. If you're lucky enough to encounter him, you may be able to seek his help. The male lead, eager to know if he could count on it, asked, what's his combat level? Lu Fengrou casually answered, peak level 7. He cheerfully thought to himself, peak level 7, Grandmaster, huh? I'll have to be really careful. If I happen to meet him, maybe he'll give me some good items. He chuckled to himself in satisfaction. Lu Fengrou still wasn't at ease and continued giving instructions, also, if you encounter any danger, you need to protect Zhao Xuemei a bit. As for Yunxi, when running, it's best if you run together with her. Seeing that he was responsible for 2 people, the male lead let out a sigh. Lu Fengrou noticed this and immediately questioned him, why do you think I want you to run with her because I expect you to protect her? The old man from the Chun family has 6 or 7 grandsons, and Yunxi is the only granddaughter. That old man will surely arrange for her to have more chances of survival than you. Hearing this, the male lead felt a bit awkward and replied, "Got it." Lu Fengro continued, "Lastly, aside from the old principal, you need to watch out for the other masters at the martial artist university, including Wu Guishang. They are all the most determined people in humanity. A few years ago, I offended many people, and who knows what they're thinking. For the greater good, they might be willing to sacrifice a small part. And you're within that small part. If they harm one of my students, it might have a huge impact. I can't break through to master and cause more trouble for humans." Lu Fengro paused for a moment before continuing, "You're quick-witted. If you encounter danger, pay close attention and see if it's an accident or if someone is intentionally targeting me." The male lead scratched his face and thought to himself, "It can't be that bad, right? These masters were all fighting to protect the country, each one carrying numerous wounds. Although it seemed somewhat unreasonable, it still deserved attention, it wasn't entirely wrong." The male lead then prompted, "My teacher wasn't that afraid before, but now it feels like everywhere is filled with enemies, and I could lose my life at any moment." Lu Fengro nodded in agreement, "That's exactly it." The male lead, looking pitiful, asked, "Do you have anything to keep your life safe? Like, for example, a book that seals your strength in one strike, or a weapon that unleashes the full power of a master but is used only once?" Lu Fengro answered seriously, "I would like to have that too. If you have any, please share some with me." Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, the male lead changed direction. "What about elixirs? Do you have any?" Lu Fengro appeared to seriously think for a moment, then took out a blood fury pill and said, "After taking this pill, your vitality reaching will explode, doubling your power. However, the side effect is that your vitality reaching will be completely burned out." The male lead asked in fear, "Burned out? Does that mean I'll definitely die from this?" Lu Fengro answered coldly, "Before it kills you, if you can recover, you won't die, but you'll suffer serious damage. Do you still want it?" The male lead happily took the pill. "Of course I want it." At that moment, a system notification popped up, wealth value increased by 4.5 million. The male lead happily thought to himself, "Oh, is this thing really worth that much?" 3 blood fury pills, the system estimates their value at 4 million. Selling them, at least 2 million per pill. The male protagonist sweetly called out, Miss, how about adding a little more for me? After all, others eat and still die anyway." Lu Fengro didn't even bother turning around, coldly saying, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and go back to say goodbye to your family, leave a will. If you really die, the school will take good care of your family." The male protagonist could only smile. Lu Fengro decisively said, "Get lost." The male protagonist understood that Lu Fengro's words were like a serpent's tongue in Buddha's heart, and he simply smiled as he looked at her back. Still, he was very worried about this trip. He hadn't had the chance to repay the teacher yet, so he could only bow to her. On June 18th, the midterm exams ended. Fang Yuan walked out of the school and waved her hand. It turned out that the male protagonist had been waiting for her for a long time. When the male protagonist saw a group of female students following his little sister, he felt puzzled. Soon after, he heard the entire group loudly shout in unison, greeting the deputy village chief. The male protagonist was surprised, looking confused, and then Fang Yuan hesitated before explaining, "Well, I'm the village chief, and you're the deputy village chief." The male protagonist anxiously asked, "Little girl, how many people are in your group now?" Next, the male protagonist saw another group of female students chanting, "Those with knowledge would succeed," and then, all 3,000 female students knew martial arts. The male protagonist twitched the corner of his mouth and thought, "Alright then, 3,000 militia members, I'd barely got 180. Are you trying to overturn the heavens?" Fang Yuan knew she had caused trouble, but could only ask softly, "Brother, are you alright?" The male lead angrily responded, his tone full of sarcasm, "Highness, you're really something." Fang Yuan hurriedly explained, "Oh, they insisted on joining, and I couldn't refuse. If I didn't agree, they would form their own group, claiming they helped me establish a branch, then collected membership fees, and each of them would show up at our house.
As Fang Yuan was talking, the male lead pinched her cheek.
Annoyed, he pinched harder.
The male lead asked, and then?
I see the business agreement was already approved. Fang Yuan continued, her face full of pity. I agreed, but I told them I didn't need the membership fee. Then they said if they didn't collect the fee, they wouldn't acknowledge them, so they formed the group and cried in front of the school gate. Upon hearing this, the male lead pinched her harder in anger, causing Fang Yuan to wince in pain and shed a tear.
Reflexively, he blurted out, "Is there really such a good thing?"
As soon as he said it, he regretted it and quickly tried to cover up. No, that's not what I meant.
It's just so messy, with so many people. If something happens, who will take responsibility?
I need to talk to Tan Uncle, we can't let them keep causing trouble like this. Fang Yuan, still holding her sore cheek, said, but Tan Uncle just recently asked me to open the back door so his niece could join the group.
The male lead couldn't believe it, letting out a mocking laugh before thinking to himself, is Tan Jinping out of his mind?
Feeling helpless, he sighed and said, forget it, you need to be smarter. Don't associate with those bad people, and don't casually step in to help others.
Fang Yuan obediently said, got it.
The male lead took a pink gift box from the car and handed it to her. Fang Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had turned into hearts. Wow, it's a big gift.
You said it before, right? The male lead smiled proudly and replied, yeah. Well, go ahead and open it. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly opened the gift box.
But when she saw what was inside, the light in her eyes suddenly dimmed.
It was a few books. Fang Yuan was extremely angry, her voice sharp. Fang Ping. The male lead, still smiling, gently said, these battling tactics materials, you should study them more.
Don't be a martial artist with only vitality reaching. He picked up 2 books and continued explaining, wait until you become a martial artist, then you can practice this book. Before practicing this, you have to learn piercing dash, explosive dagger, and blood arrow. Only when you reach level 3 can you start. After you learn it, you'll have to burn the manual. Finishing, he handed the books back to her. If you go to Martial Artist University, choose Nanwu or the Martial Artist University.
If you go to Nanwu, you can find Wang Jingyang, and he'll arrange for the best teacher for you.
If you choose Martial Artist University, your teacher will be Lu Fengro. I also have an old friend, Li teacher from the back of the Ministry of Needs.
What was his name again? Forget it. I've forgotten. Anyway, if you run into any trouble, you can look for them. Just tell them you're my sister.
The male lead paused for a moment, then continued, your parents have someone older to look after them, so you need to take good care of them. Fang Yuan was angry when the male protagonist kept talking so much and asked, why are you saying all these things to me?
The male protagonist, seeing how sensitive his little sister was, then said, Yuan, I'm a martial artist. Do you understand? If you know I've killed someone, then there's a chance that one day I might have to do it again.
He hadn't finished speaking, but Fang Yuan understood. She choked up and said, if you keep saying things like this, I won't care about you anymore. The male protagonist, feeling sorry, gently stroked his little sister's head and said softly, in a few days, I have to leave. Even though I feel like I'm not that easy to die, I'm afraid of getting lost, afraid that I might not find my way back home. Fang Yuan cried and hugged her brother tightly. Brother, I don't need any presents anymore, please don't go. The male protagonist helplessly said, cultivate well, next time come back a bit fatter, you're getting to the point where I don't feel the weight in my arms anymore.
Despite his words, Fang Yuan couldn't stop crying.
Sometime later, on the night of June 19th, at the Magic City Spicy Hot Pot restaurant, a group of the male protagonist's close friends gathered.
Fu Changding slammed his chopsticks on the table and said, hey, could you not make this area seem so scary?
A martial artist will eventually have to go through something like this, we should eat and relax now.
Zhao Lei, sitting beside him, disagreed with Fu Changding's words and spoke up, do you need to comfort us for not becoming martial artists? We've long since become indifferent to life and death.
The male lead rebutted, "You idiot, if I don't live well, how can I tell you guys anything? After entering, you should be a bit more honest. This time, it's mainly to get used to the environment. Don't let things turn out like in the movies, where you run into an opponent you can't beat, but still charge in, then end up in danger and everyone running off. How many people can escape, one or two?" While they were in the midst of a tense argument, a couple exuding a sweet aura of love passed by, drawing the attention of the entire group. The couple had already walked past, but the group couldn't help but continue to stare after them. Fu Changding, sly as ever, raised his hand and spoke first. "Have you guys ever thought about finding a partner?" Upon hearing this, the girls all exclaimed in surprise. Fu Changding decided to trap his best friend first. Fu Changding said, "Fong Ping, you go first." The male lead grumbled, "Why do I have to go first?" Fu Changding wouldn't back down, "You're the best at this sort of thing." The male lead pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, someone who's probably a bit gentle. Ideally a martial artist, someone with common ground, doesn't need to be too strong." Chen Yunxi blushed as she thought the male lead was describing her. Yang Xiaoman didn't wait for anyone to invite her and eagerly chimed in, "I want someone taller than 1.8 meters, handsome, stronger than me, not a mama's boy, careful in what they do, can cook, knows how to take pictures, and loves to travel." Fu Changding smiled warmly, cutting off Yang Xiaoman. Then, it was Yunxi's turn. Yang Xiaoman, irritated, said, "I haven't finished yet." Chen Yunxi blushed, tucked her hair behind her ear, and hesitantly replied, I don't know what kind of person I like." Zhao Shuimei chimed in, "Me neither." Fu Changding confidently grinned. "I just want to find someone beautiful, whether they're a martial artist or not doesn't matter, but they must have a good figure." Zhao Lei, sitting next to him, pointed at himself and asked Fu Changding, "Why did you skip over me?" Fu Changding seemed to not hear and ignored Zhao Lei's words, casting a glance at someone with a meaningful look. Yang Xiaoman noticed Fu Changding's gaze, irritated, she twisted her wrist and said, "What's this?" "Fu Changding, do you like me?" This made Fu Changding panic, breaking into a cold sweat. No, I don't dare." Yang Xiaoman was still angry. "What do you mean by don't dare?" The male lead found the scene quite amusing. The hot pot was bubbling, giving off a fragrant aroma, with the kimchi a bright red. After a lively moment, Fu Changding picked up a glass of wine and, in a more solemn tone, said, "Martial artists like us never drink alcohol, but I remember my grandfather always had a little whenever he entered a district." With that, he took a sip, but just moments later, he rolled his eyes and grimaced. "Ugh, it really tastes awful." The main character only asked his uncle because it was the first time he had heard him mention it. Fu Changding smiled, "My grandfather is the head of the Jingdu Level 6 Warrior Department." The main character heard this for the first time and was surprised, "Huh? Is that true, uncle? You're that strong, why did you come to the Martial Artist University?" Fu Changding continued to provide more information. Yunxi's grandfather is also very impressive, the principal of Jingnan Martial Artist University. Isn't she also attending Martial Artist University? Chen Yunxi smiled lightly when she heard Fu Changding talking about her background. Fu Changding continued, "It's not just us, many of the children of teachers didn't get into Martial Artist University either, because the father's generation is afraid of seeing their loved ones die in front of them." "Aren't you the same?" If her father's daughter hadn't died in front of Principal Hao, things might not have turned out this way. The main character nodded, that makes sense." Fu Changding smiled warmly. "At first, my grandfather opposed me practicing martial arts, but I wasn't convinced, I kept wanting to practice. After learning about the regional districts, I understood that my grandfather was afraid I would die. The regional districts are an entirely different world. If you don't get familiar with it a little, you won't feel at ease." Fu Changding looked up and suddenly felt a bit scared. "I've been careless. If I really die, there are still so many things I haven't finished." Zhao Lei also grew serious and said, "With so many level 2 martial artists entering at once, if danger arises, Teacher Tang might not be able to look after everyone individually." The male lead, seeing how negative everyone was, stood up and said, "Whether we live or die, no one knows. But what I do know is that every day, unexpected events happen. Natural disasters, car accidents, food poisoning, aviation accidents, or perhaps someone who was laughing and talking just a moment ago is gone the next. We are truly lucky to be able to sit here, eat, and talk like this. The male lead raised his glass before him. The only thing I can say is to try to survive. Yang Xiaoman also stood up and said, "You're right, try to survive." The others, hearing this, smiled, feeling more confident. They stood up, clinked their glasses, and said in unison, "Try to survive." On June 20th, at the school grounds, many people were gathering and lining up neatly to board the familiar red buses. Principal Yurin, along with Huang Din and Wu Guishang, stood together, shouting with vigor, "Today, those of you standing here are the backbone of the Martial Artist University, the backbone of our nation H. If possible, I do not wish for you young people to enter the danger zones, but if you must, do not protect yourselves or hide. That is not in line with the original intent of a martial artist. The challenges in the danger zones are great, but you are the elite martial artists of humanity. You have a duty and responsibility. All students standing below, stand solemnly. On behalf of all the teachers and students of Martial Artist University, I send you off to battle, and I hope you return safely." A final farewell. Everyone stood solemnly and saluted. The students did the same. While the teachers were still greeting, Tang Lion had already shouted to start. One by one, the buses entered through the gate and moved to another location. The students, who were here for the first time, curiously looked out of the windows. Outside, tanks were neatly arranged, and there were even modern-looking rockets placed at the entrance to the urban district. An officer stepped forward and said, "We will now begin the inspection. Everyone, please present your identification and martial arts certificates. All electronic devices and mobile phones must be removed. These items will only enhance the enemy's efforts." Everyone took turns putting their items on the table and then went back to form a line. A soldier reported to the officer, "Everything is normal after inspection." He raised his hand in salute and said with great determination, "This time, we fight to protect the nation, we fight for humanity's triumph." A gust of wind was sucked in, forming a large path. Fu Changding whispered, "This path. Master sending the soldiers off with a ceremony is putting a lot of pressure on me right now." The three girls simultaneously said, "Me too." The male protagonist could only offer comfort, "Calm down." After that, everyone took a spear and walked into the path. When they reached the bottom, they found a large room filled with many people gathered together. As soon as the male protagonist arrived, he noticed, "There's a mission system here too." On the board, there is an urgent mission requiring the unlimited purchase of energy stones. The third line of defense is under threat, and mid-level warriors are urgently needed to participate in the defense. Outside, 60 kilometers away, a peak level 5 legendary animal has been detected. 3 level 5 martial artists are to be recruited and grouped together to eliminate it. The old members, sitting down, immediately assumed a defensive posture when the newcomers arrived. Then, one by one, everyone in the room followed suit. The new recruits also returned the salute. Tang Lion led everyone to another door. The male lead asked, "Tang teacher, is this the entrance to the underground area?" Tang Lion replied, "This is the metal room we built to defend against intrusions, made with grade A alloy. The entrance to the underground area is inside." The male lead's mouth dropped open in shock. "Grade A alloy?" He touched the wall in front of him, feeling amazed. "If I remember correctly, grade A alloy doesn't appear on the logistics department's exchange board. That means grade D alloy requires 20 credit points per kilogram. So, doesn't that mean grade A alloy would need over 100 credit points per kilogram?" At that moment, a scarred older man walked up and asked, "Kid, are you planning to leave?" The male lead, who was motivated by money, honestly answered, "Yes." The older man simply said, "If you want to, then try your best." Then he laughed heartily, threw an arm around the male lead's shoulders, and added, "Wait until we pacify the Magic City underground area. Once this door is no longer needed, our team will come and dismantle it." The male lead wasn't very enthusiastic and thought to himself, "By then, no one will care about this door anymore.
The older man laughed again, singing, "This kid sure talks big." The uncle asked Tang Lion, a bunch of poor people, haven't enjoyed life yet, right? Are there any women, any men? The sly uncle smiled and said, "Let me tell you, that feeling is amazing, don't die too early like that." Tang Lion angrily shouted, "Lu Jiangpeng." It turned out that this was the uncle's name. But Tang Lion's shout didn't scare anyone. The uncle still joked, "Isn't this just a matter for adults? Why can't we talk about it? You haven't even gotten married yet." Another person stepped forward to mediate, "Old Lu, that's enough." After finishing his joke, Lu Jiangpeng, now serious, said, "Sorry, everyone, you have to let the people at the gate know. The first time entering the district is such a hassle. Now, everyone will line up and enter through the small gate, and each person will go down one by one." The male protagonist also began to step down, one step at a time. Before him was a circle radiating immense energy, with a teacher standing by waiting. The male protagonist murmured seriously, "Finally, I've arrived here, the district." His body passed through, enveloped by a layer of energy. A deep, swirling energy passage truly appeared before his eyes. The male protagonist looked at it in astonishment. "This is the energy entrance." Tang Lion noticed his expression and asked, "You recognize it?" The male protagonist nodded, I can feel the solid form of the energy particles. I wonder if I can catch them." Tang Lion, seeing the main character's audacity, became angry and shouted, "Don't do something reckless. Although I can't say you're very strong, disturbing the mental energy could cause the gate to become unstable." The main character was slightly frightened and quickly asked, "Unstable?" Tang Lion explained, "If the gate becomes unstable, no one will be able to pass between the two realms. Last year, the Tiannan district faced a serious crisis. It was the masters who used their mental energy to forcibly seal the gate, preventing outsiders from intruding." He thought for a moment and said, "In that case, wouldn't it be fine to have the masters do that? The enemy can't get through, and neither can we. If the entire country's districts are sealed, the pressure on us will be much less." Tang Lion glanced at the main character and said, "It won't work. The gate will grow stronger over time and eventually become fully stabilized." The group continued walking through the gate and finally emerged on the other side. The main character looked up at the sky, and before him was a glowing sphere, the Sun District. As the students arrived at the gate, they were buzzing with excitement, so big, so ugly, and so big. This was the City of Hope, humanity's stronghold, the Magic City District. "Welcome, students. Conditions are still rudimentary, and all formalities are waived." This was the Magic City District, and the highest ranking officer in the military, General Suemo Fu, a peak level 6 warrior. He continued, "City of Hope has a military force of 50,000, of which less than 8,000 are martial artists. The military force of Tianmen Fort is 4 times larger than ours, so each year, we will launch 5 military raids against City of Hope. Tianmen Fort is located 80 km to the north. The outskirts contain a large number of rural areas and martial artists. These places are not only scattered but also home to organizations that regularly attack City of Hope. The martial artist teams deployed in the field will raid both the military forces and the wild beasts in the area. This is the main task of the troops stationed at City of Hope. Since this is your first time here, your sole objective is to familiarize yourselves with the terrain and the environment. 3 days ago, we operated within a 10 km radius, familiarizing ourselves with the strongholds and supply points of the 3 military units. 3 days from now, we will expand the reconnaissance range to 30 km, followed by 20 days of free operations in the area." The male lead asked eagerly, "Master, do the resources in the area belong to us?" Tang Lion replied, "Of course." The male lead asked excitedly, "Then, can the military provide the locations of nearby energy stones?" Seeing his greed, Tang Lion coldly replied, "If energy stones that can be exploited are discovered, the military will take action immediately, there's no need for you to get involved. Moreover, energy stones are places where energy gathers, highly effective for cultivation, so most large wild beasts dominate these areas. If you are detected, the best thing to do is run, because you will definitely die."
Hearing that, the male protagonist immediately became worried, thinking, if what they say is true, even if we discover the energy stones, we won't be able to take them. A while later, the city gate opened, and the new students began to step outside. Everyone was quite cautious, carefully observing their surroundings. The male protagonist, however, focused on the city walls, silently thinking, the outer walls are made of metal. With conditions like this, even martial artists at level 2 can easily destroy stone walls. When he looked down, he saw old, dried bloodstains on the ground. He wondered, how many battles must have been fought here for it to look like this? After walking for some distance, the city gates slammed shut behind them. Tang Lion led the group to another location and ordered them to stop and rest. The new students sat down to rest, while Yang Xiaoman cheerfully breathed in the air and said, the air here is so fresh. The male protagonist glanced at her and asked, how do you know this is air? What if it isn't? Yang Xiaoman pouted and, dissatisfied, replied, were you napping during class? This was tested in the laboratory, of course it's air. Seeing that the male protagonist seemed to be intentionally provoking her, she shouted, of course it is. At that moment, Tang Lion turned around and, seeing the two of them making noise, shouted loudly, silence. In the wild, whether there are many or few people, you must remain quiet. The male protagonist, still unable to suppress his curiosity, asked, Tang teacher, this area doesn't have any transportation. So why aren't we riding horses? Tang Lion replied to the male protagonist, horses are creatures with strong vitality, but they don't know how to rein it in, so they easily attract attention. If they encounter a high-level martial artist, the horse will be suppressed by the mental strength and become useless. The male protagonist asked again, what if we use a local zone creature as a mount? Tang Lion glanced at him with a look of exasperation at his creative idea, don't even think about it. High-level creatures that can resist mental power all have intelligence. Even if you manage to tame them, they could betray you and attack at any moment. He continued, the former principal once tamed a 7th grade evil dragon beast, but as soon as it was brought to the City of Hope, an incident occurred. The military decided to no longer allow any local zone creatures into the city. The male protagonist sighed, feeling that his dream of riding a mount was shattered. He thought to himself, if the level 8 principal couldn't tame it successfully, do I need to reach level 9 to have any hope? At the City of Hope, darkness gradually enveloped the area. When night fully fell, the lights from the city walls were lit up. The group of friends chatted with each other while looking up at the sky. The darkness in the local zone was pitch black, just as the teacher had described. The time from dawn to dusk passed very quickly. Fu Changding leaned against the window, looking outside, and said, on the surface of the earth, at least there is light. Here, if you go outside, it's basically impossible to distinguish east, west, north, or south. He turned to ask his friends, what do you think, if I secretly go to the girls' place, would they recognize who I am? The male protagonist could only feel helpless in the face of his friend's bizarre idea and replied, martial artists at level 4 warriors can see in the dark, if you're not afraid of dying, go ahead and try. Fu Changding lay on the bed, sighing deeply, this is so unfamiliar. It would be so nice if I could scroll through my phone. He was silent for a moment before speaking again, it's been a whole day, and the area doesn't seem as terrifying as the teacher said. Zhao Lei immediately shut down Fu Changding's thoughts, this is only the beginning. Today, we've only moved within a 10-kilometer radius. Fu Changding mumbled, that's true. The protagonist, while cultivating, was also deep in thought. Everything was going so smoothly, which actually made him feel uneasy. Suddenly, an alarm went off, breaking the silence. The protagonist widened his eyes. The alarm continued, announcing, enemy attack. Middle-rank martial artists concentrate, all martial artists below level 4 warriors must stay inside their rooms. This made the group, who were about to open the door, stop in their tracks. The protagonist spoke up, we can't go outside. Fu Changding worried, Teacher Tang must have gone to assist. Zhao Lei also said, we don't know how many enemies there are. The protagonist remained silent, but his heart was tense. The group waited anxiously for nearly half an hour. Finally, a voice over the loudspeaker declared, "The enemy has retreated." The protagonist immediately ran outside. He ran to the yard and looked up at the sky, and immediately saw the strongest man in the sky. Fu Changding and the others quickly followed, cautiously moving forward. Fong Ping shouted, "Where are you? Can you see anything?" Fong Ping pointed to the sky and said, "There is a senior martial artist about 50 meters up in the sky." From Fu Changding's perspective, it was pitch dark, and nothing could be seen. Tang Lion and another person landed, both with deep gashes across their bodies. He shouted, "Go back to your rooms. What are you doing running out here like blind people, becoming targets for the enemy?" The group hurriedly turned back. Let's go, let's go." "You stepped on us, sorry." Only Fong Ping remained standing. He saw the wounds and anxiously said, "Luo teacher, you." "Luo teacher, please reassure me, I'm fine, don't worry about me." He then asked, "What's the situation with the battle? Why haven't the other 3 teachers arrived?" Tang Lion answered, "They were slightly injured and have gone for treatment." This time, the enemy launched an ambush, and we lost 1 middle rank and 2 door guards. Fong Ping fell silent. In just a moment, we lost 1 middle rank, and Luo teacher, even at the 6th rank, was seriously injured. "Are you sure the other teachers were only slightly injured?" Thinking this, he asked again, "Does this kind of situation happen often?" Tang Lion replied, "It could happen at any time. This ambush was carried out by lone martial artists. We killed a few of them, and their losses were greater than ours." Tang Lion waved his hand, giving an order, "Go back to your rooms. Asking so many questions won't help. You need to focus on reaching middle rank as soon as possible." Fong Ping didn't listen. He pointed upwards and asked, "Is that Grandmaster up in the sky?" Luo teacher was surprised upon hearing this and replied, You can see that from so far away?" Fong Ping continued looking up. Although it was unclear, he could sense powerful energy particles vibrating above. Amidst the energy, he vaguely saw a figure. Luo teacher complimented, "Impressive. Normally, a middle-rank martial artist has to train through the internal organs to be able to see at night. But you skipped that step and used your spiritual strength to sense in place of sight. How fascinating." Tang Lion criticized, "With such weak martial power, a bit of divine power won't be of any use. Don't worry about it here, just go back to your room." Fong Ping muttered in his heart, "Luo teacher is the one who knows how to speak. I wonder if I can become a grandmaster next year. When that happens, I must defeat Tang Lion in a fight." As he walked, he thought, "I, Fong Ping, haven't even reached the middle rank yet, and I'm already thinking about becoming a grandmaster." When Fong Ping turned to leave, Luo teacher quietly voiced his concern, "Mr. Lu and the other 3 are severely injured. What should we do tomorrow?" As Tang Lion walked away, he answered, "It's fine. The 2 of us can still protect the students well. The school is short-handed, and we can't send anyone else right now." Luo teacher knew there was nothing he could do but sigh. The next morning, in the City of Hope, gossip spread everywhere. "What happened last night? Do you think there were casualties? The City of Hope is our headquarters, how dare these people come and risk their lives?" Tang Lion looked at the group of people who couldn't be turned to steel. His anger was evident, but he still silently lined up, preparing to leave the city. A curious student asked, "Why isn't Tang teacher here?" Tang Lion calmly lied, "They had something urgent to attend to. Today, Luo teacher and I will lead everyone." Fong Ping guessed something but remained silent. On the 3rd day, the outer military camp of the City of Hope was ambushed. This was the first time we saw Tang Lion take action. He was like a god of death, shouting loudly, "Die." One punch from him crushed an enemy's head, a kick made another spurt blood, and the whole group of enemies was wiped out. The students, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "Tang teacher is so strong, and so brave." Tang Lion grabbed 2 enemies with his hands and easily killed them as if killing chickens. Fong Ping, who had wanted to fight Tang Lion the day before, could only remain silent in fear. he can kill middle-ranked enemies as easily as killing chickens. Even if I reached rank 5, I would still be defeated. Thinking that, Fong Ping silently vowed, I'll just continue to pretend to be clueless. After the battle, a person covered the body of a fallen soldier with a red cloth. Others began digging a grave. Fong Ping hesitated and asked, Teacher, what are we doing? Luo teacher answered with sorrow, we can't cremate here. If we transport the bodies back, the chance of being ambushed is very high. Therefore, burying them on the spot has become routine, as a way to keep fighting alongside the comrades until the day of victory in our country. Fong Ping muttered, smash the tag. But deep down, he thought, if humans can't even defend a single city in our country, when will they ever truly be able to smash the tag? Luo teacher looked at Fong Ping and calmly said, in our country, being injured is useless. Only by becoming strong yourself, and when everyone becomes strong, can you change everything? The neatly arranged graves were completed. The survivors stood in front of the tombstones, silently mourning. Afterward, Tang Lion led the team to continue their journey. Suddenly, Tang Lion stopped, which made Luo teacher curious, what's going on? Tang Lion's face turned serious as he said, if we don't do this, it's already too slow. The situation had become even more critical. Dozens of middle-rank martial artists attacking the army was something that had never happened before. The situation was worsening, and there was no more time to gradually acclimate them to this place. Tang Lion made a decision, next, we will split into 2 teams. Luo teacher, you lead the second-rank team and operate according to the plan. I will lead the third-rank team into the battlefield. Afterward, let them act freely. Life and death are in their own hands. Luo teacher hesitated, Mr. Tang, is that really okay? Tang Lion looked at Luo teacher, his voice firm, the third-rank martial artists coming into our country are here to kill. If we don't do this now, what is it for? We've already taught them everything they need to know. If we keep protecting them, we'll only harm them. Fong Ping immediately asked after hearing this, Teacher, will splitting the team like this disrupt the original plan? This doesn't seem right. In fact, Fong Ping was not worried about the plan, but because he was afraid he wouldn't be able to protect Shui Mei and the others. Moreover, he had his eye on getting pills from Yun Shi, and his greed was hard to hide. Seeing Fong Ping like this, Tang Lion angrily shouted, if you don't want to split the team, then go act on your own. With your strength, you should have already been 50 kilometers outside, killing the enemy, not wasting time here. Fong Ping felt awkward after hearing this, muttering, Teacher. Isn't this my first time coming to our country? Tang Lion no longer paid attention to Fong Ping. I lead students at rank 3, usually it only takes 2 days for them to learn to go outside on their own. No one is like you, only waiting for arrangements in the team. Or, you're in a team of entirely rank 2 martial artists to feel superior. Fong Ping was stunned by the questioning, what? Tang Lion continued, his gaze sharp, when you encounter a weak opponent, you can kill them in an instant. But what about when you face a strong enemy? Will you run away? Or just stand there watching your teammates die? He frowned, his voice filled with disappointment, you really disappoint me. Not only Fong Ping but everyone present clearly heard Tang Lion's words. He spoke bluntly, Lu Feng Rou and Li Jiangsheng think you are a grandmaster seed. But I think they are wrong because you've never considered taking the initiative to become stronger. Tang Lion emphasized, Wang Jinyang and Qin Fengcheng, when they were at rank 3, entered our country, killed enemies at rank 4, and dared to risk their lives against rank 5. I know you're afraid of death, but do you think they aren't? He looked directly at Fong Ping, his voice resonating, as a human, if you want to become a strong man, you have to dare to fight, dare to risk your life. You can't keep being the weak wolf among the goats. These words struck Fong Ping's mind like a heavy blow. He questioned himself, I feel like I am just trying to become a bit stronger, but is that enough? Tang Lion looked at Fong Ping's contemplative expression, then mocked, is becoming a grandmaster really that powerful? Don't wait until you become a grandmaster, have you ever thought that a great grandmaster would be even stronger? Fong Ping's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, you're humiliating me. Tang Lion stepped closer to Fong Ping, his voice full of arrogance. Do you think you're right?
At rank 6, I've killed more than you've ever seen. Do I still need to provoke you, Fong Ping? Have you contributed anything to humanity yet? Do you think you're so great? The fact that you can stay in the rank 2 team is a privilege I've granted you.
Having said that, he turned around, not bothering to let Fong Ping respond. The other rank 3 people, follow me.
One by one, the people left, trailing behind Tang Lion. Fong Ping's friends stayed behind, looking worried.
Vice Yang Ding stepped forward, softly comforting, don't take it to heart.
Tang teacher. You know, he speaks a bit bluntly.
Fong Ping was angry, clenching his fists, his eyes shining. I don't care what Tang Fong thinks.
In your eyes, am I Fong Ping a coward, afraid of death?
Fu Changding broke out in a cold sweat from Fong Ping's retort, quickly replying, that's not the case.
Becoming stronger before going to kill enemies, that way of thinking isn't wrong. Yang Xiaoman bluntly said, I think Tang teacher is right.
If I were rank 3, I would have gone out to kill enemies long ago. Chen Yunxi hurriedly intervened, Xiaoman. Fong Ping sighed, trying to suppress his emotions, I team up with you all.
If we encounter a powerful enemy, do you feel like I might drag you down?
Also, every time we team up, I take some of the spoils.
What do you think about that?
Everyone remained silent, looking at each other. Fu Changding had no choice but to speak up, you are much stronger than us. If we team up with you, we really feel like we don't exist.
Fong Ping thought for a moment and then said, I see. Tang Fong continued, that's right, I really believe I'm right.
You all want to get stronger, you want to experience life and death, but I find it laughable that you think by coming to our country, I am somehow a half support for you. Your fathers were all strong men, afraid something might happen, they could protect you themselves.
Why do you need me to meddle?
Upon hearing this, Chen Yunxi quickly stepped forward and said, Fong Ping, that's not what we meant. Fong Ping turned and said, I came to the 3rd rank team, you guys can hate me all you want.
With that, Fong Ping quickly ran off.
Chen Yunxi called out, Fong Ping.
Luo teacher witnessed it but didn't say anything, only offering comfort, it's okay. I think Fong Ping is not the type of person who lacks understanding.
Sooner or later, he will realize that Mr. Tang said these words because he wants what's best for him. Chen Yunxi hesitated, but Fu Changding advised, Yunxi, let it go. He won't feel pressured with us. What we need to do is follow in his footsteps, that's what's best for him. Chen Yunxi stammered for a while, but Tang teacher is to the north, and he is heading northeast. The whole group fell silent. Fu Changding was the first to speak, oh no, I remember Fong Ping seems to be a bit directionally challenged, and the teacher immediately made a decision. You guys stay here for a while, I'll be back soon. After a long while, Teacher Luo came back. The students eagerly asked, how is it, Teacher Luo? Did you find Fong Ping? Is he with Tang Fong? Teacher Luo frowned and said worriedly, Fong Ping has gone missing. At Tang Lion's place, he was running ahead when he stopped, turned around to look behind, and saw no one following him. Everyone else also looked around. When the others saw that Fong Ping wasn't there, they said, he's not coming? This guy really loves life and fears death. Don't say that, everyone has their own thoughts. What suits them best is the best. Tang Lion thought to himself, if he prefers staying in the rank 2 team, then he can stay there. He waved his hand, ordering, accelerate, we need to reach the next destination before dark, no returning to the city. Fong Ping was running like the wind. He had chased for a long time but didn't see anyone, so he had to take a break. Damn it, they were clearly trying to make sure I couldn't catch up. He looked around, seeing blood everywhere, bloodstains all over the place were signs of past battles. That means I must have reached the blender. He thought, I still can't find them here, could it be that they've changed direction? He anxiously asked, what should we do now? Hey, but then he denied it himself, no, if I go back now, they'll just think I'm afraid of death and want to survive. Fong Ping muttered to himself for a while, then comforted himself, in that case, I'll kill some of our country's martial artists, and then kill a few rank 3 peaks so they know that I've killed more rank 3s than they've encountered. As long as I don't meet a 6 rank peak like Tang Lion, it should be fine. Suddenly, Fong Ping sensed something. Who? He raised his sword and swung it backward, but there was no one behind him. He thought to himself, I'm not sure if the martial artists from our country can understand what I said, just a single word. Fong Ping hid behind a large tree, peeking around. After a while, seeing nothing, he stepped out, and there was no movement. Suddenly, a sword flew toward Fong Ping, and he wasn't prepared. Am I being too sensitive? Luckily, he managed to dodge. Fong Ping's gaze became sharp as the person missed their stab. Fong Ping used his cloud steps to retreat, then struck with his sword. The person didn't have time to react and collapsed to the ground. Fong Ping looked at the body in front of him, sweat dripping from his forehead, and touched his neck. That was close, I almost got killed. His hand trembled uncontrollably, and he comforted himself, calm down, focused the blood chi to the neck area to aid in healing. He walked over to the dead body and took the person's necklace. As he observed, he thought, the martial artist honor medal of our country, with 3 swords representing rank 3, judging by the strength, it's probably at the preliminary stage. When I was studying, the professor once said that Tiananmen Fort has a giant tree over 100 meters tall, and they use it to create their emblem. He examined the items: an E rank long sword, a 1G cultivation energy stone, and 10G of basic energy ore, totaling less than 2 million in value. The risk of killing this opponent for such a small reward is too low and doesn't increase the points. Fong Ping cautiously made his judgment, no increase in points means these things aren't mine yet. Another person attacked Fong Ping from behind. He glanced at the person and easily dodged, noticing the person had a cloak. Fong Ping sidestepped and looked at the individual. This person exuded a dense bloodlust, and his gaze was like a knife. As soon as Fong Ping saw him, he became dizzy, rank 4 martial artist. On the other side, Tang Lion had just killed someone by the neck. He said, when encountering a middle rank martial artist from our country, don't panic, and don't run around aimlessly. The enemy showing up means there's a high chance that there won't be any of our people in the lead position. The deeper we go, the more strongmen from Tiananmen Fort there are. He looked at the students, then continued, the correct approach is to retreat and seek reinforcements. We also have many middle-rank martial artists hunting the enemy, and we don't dare to chase them for too long. Tang Lion thought to himself, strange, there are more middle-rank martial artists than before. Could it be that Tiananmen Fort is about to make a move? The sun hung high in the sky, and in the middle of the plain, one person was running, and another was chasing. The one running was Fong Ping. He recalled, the teacher mentioned in class that middle-rank martial artists are the backbone of our country, and normal humans don't see many of them. But now, just walking around, I can encounter one casually. Right now, I can run 30 meters per second, but even so, I can't escape from this guy. He gritted his teeth, this is too dangerous. How did those martial artists of rank 3 survive when they came to our country in the past? He kept running but didn't forget to blame Tang Lion, it's all Tang Lion's fault, telling me to go do a mission alone. I got scolded once, and Fu Changding and the others said it wasn't good to go in a team with me. Just now, I almost got killed, and now, I'm being chased by a middle-rank martial artist and can't escape. He ran toward the bushes, why am I so unlucky? Suddenly, he saw something slip past him, land, and slide a short distance. He saw another person holding a long spear. The man smiled at Fong Ping, looking very handsome, but Fong Ping thought to himself, another rank 4. An arrow filled with blood chi shot towards him, but Fong Ping managed to dodge again. The rock behind was shattered into pieces. He looked at the hole in the rock, his eyes widening in shock, vitality, a spirit arrow, level 4 archer. A woman stepped out, and Fong Ping finally reacted, running, oh my god, why are there level 4 martial artists everywhere? Fong Ping ran, but 3 people chased after him, we have to come up with a plan, right? We're definitely screwed. He looked ahead, and saw Shan Lin. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, recalling the words he often heard in class, never enter a forest. Shan Lin is a good place to avoid danger, but you could also run into opponents who are even more terrifying than martial artists.
He looked behind him, but is there anything more terrifying than these three? Never mind, just keep going like this. Who knows how many enemies I'll lure out. He dashed forward.
The three of them stood still for a moment, said something to each other, and then followed Fong Ping into the forest. Huang Jing arrived at the spot where he had previously discovered traces. He landed, observed his surroundings, and thought to himself, Fong Ping had to run deeper.
Lu Fengro can't blame me, but this time, we've encountered something big. A figure shot toward Huang Jing like an arrow.
He responded with a punch. The impact caused the ground around them to crater. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing a figure in armor, Tianhu, the commander of Tianmen Fort.
Huang Jing broke into a sweat, thinking quickly, this is troublesome.
In our country, Jiaoro Square or the Blender is a training ground for low to mid-rank martial artists by default. High-level strongmen only appear in this place, and there's only one possibility, clearing out the enemies. Tianhu unleashed a ferocious tiger that charged forward. Huang Jing casually waved his hands as if swatting a mosquito, this is nothing. He quickly created several swords aimed at Tianhu, launching them powerfully toward the tiger. The two forces collided, causing a huge explosion. However, Huang Jing noticed a figure flying toward them, a person with blood-red energy, another high-level expert.
Then, I'll disable one of them first.
Huang Jing thought, and immediately circled behind Tianhu. Tianhu used his mental defense, but Huang Jing did not hesitate, determined to tear through that defense. Tianhu's divine power was shredded, and he fell to the ground, heavily injured. Huang Jing was panting, sweat dripping down his face, tearing through divine power, but I can't kill a high-level martial artist.
I can only cause serious injury.
But Huang Jing also knew, facing two high-level experts, staying here would only mean seeking death. I can't return to the city in the Blender, because there are still thousands of human martial artists who need to be escorted, or else there will be countless casualties. So, he decided to fly off, to divert their attention. Meanwhile, Fong Ping, holding a sword, swung it toward a person wielding a sword, but that person quickly dodged.
Fong Ping angrily shouted, "Come on, keep chasing them." But the three people remained silent, not saying anything. He was stunned, realizing they didn't understand the language. Good thing I was prepared, he thought, then arrogantly pointed at himself and said confidently, Nayako Kali. He recalled the time he met Li Teacher, who had taught him a few insults. Seeing Fong Ping so excited, Li Teacher had asked, why are you learning this? Fong Ping proudly replied, to provoke my opponents. These insults can mess with their mindset. If the enemy runs away, I might even make them feel insulted. Li Teacher thought for a moment before laughing, Nayako Kali. Fong Ping was excited, this phrase is great, it sounds really impressive. Li Teacher smirked, basically, it means a person with guts would kill me. After hearing this, Fong Ping got so carried away that he forgot the meaning of the phrase. When he shouted it again, Nayako Kali. Nayako Kali. The three people just stared at him with confused expressions, as if they had no idea what he was saying. He was furious, but couldn't understand why they were coldly laughing. What the hell is this? He couldn't comprehend it, and seeing them laugh just made him feel ridiculous. They no longer paid attention to him, and the one holding the sword began to gather his blood energy, preparing to strike. Fong Ping saw this and, of course, did not stay to eat the meal but immediately ran, thinking to himself, this is not good, I pushed too far with the provocation. The person immediately struck with a powerful slash. Fong Ping was hit on the back, coughing up blood. He staggered a little before continuing to run. They did not expect Fong Ping to be so strong, even after being injured, he was still able to run. In the blink of an eye, the sky changed from bright to dark. In the forest at night, Fong Ping stopped running. He stood under a large tree, took off his shirt to check the wound. To his surprise, the slash had hurt quite a bit, but there were only a few bruises on his back. Luckily, I was wearing armor, so even though it's a level 4 rank wound, it's not too serious. The plan can still succeed.
He thought, when I exhaust their blood chi and take a blow, they will definitely let their guard down at night. My vision isn't as good as theirs, but what I rely on is not my eyesight, but my divine power. Now is the perfect opportunity for me to strike back. During the day, because of the sun's influence, there are energy particles everywhere, but at night, the energy fluctuations are easier for me to detect objectively. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that there are 3 of them. I can't let them scatter, I need to kill them one by one to collect the value points. Right now, I only have 78 million, and even after killing them, the rewards I get won't count as a significant amount of points. After looking at the system table, Fong Ping thought to himself, I can't drag this on any longer. The 3 of them were still walking through the forest, searching for Fong Ping everywhere. Suddenly, they saw something ahead, and immediately they all chased after the sound. But when they arrived, no one was there, only some fragments that one of them picked up. The person holding the spear said, Shali Egu. The other 2 nodded, but it was unclear what they had said to each other, and even the author didn't bother to translate it for the readers. Then, these people split into 3 different directions. Fong Ping, who was hiding, felt delighted like it was a holiday. He thought to himself, great, they've split up. I didn't expect this ability to be so useful in real life, just like X-ray vision. Even in such a dangerous situation, Fong Ping remained optimistic and couldn't help but compliment himself a little. He then thought, I won't act hastily, better avoid falling into a trap. Let me observe for a while. Sure enough, the person holding the sword remained in place, while the archer stayed within 100 meters. This distance allowed them to support each other at any time. Only the person with the spear had gone beyond the 1,000-meter range, looking very confident that they could kill him alone. After observing for a while, Fong Ping decided to go after the one who had strayed from the group. Moreover, it would take at least 12 minutes for the 2 reinforcements to arrive. 1 second, 4 strikes, enough for me to slash 500 times. I should be able to kill them, right? Fong Ping confidently thought to himself, indeed, my Fong Ping is very confident. Rank 3 can kill 4 ranks in 12 minutes. From above, Fong Ping saw the spear wielder probing around, his steps very light. It turned out that he had noticed Fong Ping standing right in front of him. Fong Ping closed his eyes and sensed the movements around him. They're here, he thought to himself. Fong Ping used his divine power to sense the entire body of the spear wielder. When the man saw Fong Ping, he immediately surrounded his weapon with blood chi, making it clearly visible to Fong Ping. Energy particles converged onto his weapon. Immediately, the spear wielder rushed towards Fong Ping, who was standing with his back turned. The tree trunk that blocked Fong Ping was shattered by the man's strike, but when he reached the spot, Fong Ping was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, Fong Ping had already flipped and flown behind him. He pushed off the air and flew back toward the enemy, raising his sword and gathering blood chi, causing the blade to bend. Fong Ping used the holy blood blade technique, making his entire body turn crimson. He swiftly charged behind his opponent. Using the holy blood blade technique, he attacked the spear-wielding martial artist from behind. The martial artist wielding the spear quickly realized the enemy was behind him and managed to block the holy blood blade in time. The spear-wielding martial artist then flashed a challenging smile and said, Ku Ji Wu Li. Fong Ping looked at him, his brow slightly furrowing, and replied, Mo Lu Ji Qion, don't think I'm exhausted. Once my blood chi is full, I'll chop you to death. With that, Fong Ping swung his blade at his opponent. His strikes were both swift and relentless, forcing the spear-wielding warrior to retreat slowly without being able to counterattack. At this moment, Fong Ping's blood chi had been restored. He gave a strange smile and charged toward his opponent. The spear-wielding warrior noticed Fong Ping's unusual expression, and in his focus on the enemy, he became distracted. Seizing the opportunity, Fong Ping puffed out his cheeks and unleashed the blood arrow technique. The opponent, startled, tried to dodge to avoid having blood fly into his eyes. However, this was the blood arrow technique, so as he dodged to prevent it from getting into his eyes, the technique struck another part of his body, taking him down. At this point, Fong Ping, wielding his sword, built up momentum for a final, decisive strike to finish off the spear-wielding warrior. The blade quickly descended onto the warrior's body, causing him to collapse and die on the spot. Fong Ping sat down and quickly rummaged through the corpse as if searching for something. He pulled out a few items from the spear-wielding warrior, examined them, and counted 3 basic energy stones, 2 cultivation energy stones, and a rank 4 badge. Fong Ping stood up, preparing to leave, when he suddenly stopped. He thought for a moment. I remember the warrior earlier thought that what I vomited was just regular blood, so he only avoided eye contact. As a result, he suffered greatly. He couldn't let the other 2 know that he died because of the blood arrow technique. After some thought, Fong Ping turned back and struck the spear-wielding warrior with another blow to mislead them and fake the scene. On the side of the spear-wielding warrior's teammates, the 2 of them noticed something unusual and quickly started searching for their comrade. After running for a while, they found the body of their teammate lying on the ground and stopped, becoming more alert. The 2 of them leaned back against each other, each facing a different direction, looking around with heightened vigilance. On Fong Ping's side, he dug a hole to bury the spear he had taken from the warrior. As he buried it, he sighed, I didn't expect this long spear to have the strength of a D-grade alloy, and even the spear's shaft is made of metal. Its weight must be at least over 30 kilograms, and it could be worth more than my phoenix blade. Fong Ping patted the ground to make sure the burial didn't look too fake. Finally, Fong Ping left a mark under the base of the tree, hoping to find this place again later. He turned his head and thought for a moment, realizing that the other 2 could not possibly separate. He had to kill them before dawn. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Fong Ping launched a guerrilla strike. Holding a knife, he charged from behind the remaining 2 to launch a sneak attack. However, one of them had sensed him and immediately activated his ultimate move, running before attacking, continuously draining their blood chi and patience. The opponent's martial artists were not fools. One of them pretended not to notice him, but his armor was pierced. Fong Ping quickly went for the kill. These 2 had underestimated Fong Ping, but unfortunately, one of them noticed. He laughed wildly and stabbed the spot where Fong Ping was wounded, yet still could not catch him. Fong Ping successfully drained their blood chi, though they were also not in good shape, their blood chi was nearly exhausted. After draining a great deal of their vital energy, the 2 martial artists gave up the pursuit and attempted to leave the forest. Fong Ping was not far from them, and he was determined not to let them escape. He decided to rush out in front of them and said, Naya Gu Kali. The 2 were walking when suddenly someone charged out, startling them reflexively. After hearing what Fong Ping said, both of their faces turned furious. An angry figure, exuding killing intent, charged forward and said, Kagu. Fong Ping saw the person rushing toward him and immediately ran to lead him away. Looks like it's the final big move, I can't keep blocking it. The other person, standing in a different spot, shot an arrow toward Fong Ping. The arrow sped toward Fong Ping, who was fleeing. Seeing the arrow coming at him, Fong Ping quickly jumped to another spot to avoid it. He dodged the arrow, then changed direction, but the arrow followed the path he was taking. Fong Ping was surprised as the arrow continued chasing him. He tried his best to outrun it, but it was a tracking arrow, and in the end, he couldn't escape the tracking arrow's pursuit. The arrow struck him, piercing his shoulder and breaking through his blood chi defense. Fong Ping was hit by the arrow and staggered for a moment. The person wielding the blade charged toward him, swinging the blade at him. Despite his injury, Fong Ping reacted swiftly. He dodged to the side, avoiding the man's strike. Seizing the opportunity while the blade wielder missed, Fong Ping grabbed his sword, turned around, and with momentum, swung the sword at his opponent. The blade created an incredibly powerful force. The opponent had no choice but to raise his own blade to block. Due to Fong Ping's overwhelming destructive power, the blade wielder was pushed back, retreating a few steps. The left side of Fong Ping was struck by an arrow, and blood began to flow out. Although he avoided the slash, he was still injured by the stab, causing damage to his meridians, and his left hand was temporarily unusable. Fong Ping held the sword with his right hand, his left arm hanging loosely, his mouth slightly curled as he said, "You guys are quite skilled, but my blood chi has fully recovered now." The man holding the sword stared at Fong Ping, who was gradually recovering, his eyes wide in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Fong Ping slightly shrugged his shoulders, and the blood chi enveloped his body. His wounds were gradually healing, and the arrow fell out of his shoulder. Once fully healed, he grabbed the sword and charged quickly toward the group, then provocatively shouted, "Nayako Kali." The two men, upon hearing this, furrowed their brows. One of them, enraged, ran toward Fong Ping recklessly. The other, holding a bow, stayed behind providing cover. The bowman, observing from behind, furrowed his brows but said nothing. The swordsman and Fong Ping closed the distance between them, both exerting all their strength as they swung their blades at each other. The man facing Fong Ping blocked his sword with his hand. Fong Ping was taken aback by this sight, staring at him in astonishment. The man threw his own sword to the ground, grabbed Fong Ping's sword, and pulled it back, causing Fong Ping to be dragged along with it. He pulled me toward him and tightly hugged me, not giving me a chance to resist or escape. He shouted, "Kagu?" The other person understood the signal. Diying raised his bow, preparing to aim and shoot. Fong Ping panicked, unable to believe his eyes. This guy dares to risk his life to die together. In the face of the urgent situation, he puffed his cheeks, using an old trick, and spat out the blood arrow technique, sending it straight towards him. The blood arrow technique struck him, causing him to die instantly. Although dead, he still stubbornly held on. Fong Ping struggled, gritting his teeth, cursing, "Damn it, even in death, you won't let go." From a distance, the bowman had finished preparing. He released the arrow, and it shot toward Fong Ping. At that moment, Fong Ping fearfully tilted his head back and screamed in panic. "A!" The arrow flew toward me but brushed past my head. Fong Ping had no other choice but to try to lean back, making both of them fall down together, narrowly avoiding the deadly arrow. The bowman missed, sweating profusely as he watched the two of them. Fong Ping, to avoid the arrow, was pinned under the sword-wielding man. He pushed the stubborn guy off with all his strength. After tossing him aside, with killing intent blazing, he said, "The bowman has lost his teammate, he's not good at close combat, now he's all alone. This is truly hopeless." The remaining person stuck her hand into her pocket and rummaged for something. She pulled out an object and lifted it up, lowering her face to examine it. The energy stone in her hand shattered, stained with a bit of blood. Fong Ping looked at her, grinding his teeth in anger. She had used her blood to contaminate the energy stone. He was furious, his aura filled with menace, and he charged at her, shouting, "I'll kill you." Seeing Fong Ping rushing toward her, she clenched her fist, crushing the energy stone. Her own cardiovascular system was also self-destructed, shattered. Before Fong Ping could reach her to strike, she had already collapsed backward and died. Though propelled forward, he calmly stopped when he saw the enemy was dead. Fong Ping stood still, staring at the opponent. He was silent, not saying a word. He gazed intently at the corpse, reflecting on the determination in her actions, destroying the energy stone, shattering her heart, ensuring that even in death, the enemy would gain no benefit from her. He helplessly sat back, sighing in disappointment. Is this war? Fong Ping took out a vial of medicine, poured a pill into his hand, and tossed it into his mouth. This time, the team had only brought some healing water and one pill. His internal injuries were severe, and he hadn't expected that he would have used it up so quickly. After taking the pill, he rearranged the enemy's weapons. The weapons obtained from these two national martial artists included a B-level long sword, a wooden bow, and 12 arrows. The four individuals had a total of 560G basic energy stones on them. There were 3 cultivation energy stones, each weighing less than 10 grams. All of these items could be sold, with a total value of only around 15 million. Fong Ping calculated that the value of his points now exceeded 60 million. With the long sword and spear hidden away, he wondered if he might have a chance of reaching over 1 billion. He looked at the enemy lying on the ground, then remembered, right, there's also a crystallized energy core from a mid-level martial artist. He stood in a daze, uncertain, should I extract it or not? He lowered his head and sighed deeply, this is war, more disgusting, but I must adapt to everything, doing my best to become stronger. Fong Ping took the sword and approached the corpse. If I die here today, the outcome couldn't be worse. He knelt beside the body, stabbing it directly with the sword. His points increased by 16 million, and the sun began to rise. Fong Ping went back to the spot where he had buried the spear the night before, under the tree. Following the traces of the battle, he finally made his way back. After a night of fighting, Fong Ping recalculated and had 95,300,000 points, with his blood chi at 999 points and spirit at 539 points. Although he had gathered 177 pieces of bones, 90% of them were of good quality, while the remaining 29 pieces were only 30% effective. Fong Ping brightly lifted his spear and sword, worth 15 million. These two weapons are indeed high quality. If sold, they could exceed this value and even increase a bit more, with a chance to surpass 1 billion. Fong Ping picked up the bulky items, preparing to leave, but with so much stuff, it wasn't easy to carry. His face grew serious, beads of sweat falling down, and there was an even more serious issue. Amid the vast forest, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and Fong Ping, small and alone, stood lost in nature. He smiled bitterly, wondering, where am I? In another development, Tang Lion quickly ordered to kill. Everyone responded in unison and immediately moved forward to fight. Tang Lion stood in thought, realizing, this is still too immature, it takes too much time to kill 4th-level martial artists. Killing enemies in such a blender, even if injured, cannot delay time, otherwise, it will only lead to more enemies appearing. Suddenly, a figure dove down from the sky, and Master Huang appeared. Tang Lion looked up and saw Master Huang easily land on the ground. Tang Lion turned and greeted, Master Huang. Master Huang said sternly, the Great War is about to begin. Last night, 4 high-level Tianmen fort were temporarily repelled by me, but we can no longer let the students continue with the trials. You should quickly lead the people back to the City of Hope. Tang Lion raised his hand to his chin, contemplating, as expected, I told you the number of middle-rank people in the blender was not quite right. Master Huang glanced over and hesitated, saying, by the way, Fong Ping is lost. Tang Lion responded reflexively, Tang Lion suddenly jolted and asked, what? Master Huang calmly replied, he's lost. Tang Lion broke out in a cold sweat, what, lost? Isn't he one of your team? Master Huang explained, after you left yesterday, he headed northeast, then was pursued by 3/4th rank martial artists into the jungle. I originally wanted to continue chasing, but then I encountered Tian Hu and Gu Song, so I got lost. Tang Lion expressed concern, I thought with his personality, he wouldn't just run out like that on his own. Master Huang sighed, after all, he's young. If he's too provoked, he might actually act on it. Tang Lion replied, 3 level 4 warriors? Then he's dead. Master Huang crossed his arms and said sternly, I don't know, I could only do a preliminary check outside the jungle. The problem now is the 90-some students. Fong Ping is the only one who got lost. If he doesn't return, the martial artist might face big trouble. The two of them simultaneously imagined her anger. Tang Lion turned his head and said, I will go find him. Master Huang responded, you going won't help, the forest is so large, how can you find him? Besides, now that Tianmen Fort is preparing for war, you must quickly return and take your position at the City of Hope. Tang Lion said, then I'll find him after bringing the students back, I will return before the major battle. Master Huang smiled reassuringly and continued, all right, then I will also try to see if there's any high-level activity in the jungle right now. You should be careful. Tang Lion responded, In the forest, Fong Ping was frantically running and searching for a way out. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. His blood chi and spiritual energy were bubbling up more intensely. He stopped and thought for a moment, the City of Hope is a place lacking in energy, but ahead of me is such a high concentration of energy, that means I'm going deeper into our country. Fong Ping closed his eyes, calmly sensing and moving towards the area with lower energy concentration. He stood in the forest, focusing on the changes in the energy. He turned his head, feeling a distinct shift. Very good. Fong Ping thought to himself, the energy levels are getting lower, I'm about to get out.
Fong Ping smiled proudly, luckily, my spiritual energy is strong. If it were someone else, they would definitely get lost in this forest.
Feeling happy, Fong Ping suddenly sensed something was wrong. Strange.
He thought to himself, why did the energy beads suddenly disappear?
As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a lion appeared in front of Fong Ping.
He was startled and terrified. A high-level magical beast.
He looked at the lion and speculated, it must have absorbed all the energy beads around here.
Not only that, but it's also concealing its presence, which is why I didn't notice it.
Fong Ping glanced down in fear and saw that the lion was staring intently at his energy stones. He lowered his hand, placed a few energy stones on the ground, and said, no offense, this is just a small token of sincerity. The lion was not polite at all, it immediately opened its mouth wide and sucked the stones towards it, then swallowed them whole.
Fong Ping watched the scene, almost crying. They're gone.
He thought, my energy stone's worth more than 10 million.
He and the lion faced each other. Fong Ping wondered, why is the lion still staring at me like that? Does it want to eat me?
No, if it wanted to eat me, it would have attacked by now, not wait until now. He tried to step back to escape but found something blocking his path behind the divine power curtain.
Fong Ping looked at the lion and gave a wry smile, it's over. He thought, it's not letting me go.
Shaking, he spoke, I'm out, it's all yours.
The lion picked it up, raised its paw to condense blood chi, then put it in its mouth to eat the chew. It frowned at Fong Ping, signaling him to follow orders. Fong Ping, drenched in sweat, thought, oh my god, does it want me to feed it with blood chi? This thing really has intelligence. Having no choice, Fong Ping began to condense blood chi. He approached the lion and fed it. The lion remained unsatisfied. Fong Ping, in distress, thought, condensing dozens of blood chi cards at a time. This unsatisfied look, does it mean I have to keep feeding it? The lion continued to absorb Fong Ping's blood chi in the forest. Master Huang entered the forest and saw the bodies of people. Fong Ping had killed 3 rank 4s. The dean speculated, this place is 20 kilometers from the edge of the forest. If the enemies are all dead, why continue going deeper? This guy must want to hunt peak grade 5 creatures, with thick skin and tough meat. Even an 8th grade strongman might not be able to defeat them. The Great War is near, and if I encounter a trap here, it will definitely affect the entire national situation. After thinking for a while, Master Huang decided, returning to the city is more important for the bigger picture. On Fong Ping's side, he was in tears and displeasure. Using the recovery system 6 times to restore blood chi, costing more than 6 million yuan, he thought, finally, I've fed this beast to its fill. After calming down, he realized, I ran to Jiaowang Forest. And this thing is the king of the forest. Fong Ping felt dejected, while the king of the forest, after inhaling a huge amount of blood chi, lay down and fell asleep. Fong Ping thought to himself, while it's resting, I should try to sneak away, but this guy is always using his divine power to keep me in check. He was furious, though I've temporarily saved my life, does that mean I have to stay here and cook for it? If the points run out, it's still a dead end, what should I do? He looked at the lion, who was peacefully sleeping. This lion really looks like a big lion, animals that resemble cats are definitely different from mine. Wait, this is a dog breed, right? Suddenly, the lion woke up and looked up at Fong Ping. Fong Ping was slightly startled. Fong Ping sighed, raised his hand to condense blood chi, die, you damn thing. In the vast green forest, one person with a knife stood there. Right now, Fong Ping still had 85 million points, and his blood chi was at 470 points. As Fong Ping burned blood chi for the lion, he said, King of the forest, what if I go outside and find someone with stronger blood chi to be your cook? The lion, while absorbing blood chi, didn't understand anything. Fong Ping used his blood chi to express, my blood chi is weak blood chi is gone. When I die, I will die, I won't be able to feed anyone anymore. Outside, there are people with much stronger blood chi, I'll go and lure them here to feed you.
The king of the forest looked at him.
Fong Ping thought, I've acted so vividly, surely it understands what I mean. Fong Ping kneeled down earnestly, and the lion sniffed Fong Ping's scent. After sniffing, it rolled over and went back to sleep. Fong Ping was surprised, it understands me now, meaning it's remembered my scent and is telling me to go, not to return.
I'll go find you, damn it, where can I find a strong man now? He frowned and said, no, this is not the time to think about such things, running away is the most important right now. He walked over to the lion and said, the king of the forest, I'm leaving now. Fong Ping immediately ran off, his fear intensifying. It didn't stop me. In the vast forest, Fong Ping was sprinting at full speed to escape. He was terrified. With the price of 10 million points and all the energy stones, I've survived from the jaws of a monster. Thankfully, this lion is a bit dim-witted, I can believe that. This time, I'm sure, running in the opposite direction of the lion should lead me out.
An hour later, Fong Ping finally emerged from the forest. He sighed in relief, finally, I'm out.
As soon as he exited the forest, he encountered a martial artist punching a person lying flat on the ground.
Fong Ping glanced at the man's neck and saw the rank, 5th rank martial artist. Terrified, Fong Ping turned and ran back into the forest. He ran madly and turned back, damn it, what kind of physique do I have? Am I really running towards Tianmen Fort? The martial artist chasing him stopped, why aren't you running anymore?
Fong Ping turned back to look, yeah, this is a forest of knives, it would be strange if I weren't scared.
Fong Ping had been speaking non-stop, without a break.
He raised his middle finger and shouted loudly, I'm not afraid of death. Come on, kill me if you can, you cowardly 5th-rank martial artist. The martial artist, seeing this, had his expression change with anger. He turned back toward the lion. It was still lying on its belly, sleeping.
Fong Ping approached the lion and woke it up, I'm back. I brought a big one for you.
Fong Ping stood beside the lion and offered the martial artist to it. The martial artist still had no idea that he had been tricked into coming here. As soon as he arrived, the lion's power suppressed him, causing him to collapse to the ground.
Fong Ping was frightened.
Wow, this lion is so strong.
The 5th-rank martial artist just collapsed right away. And earlier, when I arrived, it didn't even press me down. Too weak, isn't it? The lion signaled to Fong Ping, and he quickly understood, I got it.
The martial artist gaped in shock.
Fong Ping called to him, hey, look at me. Fong Ping stood still as a model for the martial artist, got it? Follow along. The martial artist, kneeling, nodded to signal that he understood. After being released, he immediately fled.
Lion saw that the man was disobedient and became furious. He was suppressed and slammed face first into the ground. Lion sent him flying into the air and then opened its mouth wide, draining the martial artist's blood chi completely.
Fong Ping watched Lion in fear, that's too brutal, no wonder it didn't kill me directly back then.
The forced absorption of blood chi could cause serious damage, but allowing the martial artist to actively condense it can absorb all of their blood chi in the most efficient way. Lion stood up and looked at Fong Ping, who obediently stood still and didn't dare move. Earlier, when he fed it, each time its blood chi was almost depleted, it would gradually start moving again.
Now, Fong Ping's blood chi had been fully replenished, I even called it stupid. If I hadn't recovered in time back then, my outcome would have been.
The martial artist, drained of all blood chi, was in excruciating pain, his body shriveled up. Eventually, he collapsed to the ground.
After draining the blood chi, Lion let out a satisfied sound. Fong Ping could only stand frozen, watching Lion deal with the martial artist. Once it had drained all the blood chi, Lion went back to sleep.
Fong Ping glanced at it, strongman rank 5, blood chi over 4,000, and it was drained dry in an instant.
Yet this lazy lion doesn't seem interested in the dried meat.
At this moment, he sat down and rummaged through a pair of Class C boxing gloves and a 5-rank medal, which might be worth several million. Although he had obtained them, the system didn't grant him any points, meaning these items still didn't belong to him. He thought to himself, then there's only He turned his face and smiled, calling out, "The king of the forest."
Lion lazily opened his eyes.
He raised the boxing gloves and said, "Give me these gloves. I'll use them to catch people for you." Lion glanced at Fong Ping, looked for a moment, then turned back with an expression of agreement and went back to sleep. At this point, the system calculated and added 6 million points to his score.
Fong Ping was delighted. It really counts for me.
He smiled and came up with a plan. This is a good way, lure the enemies here for Lion to eat. Although both the energy stones and the energy cores are gone, the value of the martial artist middle rank weapons is not low. He hesitated. Wait, there's still the beastly nature.
If it suddenly gets dissatisfied and attacks me, is it too dangerous to try and use it?
There are dangers here, but going outside to hunt martial artists, wouldn't that be dangerous too? He looked at his assets, then made a decision. Let's do it. With the points value over 1 billion, let's go. I only needed a few million more, but ended up being consumed for more than 10 million.
It didn't guard against me.
Fong Ping lazily said, "The king of the forest, then I'll continue catching people for you." Lion was snoring loudly, completely uninterested in Fong Ping. Outside the Jiaowang forest, a whole army was lined up beneath it. Fong Ping saw this and was startled. This is the main army of Tianmen Fort. He hid behind a tree, peeking. With such a large number, are they planning to fight the humans? But why are they appearing at Jiaowang forest? Fong Ping speculated, the northeast of Jiaowang forest is not the route for troops from 2 cities to engage in battle. Could they be planning a surprise attack? Fong Ping thought for a moment, would it make a difference if I went a bit further? Also, some martial artists have formed groups with the army to head towards the city. He then wondered, am I considered to be behind enemy lines now? Killing a few martial artists could reduce the pressure on my people. Fong Ping observed the group and analyzed, the martial artists in the army can't be tricked, and the large group of martial artists wouldn't work either since they have no weapons. I should consider looking for a small team of 4th rank martial artists, that's the best choice. He threw a stone towards them to grab their attention. One of them caught the stone. Fong Ping pretended to hide behind the tree. The group saw his silhouette from a distance. He turned around and smiled, saying, "Hello, gentlemen." As soon as these 3 saw him, they rushed towards him, shouting, and another 3 were tricked. They chased after Fong Ping. In the end, all of them were subdued by Lion's strength and knelt on the ground. Fong Ping continued to demonstrate for these people, saying, "Got it? If you want to live, follow my lead." They looked at Lion with fear. The 3 of them approached Lion and gathered blood chi for it. Fong Ping stood aside, watching, and said, "Oh, these 3 are quite obedient, but it's a pity you don't have infinite blood chi." Then, the 3 of them were drained of their blood chi by Lion. Lion rolled over and fell asleep again. Fong Ping, who had gained from this, laughed and said, "The king of the forest, all of this is mine." Benefiting from the fisherman's gain, Fong Ping's points increased rapidly, adding 10 million. Fong Ping was overjoyed, thinking to himself, this is the kind of money-making speed I should be getting. In the deep forest, Fong Ping encountered another martial artist. Fong Ping exaggeratedly challenged him, saying, "Naya ko kali." The martial artist stood frozen, staring at him. Fong Ping was confused and thought to himself, damn it, why is it that every time I say this, martial artists from our country just freeze like this? Hearing the other person call out, Fong Ping continued, "Damn it, do you have the guts to kill me or not? Why are you so calm?" The other person, hearing this, pointed at the ground. Fong Ping saw his arrogant expression and hand gesture, then turned and ran. The man began to get angry and chased after him. Fong Ping continued to set the trap. The martial artist ended up like the others before him. Fong Ping kept saying, "If you want to live, follow my lead." The martial artist, frightened, nodded vigorously. As a result, just like the others, he was drained dry. Fong Ping picked up the sword and smiled at Lion, "The king of the forest, this is for me." Lion looked at him, and he looked back. Lion's gaze turned ferocious. The lazy lion still hadn't eaten enough. Fong Ping was terrified. He began to concentrate blood chi for it, seeing the points almost reaching 1 billion. As night fell, Fong Ping continued to gather blood chi for Lion, consuming 800,000 points, and the blood chi replenishment was completed. Fong Ping smiled bitterly and said, "Eating so much at night, if you're not full, you'll die, getting fat will kill you." At this point, Lion was finally satisfied. A dinner of 3 million points, it was finally full. Points increased by 10 million, surpassing 1 billion, and the system level was upgraded. Fong Ping rejoiced, "Finally, it's here." The system upgraded, successfully upgrading the system. The upgrade was linked, unlocking new functions, and adding all attributes, with the option to actively upgrade now available. Fong Ping looked at his results, and all attributes behind his status now had a plus sign. It means that the marrow can be cultivated now, and the divine power meets the standards. I should be able to reach Grandmaster soon. The cost of cultivating the marrow must definitely be high. Let me try. Fong Ping closed his eyes and focused, consuming 1 million points. The marrow cultivation is successful. The marrow cultivation progress has increased by 10%, completing one piece of marrow cultivation. Fong Ping hugged his chest, feeling 1 million, and immediately knew, it's not cheap. The entire trial with one piece of the core essence is nearly worth 1 million points, and 177 pieces of that make up 1,770,000,000, nearly 2 billion. But for a martial artist of rank 3, spending 2 billion could allow him to advance to the essence of bone and jade transmutation. An opportunity like this, if wasted, could lead to disastrous consequences. Furthermore, at this stage, completing the jade essence transmutation of the limbs and bones is sufficient. So 1,260,000,000 is acceptable, which explains why I have unlimited blood chi. Fong Ping set down his sword and thought about the 3 peak ranks that killed a rank 3, 6 4 rank 2, and 5 rank. This time when I return, I'm sure I can make a legendary mark in the City of Hope. Another new day began, and Fong Ping bid farewell to Lion, the king of the forest. "I'll continue capturing people for you, you take a good rest." Lion woke up, raised its head, and looked at Fong Ping, but was stopped. "Oh no," Fong Ping turned back and said, "Hee, the king of the forest, I need to deal with these weapons, or my blood chi won't be enough, and that would be bad." "It doesn't know I want to run away, does it?" Lion looked at Fong Ping but didn't stop him, then rolled over and went back to sleep. Fong Ping thought, sometimes being a little dumb is also quite cute. From over there, previously when entering the forest, he would encounter Tian men, so this time he chose to go from the direction of Dongguo City. Dongguo City is located in the northeast of Jiaowang Forest, and taking this route to the City of Hope is relatively safer, though the drawback is that it requires traveling several hundred more kilometers. Fong Ping was a bit shocked when he arrived. He stood in front of the vast place and scratched his head. The blender? He wondered to himself, how did I end up at the blender? He recalled, where was it that I met the Tian men people? Fong Ping pulled out his badge to check. It's a sunflower, not Tian men. At this point, he started to piece things together, so the place I went before must have been Dongguo City. That's the military of Dongguo City. They weren't planning to attack City of Hope with Tianmen Fort, right? Dongguo City and its people rarely have conflicts, and the strongmen of City of Hope probably wouldn't pay attention to this direction. If my guess is right. Thinking of this, he immediately ran back. This is not good, I need to hurry and report. People are powerless against Tianmen Fort, let alone combine 2 cities. While running, he stopped. Wait a minute, I thought I was heading towards Tianmen Fort, but I ended up at Dongguo City. So, I thought I was heading towards City of Hope, not Tianmen Fort, right? He turned in another direction. Damn, I almost went the wrong way. If this still isn't right, I'll be dead at Tianmen Fort. At City of Hope, Tang Lion jumped into the city, landing gently. Master Huang stood there and turned to look at him. Tang Lion said, I didn't expect this, and just now, from Jiaowang Forest, I nearly got surrounded and killed by 3/6th rank peaks. Tang Lion continued, I even felt the breath of a high level. Master Huang furrowed his brows as he looked at Tang Lion. He then spoke, this time there's something strange. Before, the high level from Tianmen Fort never showed up, and in the end, they didn't come out, but now they've already forced us to retreat our forces back to City of Hope.
Tang Lion said seriously, could something be about to happen?
Before, we often clashed with Tianmen Fort, usually with their main forces attacking the city directly.
This time, however, their army is clearing the roads, but what about the front lines?
Master Huang turned his head and replied, go find General Su. In the command room, after receiving intelligence, it was reported that not only the north, but also the west and east had been blocked by Tianmen Fort's strongmen. I suspect, he said sternly, they want to take City of Hope in one go.
Master Huang said, we've been fighting against Tianmen Fort for years, do they really think they can take City of Hope?
General Su replied, I can only guess. Anyway, we must now prepare for the worst. The army has been summoned, including Principal Wu, and the strongmen from Magic City will be arriving soon. Unless the entire Tianmen Fort is emptied, don't think about taking down the City of Hope.
Master Huang continued, Master Wu is leading the team, Lu Fengro isn't coming, is she? General Su answered, that's unclear. Perhaps not, right? Aren't they very close? Master Huang smiled awkwardly, that's true. General Su looked at the dean and asked, what's going on? General Su, after hearing this, was horrified, you're not messing with me, are you? Fang Ping, who went missing, is Lu Fengro's student.
Master Huang and Tang Lion broke into a cold sweat and anxiously responded in unison, General Su thought to himself, 90 martial artist students came into our country together, and they managed to lose one of Lu Fengro's students. Even if you lose a few more, it's still worse to lose this one. The sound of hurried footsteps approached the room. Report, General, the reinforcements from Magic City have arrived. The door opened. Lu Fengro turned to Master Wu and said, still putting on the act of a grandmaster. The three Tang Lion members remained silent, simply staring at the two of them. Lu Fengro stepped forward towards the three individuals and said, Mr. Su, how is the situation? General Su responded, we are still contemplating. Right now, it's just a small-scale outbreak of war. Lu Fengro continued, every time it's like this, rushing into things. When will this tactic of adding oil to the fire be over? In my opinion, if Mr. Li, Mr. Zhang, and a few other defenders come together, only then can Tianmen Fort be pacified. Master Wu spoke up, Tianmen Fort can't just be pacified by saying it. The strength of our country is greater than ours. Previously, a battle in Jingdu forced our country to sacrifice more than half of its grandmasters. The price is something the people can't bear. Alright, Lu Fengro replied with a smile. Indeed, many people died, but afterwards, the people of Jingdu built the greatest human achievement, a complete stronghold, unlike the Magic City. A City of Hope is just a small thing, can it really be considered Land of Hope? Master Wu, irritated, said to Lu Fengro, you are too advanced. Lu Fengro coldly replied, oh, does the military have its own thoughts? I couldn't care less to talk about them. Lu Fengro brushed past the Tang Lion group and said, go watch the students meet, don't call me. I don't want to listen. Master Wu responded, apologies. Master Huang quickly said, Master Wu, there are some matters later that require your presence. Master Wu looked at them and then answered, Fang Ping LC is gone. Master Wu raised his hand to his chin, pondering, feeling that the situation in our country was extremely dangerous, and Fengro could understand that. Master Huang spoke up, no, it's just him who got lost, the others are fine. Master Wu was surprised, just one person? Tang Lion explained, I told him to go alone to kill the martial artist from our country. The four of them fell silent, feeling helpless. Master Wu said, oh, let's see. Mr. Tang, you should hold off for now. A great war is near, if you go, it will only add to the chaos for us. Tang Lion looked at the three others before leaving. Fengro spoke to her student, so, you mean he went out alone? Jia Shuimei replied, yeah, Tang teacher said something, and then he went by himself, never coming back. Chen Yanxi looked at her, and Fu Changding said, Fang Ping has no sense of direction. Teacher, could it be? Lu Fengro replied, no sense of direction.
Even if he waits at the enemy's camp, he should know how to get back. Lu Fengro put her hand to her forehead. A grandmaster, 26th rank experts in a safe zone, and they lost my student. What should I say? Master Huang explained. Fengro, Tang teacher didn't mean any harm, you know what kind of person he is. This time, it was just an accident. Fengro turned to question Master Huang, her face full of killing intent. Unexpected? What about you? Master Huang replied, I followed for a while, and then I met Tianhu and Guzong. Fengro sneered, so after that, you returned, right? Understood. The bigger picture is important. You all can rest assured, I won't do anything outside the City of Hope, but next I will go deeper into our country. Fengro's face was filled with killing intent. Your students, your close friends and family, they'd better not come in. Master Wu was furious. Fengro, do you even know what you're saying? Fengro responded, her voice full of resentment, I am anti-human, so what? My daughter is dead, my father is missing. My husband could be the one who killed my daughter. Martial artists strive their whole life, and half of my students are dead. The more Fengro spoke, the angrier she became. It seems that no matter how many other students die, Fangping will never die. But now you're telling me that everyone is fine, except him, he's the only one missing. If I don't go in, then who will be next? Zhao Xuemei, is it? Did Chen Yunxi die? Do I look like I'm fine with it? Her grandfather is a grandmaster, so Xuemei will die outside our country, right? Master Wu lost his temper and blurted out, Mr. Huang fought 2 high-level enemies to find him, what more do you want? Do you want someone else to take the fall for Fangping before you're satisfied? Because of her delusions, she uttered threatening words to humanity. Lu Fengro dares to act recklessly, I will kill her. Fengro responded with a voice full of indignation, you want to kill me? Then try it. Master Wu clenched his fist, silently angry. Fengro turned to Xuemei and instructed, Xuemei, remember what I said, follow the main forces, don't charge ahead. This time, you just need to participate and help with the defense, stick close to Chen Yunxi. She turned to Yunxi and said, Chen Yunxi, I have never taught you anything, but Xuemei is your friend, don't separate from her. If she dies, I will come after you. Chen Yunxi nodded vigorously. Lu Fengro turned and left, and everyone watched her silhouette. Master Huang spoke up, what do you all think? Should we let Xuemei go back first? Master Wu replied, no. At this point, if we do that, she'll only think too much. We should have someone watch over her, don't let her act recklessly. General Su sighed, this matter. Before finishing his words, he decided to remain silent and think, now that the City of Hope is sealed off, can Fangping, a martial artist of rank 3, really make it back? On the other side, the Tianmen Fort army stood in formation. Fangping looked at the army, everywhere were martial artists on patrol. He worried about how to get back. The Tianmen forces, 100 people per team, surrounded the outer perimeter of the City of Hope, forming a blockade. They were likely preventing human martial artists from sending reinforcements from Tindonggue City. Fangping ran, feeling the heavy responsibility. This time, I think I'm about to become a hero. To break through the defense line, I have to run fast enough. He found a hidden spot behind a rock. This place is safe enough. I should harden my marrow. Although there aren't many points, I can use them to test my lower limbs first. After the trial, his speed would improve, and his burst capacity would rise. 62 pieces, equivalent to 62 million, that's enough, let's start. Fangping sat down on the rock, consuming 1 million points. The progress of the trial increased by 10%. Another 1,000,000 points consumed. Fangping felt uncomfortable, it hurts so much, it itches so much. The itch felt like it was deep inside his marrow, he wanted to scratch but couldn't. It was really an unbearable sensation. As the trial deepened, his body weight gradually increased, and his skin tightened, showing signs of hair loss. This was due to the blockage of blood qi, which formed an internal circulation. Upon reaching level 8 rank, if grandmasters don't intentionally leave their hair or eyebrows behind,
their heads actually end up bald. It hurts so much. Blood chi 966 points, finally surpassing the blood chi limit.
Fong Ping chuckled inwardly, this growth rate is so fast, 999 points is the limit.
Martial artist rank 3 is really hard to break through. Even after 3 times, it's the same. Only when your bone structure, body, and meridians grow stronger will this limit disappear.
Fong Ping had completed the entire trial.
He stood up, and his blood chi limit increased by 100 points, with both legs now feeling at least 80 pounds heavier. He was confident that he had become much stronger, feeling as if he could easily kill a high-level martial artist with a single kick. Although he had just finished the trial, he still felt a bit off and needed to stretch his body a little. A strong tremor occurred, and the martial artists turned around in response.
The prisoners also looked over in surprise. Fong Ping was alarmed. Oh my, why is the sound so loud?
He quickly ran away from the spot. The warriors in the distance chased after him, and he looked back.
TCH.
The warriors shouted while chasing him, Kago.
Fong Ping decided to turn back and deal with the warriors.
A gang fight broke out, with each one of them being knocked down by Fong Ping. He secretly smirked, my speed has really increased. Using the power of his legs, Fong Ping leaped into the air, raised his sword, and slashed at the martial artist below, shouting, those who block me must die.
But that was just a threat.
He jumped over the head of the martial artist and landed on the ground, immediately running off at full speed. The martial artist was completely confused, left with nothing but his angry expression. While running, Fong Ping glanced back and thought, fortunately, the ones chasing me this time are all from the lower ranks, with only a few level 5s within 100 miles.
In half an hour, they won't be able to catch me. When I get to the City of Hope, I'll kill every last one of you.
As soon as he finished his train of thought, Fong Ping saw a figure flying in the sky.
He widened his eyes, staring at Strongman who was soaring above.
Strongman shot through the air at an incredible speed, quickly catching up to Fong Ping, preparing to strike with a punch to bring him down. Strongman descended from the sky with terrifying speed, his punch landing and exploding a patch of earth. Fong Ping barely managed to dodge, but as he saw his weapon being sucked away, he panicked and realized the weapon he had collected was now scattered all over. The murderous aura of Strongman surged as he advanced.
Fong Ping ran for his life, thinking to himself, I will remember you. Next time, I will definitely kill you.
Suddenly, he turned around and saw a sword flying toward him. He barely managed to dodge the sword, but his face showed clear signs of fear. Strongman pursued from above, looking down at him and cursing. Fong Ping, at this point, could only run in desperation. I'm going to die, I'm really going to die. Being a hero is not easy, I should have stayed hidden in Jiaowang Forest.
Fong Ping looked up and realized that it was the City of Hope ahead of him. He rejoiced, finally, I can see the City of Hope.
His eyes shone as he gazed in that direction, recalling how he had once narrowly escaped from a level 6 martial artist, along with numerous level 5 martial artists. At that moment, Strongman, the one flying, caught up once again, charging straight at Fong Ping. He ran as fast as he could, thinking, he's too fast.
Fong Ping held his sword and moved it towards the strongman to block his attack. However, the strongman was so powerful that the force pushed Fong Ping backward. He was unable to resist and was thrown backward. He flipped in mid-air, blood trickling from his mouth. As expected from a level 6, just blocking the attack caused him injury. The strongman quickly appeared in front of Fong Ping and launched a bloodthirsty triple lotus attack. Fong Ping resorted to his usual technique, puffing his cheeks and firing the blood arrow technique. The strongman quickly figured out his move, and the blood arrow technique was immediately crushed. The two faced off fiercely. Suddenly, Fong Ping's face lit up, and he shouted, "A Grandmaster has arrived, Grandmaster, please save me." A wave of power emanated from behind the strongman. He turned around but saw no one. This guy has been tricked. Turning back to look at Fong Ping, he found that the man had vanished. In a fit of rage, the strongman cursed continuously, furious, and chased after Fong Ping. Fong Ping was sweating heavily and thought to himself, I can't escape from this level 6 guy, is there any way to stop him? He stopped, turned around to face the strongman, and said, "It's over. The person is dead. No matter how many weapons you have, it's useless." He gathered all his strength and hurled the sword toward the strongman. The sword flew through the air, speeding toward him. The strongman held the sword with one hand. Fong Ping gritted his teeth, drew another sword, and continuously hurled his weapons at the strongman, but he dodged them all. He ran for his life, shouting, "Help! I'm going to die. Tang Lion, General Su." At this point, the strongman had caught up with Fong Ping. He threw a punch at Fong Ping's back. Fong Ping was struck painfully, and to his shock, he realized that the blood chi shield had no effect. A single punch from the strongman sent Fong Ping flying a great distance. He lay sprawled on the ground as the strongman retracted his hand and stared at him. The strongman slowly walked toward Fong Ping. However, before he could get close, Fong Ping sprang up and ran again. The strongman, growing impatient, chased after him while cursing. Fong Ping screamed continuously, "Help! Is anyone there?" He thought to himself, if I hadn't taken the pill to temper my internal organs earlier, my internal organs would have been pulverized by that punch. Although the blood chi is constantly replenishing my injuries, if this continues, I can only endure a few more hits. Before he could finish his thought, Tang Lion suddenly charged toward the strongman, shouting, "Die!" A major collision occurred, and Fong Ping turned around to see Tang Lion raise his fist. The strongman was hit by a series of punches, with dents all over his body, and blood spilling from his mouth. The strongman, master of the sky, was beaten to the point of madness and roared, "Kago!" After punching him, Tang Lion took a step back, while the master of the sky leaped into the air and ran away. Tang Lion watched him flee, and Fong Ping, from behind, also watched. "He's running." Fong Ping angrily cursed, "Have you paid your tuition yet?" Fong Ping approached Tang Lion but couldn't kill him. "You think Master can kill a 6th rank like killing a chicken?" He frowned and said, "I surpassed 3 ranks, fought 6 ranks. Can you fight 9 ranks? I've already killed 4th and 5th rank peak fighters. You said I wouldn't dare to risk my life." Tang Lion looked at Fong Ping, speechless. After saying that, Fong Ping lowered his head and walked past. Tang Lion was concerned. "Go back to the city and treat yourself, you're about to die." Fong Ping staggered and held his arm, muttering to himself, "I won't die. I still have many weapons I threw on the road. I need to get them back." Tang Lion replied, "The weapons you threw were already picked up by the enemy long ago." Tang Lion pointed his hand toward the distance, "Only a little left." Fong Ping, seeing that there were no more weapons, turned and headed back to the city. Tang Lion asked, "Can you make it? If you need help, just say the word." Fong Ping angrily shouted, "I don't need help." In the end, Tang Lion still carried Fong Ping back to the city. On his back, Fong Ping spoke regretfully, "The 2 phoenix blades are gone. I only managed to retrieve a long sword and a long spear. Although I've survived, this time it's a huge loss." Fong Ping coldly whispered in Tang Lion's ear, "Drop me off 200 meters from City of Hope." As requested by Fong Ping, Tang Lion let him down and helped him back. Fong Ping took out the badges of the martial artists he had killed. Tang Lion was amazed. "You really killed 5 rank?" Fong Ping replied, "I killed 2 of them. If I hadn't encountered a 6th rank martial artist, I could have broken through their front lines." Fong Ping took a deep breath and then shouted loudly, "So what if they're rank 6? Today, as a rank 3, I dare to fight with you. Wait until I reach rank 4, I'll kill them all." Tang Lion stopped Fong Ping and asked, "What are you doing?" Fong Ping answered, "You saw Lion fighting a 6th rank alone. I have to shout loudly so others will know, maybe I can earn some treatment money." Tang Lion and Fong Ping entered the city, with Fong Ping wearing a bunch of martial artist badges around his neck. Someone approached Fong Ping and said, "Brothers, the outer circle has been blocked by the Tianmin people." "I am this person." Before he could finish his sentence, Fong Ping spat out a mouthful of blood, startling the person. Fong Ping said,
I broke through the enemy's lines to report. Martial artists of my era, even if we die in battle, will never retreat. The person looked at Fong Ping, slightly bowed, trembling, and raised his hand to his chest, saying, "Brother, well done." Everyone around also cheered, "Well done, you can go back now." The group of Zhao Shuemei rushed out to call Fong Ping. He looked at his friends and smiled, "I've only been waiting for you guys." The group surrounded Fong Ping, and he said, "I killed a peak 5th rank, a 5th rank beginner, and numerous 4th rank martial artists. Finally, I'm back." Lu Fengro asked, "Did you send people to kill 5th rank for him?" Master Huang said, "No, how could we send a 3rd rank to kill a 5th rank?" Suddenly, Fong Ping passed out. The group panicked and shouted, Fong Ping, you're severely injured, hurry, take him to the medical room." They were discussing, martial artist Fong Ping, rank 3 high level, killed Tang Feng and returned to the City of Hope, killing 5 rank peak, escaping from the hands of a 6 rank strongman. This news has spread throughout the City of Hope. I believe a rank 3 can kill 4 rank, but killing 5 rank peak? I don't believe it. I think the same, but when he came back, I heard he was severely injured. I also heard that he was chased by a 6 rank for over 100 miles before managing to escape. I even saw with my own eyes that he obtained a 5 rank medal. The medal symbolizes the identity and honor of martial artists from our country. Unless one dies, no one can take it away. When we kill an enemy, we also collect medals. Do you think he could have received it? That's true. He really is a talented young man. In the medical room, Lu Fengro scolded, "Why are you so foolish? I told you to be careful, not to let others scheme against you. Why did you still leave the team alone?" Fong Ping was dissatisfied, "I'm not convinced. Teacher Tang kept saying that I wouldn't dare risk my life. I had to prove him wrong." Lu Fengro, helpless, said, "A provocation tactic so low and you still fell for it." Tang Lian and Master Huan were also helpless, unable to say anything further. She continued, "At this point, as a man, you really can't hold back? And do you want your students to be seen as cowards in battle?" Lu Fengro replied, "I don't care about that. Also, they say you have no sense of direction." "What's that about?" Fong Ping denied it, making up an excuse, "My sense of direction is great. Otherwise, how could I have run several hundred miles to break through from the outside? And besides, there's crucial intelligence. That's why we lost so many energy stones and high-level weapons." Master Wu asked, "What intelligence?" Fong Ping replied seriously, "Donggue City has deployed troops, marching from the eastern road to the City of Hope." The whole group was astonished. "What? Is the situation at Fort Dong quite real?" Fong Ping handed over a medal, speaking with certainty, "I was in the eastern Jiaowang forest and saw the army with my own eyes. This is the medal I got from a soldier at Fort Dong Quai." Lu Fengro took the medal, examined it carefully, and confirmed, "It's indeed the medal from Fort Dong Quai, no mistake." Principal Wu spoke sternly, "The situation is very urgent. I will report and confirm it with General Su." At that moment, Tang Lian, furious, turned to Fong Ping and suddenly slapped him hard across the face. Dean Huang shouted, "Old Tang! What are you doing?" Fong Ping held his face, the slap having caused his face to twist to one side. Tang Lian angrily said, "In such an urgent situation, why didn't you say anything on your way back?" Fong Ping looked straight at Tang Lian, his voice pained yet resolute, "I didn't trust you. At that moment, I was the only one there. How could I hand over such important information to someone else? If you were a spy, wouldn't I have been silenced?" Fong Ping turned to the dean and asked, "Dean, do you think I handled this wrong?" Dean Huang paused, then replied, "Actually, it can't be considered wrong. While the likelihood of Tang teacher being a spy is extremely low, if he were, you would have indeed lost your life." Tang Lian was still not satisfied and asked, "What about when we entered the city? You didn't say anything then either." Fong Ping immediately countered, "What did you think would happen at that time? In a place full of people like that,
how could I speak without causing panic?
Tang teacher, I don't look down on you, but your intelligence really confuses me.
Tang Lion angrily shouted, what did you say?
Lu Fengro stepped forward, stopping him. Enough. No matter how you put it, Fang Ping has still managed to deliver the intelligence in time. Moreover, I haven't even settled the debt from before with you.
Tang Lion lost control, his voice full of rage. Am I being too unreasonable?
Fort Dongquai is about to attack. This is a major issue that will decide the survival of Fort Shiwang. Suddenly, Fang Ping staggered, raised his hand to his head, and collapsed onto the bed, his face contorted in severe pain. Lu Fengro hurried over to support him. Fang Ping.
Fang Ping struggled to sit up, weakly saying, I'm fine.
It's just that earlier, a rank 6 punched me in the head. Perhaps Tang teacher's strike just now caused the injury to flare up again.
Lu Fengro looked at him with concern, bending down to gaze at him. Your head was struck by a rank 6? Fang Ping, are you telling the truth?
Fang Ping closed his eyes and replied, yes, I was hit earlier, I'm not lying. Dean Huang shook his head, his tone reproachful. Old Tang, look at what you've just done.
Tang Lion looked down at his hands, hesitating. I didn't use much force. Fang Ping, holding his head with one hand, reproached, Dean, I'm dying here. Hurry and give me a vitality pill. Is this how you treat a savior?
Dean Huang sighed and explained, it's not that we're treating you unfairly. The situation is tense right now, and resources are being allocated urgently.
But if you need anything, just let me know.
Fang Ping smiled and said, it's not much, only 2,000 credits, plus 2 vitality pills, and I just need to exchange my 2 level C weapons for level B spears.
Dean Huang looked at Fang Ping and couldn't help but sigh. You call that not much?
By estimation, just the level B spears alone would require at least 2,000 credits.
Meanwhile, Fang Ping's 2 level C weapons could at most be exchanged for 1,000 credits.
Adding the 2 vitality pills, the total value would exceed 1 billion.
Moreover, usually only talents like Lu Fengro would use level B weapons at this stage.
Fang Ping maintained a serious tone. Dean, to obtain this intelligence, I had to throw away all the weapons and resources I had accumulated over the year.
Besides, I didn't take anything for free. I have already returned the 2 weapons. Dean Huang rubbed his forehead and shook his head. Isn't it a waste to give you level B weapons at this point? Fang Ping sighed lightly, his expression somber. Teacher, do you know how many times I've faced death while running back? All the elixirs I brought were used up in the catacombs. Tell me, if I chose to hide behind and not come back, what would have happened? Tang Lion couldn't help but shout loudly upon hearing this, you dare? Fang Ping turned around, his gaze resolute. Tang teacher, if it were another martial artist of rank 3, do you think they would dare to risk crossing the front lines and face the life-threatening danger I faced?
Fang Ping rebutted, his voice full of defiance. The way you said "do you dare" sounds so good. But in that situation, even a martial artist ranked 4 wouldn't necessarily have survived.
If you had been 1 step late, wouldn't I have died already? At that time, none of you even knew anything about Fort Dongquai. Don't talk about anyone else, now there are 3 to 5 experts ranked higher than you waiting for you. Do you dare to go over and kill them?
I'm not asking for benefits from the academy, I just want to take advantage of some cultivation resources to become stronger.
Only by becoming stronger can I contribute more to humanity. Did I do something wrong? Tang Lion was at a loss for words and couldn't find anything to say in response. Dean Huang, watching the 2 of them argue, couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If you can't win an argument, then don't speak. Old Tang, aren't you just making things hard for yourself?
Finally, he spoke up. Fang Ping, you're not wrong. I can agree to your request.
The dean thought to himself, even though I shouldn't expect any repayment, with Fang Ping's intelligence, this is completely worth it.
Martial artists are very practical, needing cultivation resources is understandable. Fang Ping grinned smugly and bowed his head in thanks. Thank you, Dean.
Dean Huang instructed, you just focus on recovering, I need to return to Magic Uni. Fang Ping asked in surprise, Dean, back to Magic Uni? What about the others?
Dean Huang replied, his voice serious. The others need to participate in defensive support.
This is an emergency situation, we can't afford to be negligent. Fang Ping was a bit sad and said, then I won't go back. If I stay, everyone will definitely think I'm afraid of death. Dean, is it possible for me to start learning the subjects on alchemy and weapons now?
I need to quickly recover my fighting strength.
Dean Huang replied, it can be done, but the subjects here won't have any immediate effect, will they? Fang Ping smiled and answered, I just need to take them for now. Even if I die in battle, the points in my account can still be left for my family.
The three people in front of him looked at him without saying anything. The dean spoke up, if you've decided to stay, then stay.
The materials will be sent to you soon. I'll be going now.
After saying this, Dean Huang and Tang Lion left the room, leaving Fang Ping and Lu Fengro behind. Just as Tang Lion was about to reach the door, Fang Ping's voice came from behind, Tang teacher.
You saved my life, and I'm grateful. But considering things, you owe me a few lives. Shouldn't you compensate me with a few dozen vitality pills? Tang Lion turned around, angrily saying, wait until you defeat me, then we'll talk.
After saying this, he pushed the door open with force and stepped outside, slamming the door shut.
Lu Fengro smiled softly and gently said,
you were wrong, Fang Ping. You shouldn't provoke Tang teacher like that.
She put her arm around his shoulder, half joking and half serious, kid, you went a little too far.
But not bad, you've got half of my style now.
Fang Ping smiled brightly.
Lu Fengro glanced at her student, her eyes filled with worry, but Fang Ping only responded with a puzzled look. Lu Fengro spoke, her voice full of concern, you should go back.
You're badly injured, staying here will be too dangerous.
The two cities are preparing to launch an attack, and the great battle will break out either tomorrow or the day after. Fang Ping shook her head, rebutting, there are still rank 2s here, and Fort Shiwang has so many masters standing guard.
If I leave now, how will I face a powerful enemy alone later? Fengro sighed, explaining, they are staying because they can't retreat. The catacombs don't allow that. But you're different. You've already made a great contribution, you can completely leave. Fang Ping smiled lightly, her eyes filled with determination, are you afraid? Do you think we can't win? If it weren't for the bigger plan, Master Nation H would have already wiped out the enemies. Hearing this, Lu Fengro helplessly shook her head, you're thinking too simply.
Magic City has 13 cities, which means at least 13 level 9 city lords.
There are only about 30 level 9 warriors in total, and you want to go up against them?
Once the great battle breaks out and the powerful beings deep within the catacombs appear, once they act, it won't be impossible to flatten Fort Shiwang.
Fang Ping remained stubborn, her eyes shining brightly, then I must stay.
If everyone dies and I'm the only one left, no one will be able to prove that I am the savior.
Fengro couldn't hold back and cursed directly, you fool.
Every time a war breaks out, it's the low and middle ranks who suffer the most casualties. If you've decided to stay, at least don't die so quickly.
Fang Ping grinned widely, lifting his leg to show ease, no worries, I feel like my life is very blessed. Fengro looked at her students seriously and asked, what are you planning to do now?
Fang Ping smirked, his eyes mischievous, don't you feel like there's something
different about me? Fengro furrowed her brow and looked down at Fang Ping's feet, then suddenly froze.
She was shocked to discover that his physique had changed, becoming as solid as steel. Without saying a word, she lifted Fang Ping up to check, this weight is unusual, how did you manage to do this?
Fang Ping, floating in mid-air, his face flushed with embarrassment, this is so humiliating.
If anyone else saw this, I'd probably die of shame.
Please let me down. At that moment, Fang Ping's friends entered the room. Seeing the scene in front of them, they all exchanged confused looks. Fang Ping felt helpless, secretly cursing his own big mouth.
Fengro put him down with a slight smile, I have things to do, you all can talk among yourselves.
Oh, Fang Ping, you're injured, you know.
Fang Ping sat down on the hospital bed, watching as his friends fell into an awkward, silent state. Fu Changding scratched his head and spoke up,
Fong Ping.
Fong Ping closed his eyes, trying to stay calm. Actually, this is the path I've chosen, so I don't blame you guys.
But you really did get me into trouble.
He extended his hand, his gaze half joking, half serious. Junshi, give me some vitality pills.
At least help heal my wounded heart a little.
Yunshi hurriedly rummaged through his pocket to find the vitality. The group of friends stood around, looking at each other.
No one said anything, but in their hearts, they were silently thinking, "Hey, Yunshi, are you really going to give it to him?"
Yunshi finally found it and handed it to Fong Ping. But Fong Ping waved his hand, rejecting it, his expression serious. No, I don't need handouts.
Wait until I save you guys, then you can give it to me. No one doubts anymore whether I'm afraid of death or unable to kill strong enemies, right?
Yang Xiaoman crossed her arms and sneered, you go ahead, but don't bother saving me.
I don't have the money to repay you. Fong Ping didn't seem to care, shrugging, I wasn't planning to save you anyway.
But if you and Zhao Lei want me to, then get 10 vitality ready.
Otherwise, don't even dream about it.
Yang Xiaoman curled her lips in a provocative manner. Humph, no need. Zhao Lei, standing beside them, became angry upon hearing that. When did I ever provoke you?
Fu Changding asked seriously. Fong Ping, peak level 5. Did you really kill him? Fong Ping leaned back and gave a faint smile. What? Doubting my strength? Fu Changding shook his head, explaining, no.
But think about it, if a big battle happens, everyone believes you can kill a rank 5.
When we face a rank 5 enemy that we can't handle, they will think of you first. At that point, won't you be walking straight into death?
I think it's best to tell the truth.
Fong Ping thought about it and felt that it made sense. He nodded, right, if everyone really thinks I kill rank 5s like I kill chickens, I'd definitely be dead.
He paused for a moment, then continued proudly, alright, I'll tell the truth. I used strategy to kill rank 5s, but rank 4s, I definitely killed with my own hands.
Don't try to comfort yourselves. If you want to surpass me, it's still a long way off. Zhao Shuimei eagerly asked, Fong Ping, I heard you got a medal for martial artist rank 5. Can we see it?
The whole group crowded around, their eyes lighting up when they saw the pile of medals Fong Ping had brought back, so many they couldn't even count.
Zhao Shuimei was surprised. When can I get a rank 5 medal like that?
Fu Changding, standing nearby, thought to himself, the gap between me and Fong Ping is growing wider, it's hard to catch up. Fong Ping spoke up with a warning, alright, you can look at them, but don't even think about taking any.
The group glared at him and retorted in unison, do you think we're like you, always trying to take advantage?
Shortly after, the benefits that Dean Huang had promised were announced. Courses, elixirs, weapons, all were significant rewards. The knife, which the system valued at nearly 50 million, was now in Fong Ping's hands. As a result, his wealth had grown substantially, enough to continue investing in the cultivation of bone of the highest water essence. This time, he had been seriously injured, especially his left arm, which needed to recover quickly before the major battle occurred. Through the process of marrow cultivation, he was able to strengthen his body and enhance vitality reaching, significantly improving his recovery speed. Rank 8 powerhouses, known for their strong defense and incredible recovery speed, were called indestructible golden bodies because they had reached the supreme bone marrow cultivation level. As night fell, Fong Ping felt the vitality reaching within him growing exponentially. After breaking through the 999k mark, the limit of vitality reaching began to rise rapidly, filling him with a sense of strength and hope for the days ahead. Raising the limit is synonymous with enhancing the quality of the technique, and the burst power becomes even stronger. However, the Holy Blood Blade, after being modified, is still stuck at 4 consecutive hits, with its maximum burst reaching only 350k. The reason he can defeat a martial artist of rank 4 is due to his ability to execute relentless slashes, not allowing the opponent any time to react. However, true ultimate techniques usually rely on a decisive strike to finish off the opponent. The advantage of Holy Blood Blade lies in its ability to accumulate damage through consecutive hits, but its flaw is also quite apparent. If faced with a stronger opponent, the continuous slashes may be interrupted, resulting in the inability to unleash the full power. Without the nearly infinite vitality source, he would not even be strong enough to face those in the top ranks of 3. In terms of combat experience, tactics, and techniques, he still has shortcomings. This experience made him realize that the catacomb is truly the best place for cultivation. In the upcoming grand battle, he must raise the Holy Blood Blade to 5 consecutive hits. That way, at least he can withstand the burst attacks of others reaching 400k. After leaving the catacomb, his goal is to elevate himself to peak level 3 and learn a set of combat strategies focused on single burst techniques. He believes that with true strength, he definitely has a chance to try his hand at entering the top 3 in the rank 3 leaderboard. Fong Ping used force to rip off the bandage on his hand, thought for a moment, and then thought to himself, perhaps it won't be long before I reach a level comparable to old Wang. As for Qin Fengcheng, I wonder if he has made a breakthrough yet. He definitely won't be faster than me. He smiled with satisfaction, feeling truly like the chosen one. In the reporting room, Qin Fengcheng stood with his arms crossed, still in one place, as the sunlight rose, marking the start of a new day. On the second day, as dawn broke, Magic Uni gathered all the teachers and students together. Many teachers, unfamiliar to most, had come, and the number of teachers had significantly increased. Magic Uni had about 60 students in total, and nearly 40 of them showed up for this gathering, clearly indicating that the situation was much more serious. If it weren't, Magic Uni wouldn't have sent so many martial arts professionals into the catacombs. Tang Lion spoke loudly, the current situation is very urgent. Principal Wu and the Dean are busy handling important matters. I will now assign tasks to everyone. You all probably understand the situation. The military's goal is to prevent the 2 city factions from merging, except for the Tianmen army. A large number of martial artists from the Tianmen fort are also gathering. The destructive power of martial artists is immense, and if the forces move toward the city gates, the Shiwang fort could be breached. Teacher Tang continued, although the walls of Fort Shiwang are made of iron and steel, for martial artists at peak level 3, jumping directly out is not difficult. Therefore, we must quickly eliminate the martial artists from the catacombs in this area. To the northwest of Fort Shiwang, there is a temporary camp organized by scattered martial artists, consisting of nearly 300 low and mid-rank warriors. Taking advantage of the fact that the Dong Quai army is still 120 miles away from us, we have decided to take the initiative. This mission will be carried out by rank 5 teachers and peak level 3 warrior students, working together to defeat this stronghold and weaken the power of Fort Tianmen. Students below peak level 3 warriors will go up to the walls to support the ground forces defending Fort Shiwang. Tang Lion asked, does anyone have any questions? Fong Ping raised his hand, teacher, what if there are martial artists of rank 6 in the camp? Tang Lion replied, you don't need to worry about that. If there are indeed martial artists of rank 6, the rank 5 teachers will face them. Your target is only martial artists of level 3 and below. Fong Ping thought for a moment, and if it weren't for the large number of people, he would have really wanted to argue. He had once been chased by a martial artist of rank 6 and did not want to go through that again. Fong Ping turned to Qin Fengcheng and said, it will be a chaotic battle then. Qin Fengcheng said, fight if you can't win, lure them to the teacher, but don't lure them recklessly. If you know the teacher can't handle it and still do it, causing harm to the teacher, we will also lose our lives. Fong Ping replied, Qin Fengcheng continued, you don't need to be anxious, it's just taking down a civilian stronghold. It's not hard. Honestly, martial artists from the catacombs are only slightly stronger than the military. Martial artists from the catacombs have a strict rank system, not everyone can learn battle artillery, which is why civilian martial artists aren't very strong, unlike us masters, where battle tactics are taught to us for free. Fong Ping turned and said, I was thinking, if masters are so strong, why don't we let them go over there and let us fight to the death? Qin Fengcheng explained, the catacombs have their own rules. When a large-scale battle occurs, it's soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, unless the numbers are vastly different. If not, if you kill a low-ranking martial artist from the enemy side, they will kill one of our low-ranking martial artists too. There's precedent for this: if a powerful warrior massacres on a large scale, they will be avenged.
Fang Ping was still puzzled. With so many powerful warriors in the catacombs, why don't they come out usually?
Qin Fengqing responded, some speculate that the entrances to the catacombs are not interconnected, so it's difficult for powerful warriors to move around. There are limitations. Therefore, they want to wait until all the entrances are connected before they start killing people on Earth. In fact, what's happening now is just a local battle. The full-scale war has not yet broken out.
Fang Ping remained silent, saying nothing.
Qin Fengcheng spoke up. Fang brother, how about we go kill a martial artist at rank 5 tonight? Fighting with someone at rank 3 is not interesting, and the spoils are too little. I've thought it over, and to improve my strength, I'll unleash a big move, exploding with 2 to 3 times the power, and kill them with a single strike.
Fang Ping responded, do you think my vitality reaching comes out of nowhere?
It also requires pills and resources to replenish.
Qin Fengqing raised his hand, then how do we split it?
Fang Ping, irritated, replied, get lost.
Qin Fengqing continued to negotiate, I take 4, you take 6. It can't be any less, I'm not just here to show up.
Fang Ping refused, martial artists of mid-rank are hard to kill, it's better to take out a few rank 3s for ease.
After all, the benefits are more.
Qin Fengqing mocked, fool, killing 1 rank 4 is worth the same as killing 10 rank 3s.
Fang Ping was surprised, is it really that much?
Qin Fengqing, pleased, explained, the energy in the heart of a rank 4 can be exchanged for 300 points, and for rank 5, it can be exchanged for over 1,000 points.
Fang Ping cursed inwardly, God, this lazy guy has eaten countless valuable spoils of mine.
Thinking back to when I took the heart of a rank 4, the system didn't add much wealth, making me think it wasn't worth much.
It seems the system can't accurately assess its value.
If exchanged for learning points, maybe I could have gained some wealth. He chuckled softly, feeling as though he had made an unexpected gain. As night fell, Fort Wang became bustling with people coming and going.
Qin Fengqing chased after Fang Ping, saying, Xiao Feng, what do you think about the idea of cooperation?
Fang Ping glanced at him, thinking to himself, this guy is really annoying, always sticking around.
Qin Fengqing continued, I have a new idea. How about the 2 of us attempt a raid on the rear of Fort Tianmen?
Right now, the entire army at Fort Tianmen is heading out, so the rear will definitely have fewer people.
This is a great opportunity.
Last time, I went deep into the enemy's rear with that little brat Wang Jinyang, and we got our hands on an energy stone the size of a fist, weighing a whole pound.
Fang Ping was astonished and asked, is that true?
1 pound of energy stones is worth 15,000 points, that's equivalent to almost 4 to 5 billion.
Qin Fengcheng nodded, replying, of course it's true. But that bastard isn't human.
He claimed he did more of the work, and in the end, he only left me with a small portion.
Fang Ping said, well, that's still quite a bit of money.
But why are you still just a peak level 3 martial artist? Qin Fengcheng, angered, shouted, get lost. I spent everything on buying elixirs, practicing combat strategies, and even got myself a B-grade greatsword.
It's all gone. Don't look down on me just because I'm peak level 3. I could take on 5 people like you by myself. Fang Ping laughed and replied, stop bragging, I could easily take on 5 people like you by myself, believe it?
Qin Fengqing shot him a glance and said, I bet 500,000 that even a level 4 martial artist would die from just one of my moves.
You think you're quick because you recover fast? You even dare to think you can outrun me? Avoiding one of my moves would already be impressive. Fang Ping calmly continued to provoke, a level 3 martial artist like you wants to kill me? Even a level 6 martial artist can't do it. Qin Fengqing retorted, that's because he's an idiot, tricked by you. If it were me, I wouldn't give you a chance to run.
The 2 of them chatted cheerfully. Qin Fengqing laughed and said, I heard you once killed a level 5 martial artist, how about we have a fight sometime?
Fang Ping eagerly responded, bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you?
The group watching the 2 of them could only shake their heads in helplessness. These two were talking as casually as if they were going camping.
Didn't they realize this was a life and death mission?
The group was heading northwest, about 60 km from Fort Shiwang, toward the martial artist catacomb base in the civilian area. Xin Fengqing said, if we encounter a level 6 martial artist, the teachers must stop them from helping me.
I really can't fight against them.
As for a level 5 martial artist, letting 1 or 2 through should be fine, I should be able to kill them. Everyone looked at Xin Fengqing in silence, not knowing what to say.
Fang Ping glanced at him, mocking, didn't you speak so confidently during the day?
Teacher Wu furrowed his brows, thinking, these two were just talking about killing level 4 and level 5 martial artists, but the other students don't have that ability. If a level 4 martial artist were to fight a level 3, the rest of them would just end up being killed. Finally, the teacher pointed at Xin Fengqing and Fang Ping and sternly said, you two will act alone, not with the other students.
Fang Ping was surprised, huh?
Xin Fengqing, on the other hand, was visibly happy. All right, thank you, Teacher Wu. Wu teacher announced, all students prepare to act within 2 minutes. No matter how many you kill, exactly 15 minutes later, everyone must withdraw. All teachers, unless sacrificed, must not let any martial artist of mid-rank pass the front line. Fang Ping raised his hand towards Wu teacher, silently thinking, I never said I wanted to act with that guy. I just planned to kill a few third-rank martial artists, gradually accumulating little by little. At the camp, 2 guards stood outside. One was immediately shot dead, and the other, realizing someone had infiltrated, was also struck in the head by an arrow before he could react. The people from Fort Shiwang rushed in and began killing the enemy. Xin Fengqing shouted loudly at Fang Ping, what are you standing there for? Rush in! Fang Ping was confused by this decisive style of attack, thinking to himself, shouldn't we have assassinated a few people first? Why wait to be discovered before fighting? Xin Fengqing explained, there are mid-rank martial artists guarding the camp. To assassinate them, unless your strength far surpasses theirs, it will be discovered immediately after you kill one. In the end, we still have to rely on pure strength to fight. Wu teacher moved forward, swinging his sword to slash directly at the enemy. The unexpected strike left the opponent no time to react. Wu teacher ordered, destroy the camp's barricade, lure the 4th and 5th rank martial artists outside, and split the battlefield. The battle quickly began. The situation became increasingly tense, with many complicated events about to unfold. The enemy's blades flew in all directions. Fang Ping stood frozen, watching Wu teacher, thinking to himself, normally, the teacher seems quite friendly, but when it comes to killing enemies, he's as fierce as this. This is the true teacher of our magic uni. Xin Fengqing scolded Fang Ping, what are you standing there for? Watching a monkey show? There's only 15 minutes left until we retreat, is your speed okay? Follow me, all the mid-rank martial artists have been led away. Wu teacher is fighting 3 on his own, the 2 of us will lure 1 over and attack. Fang Ping shook his head and replied, I never said I wanted to act with you. Meanwhile, Wu teacher was still facing off alone against 3 enemy martial artists. Xin Fengqing rushed over to help, shouting, Wu teacher, I'm here to help. He struck forcefully at one of the enemy's sword blades. Wu teacher frowned and warned, if you can't handle it, don't force it. The enemy below looked up and sneered. Before he could speak, Xin Fengqing turned and shouted loudly at Fang Ping, hurry up, Fang Ping. Use your ultimate move to kill him, land a few dozen strikes quickly. Fang Ping, anxious, thought to himself, this guy. If I don't stop him, this level 4 martial artist will probably rush into the fight of the level 3 martial artists. Filled with murderous intent, Fang Ping charged. He used the technique Blood Frenzy, triple burst, followed by Blood Frenzy, quadra burst, continuously slashing at his opponent. The level 4 martial artist retaliated fiercely, launching a deadly strike that forced Fang Ping to strain his defenses. During the confrontation, he quietly thought, with this fighting style, to kill a level 4 martial artist, I can only wait until his vitality reaches its limit. Thinking and acting quickly, Fang Ping took a deep breath, charged forward, and unleashed his ultimate move Blood Frenzy, quadra burst with all his strength.
The level 4 martial artist was continuously attacked. Fong Ping shouted loudly, "Watch my sword strike!" However, before he could execute his move, Qin Fengqing rushed forward and swung his sword forcefully at the level 4 martial artist. The man collapsed immediately. Fong Ping was stunned. "The sword is too fast. I didn't even have time to react." Qin Fengqing slung his sword over his shoulder, grinning with satisfaction. "This feels great. Fong Ping, keep doing that." Seizing the opportunity, Fong Ping immediately rushed forward to search the enemy's body for items. Seeing this, Qin Fengqing scolded in irritation, "You really are quick at looting." Fong Ping casually replied, "I'll keep watch. You dig out the heart." "I won't do it." Hearing this, Qin Fengqing mocked, "Useless fool." Suddenly, a level 4 martial artist nearby called out to his teammates. Realizing that two more were approaching, Fong Ping quickly turned and said, "Hurry up. Two big ones are coming here. I'll hold them off first. You get ready and wait a bit before handling one of them." Qin Fengqing immediately responded, "Got it. Or should I take care of both?" Fong Ping didn't hesitate, rushing forward to confront the two level 4 martial artists. During the fight, he cursed, "Damn it." Qin Fengqing immediately rushed to assist, shouting loudly, "Master, this is too many. 2 against 1 is manageable, but 1-on-1 is uncomfortable. WWU teacher noise, hold them off, but these guys have some skill, it's hard to fend them off for long." Fong Ping struggled to keep up the offensive, pushing the enemy back. Qin Fengqing rushed forward, taking the task of dealing with the enemy from Fong Ping. Fong Ping, furious, growled, "Damn it. I've struck this bastard with countless blows, and you come in to steal my kill." Qin Fengqing calmly said, 3-7 split. Fong Ping immediately turned around to block the attack of another enemy. This time, he could clearly feel the pressure. This one was much stronger than the previous one. As quick as lightning, the enemy circled around behind Fong Ping. "This isn't good." Fong Ping shouted, "Qin brother." Upon hearing the call, Qin Fengqing quickly turned around. The enemy immediately changed direction, lunging at Qin Fengqing with his sword. However, Qin Fengqing managed to dodge in time and mocked, "Heavens, you should have stopped him." Fong Ping replied, frustrated, "He's too fast, how could I stop him?" Qin Fengqing scolded, "It's because your strikes are too slow. If it weren't for you slowing things down, I wouldn't have almost been killed." Fong Ping angrily retorted, "He was only aiming to kill you, what else could I do?" As he blocked the enemy's attack, Qin Fengqing scolded, "Idiot. You may be fast at running, but your strikes are too slow. Your holy blood blade is supposed to be a fast sword, but you don't know how to strike with your mind. You have to feel and predict the opponent's movements, not just keep slashing at their weapons." While fighting, Fong Ping asked again, "Predict? How do I feel it?" Qin Fengqing explained, his voice full of patience. "In combat, the fluctuations of vitality reaching from the opponent form the predict. You have to use your mind to sense it, not just rely on your eyes. If your strikes are fast and precise enough, the opponent won't even have time to draw their weapon to block." Fong Ping reflected on using his mind to sense things as Qin Fengqing had said, feeling that this was somewhat abstract and difficult to understand. But then he suddenly remembered, "Don't I have the ability to probe atomic energy fluctuations?" The fluctuations of vitality reaching are similar to the predictions of atomic energy. Old Li's words echoed in his mind, the mental power of a master-level martial artist can predict danger. Fong Ping thought, perhaps focusing mental power is the similar method. When sensing the approaching danger, Fong Ping focused his mental power, and for the first time, he was truly able to predict the enemy's attack trajectory. In the moment the enemy struck, Fong Ping smiled lightly. He used his sword to sweep to the left, successfully avoiding the enemy's move. Not only that, but mental power also helped him identify the enemy's weak points. Knowing the enemy's next move, Fong Ping took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. He delivered a powerful slash to the rank 4 opponent. The rank 4 enemy staggered and retreated, severely injured by Fong Ping's strike. Qin Fengqing shouted from the other side, "Xiao Feng. Add a few more strikes, let me try to kill him with one blow. But you need to stop this enemy for me.
If not, after I unleash my full-strength special attack, that guy will kill me.
Fong Ping shook his head, sighing, can you calm down a bit? What if I can't stop him?
Qin Fengqing yelled, his voice full of rage, then I'll haunt you as a ghost.
Fong Ping looked at Qin Fengqing and couldn't help but admire him in his heart. Does this guy really trust his teammates this much? If I can't block it, would he actually come back to find me? Without hesitation, Fong Ping rushed forward. Alright, I'll go up here. You take the opportunity. But if I can't hold it, then good luck to you.
Fong Ping kept striking at the rank 4 guy, causing him to begin showing signs of fear. Just then, Qin Fengqing shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that the rank 4 guy couldn't react in time, but Qin Fengqing's strike didn't cause much damage. The rank 4 guy turned around and shifted his attack towards Qin Fengqing. Fong Ping rushed up just in time to block the rank 4 guy's attack, but Qin Fengqing was knocked flying far away. Struggling to stand up, Qin Fengqing panted and said, I'm done for, you hold him off for a bit, let me recover first.
Fong Ping frowned and grumbled, you, damn it, can only land 2 hits? Qin Fengqing's face darkened, and he retorted angrily, what nonsense are you talking? This is the ultimate move to deal with rank 4s, do you think killing a rank 4 is as easy as killing a chicken?
At this point, the rank 4 guy shifted his target and aimed directly at Qin Fengqing. He panicked and began to run, shouting, oh my god, stop him.
He's about to kill me. Fong Ping rushed over quickly, even if I block him, my ultimate move won't be strong enough to kill him.
Qin Fengqing hid behind Fong Ping, not forgetting to mock him, that's because your ultimate move is too weak. If I had vitality like yours, one strike would be enough to take down a rank 4.
You're really useless. Fong Ping gritted his teeth and responded, you still dare to insult me? Keep talking, and I'll leave you to fend for yourself.
Qin Fengqing sweated profusely. No, Fong brother, you can continue pulling with him, but you're really a bit useless. For consecutive hits have nothing to do with the 300 burst, in fact, he's already stronger than my sword, which I swing casually. Qin Fengqing was helpless.
Could you please stop cutting someone else's weapon? If it weren't for your high vitality reaching, I could really fight 10 people like you. Fong Ping asked, then what do you suggest for cutting?
Qin Fengqing replied indifferently, prediction. As long as you use it, after swinging the sword with your hand, there will naturally be a recoil motion. You need to predict the moment he withdraws his sword from the fluctuations in his vitality reaching. Take advantage of that, and counterattack. Also, your vitality reaching disperses too effectively, the strength on the long knife is evenly distributed everywhere.
Have you studied this? Isn't it the same as when you kick, the strength isn't concentrated in one place on your leg?
The force is gathered at the tip to unleash the greatest power.
You've been using a knife for so long, yet you don't know these things?
Fong Ping replied, it sounds simple when you say it, but after all, a sword is an external object, how could it be as easy as using your hands and feet? Qin Fengqing responded, imagine the sword as your arm, concentrate the force at any point and condense the vitality reaching there. Conducting vitality reaching at level B is very simple, with such a good weapon and high vitality reaching, it's a waste to give you this.
If it were me, I'd dare to cut rank 7. Fong Ping scolded, stop bragging, I know about this thing too. Fong Ping seriously imagine the sword as my arm, or try using spiritual power to channel it into the weapon. He suddenly realized, oh, it can be done like this.
The energy on the weapon was clearly distributed and sensed, just like a spiritual connection within the body, truly resembling my own arm. Qin Fengqing scolded, don't zone out, quickly defend. Fong Ping followed Qin Fengqing's method, then used spiritual power to channel vitality reaching towards the edge of the sword. The vitality reaching accumulated at the edge of the sword, and then Fong Ping charged towards the opponent.
The 4th ranked opponent's sword broke in half. Fong Ping rushed forward again and struck a second time. The 4th ranked opponent was cleaved in 2. He grinned proudly, saying, Qin brother's teaching is not bad.
Xin Fengqing said, "You learned fast."
He pondered, "It won't be long before I can even slice myself, right?" Fang Ping laughed, "Old rule, you dig out the heart."
Xin Fengqing replied, I know. Xin Fengqing noticed Fang Ping's unblinking gaze and turned around to look at Wu Teacher, who had been stabbed through the body by a sword.
Wu Teacher was bleeding from the mouth after being pierced. Fang Ping was stunned. "Wu Teacher."
The martial artist extended his leg and kicked Wu Teacher. Fang Ping and Xin Fengqing were startled. "Wu Teacher."
Xin Fengqing quickly threw a vitality pill into the teacher's mouth. He charged fiercely towards the martial artist and shouted, "I'll chop you to death."
Xin Fengqing said, "Martial artists from the countryside are very weak." He killed a rank 4 with one strike, and I instinctively sensed that other teachers from Magic Uni could do the same. I thought that the teachers of Magic Uni would unleash a massive killing spree when they came to the training camp, but reality showed me that they are not invincible. They can also die, they can be heavily injured.
When the teacher's heart was pierced, I finally reacted.
I seem to have forgotten one thing: in war, countless people will sacrifice.
Teammates screamed, "Fang Ping, go!"
The students outside are surrounded, hurry and help.
He thought, in the desolate catacombs, it's useless. Only by becoming stronger, and making everyone stronger, can we change these things? Fang Ping stood up, realizing the surroundings were now in utter chaos.
He shouted, "Come on, kill me." He rushed like the wind to support the students. With one slash, he cut through the martial artists.
Fang Ping ordered, "I'm going to use a big move. If it doesn't kill them, you all help surround them." Everyone united and said in unison, "Got it." Fang Ping gathered all his strength into the blade and struck fiercely.
He spun towards the enemy, but by this time his arm was already injured, and his body had exceeded its limits. A martial artist charged toward Fang Ping, but before he could do anything, he was stabbed and killed by a student. Fang Ping stood still for a moment, looked at his wound, and saw how much blood he had lost. Although vitality reaching could replenish some of it, the heavy blood loss made him feel dizzy and exhausted. There were still more than 3 enemies, and with so many of them, it felt like they couldn't be killed fast enough. 15 minutes had passed, the time was up, and everyone began to retreat. Fang Ping saw the martial artists lying dead on the ground.
He bent down to take items from their bodies. After hearing the order, Fang Ping quickly ran ahead. He thought to himself, "I think I understand why he could survive in the hands of a rank 6 now. He runs really fast."
The sky was full of stars, and everyone had retreated.
Fang Ping asked the teacher, "How many casualties did we have? What about their bodies?" Everyone was silent, each looking weary.
The teacher replied, "The teacher lost 4 people, and the students lost 2. Their bodies can only be recovered once the great battle is over." The teacher continued, "Everyone feels the vitality has been drained, but due to the bodies and the fighting in the catacombs, there was no encouragement. With casualties up to 6 people and more than 200 enemies killed, among them all the rank 2s were dead, and more than half of the rank 5s had also been taken down. With the annihilation of this army, it can be said that our mission has been a great success. I know that this time everyone didn't have time to collect the spoils, but once we return to the military department, there will be some elixirs to make up for it.
You are not allowed to have any complaints."
Xin Fengqing said, "There's nothing to complain about. Every year, the military department has a large number of rank 2 martial artists and regular soldiers who die in battle. When assigning this mission to us, the military department has been very considerate." Fang Ping placed some items down and said, "Here, these are some energy stones and elixirs I just collected, everyone can share them."
Someone responded, "Fang Ping, you take it. If it weren't for you, we might have already been wiped out."
The person next to him agreed, "You consumed so much, we all saw it.
Keep it for yourself." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Actually, there's not much.
Those martial artists from the catacombs are all poor devils.
I left a bit behind, these things will be good for your injuries."
Xin Fengqing extended his hand, "Then I thank you, brother, in advance."
Fong Ping muttered inwardly, why is this guy so thick-skinned?
Qin Fengqing said, Haze, you all also received Brother Fong's intentions.
Come on, take it, let's accept it. Thank you, Fong Ping. At Fort Shiwang, Tang Lion's voice echoed, none of them can be brought back? I understand.
Tang Lion felt a headache. This time, your mission was completed very well. The military department has agreed to let us bring the second-rank martial artists back to Magic Uni.
Fong Ping, you should come along too. Fong Ping was dissatisfied, teacher.
Tang Lion interrupted him, you're a newcomer, it's already great that you've managed to do this well on your first time. As for Qin Fengqing, after stopping the first wave of attacks, you should go back too.
Qin Fengqing replied, I'm not going.
Where would I get resources if I go back?
Tang Lion scolded, stop talking nonsense.
Old Lu, Dean Huang, Principal Wu, the three masters of Magic Uni have all entered the catacomb. Now the principal has decided to go in as well, so we should leave something behind for Magic Uni.
Qin Fengqing was surprised, what? The old principal wants to enter the catacomb in the hallway of Fort Shiwang? Fong Ping lowered his head and sat silently thinking.
Qin Fengqing walked out, saw Fong Ping sitting absent-mindedly.
He looked at Fong Ping for a moment, then walked over and sat down, asking, what are you thinking about? Fong Ping heard the voice, raised his head and looked up.
Fong Ping's gaze was distant, and he said, I was thinking about Wu teacher, who was on the mission with us, but even his body couldn't be brought back. At least I should wait until the enemy retreats before I go look for him. I also think, when I grow stronger than you all, with greater power comes greater responsibility. If you don't go, I can't go either. I don't want to return now and be seen as weak by others, after all, we care about our dignity. But I fear death, I still have so much to do. If I die, how heartbroken will my parents and younger sister be? Martial artists at mid-rank are everywhere now, and I'm just a rank 3 martial artist.
Will it make a difference? If I wait until I become a master, wouldn't it be more effective?
If I die now, there will be no chance left. Tang teacher is right, masters are strong, and grandmasters are even stronger. If everyone waits until they become a master to fight, then humans would have already died long ago.
Fong Ping lowered his eyes and said, why is it so complicated? Qin Fengqing laughed, what are you thinking about? Why think so much? If you want to stay, then stay. If you want to leave, then leave.
You're not someone who avoids fighting or killing enemies, no one will say anything.
As for Wu teacher and them. Qin Fengqing raised his hand, sacrifice here.
He gave a thumbs up and said, the moment they entered the catacomb, they all embraced a death wish.
Do you think it's for a spring outing, sightseeing, or leveling up by killing monsters?
Qin Fengqing patted Fong Ping on the shoulder, actually, I can understand you, after all, this is your first time, it's okay. Wait until later, when your friends die, when your family dies.
Hearing this, Fong Ping was dissatisfied, you, damn it, are you cursing me? Qin Fengqing replied, cursing you?
What I said is the truth.
Do you know why I always fight alone?
Fong Ping thought, since the first time I met him when I enrolled, it seems like he has always been fighting alone. Qin Fengqing continued, my family, my friends, they've all died. Fong Ping turned around in surprise, and Fengqing continued, at that time, I went into the catacomb with a team. The team leader was one level higher than me, and that guy was always scolding me, saying I was as stupid as a pig. At that time, I thought, if it weren't for the fact that he was a level higher than me, I could have killed him. In the end, he really got killed by someone else. Before he died, he was still scolding me. At that time, I was scolding him too. I just stood there, both sad and not daring to believe it. How could a person just die like that? He continued, later, I always thought that I had to take revenge for him, kill all the creatures in the catacombs, but then I thought, maybe I won't go to the catacombs anymore. After that, I gradually got used to it. In general, getting used to it is enough. Life and death are insignificant, don't think too much about it, the next second you die, I wouldn't find it strange.
So before we leave, shouldn't we share the benefits? Qin Fengqing tapped Fong Ping's shoulder. Kid, you don't want to eat everything by yourself, do you? Don't be too unreasonable. That bastard Wang Jingyang isn't as unreasonable as you. Fong Ping said, get lost. Qin Fengqing got angry. Stop talking nonsense. Once it's divided, whether you want to leave or stay is up to you. Fong Ping replied, you fool, if you want to share the debt with me, you might not get more than you have now. You took 3 energy hearts, worth 2,700 credits, right? According to you, if we divided 3/7, I should at least get 200 credits. Those 3 poor peasants couldn't even get their weapons. Do you think there's anything worth more than 2,100 credits? After hearing this, Qin Fengqing thought for a moment and replied, right, is there? On average, a rank 4 loot has 700 credits. If that's the case, each of them should have more than 23 G of energy stones on them. Qin Fengqing scratched his head, stood up. Oh, the sun is too bright. Xiao Feng, let's part ways here, we won't meet again. Fong Ping said again, it's you who didn't share with me, don't regret it. Qin Fengqing broke out in a cold sweat, turned around and asked Fong Ping, how much is it, actually? Fong Ping replied, what's with the 3/7 split? Think about it, if it weren't for me, would you have been able to kill those 4 rank 4s? Fong Ping continued, the big brother doesn't mention the second brother, without me, you wouldn't have killed those 3 rank 4s either. Fong Ping took out some energy stones and explained, basic energy stones, 7 pieces can be exchanged for 100 credit points. As for the cultivation energy stones, 6 pieces can be exchanged for about 1,200 credit points. Qin Fengqing turned his head and started walking away, saying, let's do it like this then. Qin brother isn't the type to quibble over these things. Fong Ping responded, I knew it, you want to run, that's fine, just you owe me 10 million. Qin Fengqing sped up, running while thinking, a dead person's debts are forgotten, who cares about these words? Who knows, maybe one day I'll be dead too. As he walked, the system automatically updated, Fong Ping's wealth value increased by 28 million. Although the battle only lasted for 15 minutes, it seemed like he never stopped using his ultimate moves, all the way until the end. He spent nearly 23 million in wealth, replenishing 23,000 vitality reaching, which was equivalent to the total consumption of a rank 3. Even though he single-handedly achieved the effect of an entire team, the consumption was indeed huge. The points exchange person said to Fong Ping, at the logistics department of the military, this mission of Magic Uni was reported by your teacher, who specifically mentioned you with very positive remarks. The military is currently preparing for battle, but the support for you is not much. 3 vitality pills reaching rank 3, plus 500 military points and a wealth increase of 2.5 million. There's also the information you brought back from Fort Dong Quai, which adds an additional 3,000 military points. This means you now have a total of 3,500 military points. Please sign here. Fong Ping happily said, 3,500 military points. Does that mean if I join the military, I could take on the role of commander? The person opposite responded, of course. The military is very welcoming to experts like you, Brother Fong, joining. As long as you have this intention, military points and the credits from Martial Artist University are 2 separate matters. Military points represent honor and military rank. The amount of military points determines your rank, from low to high, lieutenant, commander, and general. There are also level requirements for military rank. Commander is rank 4, and a general must be a martial artist at rank 6 with more than 10,000 points to command a region. 3 rank 4 and more than a dozen rank 3 experts worked together with Qin brother last night to kill enemies, only earning 500 points. This shows how difficult it is to accumulate points. If you can already assume the role of commander, you can be considered a person of great influence. Fong Ping scratched his head and laughed, if you're not convinced, you're not convinced. The military officers of the Ministry of Defense must guard the regional areas and also abide by the strict military regulations. I'm sure I'm not used to that. Forget it, I don't have any intention for that at the moment. I'll think about it after graduation.
Fong Ping rummaged through his bag and continued, take a look at these things of mine. With the vitality-reaching pills of rank 3 you just gave me, do you think I can exchange them for a set of armor from a rank 6 creature? He opened the bag and showed the girl, during combat, even if the inner armor is damaged, it can still be repaired. The C-grade alloy gloves, I don't use them, just leave them there. The girl looked and then pondered, a rank 6 armor at Magic Uni is valued between 5,000 to 10,000 credits. These things of yours, at most, are worth about 2,000 credits, so they might only be enough to exchange for mid-level 5 leather armor. As for the energy stones, they would be quite useful for your cultivation. If you really want to trade, it could work. Fong Ping replied, definitely. He thought to himself, the main use of the energy stones is to provide vitality reaching. For me, that effect isn't really that important. At the Ministry of Defense's operations room, one person spoke up, I think Tianmen Fort has a deep grudge with us, so the commander of Tianmen Fort must be eliminated. Another person disagreed, my opinion is to kill the commander of Dong Quai Fort. We've been fighting them for many years, and we all know their origins. If we eliminate Tianmen Fort, then next we'll have to face Dong Quai Fort, a foreign force. The person objected, can hatred built up over the years just be let go like that? Should I kill those beasts at Tianmen Fort before I die? The person with a long, white scar spoke, the military's intention is to eliminate the experts at Tianmen Fort, as the distance between us and Tianmen Fort is too close. After all, we still have to face Fort Dong Quai, but this will be a long battle. Fort Dong Quai knows little about us, so our first fight might not be enough to wipe them out. Yesterday, Tianmen Fort sent 14 rank 7 individuals, which was expected, and this afternoon, they will lead their troops to the base of the city. By then, I will kill the general of Tianmen Fort. Master Bai and Master Zhang are rank 8, and the other 2 are members of the Big 3. The rest will eliminate the rank 7s, calculating for them, and completely defeat Tianmen Fort. The guardian of Nanfang, Wu Chuang, a warrior master level 9, spoke up, seniors, it is all our fault. But the seniors reassured Wu Chuang, all right, don't lose your dignity. Old as we are, if we don't act now, in 2 years, we won't even be able to fight anymore. You must stop those beasts, us old men cannot hold off a level 9 warrior. Wu Chuang glanced at the clock and said, the students will definitely do it. One senior asked Wu Chuang, by the way, how are our rank 2 and rank 3 students? Wu Chuang replied, rest assured, the military has agreed, they are organizing the withdrawal. The old man stroked his long beard and said, that's good, these kids are the seeds of our magic uni. At Fort Shiwang, the great battle was about to begin. All martial artists from the catacombs and Magic City had completed their selection. This scene was probably too familiar to everyone, but the atmosphere at Fort Shiwang was not as expected, it was tense and urgent. Not all martial artists were part of the military, some martial artists of mid-tier rank reported to the operations department, while lower-ranked martial artists reported to the city gates. All the tasks had been assigned, and everyone immediately began executing them. To the east of Fort Shiwang, senior martial artist rank 3, although unable to separate vitality reaching from the body, could inject vitality reaching into their weapons. Our task was to oversee this crossbow and provide vitality reaching to it. We would kill the martial artists who attempted to cross the wall without permission. One person asked, is there any doubt? Fong Ping asked, sir, the martial artists attempting to cross are all at rank 4. Can the crossbow kill them? The other person replied, as long as the vitality reaching is strong enough, every person has their limitations. Therefore, we need 6 people to split into 2 teams and continuously work together to provide vitality reaching to the crossbow. As long as it hits, rank 4 will die. A teammate turned to ask Fong Ping, brother, this is your first time seeing this, right? Fong Ping answered, yeah. The other person chuckled lightly, wait for the enemy to come, and we'll show you how rank 3 kills rank 4. His teammate gave a thumbs up and said, Tianmen Fort thought they could capture Shiwang Fort, but compared to us powerful warriors, they are not strong enough. As for equipment, we are absolutely superior to them. The other person said, stop thinking about Tianmen Fort. Our main concern is the Dong Quai army, as instructed earlier. The main goal is to defeat the remnants of Dong Quai, make them regret, and show them that allying with Tian men to attack Shiwang Fort was the biggest mistake. Everyone agreed and said, "That's right, defeat the kids from Dong Quai Fort. Our vitality-reaching pills are ready, and if we run low, we'll use them immediately." One teammate turned and asked, "Hey, buddy, did you bring the vitality-reaching pills?" Fong Ping smiled and replied, "Oh, no need, thank you." Fong Ping thought to himself, "This crossbow is really powerful. With my infinite vitality reaching, won't I be invincible?" The crossbow had already been prepared on the wall, and the students were now lining up to prepare to head back. Fu Changding asked, "Luo teacher, where's Fong Ping? Aren't we waiting for him?" Luo teacher replied, "He decided to stay, and I couldn't stop him. Anyway, he's about to reach peak level 3. I just hope he returns safely." Zhao Lei was astonished, "He's about to reach peak level 3? Fu Changding sighed, "Oh, I wanted to stay too, but I'm only at rank 2. Zhao Shuimei asked, "Fong Ping, how exactly did he manage to achieve this?" Luo teacher explained, "How should I put this? He's a bit unusual. Don't let it affect you. After practicing well, try to break through to rank 3, and next time, there will be no teacher guiding you anymore." The group of students turned their heads in astonishment. They seemed to have heard something. The sound of military trumpets blared, and Fong Ping and his teammates looked down, preparing to fight. Fong Ping widened his eyes, seeing many soldiers standing in line below. Luo teacher urged the students to leave quickly. Chen Yunxi still turned her head to look, gazing back with a sad expression. Zhao Shuimei, seeing this, called her Yunxi. At the north gate of Shiwang Fort, soldiers lined up in groups one after another. The 3 commanders of Tianmen Fort flew in the air, looking at Shiwang Fort and laughing. Shiwang Fort had also gathered quite a few people. Some outstanding teachers stood in line on the city wall. Everyone saw this scene and was somewhat stunned. Fong Ping exclaimed, "Old headmaster." The old headmaster said, "You guys, don't drag each other down." Someone next to him remarked, "Mind your own business." Another person said, "Those beasts from Tianmen Fort." The old headmaster replied, "Then go ahead." The 3 of them shot off like rockets and, in unison, said, "Let's go." The big 3 of Tianmen Fort also charged forward. The battle of the catacomb is much faster than we imagined. The powerhouses from both sides are avoiding the armies and flying to distant places. The 2 armies haven't even clashed yet, but a thunderous sound has already erupted. The clashes between the leaders of the Tianmen Fort side as they rushed toward Shiwang Fort, shouting loudly. Principal Wu gave the order, "Kill." Everyone charged forward, and the troops from Shiwang Fort also began to charge, "Kill." The mid-rank powerhouses quickly engaged with the enemy's mid-rank powerhouses, with both sides trying to avoid the main battlefield to prevent injuring the lower-level martial artists of the opposing side. As Qin Fengqing had said, the great battle began, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. The eastern side of Shiwang Fort was also engaged in combat, killing the enemies who had set up ladders to climb the wall. On Fong Ping's side, they were also preparing to fight firmly, not worried about anyone who had reached the wall being met with a counterattack. Soon, mid-rank martial artists would block any attempt to scale the wall. They were the real targets. As soon as the soldiers of Dong Quai City climbed up, they encountered the army of Shiwang Fort in battle. At this point, the mid-rank martial artists from Dong Quai City soared into the air, and Fong Ping's team began their charge into the battle. On the walls of Fort Shiwang, the mid-rank martial artist from Dong Quai City had just arrived. On the side of Fort Shiwang, preparations had already been made, and a shot was fired at the mid-rank martial artist on the other side. The group cheered, "Well done, the lieutenant is really accurate." Fong Ping looked at the crossbow, thinking, "Indeed impressive, rank 4 directly kills." The battle was fierce. The mid-rank warriors from Dong Quai City, holding shields, gathered vitality reaching. Suddenly, the group of mid-rank shield bearers from Dong Quai flew up, forming a pile. Both teams were caught off guard. It was the mid-rank shield bearers, quickly loading ammunition. The mid-rank group quickly rushed towards Fort Shiwang. At that moment, a shot was fired directly at the mid-rank shield bearer, but it was deflected. There was one left on the left side, and a martial artist from their side stepped forward to block the mid-rank opponent. The team that shot at it looked up, and the mid-rank warrior from Dong Quai had already collided with the soldiers of Fort Shiwang. The battle turned chaotic, and more mid-rank warriors appeared in the sky. The second wave of mid-rank warriors had arrived, each shooting at the first target, and the next one was also shot. However, they coordinated well, and 3 other mid-rank warriors successfully flew into the city wall. The lieutenant said, "It seems they were well prepared in advance. Fort Tianmen must have sent intelligence to Fort Dong Quai." Fong Ping shouted, "Lieutenant, more and more martial artists of the mid-rank are appearing. They seem to be struggling. Do you want to go and help?" The lieutenant replied, "Our mission is to be in charge of the crossbow vehicles." Fong Ping protested, "But in battle, one must obey military orders." Since the lieutenant did not approve, Fong Ping could not leave on his own. Doing so could be seen as desertion. The lieutenant continued, "Our vitality reaching has been significantly depleted. Do you still have any vitality reaching left? Even if you do, those people are all martial artists of the mid-rank. If we go, we'll just die. Brother, we know you want to help, but even if we die, we must die meaningfully." A mid-rank martial artist from Dong Quai killed another person on the walls of Fort Shiwang. Fong Ping said, "I don't want to die, but right now, with each martial artist's blood spilling on the top of the walls, how can I afford to be afraid of death?" "That's right, I am Fong Ping. Do you know Fong Ping? The genius who once killed a rank 5? I'm very strong, just let me go alone." The lieutenant was surprised, "What? Your magic Fong Ping, the one who ran away from a rank 6 before?" Fong Ping proudly answered, "That's me." The lieutenant ordered, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Hurry and go." The battle intensified, and the forces of Fort Shiwang were continuously overwhelmed by the mid-rank martial artists from Dong Quai. "The army of Dong Quai Fort, fierce and brutal," said Kagu. The army of Shiwang Fort gritted their teeth, and a surge of power rushed toward them. Fong Ping rushed in just in time, charging towards the mid-rank soldier. The lieutenant on this side, "Damn it, a martial artist genius is something else. I'm getting old, but if I just wait for my vitality to recover a bit, I could probably take one down with a single strike." Someone beside him rebutted, "You could take down a rank 1 with a single strike." The lieutenant retorted, "Shut up." From high above, at Shiwang Fort, everyone was watching the battle. The lieutenant said they must return. On the side of the masters, the fight was extremely intense. The oldest master threw a punch, charging toward the enemy with Diamond Fist. The enemy from Tianmen Fort laughed excitedly, "Kagu." The two collided, their moves clashing, creating a massive explosion, with the score tipping in favor of Tianmen Fort. The old master was now blasted backward by the enemy. He crashed to the ground, creating another explosion. The old master looked up at the enemy commander flying above, smirking at him with a triumphant look. The old master quickly rose to his feet. "Kid, back then, you almost killed me. If it weren't for your group surrounding me, I really thought we were fighting one-on-one. You might have been my match." The mouth of the master slightly bled. "Damn it, this time none of you will escape." The general laughed and said, "Kuji Wuyali." After saying that, he launched an attack towards the master. The master yelled, "I've been waiting for you." Spirit separation, impervious golden body. Vitality reaching surged down, and the old master used the blood sword to counterattack. The master's arm was decaying, and his whole body started to glow. The general was horrified. The master rushed toward the general, "Die." The counterattack from the master was incredibly forceful. The general staggered and blocked, but he was overwhelmed by the master's pressure and screamed, "A." The general was defeated by the master, and the master's vitality reaching poured down, causing a tremendous shock. Everyone who was fighting had to stop because of this shock. Fong Ping was worried, old headmaster. After using this move, the master gradually faded, with only his head remaining. He tried to speak, I really want to go back to Magic Uni. Before he could finish his sentence, he vanished with the wind. The sky was now empty, and the old master had sacrificed himself in this battle. Another master looked on and said, this guy was in such a hurry, he left even faster than we did. The other commander suddenly looked, Principal, it's dead now, it didn't live longer than me. I thought rank 8 could live long, but now it seems it can't expect to surpass me anymore. The rank 8 individual realized the situation was going bad and immediately ran away. Before leaving, he turned his head and cursed. Another rank 8 also hurriedly fled. The next master coldly said, want to run? Vitality surged and flowed down as the master chased after the rank 8. Another master, excited, used the same move and said, I'm coming too. Blood soared. The rank 8 looked back, his face filled with fear. The other one was the same, his pupils shrinking in terror. This time, both used blood sword, and the shock seemed to double. The second master said, I'll go ahead. The next one laughed and said, ha, I'll follow behind. Both disappeared into the sky. Once the remaining generals of the Tianmen and Dong Quai armies sensed that the three supreme commanders had been destroyed, they immediately ordered their soldiers to retreat. The soldiers scattered in panic, quickly fleeing, their steps in chaotic succession, trampling over the bodies of fallen comrades. The general in the city shouted orders, exit the city, kill them all. The moment the gate opened, tens of thousands of people rushed out, some holding weapons, others carrying shields, all ready to fight. Fong Ping didn't exit through the main gate but instead flew down from the city wall, holding a spear in his hand. His eyes flashed with a blood-red gleam. He landed right where the soldiers were charging forward and unleashed his Tempest Burst, quintuple strike, swiftly taking down a few insignificant soldiers like a flash of lightning. With the overwhelming power of a ranked combatant surpassing everyone's expectations, the forces of Tianmen and Dong Quai desperately retreated. They knew they could not win this battle no matter how hard they tried. Our army charged forward while the enemy fled in fear, forgetting even to take their weapons with them. Among the enemy ranks, the higher-ranked experts were suppressed far away, unable to provide reinforcements. Meanwhile, within the retreating forces, a large number of low-tier martial artists were wiped out by our troops. Qin Fengqin showed no mercy, taking down every soldier he laid his eyes on, even if it was just for a split second. At the Tianmen fort's direction, the southern garrison's envoy, Wu Chuang, killed the fort's commander, causing heavy losses to the enemy. The energy fluctuations of his fury reached a peak, sending out strong tremors even from afar. The red aura covered the sky, making everything look even more bizarre. The pursuit lasted for an entire hour. When everything finally settled down, the vast grassland had turned into a graveyard, with bodies piled on top of each other. Weapons were deeply embedded in the bodies of the unfortunate enemies who had been executed. Our soldiers stood there, panting to catch their breath. At this moment, Qin Fengqing's clothes were torn, drenched in blood, and he appeared exhausted. He collapsed onto the ground, muttering curses, seething with anger. He punched the rocky ground with force and shouted, "Why did the principal have to risk his life like that?" Tears streamed down his face. Did all the martial artists level 9 warriors die or something? Fong Ping walked over to him, holding his abdomen where a wound appeared to have been inflicted. He seemed hesitant, wanting to say something, but upon seeing Qin Fengqing's pitiful state, he didn't know how to start. The general who had given them the order earlier had instructed them to fly high and assess the situation, then ordered them to clean up the battlefield before quickly returning to the city. Finally, Fong Ping spoke, "You should take care of your injury." Qin Fengqing, in his highly agitated state, didn't care about how badly he was hurt. He coldly responded, "Get lost, don't bother me." Seeing his friend like this, Fong Ping didn't know what else to do. He simply stood there, silently watching Qin Fengqing, his gaze filled with concern and mixed with sadness. In the city, Wu Chuang stood, looking towards the battlefield below, which was full of devastation. He said, "Those who seek to be humane will receive humanity. In a lifetime of being a teacher, the greatest regret must be that we could not pacify the catacomb as we had hoped. Lu Fengro stood close to him, tears streaming down her face without stopping. She choked as she wiped her tears away and sniffled a few words. The principal always advised me to look at things more lightly, but in the end, he himself was the one who couldn't see things clearly. Finally, unable to hold back anymore, her tears fell even more because of this loss. Covering her face with her hands, she cursed the enemy for their cruelty. Damn it, Golden Warrior, rank 8, rank 9, what's the difference? Isn't death still death? There aren't even any remains left. Tang Feng also couldn't hold back, his eyes tearing up from the loss of their teacher. 2 streams of tears rolled down Wu Chuang's face. He said, this time, we killed 7 of their ranks, forcing Dong Quai Fort to retreat, but Tianmen Fort will certainly not let this go. Pull yourselves together, this battle is not over yet. At that moment, the survivors from outside the city gradually began to walk back inside. After halting the attacks from both cities, Magic Uni received orders for all rank 3 martial artists to leave the catacomb. All survivors would pass through the green gate to return to the camp. Originally, there were 40 students ranked at level 3 sent as reinforcements before the great battle, but when the battle ended, only 15 returned, including Fong Ping. He was at the back of the group, walking toward the green teleportation gate, but before stepping through, he turned back and recalled Lion's warning that they were not allowed to enter the catacombs in the past few months. Taking one last look at the place before leaving, Fong Ping then walked through the gate and disappeared. When returning to the university's military camp, the survivors of the reinforcement team also went through the gate one by one for inspection. Since he was last, Fong Ping noticed a soldier standing nearby and approached to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, where is the scarred man?" The soldier he asked just chuckled a few times before replying, "Him? He went to the reinforcements. That guy spends all day trying to bring a woman back from the catacombs. I guess he's probably very pleased this time, huh?" Upon hearing that, Fong Ping didn't ask anything further, merely offering a faint smile to brush it off. However, in his mind, he couldn't help wondering, I wonder if the scarred man is still alive? But he knew that no one would truly have an answer to that. No one was clear on who had sacrificed their life in this great battle. Pushing those thoughts aside, Fong Ping sighed and walked away, leaving the question unanswered in his heart. It was already dusk when Fong Ping returned to Magic Uni. The bus parked at the school gate, and the surviving students got off one by one, with familiar friends running out to greet them. Fong Ping heard someone calling his name and looked up. Jia Shuimei, Fu Changding, and others rushed towards him. Fu Changding threw an arm around him, patted his shoulder, and his voice rang out the loudest among the crowd. "See, I told you, this guy would definitely come back." Jia Shuimei, seeing his injuries, anxiously exclaimed, "Fong Ping, you're seriously injured." Seeing her panic, he quickly reassured her, "It's nothing, just some superficial wounds." Chen Yinshi was very happy to see him return safely, but she didn't come closer, she just stood there, smiling gently, watching as the group of friends gathered around him, asking after his well-being. Nearby, the principal hesitated and asked the students who had just returned, "How did the battle go?" One of the students started crying, his voice trembling as he answered, "Including the principal and the 7 masters, everyone sacrificed themselves on the battlefield, not even a trace of their remains is left." He continued choking on his words, "They killed 3 of the commanders of Fort Tianmen and all 5 of the rank generals. Master Wu Jiangping, Lan Yuran, and Shoti Ran have all perished. Their bodies are still in the catacombs, but they couldn't be brought back." The principal, upon hearing that, felt a deep sorrow for all the lives that had been lost, unable to muster even the slightest smile. His eyes were filled with profound pity. Fong Ping's group, upon hearing their classmate report the situation, turned to listen. Fu Changding spoke first, "Has the old principal passed away?" Zhao Shuimei was also very surprised by this sad news. Wasn't the principal taken down by a rank 8 expert? The passing of the principal was indeed a great loss. Even the principal of Magic Uni, Chen Jinhua, had to shed tears. His voice, choked with emotion, rang out, 60 years, the old principal devoted his heart and soul to taking care of Magic Uni, and now he's just gone like this."
Fong Ping didn't say anything further about this loss, simply bowing his head in silence. This day last year, right at this very door, the face of the charming person was flushed with a rosy hue. Now, that person's whereabouts were unknown, but the charm remained, and the smiles and laughter of spring still lingered. The next morning, at the Magic Uni dormitory, a few students were scattered around the dormitory gates, birds perched on rooftops, utility poles welcoming the new day. Stray cats rested in some small corner. In Fong Ping's room, he lay flat on his bed since the night before, too tired to shower or change clothes. When the morning sunlight streamed into the room, he groggily opened his eyes and sat up on the soft bed. He looked around, almost thinking that everything that had happened the previous day was just a dream. After silently gazing at everything through the window for a while, he finally realized that he had returned home the night before but hadn't even taken a shower, just laid down to rest. His body was now full of the scent of fresh blood mixed with sweat, which was extremely uncomfortable. After cleaning himself up with a shower, he went for a morning jog. The villagers passing by greeted him joyfully. The village chief is back. Good morning, village chief. Hello, village chief. In response, he simply nodded gently with a friendly smile, his hand lightly waving as if he were a beauty queen. In his heart, he thought, the people of Pingyuan village may not have strong power and are still unaware of the catacomb, but they know that recently many people have been going out on missions. They don't realize that, in just one day, Magic Uni has lost 7 master-level powerhouses. To avoid causing a panic, the military decided not to disclose this information to the public at this time. To many people, masters are like the sky, a symbol of invincible strength. Thinking of this, he stood still for a long time, his face heavy with sorrow. Leaning against the railing, he gazed at everything and let out a sigh. He knew that only when the truth about the catacomb was revealed would people understand what the soldiers had sacrificed for. But by then, all that would be left of them would be a name that no one recognized, and what else would there be? The scene before him was strangely peaceful, completely different from the brutal battlefield that Fong Ping had witnessed with his own eyes just the day before. Looking around, he observed while muttering to himself, how pitiful the undefeated are. In the end, they are nothing but a handful of dry bones, like the ones in a spring dream. Teacher Li, sitting beside him, poured wine into his cup and then suddenly slammed the bottle onto the table in anger. He said, everyone's going down to the catacombs, but they refuse to let me go. Does the principal think I fear death? He picked up the cup, but couldn't feel any joy thinking about the situation in the catacombs. He bitterly laughed at himself, my old friends, they're all dead now, so what's there to worry about? They're overthinking it, placing too much importance on me, saying I should break through to master first, then we'll talk. If I could break through, would I not have done so long ago? Suddenly, he glared at Fong Ping standing next to him. What are you standing there for? You look down on me, don't you? Fong Ping was startled, hesitated for a few seconds, and then quickly responded, no, that's not it, sir. He simply didn't have a chair to sit on, but it was misunderstood as disrespect. In his heart, he thought, Teacher Li couldn't have drunk too much, could he? Teacher Li continued, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia. 60 years ago, when Magic Uni was first established, we had nothing in our hands. The current principal's teacher was the first principal, whose strength was only rank 5. But just a few years later, he sacrificed himself in battles with the catacombs. Reflecting on the past, Li teacher said, at that time, there were very few powerful individuals, and the newly established school almost no one wanted to lend a hand. The current principal was one of the first students of Magic Uni. His talent was extremely exceptional. When he reached rank 4, he personally requested the position of principal. At that time, he was only 25 years old. Other martial arts universities did not take him seriously, but the Ministry of Education approved this bold request. When taking on the position, the young principal boldly declared, I want to build Magic Uni into a strong martial arts school to confront the catacombs. His voice was loud, clear, and he did not hesitate or stutter a single word. At this moment, Fong Ping had a seat to sit in. He quietly listened as Li teacher continued telling the story.
Fong Ping understood the current power of the catacombs and also realized that the principal's dream back then seemed quite laughable. But for him, it was a great ideal, a burning aspiration. Li teacher continued, for decades, the principal has tirelessly worked at Magic Uni. In fact, among the current teachers at the school, 8 of them were his students. Fong Ping could not hide his surprise and immediately asked, so, were you also one of his students? Li teacher nodded, yes, I was as well. The strength of the teachers at Magic Uni is far superior to that of instructors in some other places. But I still decided to stay at Magic Uni, even though what I have achieved here pales in comparison to what I could have achieved elsewhere. Fong Ping curiously asked, then why do people choose to stay? Li teacher recalled the moment when he first entered the school and met the principal. At that time, the principal enthusiastically smiled and said, welcome, new students. I am the guide in your lives, the shining example for you to follow. This position is even more revered than that of a senior official. Li teacher continued reminiscing, recalling the image of the crafty principal from back then. Every day, he would instill the idea that being a teacher was a noble profession. At that time, we were all a group of young people around 20 years old, full of enthusiasm. How could we bear being brainwashed by him every day? Gradually, we no longer admired officials and began to look down on merchants. The only thought we all had was, after graduation, we would become teachers at Magic Uni. Li teacher continued, his eyes tinged with bitterness, when I graduated, I didn't want to stay at the school. But in the end, that old man went to my parents and told them that being a teacher would surely bring a high salary. Before I left, he even beat me up, threatening that if I dared to leave the school, he would break my legs. In the end, I was half coerced, half deceived, with no willingness at all, into becoming a teacher at Magic Uni. The teacher took a sip of wine and continued, over the years, he used all kinds of methods to keep a large number of talented students as faculty members. Thanks to that, Magic Uni has become as prosperous as it is now, becoming one of the 2 most famous schools. Fong Ping silently sat and listened, occasionally pouring more wine for Li teacher. Li teacher pondered deeply and continued the story, what about him? How many times has he rushed into the battlefield, heavily wounded, returning home? If he couldn't defeat the enemy, he almost perished himself. In fact, since last year, I had already predicted the end of the old principle. Rank 9 powerhouses, when they sense their own strength no longer being at its peak, often go deep into the catacombs and never return. When I heard that the Jiangnan catacomb was about to open, he had already prepared to go to battle with a few elders to die there. I originally thought we could wait a little longer, but unexpectedly, the 2 cities suddenly allied, giving that old man a chance to die earlier. Li teacher spoke, his gaze tinged with bitterness. When he reached this point, he let out a bitter laugh, but the smile was full of sorrow, he really only knew how to boast. He even claimed he would destroy a large area, yet he couldn't even handle a small one. He boasted for 60 years, and in the end, only risked his life to take down a rank 8 powerhouse. What a disgrace! Although Li teacher's words seemed to be mocking the late principal, deep down, he knew that this was the person who had mentored him all these years. How could Li teacher stop his tears? 2 silent streams of tears ran down his cheeks, and his voice became choked with emotion, we are truly ashamed. We couldn't help him fulfill his wish. Seemingly unable to muster the strength to force a smile, Li teacher broke down in sobs. He whispered through his tears, I have been with him for 40 years. I truly can't bear it. Fong Ping, hearing his teacher's emotional words, could not hold back his own tears, which welled up at the corners of his eyes. Watching his teacher express such sorrow made his heart ache, and it felt like a tight knot had formed in his chest. Li teacher, not wanting to show weakness in front of his students, quickly wiped away the tears and muttered, damn it, tears again. After regaining his composure, he turned to scold Fong Ping, it's already embarrassing enough to say so much to that kid. Don't let this get out, understand? If it does, I'll slap you to death. Fong Ping just smiled and nodded in response, yes, I understand, teacher. To lighten the mood, Li teacher quickly changed the subject, so, you're at peak level 3 now? Fong Ping paused, thinking for a moment before replying, not quite yet, teacher. My physical condition and vitality have met the requirements, and I can now perform 5 consecutive hits with the Holy Blood Blade.
But it still doesn't feel perfect.
Upon hearing this, the teacher nodded thoughtfully and then instructed, "Alright, head to the battling tactics room and get the Diamond Fist book to practice.
When your fist technique is perfected, that's when you'll reach peak level 3.
After that, during the summer break, go find fighters from other places to compete."
Fong Ping, a bit confused, asked, "Compete? You mean find someone to compete with?" The teacher didn't respond immediately, but instead looked at him with a gaze full of meaning, as if his words held a deeper lesson that Fong Ping needed to understand on his own. The teacher looked at Fong Ping in confusion and then explained, "That's right.
A martial artist who wants to break through to mid-rank or higher needs to cultivate the undefeated stance.
You must practice until your essence, energy, and spirit are unified as one.
To put it simply, it can all be summed up in one word: fighting. I know you killed a rank 4 martial artist in the catacombs, but rank 4 in the catacombs is not comparable to rank 4 among humans. A mid-rank martial artist of humans has matured through pressure and life and death situations. Every one of them has killed opponents of the same level, and some have even killed those of higher ranks. On the other hand, most rank 4s in the catacombs were nurtured by energy stones and lack real combat experience.
No matter how many you kill, your momentum won't increase."
He broke into a smug smile. "Therefore, you have to fight with someone stronger than yourself, to establish an undefeated reputation.
Only then can you break through and become the strongest."
He placed his hand on his chin, rubbing it a few times, while pondering over his teacher's plan. "So, does that mean Wang Jinyang's earlier aggression towards the Northern Territory was because of this?"
His question was somewhat off the mark.
The teacher explained further, "That's correct, but not entirely. His challenge in the Northern Catacombs was related to the martial arts exchange competition, and also linked to his desire to take control of Namwu. His primary goal wasn't purely martial. All of his opponents were weaker than him, so his undefeated status really didn't reach its peak." Li teacher provided several pieces of evidence showing that Fong Ping truly had the potential for success in this matter, of course, because you're the main character. He continued, "You can challenge the top 10 level 3 warriors as a way to establish authority for martial artists. The combat losses would be extremely high, with 4th-year students about to graduate. Principal Wu, Dean Huang, and Mr. Liu are currently in the Catacombs martial artists faction, and now is the time when their strength is at its lowest. Surely, there are many outsiders looking to seize our resources. But everyone is united in resisting the Catacombs, so it's hard to say who is right or wrong."
He paused, his sharp gaze fixed on Fong Ping. "Do you understand my point?"
No matter how much he understood his teacher's point, agreeing to participate in the competition still seemed a bit difficult for him.
Fong Ping said, "The difference between a big family and a small one, everyone has their own interests.
I can fight for people, but I also have the responsibility to take care of the smaller family. I want my friends and relatives to have more resources and hope my family stays safe.
This is human nature." Upon hearing this, Li teacher scolded him a few times. "Aren't you stupid?"
He continued, "Oh, and there's one more thing. This challenge doesn't allow you to use the advantage of blood chi in the fight." Fong Ping was smiling, but upon hearing this, he became confused. Once again, seeing him in a daze, the teacher added, "Let me ask you something.
With unlimited blood chi, do you really think you can defeat all your opponents of the same level?" Fong Ping hesitated and replied, "Maybe." Li teacher became more serious. He said, "That's a lack of confidence. Being undefeatable like that means nothing. You don't truly believe you're unbeatable, do you? At the Grandmaster level, everyone has unlimited blood chi. What matters is how well you control your power. Mr. Li, in a 1-on-3 situation, can kill an opponent ranked 9. A rank 8 who has mastery over their strength can also handle rank 9 alone, or even reverse the situation and kill them." He said, "If you don't want to become a rank 9 and get killed by a rank 8, then listen to me. Look further ahead, don't just rely on the advantage of blood chi. That won't benefit you." Fong Ping, though reluctant to admit it, had to acknowledge that the old man made a very valid point. He thought to himself, if one day I become a rank 9 and get defeated by a rank 8, what could be more embarrassing than that? Standing up, he bowed his head and thanked the man, shouting, "I will take it to heart, teacher." In his mind, he reminded himself, from now on, I can't just jump ahead of others. Remembering there was still something else to ask, Fong Ping lifted his head, a puzzled expression on his face. By the way, teacher, that Nyagu Kali thing. What does it actually mean? Every time I use it, the opponent's reaction is always a bit off. Teacher Li, upon hearing this, just waved his hand and said, forget what it means, as long as it works. Alright, are you done now? Go on, I have things to do. Fong Ping smiled and teased him, you have things to do too? Glowering at him, the old man snapped, what are you doing?
There are no grandmasters in the school, more than half of the professors are gone.
If I'm not busy, are you busy? Fong Ping still grinned, joking around, I don't have any objections. I'll leave now.
The old man, fed up with this kid, picked up the water bottle as if to throw it at him. Go right now.
Fong Ping just chuckled, hurriedly backing out, yes, I'm going now.
The teacher watched his figure gradually disappear into the distance, feeling angry but then suddenly chuckled lightly, talking to this kiddo, it doesn't seem as annoying as I thought. He thought to himself, the martial artist of the future will have someone to inherit it.
That's good. The martial artist of this generation is the one I value the most, I absolutely cannot fail. He told himself.
A little about the Diamond Fist, it is a single-body combat tactic passed down from the clan of monks 1,000 years ago. This technique emphasizes the coordination between the body and the mind, fearlessness, and extreme determination. The Blood Blade, on the other hand, not only follows the path of brute strength but also leans toward skill. It continuously builds up and erupts, making it a technique that's quite hard to grasp. In contrast, the Diamond Fist's method is not complicated, making it easier to approach.
Fong Ping was practicing the move alone in the gym.
He stretched his biceps, muttering a few words, the wrath of God, the Buddha's fury. He poured all his strength into both fists. His red blood chi appeared, his eyes filled with determination, I will train until I master the indefinite form. No matter how strong others are, I will break through with one punch. He executed the move, swinging his fist forward with great force, shouting loudly, ah! Then he looked at his move, laughing self-deprecatingly, looking at it, you'd think I could do it.
But when I actually tried, I couldn't even release enough energy.
It's not even as strong as a gust of wind.
Fong Ping was disappointed, unable to say a word.
He sat down exhausted, tired, and let out a deep sigh, saying, it's not that simple.
Maybe it's better to go for actual combat.
This experience is just too little.
Could it be that one doesn't need to learn the Diamond Fist to cultivate a divine aura like a star? He opened the system and checked the information.
When he looked at his account, Fong Ping saw that his wealth had dropped to exactly 20 million. He frowned and muttered to himself, training in combat tactics and bone marrow cultivation will later require 50 million. The hard times are coming. The 10th of this month officially marked the start of summer vacation. At the same time, the leaderboard for level 3 warriors was updated. In first place was Yi, a second-year student at Jingdu University. Second place went to Qin Fengcheng, a third-year martial artist student. And most surprisingly, third place was occupied by Fong Ping, a first-year martial artist student. This leaderboard immediately caused a huge stir on the internet. Countless people left comments, in the forest? Is this an exaggeration or what? This is a law-abiding society. How can a rank 6 be chasing down a rank 3 like this? Others expressed, what kind of power is the martial artist really up against? Millions of opinions and heated debates spread across forums, pushing Fong Ping into the center of attention.
Jin Yan was eating while scrolling through the internet.
He read up to this point and spoke up, let's put aside the concept of the evil warriors for now, so everyone has an outlet for their emotions and gradually adapts to this era of unrest.
Nation H is slowly directing public opinion.
Becoming a martial artist means having to kill these people.
It's no longer the privileged class that everyone aimed for before. The girl sitting at the table looked at him and replied, Fong Ping is making very fast progress. The first time I met him, he wasn't even a martial artist. Jean Yang laughed and continued, that's right, the first time I met him, he was just a naive young man, casually taking pills. Back then, because of Huang Wu's situation, I remembered him. I didn't expect that in just 1 year, he's already rank 3 high level. If he keeps going like this, he might catch up to me very quickly. Hearing this, the girl reassured him, well, that doesn't mean he's your opponent. Jean Yang chuckled and shook his head in response, that's not necessarily true. The world is so big, and I'm not the only one growing. At the government office in Yangcheng City, in a busy office floor filled with staff, a boss entered with a man, attracting everyone's attention. He spoke up, all right, there's something I want to announce. This is Deputy Director Fong from the Ministry of Education, who's been transferred here. Please. Everyone welcomed the new headmaster. He introduced himself, hello everyone, I am Fong Ming Rong. The catacombs passage opened. The remains of the fallen soldiers were transported outside, their bodies lying scattered in the courtyard. Each bag contained a life that had given its all. Also in that same month, the southern martial artist burial grounds were built. It rained heavily, as if mourning for each life lost. Everyone in the martial artist community came to pay their respects, dressed in solid black, expressing their admiration for the heroes who had sacrificed their lives. The principal of the martial artists school spoke in a loud voice, human strongmen, no one can ever defeat them. Overseeing battle and death, they are forever fearless in battle. The framed photo of the first principal was placed neatly at the top. The principal at that time shouted, not for Zhang Shang's immortality, not for the essential strength, not for the dominance of power. Who is the hero for eternity? It is only this generation that bids farewell. Upon finishing his words, all the students and teachers in the martial artist school stood at attention. They all raised their hands in salute, sending their most solemn farewell to those who had passed away. After the funeral ended, the martial artist students immediately scattered to various places, beginning their duties as preservers. Fong Ping and his friends went from house to house, carrying the urns of the fallen soldiers. Standing before their families, Fong Ping expressed his deepest condolences. Some families, upon seeing the remains of their loved ones, burst into tears. Others did not receive this news very well. The person screamed, "No way! Give my granddaughter back to me." She tried to rush towards Fong Ping, though someone attempted to stop her. Fong Ping saw so many tears falling, so many screams of pain from loved ones. Those images, along with those who had fallen before him, made him feel as though he was seeing himself in them. He thought to himself, I never wish for a day when my remains are brought back to my family. I never want my family to cry for me, heartbroken and despairing, their eyes filled with hatred. Thinking of this, Fong Ping clenched his fists, his gaze firmer than ever. He told himself, before, I always lacked motivation. But now, I don't. Fong Ping, rank 3 champion, rank 4 champion, all the way to rank 9 champion. I want to be strong to the point that no one can kill me. One day, the hatred of everyone will come to an end. His resolve was clear, and he promised himself to become stronger, to bring peace and prevent further suffering for anyone. Returning home during the summer break, as soon as Fong Ping stepped in, his younger sister Fong Yuan greeted him with a loud scream, Fong Ping! How dare you come home? She stood there, pinching her fingers together, her eyes full of reproach. Fong Ping smiled and walked over to tease her, come here, let me pinch you a few times. A little enjoyment like this doesn't even satisfy me anymore. Fong Yuan cupped her face with both hands and screamed in annoyance, I don't want to die from anger. How could you keep not being available despite all the calls I made? Fong Ping saw his sister say that and immediately burst out laughing, dare to refuse me, huh? With his sharp instincts, he quickly ambushed her, leaving her with no way to escape. Fong Yuan screamed louder, ah! Somebody help! As soon as the scream echoed, the two siblings looked at each other, but neither dared to say anything. Suddenly, they heard someone returning.
The person dropped a plastic bag filled with daily necessities. The three of them stood still, staring at each other, with no one speaking. Fong Ping saw his mother coming back and smiled brightly. "Mom, I'm home." She didn't respond to him, hurrying toward him as if there was something urgent. Immediately, she grabbed his hand, lifted his sleeve, and looked at him sternly. Since Fong Ping was wearing a long-sleeved shirt, his sister hadn't seen anything. But underneath the shirt were numerous wounds on his arm, scars that hadn't even healed yet. Fong Yuan, even though she liked to tease him, truly cared about him. Seeing this scene, she fell silent, unable to say a word. Fong Ping silently thought to himself, "I'm doomed. Although the wounds can heal quickly, the scars won't heal as fast. I'm definitely going to get scolded." Seeing her son covered in wounds and scars, his mother couldn't hold back her tears. Her voice trembling with anger, she scolded him, "You idiot. Your father even hid it from me. Do you all think I don't know anything?" She gripped her son's wrist tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, her voice choked with anger as she scolded. "Just after leaving the house, everyone is saying Yang Chang has someone good at fighting, a rank 3 fighting against a rank 6 martial artist so much. Why didn't Mr. Tan go and fight himself but sent you instead? You're just a kid, what do you think you're doing trying to be a hero?" Fong Ping listened to his mother's scolding, hesitating as he pulled his sleeve down, feeling uncomfortable. The mother of the two siblings continued, "So if something happens, what are we supposed to do?" Fong Yuan started tearing up, seeing her mother worry for her brother like that. Fong Ping didn't want the atmosphere to become too heavy, so he patted his sister's head, trying to appear optimistic. "What are you talking about? It's very normal for martial artists to get injured, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Isn't it like that?" Fong Ping secretly felt lucky that his mother thought it was just a regular injury from a fight. But that made sense, as an ordinary person might never have the chance to see a rank 3 martial artist in their lifetime. After calming his sister down, he tried to ease his mother's anger, saying, "Mom, I'm here, aren't I? The injury is healing quickly. Also, about Mr. Tan, he's at rank 1, and I'm at rank 3 now, how can I compare to him? Maybe in a few more years, I can even sit in the position of Nanzhang's general director." He thought his mother would listen to his words, but no, she shook her head firmly. "No. I don't want you to throw your life away again." She said, "What about the Nanjiang capital? Isn't the capital also one meal like that? I don't want you to go fighting with rank 6 people anymore." Fong Ping understood that his mother was just worried about him, so he didn't say anything more about it. He put his arm around his mother and sister's shoulders, happily changing the subject. "All right, I promise I won't fight with rank 6 anymore. This time was just an accident. Mom, it's rare for me to come home for a meal, aren't you going to cook something delicious?" Fong Ping's mother helplessly asked him, "What do you want to eat?" "All right, dumplings. I want to eat the dumplings you make, not the ones from outside, they taste too old." Fong Ping flattered his mother a few times, making her seem less tense, even joking with him. By now, the sky had darkened. At some coffee shop, Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping were sitting and talking to each other. Wang Jinyang spoke first. "Right now, your decision to challenge was very correct. With the current situation, we need to quickly increase our strength. According to the quantum energy test, it's been confirmed that the new catacombs passage will open in half a year, and it's located in Nanjiang province." He continued, "The first time the catacombs open is dangerous, but there are opportunities as well. You've been to the catacombs in Magic City, right? You didn't see any valuable creatures to kill, did you?" Fong Ping, hearing his friend's words, felt that it was somewhat accurate and responded with, In his mind, he recalled the mysterious creature and thought, "It does exist, but it's not like I can kill it." Wang Jinyang added a few more words, wanting to make sure Fong Ping knew all the details about what he needed to understand. The catacombs have been open for more than a decade now. If you want to obtain resources, you have to venture deep inside, to places no one dares to go. The new entrance is different, there are resources everywhere, but it's also full of powerful martial artists. To gain the advantage, you need to be strong enough. Fong Ping thought for a moment, and the two of them took a sip of water.
Wang Jinyang asked him, "So, have you chosen your opponent yet?" Fong Ping replied, the first one is from Yunmeng Military Academy."
Upon hearing Fong Ping, Wang Jinyang reminded him, "The military academy, you can go by yourself, but as for the clan, it's better to have a martial artist go with you."
Fong Ping seemed surprised by his friend's advice. Wang Jinyang explained, "The clan is more conservative. It's not that I think they'll harm you, but if someone bullies you at their door, they'll feel insulted. They might not let you in, and some might even be reckless enough to block your path. You need to be careful." Fong Ping understood, feeling a bit hesitant. He thought to himself, a martial artist, huh? They're still in the catacombs, or should I look for Mr. Li again?
While lost in thought, Wang Jinyang suddenly spoke up, "The real reason I called you out here is actually for something else."
Fong Ping looked up at his friend, unsure of what else he wanted to say.
Wang Jinyang gave his friend a light smile, his expression full of confidence.
Before leaving, he asked, "Before I go, do you want to have a little solo session?"
Upon hearing this, Fong Ping awkwardly waved his hand. No need to rush, Wang brother.
The solo session between us is only a matter of time. As a martial artist, you still have your tasks to complete, and there's still quite a bit to learn. I've been wanting to take it on for a while." Wang Jinyang raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly, "Oh, is that so? It seems like you're confident that you'll surpass me soon, huh?" Fong Ping didn't want to fall behind and responded, "As a martial artist, some confidence is a must.
Martial artists are always in competition, Wang brother, so don't let your guard down." He continued, his tone slightly sincere, "You're the first person I've encountered in martial arts, and also the one from my generation that I find the hardest to surpass. All the others, I've gradually surpassed, but on the martial arts path, I need someone like you, Wang brother, to challenge me." Seeing the younger guy admire him so much, Wang Jinyang smirked, clearly pleased, "Are you really that crazy about me?"
A rank 3 in just 1 year truly has its merits. I permit you to admire me. If you see me as a role model, then I'll be waiting for you to catch up. It's because of people like you that the martial arts path becomes even more exciting." Fong Ping felt a little embarrassed by the compliment and blushed. He rubbed his head and laughed, "Brother Wang, hearing you say that makes me feel embarrassed. If there's nothing else, then goodbye."
Wang Jinyang chuckled lightly, stood up, and got ready to leave.
Fong Ping was still sitting there, stunned. "Oh, so I've already left? Wang brother? My marrow is like sauce. I wish you smooth sailing." Wang Jinyang calmly responded, indifferent to what others might say.
Fong Ping, realizing he couldn't keep the senior around, reluctantly said his farewell. In Beihu Province, at Yunmeng Military Academy, where Fong Ping had chosen his opponent, one of the 3 military schools in Nation H, Yunmeng Academy ranked 3rd. Although its reputation wasn't large outside, its strength was on par with the 2 major martial arts schools. Apart from the previous level 3 warriors list, Nation H also had a national rank 3 list, where schools ranked from 10th to 20th were of similar strength. Ranking wasn't synonymous with these people being masters, so the first fight picked was Chen Jiaowang, who ranked 14th, to test his skills. The primary goal of this trip was to break through to rank 3 peak first, then build momentum for rank 4 afterward. Fong Ping arrived at the gate of Yunmeng Military Academy and saw a security guard standing there. He ran over and asked, "Hello, comrade, may I enter to find someone?" The security guard replied, "Sorry, if you're not a staff member of the military school, you can't come in. If you need to find someone, you can register over here, and someone will contact you." Fong Ping nodded in agreement, but in his mind, something felt off. Wait a minute, is it really appropriate to use this method to find someone? Considering the situation in his mind, Fong Ping didn't know what he should do. He waited until the other person went outside and then said, "You want to meet to challenge me? Are you going to call someone out for a fight with weapons? Who does that? There's no momentum in that at all. I'll just back off and get in the car." Fong Ping leaned against the car and called Wang Jinyang, "Hello, Wang brother?
How should I go about this challenge thing? What's the proper procedure?
Wang Jinyang was lifting weights at home when his brother interrupted him. He gave Fang Ping some instructions. If you want to do it the formal way, you should issue a challenge letter according to the rules of Yun Meng Academy's martial arts and wait for them to arrange it.
But this method is a bit slow and could even be rejected. If you want to move faster, you just need to do this. Wang Jinyang didn't give an immediate answer. You'll find out when you see what happens next.
Upon hearing this, Fang Ping sighed.
That's savage, you're too persistent. Wang Jinyang retorted, of course. Do you think everyone is just sitting around with nothing to do, waiting to accept your challenge? Do you want to build up momentum like others do? I guess you thought so. Just follow what I say, they won't take you lightly. You can be as fierce as you want, and they will fight you the same way. That's how a challenge works, got it? Wang brother gave his last instructions before hanging up the phone. Fang Ping hesitated, unsure whether to follow his older brother's advice. It seemed like he would have to be like Mr. Wang in the future. With a heavy sigh, he kicked his staff into the ground, determined to see this plan through to the end. Standing in front of the Yun Meng Academy gates, Fang Ping took a deep breath and shouted, "Magic City martial artist Fang Ping challenges the rank 3 Yun Meng student. No one in rank 3 Yun Meng can defeat me." Fang Ping's shout echoed from the gates into the school's front yard, then spread throughout the vast campus.
Soon, a group of students rushed toward him.
One person shouted, "You're really bullying people too much." Another sighed, "Every year, Yun Meng is used as a target to build others' reputation. Do you think we have no one here?"
Someone else was even more furious and yelled at Fang Ping, "Beat this bastard to death, everyone." Fang Ping broke out in a cold sweat as he saw the crowd rushing toward him. He thought to himself, the anger here is especially strong, but Mr. Wang's method really is quite effective.
One person from the crowd stepped forward, cracking their shoulder joints in preparation for battle. It was Yao Zhangyu, a third-year Yun Meng student, rank 3. "I'm here to fight you," he said. The people standing behind shouted and cheered for him. "Zhangyu, beat him to death. Show him what we're capable of. Zhangyu, I love you."
That person seemed to be infused with spiritual strength and immediately challenged, "Fang Ping, come here." Without hesitation, Fang Ping rushed forward quickly and landed a punch on him, perfectly hitting his stomach. The guy, struck by the punch, was sent flying by the force of it, soaring into the sky and disappearing like a star. The people who had just cheered for him stared in shock, their eyes wide like frogs. Everyone looked in the direction where the spear had flown, dumbfounded, and murmured, "How can someone fight so well?" Fang Ping grinned with satisfaction and said, "Anyone below rank 3 high level is no match for me. It's better for you not to bring shame upon yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, someone stepped forward. Fang Ping thought it would be another student wanting to solo him, but no, it was a teacher from Yun Meng Academy. He said, "Fang Ping, you've blocked the entrance of my Yun Meng. I hope you're prepared to face the consequences." Feeling pleased by the situation, Fang Ping was even more excited that a leader had arrived.
"I'm rank 3, unbeatable," he stated clearly. The teacher from Yun Meng Academy then shouted, "All right, Zhu Wenlong, you fight him." Zhu Long responded, "Yes." Facing the person whom the leader from the school instructed to fight, Fang Ping said a few words to assert his authority. "Zhu Wenlong, rank 3, ranked 46 in the rank 3 chart, aren't you the strongest in Yun Meng?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Wenlong didn't respond to the boasting, no matter how much Fang Ping said. His movements were quick as he turned around, aiming his spear at Fang Ping. Seeing that this person seemed to be someone who spoke little and acted a lot, Fang Ping grinned with delight. "All right then." He shouted and slammed the butt of the spear into the ground. The spear hit the ground with such force that it stood upright, not swaying at all. "Let's duel unarmed," Fang Ping said confidently, "I will defeat you." Zhu Wenlong was surprised to see Fang Ping choose not to use a weapon to respond to him. Do you really think you're invincible?" Neither of them said much more as they moved forward to test who was truly unbeatable. Fang Ping, unarmed, blocked Zhu Wenlong's spear strike without using the opponent's spear.
Instead, he used his fists as shields, and sparks of red lightning shot out from the point where their blows met. The teacher from the martial arts school assessed Fong Ping. This person's blood qi has surpassed 1,000, and the intensity of his physical constitution is also strong. With rank 3 on average, the hardness of his two fists, combined with blood qi at the D grade level, can even deform steel upon impact. A student standing behind the teacher spoke up. I heard Fong Ping is skilled with the blood blade, but now he has switched from using a saber to using fists, which means he's focusing on martial arts more, aiming for the unity of power and stepping into the rank 3 peak. The teacher just smiled, showing no signs of displeasure, and replied, I noticed his diamond fist power has already weakened significantly. He probably hasn't been practicing for long, and now he's stepping up to challenge others. Don't you think it's a bit premature? The student didn't add anything more, silently standing and watching. Every strike from Zhu Wenlong was met with Fong Ping blocking with all his strength. Of course, fighting barehanded against a weapon was very disadvantageous for him, but he showed no hesitation or thoughts of backing down. He silently told himself, the blood qi is not condensed enough, and my power is not flowing smoothly enough. Zhu Wenlong had already achieved the unity of power, and his spear thrusts brought chaotic and powerful force. Fong Ping gritted his teeth and blocked his attacks. He thought, maybe I can observe the circulation of his blood qi, its condensation, and the transmission of his energy? When not fighting, it's hard to see. His opponent is too strong to have an opportunity to observe. His strength was almost on par with mine, and it's just the right moment for me to clearly observe. Fong Beigu saw through Zhu Wenlong's strikes and noticed that he was continuously thrusting the spear at him. Using his mental energy, Fong Ping's eyes glowed with a green light, different from the deep red hue seen during his usual fights. The students of Yun Meng Academy stood watching and saw that Fong Ping did not retaliate, so they started to gossip. Is this all there is to the 9th ranked rank 3? Others also chimed in with their comments about him. All I can say is that Fong Ping is useless. The previous martial artists in the rankings were all strongmen. He keeps getting beaten by Zhu Wenlong like this, and still dares to boast about being the rank 3 champion. It's really unbelievable. Outsiders thought Fong Ping was weak, just someone who talked big but couldn't fight, but Zhu Wenlong thought differently. A confused expression appeared on his face. Something's not right. Here, I'm not in a dominant position, it's Fong Ping. In such a short fight, he's already figured out how to control his power. Fong Ping used his green eye to see through every movement and action of Zhu Wenlong. He smiled and felt satisfied with himself. I see everything now, your method of exerting force and how you arrange your energy. The teacher from Yun Meng Academy observed the battle carefully. Even he had to praise Fong Ping as a true genius. He said, Wenlong is about to lose. And indeed, that was the case. Immediately, Fong Ping launched his diamond fist, targeting Zhu Wenlong's position. His fist collided with Wenlong's spear, creating a small shockwave between them. Zhu Wenlong tried to hold on, gripping the spear so tightly that blood started to flow. While Zhu Wenlong was caught off guard, Fong Ping swiftly dashed to his side. With the intensity of his blood qi, Fong Ping unleashed a diamond fist, which could have severely injured him. But it wasn't that easy. Zhu Wenlong was not one to give up easily. He saw Fong Ping's movements and used his spear to block every punch. Fong Ping retaliated with more punches, feeling that it still wasn't enough to defeat his opponent. Letting out a loud roar, he decided to unleash his final blow. Zhu Wenlong gritted his teeth, but eventually had no choice but to relent. His hands were exhausted, blood dripping down to the ground as he dropped his spear. Fong Ping grinned smugly, saying, You've lost. The students at the school couldn't believe that Zhu Wenlong had been defeated. They exclaimed in surprise, He lost? The man's hands trembled uncontrollably as he picked up his spear and looked at Fong Ping. In the future, when you cut down enemies in the catacombs, let me see how mighty you are then. Fong Ping simply smiled confidently and said, I won't disappoint you. Next came the person Fong Ping had been waiting for the most. This person stepped closer and introduced himself, Chenjia, Wang Yun Meng Academy, rank 3 peak. Fong Ping suddenly felt more interested. Finally, here it is, the number 1 rank 3 from Yun Meng Academy. He then replenished his blood qi, preparing for the next match. Chen Jiawang did not understand what Fong Ping had just done, but he was somewhat surprised. The teacher at Yunmeng Academy was also surprised. Fong Ping from martial artist indeed has this kind of skill. He noticed that Fong Ping wasn't holding a weapon, so Chen Jiawang asked, "Aren't you going to use a sword?" Fong Ping replied, "No, I want to break through to rank 3 peak with the power of unity." Jiawang asked further, "So I'll be your training stone, right?" As Fong Ping was stretching his muscles and joints, he answered, "I'm really sorry, but it seems like it has to be that way." Being used as a training tool for leveling up didn't seem to bother Chen Jiawang much. He said, "It's fine. I've done it before." But then he hesitated for a second before suddenly launching an attack, catching Fong Ping off guard. It wasn't until the end that he realized who was training whom. He said, "Fight with those two first, Fong Ping. You don't have to worry about their speed, but this time, the speed is something you need to pay very close attention to." Immediately, Chen Jiawang's spear flew towards him. It was at a speed vastly different from the two before, much faster. Fong Ping exerted all his strength to dodge to the side. He successfully avoided the direct hit from Chen Jiawang, but the man shifted his stance and swung the spear towards Fong Ping. He didn't have time to react and took the full force of the blow. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was sent flying. Fong Ping was still able to brace himself with his legs. The students watching the live match were excited to cheer for their captain. One move and he's already injured like that? I was worried that Senior Chen might lose to Fong Ping, but it seems I was overthinking. Senior Chen is too strong, I love you. Many voices of praise rang out. Fong Ping wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling like, I underestimated my opponent. Chen Jiawang is much stronger than I thought. This is the pressure I wanted. Fong Ping charged forward to counterattack. Two teachers from Yunmeng Academy watched their fight and commented. One teacher asked, "The issue with Fong Ping's blood qi has not been explained by Zhu Wenlong. What exactly is going on?" The teacher in military uniform spoke up, "I heard it's caused by bone marrow and jade essence transformation and spiritual power mutation, allowing him to grasp Zhu Wenlong's energy core at this stage." That's the answer provided by martial artists. As for the specifics, no one knows for sure. Most martial artists operate in the catacombs. The old principal and the enemy died together, so this issue is still too sensitive to ask about right now. Wouldn't it be better to wait until the Grandmaster martial artist returns and ask for an answer then? By that time, no one will be watching us. The other teacher just sighed and muttered a non-committal Chen Jiawang was gaining the upper hand. He thrust his spear at Fong Ping, causing him to take another full hit from the weapon. The impact was so strong that Fong Ping bled continuously. Injured, but he had to find a way to turn the situation around and reassess everything. He thought, this guy is really strong, his level is almost on par with Qin Fengqing. I keep getting blocked and can't unleash my ultimate move like this, it's so frustrating. But I'll just go for my final move, maybe my entire life will be stuck at rank 3 high level. Neither side was willing to give up. Fong Ping punched while the other guy stabbed. Unified power is also a way to manifest the fusion of mental energy. Only when body and mind are unified can the explosion cause someone to lose. Fong Ping told himself. In a split second, he grabbed the tip of Chen Jiawang's spear, seizing the opportunity to deliver a strike. Diamond Unity, he shouted loudly, then swung his fist toward him. Unlike Fong Ping, Chen Jiawang appeared more composed. He wasn't surprised by Fong Ping's attack, instead, he countered with the exact same move, without needing to shout. The two powerful fists collided, creating an even larger seismic shock than before. It was so intense that Fong Ping was once again pushed back several meters. Chen Jiawang wasn't much different. Chen Jiawang planted his spear into the ground and commented on his opponent, "Your unified power is barely a fusion, but compared to mine, it's far from enough. Let me show you what true Diamond Fist looks like." He said this and then prepared to strike. A second later, he rushed toward Fong Ping at a speed faster than a lightning bolt, his eyes flashing a bright red. Fong Ping managed to block his terrifying blow, but he couldn't argue with Zhu Wenlong that the strike was painful. He had to use both hands to block it just to avoid getting hit. He managed to deflect the blow, but afterward, he was thrown far away. Before Fong Ping's feet even touched the ground, he propelled himself forward toward Qin Jiaowang. He shouted loudly, "Keep going!" The other person rushed toward him with a speed nearly equal to his own from earlier. The two of them now engaged in a one-on-one fight, exchanging rapid punches towards each other, not allowing any openings for themselves to be struck and sent flying again. It continued like this, with Fong Ping always using his strength to propel himself back toward Qin Jiaowang. His eyes were filled with determination, and he told himself to keep going. He was so close, just a little more. The teacher from Yunmeng Academy praised Fong Ping. "This kid is really patient." Xu Wenlong had recovered and stood beside the teacher, hearing this. He replied, "Both of their blood qi are almost exhausted. After this, it will probably be a battle of physical strength. Fong Ping's physical condition is stronger than ours. Jiao Wan will find it very difficult to seriously injure him." At the same time, Fong Ping hit a shot towards Qin Jiaowang, forcing him to retreat after blocking the attack. Jiaowang seemed to be struggling to continue, no longer exuding the confident, carefree demeanor, as he realized this was no longer easy. Fong Ping, on the other hand, flashed a smile, knowing that he was about to gain an advantage as his opponent gradually lost strength, seemingly trying to provoke him. Fong Ping stood there and shouted loudly, "Has Yun Meng run out of people? Rank 3, come at me together, all a bunch of useless trash." Naturally, everyone in the school was extremely outraged. Out of nowhere, someone came to pick a fight and spoke like that. Who wouldn't be angry? The students cursed him out. "Hey, you kid, you've been knocked down more than 10 times, and you're still acting all high and mighty? You're the useless one, do you know that?" Another teacher, hearing him, thought he had become overly confident and said, "Humph, so you're relying on Jiao Wang's weaker physique and starting to get arrogant?" But the teacher in military uniform thought differently. He said, "He's about to break through, he's pretending like this on purpose." The martial artist's teacher might have just hinted that he can't casually recover his blood and trigger his energy. If our people are gathered, the shoulder attack will have a legitimate reason to recover and continue executing combat tactics. Hearing this, the other teacher became frustrated and asked, "So do we want to help him out? This kid isn't even a student from our school and he's acting so arrogantly." The teacher, dressed in military uniform, did not respond to the other person but only smiled. A second later, he raised his voice and ordered his students above rank 3 high level, "Come up, as long as you don't fake death, feel free to fight." Fong Ping, seeing how ruthless the teacher was, felt a bit apprehensive. He stood frozen, watching as the students began charging forward. Just as expected, the students were really angry at Fong Ping, and now that the teacher had given them full permission to fight, they eagerly rushed at him. They competed to see who could land the most hits. One student shouted, "Let's go, brothers, I've been wanting to beat this guy up for a while. Let's take him down." They charged at him, but Fong Ping didn't hesitate or run. When he saw them coming, he stood still and waited. Eventually, the message confirming that his blood qi had fully recovered appeared. He wasn't afraid of anyone and charged forward, knocking each person down without mercy. In his frenzy, he accidentally hit a female student, causing her to lose her balance and fly back. It took a group of boys to catch her. The female student, clutching her chest, cursed at him, "Martial artist Fong Ping, I've heard that you specialize in beating up women. You truly are shameless." This incident only made the male students, who were already angry with him, even more upset. They roared like dinosaurs. "In our military school, do you think it's easy to hit female students? And not even showing any mercy, this guy needs to be taught a lesson." "Rank 3 high level, let's charge together," they said, and then they rushed in, stronger than ever. This time, although they managed to stop a few of them, Fong Ping unfortunately got injured. A sudden punch to the face left him dazed, almost making him collapse to the ground. Supporting his body with his legs, he looked up at the person, his cheek flushed from the punch. "Don't hit the face when you fight, so what kind of skill is that?" he thought to himself. The men from Yunmeng Academy didn't let up, surrounding him and kicking him to force him to retreat.
One of them laughed loudly. Didn't you say we should charge together? Now that you're satisfied, how can you still complain?
Almost all of them rushed in, ganging up on him. They kicked and punched with all their might, hoping to turn him into a pile of minced meat.
Enduring those blows, Fong Ping muttered, I'm already at rank 3 peak.
As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes glowed red, and without hesitation, he struck back with all his strength, reaching the peak of his power. A punch here, another punch there, and he broke free from the encirclement of the students. One by one, the students fell to the ground, a testament to the failure of their attempted ambush. The military instructor from Yun Meng Academy watched as his students lay scattered in front of the school gate, only able to frown. They tried to get back up, but it seemed that they were all too exhausted and battered, with Fong Ping the only one still standing firm. I've won, Fong Ping panted as he struggled to utter a few words. His face was so battered that anyone who looked at him would likely think he had just returned from a fight. A notification appeared, clearly stating, rank 3 peak has been reached. The military instructor from Yun Meng Academy saw that the matter was settled and turned to enter the school. He waved his hand, saying, Go ahead, next time if martial artists come to Yun Meng again, we won't show mercy. Fong Ping stood there, watching the students and teachers return to the school, his mind racing. He said to show mercy, so I should leave. My blood chi is all spent now. Fighting with Chen Jiaowang, using the fusion of powers, no longer held much benefit. This time, he had instructed all the students to lend their support, as if he had just created an opportunity for his own breakthrough. Pulling the spear from the ground, he made his way back to the car, thinking to himself, first stop, goal accomplished, thank you all for helping me succeed. Despite his face being swollen and bruised like a grapefruit, Fong Ping still managed to smile. Next, he planned to challenge higher-ranked martial artists. Nation H martial arts is formed by 3 major forces: martial artists, the military, and clans. The role of the clans and martial artists all around is the same, which is to guard the entrance to the local catacombs in the central province. The second stop on this journey aims to approach the largest clan in Nation H. This time, 2 individuals from distinct clans, Changyang Village and Wanshan Temple, are challenging for the rank 3 strongman. They did not come to defeat Wanshan Temple. The man ranked 7th, whose power integration was only recently obtained, still needs further training. Changyang Village is a residential area combining 2 parts, with an ancient house built as a tourist attraction for people to visit. However, the house is not easily open to outsiders, and even if one manages to find it, it's difficult for ordinary people to enter. But for Fong Ping, everything seemed to be an exception. A man, looking to be around 50 years old, stepped out with a few muscular subordinates, showing off his abs, and looked at Fong Ping with an extremely welcoming gaze, as if there was something special about him. Little brother, did you come by to visit or to cause trouble? The man spoke. Fong Ping, without any fear, introduced himself. I am martial artist Fong Ping, and I wish to enter the village to challenge Chunhua. Hearing this, the man murmured, martial artist? Then he stepped closer to Fong Ping and quietly asked. Fong Ping, you say? No one asked about this, but he still told the story because it was relevant to the plot. He seriously uttered every word last year, Nen Wu Wang Jin Yang chose Chenhua, which is why he is still stuck at rank 3 peak. Did you come here to challenge us thinking Chanyang Village is easy to bully? The uncle looked at Fong Ping with a suspicious tone. Fong Ping was stunned when he heard what the man said and secretly sighed, oh my god, Mr. Wang even challenged Chenhua? He told me before I came that it's best to have him lead me because of this matter, right? I surely won't be used as a sacrificial pawn for revenge, will I? Has Old Li arrived yet? Or should I go report and see if I'm still in time? While Fong Ping was lost in thought, unsure of what to do in a situation where he was about to be torn apart, the restaurant owner, seeing the spear in his hand shining beautifully and flawlessly, became interested. At that moment, Fong Ping replied, Uncle, I don't intend to bully anyone. Honestly, I'm just here to challenge. The uncle put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and finally made a decision. He said, well, if you want to challenge, that's fine, but a clan is different from a martial artist. If you lose, you have to leave the spear behind as a gift. After saying this, he pointed to Fong Ping's spear. Passers-by, noticing something happening, stopped to watch. Fong Ping gripped the precious spear tightly in his hand. The uncle saw Fong Ping hesitating and immediately asked, "What's the matter? You're scared, aren't you? If you're scared, then leave. Shanyang village has no obligation to make opponents for you. If you want to challenge, you must be ready to pay the price." Fong Ping, upon hearing this, asked back, "Then what happens if I win?" The uncle responded, noticing that he and his subordinates were preparing to leave, "If you win, then your goal will be considered accomplished. What else do you want? Let me make it clear to you, if you lose in the challenge, you'll lose your weapon, and even a martial artist grandmaster won't be able to get it back." Hearing this, Fong Ping smiled confidently. In his mind, he thought, "The pale moon blade, which is worth 50-60 million, there's no way I would lose it and let it fall into your hands. I have backup protection." Agreeing to the condition, Fong Ping followed the uncle towards the village where the locals actually lived. They crossed the fields, walked through the empty village roads, and finally arrived at their destination. As they reached the clan's gate, Fong Ping looked around and said, "This place is really well hidden. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have found it." Hearing a few shouts coming from inside the clan, Fong Ping curiously turned his head to look. Inside, there were martial artists diligently training. The students practicing inside the clan shouted loudly after each movement, with no one daring to slack off, even when Fong Ping stepped into the place. He stood observing them, silently assessing their abilities. Their fighting skills aren't bad, just a bit strange. The blood chi is only slightly higher than that of an ordinary person. Are they lacking pills or something? He wondered, or are they preparing to lay the foundation for them first before advancing? He was engrossed in watching the students practice their movements, not paying any attention to the shop owner. Suddenly, the teacher there yelled, "Are you kidding me? Who has the time to accept a challenge right now? Get out!" The shopkeeper tried to calm down, walked over, and whispered something in the teacher's ear. Immediately, the teacher's gaze shifted toward Fong Ping, his eyes landing on the dagger worth more than 50 million. Seeing such a valuable item, how could he refuse? The teacher turned around, inspected it, then eagerly nodded, "I agree. Call Jinhua here." Fong Ping observed the scene and thought to himself, so that's how it is. Changyang village doesn't seem all that wealthy, does it? However, the village still holds a name within the clan world, and their strength can't be underestimated. Among those from the village, there are 5 martial artists of middle rank and a few at rank 3. Thinking about it, Yangchang has hundreds of thousands of people, but aside from martial artist students, there doesn't seem to be anyone else. Fong Ping observed for a long while and thought, the devastation here is certainly considerable, probably caused by frequent excursions into the catacombs. The clan is different from martial artists who have support. If they acquire resources, they have to work much harder and also sacrifice a lot more. My B rank spear isn't cheap either, and for them, it's a significant attraction. He thought to himself, the battle at Yun Meng Academy was truly a competition. But coming here, it probably isn't. Life and death may not be worth the concern, but it's always a common occurrence in the martial arts world. Fong Ping stood in a place known for its martial arts, and there were even fans. Among the people there, a pink-haired girl recognized him. "Wow, it's Fong Ping. I can't believe I ran into him here." Her friend sighed and reminded her, "Admire him all you want, but absolutely don't get too close." Confused by her friend's words, the pink-haired girl turned to ask, why is that?" Her friend whispered to her, "I heard that he's not interested in women, and if he meets a beautiful woman, he just rushes to fight her." The two friends whispered back and forth, "It seems like he is." "Oh, no way." But it seemed their voices were still too loud, every word clearly reaching Fong Ping's ears. Annoyed, he knew who was behind this. "Take that Yang Xiaoman down," he thought to himself, recalling the moment she had spread rumors about him. She said, "Fong Ping doesn't just hit men, but also women. You should tell the sisters to stay away from him." His anger flared up, and he silently cursed her. "I had a bad feeling back at Yun Meng. It turns out these words have already spread. I want to go back quickly to deal with her. Finally, after all the waiting through various situations, the person he wanted to face had arrived. Feng Ping, the person called his name. Chenhua from Changyang village stood before him, tall and imposing, no different from the students at Yunmeng Academy. The only difference was that this guy had used his skills. He said, "You came because of the situation, but this kind of situation can't be broken, it can't be defeated. Although I lost to Wang Jinyang last year, he was also badly injured and couldn't continue the challenge. Now I'm about to reach rank 4, so think carefully if you want to fight." Feng Ping didn't need to think any further. He drove his knife into the ground, just like he did at Yunmeng, and prepared for battle. How will you know the result if you don't fight? Besides, we're starting from the beginning, no point in talking, come at me. Everyone stepped back, moving to the side to give space for the two of them to duel. Don't say I didn't warn you, Chenhua cautioned him before preparing for the fight. Not even 2 seconds into the match, Feng Ping saw the guy leap into the air and rush toward him like a gust of wind, both hands gripping his weapons and diving toward him. Feng Ping showed no sign of fear. He bent down, then said, "Let me test the depth of your strength." Chenhua shot downward, but Feng Ping quickly blocked him, and the sound of the collision echoed throughout the area. With his innate strength, Feng Ping staggered back a little, noticing that several of his fingers were scratched, indicating that this guy was definitely no pushover. His weapon was heavier than swords or knives, and the more techniques involved, the more it was used for crushing. As for strength, only a martial artist with expertise would choose such a weapon, which was understandable. He thought to himself, if Chenhua thrusts the staff forward and I can't dodge it, this could be a lethal strike. He leaned backward and grabbed the man's elbow. Feng Ping tried to use his strength to throw him down, but the man seemed at least 10 times stronger than him. Chenhua gathered all his strength in his legs. His power was so immense that the stone floor cracked under his feet. He stood firm like a mountain, arrogantly laughing at Feng Ping when he couldn't bring him down. "Ha, this little strength isn't enough," he taunted. Feng Ping seriously analyzed the situation and the man's physical condition. He secretly assessed, I can't throw him off. Not only is he strong, but his physique is also incredibly tough. Seizing the opportunity, Chenhua used his other hand to strike Feng Ping with the steel staff, but Feng Ping skillfully rolled and avoided the blow. He thought to himself, not being able to throw him down doesn't mean I'll give up. Let's see how well I can adapt to your combat tactics. Not leaving any openings, Feng Ping launched a relentless series of diamond fists at Chenhua, forcing him into a defensive stance where he couldn't retaliate but could only block. Angry at being overwhelmed by Feng Ping's speed, Chenhua swung his 1,000-ton staff down to the ground with full force. Feng Ping was still a step faster and dodged. Grinding his teeth, staring at Feng Ping, Chenhua cursed inwardly, so annoying, has this guy's movement technique reached perfection? His speed is so fast, I can't even land a hit. He kept striking back and forth, hitting one side and then the other, but none of his blows even grazed a single hair of Feng Ping. Exhausted, Chenhua fell to the ground. Feng Ping charged from behind, clenched his fist, preparing to unleash a combined diamond fist technique. The guy had a lot of muscle but lacked intelligence, so his temperament was hot-headed. He jumped in, his strength flaring up like fire as he glared at Feng Ping. So annoying, he yelled in his mind. Feng Ping, seeing his plan working, grinned triumphantly, about to use your ultimate technique? Such strong momentum? Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Bracing himself for the powerful strike that was coming, Feng Ping saw the guy charging towards him, then leaping high, intending to strike him with both of his steel staffs. I'm rank 3, champion, Feng Ping muttered to himself, fortifying his spirit. Before Chenhua could bring his blow down on Feng Ping's head, Feng Ping revealed his final move and vanished instantly. Immediately, Chenhua's strike collided with the ground, shaking the area like a bomb explosion. The audience watching saw Chenhua exhibit strange behavior and were immediately surprised. What happened to Chenhua just now? The restaurant owner spoke up, while his teacher was left confused, unable to say anything. He regained his senses, still unable to process what had just happened, only realizing that there was now an empty space in front of him, with no Fong Ping in sight. As for our protagonist, he was quick on his feet and shot upwards, his hand clenched tightly, descending at lightning speed. Fong Ping delivered a decisive blow to Chen Hua's neck, catching him off guard and unable to react in time. Thinking that such a hit wouldn't be enough to take down this burly guy, Fong Ping kept on striking. Chen Hua's eyes were filled with exhaustion, and he had to use his hands to support himself on the ground to avoid collapsing. His shirt was torn in the area where Fong Ping had punched him, but Fong Ping was about to deliver another blow. It was only when Chen Hua's teacher shouted loudly, "The contest is over, you can stop now," that Fong Ping ceased and stepped back. With a victorious smile, Fong Ping secretly rejoiced, "Great, I've learned a new move." The people from the clan rushed to Chen Hua's side. "Chen Hua? Is Chen Hua okay?" They helped him up and asked him a series of questions. Chen Hua weakly replied, "I'm fine." His teacher stepped up to Fong Ping and spoke a few words to him, "You are more talented than others, truly beyond my expectations. A martial artist rank 3, yet you can produce such spirit suppression with a strike." Fong Ping clasped his hands to thank the teacher's compliment, humbly replying, "It was just luck that I won, I hope Senior won't blame me." But in his mind, he thought completely differently. "Actually, I didn't expect I could do something like this either. Earlier, I just wanted to suppress Chen Hua's momentum a little, and with the help of my spiritual power, it accidentally got released, and I even made him stop the battle. This has nothing to do with the system at all. Oh my god, I really do have a gift." He was reminiscing about that moment while speaking to himself. Although it was just a brief moment, it was enough for me to dodge his finishing move and seize the chance to counterattack. If it were a life-and-death battle, I could have crushed him like a bug. While continuing to praise himself, the voice of the teacher snapped him out of his thoughts. He said, "Although you're not exceptionally strong, this could still be considered Grandmaster-level skill. You don't need to be so modest, young friend. If your goal has been accomplished, please feel free to leave." Fong Ping awkwardly looked at him and replied, "You sure are quick to chase people away here." But then again, if he had attacked someone's treasure, could he expect them to keep him around for tea? Fong Ping left, and the people from the clan were helping Chen Hua back to his resting place. The group of disciple students had walked quite a distance when the innkeeper and the teacher suddenly turned around, his face filled with anger. He clenched his fist tightly and threw a punch with great force. When the punch flew past the nearby tall tree, it created a large hole, destroying the tree that had been there for years. "The earth already has so few trees, don't destroy them," he shouted, losing his composure. "You bastard, you treat no one with respect, sneaking a look without my permission. Get out, if you come to Chongyang village again, I'll chop you down, got it?" He continued to yell furiously, as if a long dormant bomb had exploded. "Hitting your grandson is not the same as hitting a person. How petty. Don't rush, sooner or later, there will come a day when I'll compete with you." The innkeeper, confused, asked him, "Who are you talking to?" The teacher explained, "The third Grandmaster martial artist and the teachers are all in the martial artist district, training geniuses. No one but him could withstand it." The innkeeper vaguely realized who he was referring to and hesitantly asked, "Are you talking about Zhang Shang, the swordsman? Li Zhang Shang?" The teacher confirmed the name, and that was indeed Li, teacher of Fong Ping. The teacher said, "The strongman rank 6 peak of martial artists now dominates below the Grandmaster champion level. Zhang Shang's reputation is renowned and everyone knows it." Before these two appeared, Zhang Shang, the swordsman of martial artists, was the strongest peak-level strongman with the greatest hope of becoming a Grandmaster. One strike from Zhang Shang, even against rank 5 and rank 6, it can be said that wherever he goes, that's where victory lies. He sighed deeply, continuing as he walked. "Back then, after the catacombs journey, Zhang Shang couldn't stand up. Lu Fengro almost went mad. If not, martial artists today would be led by 6 Grandmasters. The fake principal wouldn't have ended up destroyed in body. It's truly a pity." The innkeeper followed him, still full of doubts, and spoke up, "Perhaps if he hadn't died, there would still be hope, right?" The teacher replied, "Even if Zhang Shang were stronger back then, now he is just a rank 6 peak at best. His mental power is severely injured, becoming a Grandmaster is practically hopeless, he will likely have to go to the catacombs eventually." perhaps that's the case. Fong Ping's next destination was Mount Yuntai, where the Wanshan Pagoda stood grandly like a palace. A monk stepped out of the gate, respectfully greeting Fong Ping. The man held a staff. "Mr. Fong, I've been waiting here for many hours." Fong Ping looked slightly confused. "Hua, the monk?" The monk just smiled and replied, "It seems there has been some misunderstanding between us." Hua, the monk, ranked 3RD, the only one with a nickname, also the first martial artist to be struck by the Bagua explosion. It is said that ordinary people go down the mountain to search for flowers. The monk immediately denied the rumors, saying they could not be considered true. "I also heard that Mr. Fong specializes in beating women." Fong Ping, exhausted by the rumors, simply accepted them as truth. "Yes, that's true. Martial arts don't discriminate between men and women. Whoever hits me, I hit back." The monk, after hearing this, was left speechless. The people around them were paying attention to the two, whispering to each other, "Is that person really a martial artist? Is it true? The sword looks real, doesn't seem fake. What do these people want to do?" The monk became more serious. He spoke without any pretense. "Since you've come, then go ahead and make your move. Rank 3, no one can defeat me. Even if you didn't come, I was already prepared to challenge you." Fong Ping, realizing a fight was about to break out, froze and looked around. Hey, are we fighting here right now? But there are so many tourists." Indeed, the monk quickly transformed into Goku, ripping his shirt in a second, radiating intense energy as he prepared to fight Fong Ping. He saw this and panicked, shouting, "Oh my god, what are you doing?" The monk shouted back, "Our country is in danger, this is my duty, everyone should respect martial arts." The tourists witnessing this scene didn't run away. Instead, they gathered closer to take pictures and film, as if they were watching wives fighting over a third party. "You shouldn't be a monk," Fong Ping said helplessly, reluctantly following the other person's wishes. "There are so many people here, if we use swords, there will definitely be casualties. We need to fight in a way that's both handsome and decisive." He formulated a plan in his head, and the other person immediately responded, "You should be a monk." After saying that, both of them rushed into the air to avoid disturbing the people below. Their voices echoed everywhere, accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing. Masterly and the elder of the monk were watching from the top of a nearby tower. Masterly clicked his tongue a few times. "TSK, look at these two, are they fighting or performing? And the tower. Does it have so much water in it that it's flooding their brains?" The elder gently responded, "Amit Babuda. Ha, it's normal for young people to have handsome students these days." Masterly relaxed his expression. It really seems that way. Watching them fight in the sky, they do look very handsome. Ut. The clinking sound of weapons clashing echoed through the sky. They flew back and forth as if they were performing. Tourists on the ground rushed to take out their phones to capture the scene. The monk used his strength to block Fong Ping as he attempted to end the battle with a sword strike. The onlookers applauded and cheered, praising, "That was a great counter. Beautiful." Everyone was enthusiastic, unaware that they were actually witnessing a real solo battle. Fong Ping realized that in such a situation, it would be hard to perform his best moves, so he tried to think of a way to turn the situation around. He certainly looks handsome, but he's exhausting too much energy, and his blood and vital energy are greatly reduced. If this continues, the situation will definitely not be in his favor. The monk was still focused on blocking Fong Ping's weapon strikes when suddenly, Fong Ping flipped and said, "I'm done playing with you." With that, he leaped high to escape his opponent's block, landing so lightly on the ground that it cracked the stone floor. Fong Ping looked around and couldn't see the monk anywhere. Suddenly, the monk flew out from a cloud of mist, his fist prepared to ambush Fong Ping. Quickly, Fong Ping dodged, and the two resumed flying around each other like flies. The monk landed on a nearby wall, and as soon as his feet touched the ground, Fong Ping rushed in to strike. The monk dodged and immediately moved to another position. Fong Ping didn't give up, continuing to chase after him to launch another attack.
In the distance, a man holding a video camera was filming the spectacular fight scenes that looked straight out of a Marvel movie while speaking into the mic. Did you see that, everyone? Did you see that?
The camera zoomed in on the crack that Fong Ping had left a few minutes ago. The man continued speaking. He only used one strike and cracked the wall open, a few meters long at that.
This isn't a joke.
These two young men look to be in their early 20s, and at this age, to be able to reach rank 3 absolute, it's truly genius.
Otherwise, how could they break through a mountain?
This is what a martial artist looks like, close to the existence of a superhero. The cameraman continued recording the fight between Fong Bi and the monk. Both were still fiercely fighting and flying around in all directions. Finally, the cameraman turned the camera towards himself, speaking confidently. From the video, everyone can tell.
Actually, I'm also rank 3.
Before, many people doubted the authenticity of me cutting through steel with bare hands.
Now, let me answer once more. I'm not interested in explaining.
He glanced at the man, immediately seeing he was all talk with a brain smaller than a pea, only good at boasting. He gathered his strength in his palm and pushed Fong Ping back. The monk felt his hand go numb. That push alone was enough to make Fong Ping feel like his blood was about to burst out. He calmly regained his breath, then teased the monk. I knew it, you're just a pervert, huh?
The monk shouted loudly, I am not gay, do you hear me?
The person intended to strike Fong Ping again to vent his anger. Fong Ping held the blood in his mouth, then transformed the clot into a sharp object like a needle. Just as the monk's hand was about to touch him, he shot the needle from his mouth towards the person. The monk had to move quickly to catch the needle. The monk thought to himself, this technique is too powerful, too sinister.
If this thing hits my head,
I don't even dare think about what would happen. Crush that blood needle, the monk scolded Fong Ping harshly. This is just a sparring match, why do you have to be so cruel?
Fong Ping responded, not as cruel as you. You think this is cruel? Give me 6 consecutive hits.
He jumped up and kicked towards the monk, aiming straight at his lower body. The monk shouted, bastard.
Block that blow, or you'll lose all your descendants. Fong Ping kept attacking, shouting loudly, watch me, 6 consecutive hits, stop running. The monk, frustrated, ran while cursing, so what if I don't strike back?
Suddenly, he leapt forward a few steps. Fong Ping calmed down, then ambushed the monk from the side, holding his sword ready, secretly cursing the monk. He used his mental power to suppress the monk, then slashed.
6 consecutive hits here.
Affected by Fong Ping's mental power, the monk froze for a second, completely still, unable to do anything. Before Fong Ping's blade could reach the monk's neck, the monk regained his composure just in time, otherwise, he would have almost lost his head.
The monk quickly blocked Fong Ping's fatal blow, catching him off guard and making him a bit panicked. What was that just now? There's no way to escape now. Fong Ping realized that even the monk's spiritual energy could block his attack. He was truly impressive.
He continued attacking relentlessly, while the monk both struck and defended in return. The two of them kept at it for a while, until the monk grew impatient and shouted, if you can't land the 6th strike, prepare to die. Elder and Teacher Lee stood by, watching the endless solo battle. Teacher Lee wondered, I wonder if he can actually land it.
Hearing that, Fong Ping's face turned pale.
He made up his mind that he had to win this battle. With a run-up, he gathered all his strength into his blade, and his power sparked with small bolts of lightning. The monk, unwilling to hold back any longer, shouted and focused all his energy into his fist.
Clang! A loud sound rang out as the two struck each other.
Fong Ping put all his strength into forcing his blade down, while the monk, gritting his teeth, countered with a punch. The two paused for a moment, and immediately after, a deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The shockwave cracked the ground in rocks. Both were sent flying, one landing on the ground while the other crashed into the wall of a nearby house, causing a loud crash.
Fong Ping was the one who fell to the ground.
He struggled to stand up, breathing heavily, and looked toward the large section of the wall that had been shattered. He didn't know if the monk could stand up again. After a minute, he finally saw a sign of the monk, who was weakly propping himself against the wall, using it to sit up.
I've never heard of you being able to do 6 consecutive hits. Fong Ping replied, I was just joking at that time, who would have thought I could really pull it off?
Upon hearing him, the monk had no more words to say, and reluctantly admitted defeat. You really are good at hiding your skills, I'll just say you're evil. Fong Ping felt that his bad reputation had just worsened. I really scared him.
Maybe it was because the diamond fist activated the effect of combining force, which allowed me to smoothly land 6 consecutive hits?
Fong Ping thought to himself, unable to hide his excitement at the victory. I didn't recover my blood chi, I relied solely on my true strength to defeat the 7th ranked in the world. Though his joy didn't last long, he suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. I've exhausted all my strength, and even had to use my mental power to defeat him. He thought this way, feeling that despite having a new technique, he hadn't really made a significant breakthrough this time. Looking at the monk who was still smiling and talking, he continued, even though I just got knocked down, the blow was quite shocking, along with your senior monk.
Fong Ping became increasingly doubtful of himself. We are both young, both rank 3 martial artists, so how can he be that strong? Or is it that I am weak?
But quickly, he slapped himself in the face, reminding himself not to doubt his own abilities. No, it's not true, I'm not weak, I've already won. As long as I continue, I will grow stronger each day. The time will come when I reach rank 3 and become the champion. Gradually regaining his confidence, he put his hand on his hip and muttered to himself. Master Li, standing above, watched him from a distance, not revealing himself but silently observing his prized disciple.
Not bad.
Keep fighting like this, he said with a proud smile. The Martial Arts Nation H Association announced a new ranking list, with Chen Shifeng at the top and Fong Ping ranked 6th. He had defeated Jiese, the monk from earlier, and was getting closer to breaking into the top 5.
At the same time, a video of a rank 3 peak fight surfaced online and quickly went viral.
The video was recorded and narrated by Lu De Lu, whose voice echoed from the video. In the past 10 years, Jin Yang has advanced northward, challenging only the rank 3 martial artists from outside the list, while Fong Ping has challenged the strongmen within the list.
I've written Fong Ping's past achievements in the comments below.
Based on this trajectory, I predict Fong Ping's next match will be against the province's Beihua champion, the only martial artist of that rank. He said, as for the combatability of martial artists in the new business world, people still have no concept of it.
Perhaps we will have the opportunity to explore this unanswered question.
I will continue to follow Fong Ping's journey north, but since it requires travel expenses, I hope everyone will check out my previous clips. Fong Ping sat in front of the laptop watching the video of that sneaky filmer.
That guy even dared to show his face at the end of the video when it finished, and if one wanted to rewatch it, they would have to pay him. Fong Ping was so pissed off that he stood up. Oh my god, filming like that, have I even been given any copyright compensation?
He kept pondering, and Fong Ping thought, ordinary people are so curious about martial artists, even if there are only a billion viewers, that would already bring in millions. He decided to calmly sit back down, thinking he'd figure it out later.
He said nonchalantly, I'm not in a hurry. Let's just record it for now.
When his clip becomes hotter and gets more views, it won't be too late to ask him later.
Here's your change, 21.
Thank you for stopping by, the convenience store clerk said to Fong Ping.
He took the bag and left.
On the bustling street, as Fong Ping was walking, he suddenly stopped.
Come out, if you dare run, don't blame me for not being polite, he said.
The person in the shadows, realizing they had been exposed, sighed and slowly stepped out.
He said, Hey, Fong, hello to you.
It turned out that the person was the one who secretly filmed Fong Ping and shamelessly posted it on social media to profit. The person awkwardly stepped out and waved at him. Fong Ping was delighted that the person came to him without having to search, his mouth curling into a sinister smile. They found a quiet street somewhere to talk, away from the crowds of people.
Patting the filmer on the back, Fong Ping said, the clip of me and the people in the entertainment industry, you uploaded it, right? You followed me secretly to film, did you ask for my permission first? And then you dared to post it online, profiting off me. According to the rules of martial arts, I can now challenge you to a life and death fight. Even if you don't want to accept, you have to. Fong Ping threatened the person, his killing intent burning like a fire surrounding the secret filmer. The person was so terrified that he nearly soiled himself, trembling as he begged for mercy. "Mr. Fong, can we talk this through slowly?" He thought, the killing intent is truly terrifying. A life and death fight? I can't fight. Fong Ping cooled down, patting the person's shoulder a few times. Of course, I'm not the type to be stingy. As long as you do this small favor for me, I won't cause any trouble for you anymore. The person, confused, asked, "A favor?" Fong Ping began to feel at ease and explained, "I will give you an opportunity to film my battles with others." Do you want to do that? The name of the person filming secretly hesitated a bit, but it seemed like he was considering the matter. If money is easy to make, why wouldn't I want to? And isn't this something I'm doing right now? Seeing that he was silent for a moment, I thought he hadn't responded, so Fong Ping naturally assumed he had agreed. Alright, next time before filming, I need you to do two things. First, find a naval officer online to act as a character. For example, I want to challenge Yi, just say that she is known as the most beautiful woman in martial arts, and add anything else you like. You could say Yi wants revenge, or something about their love story, or something like that. Second, Fong Ping continued, contact the people in charge of the tourist areas. Just tell them that with my current reputation, I can attract a lot of viewers, which would help with business and publicity. As long as they provide me with financial support, I can arrange the fight location at their area. The cameraman, seeing such a good deal, immediately lit up with excitement. But even though the plan seemed promising, he still wondered, how desperate is he for money? Could it be that he loves money more than he loves me? After hesitating for a moment, he asked, what if she starts causing trouble for me? Fong Ping immediately responded, are you stupid? How could she find out what you're doing? Besides, no one would waste their time investigating these kinds of rumors. It seemed to make sense, and he was about to be convinced. Fong Ping then added a few more instructions. In general, remember to make the topic popular first before posting the clip, got it? Also, when it's time to film me, I'll be wearing a shirt with a logo on it. You should casually mention my company, say it's a very trustworthy business, and the fact that there was a fight behind it shows how strong the competitors are. That's how you make it seem more impressive. The cameraman Kai was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. This is completely different from the strongman martial arts I had imagined. A super strongman like Fong Ping. Shouldn't he be above all worldly concerns, obsessively practicing martial arts every day? And now he's asking me to hire water soldiers to spread rumors and promote his company? Oh, and one last thing, regarding the sharing of profits from the clip. We split it in half. I get 90, you get 10, Fong Ping turned back and said to him. He immediately froze, truly heartless. He thought, divide 9 by 1, Mr. Fong, isn't this a bit too much? Seeing that he hadn't even gotten half of the benefits for himself, the man asked. Fong Ping reflected for a moment and realized it was a bit unreasonable, so he corrected his words, well then, just say it. I'm taking the risk to fight against others, and you only need to stand by and watch while still getting money. 2 parts is more than fair for you. After discussing the money, he had another question. That's fine. Oh, right, about this, what should we do if someone else comes to record? Turning into a demon once again, Fong Ping bared his sharp teeth in a grin, his eyes filled with lethal intent. Without my permission, who dares to post anything? I'll sue them until they're bankrupt. Having said that, Fong Ping walked away, leaving the cameraman standing there alone. He cursed silently in his head, oh, damn, how did I end up becoming his employee like this? Both of them followed the plan they had discussed earlier. After the video was released, it didn't take long for a scenic area to contact the Peihe resort, offering 5 million. Although this price was not entirely satisfying, Fong Ping agreed, thinking that this was just the beginning. He understood that he needed to show the partner results first. The opponent chosen this time was the president of the Peihe University Martial Art Department, ranked 4th in the Rank 3 leaderboard. Fong Ping didn't need to exert much effort to defeat this opponent, as the gap in strength between the two was too large.
However, to increase the entertainment value and give Lu Dili enough time to comment in the video, Fong Ping prolonged the match to 15 minutes. When the match ended, everyone praised him for his spectacular performance. Lu Dili's filming skills were also excellent, causing the video views to soar continuously.
Fong Ping's name quickly entered the top 5 hot search, and now nearly the entire country was interested in his challenge journey. Everyone was curious whether he could reach the top position on the rank 3 leaderboard.
Soon after, Fong Ping sent a challenge letter to Yushin, who was ranked 5th in rank 3. Yushin was the vice president of Hope of the company, a person who not only had great strength but was also very sharp in business. As soon as he received the letter, Yushin immediately understood Fong Ping's intention.
Yushin sat in his office, making a phone call to someone.
He spoke to the person on the other end. "We're offering 8 million, let's hold the challenge at Shiwang Square." By the 19th of that month, all the rooms at the Shiwang Hotel had been fully booked. The square was packed with spectators, the crowd so dense that every spot was filled in no time. Though this was a business opportunity, it was still a competition. The match had to have a clear winner, and Yushin did not resort to any tricks. In the match, both were seriously injured. In the end, thanks to his superior physical condition, Fong Ping emerged victorious. At the company, old Li's loud voice echoed through the floors, "Two elite warriors.
Both are prominent figures in the martial arts world, and yet, you let yourselves get caught up in the swirl of money like this? Did you come here to film a commercial?" Fong Ping tried to explain, "Master, training requires money.
Besides, I fought fairly, and I won every match." Old Li looked at his disciple, sighing in helplessness. After realizing that Fong Ping not only won but also made a decent amount of money, he reluctantly let it slide this time. Though he didn't scold him further, he still gave a stern reminder, "You can joke around, but for your next match with Ling Yi, be extra careful, understand? Don't think everyone will just let you hit them and laugh. These people are not easy to deal with." He continued, "She once killed a level 4 catacomb warrior, which proves her strength has reached peak level. If you lose this time, don't even think about being the champion anymore. Although defeat won't affect your breakthrough, if you meet Ling Yi again in the future, winning will be much harder." Fong Ping, understanding that his teacher was just worried, gave a confident smile and said, "Master, I'm not boasting, but my physical strength, vitality, and mental power surpass those of others at the same level. Though my combat ability is still lacking, my foundation is very solid. Through each battle, I've made up for many shortcomings. My battling tactics have also become increasingly refined. Facing Ling Yi, I'm not afraid. On the contrary, I hope she can bring enough pressure to help me grow even more. Compared to my fight with that monk before, I'm much more confident now." Old Li looked at his student and felt that he seemed to have matured, secretly pleased in his heart. This kid really does have the spirit of a champion now. Though he was happy, he still didn't forget to smack the kid on the head, scolding, "I was just reminding you of a few things, what are you pretending to be so smug about?" After that, Old Lu uploaded the video of the match between Fong Ping and Yushin online. His voice echoed in the video, "Well played. What a beautiful match." So, the match between Fong Ping and Yushin ends here. The voice of the cameraman echoed in the video. The social media is buzzing about whether Ling Yi from Jingdu is the #1 beauty in the martial arts world. He continued commenting in the video about the martial arts competition at Martial Artist University. Han Su was utterly defeated by Qin Yunxi. It is said that Han Su and Ling Yi are in a relationship. Considering the secret relationship between martial artist Fong Ping and Qin Yunxi, could this battle be for revenge? Ling Yi fiercely defeated Su Xiaoping of the Jinwu sect, so can Fong Ping win this time? The grudges and love affairs will be revealed in the next clip. Stay tuned for information from Lu Dili. Someone watching his video on their phone couldn't control themselves, squeezing it tightly in their hand. Furious, in just 1 second, the phone went from perfectly fine to a heap of scrap, as their hand crushed it like a thin sheet of paper. Ling Yi, her face filled with murderous intent, growled, "A revenge battle?
What does Han Su have to do with me? Don't let me find out who spread that nonsense. In Jingdu, at Martial Artist University, a shout echoed from afar. A revenge battle? I have nothing to do with Han Su. Who is spreading these rumors? Ling Yi stormed into Han Su's room, her voice sharp as she demanded, Han Su, did you spread that rumor? If you like me, then just say it directly. She looked very angry because she was being used as the subject of gossip in the online community, but when she asked Han Su, she couldn't hide the slight blush on her cheeks. Han Su, confused, asked back, Ling's sister, do you think I like you to ask that? He said that, but in his heart, he was actually thinking something worse. Ling Yi, you're just a violent maniac, who could possibly like you? Ling Yi, already upset, grew even more furious. She rushed over, grabbed his collar, yanked him back and forth, and shouted, Huh? What do you mean by that? Say it quickly, are you mocking me because I'm ugly? I'm called the most beautiful woman in the martial arts world, don't you see that? Han Su could only endure it, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at his friend, almost as if pleading for help. Han Song, the president of Jingdu Martial Artist University, spoke up to try to mediate. Ahem, Yi, do you think you can guarantee a win against Fong Ping? Finally, Ling Yi let go of Han Su, sneering with a mocking tone, Qin Fengqing, back when his path to victory hadn't even opened, he didn't dare to challenge me. Do you really think Fong Ping is a match for me? Han Su coughed, clutching his precious throat, secretly relieved he hadn't died. The three of them sat down and began to talk seriously. Ling Yi continued, to be injured so badly after fighting Yushin, if you hadn't been concerned about me, I wouldn't have bothered with this matter. In my eyes, Chen Sufeng and Guo Xian from the military department are the real strong enemies. They've been through countless battles and killings, and people like them are the opponents I want. Han Song, noticing that she seemed to underestimate Fong Ping, kindly reminded her, Fong Ping is the leader of the next batch of martial artists. Don't underestimate him. The strength of the head of a school is mainly assessed through the performance of the students. The third rank is the most representative. Just because you lost doesn't mean all third rankers are weaker than martial artists, but if you keep losing, it will be hard to explain to the school. Han Song analyzed clearly for her. Previously, due to the defeat in the exchange match of the freshman martial artists, starting from the next semester, every year we have to contribute 10% of the education department's funds to martial artists. This is not a small amount. When mentioning the defeat, Han Su seemed a little embarrassed. However, Ling Yi, despite hearing this, stubbornly crossed her arms and retorted, you just wait and see. I'll knock him out. I heard Fong Ping likes to hit women. This time, I'll show him that women aren't so easy to mess with. Just then, someone knocked on the door and said, President, there is a challenge letter from martial artist Fong Ping. Receiving the letter, Han Song read each word in confusion. A challenge letter? I heard that he went directly to the doors of Yun Meng Military School in Changyang Village to fight. Why is he sending a letter this time? Ling Yi, not very interested, responded indifferently, Jingdu is a place where anyone can come to compete? We have over 20 people at rank 3 peak level. Does Fong Ping dare to directly knock on our door? If he does, we can just beat him to death. Han Song was still puzzled about this detail. Is the battlefield in Paradise City? Han Su immediately spoke up. Isn't that place heavily trafficked? It seems inconvenient. Ling Yi then asked about the time of the fight. Did they say when the match is? Han Song replied, the 25th, the next morning. The three fell into silence for a while. Han Song was trying to analyze, why would Fong Ping choose a crowded place for the fight? Jingdu is a suitable place for exchanges, why choose Paradise City? I wonder if Fong Ping has some real scheme. Han Song instructed the other two, when the time comes, bring along a few leaders with us. Just in case martial artists try something. Ling Yi didn't think the situation was that serious, and asked, is it really necessary to go that far? Han Song still just wanted to make sure, so he said, it's better to be cautious. Martial artists nowadays are eager to prove themselves, and defeating Jingdu is the best way to do that. The new students haven't even reported yet, and the student ranked 3RD, the champion from the martial artists. Do you know what that means?
Once the outside world believes Jingdu is no match for the martial artists, some of the talented students might transfer to join the martial artists, and we will suffer huge losses. Han Song had shared his thoughts with them. Ling Yi listened and fell silent for a moment, then had to agree with his opinion. The president makes a lot of sense.
We should be cautious. At the Jingdu Hotel, Fong Ping received a message from the bank.
The message informed him that Paradise City had transferred a huge sum of money into his account.
Fong Ping checked his phone, smiling to himself, feeling quite pleased. Tisk tsk, the support money from Paradise City has arrived. Earning 28 million in half a month isn't bad at all. Should I keep the Yuan Fong company going?
Fu Changding was lying on the sofa in his room, resting his head on a pillow, sighing in frustration. I'm so tired.
You can challenge Ling Yi now,
he said. Even if they are the top 2 leaders in rank 3 of the military, they may not necessarily be her match.
Sitting up, he asked Fong Ping, if you defeat Ling Yi, will you break through to rank 4? Fong Ping replied, maybe not yet.
If I fight her and can't merge my 7 consecutive strikes, I'll still have to continue challenging her.
If I succeed, it doesn't really matter whether those 2 generals challenge me or not. I know they're not my match. Fu Changding immediately sat up and, grabbing Fong Ping's shoulder, asked, 7 consecutive strikes merged? Can your blood blade really do 7 consecutive strikes now? Contrary to the panicked expression on his friend's face, Fong Ping simply answered calmly, not yet.
Fu Changding said, then shook his head, you're so confident. You're already thinking about merging 7 consecutive strikes in a match. Fong Ping replied, as long as you're confident in yourself, that's enough, and Fu Changding really thought so, but if it's this guy doing it, maybe he could actually pull it off in one go. After sitting for a long time, it was time to leave. Fu Changding stood up, heading for the door, and didn't forget to say goodbye. Alright, I'm going now. Yun Shi will also come tomorrow. We'll cheer and support you together. Hearing his crush would be coming, Fong Ping asked nervously, she wants to come? Fu Changding replied, her house is in Chengnan, not too far from here, so of course, she'll be there. Moreover, there's something circulating online about this match. It's a revenge battle, and her uncle found out about it. Principal Chin is really angry and said he wants to come see how things will turn out. If you meet him, you definitely won't get away without taking a beating. Fong Ping awkwardly scratched his head. I see now, I didn't know anything about this. He thought to himself, oh no, Lu Dilly neglected to provide so much information, now I'm completely out of the loop. Oh my, Lu Dilly exaggerated everything without mentioning anything. This probably has nothing to do with me, right? Do I need to warn him to escape before it's too late? After reassessing the situation, Fong Ping realized that he currently only had 7 consecutive hits, not enough to be a match for Ling Yi. He still needed to keep improving in preparation. 51 pieces of core bones needed 51 honed bones. While they couldn't restore vitality during combat, they at least helped to prevent some loss and helped preserve wealth every time vitality was fully restored. After calculating what he needed, Fong Ping realized he was still short by 53 million to continue his goal. In total, he needed an extra 6 million. He immediately raised his phone and called Lu Dilly. The person on the other end of the line was busy getting a massage. When they saw there was a call, they picked up the phone and said, hello. Fong Ping, seeing that the person had answered, went straight to the point. Lu Dilly, where's the commission from the clips? I've watched several clips and the views add up to billions. There should be tens of millions in earnings. Contrary to Fong Ping's expectations, the cameraman responded in a disappointed tone, Big brother, those figures may not be real. The views might show billions, but it's because some websites have bots to increase the views. The results aren't that quick. The website will only give us a maximum of 5 million in the end. Fong Ping didn't believe him at all and replied, stop pretending. Give me 10 million, with that kind of traffic. If I don't demand advertising money from them, then fine. The chubby cameraman insisted, I don't have that much, don't try to scare me. Fong Ping said, let me tell you, there are some masters who want to settle accounts with you. If you don't want to end up being beaten to a pulp, you better think carefully.
Fong Ping's words left him confused. Masters?
Knowing for sure that this person didn't understand the influence of his words, Fong Ping explained, Chen Yunxi's grandfather is a master. I didn't tell you to talk about him. I told you to spread the grudges and personal enmities between the students, and now you're trying to drag the northern and southern masters into this for profit.
The northern and southern masters have hundreds of people. Think about what would happen if I revealed your information.
After hearing this, the person on the other end of the line fell silent for a while. Then, Lu Dili spoke up.
Mr. Fong, I won't share the money anymore, I'll just take 8 million, the rest is all yours, okay? Please stop torturing me.
Fong Ping, seeing the other party's response, replied, I'm not that kind of person. I said I'd share the profit with you, how could I not give it to you?
Here's what we'll do, I'll take 6.5 million, and you take the rest, is that okay? Fong Ping successfully made Lu Dili nod in agreement, thanking him repeatedly. After finishing one matter, Fong Ping let out a sigh of relief.
Sitting on the bed, he began the drunken bone process.
Meanwhile, Lu Dili, at the massage place, couldn't help but feel curious about the words Fong Ping had said. Master? Does he think I'm an idiot? He muttered while checking his phone, thinking to himself, what master would have time to look for a level 3 warrior to settle scores? Does he think Lu Dili is someone who can be easily intimidated?
Put the phone down and focus on preparing, he said with a triumphant smile. I earned 15 million, and giving you 6.5 million is already generous.
This kid Fong Ping didn't sign the contract, so how can he trace his share of the money?
Tomorrow's match is going to be crucial, and I can still make a lot of money.
After filming, I'll just slip away. How could he chase me for this little bit of money?
He naively thought this, not realizing the huge consequences he was about to face, so focused on enjoying the money from others that he failed to see the problem.
On the 25th of the month, the match took place at Paradise City in Jingdu, a place that resembled a Disneyland-style entertainment center.
People were coming and going in droves, all heading to watch the intense match between Fong Ping and Ling Yi. Though the entertainment center had many fun attractions, no one paid attention to them, everyone was fully focused on the match. Han Song, Han Su, and Ling Yi had already arrived long ago. She looked tiny between the two tall guys. Exhausted by the crowd, she complained, are all these people here to watch a performance? Around the arena, people were pushing and shoving to get the best spot. Han Su observed for a while and then said, I think Fong Ping's rapid progress might be because he fears martial arts. The more crowded the place, the greater the pressure in battle.
Perhaps this is his way of training.
Han Song, after thinking for a moment, continued, it could be. He seems confident under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, and he can still exert his best strength. He's even not afraid of the reputation or consequences after a loss.
Maybe he's someone who is determined to go all in.
Ling Yi also pondered for a while and agreed, no wonder he always chooses crowded places, it turns out this is the reason.
Fong Ping? He really can't be underestimated anymore.
As soon as they finished speaking, someone in the crowd pointed at the sky and said, hey, look, someone is standing in the air.
Another person looked up and replied, this is airwalking, a symbol of a strong expert. Impressive, I wish I could fly up too.
In the sky, Old Li and two others were standing, waiting for the match to begin. The principal of Qingnan Martial Artist University stood next to his daughter, Chen Yunxi, and said, your kid is not bad, huh?
Martial artists should fight without fear.
Old Li heard this and could only smile awkwardly. Of course, with such good bloodlines, it would be hard for you to find someone you admire. However, in his heart, he was still worried. If I tell you now that he has received millions in sponsorship, I wonder if you would still think the same? The other fighters also took their places up high to get the best vantage point for the match. Finally, the main character appeared. Fong Ping shouted loudly, surprising everyone, Ling Yi, if you're here, then get ready for battle, don't hide anymore. If Fong Ping had arrived earlier, he would have seen that she had arrived on time, even earlier than him.
Ling Yi leapt towards Fong Ping and asked, me? Hide?
She confidently set her axe on the ground and said, "Fong Ping, you are not someone worthy of me fighting. But since you all brought it to my doorstep like this, if I cripple you later, don't blame me, got it?" Although she was not tall, her tone was not small at all. At this moment, Fong Ping looked at her and smiled, when suddenly a woman with pink hair appeared. "Welcome everyone to the Paradise City. I am your host for this martial arts showdown." Not long ago, Fong Ping single-handedly opened the path for challenges, attracting attention across the online community. I believe everyone can't wait any longer. The match will now. The pink-haired older sister had not finished speaking when Ling Yi interrupted her. She paid no attention to anything else except Fong Ping's words. "What did you just say about me? Are you implying that I'm small?" Her two teammates, hearing this, silently prayed for Fong Ping. Hansu said, "Haha, he's done for. Ling's sister hates being called small." Ling Yi lunged forward, her face full of murderous intent, as if she wanted to crush Fong Ping with that one remark. She shouted, "You want to die, huh?" The tremor from her voice was so strong that it made everyone watching shiver. They all stood frozen in awe, their mouths agape, stunned by the sheer power radiating from her. Though she didn't use much strength, she quickly turned the momentum toward Fong Ping. However, he managed to dodge in time. Seeing the situation escalating, the MC quickly decided to make a hasty exit. "The challenge has begun, everyone." Fong Ping was about to strike back with his blade, but before he could even reach her, Ling Yi blocked him with her massive axe. Leaping into the air, she spun around, ready to launch another move to finish him off quickly. No matter how strong or skillful her moves were, Fong Ping was still quick enough to dodge. He used piercing dash to sidestep. Ling Yi glanced over at him, surprised at how fast he was. When Fong Ping was about to strike with his spear towards Yi, he was quickly blocked by a kick from Ling Yi. However, the kick missed. Ling Yi landed on the ground, a distance away from Fong Ping. The principal from the neighboring school, witnessing Fong Ping's performance, was quite impressed and praised him. "This kid's speed is really fast. Piercing dash seems to be trained quite well." Oldley didn't say anything, but silently thought, "It's not just quite well." He smiled proudly as he looked at his student. Piercing dash is one of the first skills he mastered in his combat tactics. With this speed, he can easily escape from a rank 6 in this area. Saying it's not bad is already enough praise. Next to Fu Changding were an older man and someone who appeared to be his secretary. The older man said, "Fong Ping's speed isn't slow. If Yi wants to beat him, it won't be easy at all." The secretary replied, "Sir, if he relies solely on speed, Yi will win." Amidst the ongoing battle, the sound of clashing weapons echoed continuously, followed by the growls of the two fighters. As their weapons clashed, Yi spoke up, "Have you had enough?" Fong Ping replied, "What's the rush? I just want to see what your true strength is. I'm a bit disappointed. Is this your trump card?" Fong Ping leaped high, intending to use the blood blade technique to attack Ling Yi. However, she focused her strength into a punch and said, "Nice, I've been waiting for this for a long time." Even though Fong Ping launched a flurry of attacks on her head, Ling Yi was still able to block them with just one hand. Her counterattack once again sent him flying. Although Ling Yi was a step slower, Fong Ping quickly dodged. After being knocked back a considerable distance by the massive blow, Fong Ping looked at his right arm and noticed that his sleeve was torn, with blood starting to flow out. He thought to himself, "I used the knife to block the attack, and yet I still got hurt?" After some time of battling, Ling Yi observed carefully and noticed something. "Fong Ping, this is your ultimate move, isn't it?" She continued. The 7 consecutive strikes were weak, and 2 of them even stopped midway. The openings were so obvious. "Are you messing with me?" While Ling Yi was criticizing him, Fong Ping seized the opportunity to rush right up to her and used his mental power to disrupt her mind. However, he did not expect that Ling Yi would not be easily affected by this move. Not only was she unaffected, but she also released a stronger aura, causing Fong Ping to feel dazed. Ling Yi sensed that the moment had come and swung her fist, landing a crushing blow on Fong Ping. It felt as though his ribs had cracked. Thrown far away, Fong Ping spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Yunxi and two elderly people stood high above, observing the situation with worry. She called his name with a worried expression, while her grandfather calmly observed. He immediately recognized the issue. Fong Ping has overestimated the intensity of his mental power. He noticed that even though Ling Yi could not control her mental power, she possessed a tremendous amount of killing intent honed through combat. When the killing intent erupted, it became a powerful force, making Fong Ping's mental power vulnerable to violent shocks. He knew that if he wasn't careful, this situation could cause serious harm to his body. This was no longer a trivial matter. Old Li, witnessing his student injured like this, couldn't help but worry. He said, "I want to check the situation down there." Ling Yi saw that Fong Ping was still standing firm after her attack. Instead of feeling relieved, she was surprised. "Are you really all right?" Fong Ping smiled, holding his chest, and replied, "Of course I'm fine. Do you think my mental power is so fragile that it can just react like that?" Recalling what had just happened, Fong Ping realized he had used his skill at the wrong moment. Although he wasn't seriously injured, he had inadvertently replenished 100 mental power when impacted. Old Li only said I couldn't recover physical strength, not that I couldn't recover mental power. But if mental power is impacted too strongly, it can easily cause someone to panic. Ling Yi thought that Fong Ping would be easy to defeat, but when she saw that he seemed tougher than she expected, she became even more interested. "Now this is interesting." She thought to herself, "Don't try to suppress me with mental energy, it won't mean anything." Fong Ping smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't use mental energy, I can still defeat you." As he spoke, he placed his hand on his chest to treat his injury. He knew his recovery speed at the peak of rank 3 was very fast, and the crack in his rib had healed a little, reducing the pain significantly. Seeing that Fong Ping was fine, Old Li, standing from above, was still surprised and asked, "That kid is really okay?" The principal of the school replied, "Fong Ping's mental energy may not be strong, but it is extremely resilient. After being struck, he can recover instantly. This is much stronger than expected. Even a rank 6 peak powerhouse's mental energy is not easy to use in battle. Once the enemy senses it, they will tear apart the mental energy, and it will have a significant impact. If a master's mental energy is destroyed, there's only one way left: death." Below in the arena, Fong Ping and Ling Yi continued to fight. While dodging attacks, Fong Ping took the opportunity to observe the situation and look for a way to turn the tide. "As long as I don't use mental energy, it won't be unfair, right?" He thought to himself, "But she's so strong it's terrifying. I'm not worried about accidentally killing her, rather, I should worry about her killing me." A strike from Ling Yi caused her axe to slam forcefully into the ground, and it seemed that after this battle, the contractor would have to repair everything. Fong Ping temporarily avoided the blow without having a chance to counterattack due to his injury. Seeing him like that, Ling Yi smiled triumphantly. "Is this the Fong Ping from the rumors, the one who specializes in beating women? Go ahead, hit me." Fong Ping, upon hearing this, didn't care much and retorted sarcastically, "Are you a woman, kid?" Ling Yi couldn't come up with a comeback, and instead, she got so angry that she was about to explode. She screamed, cursing him with the word bastard. Then she charged at him like a wild beast that had escaped its cage. She yelled, "Watch me kill you today." She continuously swung her axe in various ways, but Fong Ping could only barely fend off the blows with his sword. Han Song, who had been observing from the outside the whole time, finally spoke up, "Although neither of you has been seriously injured so far, your vitality, energy, and stamina have all been severely drained. EE can't keep this up much longer." Ling Yi was truly furious, her strength surged, and the killing intent rose within her. She was just waiting for the moment she could crush Fong Ping. He was startled when he sensed this and his face darkened. This deathly aura is just like when old Tian killed a rank 4 martial artist. Fong Ping realized he was about to be cornered, so he had no choice but to counterattack. He shouted and used the 7 consecutive strikes, swinging his sword to strike back. Fu Changding, hearing his friend was about to use that move, suddenly exclaimed, "Is he really going to use 7 consecutive strikes?" But after a moment of shouting without the move appearing, Fong Ping was left helpless, only able to block Ling Yi's attack. The impact of the strike was so strong that he had to retreat. He said, "This large move is nothing interesting, I haven't even wanted to kill you yet." Ling Yi didn't waste any time responding, immediately charging to slash at Fong Ping. He quickly dodged the slash, or else he might have lost his head. In his mind, the 7 consecutive strikes still hadn't appeared. Even though he was still only throwing ordinary strikes, Ling Yi seized the opportunity to land several more blows. Ling Yi sneered, "Fong Ping, chased by a woman like this, aren't you embarrassed? Keep running, you could even run straight out of Paradise City if you have the guts." Unable to use any techniques to deal with Ling Yi for the moment, he felt incredibly frustrated. He wondered, didn't I shout 7 consecutive hits to strike in one blow that day? Why isn't the 7 consecutive strikes coming out? According to theory, my diamond fist should have reached a very high level by now. He was feeling agitated, unable to take it anymore. While running, he suddenly heard someone speaking. Startled, Fong Ping turned around to see Teacher Li standing with his arms crossed, saying, "What is meant by the unification of spiritual power? Just because spiritual power cannot be opposed does not mean it cannot be used. The spirit is inherently a part of the human body, so how can it be entirely viewed as an obstacle?" Upon hearing his teacher's reminder, Fong Ping was slightly stunned and fell into deep thought. Teacher Li is right, just because I thought of it as a limitation doesn't mean it actually is. I'd been too careless. He continued shouting 7 consecutive strikes, intending to land another blow on Ling Yi. She had been hearing his shouting all this time and felt frustrated, retorting, "Stop with the nonsense, stop trying to show off." She swung her axe to strike, but this time, instead of shouting in vain, Fong Ping truly succeeded. The blow sent her flying backward, and she was surprised. Fong Ping checked his stats and realized something was wrong. "My remaining vitality is insufficient to land the final strike, I need to replenish it." At this moment, hesitating whether or not to use it would cost more in the long run due to the system's mechanics. He immediately spent 90 of his wealth to replenish 90 vitality, bringing it from 226 to 316. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Fong Ping charged forward and thrust his sword into Ling Yi. Though she managed to block the strike, the force of the blow was so great that she spat blood. The thrust sent her flying and crashing into the wall, surprising not only her but everyone around her. Han Song and Han Su shouted her name loudly, worried about her, rushing towards the wall. Ling Yi slowly propped herself up, holding her head, and said, "Did I really learn 7 consecutive strikes?" Fong Ping had just completed that move, the strike draining all his strength, leaving him panting. He replied, "I told you, I don't want to kill you. We've both used up all our vitality, let's see if you can keep fighting. I'm not bullying you. We'll fight one-on-one." She was furious, "A one-on-one fight? And you want to take advantage of me?" Ling Yi accepted the challenge, wiped the blood and dust from her face, and stood up. "I'll kill you." She charged forward, determined to fight Fong Ping until he collapsed. No weapons needed, just the collision of their fists was enough to create a small tremor. The two were standing beside Fu Changding, whispering to each other. The secretary seemed dissatisfied with Fong Ping, saying, "Li Changsheng has become a joke now." The other person replied, "It's not that bad. This isn't a life and death battle, it's just a skill test near a breakthrough. Fong Ping is just learning. He's not as simple as everyone thinks. His bone marrow is well trained, his spiritual strength is stable, and his bone marrow he is practiced. Once he reaches rank 6 peak level, he can advance to rank 7. Fu Changding was startled upon hearing this and quickly asked again, "Wait a minute, did I hear that right? Are you saying this person can directly rank up to rank 8? His uncle did not hesitate to nod in agreement. The secretary asked back, "His head is not bone marrow, even if he's a bit faster, it shouldn't be enough to jump directly to rank 8, right?" The uncle had to explain, "The difference between rank 7 and rank 8 lies in the golden body. To become a rank 8 golden body, the entire body must undergo trials for the bone structure, bone marrow, and internal organs. With the Sanjiao blockage cleared, and mental strength meeting the required standard.
Given his current condition, reaching rank 7 difficulty is not too high.
I originally wanted him to be called a master, but it doesn't seem quite right.
Fu Changding was still very confused and asked, so what does that mean?
On the other side, Old Li and Chen Yunxi's grandfather heard this, and her grandfather said, he can be called a standard golden body. Old Li, I didn't pay attention to Fong Ping at first, but his entire bone structure is nearly complete. Although Old Li had heard this, he couldn't help but think, if I remember correctly, the last time we were about to crush this kid, his bone marrow hadn't fully trained yet.
Perhaps we'll need to slice it up for research. Fong Ping and Ling Yi continue to spar.
She tried to punch him, but missed and ended up destroying someone's wall.
Outside the arena, people were gossiping excitedly. These two aren't using weapons, but they're fighting even fiercer than before, huh?
A martial artist of rank 3 is already a weapon in themselves, they can't be weaker than any weapon.
Impressive. I've been practicing for 10 years just to reach rank 2. One person in the crowd recognized a familiar face. Hey, aren't you the cameraman? What are you doing out here? Why aren't you inside filming to make it look good? Lu Dilly responded, didn't you see?
Danger just brushed past me.
What if I die?
Ling Yi distractedly took a punch from Fong Ping right to the chest.
She stepped back, breathing heavily, feeling that her opponent was stronger than before. Very well, Fong Ping, taking advantage of me like that, if you don't kill me, you better not go home. Fong Ping couldn't help but admire the girl. Why are you hitting so hard?
He wondered to himself, not sure what he did wrong, hitting the head would kill.
The limbs are flexible, not easy to hit. Attacking the chest should create a better attacking position. Han Song looked at the scene and could only sigh. Fong Ping's 7 consecutive strikes have injured Ling Yi quite a bit.
The shock to her internal organs makes her physical strength not on par with Fong Ping.
There's no need to keep fighting. Upon hearing his president, Han Su could only curse silently and wait for the inevitable result of defeat. Ling Yi kept getting knocked down and then charging back up, causing Fong Ping to exclaim, "Will you stop already?" It was only when Han Song approached and blocked her that Ling Yi finally stopped. He said, "I can stop now." She was surprised to see the president standing there.
He continued, "Fong brother is very capable, but to reach rank 3 champion, he still needs some combat experience."
Fong Ping felt a bit cautious upon hearing him call this person president. President, you say?
He suddenly realized this person was President Li Hansong of Jingdu University Martial Arts.
He sighed, "You guys are giving me too much credit.
Compared to the people from the military and Ling Yi, my experience is still lacking. But if it were a life or death battle, I feel like I could kill her 10 times over."
Fong Ping added, "It's just that I don't want to take advantage of the situation right now."
He had finished replenishing his vitality and was ready to continue fighting if the other side wanted to.
The group around Ling Yi gritted their teeth, unable to believe that Fong Ping still had the stamina to keep fighting.
The village chief said nothing, silently assessing the opponent, feeling that the adversary was truly strong. His only tactic was overwhelming force, and if his ultimate move couldn't defeat him, the only option was to accept defeat. In a life or death battle, his ability to recover vitality made him a tough opponent to deal with.
Ling Yi angrily said, "Although you have mastered the ultimate move, your weaknesses are still huge. If it weren't for the advantage of vitality, you might not have been able to defeat me."
Ling Yi, furious, placed her hands on her hips and said, "Wait and see, I won't trouble you before rank 7.
When we reach the master stage, the advantage of vitality won't matter anymore."
Fong Ping only smiled lightly and replied, "Up until now, no one I've surpassed has been able to catch up to me. Ling's sister, if you have hope, I'll wait for you at the master stage." Ling Yi felt provoked, and with her hot-tempered nature, she was angry but helpless. After all, she had already lost.
Along with Han Song and Han Su, she could only snort coldly and walk away.
After they had gone some distance, the pink-haired MC came out and announced the result of the martial arts showdown. The winner of this battle is the Laha martial artist, Fong Ping.
Everyone immediately cheered for him. Fong Ping is so cool, so strong. Rank 3 champion. The crowd shouted and celebrated his victory. However, among them, 2 people remained silent, saying nothing and showing no expression. Fu Changding stood up, walked over to his friend, put his arm around him, and said, "I really admire you, you even managed to beat Ling Yi?" Fong Ping outwardly appeared confident. "Is there anyone at my level who can be my opponent? It's just that I don't want to bully someone else's child." However, deep down, he silently felt lucky that he had managed to unleash his ultimate move in time, otherwise, he would have taken a few more punches. Fu Changding was tired of his friend and muttered to himself that Fong Ping was probably about to explode as well. Just when they were having a pleasant conversation, Fong Ping suddenly heard someone call his name. He turned around and saw Chen Yunxi and her grandfather descending from the sky. The 2 of them bowed their heads respectfully to greet Master Chen. Chen Yunxi smiled and said to him, "Fong Ping, congratulations on your 6 consecutive victories." He rubbed his head and thanked her. "Thanks, but it's nothing to celebrate." As Ling Yi said, "I still have flaws. Rank 3 in the realm of martial artists isn't complete yet." She asked him, "So, will you continue to challenge others?" Fong Ping thought for a moment and replied, probably. I haven't fought against a martial artist from the military branch yet, so it might be helpful for me. Battling tactics and combat skills need to be honed in actual fights, and besides, when you're not killing the weak, you're avoiding the strong. There are very few opportunities for me to have time to digest things. Before he could finish speaking, not even a second passed before Li teacher grabbed him by the collar and pulled him up, surprising everyone. He said, "Indeed, when you hone all the bones, everything becomes heavier." Fong Ping blushed furiously, struggling to break free. "Master, this is a scenic spot, there are many people here, please let me down." Lu Dili held the camera, taking advantage of the opportunity to film the whole scene, saying, "This is good footage." Fong Ping shouted, "Lu Dili, it was you who said online that so-and-so had a secret relationship, right?" Chen Yunxi's grandfather seemed to have recognized the person who spread the false rumors, damaging the reputation of his master, and immediately turned toward him. Just a second later, he was standing beside him, patting his shoulder, but not in the usual way. The way he patted caused him to fall halfway to the ground, trembling and unable to do anything. He said, "Young man, you are someone who gathers information, yet you use unverified information. Next time, don't report recklessly. Do you understand?" Fong Ping could only laugh inwardly, this nonsense filming. Not long after feeling satisfied, he was pulled away by Teacher Li. He told him, "Come with me to the research department for a trip." Fong Ping strongly objected, "I want to go to the Ministry of Defense to challenge Chen Sufeng and Guo Xianxi." Teacher Li replied, "They are all away right now." Seeing there was no way out, he shouted, "Then let me go home." Master Chen stepped forward, "It would be useful to understand a bit about your own situation." "Fong Ping, don't be so shy with the doctor." Teacher Li continued to persuade, "No one is looking for you right now because there's no face left. After we're all gone, who will care about how you're doing? Get it checked properly, silence them, and there will be no trouble in the future." Fong Ping understood that, but he still stubbornly didn't want to go. "I just beat Ling Yi, I'm so happy. Can't the 2 of you talk a little longer?" Old Li then responded, "You should be modest in their territory. If it weren't for old Chen being here, who knows, maybe some old ghost without any face would come after me." As soon as he finished speaking, Old Li suddenly fell to the ground as Master Chen warned Old Lu, leaving everyone in shock. He said, "Well done, Fong Ping, later on when you reach rank 7, take revenge for me, turn that guy's head into a pig's head." The more they cursed silently, the deeper the person fell, and Old Li almost got dragged all the way into that hole. Fong Ping and Fu Changding could only remain silent, both thinking the same thing, "You can't speak carelessly, or you'll end up on the ground like this." Chen Master stood with his arms crossed, watching Li teacher climb out of the pit. "After all these years, your temper hasn't changed." He said, "I'm not afraid of them. A martial artist should step on Jingdu and sit on it." Once he stood up, he continued explaining, "Old Chen, Qingnan Martial Artist University isn't weak, but every year, Jingdu steals all the best seedlings. The local talents can't be kept, no wonder we're getting weaker and weaker.
If it were me, I would have broken down their door a long time ago.
The teacher didn't know what else to say, so he decided to leave early. It's getting late, we should head back to Qingnan.
Carrying his granddaughter, Chen Master sped off, while Chen Yinshi waved goodbye to everyone. Teacher, I'm going back first.
Fu Changding furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, wait, did I go invisible or something?
Old Li saw that everyone else was leaving and decided to follow. I'll head out too, go back and check on the martial artist tests.
Have you heard? The military challenge department, I've been there quite a few times. Anything could happen there, and you never know what to expect. Fong Ping said, I understand, thank you, Li teacher. Fong Ping thanked him, then watched him walk away. Left with his two friends, Fong Ping asked, is your pride hurt now?
Fu Changding mumbled, facing the mental pressure of a master at rank 6 peak level, it's only right that I couldn't hold up.
He said to himself, maybe that's true.
Earlier, in the catacomb, I used my mental power to suppress a martial artist at rank 5, but I almost got thrown off by my opponent's escape. Li teacher is at the peak of rank 6, though he doesn't seem to care, you can still see that he's quite upset. Even though he thought so, Fong Ping chose not to speak it out loud. He joked to lighten the mood, maybe he's just having fun, these old folks and kids. Over by Lu Dili, he couldn't lift his large, bulky body. Checking his stats, he realized that the last time the system upgraded, there was a plus sign added to the interface, but he hadn't used it yet. Previously, increasing 1 vitality required 1000 wealth, and he wondered if it had changed now. He decided to increase 1 vitality limit, and immediately, the numbers on the stats sheet shifted. Startled by the strange change within himself, he exclaimed, is my physique changing? Looking vaguely at his hands, he felt something different and couldn't help but wonder. Though he had spent over 10 times the wealth, the effect was truly remarkable. Previously, when using the system to increase the limit, his body couldn't handle it, but this time was different. Though the change was small, he could feel his body adapting and growing stronger. Extremely satisfied, Fong Ping laughed out loud, impressive, isn't it? If I keep adding infinitely, wouldn't my physical strength also be able to advance infinitely? No need to train internal energy, and I could still fight against rank 6, rank 3 champions. Turns out, it's been predetermined by me all along. Although he was truly happy, it still made him feel uneasy, prompting him to reconsider, but with the system's calculations, perhaps there will be a limit? Just not sure if mental power can be like vitality. Reflecting back, he remembered last time, when he broke through to 500 mental power, it forced him to increase by an hour, causing him to lose his memory for a while. Mental power is related to the brain, it's better not to mess with it. Lost in thought, suddenly a notification sound from his phone brought him back to reality. He picked it up and muttered, then angrily shouted, income from the video fighting Ling Yi? Only 1 million? Impatient, he stood up and called the fat guy, but the other end immediately said, sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Fong Ping got furious when the fat guy didn't answer, alright, you dare hang up on me. He had to find another way, so Fong Ping picked up the phone again, but this time he called the customer service center of the website. The person on the other end picked up and greeted him. He immediately got to the point, hello, I am Fong Ping. I want to check the earnings from my clip. The person on the other end of the line was startled and exclaimed, oh, is that Fong Ping, the rank 3 champion? Realizing he was being slightly unprofessional, the employee coughed a few times before returning to the matter at hand. Well, we require you to provide identity verification information. After Fong Ping agreed, the employee continued, your clip has been bought by Old Lu for 6 million. The total commission for the clip is 21 million. Having gotten the information he needed, Fong Ping hung up. He muttered to himself, 21 million in earnings, but they only gave me 7.5 million. Split in half, although I said it verbally, I really did give him partial usage rights to the clip. Now I don't have any proof to argue with. Humph, you dare take the money and run, huh? This guy must want to break through to rank 3 with that money. Once he does, he'll be recruited into the big district. Ha, very well, just make sure I don't run into you. Elsewhere, Lu Dilly was at some store buying a few items. The employee handed him a bag and said, "Old Lu, here are your 4 honing bones, 2 protecting lungs, and 3 rank 3 vitality pills." He took the bag, feeling satisfied, and thought to himself, "Finally, I can break through to rank 3. This way, I won't be any worse than Fong Ping, right?" He confidently spoke, but in his mind, he regretted not keeping 1 million to spend on himself. Zhang Dingnan had long known about Fong Ping's challenges, and he said, the integration of essence, qi, and spirit. "Fong Ping, it seems that the path to master has truly opened up for you." Fong Ping curiously asked, "If I become a rank 3 champion, does that mean the path to master is really open?" Zhang Dingnan then explained, "The purpose of the championship is the integration of the spirit, a state of personal fulfillment. It's not to say that you'll definitely achieve it, but if you maintain this momentum until reaching the peak of rank 6, you may naturally step into master. Moreover, have you noticed? No matter who you challenge, almost no one creates obstacles for you, and instead, they cooperate very well." Fong Ping listened and agreed, replying, "Though there are a few minor issues, overall, things are still progressing smoothly." Zhang Dingnan further reinforced this point, "It's because others also want to achieve the same accomplishments on your champion path. They all want to walk that same road." Zhang Dingnan continued at length, "Actually, your teacher is also pursuing this state, but she always encounters psychological obstacles. In the end, only a few people can truly walk the champion's path." Fong Ping wanted to resolve all his doubts, so he asked, "If I become a champion, can others still walk that path?" Zhang Dingnan immediately replied, "They just consider themselves invincible, not having fought with you and not losing to you, so they can still go. Moreover, even if they lose, as long as there is enough trust, they can still maintain their life and state." Fong Ping exclaimed, gradually understanding the issue, "So that's the case. In that case, if it were Lu teacher, could she help her break through the psychological barriers, and if she persists in her belief, is there still hope?" Zhang Dingnan was a little contemplative when he heard the question. "There is hope, and it's not small. Do you know why Bai teacher brought Yunxi to Lu Fengro?" Fong Ping innocently replied, "Wasn't it because Bai teacher was injured?" Zhang Dingnan knew the answer was wrong, so he said, "Chen Yunxi is the granddaughter of Chen Yaoting, how could Bai Ruoxi arrange such a thing?" As expected, it was Huang Jing's order. Fong Ping did not expect this. Was it because of Dean Huang? Zhang Dingnan explained, "Chen Yunxi is very much like Lu Fengrou's daughter, both in personality, family background, and circumstances. Sending her to Fengro is to help her face the truth that her daughter has really passed away, and thereby overcome the psychological barrier." Fong Ping still found it hard to understand, scratching his head and asking, "But Lu teacher once said that master martial artists don't want her to break through, right?" Zhang Dingnan just smiled lightly. "Not everyone is unsupportive, each person has their own ideals that they persist in. The 4 great master martial artists now, the principal is dead, only 3 remain. Wu Chushan and Huang Jing are from 2 different sects, while senior Lu Palu maintains neutrality. Wu Chushan's ideal is elimination, selecting a large number of students, training them to the top rank, and then throwing them into the catacombs to hone their skills. The number of people who come out are the future powerhouses. Huang Jing, on the other hand, inherits the principal's ideals, where strong fighters fight on the front lines and the weak in the rear are forged. The reason he wanted Lu Fengro to break through to master was because of this. But in the end, she became a double-edged sword." Zhang Dingnan explained for a while, "Is Wu Chushan wrong? Or is Huang Jing the one who was wrong? No one knows for sure. Fong Ping, you come from Nanjiang, so I'm telling you all this. If you want to live well in the martial artist world, don't reveal your biases too early." He advised Fong Ping, "You're about to reach rank 4, endless vitality, honed bones are no longer something you can or cannot possess. This includes powerhouses like Lu Fengro and Li Changshang. Some masters will place their bets on you." Hearing him say this, Fong Ping joked, "So, President, what about you? Are you also betting on me?" Zhang Dingnan said, "Just take it as it is. I hope that there will be martial artists who can achieve higher status and benefits, such as becoming the leader of the Martial Arts Society of Martial Artists. He continued, the Martial Arts Society represents the students, it is the social organization of martial artists. Teachers originating from there will follow its directives. If by chance, Jiangnan faces a major battle and others do not come to its aid, you can use your authority to summon powerful experts to support Nanjiang.
People who hear such words would become more ambitious, but Fang Ping, with his Navi personality, desired even more.
He said, President, I actually feel that it would be better if I became a direct master and the principal. Zhang Dingnan laughed, you mischievous kid, becoming a principal is not as easy as you think. You must have the ability to make everyone submit, and you also need to have strength. If, after graduation, you can reach rank 5 martial artist or rank 6, then becoming the vice president of Nanjiang wouldn't be a problem. Fang Ping scratched his head and ears, and the other person laughed as well. President, I'm just a freshman.
I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
He said, true, it's too early to talk about that now, isn't it? Fang Ping continued, actually, I came this time to seek your advice on the cultivation of the blood blade.
Zhang Dingnan replied, I knew it. Go ahead and speak.
Zhang Dingnan agreed and told Fang Ping to step back. When Fang Ping reached the back of the room, Zhang Dingnan gestured for him to stop. He swung his hand to perform a move, and Fang Ping suddenly felt the aura from him as powerful as that of a giant. However, instead of being struck to the point of broken bones and shattered flesh, Fang Ping was merely tapped lightly on the head. He stood frozen, not understanding what was happening.
Zhang Dingnan said, this is the fusion technique. Do you feel anything? Fang Ping sweated coldly, still dizzy, and replied, there's no way for me to escape.
Zhang Dingnan finally removed his hand from Fang Ping's head and said seriously, then that's wrong. If there is no escape, you would definitely die. Your rank 3 ultimate technique has a huge flaw, a technique that can be avoided is not considered an ultimate technique. He explained further, mid-rank warriors, their momentum and the condensation of their power have reached an extreme. The rank 4s you killed in the catacombs were actually weak. A powerhouse like a social cultivator among us, if they are rank 4 or higher, their mere aura alone is enough to kill you in one move. No matter how many tricks you have, you wouldn't even have a chance to use them. Fang Ping asked, there can't be many high-level powerhouses like that, right?
Fang Ping asked, and Zhang Dingnan replied, indeed, there aren't many of them.
They rarely appear in the outer regions and usually train deep within the catacombs. Once you go deeper, sooner or later, you'll run into them.
Fang Ping asked, deeper in the catacombs?
Fang Ping muttered to himself, the Emodu catacombs stretch 5,000 km east to west, 2,000 km north to south, and the Jiaoxiang forest, hundreds of miles from Fort Xiwang, already has a demonic beast of rank 7. How strong must the monsters be deeper in the catacombs? Then a few things suddenly flashed in his mind, and Fang Ping continued, by the way, President, what is Nyoko Kali?
Zhang Dingnan was surprised and asked, you encountered it?
Fang Ping confirmed, yes. Zhang Dingnan explained, the general meaning is that I am very weak, and experts won't kill the weak. It's a plea not to be killed. Normally, experts of the same level wouldn't say such things. The catacombs follow ancient rules, experts don't kill the weak, so an expert admitting defeat doesn't lose face. After hearing this, Fang Ping felt as if struck by lightning. He secretly cursed his teacher, Li teacher, you're something else. No wonder I've been humiliated several times. I know what you meant, but it still feels like such an insult. Fortunately, the people I encountered were only rank 4 or 5, so it wasn't too embarrassing. In the end, I even had my exam destroyed and my achievements wiped out. Zhang Dingnan said a few more words before returning to his desk, if you encounter it, there's no need to worry too much. Just kill it directly. Martial artists in the catacombs should be wiped out. Fang Ping thanked him, bowed his head to bid farewell, and expressed gratitude to the president for his guidance. Wang Jingyang, who had been waiting outside, saw his friend coming out and asked, how did it go? Fang Ping replied with a frown, I have an idea about the 7 consecutive hits now.
In the car, Fong Ping continued to ask, Wang brother, do you know about the e-commerce stalls for martial artists? Wang Jingyang answered while driving, I've heard of it. You can buy pills online. You pay in advance for the semester, why are you asking about this? Fong Ping continued to be curious, is that the meaning of Nanwu? It saves labor and can also mobilize students' initiative?
Wang Jingyang didn't care much, treating it as just a casual answer. Our resources aren't like martial artists, paying in advance isn't possible.
Fong Ping concluded, then we can temporarily hold off on opening the lending system.
Actually, I want to create a channel aimed at schools nationwide, starting with Nanwu. He explained why he had that thought. The Energy Resource Room, Vitality Lake of martial artists, and Nanwu all lack them.
The preparation in terms of strategy is not as much as that of martial artists.
Although some experts have publicly revealed their strategies, everyone still maintains the attitude of everyone looks after themselves. The situation is getting more and more tense now, and I feel that domestic martial artist universities should support each other, rather than being limited to just one family, one land.
Wang Jingyang seemed to understand his younger brother's point, his eyes lighting up. Wait a minute, are you saying that the resources and assets of martial artists can be opened up for Nanwu? Fong Ping confirmed, that's right.
When the traffic light turned red, Wang Jingyang began to think carefully about this issue. No matter how excited he was, he still had to face the reality. Impossible, you can't be in charge of this. Even though the external threat is right in front of us, everyone still has their own interests.
What you just said involves the key elements of martial artist universities. How could they allow outsiders to use them?
Fong Ping replied, maintaining the dignity and position of the universities is not about making the opponents weaker, but about becoming stronger. Right now, I don't have the power to expand these things, but I believe that day is not far off.
Progressing in strength and expanding influence will give me more authority to speak up. For now, we are just building a foundation. Fong Ping tried to persuade Wang Jingyang.
He seemed to waver, but being a person of reason, he understood that words alone may not always be the truth.
He asked, if a stage is built, who will be the one to operate and lead it? Fong Ping replied innocently, Yuan Fong will be in charge of construction and operation, this way it will benefit the integration later on.
Wang Jingyang shook his head in disagreement. Nanwu will not allow an outsider to control such a channel. If this happens, all of our students' documents, including their cultivation progress, will be exposed to martial artists. Fong Ping tried to argue back, I am me, Yuan Fong is Yuan Fong, martial artists and martial artists are unrelated.
That's just your thinking. Wang Jingyang asked, so what do you mean? Fong Ping didn't fully understand what he was trying to say. Wang Jingyang explained, Nanwu will build its own channel, and the Ministry of Education will step in to unify and control it. Fong Ping still didn't fully understand, and in his mind, he thought, if that's the case, why am I even wasting my effort? He responded, having the Ministry of Education in charge would be biased. Will it be martial artists or Jingdu in charge? Or will there be other schools involved? In fact, it would be even more troublesome, and could lead to dissatisfaction from the great masters.
He continued, if our students play around a bit, they won't receive as much favor as this.
How about this, the channel will be assigned to Yuan Fong for operation, but Nanwu will maintain its independence for now.
As for the student materials, I honestly feel there's no need to keep them secret.
Do you still want to hide dozens of rank 4 and 5 students who haven't shown themselves yet? Fong Ping shared the plan with him. Wang Jingyang seemed somewhat convinced, but he was still uncertain.
Finally, the traffic light turned green. Wang Jingyang continued driving and spoke to Fong Ping, ultimately agreeing, you make a good point.
Let's try it, but I'm not getting my hopes up too high.
In his mind, he thought, martial artists and Nanwu, both Fong Ping and I have certain authorities. 2 cases of cooperation will be easier to calculate, but expecting a small independent channel to reconcile 99 martial artist universities is like trying to climb to the sky.
Changing the subject, Wang Jingyang asked, next, you're preparing to break through to rank 4, right? Fong Ping answered, I still have to wait.
I need 7 consecutive hits at rank 3 before I can break through.
Wang Jingyang asked, "Is this really necessary?"
Feng Ping said, "Work must have both a beginning and an end. Third place and first place are different, only first place is recognized, only first place sustains attention, and only first place achieves greater fame. This will help secure an advantage in future competition. Wang brother, in the martial arts world, your reputation is not small, but this society is still one of ordinary people, not many know you, right?"
Feng Ping continued, "With my current reputation, after the semester begins, perhaps I'll be able to recruit new students into my martial arts association.
A few years from now, martial artists will come to know Feng Ping, and from there, I'll replace the position of the martial arts society."
Wang Jingyang glanced at him. "Your ambition is truly great."
Feng Ping did not think so. "I don't have ambition, it's just self-defense. The catacombs have seeped into me, and I can only make myself stronger.
I cannot passively accept everything like this. Are there so many secrets of the catacombs that we need to know? The higher-ups make decisions, do we have the right to know in advance?
I don't just want to know, I also want to participate in the power. Perhaps dealing with martial artists is not the issue, but without power, how can one rely on their ideas to change Nanwu?"
Feng Ping expressed his thoughts.
He was not yet finished. Strength, power, and intelligence must all be present.
When these three things focus on one person, only then can they be called a martial artist.
Wang Jingyang heard Feng Ping's words and could only smile.
Feng Ping then asked another question, "Wang brother, if two mid-rank martial artists discuss these matters and it gets out, would people laugh at us?"
Wang Jingyang chuckled, "Master, that's just a matter of time."
Feng Ping looked at him, feeling the atmosphere become more relaxed.
He said, "Yeah, you're right, it's just a matter of time."
At the end of July, Feng Ping returned home to meditate.
Due to his lack of wealth, both his vitality and mental strength could only be replenished through rest and recovery. Fortunately, in addition to eating, he could also absorb vitality by carrying energy stones for recovery. His mental strength had made some progress as well, with his 7 consecutive hits still being honed, and his meditation had also improved steadily.
On August 5th, a small-scale flood occurred in Ruan City. The news on TV reported that a mountain branch had collapsed. Fortunately, the incident did not cause major casualties or property damage.
Feng Ping grabbed an umbrella and went outside, as the sky was filled with thunder and rain.
He silently gazed at the overcast sky and thought, could it be the energy leaking out from opening the passage? He could sense the energy of Yang City was growing stronger by the day. Ruan? It's not far from Yang City, less than 80 kilometers.
He felt the door to the Nanjiang district opening wider and closer. Muttering a few words, he said, "Perhaps it's time to move out." The storm had passed for a few days, and Feng Ping went to the military department to find the next person to fight. The North Kong Army had Qin Su Feng, the North Kong Army had Guo Xian, two of the most outstanding individuals in the military department, each stepping forward in turn. The teacher there said to Feng Ping, "You can choose one of these two to fight, it doesn't matter who you fight. These two often compete with each other, with a win-loss ratio of 50-50.
Feng Ping could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, why are these people so decisive?
Without hesitation, he said, "If we're fighting, let's fight the first one.
I want to fight Qin Su Feng."
They stood in the sparring room, greeting each other respectfully before beginning.
Feng Ping spoke gently, and Qin Su Feng nodded in return.
Less than a second later, Qin Su Feng charged forward, thrusting his sword directly at Feng Ping.
Of course, our protagonist easily dodged. Feng Ping silently assessed his opponent, thinking to himself, "You're using your ultimate move right from the start? Fine, I'll strike right back."
He gripped his sword tightly and swung it forcefully towards Qin Su Feng. Their weapons collided, producing a loud sound in the room. The sword flew off, and Qin Su Feng kicked toward Feng Ping, but he managed to block it just in time before his head became a ball on the soccer field.
Feng Ping's arm ached from blocking the blow of his opponent.
He widened his eyes in shock as he saw the opponent's fist coming towards his face. Leaning backward, he dodged yet another strike. Taking a few steps back, Feng Ping silently assessed his opponent based on his fighting style.
Fong Ping thought to himself, although his attack method seems simple, there's absolutely no mercy in it.
I'll have to crush his momentum. He saw his opponent raise his sword, aiming the sharp tip directly at him. Fong Ping swung his sword upward, striking heavily against Chen Shufeng's blade. However, strangely, his opponent maintained his cold demeanor, showing no signs of wavering, and continued to focus solely on injuring Fong Ping. Fong Ping realized that no matter how he struck him, the opponent remained focused on a single goal, so he would have to change his approach to counter the attacks. The two moved apart, and Fong Ping clicked his tongue in frustration, cursing inwardly, why won't he just run away? Or has he figured out that I won't kill him? Or is this the style of a martial soldier? Chen Shufeng continued to thrust his sword straight at Fong Ping, relentlessly trying to injure him, his face devoid of any emotion. Fong Ping observed and realized, the martial soldiers fight quickly and powerfully, always aiming to finish things as swiftly as possible. This is the true fighting style of a martial artist from the military. The two swords clashed, creating a small tremor that pushed Chen Shufeng and Fong Ping apart. The other person regained balance and threw his sword straight at Fong Ping. The tip of the sword was very close to his face, and it was only at that moment that he realized and quickly deflected it. It turned out that the move was merely a distraction. The other person had already rushed in, his fist aimed directly at Fong Ping's face. Fong Ping used his left hand to swipe his opponent's hand aside, causing him to freeze in surprise, unable to react. Fong Ping's right hand swung the sword up, using the 7 consecutive hits technique, just like how Zhang Dingnan had done to him. The sword descended onto Chen Shufeng's head with the accumulated force of many breaths, the pressure so intense that the entire room shook. Standing still for a moment, Chen Shufeng finally realized his head was bleeding, feeling as if he was waking up from a shock. Fong Ping said, "You've lost." After recovering from the impact of Fong Ping's strength, Chen Shufeng asked, "Your right hand erupted to block my attack. Can your left hand erupt again? Can you tell me how high your vitality is?" Fong Ping answered, "Over 1400. Chen Shufeng rubbed his bleeding head inside, "You're indeed very strong. You can strike with 2 moves at once, your mental strength must also be formidable. And yet, you still held back against me. If you had accelerated just a little more, you could have killed me." Fong Ping calmly replied, "It's just that I don't want to kill anyone." In his mind, he thought, Chen Shufeng's strength isn't necessarily much stronger than Ling Yi's. He has an advantage in his powerful strikes, each blow capable of being lethal. If there's even a slight deviation in the battle, one could lose their life instantly. If these two were to truly engage in a life and death fight, Chen Shufeng might have to pay the price of severe injury to kill Ling Yi. Chen Shufeng laughed, amused by Fong Ping's attitude. He said, "That's why I prefer to fight martial artists from the catacombs. If it's not him who dies, then it will be me." At that moment, the teacher from the military academy approached Fong Ping and asked, "Have you thought about going to the North Kong army to hone your skills for a while? Your strength is not weak, but I noticed you still lack much experience in real-life combat situations involving bloodshed." Fong Ping appreciated the invitation but firmly declined, saying, "Thank you for the offer, but I still have a lot of unfinished business at school. Perhaps I should return and complete it first." The teacher sighed, "Such a pity." Before leaving, Guo Xian stepped forward and gave Fong Ping a few instructions. "Fong Ping, when you return to school, please take care of my younger brother, Guo Shang." Fong Ping was taken aback. "Huh, your younger brother? He's your real brother?" Guo Xian nodded, "Yes." Fong Ping asked further, and Guo Xian responded, "Actually, I wanted him to become a martial artist, but seeing his determination to follow his own path, I couldn't stop him. People like me, we just hope for the safety of our family. Please take care of him." Not only does Guo Xian have relatives that Fong Ping needs to take care of, but so does Chen Shufeng. He said, "You should also take care of my cousin, Shen Yinshi." Fong Ping asked in surprise, "Huh, is she your biological sister?" Chen Shufeng shook his head, "No, she's just my cousin." Fong Ping was stunned for a moment, wondering why he had suddenly become responsible for looking after a classmate's relative.
He curiously turned to ask the teacher, "Teacher, do you have any relatives that I need to take care of? I want to know if there are any more family members involved." The teacher chuckled softly and said, "Take care of yourself first. The most important thing is to become a master. A master can defeat thousands of rank 3s on their own. If Nation H has another master, that would be another hope for victory in the future." Fong Ping nodded confidently and replied, "Don't worry, teacher. I believe it will be very soon." Hearing Fong Ping's confident words, the teacher couldn't help but ponder. He thought to himself, very soon? If becoming a master were that easy, Nation H wouldn't have taken hundreds of years to have more than 300 masters. More than half of them are over 80 years old. Watching Fong Ping's figure as he walked away, chatting happily with his classmates, the teacher wondered, he's not even 20 years old yet. Even if there really is hope, how many more years will it take for him to succeed? The martial artist rankings have just experienced a major shift. Fong Ping, previously ranked 4th, has now risen to the top, officially becoming the number 1 rank on the 8th of this month. At the logistics department of the Martial Artist Association, Fong Ping went to look for Li Teacher but couldn't find him. He noticed a receptionist and approached her to ask, "Isn't this the spot for Li Teacher? Can you tell me where he is? Or did I come to the wrong place?" The receptionist smiled and replied, "No, you didn't go the wrong way, Mr. Fong Ping. Li Dean has moved to work at the Weaponry Academy." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping was taken aback and exclaimed, "Dean? What's going on? What is this? Such a strange title, why haven't I heard of it before?" Without hesitation, Fong Ping rushed straight to the Weaponry Academy and went directly to Li Teacher's office. As soon as he entered, he called out loudly, "Teacher! Teacher, you became a dean?" Li Teacher calmly responded, "Just a title." Fong Ping naturally sat down at the desk in the office, teasingly asking, "Why didn't you take the dean position to make it more impressive?" Li Teacher chuckled lightly and replied, "The Weaponry Academy is the face of martial artists. Who could take on the role without being a master? All right, enough talk. Go back to the research center and get the test samples, I'm really busy here." Fong Ping frowned, "Really? Do I have to go?" As soon as the mention of the test came up, Fong Ping couldn't help but scowl in discomfort. Li Teacher saw that Fong Ping still had no intention of leaving and gave him a glare, but didn't scold him. Instead, he calmly said, "Actually, the powerhouses who failed at rank 9, after their breakthrough, all provide some blood and bone samples for the research department. It's not for personal gain or anything. The elixirs need these to develop. You can go, whether there's anything discovered or not, it will still be a great contribution to humanity." Fong Ping looked at his teacher with a bewildered expression, feeling as though the teacher was speaking about a completely different world. He only replied with 2 words, "I understand." In his mind, he thought, so all the masters are doing this? Li Teacher didn't say it earlier, made me think it was something serious. Li Teacher didn't pay attention to Fong Ping, continuing to bury himself in his work. Seeing this, Fong Ping felt a little embarrassed and spoke up to grab his attention. "Actually, I came here to ask you about breaking through to rank 4. Upon hearing this, the teacher looked at him in surprise. That was quick. This kid just enrolled not long ago, back then he wasn't even a true martial artist. Yet, in less than a year, he's already broken through to rank 4. Li Teacher stood up, rummaging through something in the room, then said, "If you want to step into the rank 4 realm, you need to practice the methods of honing internal organs. This is a process of exchanging vitality from the inside out, known as tempering the internal organs." Fong Ping asked in confusion, "Bridge building, teacher?" Old Li calmly explained, "Building a bridge is creating an energy pathway within the body. It connects to the internal organs, including the 6 major organs such as the heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, and other organs." He took out a book and handed it to Fong Ping. Fong Ping flipped through a few pages and then asked, "Master, I know about the other organs and the 6 major organs, but what is San Jiao?" Old Li immediately replied, "San Jiao refers to the 3 void doors in the body, similar to mental energy,
which doesn't exist in a physical form. The vitality of a martial artist can easily dissipate, and as age increases, vitality also decreases. Therefore, at rank 6, the most important goal is to seal these 3 doors.
Fong Ping curiously asked, "What is the function of San Jiao?"
Old Li smiled and said, "You cannot experience it now, it's pointless to explain.
Just focus on reaching rank 4 first." Fong Ping reluctantly nodded and continued listening to him explain.
Old Li continued, "To connect the 5 organs, you need to build 5 energy bridges. When you complete the first bridge, you will enter rank 4 as a martial artist.
Once all 5 bridges are completed, you will reach mid-rank 4.
After that, the process of refining will start from the heart and gradually move through the 5 organs.
Once the heart is refined, you will enter high rank 4.
When all the 5 organs are fully refined, you will reach peak rank 4.
Fong Ping listened intently, but still couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is it very dangerous to cultivate the heart at rank 4, Master?"
Old Li looked at Fong Ping, his gaze slightly serious but still reassuring him, "Whether it's dangerous or not depends on your foundation and preparation. However, refining the 6 major organs is a task for rank 5 martial artists. You don't need to worry too much, just focus on overcoming each stage one at a time. It is impossible to hide the truth about the dangers related to the body," Li teacher said calmly. "The danger is definitely present.
The heart is one of the most important organs in the human body. And this process consumes a large amount of vitality.
Normally, people have to go to the vitality lake to perform it. Fortunately, your vitality is almost unlimited, so you don't need to go to that lake, which can save a lot of your study time."
Upon hearing this, Fong Ping immediately objected, "No, I need it." He secretly remembered, "Right now, I don't have that much wealth. If I don't have the vitality lake, how can I make up for the consumption?"
Li teacher glanced at him, returning to his slightly indifferent demeanor. He shook his head, shrugged, and said, "All right, I think we'll go with that. You just need to buy some viscera shielding pills to protect your internal organs.
If you're really afraid of dying, I can support you."
Fong Ping, though slightly annoyed by his teacher's attitude, still humbly agreed, "Then I'll trouble you, Li teacher." In his heart, he couldn't help but pray to the gods, "Please, protect me."
"I'm willing to accept it."
Unexpectedly, Li teacher laughed maliciously and called out, "Fong Ping." He looked up, and the teacher continued, "Actually, cultivating step by step is not what geniuses usually do.
Isn't your vitality quite high?
I think you can completely try building all 5 bridges at once and directly step into mid-rank 4.
Quick and decisive, let's get to the blood."
The teacher's words stunned Fong Ping.
He exclaimed, "Oh, can that really be done?" Fong Ping thought for a moment, slightly hesitant.
He assessed the situation. "I remember the other rank 3 martial artists needing a vitality lake to support building a bridge. Now, if it's 5 bridges being constructed at once, it would at least consume a vitality equivalent to several million vitality.
That means we'd need tens of millions in wealth just to replenish it."
After careful consideration, he shook his head and refused, "No, I can't follow that plan."
Li teacher tried to persuade him further, "It's not dangerous, don't be afraid." Fong Ping pondered, "If I could directly reach mid-rank 4, there would be nothing to fear. But the problem is, I'm not sure what the future will hold.
This old teacher thinks my vitality just comes naturally, not realizing that everything has to be calculated meticulously." He stood up, holding the book in his hand, and said, "I'll go read the book first, study it thoroughly.
When I'm ready to break through, I'll come find you."
Old Li reminded him, "Actually, the conditions you have right now are already sufficient."
Fong Ping smiled lightly, reassuring him, "Give me a few more days, teacher. I still need to make some more money." Old Li watched his figure disappear out the door, and couldn't help but wonder, what does making money have to do with a breakthrough? Didn't he already earn a large sum before to support himself? Has he already spent it all so quickly?
Even so, he didn't say anything further. This kid thinks about money all day, but his training progress isn't slow at all.
I really don't understand him.
In the dormitory, Fong Ping stared at the data with frustration. TCH, 35 million is actually enough to break through to rank 4 already.
But could old Manly really be tricking me into going straight to mid?
He calculated for a while and then came up with a plan. If I succeed once, I can use my rank 4 mid strength to challenge Zhang Yu. It's more interesting to fight him at the same level.
What's more, I can close the gap with old Wang. He's only at rank 4 high anyway.
Sighing heavily, Fong Ping slouched on the couch. It's been 2 hours.
Where can I go to make money now? Magic City Catacomb is locked down, and there are no major tasks to do.
Don't even mention that I'm not familiar with the catacomb routes. The company hasn't been able to raise any capital lately either. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head, and he fell silent for a while.
A few days later, while having a meal, Hansu and Ling Yi happened to see an advertisement on TV. On the screen, Fong Ping appeared in a strange outfit, acting in an advertisement.
The voice on the ad echoed enthusiastically. Fong Ping teaches you how to kill monsters. 1 down, 999 kills. Welcome to download the latest version of Monster World.
Ling Yi stared at the TV in disbelief, then turned to ask, am I really losing to this guy? Hansu was equally surprised, watching with amazement and remarking, the number 1 rank 3, now reduced to hunting small monsters?
That's a bit unusual.
In another development, Fong Ping's younger sister was sitting watching TV when she suddenly saw her older brother appear.
The man in the sneaker advertisement looked so strong, as if he was carrying the wind with him.
This time, Fong Ping had taken on the shoe advertisement, which startled his sister, causing her to exclaim, Fong Ping, what are you doing? Are you really that short on money?
She quickly rummaged through her savings book, looking at her small stash of gold, and thought to herself, this brother of mine, always asking for money.
Maybe I should recruit more members, I could charge a fee.
At the same time, elsewhere, a girl with green hair, identical to Chen Yunxi, was also watching Fong Ping's advertisement.
She laughed and said, the strongest third-ranked martial artist is doing this advertisement. How broke must he be? Perhaps this is the reason Fong Ping has been getting stronger and stronger?
She mused, as if she had already guessed his trick. So what if his family is poor?
So what if it's embarrassing?
It turns out all of this is just to go further on the martial artist path.
Fong Ping really is clever.
Still, her differently colored eyes made it impossible for anyone to confuse her with Chen Yunxi. In the male dormitory of the martial artists school, a scream suddenly rang out. Fong Ping was standing in front of Teacher Li, looking miserable as his ear was being pinched. He tried to explain, Teacher, I didn't steal, I didn't rob, this isn't even anything big.
Teacher Li, furious, shouted, the number 1 third-ranked martial artist is doing these trivial advertisements?
Where is our face, kid?
Fong Ping immediately came up with an excuse, Teacher, it's not easy to get big brand advertisements. But after thinking about it, money is more important than anything else. With a serious expression, he continued, moreover, Teacher, how can face be more important than money? Don't underestimate those small companies. They pay generously. I have received a total of 12 advertisements, guess how much I earned? 42 million in just 3 days. The teacher immediately took his hands off his ears, his eyes wide open. Oh, that's so much? Is it really that easy to make money now?
Seeing that the teacher seemed swayed, Fong Ping continued to persuade him, in the past, I was famous, and they used my reputation. Now that I've done so many in one go, no one will look for me again in the future. The teacher looked at him for a moment, his eyes filled with doubt. He muttered, this kid, rank 3, holding a B rank sword, wearing a rank 5 armor. How could he be short on money? But this kid is bent on making money. Could it be that he really lacks resources? Finally, he sighed and waved his hand, forget it. Anyway, I'm not your teacher. Lu Feng Ro is the one who needs face. If she finds out about this, she will definitely punch you good. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping's face turned a little pale, but he still scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. A martial artist still has to rely on strength, right, teacher? If I become rank 4, she probably won't have any objections, right? Go to the vitality pool, the manager explained. The difference between the vitality pool and the energy chamber is not large on the outside, but the function of the devices is completely different. The energy chamber only provides energy, while the vitality pool transforms the energy from the energy stone into blood chi, which can be directly absorbed. To maintain its activity, we still use martial artist catacombs, taking the heart of fire to serve as the conversion machine. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping immediately asked, alive? Does that mean there are martial artist catacombs here? The manager nodded and briefly responded, underground. Mr. Li, seeing this, reassured Fong Ping with a few words, don't worry, the south is always guarded. The martial artist catacombs are all rank 4-5. Here, they won't stir up any trouble. Despite the teacher's reassurance, Fong Ping still couldn't help but feel doubtful. He thought to himself, it's being put lightly that I'm breaking through, but there are martial artist catacombs underground. This sounds too terrifying. Mr. Li turned to ask the manager, Master Sung, can we open up the supply of rank 5 blood for the boy? The manager asked in return, are you sure? You need to confirm he's not overthinking it. If Fong Ping drains too much blood chi, he'll kill a rank 5. Then we'll have to catch another one. Mr. Li was also getting tired of Fong Ping, so he joked, this kid can only reach rank 5 at most. Fong Ping asked, how much does it cost to reach rank 5, then? The manager replied, 5 million. Didn't you earn a lot? He exclaimed, that's too expensive. That's the result of a lot of hard work. The system of the Blood Chi Palace announced, Blood Chi rank 5 supply has been opened. Fong Ping entered. He sat down in the middle of a space filled with blood chi and thought to himself, breaking through from rank 3 to rank 4 is the process of unblocking the meridians throughout my body. From rank 3 to rank 4, I need to create several more blood chi meridians, expand and consolidate them. Recalling his own stats, he smiled bitterly, I've accumulated these points after so many dark histories. If I can't complete 5 bridges this time, my face will be completely lost. Outside, Mr. Li and the manager were observing. Mr. Li said, it's starting. The manager asked, Mr. Li, why did you tell him to build 5 bridges at once? No one has ever done that before. Mr. Li replied, you don't understand. This kid needs pressure to create motivation. However, I only said that. But if he really breaks directly into rank 4 mid, that would be a surprise. Confident in Fong Ping's abilities, he affirmed, right now, the strongest martial artist student is only rank 4 high. He said, if Fong Ping successfully builds the bridge, perhaps in the future, martial artists will have students who reach rank 6. He could really become the leader of the new generation of martial artist students. Inside the vitality pool, Fong Ping felt the amount of blood chi soaking into his body. He thought to himself, if I don't hold on, I'll collapse very quickly. I need to increase the blood chi strength. Fong Ping kept absorbing, but still felt like something was wrong. He frowned and muttered, why is it so difficult? I've consumed 1,300 points already, and I still need to use more points to supplement it. Nearly 2,000 points of blood chi, and the bridge still isn't stable. Ordinary people's blood chi isn't even close to mine, how do they manage to build it? Outside, the manager noticed something unusual. He was worried and said, Fong Ping's own blood chi has almost been exhausted. Why can't he even build a bridge yet? Is he reinforcing it? Mr. Li reassured him, it's fine, just wait. Even so, in his heart, he thought, oh no, I forgot to tell him. The first time building, he just needs to roughly form the pathway. It's in the later stages that reinforcement begins. At the entrance to Catacomb Magic City, the school's teachers were watching an advertisement that Fong Ping had filmed. A staff member from Catacomb Martial Artist kept laughing. He said, Miss Liu, your student is really funny. Watching the advertisement he filmed, I can't stop laughing. The teachers' faces darkened, feeling utterly helpless with the stubborn, thick-headed Fong Ping. Miss Liu was so enraged that she punched the employee's computer into pieces and stormed off without a second glance. The employee, instead of worrying about the broken computer, focused on something else. He noticed that Miss Lu's mental strength had improved and blurted out, "Oh, your mental strength has gotten stronger." Tang Lion, standing nearby, curiously asked, "Fong Ping, what's that troublemaker up to now?" The employee shook his head and laughed, replying, "What trouble? He's very famous now, top of rank 3. He just makes some fun advertisements, and all of us military soldiers like him." Tang Lion was taken aback and exclaimed, "Top of rank 3? Is that true? Fong Ping is number 1 now?" The employee nodded and confirmed, "It's true. It seems like you guys don't like him much. If that's the case, give him to us. Having him watch the door would be a blast." Luo Chuan, standing next to them, shook his head and scoffed, "Don't bother taking him. I bet if we leave Fong Ping here to guard the door, we'll probably get charged fees when we enter the district in a few days." Tang Lion laughed out loud and joked, "You really get him. I feel like, wherever humanity sets up a catacomb, Fong Ping will be there charging fees." Although joking, Yi Chuan believed in Fong Ping's abilities. He said, "If he really has this kind of strength, I'm looking forward to it. To dare to take the toll of the martial artist catacomb, what kind of power must he have? We might be retiring early." The staff member, hearing the teachers talk about Fong Ping in this way, was stunned and thought to himself, "Is he really like that?" Inside the vitality pool, Fong Ping continuously had to consume value points to replenish his blood qi. He saw that he had spent over 10 million to build 3 bridges, and the supply from the vitality pool was no longer keeping up. Miss Lu, watching from outside, asked, "How long has he been in there?" Mr. Li answered, 3 hours already. 3 hours, 3 bridges. If I'm not mistaken, the highest record in martial artist history was someone who built 3 bridges, but even they depleted their spirit energy. Suddenly, the system of the vitality pool alarmed, "Alert, malfunction detected." The manager, in a panic, said, "This isn't good, the heart of the martial artist catacomb used for energy supply has collapsed. This time, there will definitely be significant losses." Mr. Li asked, "What losses?" "It's just a martial artist catacomb rank 5. Miss Lu instructed him, "Deactivate the barrier, turn off the screen to allow the energy particle to enter the space." He agreed and turned off the screen. Slowly, the energy particles flew to his position, replenishing his blood qi. The woman looked at the scene with satisfaction and said, "His bridges are stable now, starting to draw on the energy particles. This is a hallmark of a mid-tier martial artist." Inside Fong Ping's body, his heart had gradually absorbed the blood qi, slowly completing the upgrade process. 5 bridges were connected to each other, and at the same time, the notification system had upgraded to rank 4 mid. He compared his own stats with rank 3 and rank 4, with a vitality pool, but the points are still consumed more than 23 million, higher than expected. The limits for blood qi and mental power have only increased slightly. But the inner cavity is absorbing the energy from the seed particles within the refining space. If I don't actively cultivate, the blood qi limit would still rise. So this is the benefit of successfully building the Heavenly Earth Bridge? Fong Ping could feel his blood qi limit increasing little by little. He felt proud of himself and praised himself, "Only a year, and I've already reached rank 4 mid? From an anonymous ordinary person to now, I'm only 1 step away from old Wang." Suddenly, Lu Fengrou's voice rang out, "You're still not out yet, are you preparing to lock yourself in there until you die?" Hearing the teacher's voice, Fong Ping hastily opened his eyes. At the same time, his clothes were suddenly torn into pieces, leaving him in a daze. In a hurry, he grabbed some large pieces of fabric to cover himself, turning himself into a joke for those left behind. Lu Fengrou teased him, "You dare to make such embarrassing advertisements, yet you're afraid of this?" Mr. Li stood beside, trying to hold back his laughter. Fong Ping, embarrassed, covered his body and stammered, asking, "Miss, when did you get back?" She calmly replied, "Not long ago." "I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise." Attempting to redirect the conversation, he said, "How is the catacomb situation now? And what about the East Sunflower City?" He was already a rank 4 martial artist, yet he was planning to speak to the teacher while naked.
Fong Ping awkwardly turned his face away, unable to say anything.
He secretly scolded himself, who knew that breaking through to rank 4 would tear my clothes apart. It seems I'll need to get some anti-explosion gear before any future breakthroughs.
So embarrassing. Back at the dormitory, Fong Ping invited her in for a drink.
She answered his question about the catacomb situation.
She said, after you left, Tianmen City launched several attacks, but they all retreated.
We killed more than 50,000 of their soldiers, 7 high-rank warriors, and even the Tianmen City leader was injured by Guardian Wu.
Tianmen City might be relocated in the future.
As for the East Sunflower City, they must have been frightened.
After the first retreat, they haven't appeared again. She answered everything he needed to know. A small detail puzzled Fong Ping, and he asked, relocate?
Lu Fengro immediately explained, if they lose a few more high-level warriors to us, they will definitely be finished. We should try to stay away from them, but we won't do anything extreme to avoid causing any unforeseen events. In short, this battle is temporarily over.
Fong Ping understood and sighed with relief. That's great then. What about the other 11 cities? Is there any movement?
He asked further. She replied, no, there's nothing.
The catacomb has never been united, and there's nothing new there. Talking about the catacomb is enough. Lu Fengro wanted to discuss their personal matters.
She said, in 2 days, Wu Kuei-shan wants to return to the school to take over as principal, and the vice principal will take over as the vice principal.
Do you recognize the meaning behind this? Fong Ping, upon hearing this, groaned, principal?
I also want to be a principal, but I'm not a grandmaster yet. Seeing this kid talking nonsense again, Lu Fengro smacked him hard on the head and shouted, what I mean is that during this transitional period between the old and the new, you should fight for something for yourself.
Who said anything about being the principal? Didn't you say you wanted to challenge Zhang Yu?
She instructed him a few things, hoping he would stop being so mischievous and focus. Zhang Yu wants to let go of the position as president of the Martial Arts Society. Even though he wants Chen Wenlong to take over, some of the teachers may not agree. Take this opportunity. If you can become the president of the Martial Arts Society, you'll have more influence in the martial arts community later on.
Fong Ping muttered, Martial Artist Society?
I feel like it doesn't have that much power. Lu Fengro immediately retorted, you're wrong, it's just that Zhang Yu is soft-hearted. Under his management, the Martial Artists Society is not strong. In fact, the Martial Artists Society has enormous power, including but not limited to the ability to overthrow leadership, participate in reform systems, and even directly confront the Ministry of Education.
Fong Ping was surprised to hear his teacher say this. He quietly thought to himself, wow, it has such great power?
No wonder President Zhang also wants me to compete for the position of president of the Martial Artists Society. He said, actually, I had considered becoming the president of the Martial Artists Society before, but Oldly said the school might not be willing to let me take over.
Lu Fengro persuaded him, that was before. Now that you're in rank 4 mid, it's different.
Apart from the 3 grandmasters, there are still 8 teachers in rank 6 peak. Both you and Li Changsheng support me, and Luo Yichuan already values you quite a bit.
With Tang Lion's support, there's no problem at all.
Fong Ping found this quite concerning. Tang Lion might not necessarily be willing to support me. He said, then you should just go and beat Zhao Lei and Yang Xiaoman every day.
Lu Fengro gave him a solution.
Seeing that the solution was even more difficult than convincing Tang Lion, Fong Ping was scared. Never mind, that doesn't seem appropriate, does it?
Fong Ping silently assessed her. She's a teacher, yet how could she be encouraging students to do things like this?
Actually, the reason I want you to compete for the president position also has a bit of personal interest on my part, Lu Fengro said. She seemed more serious now, no longer joking. I hope you can help me lift the ban on the pressure room.
The pressure room? Fong Ping asked again.
People who specialize in cultivating mental power. Some time ago, the great grandmasters decided that it couldn't be expanded to you. Lu Fengro explained, if you become president, you'll have the right to make suggestions about this decision and vote to overturn it. Now that the old principal has passed away, having another master on board might be something everyone wants to see, and the ban will likely be lifted. Still uncertain, he asked, can entering the pressure room make me a grandmaster? She responded, of course not. The pressure room is made from the heart and brainstem of a high-level strong man. It mainly simulates the mental force impact of a strong man, placing one under sustained spiritual pressure, which is more beneficial for breaking through one's divine power. Oh, if there's a way for you to enhance your mental power, then I should definitely try to save you. As long as I defeat Zhang Yu, right? Fang Ping started to show more interest in the president position. Realizing she could rely on him, Lu Fengro smiled, not bad, you're a smart student after all. Sitting back down in her chair, she said, winning is just an opportunity. In a few days, Wu Kuei-shan will summon the students to the school for a meeting first. You just need to challenge him in front of the entire school. Fang Ping, seeing her plan, asked, isn't this a bit too much? There will be many grandmasters there, will they understand your intentions? She reassured him, as long as the students and teachers all agree with your abilities, they won't do anything. Even Wu Kuei-shan, he won't dare to go against the greater trend. He, being a martial artist, knew the importance of winning people's favor, so he said, teacher, I have one more question. Fang Ping still had some doubts he wanted clarified. Lu Fengro agreed, go ahead. Unexpectedly, instead of asking about the upcoming fight, Fang Ping asked about a reward. I'm already at the mid-level, don't you think you should reward your beloved student with something? Helpless with her money-hungry student, she silently stood up and went to the logistics office. The mid-level reward was 1,000 credits. Fang Ping, still hopeful, asked, what about your share? I don't have money, she simply replied. Seeing how heartless she was, Fang Ping clasped his hands in a pleading gesture, with 2 fake tears in his eyes. This breakthrough cost a lot. Also, I promised to help you unlock the pressure room. At least give me something. Lu Fengro felt awkward with this materialistic guy, but in the end, she still threw something at him. Quickly catching the small object, Fang Ping realized it was a resurrection pill. Immediately, the system notified him that his points had increased by 4 million. Too happy. Fang Ping's tears dried up. He smiled, wishing her a safe journey with an innocent face full of guilt. At some restaurant, a bowl of wonton noodles was served at the table, steaming hot, with a fragrance that would make anyone drool. Fang Ping stood up and loudly said, come on, everyone, let's eat now. If it's not enough, feel free to order more. Fu Changding and Zhao Lei looked at him with disdain. Both of them had the same thought, if this guy is being proactive, something must be up. Fang Ping still calmly smiled and said, everyone here is a genius. Xia Lei of Class 7, when we entered school, they didn't have a single rank 3, now in Class 8, by the second year, there are 3 of them. Zhao Lei, Fu Changding, Junxi, they're all martial artists rank 3 now. Once Yang Xiaoman and Xue Mei join the 3rd class, we'll have 5 of them. He said with an unusually happy tone. Sitting down while continuing his pointless speech, he shook his head. Before, in the 6th class, there was nothing like this. Last year, in Class 4, there were even martial artists rank 5. This time, there's not even a peak rank 4. Our class is still the strongest, the school should change its appearance now. Fu Changding helplessly said, you can just say you broke through to rank 4, no need to mention how many people are in rank 3, aren't you just trying to make us ask you where you are in the list? Fang Ping was hit where it hurt and immediately started to justify himself, but his expression showed that he wasn't sincere even a bit. I'm low-key, okay? Although I broke through to mid-rank 4, I've never told anyone about it outside. He even emphasized the words more. The others only needed a few seconds to see through the act, they all thought the same thing, saw the fake, never seen anyone casually call everyone up like this, then fake slay like this. Fang Ping noticed that everyone was silent and not saying a word, so he wondered to himself, why is no one praising me? Why isn't anyone talking anymore? Finally, someone spoke up. Yunxi, unsure whether she was pretending or being sincere, said in surprise, Fang Ping, did you really make it to mid-rank 4? That was fast.
Fong Ping, feeling embarrassed, waved his hand. Oh, let's be humble, let's be humble. That's enough joking around. Fong Ping then got to the main topic. The reason I called everyone here is because I actually want to discuss something. You all know about the principal's situation already. The principal is changing terms, and I feel like the Martial Artists Society should change terms too. He added about that matter, it is a common understanding at the school that fourth-year students do not take on the role of president of the society, but Zhang Yu wants to let Chen Wenlong, a fourth-year student, take over. Chen Wenlong has trained in the military division, and it's clear that he plans not to stay in the martial arts field after graduation. That's enough roundabout talk. He said, we are the representatives of the second-year students this time. Those chosen to be president of the Martial Artists Society, all of you have the right to vote. My friends are enough to represent the older years. Perhaps I'll quickly rank up to rank 5, which means I still have a significant amount of time left at school, so for the stability of the school and to set a good example for our fellow students. Fong Ping kept rambling on without stopping. Until Fu Changding patted his shoulder and said, all right, we get your point. You want us to support your candidacy for president, right? Okay, we agree. To be honest, what we say won't stop anyone anyway. Fong Ping said, those who follow the trend are strong individuals among the second-year students. Your support means a lot to me. When asked for Zhao Lei's opinion, he said it didn't matter. When asked for Yang Xiaoman's opinion, she stammered, unsure of how to respond. Fong Ping had to say, I haven't yet settled the matter of you ruining my reputation. If you continue to deal with this, consider us no longer friends. Immediately, she irritably exclaimed, all right, no comments. She asked Shen Yunxi, you have no comments, right? He replied, I forgot to ask you about something. Ah, by the way, why haven't you been selling pills lately? Bringing up something he didn't want to mention, Fong Ping tried to change the topic. Can we talk about pills instead? Zhao Xuemei's gaze at Fong Ping was somewhat indescribable, but after all, she still had no objections to him. You're the chief, we have no objections. Let's just eat the noodles. Talking too much will ruin the taste of the noodles now. The atmosphere became a little suffocating. No one spoke. Seeing that everyone was feeling down, Fong Ping waved his hand. It's fine, can't you all get a little excited, a little pumped up? I'm about to lead the martial artists. Fu Changding picked up some noodles and said, you kind of look like a leader, but next time, treat us to something better. Don't try to lure us with noodles. Also, can you stop doing those small ads? It's so embarrassing. Ah, someone asked me before if the shoes in your commercial really work like you say they do. Fong Ping retorted, my family is poor, we don't steal or rob anyone's house. What's wrong with filming a little ad? Cultivating at rank 4 requires millions. Where am I supposed to get the money? Yunxi said, it's better to earn and eat on your own. I think Fong Ping is quite good at making commercials. Then, she seemed to remember something and asked, oh, by the way, how did that reporter manage to get my phone number? Fong Ping was confused, what did he do after that? She continued, he sent me a message saying the rumors online were something you told him to spread. Fong Ping, pretending to be puzzled, said, he slandered me. Chen Yunxi naively believed him and immediately agreed, that's right, I knew it. People like that are shameless. How can they have no sense of responsibility? Besides you, everyone thinks Fong Ping is the one who did it. A new day arrived, and students were out early in the morning for their physical exercise. They were discussing, don't you think Zhang Yu is abusing his power a bit? Of course. Someone nearby said, he took over the position and then asked Senior Zhou to manage the Martial Artists Society. I don't even know what the Martial Artists Society's purpose is anymore. In the canteen, a group of students were whispering, instead of this, we might as well change the president. Who do you think would be suitable for the position? Someone suggested, CLA isn't bad. At the Martial Artists Society, the vice president, CLA, was doing something with a dark expression on his face. Everyone inside was having a meeting.
A girl with pink hair spoke up to defend CLA. President, he is not that kind of person. The president replied, I know, this is not his idea, but what the other students say is true. A fourth-year student shouldn't be the president. The president of the Martial Artists Society, who was Zhang Yu, continued, no matter what they think, we all know that the president cannot be dismissed right now. The second inter-school martial artist competition still needs to continue, and when the time comes to set the members of the Martial Artists Society, if the president can't participate, it will affect the strength of the Martial Artists Society. Qin Fengqing, the vice president, also voiced his opinion. In the end, it's still about lacking strength. As expected, the good-for-nothing Fong Ping probably wants to take the position of president. I want to do it too. Chen Wenlong, sitting next to him, listened to his rude words but didn't speak. CLA reminded Qin Fengqing, if you and Fong Ping want to be president, you need my approval. Qin Fengqing, encouraged by the response, said, who do you think you are? Just because you've broken through to rank 4, do you think you're all that? Want to compete? CLA, irritated, retorted, let's compete then, do you think I'm scared of you? Chen Wenlong then spoke up, shouting loudly to get everyone's attention, that's enough, if you two want to compete, go outside quickly. Scolded like that, the two of them had no choice but to stop. Chen Wenlong continued, if it's known that Fong Ping is the one doing this, it means he really has some intention towards the position of president of the Martial Artists Society. What do the rest of you think? Eling Fong Hoa spoke up, the current president is already in his mid-40s, and he really doesn't have much energy to focus on the Martial Artists Society. If that's the case, changing the person in charge wouldn't be a problem. Xia Lei still firmly opposed putting Fong Ping in the role of president. He said, Senior Liang, don't trust him just because he's also a student of Miss Liu. How well do you even know Fong Ping? From his selling pills to his advertising. It's clear that this person is the most self-interested, and his actions have even negatively affected the school's image. A person with their head raised spoke up, how ridiculous. Mr. Fong comes from an ordinary family, relying on his own abilities to gain resources, and can do whatever he wants to influence others. But he holds the channel for student welfare, and you criticize him for things he hasn't done. You're older than Mr. Fong by a term, and yet you're not even as capable as him now. Are you saying this out of jealousy? The person seemed to have been hit with the truth, staying silent for a moment before responding, business is business, private life is private life, it's all about the intentions of the heart that make things turn out this way. Qin Fengqing continued, his tone firm, stop saying useless things. If Fong Ping wants to be president, we need to see if his strength can make everyone respect him. Zhang Yu has been working for a year but hasn't shown any outstanding performance, so that's why there has been talk. If Zhang Yu can break through to rank 5, would anyone dare to doubt him? He pointed directly at CLA's face, questioning, do you think Fong Ping would dare? Would you dare? Marital Artists Society is all about the martial artist's strength. Xia Lei secretly cursed him for daring to point at his face like that, too straightforward. Qin Fengqing ignored Xia Lei's silent curse and continued, I believe that if my martial artist level is strong enough, I should become president. As for management, there are many people in the academy, so why not find a few more? The school is small, but I trust one can manage it. Zhang Yu sighed, pondering Qin Fengqing's words, then said, Qin Fengqing is right, I should have resigned sooner. But you don't have the qualifications for the position of president, so it should go to a stronger man. Although he agreed with him, Zhang Yu still opposed the idea of arrogantly taking on all the responsibility himself. When asked for Wenlong's opinion, he replied, Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry, I've already discussed with the military department. After graduation, I'll take over as commander, and then I'll stay in the catacomb. The room fell silent for a long time, and it was only after a while that Zhang Yu spoke up, then I won't make things difficult for you. But as for the competition at the Martial Artists Society, Chen Wenlong still agrees to participate. Don't worry, President, I will join. Then that's settled. Zhang Yu finished speaking and stood up, preparing to end the meeting. Qin Fengqing, dissatisfied, asked, What? What does that mean? He responded seriously, his face darkening, to sit in the position of president, everyone must rely on their own abilities. If you can't defeat me, even if you resign, the position at the Martial Artists Society must be given to someone more suitable. On the 24th, the Martial Artists Society summoned all the teachers and faculty first. An elderly teacher with white hair stood up on behalf of all the teachers and gave a speech. While the teachers and students listened, the greatest wish of the principal in this life was for the Martial Artists Society to grow stronger. After working tirelessly for 60 years, at the final moment, what worried him the most was the Martial Artists Society. On June 28, 2009, please remember, including the principal and Dean Zhang, many beloved individuals left us forever on that day. The students throughout the school were in complete shock, with a flurry of whispers beneath them. They were utterly stunned by this news. The principal is dead? What? How could Dean Zhang be gone too? Beside Fong Ping, some people were whispering. One student said, "Today they summoned all the students and teachers, but my teacher is not here." "Yeah, mine isn't here either." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping silently sympathized with them. What happened that day was not something everyone knew about, nor was it something everyone had the right to know. Suddenly, the loud shout of the white-haired teacher rang out, "The dead have passed, but martial artists must continue to move forward. According to the will of Principal Wu Guishan, I have assumed the role of principal of the Magic City Martial Artist School. Teacher Huang Jing will take the position of vice principal and dean of the Weaponry Academy. Senior Lu Palu will continue to serve as honorary principal. Tang Fengji will serve as vice dean of the Weaponry Academy. Luo Yichuan will serve as the dean of the Strategy and Tactics Academy, while other academies are not as prominent." Miss Lu Fengro looked down, exchanging a glance with Fong Ping. It seemed he understood, and he lightly nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, his voice rang out across the entire schoolyard, "Principal Wu, Principal Huang." He stood up and spoke clearly, drawing everyone's attention. "Today, I should not trouble everyone, but I, the student, have the audacity to ask you all to witness this. Earlier this morning, I said I wanted to challenge the president of the Martial Artists Society, and now is the time to fulfill the words of a martial artist. I want to contest for that position." The teachers and staff at the school immediately spoke out, scolding him, "What are you doing, acting recklessly? There's no fault in the current position, why do you want to change it just like that? The president of the Martial Artists Society is the leader of the students. Fong Ping, what skills or virtues do you have, or what have you contributed to martial artists?" Fong Ping shouted loudly, retorting, "In martial artist, being weak is the biggest flaw of a person. Martial artist is not a university, the principal and the dean are all strong men, and the president of the Martial Artists Society should also be a strong man." He continued, his voice full of confidence, "As for contributions, earlier this year, I led the martial artists to win the labor competition in the student exchange contest. Not long ago, I also brought home an important silver medal for Hua country. Last month, I officially achieved rank 3, championing the young AI martial artist schools. May I ask, do you consider these things to be contributions?" His tone was so serious it was intimidating, causing the teachers who had opposed him before to fall silent. Only the principal spoke up, "Zhang Yu." He called him out. Zhang Yu looked at Fong Ping and said, "I accept your challenge. The situation has changed now, martial artists need someone stronger to take on the position of president." He turned to look at Fong Ping, his gaze sharp, "But even if you defeat me, it might not make others submit. Fong Ping, if you win, would you dare to accept challenges from others?" No one would back down. As soon as he finished speaking, within 2 seconds, someone stepped forward to challenge him. "Fong Ping wants to challenge the position of president, get past me first before talking." Fong Ping cracked a few knuckles and said, "All right, if Senior Xia is so eager, then I'll let you fight first, and I'll gradually warm up." "Ha, that arrogant fool," Xia Lei cursed angrily. Zhang Yu consulted with the principal and received his approval. As Xia Lei is the vice president of the Martial Artists Society, it's only reasonable for him to fight first. Let him go ahead. The two stood in the middle of the large schoolyard. Fong Ping confidently declared, "I can defeat you in just 3 moves." Xia Lei took his stance, preparing to counter. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, they both charged at each other. One raised a fist, while the other raised a hand, ready to use the 7 collective slashes to block his opponent's attack.
Fong Ping successfully caused Xia Lei to bleed.
Shouting out and using his spiritual power, Fong Ping disoriented Xia Lei, leaving him unable to move. Fong Ping immediately delivered the finishing blow, punching Xia Lei so hard that he flew hundreds of meters away. Xia Lei landed on the ground in pain, to the astonishment of everyone. Not a single person spoke, all were left with their mouths agape. From Fong Ping's friends to the members of the Martial Artists Society, everyone was in shock.
The teachers, witnessing Fong Ping's improvement, were all very pleased and smiled.
Xia Lei, holding his bruised spot and with torn clothes, weakly asked, How? How could this happen? In stark contrast to Xia Lei's miserable appearance, Fong Ping stood there, clasping his hands in thanks and said, Senior Xia, you've been considerate. The students in the school were completely shocked. They were talking excitedly about him. Only 3 seconds have passed.
Xia Senior, also a thrice-honed, was once honored as the best successor.
How could he lose like this? One person in the crowd exclaimed. So fast, there was no chance to counterattack. So this is the real strength of the number 1 rank 3, Zhang Yuji silently observed him. The principal, after witnessing Fong Ping's commanding performance, was surprised and said, Did he just master spirit suppression? Pleased with the outcome, he commented, when Yao Chang-jun became rank 4, his spiritual power was just released.
Fong Ping doesn't seem that weak.
Spiritual power growth is extremely difficult, and without a pill to support it, one can't even train the technique. The last time I saw him, I could barely grasp the energy seed. Yet in such a short time, he was able to suppress Xia Lei at the same level, leaving no room for counterattack. Teacher Lu Palu was also very satisfied with him. He remarked, This kid, when I visited Zhangding Nan before, he also had high regard for Fong Ping. The position of president of the Martial Artists Society really seems destined for him. Mr. Li added, It's not just Zhangding Nan, Vice-Chancellor Chen from Jingnan also praised him endlessly. I feel like this position. Li added, It's not just Zhangding Nan, Vice-Chancellor Chen from Jingnan also praised him endlessly. I feel that this position is already firmly secured.
Tang Lion still had some doubts and asked, Do you think he can manage the Martial Artists Society well?
Master Li replied, Why couldn't he? His business is managed very well. The martial artist's strong man, Zhang Yu, if he truly isn't as capable as Fong Ping, then stepping aside would be the natural thing to do.
Tang Lion seemed more convinced.
A few classmates rushed out to pull Xia Lei out of the combat area, and as he walked away, he shot a glare at Fong Ping that seemed as if his head might explode from anger.
Zhang Yu asked him, Mr. Fong, you're rank 4 now?
Fong Ping replied indifferently, Senior Xia is also rank 4, I don't use my rank to overwhelm others. The crowd buzzed with excitement, Oh my god, he's rank 4 martial artist? That's so fast. Is our school about to have students at rank 5-6 soon? Xin Chengfeng clicked his tongue, feeling frustrated as he sensed that he might soon be caught up. The two of them stood there, and Fong Ping said, Senior Zhang, so are we continuing to fight?
Zhang Yu agreed, I invite you to.
Then the two of them charged at each other, competing for power and position. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping charged forward, using his mental disruption technique, and Zhang Yu immediately recognized it. But unlike Xia Lei, he managed to regain his composure before Fong Ping could strike him with a stunning move. Blocking Fong Ping's strike, Zhang Yu retreated, but Fong Ping was quicker, flipping in the air before landing. Each time the two of them charged forward, Zhang Yu felt the pressure of the spiritual force suppressing him, but just like before, he quickly regained his composure, knowing that he couldn't fight in this way. Zhang Yu was determined to eliminate this situation. His blood qi erupted, and his killing intent intensified. Fong Ping found it even more exciting. He replenished his spiritual force and blood qi. Fong Ping kept charging, and each time he struck, he used his spiritual force to disorient his opponent, but Zhang Yu was determined not to lose and always blocked in time.
The teachers watching their fight felt concerned. Is Zhang Yu going to keep getting beaten down like this? One teacher commented, Zhang Yu is not far from rank 4 high.
He's not weak, it's just that, as a rank 4 martial artist, no matter how strong his killing intent is, it's hard to break free from the suppression of spiritual force.
This is about the physical difference. Fang Ping continued to hold the advantage.
He landed several blows on Zhang Yu and prepared for a decisive strike.
A precise blow hit Zhang Yu's abdomen, and Fang Ping successfully knocked him down. Fang Ping pushed him away and successfully injured him.
He said, Senior Zhang, it's just a sparring match.
No need to keep fighting like this to the death.
Zhang Yu remained silent, not saying a word.
He could tell, the gap between us is too large. Such strong mental power, at the same level, would be completely suppressed. It's impossible to win. How would Li Hansong fare against Fang Ping? Accepting the reality, Zhang Yu said, I lost.
The crowd gasped, everyone was shocked by the outcome of the match.
Fang Ping shouted loudly, anyone else want to challenge me? I'll take them all on. The crowd was silent, not a single voice could be heard.
Xin Xingfeng thought to himself, I haven't even perfected my high-level combat tactics yet, and if I fought Fang Ping, I'd have to be very careful.
Very careful. In battle, his mental power will definitely affect me, and at that point, I'll surely take a hit.
The principal spoke up and asked one last time, Fang Ping wants to become the president of the Martial Artists Society.
Does anyone have any objections?
The students below responded in unison, no objections.
Settled then, the principal said.
All right, Zhang Yu and Fang Ping, please complete the transfer of duties quickly. Teachers and students alike, I hope you can lead the Martial Artists Society to greater heights.
Fang Ping replied solemnly, thank you, principal. I will not disgrace the name of martial artist.
After school, the principal announced the end of the school-wide meeting. Xin Fengqing called out to Fang Ping as everyone started to disperse, Fang Ping, take this spot for now, I'll come back for it in a few days. Fang Ping, unfazed, responded with a joke, Senior Qin, before challenging me, you need to pay back the 20 million first.
Otherwise, I won't accept your challenge.
Annoyed by Fang Ping's money talk, Xin Fengqing cursed inwardly, damn Fang Ping, this bastard mentions that I owe him money in front of the teachers and everyone else.
And when did I borrow 20 million from him?
To counter, Xin Fengqing said, Fang Ping, stop talking nonsense, last time we clearly agreed on 10 million. Fang Ping was also taken aback but replied, oh right, I remembered wrong, it was 10 million.
Don't forget to pay me back, everyone is here to witness it. Pay back what?
Xin Fengqing was stunned.
Fang Ping then loudly declared for everyone to hear, all right, everyone can leave now.
Xin Fengqing will pay me back the 10 million. The Martial Artists Society is meeting tonight, no one is allowed to be absent. Xin Fengqing was still stunned, confused, and embarrassed as Fang Ping made him feel awkward. Wait a minute, when did I borrow money from him?
But I vaguely remember something about 1,000, maybe? Xin Fengqing couldn't recall it clearly.
Xin Fengqing, you're short on money, I won't ask for it anymore, but being short on money really is tough.
Xia Lei and a few others from the Martial Artists Society walked by and teased him. He yelled, I'm not defaulting on my debt, I just don't remember borrowing money from him.
Xia Lei helplessly replied, when you were short on money, I said the exact same thing. Xin Fengqing stroked his chin, feeling that what they said made sense, there's no way I borrowed 10 million, right?
Could it be that I borrowed too much and forgot? When did I borrow it anyway?
The Martial Artists Society has 5 presidents, 1 main and 4 vice presidents. These 4 vice presidents are Qin Fengqing, Xia Lei, Chen Wenlong, and Liang Fenghua.
Below the president are 4 major departments. The Internal Affairs Department is headed by the president as the minister.
When necessary, the president has the right to require members to participate in actions by force. The Foreign Affairs Minister handed Fang Ping a file, which contained 3 documents, the list of Martial Artists Society members, the financial report of the Martial Artists Society, and a list of former members. She said, including you, there are now a total of 215 members in the Martial Artists Society. There are 9 rank 4 members, 51 rank 3 members, and the rest are all rank 2. As for the points, there is a 50 million cash balance, and in terms of weapons, there are also 5,000 credits. She said, the list of old members is very important, it must be preserved immediately, right? Fong Ping opened the document and was surprised to find that there were as many as 12 grandmasters. He exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang Yu said, this is the backbone of the Martial Artists Society. Without them, how could a group of 3rd and 4th rank students like us have the ability to deal with those strong grandmasters? Putting the document down, Fong Ping asked, okay, I understand now. What about the welfare benefits for the president? Zhang Yu fell silent at the tactless question. The Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke up in his place, the president can receive 100 credits worth of supplies from the financial department each month. Fong Ping exclaimed, is that all? Discussing money irritated her, and she responded to him, is that all? Organizing the competition, providing benefits, compensating members who die in battle, and maintaining the daily expenses of the society, do you know how much all that costs? And that's not even everything. She continued, the school gives the Martial Artists Society 20 million in cash and 2,000 credits each month. The resources in the account are saved by the school, and everyone is responsible for their own part. Zhang Yu quickly interrupted her, not wanting to discuss the matter any further. He then asked Fong Ping, if you want more, go negotiate with the school. This depends on you. Fong Ping pondered for a moment. The resources in his account were all saved up, and he could not blame the Martial Artists Society for becoming increasingly worse. After a while, he spoke up and asked, so if I'm not mistaken, when Senior Zhang took over, the president's term did not leave any inventory for you, right? The Minister of Foreign Affairs replied, according to the president who took over, the Martial Artists Society is very poor, there's nothing left. Fong Ping casually responded, that's of course. As if insulted, she yelled, what did you say? Don't want to focus on money? Zhang Yu asked, Fong Ping, do you want to take over as president? What are your thoughts? Fong Ping confidently answered, rather than saving, it's better to raise funds. After Fong Ping left the room, the Minister of Foreign Affairs said, if it weren't for the Martial Artists Society dragging you down, you wouldn't be weaker than anyone else. Zhang Yu said, it's I who have dragged the Martial Artists Society down. The martial artists are becoming fewer. I've made up my mind, once the handover is complete, I will go to the catacomb for training. The old principal left, and Principal Wu took over. Fong Ping assumed the position of president of the Martial Artists Society, and a new era began. He said, that evening, everyone in the Martial Artists Society sat in the lecture hall for a meeting. Fong Ping took the microphone and declared the start, let's get straight to the point. From today, I will take over as president of the Martial Artists Society so that Senior Zhang can focus on his martial artist cultivation. He said, Minister Zhou graduated and was about to intern, but was dismissed from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the position of office director. President Xia, the director of the office, delayed the cultivation process too much, so why doesn't he take on additional responsibilities? The Minister of Finance has also been busy recently with the handover to Sister Lu Meng, who will become the new minister. The Discipline Inspection Department, Yi Qing, will take over the office minister, Chen Yunxi will assume the position of director, and Fu Changding will be the Minister of Foreign Affairs. The Ministry of the Interior, which was previously held by President Zhang as a dual role, will now be taken over by me starting today, along with the position of Minister of Enrollment. Fong Ping said in one breath and then asked, does anyone have any comments on the above? The room fell silent, no one responded. Fu Changding whispered to Zhao Lei beside him, Fong Ping really doesn't show any respect. Will this cause trouble later? All the classmates, from top to bottom, have divided up the positions already. Zhao Lei remained as stiff as ever and responded, what does a martial artist care about those things? When you have strength, then you can talk. Fu Changding felt as if he had been slapped in the face and couldn't say anything. He silently wondered, a young man as outstanding as him,
Why has he now only relied on his fists to speak? It seems the Zhao Lei who was ranked first when he enrolled is dead now, right? Was he killed by Fong Ping? Just move away a bit. I wonder if I'll catch it.
Fu Changding sat, carefully avoiding Zhao Lei with an extremely cautious expression. If no one has any objections, I'll continue, Fong Ping said, his eyes scanning the entire meeting room. The first thing is personnel changes. The second thing is to increase benefits for everyone. From now on, regular members will receive 20 credits per month, rank 3-4 and above will receive 50 credits, ministers will get 100 credits, vice presidents will get 200 credits, and presidents will get 300 credits. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, extremely dissatisfied with his proposal, slammed the table and shouted, Fong Ping. The school only gives the Martial Artists Society 2,000 credits per month.
Do you have any idea how much this will cost each month?
More than 7,000 credits. Furthermore, according to what you said, you hold 3 positions.
Are you planning to take 500 credits per month? Fong Ping replied calmly, of course. She was truly getting more and more irritated. This is too much. I knew it.
You took the position of president of the Martial Artists Society purely for your own benefit.
Fong Ping still responded calmly, for personal gain? Not at all.
I've already increased the benefits for everyone, not just for myself. The issue before, when each person received a single blood chi pill, only 3 credits, let's just let it go. The Martial Artists Society has its share of problems.
The benefits are even less than completing missions. Do you expect everyone to give their all to the Martial Artists Society?
Fong Ping asked, and below, everyone started murmuring. Ask yourself if anyone is satisfied with that, Fong Ping continued, making everyone see the logic in his words. Zhang Yu spoke up an objection. In your opinion, the annual expenses of the Martial Artists Society should be at least 25 billion.
Where would the missing money come from?
Fong Ping immediately presented his plan, saying, first, find a source of longevity. Now that prices have risen, adding an extra 20 million a month to make up 1 billion is no problem.
Second, the entire population is focusing on martial artists.
We can open 2 additional training classes for martial artists, so that for the second-rank members in the society who manage fewer than 200 students, we can increase annual revenue by over 1 billion.
Third, 4 new students.
As usual, half of the dormitory rooms are allocated to outstanding students, and half to wealthy students.
From now on, let's raise the rent for the wealthier students.
Zhang Yu still seemed somewhat concerned. This seems a bit excessive.
Fong Ping smiled and replied, don't be hasty, I haven't finished yet.
It's not just the new students, but also the old ones. There are some old students who have made no progress and are occupying space without purpose. Fong Ping continued, when they enrolled, they were all top students, and the Martial Artists Society provided free housing for a few years, but many are still stuck at rank 2. So, I've decided that 300 single rooms will be reserved for the excellent students.
New students can challenge for them.
Additionally, out of these 300 rooms, 100 will be occupied by old students, and the remaining 200 rooms will have a rent of 500,000 per year.
If they don't want to rent them, they'll be asked to move to the dormitory with more people. Fong Ping suggested, if we rent everything out, we will have an income of 100 million. That way, we will have an additional 200 million.
Zhang Yu immediately replied, the 200 million, plus the school fees, will only total 1 billion, which is still a big shortfall. Fong Ping had some ideas about this and immediately said, it's simple, just organize a big martial artist competition. The competition in the community is almost enough, but its openness and credibility are not high. This year, we will start organizing the martial artist competition.
He raised a file. This is the annual expenditure for martial artists.
The annual exchange competition between schools mainly accounts for a large portion.
I find it ridiculous. How can you organize a competition and still lose money?
Now, we just need to find sponsors. One big competition per quarter, the sponsorship money, advertising, publicity, and ticket sales will help us.
Fong Ping proposed, the competition should be nationwide because many martial artists in the community aspire to be noticed. If they are free, they will definitely participate. After it's done, we don't need to spend anything, we just need to find a few people to be judges and evaluators. He continued, I know many people are concerned about their image, feel that the sponsor's clothing is embarrassing, and think that participating in exchanges makes them look like monkeys. But have people ever thought about this? Once you become a master, who can still dare to see you as a monkey? He said, aside from what was said earlier, actually, there are many ways to make money, it just depends on whether we are willing or not. You all just want to make a few 100 million easily. Fong Ping confidently affirmed. Everyone below was quite shocked when they heard him speak. They also felt quite impressed with their friend, and one of them said, when it comes to making money, it still has to be Fong Ping who's in charge. The students started to discuss more. According to Fong Ping's words, money can surely be made, and each month you can earn 20 credits. That's 7,200,000 a year. This benefit is much better than before. Most of the students found his opinion good. Fong Ping then asked the crowd if anyone had any further questions about the benefits. The Minister of Foreign Affairs was still not satisfied. You getting 500 credits a month, that's too much already. Fong Ping, unfazed, replied, if you have the ability to do as much as I do, managing 2 departments at once, of course, you can earn a little more. Joe's sister, in the future, when you go on internships, you won't need to work anymore. The 50 credits in member benefits will still be given to you. She disagreed and protested, I don't want it. Fong Ping shrugged, alright, that's fine, we can save a little more then. He asked again, is there anyone else below who wants it? Qin Fengqing looked at the Minister of Foreign Affairs and evaluated, is Zhou Yin out of her mind? She doesn't want 150,000 a month for free. Seeing that no one opposed anymore, he continued to the next issue, the next point. After all this talk, the most important thing is still improving our strength. For members below rank 3, Martial Artists Society will hold an exam once a year. The previous practice of having lifelong members in Martial Artists Society will no longer exist. Members below rank 3 are all rank 2 high in peak, giving you all a year's time. If you don't reach rank 3, you'll be kicked out of martial artist. Fong Ping's words shocked everyone. The path to quickly advancing to rank 3 is not many. I'll give everyone a few training methods. Go to schools for exchange competitions, go to local areas for internal battles, challenge martial arts halls in the martial artist training class. If you succeed in challenging, we'll open a branch of martial artist. If you fail, find another way and continue. President Zhang Yu shouted, if you tell them to do that, it will disrupt the entire martial artist world's order. Fong Ping replied, what are you talking about at this point? The martial artist world is a puddle of water, is this the order? I think stirring things up a bit is quite good, the higher-ups probably like things like this. Senior Zhang could only stutter and say, but. Fong Ping interrupted him, just do as I say. The content of this meeting is temporarily finished. Those whose names I call, please stay behind. Fong Ping ended the meeting. As he left, the students kept discussing this matter. Some said, it's a good time now, but later on, it might not be so easy. Someone else added, it's a good thing, the Martial Artists Society was so burdensome before, now it can be seen as having more motivation. Fong Ping handed Qin Fengqing and CLA Hai the notebooks, saying, take these 2 lists, I'm giving you both a task. Qin Fengqing grumbled, no need, I won't do it. Fong Ping responded, if you won't do it, then leave. The Martial Artists Society doesn't support idle people like you. Instead, Qin Fengqing and CLA took the notebooks and started looking through them. Fong Ping added, go and pull in investments so that the strong men from the Martial Artists Society can support the school's development. The standard for grandmasters is no less than 50 million, for mid no less than 10 million, and low rank 3 should bring in 3 to 50 million. Big companies in society don't have to graduate from the Martial Artists Society, but you have to go. If they refuse, then fine, but if they accept, charge them sponsorship fees and give them a provisional certificate. He became more serious, this is related to the future of the school. If we can pull in over 100 billion, the number of rank 3 martial artist students will increase.
Xin Fengqing crossed his arms and asked, "So what do we get?"
Fang Ping didn't answer but only responded, "The more sponsorships, the more benefits. Don't come back if it's less than 10 billion.
He then gave orders to the others, saying, "All other departments, listen carefully. For the enrollment story, the welcome, dormitory distribution, send them photos of both the shared dorms and private dorms." He said, "The dormitory with many people goes outside freely to find simple places to take photos, while the dormitory for one person takes pictures of us." Fang Ping said, "It's obvious that one side looks no different from the rooms of cheap haunted apartments for rent, while the other side is just like a 5-star hotel room."
The people listening to this wondered, can this still be accepted?
Fang Ping turned back to his group of friends, Junxi and Fu Changding. "You guys arrange the tasks for the members, like the coach of the newly opened martial artist gym or something. Get ready to start the exchange competition immediately.
The sooner, the better. Let's call this the National First Class Competition. Go."
Then Fang Ping leaned back in his chair and sighed, "Don't even mention it, being president is really tiring."
Everyone standing there thought the same thing. You clearly haven't done anything at all.
The change of martial artists started to unfold, and news about the martial artist dormitory began circulating on the internet. As expected, there were many voices of resistance, but they still underestimated the spending power of martial artists. Unlike the netizens, the parents who saw the photos of the dormitory immediately said, "The environment of this dormitory with many people is really poor, our family isn't lacking money, we need to put our child in a better place, hurry up and raise the fee, there are only 200 rooms.
They'll be all gone soon."
After the information was released, all 200 rooms were booked up in just 24 hours.
Fang Ping was reviewing his own stats while also practicing his technique.
He noticed, spiritual power significantly increased, requiring 100,000 points.
After consuming 7 million, an increase of 70 points will immediately lose the plus sign.
It seems that my physique, blood chi, and spiritual power at the mid-stage of the 4th level have all reached their peak, and cannot be further increased. Fang Ping took a few deep breaths, stretching his legs, but as soon as his feet touched the ground, a crack formed.
Fang Ping scratched his head in confusion. What is this? Is my body not adapting? My spiritual power is high now. Shouldn't I be more alert? Why do I feel so sleepy all of a sudden? Oh, I should just go back to my room. I can't sleep in public.
Fang Ping staggered as he walked, and with every step, he created a hole in the floor.
Wherever Fang Ping went, the tiled floor cracked.
After a while, the entire school was filled with holes, all marked by his heavy footsteps. 2 officials from the Martial Artists Society saw this and took notes. 2 days ago, President Fang just increased the compensation for the damaged infrastructure.
With so many public facilities he's destroyed, should he be punished? The other one responded, at least the amount should be 1 million.
Fang Ping kept walking around, unaware that he was being fined and accumulating debt. With each step, the money kept increasing. Not just 1.5 million, it seems to have reached 2 million already, maybe even 3 million. So much, the president probably won't default on it, they whispered to each other. On the first day of the month, the new students of the 9 cohort of martial artists came to enroll. Students passed through the school gate, one hand carrying a suitcase, the other waving goodbye to their family members who had come to see them off. Among the crowd, there was the familiar figure of a girl with green hair. Their families, standing outside, wanted to come in to check if their children's accommodation was okay. "The staff are guarding the gate," one person said.
"Can't we even have a little look?"
"Just check the dormitory and dining hall," another parent suggested.
"That's right, let us just take a quick look," another parent chimed in.
Zhao Lei activated his blood chi with a surge and said, "Entering martial artist means following the rules.
Parents are not allowed inside. If you don't want your child to study here, you can leave now."
The parents quickly got scared and walked away, muttering, "It's best not to mess with them."
Fang Ping walked into the vast schoolyard, observing the new students coming in.
He crossed his arms and said, "They look very serious. Each batch of new students is stronger than the last, and the standards of the school keep getting higher.
So many good seeds, they must be nurtured properly.
The martial artist instructors and the martial artists society previously only focused on core seed members, which was not good at all. From now on, the martial artists society must develop its rules and their effectiveness.
From the moment students enroll, strict training will be implemented.
While nurturing excellent students, we will also strengthen the overall power of the martial artist community.
Go and inform all new students that within 2 hours, they must complete all enrollment procedures and assemble in front of the main building, Fong Ping ordered, and the staff followed. One of the staff members said, the president isn't even giving them a little rest.
The new students this year will have a hard time.
Fong Ping replied, no matter the position, we must work in that position. I just want martial artists to improve.
The head staff member came forward and said, to make martial artists better, the president should pay the fine first.
He handed Fong Ping the fine notice. As soon as Fong Ping took it and started reading, in less than a minute, he shouted, 15 million? He thought, is this some kind of sky-high fine? What's going on? Didn't I just break a few hundred tiles? Oh, right, it's because breaking a few hundred tiles that I'm getting fined. Fong Ping weakly replied, I don't have the money. The head staff member then responded, martial artists have plenty of people with money. A small fine like this wouldn't matter to them. So, damaging public property is heavily fined. You're the president, and if the leader lacks discipline, how can others be managed?
Fong Ping had no idea how to get out of this situation. I'm not lacking money. Qin Fengqing still owes me 10 million. I'll wait for him to come back, and then I'll find him to collect it. 10 million is just enough to fix it. The man, who had been persistent, didn't let him go. The inspection team is not obligated to act as debt collectors. You still have 500 welfare credits left for this month. You can use them when possible. Fong Ping was shocked, as if he had heard a thunderclap. Why is this guy so serious? If he Qing deducts credits, I won't be able to increase my points. He had no choice but to say, 15 million, right? I suppose that's fine. Also, the inspection team has been patrolling thoroughly for me lately. There are people at the wind avoidance area practicing combat tactics. Keep an eye on them, as vandalizing public property is heavily penalized. The fines collected from the women are used entirely for repairs, and any surplus is given to the martial artists. The man nodded, but in his mind, he thought, is this guy trying to take out his frustration on others? However, Fong Ping took the lead in paying the 15 million fine. The heavy penalties will ensure that the rules are properly enforced. Understood, he replied. Fong Ping was satisfied and responded, if you understand, then stop following me. He lifted his foot to leave, but accidentally damaged another tile. The man looked at him and said, President, you've damaged another tile. Fong Ping lost his composure and shouted, I knew it. My blood qi is gone and hasn't been buried yet. Do you want to punish me to the point of 1 billion? In the student report room, everyone was lining up to go through the procedures for receiving their dorm rooms and registering for classes. 2 people from the Martial Artists Society came to notify them. All students must gather in front of the administrative building in 2 hours. If you're late or don't show up, the consequences are your own responsibility. A student ran up and asked, Brother, is this the new student welcoming ceremony? The 2 of them exchanged a glance, saying nothing. One of them responded to the new student, Yes, it's the new student welcoming ceremony. When all the students had gathered in the square, Fong Ping stepped forward and stood solemnly. Below, they were whispering among themselves, is that him? The number 1 rank 3 martial artist? That's him, right? That's the number 1 rank 3 martial artist. That's right, rank 3, I didn't see him in the morning update of the rankings, maybe he's already reached rank 4. It's strange, even the rankings board doesn't show him. Fong Ping shouted loudly, silence. All the voices seemed to vanish, and only the quiet atmosphere remained, listening to him. On the outside, Fong Ping remained stern, but on the inside, he was secretly laughing. I like this,
finally getting to taste the feeling of leadership. "Alright, next Zhao Lei will take the roll call," Fong Ping commanded. Zhao Lei's face turned pale as he glanced over at Fong Ping, thinking to himself, roll call? There are so many new students here, and there isn't even a microphone. Why would he remember me for this kind of tedious task? Annoyed by being given such a menial job, he stepped forward, muttering under his breath, "Fine, let's just do the roll call. If your name's called, answer." Zhao Lei picked up the attendance book and prepared to read the names. Tang Wen, present. The red-haired girl called out loudly. "Chen Yun," she said, "the list is arranged from highest to lowest, and this one is the top student of the semester." Gu Longfei entered, looking every bit the cold, aloof heartthrob. The girls couldn't help but watch him, but he paid no attention whatsoever. He must be gay, someone thought. Chen Yun, she introduced him, he's the most popular with the girls. Fong Ping immediately judged him, good-looking guys like him rarely have anything good going for them. If he's not a sneaky, scheming type, then he's just a playboy. Luo Sheng arrived, his distinctive bowl cut fitting snugly over his chest, making him impossible to miss. Fong Ping was quite impressed with him. "Not bad, at first glance, he looks like good stock." Chen Yunxi continued, "That's right, even though he's ranked third, his abilities are certainly not inferior to the two in front of him." The guy with the gray hair and Fu Changding exchanged a glance and had the same thought, "Yunxi, you're not on the same wavelength as him." After 2 hours of roll call, some students started to feel disgruntled. Why haven't the teachers arrived yet? My bed isn't even made, and I've been forced to stand here for 2 hours for roll call. Are they sick? Fong Ping remained calm, turned to Chinan, and said, "Classmates, please be quiet." They continued to murmur, ignoring him. It wasn't until Fong Ping had to yell, "Discipline department, maintain order. Keep quiet, anyone who speaks out will be kicked out," that they finally fell silent and dared not say anything further. Fong Ping reveled in the feeling of being a leader, his heart blooming with satisfaction. This feels great. No wonder everyone wants to be the boss, the feeling is amazing. He then began to announce the details. In the martial artist program, freshmen can earn 50 credits each upon enrollment. 1 credit is equivalent to 30,000, and it can also be exchanged for resource pills, all intended to aid breakthroughs. After finishing his announcement, Fong Ping turned to the student with gray hair. "Did you record all the noisy students earlier?" The student nodded, and Fong Ping continued, "Good, anyone whose name is called will have 10 credits deducted." The student with gray hair read out a list of names, causing the crowd below to erupt in anger. They protested, "On what grounds?" "That's right, on what grounds do you think you can deduct from us?" Fong Ping unleashed his blood chi and glared at them. "On the grounds that I am the president of the martial artist program, and all student affairs are managed by the Martial Artists Society. If you're not satisfied, feel free to keep causing trouble, and I'll deduct more credits." He declared, "Today, the first thing I want to teach you is about being a martial artist, a strong man with respect. Before you have the strength, you should listen. Your elders must have already talked to you about matters related to freshmen entering martial artist school, but things are different now. This year, we will implement new regulations. First, starting from this course, if you do not rank in the top 1 before the end of your freshman year, you will be expelled. Second, as freshmen, aside from cultivation, you must also contribute to the school by handling miscellaneous tasks for the logistics department. Third, we will establish an elite class, a student strategic ranking list. The top 100 on the strategic list will be elite class students, benefiting from many credit advantages. Other students can earn this position through competition. If you fall to the bottom of the ranking, you will be eliminated. The ranking will be updated every month, continuously. Every month, the bottom 10 will have to go home. This year's freshman class has 1,986 people, and I think the number is a bit unlucky. Hopefully, it will drop to 1888, which will be better." Fong Ping spoke with a mysterious tone that made everyone stop. He continued, "The school's task system and lending system will be open to students, giving you enough opportunities to earn resources. As long as you work hard, you will not be eliminated."
Fourth, from now on, after the academies are divided, all students will have the opportunity to choose a teacher once. Starting this year, teaching classes are not for helping you become martial artists. You must already be a martial artist before you are eligible to choose who to learn from. Fong Ping finished speaking and then fell into deep thought. After the last great battle, the number of mid-level teachers in the school was less than 300, and they were all teaching students. This year's new student intake is large, and the only way to ease the burden on the teachers while creating pressure for the students to progress is to do it this way. Fong Ping continued, the regulations include these points, but in the end, I just want to remind you all of one thing. Time waits for no one. Seize the time and opportunity to make yourselves stronger, and don't let yourselves regret it later. Next, he gave the order, gather at the training building, and we will start dividing the academies. The students once again murmured in confusion, what's going on? This isn't like what was said before, what are we supposed to do? The questions echoed across the campus. Fu Changding sympathized with them and thought to himself, the new students this year are in for a tough time. They haven't even met the teacher yet, and they're already being treated like this by the brothers. Fong Ping turned to the officials and said, don't be too lenient either. Experiencing leadership doesn't mean we're truly strong. If the new students surpass us, where will our dignity be? Just like me, I just passed my second year, and now I'm the president. Fong Ping chuckled with satisfaction, while Fu Changding felt helpless about this arrogant person. He thought, can we not use you as the standard? At the teachers and staff building, Fong Ping sat in the meeting room with other teachers, comfortably leaning back in his chair. He said, this year's new martial arts students are nearly 900, while my batch had about 60. One batch is stronger than the others. The youth nowadays are really strong. Mr. Li, sitting next to him, sighed and looked at him. Kid, you're acting as a leader and still getting sentimental? He silently evaluated him. Turning to Tang Lion, he asked, Tang teacher, I heard Tangwen is the daughter of some teacher. To prevent the teacher from taking advantage of her work for personal matters, I suggest not letting her join the Weapons Academy. Tang Lion's face turned red with veins popping, and he silently cursed him. This kid, after becoming president, thinks he can meddle in everything? He replied, Fong Ping, if you're that free, do you want to fight me? From his expression, Fong Ping confirmed, so she really is the teacher's daughter. She's small and cute, definitely takes after her mother. I'll make sure to take good care of her in the future. Tang Lion warned him, dare to touch her, and I'll tear you apart. Fong Ping smirked, thinking to himself, isn't this slandering me? I haven't even touched a single strand of her hair, how could I possibly hurt her? Raising his hand to speak, Fong Ping called out the principal's name, Teacher Wu, please lift my previous restriction. The school has not yet responded. The female teacher is now a key force under the current grandmaster, and the matter of the confinement room, I feel it can be discussed again. Miss Liu remained silent, only quietly listening to the discussion. The principal said, since everyone is here, I can discuss it now. Anyone who agrees to lift the restriction, please raise your hand to vote. Fong Ping quickly responded, Principal, we can vote on this. I've already prepared the box and ballots, and everyone can mark their votes whether they agree or disagree. Fong Ping then distributed the ballots to the teachers in the meeting room. Seeing the vice principal looking at him, he felt this older brother was truly admirable. This kiddo was so well prepared, now everyone can vote with peace of mind. He thought to himself, but now, everyone is probably hoping for a martial artist to bring out another grandmaster, the restriction will definitely be lifted. After a while of voting and concluding, Fong Ping announced the total number of votes. There are 23 votes in total, 16 of which are in favor. Principal, do you need to verify the votes? The principal shook his head, no need, the pressure room can lift the restriction. Also, as for the policy of excluding those who pull doubles, I feel there's no need to wait for 3 months, just expel the top 10 rankings directly every month. The vice principal opposed, isn't that a bit too much? 3 months is to give students a chance, just right for our goal, not to eliminate them immediately. Another teacher agreed, saying, right, the ones at the bottom no longer meet the school's standards. Other teachers also added, "This new batch of students is more than 100 people. I think eliminating a few will provide more resources."
Exactly, there are so many students, we can't teach them all.
Fang Ping listened to their discussion and thought, Wu Kuei-shan may be a strong man ranked 8 with a golden body, but his current influence doesn't seem very high.
Quite a few people support Huang Jing. Perhaps I should compete for the position of principal. He.
Fang Ping turned back to look at the camera screen and had some thoughts when he saw the top 3 students on the leaderboard. Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced to the students, "All students listen up, defeat Tangwen, Gulong Fei, or Luo Shang.
Each participant will receive 1 to 10 credits.
If the 3 of them manage to hold out without being defeated, each will receive 100 credits." Luo Shang and Tangwen were surprised when they heard this announcement. They looked around in astonishment as students began to surround them.
The announcement echoed, "You performed excellently, would you prefer to be chosen as a rank 6 teacher?"
The handsome, cold-faced young man, with a confident demeanor, merely clicked his tongue, causing everyone's heart to flutter.
Fang Ping spoke through the microphone, "Let's begin now."
Tang Lion, unable to tolerate his careless attitude, stood up abruptly and shouted, "Fang Ping, who gave you the authority to make decisions like this?" In his heart, he cursed, "This brat, in front of so many principals, acts as if he's the head of the school."
Fang Ping calmly replied, "Don't you think the old teaching methods are really boring?
The students need a rival, a new goal to strive for. Think about it, last year, if it weren't for students like Zhao Lei and others, how could we have reached rank 3 so quickly? At that time, I earned a lot of credits, and I must thank Dean Huang for his support." The vice principal, seeing the reason in his words, nodded, "Let's go with his suggestion, it's good for the new students to have some practice." Fang Ping continued, "That's right, Tang teacher, please rest assured.
Tangwen, the top freshman, have some faith in your daughter." Tang Lion gave him a glance, then agreed, "All right."
He patted Fang Ping on the shoulder, his tone softening, "But next time, I suggest you discuss with others before making decisions." Teacher Luo Xian, with a fiery rage, cracked his knuckles and glared at Fang Ping. "Tang teacher is right.
Fang Ping, next time you should discuss things more thoroughly." In his mind, he cursed, "This brat, doesn't he know that Luo Shang is my son?"
Fang Ping felt uneasy as he saw the look in Teacher Luo's eyes, as if he wanted to tear him apart. In his heart, he justified himself, "I did this for the good of your students.
No other student gets the chance to earn 100 credits like this. Oh, my kindness."
Meanwhile, outside in the yard, Tang Wen and Luo Shang were fighting fiercely. Luo Shang, who was famous for his handsome face, was now battered and bruised, his face barely recognizable.
He desperately pleaded, "Please, stop hitting me. I surrender."
At the logistics department, Fang Ping went to meet Teacher Li and couldn't resist teasing, "Oh, Teacher Li, why are you in the logistics department?
Is the work at the Weaponry Academy too much for you, so you've come here to enjoy your old age?"
Teacher Li frowned and scolded, "Stop talking nonsense. The outcome of the last battle in the catacombs was good, with your side getting 800 credits, but the army suffered many casualties.
We should think of a way to comfort them." Fang Ping nodded and replied, "It's all right, teacher, I understand. As long as there's a harvest, that's enough."
Teacher Li chuckled lightly and said, "Well, it seems you do understand the bigger picture."
"That's quite rare."
Fang Ping said, "In addition, you will receive 500 credits from the Martial Arts Society. The borrowing system of Fang Yuan has already recovered a total of 3,000 credits over 3 months, and you can share 300 credits.
You can take these as well."
Old Li looked at the statistics board, and seeing the large number, he exclaimed, "A total of 4,600 credits.
My goodness."
He assessed Fang Ping's ability to earn credits and didn't know what else to say. "You've only been in the catacombs once, and you've already earned that much. Many martial artists who go down to catacombs year-round can't even earn that much." Old Li checked the system and saw that his wealth had surpassed 32 million, with his accumulated wealth reaching 58 million. His vitality and mental power stats were both very high. Curious, he asked, "With that many credits, what do you plan to exchange them for?" Fong Ping was silent for a few seconds, then replied, Master, right now, many freshmen don't have enough credits. Currently, the head office requires 30,000 to exchange for 1 credit. If I offer my juniors a discount of 29,000 for 1 credit, what do you think? Oldly thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement with his discount approach. Alright, that's fine. Actually, the school doesn't encourage students to use money to exchange for credits. But if you want to take care of your juniors, reducing it to 25,000 for 1 credit should be enough. Fong Ping was embarrassed and thought to himself, Teacher, you misunderstood me. My home is not a charity. I have to pay 30,000 for 1 credit. If it weren't for trying to make a little profit, I wouldn't have sold it. He scratched his head and replied, Actually, I'm really short on money, so I can't offer such a great deal. The company is expanding, and I need money for both the business and personal cultivation. Plus, I'm preparing for another trip into the catacombs, and I need to upgrade my equipment. Seeing this, Mr. Lee stopped trying to persuade him and just nodded, Well, it's up to you. After all, it's all yours. But why do you want to go into the catacombs again? Fong Ping replied seriously, Because I need pressure. There's no other way, teacher. Wang Jingyang has already reached peak rank 4, while I'm only at the middle stage. I'm the president of the Martial Arts Society, I can't afford to lose face. Mr. Lee sighed after hearing this and looked at him with disappointment. What nonsense are you talking about? How can a middle stage rank 4 be considered losing face? Does that mean the presidents of other martial arts universities don't count? He changed his tone and advised, The Ministry of Education has an expert on catacombs language teaching a class right now. You should go listen to their lectures and learn about the latest developments in the catacombs. It will be useful for you. Fong Ping nodded and smiled, replying, Lee teacher, Nayagukali really exists, doesn't it? Old Lee waved his hand and said immediately, Go somewhere else. I'm busy, if there's nothing important, don't come here to bother this old man all day. Fong Ping laughed and retorted, Ha! You're really busy, aren't you? In the catacombs language class, they were still learning the word Kagwianiaxi. He said it while imitating the pronunciation, with a mischievous expression on his face. Inside, Fong Ping felt proud that he had learned a bit of the catacombs language, thinking to himself, it'll be easier to curse people now. Fong Ping turned to look at Zhao Lei and saw him sulking, turning his face away. He could only feel frustrated, Zhao Lei. Back then, he was like a hedgehog. All I had to do was say a couple of provocative words, and I could drag him to the training room for a nice sparring session. Now, things are different. His strength has grown so fast, and he doesn't like taking hits anymore. He sighed and thought, right now, I guess I just have to wait until my own strength improves, then I can go fight Qin Fengqing. In his mind, Fong Ping was still plotting, that bastard, I had him pull in the funding, and now he's caused a whole bunch of trouble for me. At that moment, the teacher in the catacombs language class changed the subject, saying, We've covered enough about the language knowledge. Now, let's discuss the domain of the catacombs. The teacher continued seriously, based on years of exploration and research, the world of the catacombs can be seen as a round-dimensional world. The area of this round continent is so vast that it is immeasurable. Beyond the continent is the ocean, and this ocean is boundless. The teacher said, the outer shell of the continent is shaped like a tree, divided into domains. These domains are the catacombs such as Magic City, Jingdu Catacombs, and Tiannan Catacombs that we often mention. Between these domains, there exists a barrier of energy, and to travel between domains, one must pass through the central area. Simply put, to go from one catacomb to another, you cannot travel directly, you must enter the central area first and then proceed from there. Two domains are also separated by a massive mountain range. Only those with special permission are allowed to pass through. However, the main passageways are controlled by the central area. The human catacombs on the outer edges do not have easy access to the central area. Hearing this, Fong Ping raised his hand and asked, Teacher, if the deep inside of the catacombs is the domain of the powerful, can we understand that the people from the catacombs we encounter now are just the weak ones from the outer circle?
They can't enter the central area, and since they are unwilling to be ruled by the central area, they came to Earth to exploit resources and establish new territories, right? He paused, then continued, what I mean is, they came here not just to invade, but to seize resources and land. The teacher nodded and replied, your speculation is very interesting and quite close to the hypotheses we are studying. However, there is one difference. The catacombs people, after entering Earth, do not simply take land or resources, they kill anyone they meet. If it were just about expanding territory, they wouldn't need to be that brutal. The teacher continued, perhaps there are things on Earth that the catacombs people desperately want. The act of killing may stem from the purpose of sacrifice or some essential need. Moreover, Earth might hold extraordinary significance for them. The universe is vast, with countless planets and stars, yet only Earth has life, even though we have gone through a period of decline. From a certain perspective, Earth is a world of life, something the catacombs may not have. Perhaps the powerful beings of the catacombs have reached the limit on the path of evolving life. They long to break through the final constraints and feel that Earth is the key, the new power that will help them move further. However, that is just speculation. The powerful beings of the catacombs hardly appear. They seem to be in no rush, perhaps waiting for an opportunity, or restrained by other powerful beings. Meanwhile, in recent years, the unclear stance from the fortresses has led to a lack of unity, making the situation increasingly dangerous for us. Fong Ping was puzzled and asked further, so, have we humans never thought about negotiating for peace with the powerful beings of the catacombs? The teacher looked at him with a serious expression, then answered, of course, we have. But they refused. The first reaction of the catacombs people when encountering humans is to kill. Why do you think that is? He answered his own question, his gaze profound, it is to train soldiers. Perhaps, as you said, they do not want to be dominated, so they have seen humanity as a tool to train soldiers, to cultivate a force for confronting the central region. Fong Ping thought to himself, why does everyone only speak in vague terms, using such uncertain words? At this moment, Fu Changding asked the teacher, Teacher, have we ever tried sending spies to infiltrate? To strike directly into the heart of the catacombs to gather information. The teacher replied, humans and the people of the catacombs may look similar, but they are actually not the same race. Their language is different, that is certain. The most obvious difference lies in the aura. Martial artists of lower rank in the catacombs cultivate energy force, while humans rely on vitality. However, when reaching high rank, this difference gradually diminishes. There are still some methods to conceal it, but it is not exactly the same as with humans. Suppose a strange grandmaster suddenly appeared here, what would you think? He paused for a moment and then continued, you would certainly think that the government has been experimenting with this for a long time. However, with the strict hierarchy in the catacombs, most of our powerhouses can only lie in ambush outside the strongholds. Therefore, the intelligence gathered usually doesn't offer much value. Fong Ping thought to himself, after all, this teacher isn't a senior leader, so it's understandable that he knows little. The government must hold a lot of intelligence, but they don't disclose it to avoid causing panic, just like how martial artists hide information about the catacombs from ordinary people. At the end of the lesson, the teacher concluded, the most important thing today was language. Next time when you enter the catacombs, you might have the opportunity to establish friendly relations with the people there. Hearing this, Fong Ping smiled awkwardly, his mind racing with thoughts. At the Martial Arts Society, Xin Fengqing handed a cup of tea to Yun Shi and said, this cup of tea is cold, why don't you switch to another one? Why did Fong Ping choose a vase to be the head of the department? Look how efficient Zhou Yan is, why not choose someone like that? Yun Shi blushed upon hearing this and replied shyly, Senior Qin, you're overestimating me. I'm sorry for disappointing you. Just then, Fong Ping walked in and saw the scene. He called out, Yun Shi, your uncle is outside looking for you. I heard the Grandmaster is really amazing, he can even hear the sound of ants crawling from hundreds of meters away. Yun Shi was surprised, my uncle is here? Upon hearing this, Xin Fengqing snorted coldly, are you trying to scare me? Fong Ping ignored Qin Fengqing's words and continued talking to Yunxi.
Yeah, don't take it to heart that he treats you like his errand boy and calls you a vase.
What vase can reach rank 3? That's just the way he is.
By the way, if Principal Chen hears about this, make sure to advise him not to make a move in the school.
Settle it outside the gate.
Yunxi was slightly flustered and awkwardly responded, really?
He came without any notice.
Fong Ping said, come on, go out and greet him. Yunxi immediately ran out, saying as she went, all right, I'll go find him and definitely won't let him make things difficult for Senior.
At this point, Qin Fengqing felt a bit panicked and muttered to himself, wait, he's really coming? Why didn't I stop him right away?
Qin Fengqing shouted loudly so Yunxi could hear. Yunxi, I was just joking earlier. Senior said that to encourage you.
Actually, you've done really well.
In his heart, Qin Fengqing regretted deeply, my life is over. The Chen family only has one daughter, and I went and scolded her.
Why did I have to scold her of all people? Am I about to be trained by the grandmaster of the Chen family?
The more he thought about it, the more panic he felt, slapping himself before turning to flatter Fong Ping. Fong Ping, you know, my mouth just says whatever comes to mind.
But I also have good intentions. I just want Yunxi to do even better. Fong Ping heard this and laughed, responding, it's all right, Senior.
The Chen principal is very generous, he surely won't care about such trivial matters. Hearing this, Qin Fengqing sighed in relief, but before he could calm down, he heard Yunxi's voice as she entered, Fong Ping, where is my father? Yunxi paused for a moment, looking at the confused expressions on everyone's faces. Qin Fengqing suddenly realized he had been tricked and immediately turned to Fong Ping, shouting, I'll kill you right now.
Fong Ping remained calm, not missing the chance to strike back, Senior, do you really want to make a move? What if you break something?
You'll have to pay tens of thousands in compensation.
Do you have the money to pay?
Hearing this, Qin Fengqing was stunned, unable to say a word as he swallowed his anger. Xia Lei looked at the two people and scolded, idiots, both of you are sharing the same brain.
He angrily continued, damn it, who are you two insulting?
Xia Lei wondered to himself, then sighed, I didn't say anything, yet you're causing a scene.
What's going on?
In the meeting room, Fong Ping spoke up, all right, stop causing trouble.
Let's get to the point.
About what we discussed earlier, how far have you two gotten? They reported their progress, and Xia Lei spoke up, I've operated 27 companies, raising a total of 460 million.
Fong Ping paused and pondered, 460 million, huh?
Then he turned to Qin Fengqing and asked, what about Qin Fengqing on your side? Qin Fengqing proudly answered, 500 million, 40 million more than Xia Lei.
Hearing the report, Fong Ping forced a sarcastic smile, then said, are you both idiots? The other two became angry and opened their mouths in disbelief, asking, what did you say?
Fong Ping continued to explain, the 8 large conglomerates were founded by Grandmaster, and 49 companies were set up by mid-ranked martial artists.
The two of you couldn't even raise 1 billion in donations?
Fong Ping thought to himself, last month, the Martial Arts Society's welfare program used up all of Zhang Yu's stock and had to deposit 1 billion into the account.
How can we develop like this? If it continues, our position won't be secure.
Qin Fengqing explained, earlier, you said that the Grandmaster level is no less than 50 million, middle rank 10 million, and I have achieved that.
Fong Ping, hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly waved his hand to explain, I was talking about the minimum standard, did you really follow the lowest standard? Quickly give me the list. Are these people hiding things from each other?
Fong Ping looked over the list and then asked Yunxi, later, when we tally the number of men and women on this list, we'll see that many are from Magic Uni. There are few who contributed money, but their children have already reached rank 3 and have been sent into the catacombs.
Yunxi followed the instructions and quickly took notes in her book.
Xia Lei, feeling a bit anxious, said, if you do this, you're going to offend everyone.
But Fong Ping didn't care and replied, what's there to be afraid of? I'm not the one eating alone.
This year, Magic Uni has sacrificed a lot of teachers and students.
Their children are living in the heart, yet they don't understand why. Anyone within Magic Uni, whether human or not, should shed some blood. Otherwise, what basis do they have for special privileges? Xin Fengqing looked displeased and said, "It's simple, if others don't give it to you, should you forcefully demand it?" At this moment, Fang Ping quickly scrolled to a phone number, dialed it with swift fingers, and said, "Hello, good day. Are you Zhang Senior?" The voice on the other end responded, "Hello." Fang Ping said, "Hello, I am Fang Ping, the president of the Magic Uni Martial Arts Association. I just learned that you donated 1.2 million to the school, and I really appreciate it. On this occasion, to show my gratitude to you, the school has decided that from now on, it will no longer purchase processing materials from you. After all, your business has always been making losses. The school truly feels very sorry." The other side said something that made Fang Ping a little flustered, and he shouted, "What, 50 million? Isn't that too much? Zhang Senior, there's really no need for this." Fang Ping immediately changed his attitude, smiled happily, and kept replying, After hanging up, Xin Fengqing and CLA both broke into a sweat, and anxiously asked Fang Ping, 50 million, really? Fang Ping replied calmly, "Yes, an additional 50 million. CLA was still worried, but Zhang Senior doesn't have children studying at Magic Uni, so he really can't make money from the school." Upon hearing this, Fang Ping immediately countered, "Who told you he makes money from the school? He wants fame in Magic Uni and a good graduate identity, which will help him secure a position in the weapon manufacturing company, where he can earn hundreds of millions every year. Do you think I just casually put people on the list and tell you to go collect money from them? Everyone in the military, all the seniors, sisters, none of them rely on Magic Uni to get rich. Do I have to go take money from them? I have carefully chosen all these connections." Hearing Fang Ping's explanation, both Qin Fengqing and CLA fell silent, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Fang Ping slammed the list onto the table and continued, "Also, stop calling each person individually. Spread the word that Zhang Senior added an additional 50 million. Then, make sure to announce it loudly, and let's see where the faces of the others go. Moreover, compared to them, Magic Uni is preparing to reclaim all the school's assets, such as the weapon-making agencies, mobile consumption, or the hanging scrolls of Magic Uni. Magic Uni is a golden sea for Nation H, how can they let them use it so casually?" Xin Fengqing appeared worried, "Although I don't really care about this matter involves enormous interests." "Are you sure you want to proceed like this?" Fang Ping calmly replied, "Magic Uni holds shares in the pill company and the weapon company. Do we still need to worry about money? Do you know why? Martial artists go down to the underworld to gather medicinal herbs and sell them to these two major companies. The price they pay is only 20% of the selling price of the pills and weapons. All that money will flow into the pockets of the two largest companies. As for those graduates, it's only because we haven't exploited the situation properly and they don't know how to take advantage of it themselves." Fang Ping paused for a moment before continuing, "If the situation allows, I'm even thinking about setting up a recovery station at Fort Shiwang. All the harvests of the teachers and students at Magic Uni will belong to Magic Uni. Then, if there is no production scale for the weapons industry in Magic Uni, we'll become self-sufficient." Qin Fengqing immediately replied, "You really want to die? Do you think the shares of Magic Uni in the two largest companies are easily obtained just because we keep supplying raw materials? What you're doing is touching the bottom line for them." Fang Ping responded, "Magic Uni has many similarities. If we don't reform, we'll have to go after some people for benefits in order to live better in the future. Otherwise, how would we young people have any opportunities?" The two of them nodded in agreement after hearing this. Qin Fengqing broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, "This kid is completely different from Zhang Yu, he wants to be involved in everything. If this succeeds, we'll make a lot of profit, but if it fails, it'll be a disaster." Fang Ping then showed a dangerous look, "In any case, I won't be involved directly. Let the principal handle this. After all, he's an 8th rank golden body powerhouse. If he can't handle it, then he shouldn't manage Magic Uni anymore."
Scene shift, 2 days later, at the administrative building, Fong Ping came to discuss this with the principal. Principal, this donation campaign was very successful. We have 1,668 graduates from all sectors supporting us, and currently, we've raised 3.68 billion. The principal put the report down and said to Fong Ping, earlier, when you asked someone to organize the donations, I supported it. But then I heard from the graduates that you were trying to coerce some students into the catacombs. That's not in accordance with the rules. Fong Ping replied loudly, Magic Uni is the rule, always stating that the catacombs situation is urgent. Others can go down to the catacombs, so why can't they? Principal Wu, with his white hair, agreed from the side, Fong Ping is not wrong. These people are taking full advantage of Magic Uni, they should contribute something in return. The blonde principal was sweating and said, so what does it mean to retrieve Magic Uni's assets and expand the production scale of Magic Uni's ammunition and weapons? Fong Ping calmly responded, for the cultivation of the 3 lower-ranked students, this is the only way to progress quickly. However, the consumption is exceeding the amount the students can carry. The students are clear on this, there are a total of 60 of them. Based on the amount of resources provided by the school, each student can only use 1 pill of the same grade per month, and 1 pill every 10 days is the optimal absorption rate, the fastest progress. This means that Magic Uni must supply at least 20,000 pills each month. Therefore, I hope to increase the production of pills and allow Magic Uni to be self-sufficient. Hearing Fong Ping's proposal, the blonde principal frowned and strongly opposed, this is impossible. Your idea is to build a production line, and the school would generate revenue exceeding 1 trillion. To meet this demand, at least 30 billion worth of raw materials would need to be purchased. This is nearly the entire annual earnings of the teachers and students of Magic Uni. He continued, each year, the government provides about 26 billion to Magic Uni through 2 large companies, while the martial arts and weapons schools provide subsidies for students worth up to 400 billion. This is because the 2 large companies own half of Magic Uni, which is why we can barely sustain operations. The demands you have made, we cannot fulfill, and the 2 large companies will not agree either. However, Fong Ping remained adamant in his explanation, Principal, money cannot be calculated like that. Expanding our production scale is also to improve the strength of our students. With higher strength, the harvest will naturally be greater. Who knows, we might even become self-sufficient while providing the same amount of resources to the 2 large companies. Honestly, I don't understand why we have to accept such high prices from these 2 companies. As martial artists, we have to exchange our lives and blood for such limited resources. You always say martial artists must be willing to fight, but now, many of our classmates who are cultivating are facing the same issue. Fight for what? I don't lack money, nor do I lack elixirs to cultivate. My advancement is very fast, but others are not like me. I don't want to see people fail to make progress and end up as prey in the catacombs. Upon hearing these words from Fong Ping, the principal, helpless, sighed while holding his head. The elderly principal with gray hair beside him continued, even if we agree, the government may not approve. Fong Ping continued to persuade, if you are unwilling to reform, don't blame us for not fighting for humanity later. Hearing this, the principal became extremely angry and shouted, what nonsense! However, Fong Ping was not intimidated. He placed his hand on his chest and said, it's nonsense, but it is also what's in my heart. The former principal sacrificed, the 2 new principals of Magic Uni are waiting for restoration, they should go and fight for it. I, a rank 4 martial artist, have no right to bargain. If the 2 principals do not support it, then let it be. If it's hard to dig a grave, then my grave can bury a few more people. My life is big, the more people die in my place, what does it have to do with me? Upon hearing these words from Fong Ping, the blonde principal could only remain silent. Wu principal beside him then continued, there's no need to provoke with taunts. We understand what you mean. The important thing is that although Dean Huang and I are rank 7 and 8, in reality, we don't have much authority to speak on this matter. The guardian in the south, Wu Chuang, comes from Magic Uni, rank 9. Hearing this, the white-haired principal was also surprised and said, you also know that he is now a guardian, no longer belongs to Magic Uni.
Fong Ping replied, isn't he someone the former principal regarded as a son and nurtured? If he is unwilling to help, then expel him from Magic Uni, and don't recognize him as a student of Magic Uni.
Seeing this, the elderly principal with white hair began to sweat and said, a rank 4 is acting more grand than even a rank 9.
He thought to himself, a rank 4 dares to talk about demoting a rank 9? This kid, if he reaches rank 9, would he want to reach the sky? Fong Ping continued to speak loudly, repeating the same words, everything I say is for Magic Uni. I just want to reclaim what originally belonged to us. Magic Uni now is not what I want to see.
Martial artists like this are not what I want to be, perhaps because of our different positions, I cannot see the broader picture. I am not a grandmaster, but I know many classmates and teachers who might not be dead now, but are already dead in a foreign land. He bowed his head, bent forward, and said, thank you, Principal, Dean, for listening.
Today, Fong Ping has been disrespectful.
The two of them stared at him carefully and then sat in silence. At this moment, the principal with white hair spoke, try it. Seeing this, Huang Dean responded, all right, but if we change the martial artist universities, it might not be suitable. At this moment, Wu principal interrupted, speaking to himself, we can only manage Magic Uni, we can't manage others. Then he sighed and said, I'm getting old, indeed lacking some of that passion. Upon hearing this, Huang Dean laughed heartily and said, I feel we can't just let the students face this anymore.
Wu principal, I have a suggestion. Scene transition, at this moment outside the city, the crowd is buzzing and discussing, asking each other, what's that sound, is it a fighter jet or what?
One person points to the sky and says, look over there. In the sky, the principal and the dean are leading 10 grandmasters flying by. At the same time, Fong Ping is being beaten mercilessly by his teacher, crying and begging, teacher, stop, please stop. Seeing this, his teacher, extremely angry, grabs Fong Ping by the collar and says, you need to gain real combat experience with intermediate martial artists, you can't just keep going like this. In his heart, the teacher can't help but curse, damn it, this is infuriating. 10 grandmasters are coming here to pick a fight, and no one calls me.
Fong Ping, beaten to a pulp, is also secretly angry, damn it, are those old men crazy?
I told them to hurry up, not to go pick a fight.
In the sky above Jingdu's border, two groups are preparing to fight.
The Minister of Education of Nation H, Zheng Tao, says, you want to apply for expansion, but how can you ignore the regulations and come to the capital without permission? Principal Wu angrily responds, time waits for no one, we need results today. The Minister of Education's face darkens, and he threatens, you're pushing me, this is coercion. At this moment, an old man in military uniform stepped forward and asked in a questioning tone, Young Minister, I just want to ask, the catacombs Jingdu has the #1 great city, the human defense stronghold.
So, what do we have at Magic Uni?
This year, the casualties are countless, with not enough people entering and too few coming out, and we're being criticized from all sides.
Has anyone ever thought about Magic Uni? The sacrifice rate of Magic Uni's teachers exceeds 10%. Is there any martial artist university suffering such heavy losses? Last year, the catacombs Tiannan stronghold was destroyed, but the casualties in Tiannan were not as high as at Magic Uni. Could it be that geniuses are more likely to die? Today, if we don't have an answer, we won't have any face left to face the teachers and students of the entire school. At that time, if we enter the catacombs, we will all be wiped out. As soon as he finished speaking, the Minister of Education angrily shouted, impudent. The man in military uniform shouted back, Zhang Tao, second in the ranking of level 9 powerhouses, with daughters who are all grandmasters, you don't have to worry about resources. But what about the students of Magic Uni? The martial artist universities under the Ministry of Education are not fighting for the benefits of Magic Uni, so what face do I have to be the minister here? Immediately, a man in a shirt, standing behind, pointed and yelled towards Tianmu, think before you speak. Don't you know about Minister Zhang's family situation? Tianmu, deputy commander of the National Military of H, angrily retorted, so what if I lost a son? My siblings and children are all dead. What more do you want from me? Hearing that, the other person could only remain silent, unable to find any words to refute.
The Minister of Education let out a soft sigh and paused for a moment in deep thought. Finally, he spoke, "Let's follow the procedure for now. Wait for the results, and don't force the government to respond to you immediately." The white-haired principal then replied, "Minister, we are not trying to force anything, but we have run out of options. The Catacombs Magic City has reopened, and both the teachers and students are almost going into battle with nothing but their bare hands. If this continues, it won't be long before there will be no one left to fight. In fact, our trip to Jingdu this time has three main purposes.
First, to request the expansion of Magic Uni's production line. Second, we need the rights to operate in potions and weapons so that we can become financially independent.
Third, Magic Uni is currently facing a severe shortage of teachers. We hope that the Ministry of Education can support us by providing 100 mid-level teachers to strengthen our fighting capabilities. Furthermore, in recent years, Magic Uni's educational achievements have surpassed those of Jingdu, but the financial resources allocated are still far less. Last year, Jingdu received 350 billion, while Magic Uni only received 260 billion.
We hope to receive an additional 90 billion to ensure the work of training and combat can proceed smoothly. Finally, I personally feel that my abilities are not sufficient to meet the expectations set by the former principal. Therefore, I humbly ask the minister to appoint a rank 9 powerhouse to take on the position of principal at Magic Uni, so that the school can grow stronger." The other two people, upon hearing Wu principal's words, couldn't help but look at him with admiration.
In their hearts, they thought, the lion's mouth technique of old man Wu is truly extraordinary. The Minister of Education sighed softly and spoke up to explain, "Wu principal, actually, we are all striving for a common goal. It's inevitable that some people have to contribute more, while others contribute a little less." Upon hearing this, Wu principal coldly responded, "Magic Uni has already contributed too much. Now, it's hard enough for them to hold their ground, how can they protect the country? Those sitting in the rear will probably never understand how difficult it is to acquire a herb or a weapon from the catacombs. How much blood and life has been exchanged to obtain those resources? And yet, they can still swallow it." Wu principal's words caused the atmosphere to grow tense. The chairman of Pill Company, Zhang Minghong, sitting across from him, snorted coldly in disdain. At that moment, a man in military uniform stood up, pointed directly at Zhang Minghong, and shouted, "Humph, it's you, big shot. The person Wu principal is referring to is you, Zhang Minghong. I suspect you are the biggest cult leader of all." Accused outright, Zhang Minghong stood up in anger, rebutting, "Tianmu, how dare you slander me?" Tianmu clenched his fists, angrily shouting, "You control the pill company, so where do you think the cult gets so many pills from if not through you? If you dare to sabotage us from behind, I'll use a punch to crush the worthless fool who only knows how to pop pills like you." The atmosphere in the meeting room became so tense it was suffocating, with all eyes focused on the two of them, waiting to see where this storm would go. Zhang Minghong turned red with anger when he heard the term drug use. He sneered and replied, "You say I use drugs? Then try using drugs and see if you can reach rank 8 like me. Back in the catacombs of Jingdu, I killed countless enemies, and now I'm being labeled as a cult leader? Is that what you mean by using drugs?" Tianmu remained unshaken, coldly mocking, "That was you back then. But let me ask, since you reached rank 7, how many times have you descended into hell? I once respected you as a true hero. But now, you're just a useless wreck. Not convinced? Then let's fight and see." The atmosphere was tense, as if it was about to explode. At that moment, the Minister of Education slammed the table and shouted, "Enough!" Both sides immediately fell silent. The minister sighed, thinking to himself, "Wu Guishang, if these demands were submitted in the usual manner, they would definitely not be approved. If I agree, other martial artist universities will follow suit, rendering the pill company and the weapon company useless. If martial artists don't descend into the catacombs and don't enter martial arts universities, what will happen to this country?" After a moment of consideration, the minister spoke, "Let's put the other demands aside for now.
As for expanding the production line, I'll let you decide that. However, each year, you must return 100 billion worth of materials to the pill company and the weapon company. This is the limit I can agree to. If not, this country will cease to be a nation, and future generations will have no chance to become martial artists. I hope you understand.
Zheng Minghong was stunned upon hearing this, then let out a mocking laugh.
100 billion? Too little. With this amount, what do we get in return?
However, before his words could finish, he was met with a murderous glare from the minister, silencing him immediately. The atmosphere in the meeting room froze, and no one dared to speak further. At this moment, Zhang Minghong could only remain silent, not saying another word. The people from Wu Principal seemed to have had a weight lifted off their shoulders. One of them placed a hand on their chest, nodded, and expressed their gratitude. Well then, everyone, we still have urgent matters to attend to, please excuse us. With those words, the group immediately flew off, leaving behind the bewildered gazes of the group from the Ministry of Education.
After a moment, the minister sighed and said, what they invest must be repaid accordingly. As long as they deliver outstanding results and achievements, there will be no shortage of rewards.
I am very familiar with the various ratios, quantities, and levels of harvest from other organizations. Magic Uni always holds a high position, which is why I agreed to this request. But if others come here with similar demands, it might not be approved. And if anyone dares to come a second time with such reasons, it would be intentional disruption. His voice grew stern. This is the first and last time. When the two principals returned to the school on that very day, they announced new regulations. The most important change was the reduction in difficulty for earning credits, and completing each task would now yield double the resources compared to before. This was all thanks to the leadership of the three principals, Wu Guishang, Vice President Huang Jing, and Lu Palu, who had tirelessly fought to secure resources for Magic Uni. Additionally, Fang Ping, the president of the Martial Art Association, played a significant role. Thanks to these unceasing efforts, Magic Uni held a grand celebration ceremony, and the atmosphere became lively, filled with joy and excitement. The spirit of the entire school was lifted higher than ever before. Fang Ping said triumphantly, I became the president of Magic Uni, truly a stroke of luck for the school.
One must be humble as a person and not overly ambitious.
In fact, the greatest contribution in this matter is mine, but it's fine to let old Ing take a little credit. After all, those old guys have traveled thousands of miles, it wasn't easy for them. Hearing this, Yunshi stepped forward and announced, furthermore, there is another piece of news. The special credits you sold to the new students have all been sold out, a total of 12.5 million.
Fang Ping happily exclaimed, great, that's fantastic.
However, he thought to himself, due to my connection with the system, I knew about this in advance. It's good that I sold out the credits before the new regulation was implemented, otherwise, I would have taken a huge loss this time. Just then, Xin Fengqing rushed in, asking urgently, Fang Ping, where is the reward you promised? Why haven't I received it yet?
Fang Ping calmly replied, his face full of politeness, what reward?
It's just a few coins, it's not a big deal.
Xin Fengqing frowned and said unhappily, the Martial Arts Society has a capital of 50 billion, and you're still calling it little?
Seeing the situation getting tense, Fang Ping quickly changed the subject. Alright, let's not talk about that.
What was it you mentioned about the catacombs last time? Fang Ping's attitude surprised Xin Fengqing. He asked again, are you interested in that as well?
After a few seconds of thought, Xin Fengqing explained, to the northwest of Fort Shiwang, about 300 miles away, there is a large structure on a mountain.
At that time, I only glanced at it briefly. Fang Ping asked curiously, what did you see? Tell me quickly. Fang Ping heard Xin Fengqing's words, his eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately asked, is it an energy mine?
But immediately, Xin Fengqing poured cold water on him, bluntly scolding, you fool. If it were an energy mine, there would definitely be high-rank creatures guarding it.
Do you think I would dare to go in?
It's a herb garden. Upon hearing this, Fang Ping was a bit surprised, but still couldn't help but feel suspicious. The herb garden is deep inside the catacombs, and it's within a large structure.
Are you telling me there are no powerful beings inside? You're asking me to risk going with you based on just a glance of yours? Are you out of your mind?
However, Qin Fengqing was very confident. At that time, Wang Jingyang and I went through.
If there really were powerful beings, wouldn't they have killed us? Moreover, in the catacombs, isn't every place dangerous? Compared to blindly searching for resources with no target, isn't this much clearer?
Let me tell you, Qin Fengqing's ability to find treasures is number one. It's already generous of me not to charge you for the information.
Don't forget, when we discovered the energy mine, Wang Jingyang even had to reward me for the information I provided.
After hearing Qin Fengqing's words, Fang Ping fell silent for a long time. In his heart, he thought, there are indeed times when I can't help but admire this guy. Many martial artists don't even dare to go more than 50 miles away from Fort Shiwang, yet he can venture hundreds of miles deep and return alive.
This is truly unusual.
Qin Fengqing continued, his face full of excitement. Even if there really are powerful guardians, at most they would be middle-rank experts, because high-rank ones don't need those kinds of medicinal herbs. Now that the purchase price for Magic Uni has gone up, if we can get this entire herb garden, you can cultivate to the peak of rank 6 without a worry.
With that, Qin Fengqing glanced at Fang Ping, his tone full of warning. I'll tell you this in advance. Wang Jingyang knows about this place too. If he gets there first, you'll have no choice but to cry. Tell me, what's your maximum speed? Fang Ping's sudden question left Qin Fengqing momentarily stunned. Why are you asking that? Are you planning to calculate how we'll coordinate our actions?
Seeing this, Qin Fengqing put his hand on his chin, thought for a moment, and then replied, if I exert all my strength, my maximum speed can reach 50 m/s. Hearing this number, Fang Ping couldn't hide his astonishment, his eyes wide in surprise as he exclaimed, 180 km/h?
My goodness! This guy is amazing.
Qin Fengqing immediately waved his hand, awkwardly explaining, not really.
I can't maintain it for long. At most, I can only run at 50 km/h.
Even so, Fang Ping still gave a thumbs up in admiration. That's already very fast.
Great, let's get ready to go.
Hearing Fang Ping agree, Qin Fengqing excitedly slammed his hand on the table, laughing loudly, so you're coming with me, huh?
Fang Ping nodded, giving a simple response, yes.
In his heart, Fang Ping thought, of course, I agree. My strength is greater than yours, and I can run faster than you.
If the enemy pursues us, they'll definitely catch you first.
Meanwhile, Qin Fengqing began to negotiate, dividing it over 5 years, of course.
I wouldn't take advantage of you. If we face difficulties, rank 6 is everyone's responsibility. You can't expect me to save you. Fang Ping nodded in agreement, fine. But if we encounter a rank 5 opponent, I won't run. If necessary, I'll kill him. Don't expect me to save you.
After the agreement, Qin Fengqing stood up and cheerfully said, then it's settled.
Let's wait a few more days. Once my high-rank armor is finished, we'll head out.
Fang Ping replied, all right, I also need to train more in battling tactics and take care of a few things. I plan to set off at the end of the month. In his heart, Qin Fengqing thought, Fang Ping's flaws are obvious, he's shameless and petty. But compared to a hypocrite as a teammate, having a true villain like him actually makes me feel more at ease. As for Fang Ping, he was also thinking to himself, next time I enter the catacombs, I will have something to do.
Switching scenes to the school courtyard, Fang Ping spoke, teacher, can we move to another place? This environment here is spacious and very suitable for cultivation.
A teacher with blue hair was crouching down, picking up some pebbles from the ground, not paying much attention to Fang Ping's suggestion. Standing beside her, Fang Ping quietly thought, a public nuisance who still thinks they're in the right.
They're definitely going to get fined. The teacher with green hair picked up a stone and said, you've been practicing Maha Punch for a few days now, right? Try focusing here and throw a punch at it.
Fang Ping heard this and immediately gathered his strength, delivering a powerful punch at the stone in the teacher's hand. Instantly, with incredible force, the stone shattered and emitted smoke. The teacher looked at the result, smiled, and said, "It seems that after your strength has increased, you still haven't mastered controlling your power. The way you used Maha Punch on the stone isn't quite right." After saying that, she told Fong Ping to take another stone so she could demonstrate. Fong Ping felt a bit nervous, sweat dripping from his forehead, and quickly said, "Teacher, please be gentle this time." The teacher just smiled and reminded him, "Hold it steady." Immediately after, she threw a punch straight at the stone in Fong Ping's hand. At first, the stone remained intact, which surprised Fong Ping, leaving him with a confused expression. But in an instant, the stone unexpectedly shattered from the inside. Fong Ping was stunned and stammered, "Wah! What is this? The stone was destroyed from the inside?" The teacher with green hair nodded, her face showing satisfaction. "Exactly. This is the effect of vitality when it permeates from within." The difference between advanced battling tactics and low-grade techniques lies in this piercing ability. When you fought against rank 3 opponents, wasn't it impossible for anyone to penetrate your defense, right? The explanation left Fong Ping both amazed and in awe. He realized that there was still much he needed to learn in order to control his strength more subtly. Hearing that, Fong Ping realized that there was indeed nothing. However, he had previously encountered martial artists of rank 4 and rank 6 in the catacombs without being affected. Seeing this, his teacher explained, "First of all, not every martial artist in the catacombs has the privilege to practice advanced battling tactics. Your opponent could also be someone who has learned them, but their cultivation may not have reached the same level as yours, especially with the rank 6 one. I remember that at that time, your internal organs were severely injured, so perhaps he was in seclusion, practicing San Jiaogate, and couldn't unleash his full strength." Fong Ping remembered that his teacher had mentioned this before, San Jiaogate? Does it have any connection? The teacher continued to explain, "After breaking through, you will notice 3 hidden gates in your body that contain your vital essence. These gates will continuously emit energy. What a rank 6 martial artist needs to do is seal these gates to prevent the vital essence from leaking out, allowing themselves to grow stronger. Sealing each gate consumes a large amount of vitality. If during the sealing process, one exhausts their strength, the unsealed gates will open, and all the vitality used before will be wasted. Your body wouldn't normally be weak, and you also have protective armor, but he couldn't accept interrupting his cultivation just to kill you, so you were able to escape this disaster. If it were me, even if I were rank 5, just receiving one of his punches would definitely result in death." Hearing the teacher's words, Fong Ping broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, yes, I understand you're formidable, let's not talk about this anymore." After that, the teacher continued, "Practicing Maha Punch mainly focuses on controlling strength, which will affect the power of penetration. Tomorrow, I will teach you royal decapitation." Upon hearing this, Fong Ping's eyes lit up, "So we're finally starting to learn royal decapitation?" He felt excited. At this moment, both of them sat down to rest, and the teacher with green hair handed Fong Ping a book, saying, "Also, I brought this back from Nanjiang for you." Fong Ping looked at the book, feeling confused, and asked, "What is this?" On the book, he could only see 4 words: royal decapitation, manic explosion, immortal vanquishing saber. All were related to sword techniques. Immortal vanquishing saber was a spiritual battle technique that required level 6 to practice, but it was still incomplete. Royal decapitation, on the other hand, is an advanced battling tactic, which is exactly what you need right now. Fong Ping silently stared at the book, thinking to himself, royal decapitation. This name is so embarrassing. Zhang Dingnan, who is at least the Grand Admiral overseeing a region, couldn't have come up with something a bit more serious? He felt a bit puzzled about the name royal decapitation. Then, he turned to the teacher and smiled, saying, "Teacher, is this all there is to the sword techniques?" The teacher with green hair replied, "There are other techniques, but both manic explosion and royal decapitation were created by Zhang Dingnan. They are connected, and practicing them together will speed up your cultivation. Are you sure you want to switch?" Hearing this,
Fong Ping broke into a sweat and thought, is it really only possible to cultivate these techniques? He then asked, Teacher, apart from royal decapitation, are there any other battling tactics you can teach me? The teacher with green hair responded, my sword techniques are sharp, but for regular battling tactics, I have methods that are more interesting to use. Fong Ping, hearing this, asked further, do you teach anything else? The teacher with green hair replied again, 2 years ago, I created Invincible Punch, which is in the law offering room. However, the level of this martial art is higher than most of Zhang Ding Nan's techniques, so you may not be able to learn it. Upon hearing the name, Fong Ping felt helpless, thinking to himself, aren't these people over their rebellious youth yet? Then, he sighed in relief, telling himself, never mind, I should just practice the battling tactics passed down by my ancestors. In the following period, Fong Ping focused all his energy on cultivating battling tactics. Since he hadn't reached the heavenly great consummation, even though he didn't actively pursue advancing his realm, his body gradually improved. Meanwhile, Magic Uni was constantly changing. The alchemy workshops and the chi facility in the school began to be built. However, it was clear that the second and third levels were engaging in loose discussions in other places, as well as participating in martial arts competitions to observe the Jingqing room. The high school officially arrived in the north to challenge and cover the local high school at the national level. After Magic Uni held an event, which was now widely publicized, in the classroom, a brown-haired man hastily announced that Motto, the boss of the television station, had offered 50 million for the broadcasting rights of the martial arts competition. Hearing this, the boss immediately told the staff that Magic Uni TV had offered 80 million. Yun Shi, standing at a distance, seemed worried. Fong Ping, holding a weapon, seemingly just finished practicing, walked over. Upon seeing Yun Shi, he asked, Yun Shi, why are you here? Seeing Fong Ping, Yun Shi, as if struck by good luck, hurried over and asked, Fong Ping, where have you been? I've searched everywhere but couldn't find you. Your phone was off, and you weren't at the martial arts club. Noticing Yun Shi's anxious look, Fong Ping quickly explained, I didn't go anywhere, just practicing in the school. I accidentally broke something and have to pay for it, so I came to the southern coast. Did you need something when you were looking for me? Yun Shi spoke about the auction for the broadcasting rights of the martial arts competition, saying that YTV had offered 100 million for the rights to broadcast it in the media. Yun Shi remarked, this is up to you, you're amazing, they actually agreed to buy it for such a high price. Hearing this, Fong Ping casually responded, Yun Shi, you seem a bit impressed, but is it in pounds or dollars? This statement from Fong Ping left Yun Shi completely dumbfounded. She blinked in confusion and asked, renminbi? Hearing this, Fong Ping felt a bit displeased, thinking that 100 million renminbi was far too little for purchasing media broadcasting rights for land. He thought to himself, do they think I'm stupid? Right now, there are many online video platforms in the country that want to develop, and there's no chance to buy or sell to one. With just 20 or 30 million, I could already make 100 million. This is just the broadcasting fee for new media, not including the television station's broadcasting fees. Saying 100 million is fine, but you have the television rights. The new media channels are priced differently. Seeing this, Yun Shi quickly wrote in her notebook and then looked up to ask, by the way, other schools are preparing to organize martial arts competitions as well. Do you think this will affect us? Upon hearing this, Fong Ping responded confidently, those who try to piggyback off others won't succeed. Besides, even if Jingdu wanted to follow suit, it wouldn't be that simple. In the Lu exchange competition, we won at first, they lost. Jingdu is controlled by a group of stubborn old men, and their politics are much more serious than the club's matters. Li Hanson isn't particularly interested in this. Unless the government intervenes, the martial arts competition organized by Maman will still be the most prestigious nationwide. Hearing Fong Ping say that, Yun Shi felt somewhat reassured. Fong Ping continued, in the future, all the trivial matters should be handled by those with education. In the past, the Literature Academy had many students at the same level, but they were not given opportunities. Now, they will have more chances to earn points and will also be supported. The loan system has not made any progress,
I have to figure out how to deal with the first-class students who are in their third and fourth years.
Upon hearing this, Yunshi anxiously asked, is this really okay?
Martial arts education at the first level is the primary resource for third and fourth year martial arts universities, with over 2,000 first-class martial artists.
The school won't agree to this.
Fong Ping smirked, looked towards the teachers, and said, I'll take care of this. Never mind the 3 major academies, tell the martial arts club to bring this information to the weaponry academy. The conditions at the weaponry academy are the best. For the past few years, the third and fourth years still have about 300 people, all at the first level, and they can't handle it. In the end, you should say goodbye to Yunshi and say, I still need to find a question about cultivation, so I'll go ahead.
Don't let cultivation get affected.
At this moment, Yunshi turned to look at Fong Ping walking away, then replied, I understand.
She then turned back and headed towards the dormitory area of Magic Uni.
I heard that Fong Ping is preparing to deal with the third-year students. The fourth years say that if they don't reach level 2 next year, they will be expelled. Upon hearing this, the third and fourth year students screamed in despair, this evil bastard. The red-haired girl, upon hearing the news, laughed loudly. Finally, the Devil King is taking action against the old students.
Let them laugh at me, this is retribution. 2 students expressed their dissatisfaction, the cultivation is tough.
We've been studying and challenging the elite rankings for less than a month, and I've already fallen sick. These things are one thing, but what's worse is that Fong Ping also had someone check the dorms at night.
This is to train our vigilance and reaction ability.
The red-haired girl looked helpless. The important thing is that my father fully supports this, so now I don't even dare to sleep without my clothes on. On the other side, Fong Ping kept sneezing as he was mentioned non-stop.
Are those students cursing me? Sooner or later, I will deal with all of them. Fong Ping looked around and complained, Teacher, is this all that's available in the logistics room? Is there anything better? For example, space rings, storage items.
His master, upon hearing this, sneered, haha.
Seeing this attitude from his master, Fong Ping angrily said, Stop with the haha after so many years of technological development, they still haven't created it? His master replied, That thing is related to space theory. Wait until our experts can break through the void, then we can talk. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping became excited and said, So there is still a possibility?
His master explained, You've already seen the path leading to the mine. If it doesn't exist in the mine, it must exist on Earth. These 2 vortexes penetrate through 2 realms, which means space can be broken.
We can't do it because we're too weak, not because it's impossible. Fong Ping fell into deep thought. How strong do you have to be to break through the void? Can true experts really reach that level?
Last time, I gathered so many things in the mine, but ended up only bringing back 2 items.
Transporting them is really a huge hassle.
Then he took out the powerful black card and said, Master, give me 10-11 pills, followed by 5 bodybuilding pills and 5 viscera shielding pills.
The master quickly took the card and asked, The 11 pills are used when purifying the internal organs, do you want to buy them now? Fong Ping replied, Yes, I'll need to use them anyway.
In his heart, he thought, to reach the middle level, I need to cleanse the 5 organs and 6 bowels. This time, the system didn't give me a chance to flex, so I have no choice but to use pills to assist. The teacher then checked and quoted the price, a total of 4,500 credits.
Upon hearing this, Fong Ping was a bit confused and asked, Is that so? Can I pay in cash?
The teacher replied, In that case, it would be 135 million.
Fong Ping panicked. Wasn't there a discount at the school? Why was it still so expensive? Hearing this, the teacher explained, That's a discount in credits, not cash. Fong Ping then asked, Is there any discount?
The teacher answered, Even with a discount, it would only reduce 5 million, leaving 130 million. Fong Ping still tried to persuade him, mentioning his contributions, I'm the president of the martial arts club.
I bled for Magic Uni, I've fought for benefits for Magic Uni.
But before he could finish, the teacher interrupted, If you're not buying, then get lost. In the end, Fong Ping had to compromise. His account was immediately deducted by 130 million, leaving only 45 million. Teacher Lee happily handed the items to Fong Ping, saying, "Thank you for your support. We welcome you next time." Fong Ping, on the other hand, had no joy on his face. He thought to himself, "Old Lee isn't cute anymore." Scene change at Bay Garden. As per your request, we suggest this villa for you. Fong Ping was standing in a 580m house at this moment. The house had a total of 6 rooms, including 2 living rooms, 4 bedrooms, along with a swimming pool, a basement, and a flower garden. The price was 60,000 yuan per m, non-negotiable. After considering it, Fong Ping realized that the style of the house and its location were not bad. The broker enthusiastically persuaded him that this villa was very suitable for his status as the leader of Magic Uni. Previously, when he went to the north for a challenge, the famous martial artists from all regions, upon entering the super room, immediately recognized him. The Hailuan Flower Garden was one of the most famous villas in Magic City. Only famous people could afford to buy it. This place was only a 15-minute drive from his school, which was not far at all, and many teachers from Magic Uni also lived here. Fong Ping raised his hand to his chin, calculating, 60,000 yuan per m is a bit expensive, and it doesn't even have any furniture. Hearing Fong Ping hesitating, the broker quickly tried to flatter him, saying, "Mr. Fong, you're joking. You are the top young generation of Magic Uni, handsome, talented, rich, and successful. 60,000 yuan per m is nothing for you." Thus, Fong Ping, almost psychologically manipulated, signed the contract immediately. His account was directly debited 36 million yuan, with the remaining 9 million. When everything was done, Fong Ping was taken aback. "Oh, wait a minute, the total cost adds up to 36 million, and yet I feel like this is a bargain. This girl is really a good salesperson." At this point, Fong Ping added, "I'll transfer an additional 4 million to help with the interior decoration." While they were still hesitating, Fong Ping continued, "Your president is a peak rank 6 expert, graduated from Magic Uni, and has been able to do well in Magic City, so there shouldn't be any issue with taking care of his juniors, right?" The young man sitting next to him spoke up, "Of course, we'll handle it well. Don't worry, Mr. Fong." So, the two of them saw Fong Ping off. The girl then turned to ask the manager, "Is this okay?" The manager replied, "He's right. The boss's success in Magic City couldn't have been achieved without the support of Magic Uni. With a genius like Fong Ping, even if he doesn't pay, the president wouldn't say anything." At this moment, Fong Ping was sitting in his supercar, calling his father, "Hello, Dad, there's nothing to worry about, I just bought a house in Magic City. If we can't live in Yang City, we can move to Magic City. Every time an expert goes down to the mine, no matter what, they must treat it as if it were the last time. Everything that needs to be arranged must be done properly, even a grandmaster is no exception." Fong Ping's father immediately reminded him to be careful. "Over these years, your mother and I have managed to get through. Even without this position, we wouldn't starve to death. Wealth is just an external thing, and no matter how strong your martial arts are, you must still take care of your health." Fong Ping simply replied, "I know, Dad, don't worry." Then he hung up and thought to himself. Previously, he had felt that 175 million was such a large sum of money that he wouldn't know how to spend it all. But now, after just one day, only 5 million remained. However, he considered it worth it, as he had bought a house in Magic City. From Bay Garden, it's about a 5 km walk to the Magic City Military District, where Magic Uni and the Magic City Military Zone are located. This residential area is home to a large number of experts. If any risks from the mines erupt, this place would be the safest. Scene change. At this moment, Qin Fengqing arrived, wearing a new set of armor. Fong Ping looked at him and exclaimed, "Oh, you're at middle rank 4 now?" Qin Fengqing responded, "I just barely entered this realm, having set up the 5 preliminary heaven and earth bridges. The next step is to solidify them." Fong Ping replied, "It wasn't easy, huh? I remember last year, when we first met at the school gate, you were still in high school, and I wasn't even a martial artist yet. In just a short period of time, you're almost catching up to me. Hearing that, Qin Fengqing immediately sprayed the hardening agent and angrily cursed, "The martial path is not just about temporary strength. Wait until you reach peak level 6, you'll be stuck there for decades." Fang Ping proudly replied, "Is that so? Then why does my spiritual power always overflow?" The essence of marrow, like mercury, is invincible in the third rank, combining vitality and spirit. Peak rank 6, or maybe just a few months and I'll reach rank 7? Seeing that he couldn't argue back, Qin Fengqing turned and left, saying, "Are you coming or not?" Fang Ping smirked internally as he looked at Qin Fengqing's figure. Finally, they said goodbye to Yun Shi and the others before setting off. A young man sighed, "In the past, we could still team up for missions, but now the gap between us is too wide." Yun Shi was deeply worried, praying that Fang Ping would surely return safely. Switching scenes, at this moment, Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had arrived at their accommodation, a place advertised as one Fang Ping had set up. As they entered the gate, Fang Ping thought of the scar-faced man who had asked him, "Young man, are you planning to move out?" That day, Fang Ping had said that after finishing the fan-related matters, they would dismantle the alloy door together. "It seems like it's time for me to swallow my words." The guard standing beside saw Fang Ping and called out, "Fang Ping, when will you be filming an advertisement again? I've gotten bored of the old ones already." Hearing that, Fang Ping turned and replied, "Is that so? I just filmed an advertisement earlier. If that's the case, shouldn't you be paying me for the advertisement too?" When the subject of payment came up, the guard waved his hand dismissively and changed the subject, "Go inside quickly. You too, be careful." Qin Fengqing clenched his fist, showing determination. As for getting rich, relying on the mine is nothing to worry about. Seeing this, the guard was helpless because he thought of the mine like an ATM. Qin Fengqing's gaze was expectant, and indeed, the mine was like an ATM. The two of them quickly entered the mine. Once inside, Qin Fengqing approached a nearby guard and asked, "Old Zhang, how's the situation now? Tell us." Fang Ping thought to himself, Qin Fengqing knows so many people, even the guards are familiar with him. However, at this moment, he was surprised by the guard's silence. The guard then replied, "My surname is Liu." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengqing cursed, "You idiot." Fang Ping thought to himself, "Old Liu, what's the situation now?" Old Liu replied, "After Fort Tianmen withdrew its troops, they haven't returned. But right now, they have a very close relationship with Fort Dongquai. There's a high chance they will cooperate more deeply, or even merge." Upon hearing that, Qin Fengqing responded, "Has there been any movement in the northwest?" The guard replied, "There has been no movement yet, everything is still the same. Currently, the military department is continuously monitoring the cities. As soon as they form an alliance, we will definitely detect it immediately." After receiving this information, Qin Fengqing left. Before leaving, he turned around and thanked old Zhang, causing the guard to helplessly repeat, "My surname is Liu." As both of them entered the city, to the northwest of the city, about 500 miles to the northwest, was West Phoenix City. "Our target is slightly to the northeast of that." Fang Ping asked, "Aren't you guys going to raid Fort Tianmen? Why are you hiding over there?" Qin Fengqing laughed and replied, "Raid? What raid? This is called withdrawing money, do you understand? Kid, you're still too green in this area, you need to learn more from me." Fang Ping heard this but didn't argue any further, only saying, "Continue then." In his heart, he thought, "Trying to hit me, huh? Fine, whatever, there's no harm in hearing this kind of stuff. I won't bother with him for now." Qin Fengqing continued, "The mines outside the city still have many villages, towns, and higher-level fortresses, and there are many more. This is military discipline." He continued, "Towns with a population of around 10,000 people usually have a higher rank, while villages are typically at the middle level. Such settlements are already considered quite good. Therefore, if you want to withdraw money or do something else, it's best to choose machines placed in villages. The larger villages will definitely have martial artists, and martial artists need to cultivate. Sometimes you may even be lucky enough to find energy stones, or at least materials with high energy concentration.
Meanwhile, ordinary villages are mostly inhabited by the elderly, women, and children, and since resources are scarce, you won't gain much by going there.
Although we practice martial arts and have participated in some training battles, I'm not interested in killing. That year, the village we needed to go to was very strong, even having a rank 5 martial artist. We didn't dare to head toward Fort Tianmen because we feared making a reckless move and accidentally encountering that village. At this moment, Qin Fengqing glanced at Feng Ping, noticing he was searching for something with a suspicious look, before stopping. In front of them was a huge pit. Feng Ping spoke, during the battle to protect the City of Hope, several grandmasters perished together with the enemy. The energy waves even spread for miles. These pits must have been left by them, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Fengqing nodded in confirmation. Feng Ping, enraged, clenched his fists and said, "How powerful do you need to be to suppress these damn pests?" Qin Fengqing replied, "All I know is that even the top-tier experts at rank 9 in League Commander's place won't be able to do it, maybe only rank 10 could?" Then he turned around and said, "Let's go quickly, we're not qualified to think about such things right now."
So the two of them continued on their journey.
Suddenly, Qin Fengqing signaled to stop.
Feng Ping was puzzled and wondered if there was something going on.
Unexpectedly, Qin Fengqing took off the pouch hanging on him and said, "Take your clothes off."
Hearing this, Feng Ping was alarmed, not understanding what was happening.
Cold sweat poured down his body as he thought to himself, "There's no one around, it's just a desolate wilderness, and now he's telling me to take my clothes off.
Does he have some ulterior motive?"
But this train of thought was immediately interrupted by Qin Fengqing.
He handed a shirt to Feng Ping and said, "Hurry up, what are you waiting for? This is for you."
While Feng Ping was still confused, not knowing what was going on, he looked at Qin Fengqing and saw him wearing a torn shirt.
Feng Ping then asked, "Is this from the tomb's outfit?" Qin Fengqing, still changing his clothes, replied, "It's just to cover our tracks.
If we're lucky, the martial artists at the mine might see us from afar and won't attack right away. We might be able to deceive them. Once we're there, we might still have a chance to turn things around. But let me tell you, don't dress like this in City of Hope. There are some idiots who won't think twice before trying to kill you. The whole people from Nation H don't kill others from Nation H thing won't help you one bit." At this moment, Qin Fengqing turned to look at Feng Ping. Seeing the armor on him, his eyes sparkled like stars, then he raised his hand and pointed at Feng Ping, saying, "Oh my god, this armor is a rank 5 white beast armor."
"Feng Ping, I've never worn something like this before. Can I borrow it for a few days?" But Feng Ping immediately refused, saying, "You can keep dreaming."
Qin Fengqing still didn't give up, begging, "Don't be so heartless, just let me wear it for a bit.
I promise I'll return it to you." Feng Ping remained firm in his refusal. "Are you going to get lost or not?"
Seeing this, Qin Fengqing turned away, saying, "Fine, if you're not going to lend it to me, then forget it. A rank 5 family armor and a 3rd tier big saber are worth a lot of money.
Who needs to raid villages? I'll just go do a quick job.
When Feng Ping gets hurt and people chase me, I'll bring out the saber and armor to save him.
I wonder if he'll agree.
After all, this bastard is as rich as can be." At this point, the two of them had finished changing clothes, and they looked at each other without saying anything.
Qin Fengqing saw Feng Ping wearing a military bag and asked, "Are you wearing that military bag?"
"Even a fool can tell you're fake, take it off."
Feng Ping retorted, "What else would you use to carry your stuff if not a bag? How much can you carry with your hands?"
Qin Fengqing then looked down at his pants and asked, "What's that on your pants?" Qin Fengqing broke into a sweat, quickly using his hand to cover the pouch hanging on his pants, stammering, "It's nothing." Seeing this, Feng Ping angrily shouted, "Why is my pants pouch custom made, but mine is not like that?"
Qin Fengqing tried to dodge, replying, "How would I know?" Feng Ping became even more furious, saying, "You're the one who gave me these clothes."
Qin Fengqing answered, "Who told you not to prepare them yourself?
And you even told me to throw the pouch away." Feng Ping questioned, "And yet you said that?"
Qin Fengqing began to justify himself, "That pouch is really troublesome. After speaking, he glanced at Fong Ping and waved his hand. Alright. Don't split it anymore. Whoever can gather more with their ability can consider it theirs. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping frowned and snorted, You're the one who said that. Qin Fengqing continued, We're almost there, just about 15 miles ahead. By now, night had fallen, and the two continued walking forward. Suddenly, Qin Fengqing shouted loudly, Fong Ping, wait. As Fong Ping turned around, confused about what was going on, Qin Fengqing quickly leaped forward, using his hand to pluck a medicinal herb and stuffed it into his pants pocket. His actions were so fast that Fong Ping didn't even notice. He asked in confusion, What's that? Qin Fengqing acted unaware and replied, I don't know either. I didn't get a good look, but it seems to have quite a bit of energy. It must be something really good. This answer made Fong Ping so angry that he couldn't speak. He opened his eyes wide, thinking to himself, This bastard, now that it's started, don't blame me for going all the way. My ability to find treasures is no worse than yours. Suddenly, Fong Ping seemed to realize something. He turned around, looked around, and then asked, Is this Wolf Head Ridge? Upon hearing this, Qin Fengqing simply answered with one word, Yeah. Hearing Qin Fengqing's confirmation, Fong Ping panicked, grabbing him and saying, Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? The number of ancient wolves on Wolf Head Ridge can sometimes reach up to hundreds, and if they act all at once, it's really dangerous. Qin Fengqing laughed and replied, If I had told you earlier, what if you came up here first? Do you think I'm an idiot? Besides, this mountain is so big, how could we easily run into wolves? As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping's face suddenly turned pale, sweat poured down like a shower, and he stammered, We've really encountered them. The two immediately hurried to hide, and they saw a pack of wild wolves begin to approach after catching their scent, about 0.5 km away. At that moment, both of them were in a state of intense fear. Panting heavily, Qin Fengqing said, It's just ancient wolves, there aren't many of them, and their strength is only level 4. We can kill them. Fong Ping replied, I know. Seeing that you left, I also felt hesitant to bother you further. However, Qin Fengqing angrily replied, What? Clearly, I saw you leave, so I followed you, yet you're angry. How petty can this guy be? That Wang Jingyang from before at least put in the effort to kill demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping raised his hand to signal to stop. Alright, let's be frank with each other. If we continue like this, I'm afraid you'll get me killed. Later, if we encounter a 4th level creature, we'll just kill it immediately, and even if we go alone, we'll still kill. If you run away again, we won't be able to continue. Hearing this, Qin Fengqing reluctantly agreed, Fine, but don't run away yourself. In his heart, he silently sighed, Alright, this time we've met a worthy opponent. And so, they both rushed forward and quickly dealt with the pack of wild wolves. When the two of them reached the top of a mountain, Fong Ping happily said, There's someone alive. Qin Fengqing also commented, There's energy from the mine, seems like we can make a big gain here. Fong Ping began to use his abilities and said, I see the herb garden, I can sense the energy inside is very abundant. Hearing this, Qin Fengqing happily replied, Why not just go down there, grab the loot, and run? However, Fong Ping stopped him, What if there are high-level experts living inside? I feel like the people who live in this deep, wild forest are all very strong. Seeing Fong Ping being so cautious, Qin Fengqing said, Can you be a bit braver? Only the brave aren't afraid, while the timid worry like this. Fong Ping replied, It's not that I'm timid, I just don't want to sacrifice myself. He thought to himself, The last time I went into the mine, I encountered a high-level creature after just a short while. How can I not be careful? But it will definitely be fine, what's there to be afraid of? Decided, let's go, charge into the mine. Fong Ping said, Alright, if I run, you better run fast too. My mental strength is strong, if there are any experts, can you send a signal to me beforehand? But Qin Fengqing didn't listen, just replied, Let's go, and quickly jumped down. Fong Ping thought to himself, You really are scared of death. The two of them looked through the fence and saw a medicinal garden inside. Qin Fengqing's eyes lit up, saying, Luoshang fruit, blue leaf fruit, emerald grass, we've struck it rich, really struck it rich.
Fong Ping's face turned crafty.
He thought to himself, on the way here, I almost didn't see any medicinal plants. It seems the owner has already harvested them all. However, in this medicinal garden, there are at least more than 20 different types of herbs, a total of more than 100 plants. Roughly speaking, it should be worth at least 20,000 credits. At this moment, Qin Fengqing said, You dig from the left, I'll dig from the right.
Fong Ping quickly agreed.
The two of them jumped over the fence, and at that moment, a gem beside the fence quickly shattered. They both used all their strength to steal the medicine. When they saw the scene of the shattered gem sending out a signal, Qin Fengqing angrily cursed, Damn, do they have some sort of guard equipment? Fong Ping was also startled by this and hurriedly continued picking the herbs while saying, Grab whatever you can, move a bit faster.
Qin Fengqing asked, How many people can you sense? What level are they?
But at this moment, Fong Ping couldn't distinguish, he only knew they weren't weak. The group of people quickly mobilized their troops to surround and capture the two of them, Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping.
Fong Ping took off running first, and Qin Fengqing quickly followed behind.
Just as they jumped over the fence, a tall and muscular man jumped out of the window. He landed powerfully on the ground, glanced around, and saw that the pile of herbs had been nearly all stolen by Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping. He quickly ordered his soldiers to chase after them and kill them all. At this point, Qin Fengqing and Fong Ping were running for their lives. Qin Fengqing turned to praise, You run pretty fast, kid.
Fong Ping politely replied, You're not bad either.
Fong Ping began to use his abilities and noticed 5 people chasing after them. Among them, 4 were rank 4 and 1 was rank 5. The martial artists at rank 4 had no remarkable abilities, and they had been left far behind by Fong Ping's group. Now, only 1 rank 5 was continuously chasing and closing the distance.
Qin Fengqing asked, Can we kill him? Fong Ping simply answered, Kill.
The two then stopped, splitting up to approach from different sides and preparing to ambush the rank 5. Fong Ping brought his sword close to him, but the opponent was no pushover. He smiled sarcastically and used a move to knock Fong Ping back.
The two of them turned and said in unison, Middle rank 5.
Qin Fengqing said to Fong Ping, Just do it the usual way.
Fong Ping hesitated a little, though he's not a high rank 5, he's still rank 5. I'm not sure if I can handle him.
Qin Fengqing's gaze turned cold as he said, Just focus on mastering 1 strike. Upon hearing this, Fong Ping said no more and charged forward. The blade in his hand began to glow red. Fong Ping swung it with full force at the rank 5, but the opponent was no slouch either, using his bare hand to block the strike. Fong Ping's hand started to tremble from the force of the rank 5's power.
He thought to himself, Is rank 5 really this strong?
7/unification was thus thwarted. In a moment of distraction, the rank 5 man used one hand to hold Fong Ping's blade, while his other hand began to execute a martial move, intending to strike Fong Ping in the face. However, Fong Ping quickly realized his plot. He swiftly unleashed his power, and the two blows collided, generating an extremely powerful shockwave that pushed both of them back. At this moment, the rank 5 man noticed the presence of Qin Fengqing. Holding a sword and ready to fight, he saw the murderous aura emanating from the two of them and thought to himself, These two are too dangerous, they must be killed. After saying this, he intended to rush toward Qin Fengqing, but suddenly, a red flash shot towards him. The rank 5 man quickly leaned to the side and blocked it with his hand.
He thought, Do humans know this secret technique?
When he regained his composure, he saw Fong Ping charging at him, ready to deliver a blow to his face. With Fong Ping's incredible speed, the rank 5 man could only widen his eyes in confusion, unable to dodge in time, and took a powerful strike to his side. However, contrary to Fong Ping's expectations, the rank 5 man took the hit without any visible injury. He immediately retaliated with a blow that left Fong Ping dazed and unable to react. Fong Ping, panicked, thought to himself, This is bad, the half-finished Maha Punch has no effect on a rank 5 martial artist, someone who has trained their internal organs to the extreme.
Fong Ping immediately changed tactics, using a mentality attack and shooting a purple beam of light towards the rank 5 guy.
However, he showed no sign of fear and instead surrounded his body with a red aura.
The rank 5 guy gritted his teeth and shouted, "Do you want to die?" Fong Ping began to feel a sharp headache, his mental attack completely shattered.
However, Fong Ping did not give up and started to channel more mental power.
This time, it succeeded. The rank 5 guy was confused, thinking to himself, "What is this? How could this happen? Could it be that I've encountered a commander-level opponent?" Fong Ping quickly performed the blood arrow method, spitting out a series of red laser beams from his mouth. The rank 5 guy swung his arms wildly to dodge, but he realized that behind him, Qin Fengqing was also unleashing his own power. When the rank 5 guy noticed him, Qin Fengqing yelled loudly to Fong Ping, "Keep making him afraid." In his heart, Fong Ping silently prayed, "Please don't come over here, please don't come over here." Fong Ping did not disappoint Qin Fengqing's expectations and continued to use the mentality attack. The rank 5 guy, hit by the attack, became panicked. If this continued, he would die. At that moment, he clenched his fists tightly, concentrating all his energy into his arms. Seeing this, Fong Ping also felt uneasy, thinking to himself, "Is this a high-level strategy?" The two of them continued to charge at each other, fiercely engaging in a martial arts duel. Fong Ping used the Vajra fist, and after a series of exchanges, neither side was willing to give in. Fong Ping's arm began to soak in blood. He struggled to hold on, cursing inwardly, "It hurts so much. What the hell is Qin Fengqing doing? Why is he taking so long?" With no other choice, Fong Ping once again resorted to using a mental attack. Just as he was hanging by a thread, a red laser suddenly shot through the neck of the rank 5. It turned out that Qin Fengqing had finally finished. The rank 5 stood dazed, as if he didn't understand what was happening, and then, unexpectedly, his head detached from his body, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Fengqing panted heavily, killing a rank 5 feels so damn refreshing." Fong Ping looked at the rank 5's body falling to the ground, then glanced at his own wounded arm, thinking to himself, it was still pushing it to go head-on with a rank 5. My internal organs haven't had enough time to recover from that punch earlier. If that had hit my stomach, I'd probably be a goner. Qin Fengqing walked over proudly and asked, "So, what do you think?" "I told you I could do it." Hearing this, Fong Ping replied, "Next time, you hold them off for me, and I'll explode with power." Qin Fengqing, irritated, pointed at Fong Ping and said, "Can you kill them in one move?" Fong Ping countered, "No, I can't. If I killed him, you'd be dead too. Without me holding him off, there's no way you could have killed him, right? I run faster and have better endurance than him. If anyone's going to die, it'll be you." Qin Fengqing couldn't argue anymore, so he became angry. "Damn it, you're going to die too. What's the point of us arguing about these things?" Fong Ping replied indifferently, "Of course, his heart belongs to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengqing became stunned. After a moment, he broke into a cold sweat and placed his hand on Fong Ping's shoulder. "You really should take care of the younger generation. His heart belongs to you. These guys are yours too. I just need some time to recover." It turned out that the subordinates of that 5th-level guy had caught up behind them. They were filled with murderous intent, staring fiercely at the two of them. Fong Ping observed the situation and thought to himself, "If it were someone else, my right arm would be useless by now. This guy, aside from the knife he just drew, has some strength, but the rest of him is almost useless." Fong Ping then said, "Every time we divide the spoils, the majority always goes to you. After saving your life, your knife belongs to me." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengqing was startled. "What did you say?" But before he could refuse, Fong Ping charged forward. Qin Fengqing tightly gripped the knife in his hand and thought to himself, "This kid is targeting my only precious possession. Isn't this my plan?" Fong Ping quickly used his mental power. These 4th-level guys are truly nothing compared to that 5th-level guy. With just one move, he swiftly defeated them all. Qin Fengqing stood and watched the scene in astonishment. Is Fong Ping really this strong?
From the early to high stages of level 4, and yet, within less than 30 seconds, he's dealt with all of them. Once everything was done, the two of them began to gather their spoils. 3 grade D weapons, weighing less than 15 kg, 5 energy hearts, 1 grade 4 heart, and 4 additional grade 4 hearts. This was all they had. Xin Fengqing spoke up. They were attacked in the middle of the night, so their belongings are probably still hidden inside the house.
Fang Ping didn't respond, only quickly packing the items into his bag.
Xin Fengqing, seeing this, became furious. Fang Ping, you're going too far.
Fang Ping clutched the bag tightly, responding calmly, going too far?
All those grade 4 people were killed by me. The heart of that grade 5 person also belongs to me.
Aren't these things mine?
Xin Fengqing hesitated. I thought there might be something valuable on that grade 5 guy.
Who would have thought?
Before he could finish, Fang Ping tossed a pile of medals at him. Here, take these. The medals represented the status, position, and honor of martial artists in the mines and were certainly valuable. In the military, they could even be exchanged for points. Seeing this, Xin Fengqing lost his temper. These may be valuable, but it's still too little. At least you should give me a few of those grade 4 hearts.
If not, we should just disband.
In the face of Xin Fengqing's threat, Fang Ping remained unfazed. If we disband, we disband. The two of them rushed forward madly, neither willing to give way to the other.
Xin Fengqing, angry, pointed at Fang Ping and questioned, "Can you stop following me?" Fang Ping immediately retorted, "What? It's you who's following me." Xin Fengqing then threatened, "Aren't you afraid there are level 6 experts inside?"
Fang Ping replied calmly, "If there were level 6 experts, they would have come out to hunt us down by now."
Try putting yourself in the enemy's shoes. If someone suddenly entered your martial artist territory, all the experts would rush out immediately. Xin Fengqing disagreed, saying, "What if they're level 7 experts, more arrogant, and seeing a few of us, they're too lazy to come out?"
Fang Ping, hearing this, paid no attention and continued walking ahead.
Xin Fengqing, irritated, said, "Then don't go, you'll lose your life."
Seeing that Fang Ping was unfazed, Xin Fengqing's competitive spirit flared up, and he quickly increased his pace to match Fang Ping's.
"I don't think there are level 7 experts." Fang Ping then playfully threatened, "What if it's really like you said?"
Xin Fengqing, who was as timid as a rabbit, was immediately frightened. Sweat poured down him like a shower.
In the end, he turned around and suggested to Fang Ping, "How about we go together?"
Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Fang Ping immediately agreed. The two of them coordinated seamlessly, charging into the martial artist's domain, leaving death in their wake wherever they went. With a fiery momentum, Xin Fengqing kicked the door open and, with a triumphant expression, said, "Serves them right.
We're going to get rich. I never expected the strongest guard here to only be at level 4. The two quickly entered the room.
Inside, 3 people were holding swords, their posture highly defensive.
The woman standing at the back asked, "Who are you two? How dare you barge in here?"
However, Xin Fengqing and Fang Ping didn't respond. They kept advancing, their cold eyes fixed on the 3 individuals. Realizing they had no intention of backing down, the woman yelled, "If you kill me, the boss will never forgive you. You two are disguised as martial artists from the City of Hope. Do you want the boss to join the war?" Upon hearing this, Xin Fengqing and Fang Ping froze in surprise.
Xin Fengqing skeptically asked, "Join the war? Is the boss she mentioned the level 5 expert?"
Fang Ping thought for a moment before responding, "If we're here, she must know that the level 5 expert is already dead. I suspect she's hinting that there's an expert who, although initially unwilling to join the war, might change their mind and join the war of the City of Hope because of us." As Fang Ping spoke, his gaze gradually became terrifying. He coldly ordered, "Kill them." The two immediately rushed forward, and within a few moves, they had defeated the 3 people in front of them. The woman, seeing this, trembled and pointed at them, her voice faltering, "The people from City of Hope, the boss will definitely take revenge for me." However, before she could finish her sentence, Fang Ping swung his blade, severing her body, killing her on the spot. Fang Ping looked down coldly and said, "This girl clearly knows where we're from, yet she dared to pull such a trick. The reason she called us minors is that she was actually probing. She was betting, trying to see if we would spare her life due to the conflict between the lords." Qin Fengqing seemed to wake up, raising his hand to his chin, sighing, I see now. So there is another lord here. If he has 5th tier subordinates, his strength must be at least 6th tier. Fang Ping wasn't too concerned, just quickly urging, "Their bedrooms are upstairs. Let's go check if there's anything useful, grab what we can, and get out quickly." Upon hearing this, the two quickly jumped upstairs and began searching everywhere. Fang Ping scanned the area with his divine eyes, then shook his head, "There's nothing here. Let's go to the next room." They went from room to room, collecting quite a few energy stones. Qin Fengqing was visibly delighted, unable to hide his excitement. When they reached the last room, Qin Fengqing guessed, "This must be the Lord's room." Upon entering, both of them exclaimed in surprise, "The books of the tomb." Qin Fengqing quickly ran over to the bookshelf, touching each book, his face clearly showing joy. "These are not worth much, but they have research value. Let me take them." Fang Ping, upon hearing this, became angry and retorted, "Qin Fengqing, do you think I'm stupid? The books from the tombs are sometimes rarer than energy stones, even having equal value. Books are the best way to record the existence of a civilization. These are very precious, and only experts can obtain them. Humans have been fighting in the tombs for years, and the number of books recovered is really small. This has caused the translation of tomb languages to progress very slowly." Qin Fengqing didn't care, quickly stuffing the books into his bag. Fang Ping watched and thought to himself, "These books are quite heavy, let Qin Fengqing carry the bulk of it. When the time comes, if he doesn't share some with me, I'll beat him." At that moment, Fang Ping suddenly noticed something and thought to himself, "This room really has a lot of valuable things." After being raided by the two, the room was left in disarray, everything now bare. Qin Fengqing and Fang Ping carried a pile of items, running frantically through the forest. Behind them, a vicious pack of wolves was relentlessly chasing after them. Qin Fengqing was drenched in sweat, panting as he said, "We're doomed. Right now, the two of us are like mobile energy ore." Fang Ping was also bewildered, unsure of what to do. Qin Fengqing suggested, "How about we split up and run separately? If we stay together, our energy will be too concentrated, making us easier to detect." Fang Ping looked at him skeptically and asked, "Then who will take the detour?" Qin Fengqing quickly responded, "Of course, it'll be you. Your blood qi is stronger, so I can run for longer." Fang Ping furrowed his brows and retorted, "I'm not doing something that's stupid. What if you run off and leave me behind?" Qin Fengqing helplessly asked, "Then what do you suggest we do?" Fang Ping decided, "Let's stay together. Whoever falls behind is just out of luck." Qin Fengqing glanced back. The pack of wolves was still aggressively chasing after them, baring their teeth and claws, seemingly ready to devour both of them. Panicked, Qin Fengqing pleaded, "Don't leave me behind. Can I carry this sack for you?" Fang Ping calmly replied, "I don't need it." Qin Fengqing angrily threatened, "Then I'll throw it away." Unexpectedly, Fang Ping nodded, coldly saying, "Go ahead, throw it away." Qin Fengqing tightly gripped the sack containing the books, grinding his teeth, thinking to himself, "There's no way I'm throwing this away. This stuff is really valuable." At the top of a mountain, a wolf howled long and loud, the sound carrying far, signaling to the rest of the pack. The scene then shifted inside a delegate. The name of the evil king with red hair is Monster Phoenix City Lord. Holding a wine cup, he spoke in a deep voice, "Monster Sunflower City and Monster Wood City have invited Monster Phoenix City to form a 3-city alliance, together attacking the City of Hope to open the path into the Land of Resurrection. Does anyone have any objections?" An old man with white hair, upon hearing this, voiced his opposition, "Phoenix King, absolutely not. Monsterwood City once entered the Land of Resurrection, but they didn't bring back any resurrection seeds. I suspect this is simply fake news." Phoenix King placed the wine cup on the table and calmly explained, but this news came from the Forbidden Zone. The white-haired old man furrowed his brow, expressing disbelief, and continued, that information came from the expert of the demon path. However, the strongest faction of our lineage has not received any such information. Even if the resurrection seeds are real, only the demon path faction would benefit. Not only in the southern 7 realms but also in other regions, they are exploring the paths. I suspect there must be other motives beyond the resurrection seeds. Until the situation is clarified, we cannot join. Hearing this, Phoenix King fell into deep thought and then turned to ask, Commander Skywolf, you have long been stationed at Skywolf Mountain and have frequent dealings with Monsterwood City. What is your opinion? Commander Skywolf, upon being asked by Phoenix King, spoke up, Phoenix King, I believe we could form the 3-city alliance. This time, if we attack City of Hope, we hope for significant losses to befall the 3 main leaders, Tiger, Leopard, and Wolf. If we are lucky, we might take this opportunity to devour Monsterwood City and seize Monsterwood. But the old man with the gray hair firmly opposed Commander Skywolf. If I'm not mistaken, the commander of Monsterwood City is your junior. It sounds great to take Monsterwood. You want Phoenix King to join the alliance of the 3 cities for convenience and seeking revenge, right? The Resurrection Land still has peak experts who have not revealed themselves. Monsterwood City has been suffering countless deaths and injuries for years. Do you really want Monster Phoenix City to fall into the swamp of war as well? Commander Skywolf rebutted, Venerable White Phoenix, I have no such intention. I am solely devoted to Monster Phoenix City. Upon hearing this, the old man with the gray hair immediately questioned, then why have you been staying in Skywolf Mountain without coming out? As soon as Monsterwood City sent an invitation for the alliance, you appeared. Upon hearing this questioning from the old man, Commander Skywolf spoke up to explain, I stayed in Skywolf Mountain for the protection of the outside of Monster Phoenix City. This is something everyone knows. The Golden Horn in the east broke through to the Venerable Realm, and its territory is continuously expanding. I returned to the city this time because of that. The old man with the gray hair furrowed his brows and said with a stern look, Phoenix King has known about the Golden Horn's breakthrough for a long time. Even if it expands, the ones who should be worried are Monsterwood City and Monsterwood City, not our Monster Phoenix City. At this moment, Commander Skywolf could not argue any further and fell silent. Suddenly, a guard rushed in a panic, loudly reporting, monsters on Skywolf Mountain have been growling for days. It seems there is some movement. Hearing this, Commander Skywolf was startled, shouted something, and then turned to speak to Phoenix King, let me go check what's happening. Receiving the order from Phoenix King, Commander Skywolf left. The old man with silver hair stayed behind, reflecting deeply, and said, the heart of Skywolf Mountain has long been gone from Monster Phoenix City. Although he is still officially the leader of our city, Skywolf Mountain is practically a colony of Monsterwood City. As for this alliance of the 3 cities, Skywolf Mountain is merely the guest. Upon hearing this, Phoenix King simply replied, I know. On this side, the pack of monster wolves was still relentlessly chasing after Fongping and Qin Fengqing. Fengqing, angry, cursed, are these monsters all crazy? How can they chase us so tirelessly? Fongping, sweating profusely, said, look around, do you see this forest? Doesn't it seem familiar? When Fongping said this, Qin Fengqing suddenly became puzzled, which direction are we running in? This is southeast, slightly towards the east. Upon hearing this, Qin Fengqing cheerfully stopped and said with joy, so we just need to run about 60 kilometers more and we'll be back at the City of Hope. But Fongping, upon hearing this, ran in front of Qin Fengqing and said, let's circle around the outside of the forest, we can't go deeper. In his heart, he thought, that cunning rogue, last time it was just a lucky escape. If we encounter them again this time, we'll be dead for sure. In the forest, there was a type of herb releasing a special energy flow, attracting a golden lion to approach. At that moment, the herb began to grow in a miraculous way, growing into a gigantic tree. Upon seeing the herb grow, the lion's face became full of satisfaction. But just then, its stomach started growling. It turned around and saw a wolf trembling in fear. The golden lion let out a loud roar towards the wolf, and a red energy burst forth. In an instant, the wolf was dead. The golden lion greedily licked its lips, thinking to itself, these foolish low-level monsters, reluctantly consumed. Not only is it a waste, but the taste is also nothing special. Monsters in the forest are becoming fewer and fewer, soon there will be none left. I really miss the humans, they are so proactive in sending blood chi to me, and they even prepare food so I don't have to go searching for it. Suddenly, it noticed something in the distance, as if there was another presence. Meanwhile, Qin Fengqing was running, sweat pouring down, struggling to call out, "Feng Ping, going on missions with you is never a pleasant experience." At this moment, Feng Ping chuckled lightly and sarcastically said, "You'll find out that things could be worse, don't you sense anything?" Upon hearing this, the two of them stopped. But behind them, there was a pack of wolf kings, and they had stopped, keeping a distance from the two. Qin Fengqing, confused, asked, "Why aren't they chasing us anymore?" Feng Ping smiled and replied, "Because we are all dead." Suddenly, the entire pack of wolves was knocked unconscious by something, releasing a strange purple aura. The two of them, Feng Ping and Qin Fengqing, immediately dropped the pile of things on their backs. Feng Ping and Qin Fengqing both looked up at the sky. Qin Fengqing saw a blinding golden light before his eyes and exclaimed, "Oh my god, the golden lion is there right now." Feng Ping silently thought, "The last time I met it, it was indeed breaking through. Its current form must be at least at the 8th rank." Qin Fengqing was trembling in fear and asked, "What does this mean? Are we going to die here?" Feng Ping said, "Don't make a sound. Also, if you manage to survive this time, all the rewards belong to me." Qin Fengqing continued to shake uncontrollably, scolding, "We're about to die, and you're still thinking about that?" In his heart, he thought, Feng Ping really is a cursed one. But every time I entered the mine before, it felt like I was just strolling in my own backyard. However, unexpectedly, Feng Ping suddenly knelt on the ground and said, "Lion King, I bring food for you, please feel free to enjoy." Then he reached his hand toward the group of beasts. Qin Fengqing witnessed the scene, still confused, not understanding what was happening. Feng Ping was sweating, thinking to himself, "Damn it, that side looks like a monster, why are you coming after me instead of just eating?" At that moment, a red aura emanated from his hand and he threw it directly at the golden lion. Upon seeing this, the golden lion became unusually joyful. Qin Fengqing, seeing this, was still bewildered and asked, "What the hell is going on? Damn it, this works?" Then, he wondered to himself, "If I encounter a higher level creature next time, could I survive like this?" At this moment, Feng Ping received continuous notifications from the system, resource consumption, 1 million. Which made him feel anxious. Finally, after using up a ton of origin points, he managed to make the golden lion fall asleep. At this point, Feng Ping opened the system, "This isn't good. The lion's stomach has grown bigger. It hasn't been long at all, and it has already consumed 5 million worth of resources. If it eats 3 meals a day, it seems it can only last about 3 to 5 days. Qin Fengqing called out to Feng Ping, "Can we leave now?" Feng Ping said, "I need to feed the Lion King until it's full, or it will eat us. If we leave now, it will eat us immediately." Hearing this, Qin Fengqing grew anxious, "So are we just going to stand here?" Feng Ping calmly replied, "We'll wait until it's hungry again, then we'll feed it. Feed it until we run out, then it'll eat us." Seeing this, Qin Fengqing felt helpless, tears streaming down his face, and resigned himself to his fate. At this moment, unexpectedly, the golden lion noticed something and turned its head behind. It only saw the man disguised as a wolf approaching. He thought to himself, "The golden horned and the human? The forest is so vast, how did it end up here? Moreover, there are 2 martial experts in front, yet it didn't kill them. So that's it, the golden horned has allied with the martial artist City of Hope to kill my wife." The more he thought, the angrier he became. His gaze started to fill with red veins, his body trembling, and his brows furrowed in anger. Then his eyes turned white, and he shouted loudly, "The golden horned." Hearing this shout, the golden horned also became angry,
growling as he stared at the man disguised as a wolf.
Recalling the past, he remembered that at this moment, he, along with his teammate who wore a half mask, was standing. The man pointed at the golden horned and said, "The golden horned, if there's anyone to blame, it's you. You're the one who recklessly expanded. Tianmen City wants to declare war on the City of Hope. Your forest is too much of an obstacle, making it easy for them to ambush us." After finishing his words, the man disguised as a wolf rushed forward, not needing to say more, "Just kill him." The two began to fiercely fight each other. Back to the present, both of them were wildly charging to kill one another. The man disguised as a wolf used his fists to strike the golden horn of the golden horned. The two of them, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing, stood below, watching the drama unfold.
Fong Ping asked, "Guess if that person is chasing us?"
Qin Fengqing, upon hearing this, responded, his eyes sharp, "We look too terrifying. I guess the house we robbed must belong to him." Then, the two looked at each other and suddenly, both of them grimaced in pain. It seemed they understood each other's thoughts, and they started to run for their lives, thinking to themselves, "We need to run fast, otherwise, there might not be any lives left to bring back." Fong Ping shouted loudly, "Lion King, I'm going to find some more food for you. Next time, I'll bring back a rank 9 for you to eat." Hearing this, Qin Fengqing became annoyed and cursed, "Shut up. Even now, you're still talking nonsense. What if it abandons the opponent to chase us down?" Fong Ping thought to himself, "I won't talk to him next time. If we meet again, I won't even have an excuse to say anything. Qin Fengqing, if I survive and make it back, you better never go on a mission with me again." Qin Fengqing angrily replied, "I think the same.
It's better if we don't team up again. I've been in the mines for many years, but this is the most intense experience yet.
Not only did we wipe out a high-level expert's lair in such a short time, but we also survived an encounter with a high-level monster.
This is enough for me to boast about for a lifetime. Just going through it once is enough."
The two of them moved at the speed of light, running ahead.
Fong Ping shouted loudly, trying every possible way to take advantage of the situation.
He and Qin Fengqing from the martial artist club had lured the mining masters into the forest, using a strategy to kill the high-level masters. At this moment, near the school, 3 men were standing by, observing the situation. One of them spoke up, "Martial artist really does have many outstanding talents, truly remarkable."
"So, is the place ahead where the Lion King and the enemy's high-level masters are fighting?"
The man wearing a hat, looking pensive, replied, "The breath of the Lion King has grown stronger." This was the Grandmaster guarding the catacombs of martial artist, Ko Bian-jiang, an 8th-level mid-stage expert.
"Unfortunately, the Lion King does not stand with us humans.
Otherwise, I would immediately join him and surround those mining masters." Another member of the group spoke up, "Those 2 level 3 brats really seem to enjoy making trouble. Now they've leveled up to level 4, and just after 1 day, they've already angered 2 high-level masters." The old man laughed heartily and said, "Don't ask, just laugh."
Hearing that, you can't help but laugh.
The students of our martial artist club are truly talented. Whether it's one side or the other that falls, it won't cause us any losses. If anyone dies, even better. Don't worry, they're still young.
The chances of those 2 advancing to Grandmaster are very high.
These 2 are excellent seeds, and if anything happens to them at the mid-stage, it would be a huge loss for humanity." Hearing that, the bald old man lowered his voice and said, "That's right, we also know that these 2 young people have reached the mid-stage, and in fact, the school has no specific requirements for them. However, if they are determined to go outside, we can't stop them." As for the protector. Before he could finish, the other person interrupted, saying, "Impossible.
Both of them are not weak, someone must be able to support them.
At least it should be a Grandmaster level expert."
The bald old man agreed and said, "Yes, all Grandmasters are strategic weapons for humanity. How could they have time to protect 2 mid-stage martial artists?
Moreover, having a Grandmaster accompany them might even backfire, making it inconvenient for them to act."
The man wearing a hat replied, "That's fine too.
Real experts are those who have emerged from the storms of blood and wind. I hope these two kids can go further. Meanwhile, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing had returned to the martial artist. They stood under the city walls, panting heavily, finally back at their destination. Standing at the city gate, Fong Ping shouted loudly, "This is the situation. It's all done." The people standing on the wall were stunned when they heard this and asked each other, did they use a plan to kill a high-level expert? Is this for real? Another person guessed, these two kids must have caused some trouble outside. Being pursued by a high-level master, I ran into the forest. The other person, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, "What do you mean by this? Did those two rob a high-level master's lair or something to bring back all these items? Hurry and open the city gate for them." Suddenly, he said, "Wait a minute. About that, those two kids are wearing our martial artist uniforms. Should we really do that? It's not right." After he said that, the other three became so angry that their faces turned bright red. Qin Fengqing said, "That was the guy who beat up my son last year, leaving him bedridden for half a month, and it took a long time before he could sit up. As for that kid Fong Ping, he forced my family to donate 30 million yuan to the Martial Artist Association. If we didn't, he was going to send my second-tier nephew to the crypt, and I also had to donate 20 million yuan. Finally, the city gate was opened, and I saw the soldiers standing inside, waiting for me." Qin Fengqing, in confusion, asked, "Why are there so many soldiers at the city gate?" Fong Ping, at this point, was very excited and replied, "They must be here to welcome the hero back. Killing a high-level master is a huge achievement." Qin Fengqing began to feel embarrassed about his previous statement. Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing from the Martial Artist Club had lured the fanatical high-level masters into the forest and used a scheme to kill them. But before he could finish his sentence, one of the soldiers pointed at the two of them and said, "Look, the martial artist catacombs have attacked our city. Brothers, hurry and capture the enemies." This move made Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing freeze in fear, their faces turning pale, mouths agape, unable to believe their ears. What in the world was going on? Fong Ping panicked, sweating profusely. He turned to Qin Fengqing and asked, "Is this your enemy?" Qin Fengqing hurriedly denied it. "I don't even know, I've offended so many people, how could I remember them all?" Meanwhile, the soldiers were full of energy, ready to fight. Fong Ping paused for a moment, then ran 100 meters away from Qin Fengqing, pointing at him and saying, "If there's a grudge, settle it. I'm not with him." But regardless of what he said, the soldiers split into two groups, preparing to deal with them. Fong Ping nervously thought to himself, "Damn it, I forgot I also have enemies." Seeing the scene, Qin Fengqing secretly laughed to himself, "No need to struggle anymore, Fong Ping, it's useless. Just quietly take the beating with me." The soldiers had surrounded Fong Ping, but suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of black blood and collapsed, performing a scene of agony. "How dare you act so cruelly against someone who has contributed to humanity?" Then he fell to the ground, leaving the soldiers confused, asking, "What's going on? This is truly ridiculous. We haven't even made a move yet. Hey, what's wrong with you?" Fong Ping continued to act out in agony, his mouth still stained with blood, saying, "I've been pursued by a high-level master all along the way, my vital energy and spirit are nearly exhausted. Now you accuse me of being a trickster. Each of you needs to pay me 1 million yuan for my medical treatment, or I'll report you all to the military. Many of the strategists up there can vouch for me, so don't even think about denying it." As he spoke, he trembled, pointing towards the sky. Seeing this, the 8 soldiers stared at each other in confusion and stood silent for a while. The 3 grandmasters in the sky, seeing the situation, said, "Call them all to the meeting room later to discuss this situation, tell everyone not to interfere with them if nothing's going on." After that, they were left helpless. As for the soldiers, after failing to do anything, the 2 of them reluctantly walked away. Qin Fengqing was extremely surprised, "So I've made 3 million just like that, and only had to put in a little effort? And I didn't even have to take a beating?" Fong Ping seemed as if this was something he was used to, replying simply, "Yes, yes." This revelation opened up a whole new perspective for Qin Fengqing.
He was completely taken aback, slapping his forehead, saying, "Damn it, so that means all the beatings I took before were pointless? Next time I'll have to do the same. Find someone with more money and act tough." Fong Ping threatened, "Then you should be careful. If there's a crowd, he'll do it. But if there are too few people, be careful not to get silenced. Also, when you succeed in snacking, remember to share half with me to pay the tuition fees." Qin Fengcheng replied grumpily, "Not a chance, keep dreaming." The scene shifted to the logistics room of the martial artist in the city, hoping that by now, the two of them had arrived. Seeing Instructor Bai sitting there, Fong Ping asked, "Why are you here?" Instructor Bai smiled gently and replied, "After resting for so long, my injury has healed. The logistics department just opened a branch, and the school's tomb debt is short-handed, so I came over to help. Since the school gained the right to expand, our martial artist team now deals directly with the school's harvests, no longer like before, when we had to hand them over to the military department and then to the pharmaceutical company. The martial arts club's contribution to this is not small, you know." Receiving praise from Instructor Bai, Fong Ping was thrilled, his face turning red as he said, "You're overpraising me." At this moment, Fong Ping asked, "Instructor, in the last martial arts competition, Sun Mingyu had his left hand chopped off by Han Su, but it has been reattached, right?" Instructor Bai shook her head in response, "Only the right hand could be reattached. That battle was too chaotic, so it couldn't be found." Hearing this, Fong Ping also smiled, "It's okay. I heard that at level 8, one can regenerate the golden body, so by then, her hand will grow back." Instructor Bai gently replied, "Maybe, an 8th level mentalist can indeed regenerate their body, but let's be realistic. How many people can actually cultivate to level 8? She then stood up and asked, "You all had quite a harvest this week, let's see what good items you have." As soon as she finished speaking, the Grandmaster stepped forward, dressed in military uniform, and said, "Yes, what good items are these? I'm very curious." Seeing them, Fong Ping was surprised and asked, "General Su, is that you?" General Su smiled and replied, "Ignore us, just go ahead and exchange your items." They laid out a pile of their harvest from the recent mine raid, yellowing fruit, sky blue flowers, orchid leaves, etc., along with energy stones, various energy lamps, weapons, and D-level items. Upon seeing this scene, Instructor Bai's eyes widened in surprise and she asked, "Where did you all go? How could you have collected so many different types of medicinal herbs?" Qin Fengcheng, feeling a bit mischievous, responded, "We didn't go anywhere, it's just a high-level martial artist's herb garden." The bald old man thought to himself, did they really rob a high-level martial artist's house? At this moment, Qin Fengcheng was very eager. "Teacher, quickly calculate how many points we can exchange for in total." Instructor Bai picked up the notebook and said, "The medicinal herbs are worth 5,000 points, the energy is 800 points, the weapons are 200 points, and with the other items, in total, you can exchange for 6,500 points." Qin Fengcheng was stunned when he heard this number. "Is it really that much? This is the first time I've made such a big haul. Last time when I went with Wang Jinyang, it took us half a month and we only earned a little over 3,000 points." He then looked over at Fong Ping, "But I feel so uncomfortable. The things this kid has collected are definitely more than mine." At this moment, Instructor Bai saw another bag on the table and asked, "Is there still stuff in this bag of yours? Aren't you going to exchange it?" Qin Fengcheng placed his hand on the bag and said, "I'll exchange these later." He turned to Fong Ping, "Fong Ping, quickly take out what you've collected and let's see how many points we can exchange." Fong Ping had already opened his bag, which contained 4 energy cores, for level 4 cores, and 1 level 5 core, totaling 2,000 points. Fong Ping's total haul amounted to 15,000 points. Qin Fengcheng was taken aback when he heard Instructor Bai's words, "What?" He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, "We completed the same mission, traveled the same distance. Yet my haul is only half of Fong Ping's?" Fong Ping, upon hearing this amount, looked dissatisfied and said, "Instructor Bai, we raided the lair of a mining master, and yet together we only earned a little over 20,000 points. That's still too little." Instructor Bai, hearing this, was also helpless. "The price isn't set by me, so there's nothing I can do."
The general, upon hearing this, was also taken aback and thought to himself, 2 level 4 martial artists, earning this much in a day and still complaining it's not enough?
This is something even a grandmaster might not be able to achieve. If not, why would anyone bother starting a company to earn money?
Xin Fengqing, feeling indignant, turned to Fong Ping and said, "Hey, I brought you here. I just earned 6,500 points, so you should give me 5,000 points."
Fong Ping, hearing this, just laughed and replied, "During the battle, I saved your life. I already told you that everything you have will belong to me."
Xin Fengqing, hearing this, immediately became angry and shouted, "You can't be so heartless." Upon hearing Xin Fengqing call him heartless, Fong Ping pointed at Xin Fengqing's bag and said, "Don't forget, all the stuff in your bag, I voluntarily shared with you." Xin Fengqing, feeling unsatisfied, retorted, "But I had to carry it for hundreds of miles."
Fong Ping responded, "You still want a share? Dream on.
I don't even need the 1,500 points you were going to give me."
As the two continued to argue, a voice interrupted, "Gentlemen, is this bag filled with mining books?"
Upon hearing this, Xin Fengqing replied, "Yes, there are hundreds of them." He then poured out a pile of books from the bag. The general, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, as expected, I didn't misjudge.
Those bulging corners are indeed books.
Then he began to negotiate. "Gentlemen, these books are currently something the government really needs." Hearing this, Xin Fengqing immediately bargained, 10,000 points, no negotiation. Upon hearing the price Xin Fengqing demanded, the general seemed hesitant.
The government's funds are currently a bit tight.
Both Fong Ping and Xin Fengqing, hearing this, expressed their dissatisfaction. "General Su, we had to take risks and were pursued all the way here to bring these books back.
Asking for a bit more isn't too much, right?" Fong Ping also added, "That's right, give us a little more incentive. Maybe next time we'll bring back the entire headquarters of Tianmen City."
General Su and the bald old man, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat in helplessness. After a period of silence, the bald old man spoke up, "Negotiating with the Ministry of War is your right, the school won't interfere. But on this matter, I have to say a few words. Most of the funding for martial artists comes from the government. Although you are students of martial artists, it's still the government that funds your training.
The government's research on this data isn't for any personal reason.
Over the past few years, the government has already spent so much, and now that you have the strength, shouldn't you also?" Hearing the words from the old man, Xin Fengqing and Fong Ping exchanged helpless glances. Then, Xin Fengqing spoke up, "At least 5,000 points. After the translation is done, we want to be the first ones to obtain the materials." General Su was visibly pleased upon hearing this. 5,000 points is still acceptable. "All right, we'll discuss this with martial artists later." Slightly serious, Fong Ping turned to Xin Fengqing and asked, "How should we divide the 5,000 points?"
Xin Fengqing responded, "I got more than 80 volumes, how many did you get? Giving you 500 points is already very generous."
Fong Ping, seeing this, accepted, "All right, 500 points it is." He then opened the system, showing a resource count of 384 million, blood chi at 1080 cal, mental energy at 525 Hz, and bones honed at 177 bones 100%, with 29 bones at 30%. Looking at the numbers, Fong Ping thought to himself, "Very good, almost 400 million. Once I process the points I have, plus another 30 million points, the compensation will probably reach 500 million. I'll be rich and powerful."
Thinking of this, Fong Ping couldn't help but feel proud.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Xin Fengqing, noticing Fong Ping's self-satisfaction, thought to himself, 11,000 points, almost as much as Fong Ping now.
My mindset is more balanced.
The amount of money from cooperating with Fong Ping this time is even more than what I've earned in the past few years.
Should I continue working with him next time?
Working with him feels a bit unfair, but he's really strong. He thought, but forget it, let's leave this matter aside. With this score, I'm good enough to cultivate to level 5 or 6 already.
Should I exchange it for an A rank spear? And buy a set of armor even better than Fong Ping's?
At the military operations room, Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing did really well. A soldier immediately gave a thumbs up to praise them. You two have made martial artists like us proud.
Seeing the man, Fong Ping stood up and asked suspiciously, Are you Tian Grandmaster?
Upon hearing this, the man laughed heartily. Your ability to judge people is pretty good.
Upon hearing the name Tian Grandmaster, Fong Ping was delighted.
This was Tian Mu, a graduate from a graduate, a general in the army, and an 8th level golden body expert, even stronger than Wu Guishan.
Fong Ping happily asked, Tian brother, why are you here?
The two men sitting opposite couldn't help but feel helpless as they thought, here we go again, pulling connections. From grandmaster to brother just like that. Tian Mu had been a martial artist for nearly 50 years, yet Fong Ping still managed to call him brother. Tian Mu, hearing Fong Ping's question, answered cheerfully, a few old men were killed over here, and they were short-handed, so I was transferred from the north.
I'll be staying in Magic City from now on. Fong Ping and Qin Fengqing were overjoyed. That's great, that's great. With brother Tian here, we can relax now.
Hearing this, Tian Mu used his eyes to activate his abilities. A stream of purple air pressure pushed towards Qin Fengqing, causing him to be confused and not understand what was happening, and then he was quickly knocked back and slammed into the wall. Tian Mu angrily said, even when my dad meets me at school, he has to call me uncle.
Damn it, what did you just call me?
Still dazed from being knocked away, Qin Fengqing looked towards Fong Ping and saw him shrugging with a smug expression. Fong Ping thought to himself, a senior who graduated from martial artist calling me brother is fine, but if you call me brother like that, it's not right, Mr. Tian.
General Su and the principal then shifted the conversation. Let's get to the point. Where did you two go this time? Fong Ping quickly answered, Wolf Head Mountain. Principal Wu was surprised to hear that. Does Wolf Head Mountain have any high-level experts? Unexpectedly, someone spoke up. Yes, they do, but they've always been very modest, and they've never made a move during the big battles. Tian Mu turned around and saw it was Guardian Wu. He waved his hand in apology, sorry I'm late. Then he turned to look at Fong Ping and said, just now, weren't you greeting Tian Mu like a brother so enthusiastically? How come you didn't greet me when you saw me?
Hearing this, Fong Ping hurriedly said, oh, it's Wu brother, my bad, I didn't recognize you because my eyes aren't good. Wu brother exuded an aura like 1,000-mile glow, but before he could finish his sentence, Guardian Wu splashed cold water on him. He sat down at the table and said, no need for that, some people even want to expel me, Wu Chuan. Fong Ping, upon hearing this, broke out in a cold sweat, oh my god, these two principals are really too trustworthy, and yet they betray me like this. Guardian Wu continued, please tell me more about what you two went through this time. After both of them finished recounting the process of their theft in the Jiaowang forest, Guardian Wu said, no wonder the forest has been continuously expanding lately, it's because the lion has broken through to level 8. Before coming here, I sensed that the city lords of Tianmen City were preparing to take action. I didn't want to interfere, but the east side has been constantly threatening us. If reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, that person would have definitely been killed. His expression darkened, and his eyes closed with a hint of sadness. It's a pity Elder Fan isn't here. If he could have stopped both city lords, it would have certainly reduced the combat power of a mining expert. General Su, seeing this, stepped forward and said, but this way, the city lords of Tianmen City have completely offended the lion. The demon king of this species holds a great grudge. Hearing the words demon king, Fong Ping was stunned. General Su then explained, that's the term the miners use for creatures with a certain rank. Typically, level 7 is called commander level, level 8 is venerable realm, and level 9 is monarchs. The reason the lion is called the demon king is simply because it's a common term. We refer to high-level monsters as kings. Ong Ping immediately put his hand on his chin, thinking deeply, level 9 is the only level that can be called a king. No wonder when I called it the Lion King, it seems so comfortable. At this moment, the space suddenly became unusually quiet. Then Guardian Wu spoke up, brother, have you interacted with the lion? Fong Ping cheerfully responded, yes, I've known the lion for quite a while. This made Guardian Wu and the others incredibly surprised.
Tianmu widened his eyes and asked, "This really happened? You fed it blood chi and it didn't kill you?"
Fang Ping happily said, "At that time, it was leveling up, and I brought a lot of level 4 and level 5 martial artists there. All of them were drained of their blood chi by it. As for me, because of my special condition, my blood chi recovers very quickly, so I was able to continuously supply it with blood chi. That's why it could treat me as a food source during its growth period." Upon hearing this, Qin Fengqing immediately stood up and pointed at Fang Ping, saying, "Oh, so the level 4 and level 5 guys you killed last time were killed this way?" Fang Ping, feeling uncomfortable, turned and said, "Mind your own business. I told you it was a scheme to kill, wasn't it? Isn't this a scheme to kill? If it weren't for me knowing it, you'd be dead for sure." At this point, General Su spoke up, "Kiddo, if it's like that, does that mean you can control the lion?" Hearing this, Fang Ping hurriedly denied, "No? No way. It's just eat and sleep and eat. In any case, I won't go back there again. It's too dangerous." Tianmu heard this and laughed, but his expression was tense, "But no one asked me to do anything." At this point, Guardian Wu spoke with a serious expression. "The actions of the city lords of Tianmen City this time suggest that the people on Langdu Mountain are very likely connected to Tianmen City. If this is true, the number of high-level experts in Tianmen City will once again reach 8. Where is the martial artist medal of the person you killed on Wolf Head Mountain?" Hearing this, Qin Fengqing immediately took out his bag and said, "They are all with us." Then, he emptied out a pile of medals. Seeing this, Guardian Wu was startled. He grabbed one of the medals and said, "West Phoenix City. A master from West Phoenix City has had an incident, and no one from West Phoenix City has come, but instead, Tianmen City took action. Could it be that 2 pieces of iron have turned into 3? Guardian Wu's expression darkened. He must immediately report this to his superiors to monitor every move of West Phoenix City very strictly. Fang Ping, confused and not understanding the situation, asked, "Everyone, is this situation really that important?" The 4 of them stood up and said, "It's very important, this is something we risked our lives to obtain." Guardian Wu waved his hand, and the 2 of them were instantly teleported outside. Qin Fengqing, frustrated and angry, shouted, "What does this have to do with me? I've barely said anything." Fang Ping glanced at Qin Fengqing and said, "Fengqing, next time you go to the mining island, make sure to call me along." Qin Fengqing looked at Fang Ping with discomfort and said, "I will tell you where the energy ores are, sure. If I go, your survival rate will increase by 90%. Without me, if you die, no one will even come to clean up your body. Think carefully. Moreover, think about it this time, aside from being a bit tired from running, did you get hurt anywhere? I heard that last time you and Wang Jinyang got beaten like dogs, and you still owe a huge amount for medical bills." After saying this, Fengqing fell silent, feeling a little embarrassed, thinking to himself, "What he said makes too much sense, I can't refute it." He then pretended to ask, "If you want to go, at least we need a level 6 guy." Fang Ping waved his hand and said, "Then just wait a bit longer." "Is it far?" "It's not too bad, about 200 to 300 km. Hearing this, Fang Ping frowned, thinking to himself, 200 to 300 km, around the City of Hope. If it's 200-300 km north, it would already be beyond the back fortresses of Tianmen City. This seems unlikely. To the south, there's the sea, so that's out of the question. To the northeast is East Sunflower City, and to the northwest is West Phoenix City. Both of these cities don't have many experts." Fang Ping looked towards Qin Fengqing and thought, if there were minerals, they would have been discovered already. So, it can't be to the west, it must be to the east. Then he raised both hands to the sky, looking panic-stricken, and said, "I heard that the desert of 10,000 ants has giant ants as big as a human head. Have you ever eaten ants?" Jin Fengcheng helplessly replied, "How would I know?" Fang Ping thought, the desert of 10,000 ants is to the west, about 200-300 km away from the City of Hope, but Qin Fengqing has never been there. I see, he said, slapping his hand, and continued, it's to the east, 200-300 km away. This left Qin Fengqing stunned, his mouth agape. Fang Ping proudly walked away, leaving Qin Fengqing to return to a dazed state. He thought to himself, but it's still a bit tricky. 200-300 km is only a rough range. Forget it, next time I'll find it myself and take it all in, no need to bring Qin Fengqing along. As for Fengqing, on his side, he was sweating profusely, his face showing disbelief, thinking, didn't I just say it was about 200-300 km? Is that okay? Scene change, over here, the two of them had already left. The security guard, seeing them, asked, are you just leaving like this? Is everything all right inside? Fang Ping casually replied, it's fine. Qin Fengqing then laughed loudly, we've completed the mission, that's all. We earned quite a few points this time, it's enough, more than 10,000 points. Then they left. Fang Ping shouted, right, the two of you together still don't even have 30,000 points. Next time we come, if we don't earn at least 100,000, we won't go. Hearing this, the security guard sweated profusely, thinking to himself, is this like robbing points? Earning 900 million in just one day, is the mine safe now? Should I go in too? Have the people inside already struck it rich? But before he could finish his thoughts, a group of people who had just come out, covered in injuries, extinguished his thoughts. One of them, the most severely injured, said, the situation in the mine is much more tense now. We could run into a group of mid-stage experts at any time. If this continues, level 3 might not even be able to get in anymore. Upon hearing this, the security guard's face turned pale, thinking to himself, are they joking with me? The next scene shows a group of martial artists leisurely strolling. The red-haired girl joyfully raised her hand to the sky, enjoying the fresh air, oh my god, it's so cool. Fang Evil King is here, I admire him, he's been out on a mission for nearly half a month, hasn't he? Finally, we get some rest. Suddenly, at this moment, the mushroom-headed guy noticed something strange, pointing toward the distance, is that? Am I seeing things? They all froze, turning to look and saw Fang Ping and Qin Fengqing had returned. Martial artist. The two of them returned to the dorm, feeling helpless. The one with the two braids said, I really saw them with my own eyes, carrying weapons, but now they've come back. The red-haired girl slapped her hand on the wall, feeling dejected, I thought having a father who's a level 6 martial artist would make me happy at the weapon academy, but I didn't expect that since school started a month ago, I haven't had a single day off. My dorm has been attacked the most, and they were all martial artists at level 3. As soon as I walked in, I got beaten up. Others can choose their own missions, but I have to accept the tasks arranged by the martial arts club. Then, the pink-haired girl said, none of your dad's students have escaped being beaten by Fang Ping. The only reason he hasn't beaten you yet is because you're too weak. Why didn't you go to Jingdu University? Another senior, lifting weights, said, don't be scared, just train hard. A little bit of beating doesn't matter. If you're not dead, you'll continue. Thinking of this, the girl held back her tears, silently thinking, if I had known this, I would have gone to Jingdu University. Hearing this, the mushroom-haired boy scratched his head and said, actually, it's not that scary. My dad said that ever since you became the club president, student life has actually been a lot better than before. Hearing that, the girl angrily pointed at him and shouted, the reason you don't find him scary is because Luo teacher has never bullied him. Upon hearing this, the boy with the mushroom-shaped haircut recalled how his father used to bully the club president. The more she spoke, the more despondent the red-haired girl became. She sighed and said, my dad said Fang Ping is really petty, he remembers everything. He's not a match for my dad, so he bullied my dad's students instead. Now it's my turn. My dad also said that young people should solve their own problems, and if I can't win, I just have to accept it. Hearing what she said, the two boys exchanged helpless looks. However, at that moment, the girl was filled with determination. It's okay, I'm about to reach the top of level 1. I'll reach level 2 within this month. Last year, Fang Ping was just a new student. I can catch up to him later, take over as the club president, and then we'll be able to surpass Fong Ping and beat him next year. The boy with the mushroom haircut broke out in a sweat, scratched his head, and said, "Club president?" It took an entire semester just to move up from level 1. From the top of level 1 to the mid-stage of level 4, that also takes a whole semester. Do you think you can reach level 5 next year? Hearing what her older brother said made the red-haired girl cry even harder. I don't know where to go, this reason is still. Her older brother with the split hairstyle turned and scolded, "Who comforts like you?" I think what Master Tang said is right, maybe accepting fate will be a bit easier. Hearing this, the red-haired girl shouted loudly, "Stop it, don't say any more." Switching scenes to the dormitory, the silver-haired teacher said, "Training the heart is the most difficult trial among the 5 organs. Training the heart is the process of transforming energy to the heart." Fong Ping responded first, "You once said that the cultivation methods of human martial artists and catacombs martial artists are very different. What are the differences throughout their lives?" The girl, upon hearing this, answered, "It's the direction of transformation. Catacombs martial artists replace flesh and blood with energy transformation, comprehensively transforming energy, while we activate and transform the heart into a transfer device. The heart is divided into different chambers. The so-called training and transformation means unifying these chambers of the heart. After transformation, the heart absorbs energy from the world faster and simultaneously converts it into the blood chi strength we need." He said, "The complexity of the heart is also considered a sign of human evolution, like in fish. There was only one chamber, one ventricle, so after unifying the heart, wouldn't that be a regression?" The teacher immediately responded, "The essence of the Great Way lies in simplicity, from simple to complex, and then back from complexity to simplicity. This is called evolution. The complicated heart is suitable for ordinary people, but for masters who pursue self-breakthrough, it is no longer suitable for us. Moreover, unification is not as simple as you think. The nerves and blood vessels inside the heart are many, you have to practice separating each blood vessel and nerve one by one, and only after completing this, can you gradually unify them into the heart's chambers so that they no longer remain complicated. In the end, you will use the bridge of heaven and earth in your heart to build a completely new energy pathway." Hearing this, Fong Ping broke out in a cold sweat. Who came up with this cultivation method? If a blood vessel in the heart is severed, it should result in death. The teacher responded, "Of course, there will be dangers, but it's not to the point of being fatal." He thought to himself, no wonder everyone stops at the 4th level regiment for such a long time, this cultivation method is indeed very difficult. Then the elderly teacher glanced at Fong Ping and said, "If your blood chi lasts uninterrupted, this process will be much simpler. Often, dangers arise when the blood chi is interrupted, so I suggest that you try to extend the time each time you practice, this will be safer." Repeated modifications. Fong Ping immediately replied, "I understand now, so the remaining organs must not be dangerous, right? The heart is the source, and the others are relatively much easier." "Okay, that's good, that's good. Are there any other parts one need to pay attention to?" Scene transition to the southern area, in the training chamber. Martial artist Fong Ping was sitting quietly at this moment. The instructor overseeing him said, "This kid has been in there for 3 days already, truly relentless in exhausting all his resources, he's about to burn through all his points. Should I stop providing him with blood chi?" On second thought, Fong Ping handed me his black card before entering, asking Old Song to get him a VIP room, swiping 1,000 points first. If it's not enough, he'll top it up. The way he came in a few days ago, he was definitely looking for a beating. The instructor was indecisive, taking the card in his hand, thinking to himself, Tang Feng has been retaliated against multiple times, and his daughter was also dealt with by him. If I interrupt his training now, he will definitely come after me to settle the score. What should I do? At this moment, a young man with orange hair walked over and asked, "Song teacher, Fong Ping hasn't come out yet?" The instructor replied, "Not yet." "Is there something wrong?" "The national first level competition is about to begin, we're still waiting for him to come to preside over the opening ceremony."
Upon hearing this, Old Song looked outside and asked, "So, how many people have registered so far?" Then, the blonde brother showed a relaxed expression and said, "It's beyond imagination. Since the only requirement is a first-class martial artist with no other restrictions, over 30,000 people have already signed up for tonight." Upon hearing this, Old Song was equally surprised. 30,000 people? Is there really that many? The orange-haired brother seemed helpless. "Yes, the government martial artist department has ordered us to proceed with the organization immediately. We can't have so many people gathering in one city. Organizing martial arts competitions is actually the government's responsibility. Fong Ping is the president of his club." The orange-haired brother replied, "Isn't that right? Fong Ping wants to create a national first-class ranking system, and he's even planning for second and third-tier exams next quarter." Seeing this, Old Song fell silent, thinking to himself, re-establishing the ranking system below third tier to make the competition organized by himself into a direct confrontation, dealing with Fong Ping isn't a small matter. Since Fong Ping became president of the club, martial artist students have been lost in large numbers. Recently, he even announced that if the top 100 ranking doesn't have at least 10 martial artist students, all rank 1 students will be sent to mine. Chen Yumshi was called to Martial Artist University Beijing for an exchange match. Zhang Chao has gone to Martial Artist University Beijing, Huang Qiao has gone to Martial Artist University Donglin. Now, martial artist students from our school are everywhere across the country. Hearing this, Teacher Song then asked the orange-haired brother, "Why didn't you tell me to go fight against Jingdu University?" Hearing that, the orange-haired brother forced a smile and said, "Song teacher, don't joke with me, that's Jingdu Uni. Fong Ping said that rank 3 isn't enough, and they need to form a rank 4 team, but perhaps the martial artist Uni's year-end exchange competition will also have a showdown." "How many rank 3 students do we have now?" the teacher asked. The teacher has noticed that more rank 3 students have been coming to the energy training room recently. The orange-haired brother raised his hand to his chin, thought for a moment, then replied, "For rank 3, there are 78 people now, more than 200 in rank 2, and compared to before, rank 4 has increased by 2 people, now there are 11. Hearing this, Teacher Song Tian was surprised. "So many?" "Yes, the difficulty of earning credits has decreased, and there is now a loan system. Plus, with Fong Ping mistreating the first-grade students, everyone is working hard to advance to rank 2. Upon hearing this, Song teacher laughed. "Mistreating them, you say?" Finally, the orange-haired brother bid farewell and left. "I have to go do something. Please notify me when he makes his move." Song teacher looked at the training list, thinking to himself, "This kid doesn't want to rush straight into cultivating the heart, does he? There are countless geniuses, but who doesn't stay at rank 4 for a long time?" At this moment, in the training room, Fong Ping was still tirelessly working non-stop. The scene transitions to the outside, where the Nanwu students are lined up. The one at the front says, "Marital Artist is organizing the nationwide martial artist rank 1 competition, which has now become the largest and most attention-grabbing event in the country. Anyone who makes it into the top 100 strongest martial artists will receive a rank 2 blood chi pill and a rank 2 bone honing pill, valued at 1.5 million in the market. If you make it into the top 10, you'll receive an additional viscera shielding pill. If you make it into the top 3, you'll get a rank D level 1 weapon. In addition to these rewards, you'll also gain access to the martial artist's energy room for cultivation. If any martial artist is willing to bleed, then we must seize this opportunity to become stronger. The only thing we need to do is try our best. Nanwu will surely win in martial arts, surely." Thus, Nanwu set off for the competition organized by martial artists. The blue-haired older brother, standing next to the club president, asked, "Does this move by martial artist aim to become the top martial artist in the whole country?" The president of Nanwu's martial arts club responded, "Not necessarily. As a martial artist, I think it might be Fong Ping. At the end of the year, there will be a competition between martial artist universities, and Jingdu University will definitely give its all. Martial artist is currently creating a peak power, and if Fong Ping cannot defeat Li Hansong, then all these things are just illusions. The higher you rise, the harder you fall." "Then what about Nanwu?"
the club president asked gloomily. He said, let's see when the Nanjiang region begins. After the competition, we will participate in the matches. The exchange will begin after the martial artist university competition, and Nanjiang will no longer participate. Seeing this, the blue-haired older brother also frowned and replied sadly, it's a pity, Nanwu only has one rank 4 position, which is me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been interrupted by that school this time before I could finish speaking. It's possible that the independent schools will join the battle. Hearing this, the blue-haired older brother became extremely anxious. Everyone wondered, who else could possibly stand against the two big schools? Jingdu University and martial artist, right now, only has a rank 4 martial artist, I don't see any rank 5s. If strong enough, one person is enough. As he spoke, he showed a determined expression, let me try, defeating the two big universities, a normal martial artist university. How much can it increase next year? Last year's resources were like that, Nanwu might still be able to make it. Scene change. In a house, the girl was pleading with her father, Dad, please give me a few days off, I want to go to Magic City to watch the competition and exchange ideas. But the father remained adamant and refused, no. This competition is too long, wait until the final top 100 competition. Upon hearing this, the girl began to act spoiled, still have to wait for the top 100 competition? Oh, this time he can't participate, I haven't even reached rank 1, watch as the number 1 spot gets snatched by someone else, it's really such a pity. Seeing this, the father fell silent and didn't reply, thinking to himself, Yuan, you've been showing off too much recently. Do you think that once you reach rank 1, you can actually win first place? Martial artist rank 1? Countless descendants of grandmasters have that rank, where does that confidence come from? But the girl still grumbled, crossed her legs, and replied, the first prize is over 10 million, and Fong Ping is right, progressing in strength really means real money. That 10 million was originally meant for me. Hearing this, her father helplessly reminded her, it would be great if you stop bringing trouble to this family. We don't expect you to earn money. The girl frowned and answered, Dad, you can't say that. A martial artist has to earn money. But before she could finish her sentence, her father raised his hand to signal her to stop and said, don't say things like that to me. For now, stay at home and focus on your studies, catch up with your schoolwork. When the top 100 competition comes, I'll take time off for you. Your brother has already bought a house over there, you can check it out. Upon hearing the words new house, the girl's eyes lit up like stars. A new house, really? Her father, seeing this, turned to her sternly and said, and before that, dissolve the club you recruited over 10,000 people for, and refund all the membership fees you've collected. Hearing this, the girl looked uneasy. There's only about 5,000–6,000 yuan, there's no 10,000 membership fee. It's only 10,000 yuan a year, and I still have to rent a place to teach. Last year I only earned 9,000 yuan. Her father, upon hearing this, sighed helplessly and said, how can a high school student like you complain about earning 9,000? I can't manage this girl anymore. From now on, let Fong Ping handle it. In the scene on this side, Fong Ping was in his training room when he received a system notification, he had broken through to the high level of rank 4. His eyes were darkened, and he exhaled a long, tired breath, thinking to himself, 6 days and 6 nights. If it weren't for the system's continuous restoration of my mental strength, forcing me to stay awake, I'd probably have collapsed by now. He looked at his notification board and felt that it wasn't bad, heart renovation leading to enhanced physical blood qi, followed by a recovery that indicates it's possible to increase blood qi again. At that moment, he jumped off the dry ground and then walked out. Outside, he saw his teacher standing there and asked, confused, why are you here? The gray-haired teacher looked at Fong Ping's body and praised, not bad. Fong Ping, exhausted, supported himself with his hand and replied, are you saying I didn't embarrass you? The teacher seemed satisfied and said, you've been training for so long this time, settle down. You've only just broken through to rank 4 not long ago, don't rush. Even eating takes time. Fong Ping scratched his head and replied, I feel like I've been stuck at rank 4 for quite a while now. Upon hearing this, the teacher thought to herself, he just broke through 50 days ago, and he's saying he's been stuck for a long time? It took me 3 years to move from mid-rank 4 to high rank 4. Fong Ping, now fully tired, was about to leave and said, anyway, I'll be off now. But just as he was about to leave, the teacher called out to him, hey Fong Ping, you've been training for 6 days and 6 nights, today is the 7th day. Fong Ping felt that Teacher Song was concerned about him, so he turned around and gratefully said, thank you, Teacher Song, for caring about me. I'm fine. Hearing this, Teacher Song felt helpless and thought to himself, this isn't concern. Is he pretending to be dumb with me? He then said to Fong Ping, the points you used for cultivation last time are all gone, you need to add another 1,380 points. Upon hearing that he had to pay more points, Fong Ping panicked and exclaimed, Teacher, I've been cultivating for so long this time, shouldn't there be some reduction? But he received a harsh reply, no way, you're dreaming. Fong Ping sighed, took out his stack of power tokens, and said, this is 30 million cash. But 30 million isn't enough. However, Fong Ping still left, walking away while responding, add another 10 million, then you'll owe me quite a bit. Alright, I'm leaving now. Hearing this, Teacher Song was stunned. What do you mean I owe you 10 million? He thought to himself, this kid is nonsense. The gray-haired teacher then replied, I still have plenty of cultivation time this year, subtract it from my side, I won't be using it anyway. At this point, Fong Ping was still hiding behind the wall, watching to see if Teacher Song would chase after him, but saw her walking outside. Seeing this, he turned back, bewildered, and wondered, why isn't Teacher Song chasing me to stop me? Or is she giving me a discount? The teacher coldly responded, a discount? Maybe I'll break your legs instead. She said, why are you so stingy? You've accumulated so many points, if you don't spend them, are you planning to keep them like rice to eat later? Fong Ping looked a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, and replied, I need to prepare for the future. Cultivating costs too much money. The teacher saw this and broke into a sweat. It wasn't that cultivation cost too much, but because Fong Ping was spending money so recklessly. She spoke up, it's not the cultivation that costs money, it's you spending it too extravagantly. Who treats the energy room like a hotel and stays there for the whole day? Fong Ping gave a wry smile and just said, let's not talk about this anymore, teacher. The teacher couldn't hold back and continued, the martial artist competition is about to start. You need to help me a bit, I'm afraid I won't be able to stabilize everyone. Fong Ping suggested, how about asking Wu Guishan to help? But the teacher coldly replied, I already asked, but he wouldn't agree. I wouldn't either. Your club has accumulated 5 billion points, if you don't spend them, you should hand them over to the school. Hearing this, Fong Ping became alert, wait, does the principal have his eye on my money? The teacher quickly explained, correcting herself, it's the martial artist club's money, not your personal money. But Fong Ping still seemed confused, thinking it was the same thing, and muttered, money can corrupt people's hearts, I must spend it quickly for the good. Then he continued, give out the annual benefits to everyone in the club. My annual benefits are 6,000 points, equivalent to 130 million. Even though it's still lacking a lot, I should work hard to accumulate 1 billion and see if the system upgrades my storage space or something. The items I collect now, I can only carry them by hand, which is really inconvenient. The teacher, upon hearing this, thought to herself, if I can pay the salary a year in advance and still manage, do you feel guilty about it? Scene changes to a CAF, where Fong Ping is sitting and talking to the man with green hair. Mr. Zhang speaks up, in the blink of an eye, classmate Fong has already become the head of the martial artist club. Martial artists really are heroes who often emerge from their teenage years. Fong Ping responds, you flatter me, Mr. Zhang. I wonder what brings you here to see me this time. Vice President of the Real Value, Nanjiang Zhengyu Chang, then says, the Nanjiang Tunnel is about to open. You must know about this, right? There are still a few evil martial artists in Nanjiang, and possibly even within the Real Value Nanjiang. These people are in high positions now, and if we don't deal with them when the tunnel opens, there could easily be problems. The Real Value wants to handle these people, but we've never had the chance.
That's why I've come to ask for Mr. Fong's help this time. Fong Ping, hearing this, is stunned, pointing to himself and saying, "Help me?"
Mr. Zhang, you must think highly of me.
If even the Grandmaster can't handle this, what can I possibly do?
Zhang Yuchang immediately flattered him, "You're being too modest. As the head of the martial artist club and also from Nanjiang, you are the link between Nanjiang and the martial artists. Whether the Nanjiang pit opening for martial artists will receive support or not is closely related to Mr. Fong here. To outsiders, you are the most talented and outstanding martial artist of the younger generation, able to fight against level 3, kill level 4, plot to defeat level 5, and reach the mid-stage at the fastest speed.
We all know this.
The evil cult also knows that your existence is a symbol of the evil cult, and if they take any action, they will definitely target you."
Seeing this, Fong Ping was a little worried and thought to himself, "Do they still dare to make a move on me?"
There are countless grandmasters at the 6th level, so many of them. Unless they send out a few at the 9th level, otherwise, they would be walking to their own death.
Mr. Zhang's face lit up. That's right. He continued, "Therefore, while you're in Magic City, they won't make a move on you." Hearing this, Fong Ping's face relaxed, but his heart was still filled with doubt. "Are you trying to make me a decoy?"
Upon hearing this, Mr. Zhang said, "Keep it a secret until you get to Nanjiang, negotiate with the real value about martial artists. After the pit is opened, news of your arrival in Nanjiang will deliberately be told to a few people. If your whereabouts are leaked, we will know who disclosed it. Of course, we will send people along the way to protect you."
At this moment, Fong Ping thought to himself, "Protect?"
Even if it's true, they wouldn't be close enough to protect me like this, it would be discovered. By the time the grandmasters from Nanjiang come to assist me, I'll have been dead long ago. A genius lives, only then is it a genius."
Seeing this, Fong Ping immediately declined. "I don't think I'm suited for this, am I?
If I meet someone at level 5, I can still drag the time out a bit, but if I face anyone at level 6, I can only meet them head-on. I've already been crushed by divine power." He sighed, "Mr. Fong, you know that this situation makes things a bit awkward for others. Originally, the president of the Nanwu Club intended to step forward, but with his reputation and influence, he might not necessarily achieve the desired effect. A 10,000-mile-long dike can be destroyed by a single ant nest. No matter how strong the external enemies are, we are not afraid, but we do fear internal problems.
The tunnel opens, and our people enter the tunnel. If the tunnel is sabotaged, everyone, including the Grandmaster, will fall into the pit. He will definitely lose his life." Fong Ping was even more uneasy.
After some thought, he controlled his emotions and said, "Let me think about it some more."
Mr. Zhang persisted, "Of course, it's natural to feel reluctant.
This matter requires taking risks, and even the Grandmaster can't guarantee 100% safety." He said, "If Mr. Fong agrees, the real value will gift the weapon he used when he was at level 6. Upon hearing that the weapon would be given, Fong Ping hesitated for a moment and asked, "How heavy is it?" Mr. Zhang quickly answered, 20 kg, grade A, sword alloy. The value of this sword does not lie in its weight from the past. The real value invited several top experts from various companies to guide in crafting the weapon. To this day, it has been nurtured by blood chi for over a dozen years, and even divine power has been used to nourish it. Even if it were placed in the martial artist world, it could be considered a top-tier weapon. Hearing this, Fong Ping thought to himself, it must be worth at least 4,000 points. Although tempting, it would cost a life to get it. If Zhang Yuchang brings up national justice, he would definitely refuse outright. But he keeps talking about hometown bonds and interests, making it difficult to resolve.
It's such a dilemma. Should I agree or not?